Indu opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the ceiling with a pink sticky note attached to it. The ceiling was about 2 meters above the bed, but he could clearly make out what was written on the note. In that instant, he realized that he was no longer in his original home. Indu was nearsighted, though his prescription wasn't very high, but 2 meters was enough to make the small text on the sticky note look like a blur. Moreover, the ceiling of his home had a large crack, stretching from the corner of the wall all the way to the center, something even his nearsightedness couldn't ignore. Of course, the most important thing was that the world of rule-based horror stories had descended on Earth for over half a year, and he wasn't illiterate. After seeing the note's content, how could he not understand where he was? Indu shook his head, trying to shake off the drowsiness that came with just waking up. The world of rule-based horror stories was incredibly dangerous, and one small mistake could send thousands, even millions, of people to the underworld. So he had to stay fully alert and ready to face whatever came. When he had first heard about rule-based horror stories, he never imagined that someone like him would one day stand out among billions and become someone with special abilities. But it seemed like this was the first time someone had been directly pulled into the world of rule-based horror stories while still asleep, without any mental preparation. He didn't even know how long he had been here. The thought made Indu anxious, and he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He quickly focused on reading the rules on the sticky note. A happy 6-member family, my room. The 4 simple rules weren't hard to remember. Indu scanned them a few times and had them firmly engraved in his mind before quickly sitting up, doing a quick stretch. It was then that he realized his body had significantly shrunk, and he was wearing a white, lace-trimmed nightgown. Had he turned into a girl? Indu was stunned, his eyes wide open, but he took a deep breath, trying to push his thoughts away from this irrelevant matter. Right now, the priority was to find clues related to time, especially since 2 of the rules mention time. Not knowing the time, he cautiously hurried toward the white door. Upon confirming the door wasn't locked, he immediately locked it. The rules only mentioned locking the door before 10 p.m., but didn't say anything about not locking it at other times, so locking it seemed like the safest option. Once the door was locked, he started searching the room. Soon, he found a round, white, pointer-style alarm clock in a drawer at the bottom of the wardrobe. The clock showed that it was 7 a.m. However, the alarm clock was in the 12-hour format, and this room had no windows, so Indu couldn't immediately tell whether it was morning or evening. With only 1 hour left until 8 a.m., if it was daytime, he needed to get to breakfast and quickly leave the room. If it was night, then leaving wouldn't violate any rules. So leaving the room seemed like the best choice. After a moment of hesitation, Indu decided to change out of the nightgown before leaving. He couldn't stand the cold feeling against his skin. Besides, the nightgown was very thin, providing no warmth. Since he had uncovered the blanket earlier, he had already started to feel chilly. Opening the wardrobe, he found that all the clothes inside were white. The style is very simple, and there aren't many choices provided, but fortunately, there are sets of clothes and pants, not just skirts. When he put on the pants, Indu was pleasantly surprised to find that his important parts had not left him, although they had also been forced to shrink considerably. He had said it before, this bizarre rule talk isn't something some country would be idle enough to perform sex change surgery on the gifted. Moreover, the wrong gender could actually help to harm the gifted, and there's really no need for the bizarre rule talk world to go to such lengths. Clearly, this is a dangerous matter, but Indu's spirit was lifted by this news, and fueled by this energy, he stepped forward and opened the door. He had expected that when the door opened, he would see a dining room or living room, but instead, it led to another room. This room had a floor-to-ceiling window, connecting to a balcony with clothes hanging to dry. From the size of the clothes, some of them should belong to him. In the corner of the balcony, there was a washing machine, its turbine constantly spinning, still washing other clothes. And the sunlight shining in from outside clearly told Indu that it was morning. Indu stood in the spot where the sunlight reached, but he didn't feel any warmth. Instead, he felt a piercing coldness in the air. Because he didn't know any details about this room, Indu didn't dare to act recklessly. He could only judge that another person must live here, based on the 1.5 meter wide bed. The room only had a brown door and wardrobe, the rest of the furnishings were all pure white, just like Indu's room. Also, on the wall next to the head of the bed, there was a photo that had been turned over. Could this be an important clue? Though he wanted to investigate, Indu remained cautious and didn't touch the photo. He simply began to analyze the information he had gathered from the room in relation to the 4 rules he had just learned. At first glance, those 4 rules seemed to apply to his small room. But who could guarantee that the room, which had been divided into 2, wouldn't still be considered one room by the rules? So, Rule 1, does this include the other room too, or is it just for rest and no other activities? Similarly, Rules 2 and 4 also had this issue. Which door is the one that must remain locked, and which room is the one you're not allowed to leave? If you leave the room before 8 o'clock, would that count as breaking the rule if you're in this room at 8? However, Indu had another guess about Rule 4. Perhaps the key aspect wasn't leaving the room before 8, but making sure to catch breakfast. He glanced at the alarm clock in his hand. There were only 30 minutes left until 8. Indu stopped hesitating. After preparing himself mentally, he opened the door. Directly across from the door was another bedroom. On the right was a bathroom with its door closed. On the left, a curtain blocked the view, and beyond it should be the living room or dining room. Indu carefully pulled back the curtain, and to his surprise, he had guessed wrong. The curtain led to a hallway, with the distance between the two spaces being about 10 meters. The living room and dining room were on either side. On the wall of the living room hung a large family photo, a picture of 6 people, 3 men and 3 women. From the pairing and their ages, this was likely a photo of grandparents, parents, and siblings. As if to confirm Indu's thoughts, a little girl's excited voice suddenly popped into his mind. I want to stay with Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, and my brother forever. A family that never separates. Forever together. Never separate. Forever together. Never separate. The little girl's emotions affected Indu, making him, a lonely person, feel that being with family forever would be the happiest thing in the world. Indu froze, quickly tearing his gaze away from the family photo. Has he been contaminated? Is it just because he looked at the family photo? This rule of the strange tale is really unreasonable. How can one find clues if they are so easily contaminated? While Indu was shocked and cursing, a voice suddenly sounded, Nan Nan, why are you standing there in a daze? Come quickly and eat. Only then did Indu realize that he had unknowingly opened the curtain and walked out. He looked towards the source of the voice, which came from a round dining table. At the table, an elderly person with kind eyebrows and a gentle face was waving at Indu, ignoring the stiff movement. They really looked like an ordinary family member. From the gray hair and face, this person should be his grandmother. Apart from his grandmother, there were 4 others at the table. After his grandmother spoke, they stopped eating and turned to face Indu, their eyeballs completely white, with no pupils. They sat upright, motionless. Indu was startled, his heart racing, but he still forced himself to remain calm as he walked towards the table. The stares of these people were terrifying, and they moved their faces as Indu moved, and if you looked closely, you could see a tiny black dot in the whites of their eyes. Anyone with normal vision could tell that these family members were not normal at all. They looked like puppets controlled by a puppeteer. And the grandmother, who had been waving, lowered her arm and, like the others, turned her gaze toward him. The only difference was that the grandmother's eyes seemed somewhat normal, but the pupils were a little cloudy. Indu tried his best to ignore their gaze and sat down on the only empty seat. However, even after sitting down, the pairs of white eyes never turned away from him, making it impossible for him to ignore. Even though the restaurant was brightly lit with harsh lights, Indu still felt a chill. At this point, Indu's gaze swept across the black curtain directly across from his seat. It was clearly morning, yet the curtain wasn't drawn, instead, the lights were on. Was there some significance to this? But that would need to be explored later. Right now, his priority was to get his breakfast. He had sat down in the restaurant before 8 a.m., but there was nothing in front of him. As time passed by, Indu realized he had to do something to change the situation. After all, according to the rules, he needed to have breakfast before 8 a.m. He calmed his nerves, smiled, and greeted his family with a sweet voice, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, Big Brother, good morning. The soft, almost babyish voice made Indu feel goosebumps, but before he could ask where his breakfast was, the grandmother took the lead and pushed a bowl of white porridge toward him. Come on, Nan Nan, eat quickly. At the sound of her words, the other family members resumed eating their breakfast. At this point, their movements returned to normal, and they looked no different from ordinary people. The small black dots in their eyes gradually grew larger, becoming more like normal pupils, ignoring the fact that their eyeballs were completely dark and opaque. Who would have thought that these strange people were only staring at him because he hadn't greeted them? Looks like the manners in this strange world are quite strict. Indu chuckled inwardly to calm himself. After calming down a bit, he shifted his gaze to the white porridge in front of him. He didn't like eating porridge. Moreover, he had just observed that apart from himself and the grandmother, everyone else's breakfast was incredibly rich: soy milk, fried dough sticks, and various kinds of buns. Even his brother, who looked only 1 or 2 years older than him, had 2 eggs in his bowl. Feeling Indu's gaze, his brother glanced at his own bowl, then at the grandmother, and finally hugged his bowl tightly, hesitating before saying to Indu, No. I can't give it to you. His movements and expression were so lively. It seemed impossible to associate it with the strange appearance just now. Indu blinked cutely, causing his brother to show an increasingly troubled expression. However, after glancing at their grandmother a few times, his brother still firmly held onto his bowl of rice. From his brother's look, Indu understood one thing: it was actually their always kind grandmother who had only allowed him to drink plain porridge. Chapter 2: The Toolbox of Talent. Thinking about the strange looks his family had just given him, Indu no longer dared to act recklessly. He could only drink the tasteless white porridge in small sips. But before he could even finish half the bowl, a sound suddenly came from the corner of the dining room. Dong, dong, dong. Dong, dong, dong. Dong, dong, dong. Du was startled and quickly looked up at the corner. He saw a mechanical pendulum clock standing by the wall, its clock face smeared with black ink, making the time unreadable. However, with the alarm clock still on his lap, Du knew it was already 8 o'clock. Seeing this mechanical pendulum clock made Du feel a bit suspicious. Was there always a mechanical pendulum clock in that corner? He remembered that when he looked around the dining room earlier, there was a vase in that spot. No, it was a mechanical pendulum clock. Hearing the sound of the clock, the other family members began to wrap up their meals. Du also prepared to stand up. Although he hadn't finished eating, he wasn't very hungry either. It seemed safest to follow the family's lead, especially since he didn't know the rules of the meal yet. After all, he still remembered the experience of someone dying just from drinking a bit more water. He definitely didn't want to meet the same fate for drinking an extra spoonful of porridge. If others asked how he died, it would be quite embarrassing to explain. But before he could get up, his grandmother, noticing his movement, spoke up directly, Nan, you need to finish your breakfast. Don't waste it. Upon hearing this, Du froze, his body sticking back to the chair as he continued to drink the white porridge slowly. From his half-year of experience with strange rule-based stories, he knew that in most cases, the rules and requests from the well-meaning side were correct. Only when conflicting rules or requests appeared did he need to judge which to prioritize, or choose the lesser evil. For now, even if his family wasn't exactly the well-meaning side, they hadn't shown any malice toward him, so the request they made should not harm him. While he continued eating, the other members of the family had already changed and left in batches. Grandpa left with his older brother, who was carrying a backpack. Dad left alone carrying a briefcase, and Mom, along with Grandma, was the last to leave. Before leaving, Mom, who had never spoken to Du before, finally said, the family all has keys, so they won't ring the doorbell or knock. If you hear the bell or knocking, ignore it. Pretend you're not home, understand? Got it. Mom's words immediately made Du more alert. The fact that she said this meant someone would definitely come to ring the bell or knock, and that was undoubtedly dangerous. And hearing knocking and not opening the door didn't guarantee safety, did it? No one gave any assurances about that. Perhaps the real focus was on pretending not to be home? Du took note of this in his mind, then quickly finished his bowl and began searching for the rules. Anyone who's watched rule-based horror stories knows how important the rules are in such worlds. Earlier, since his family was around, Du didn't want to act in a way that wouldn't match his role as a younger sibling, which was why he hadn't started searching yet. After all, there's a major taboo in rule-based horror stories. If you're playing someone else's role, and others, or the strange creatures realize you're not the original person, everyone around you and all the strange entities will become dangerous. They won't just act against you when you break the rules. The dining room was simply arranged with a table and chairs. A mechanical pendulum clock and a sterilizing cabinet for placing bowls and chopsticks. Du's seat faces a floor-to-ceiling window, with black curtains tightly drawn at this moment. To the left is the kitchen, and to the right, you can see a sink. Opposite the sink should be a bathroom, but from Du's perspective, the inside is not visible. After observing, Du directly jumped off the chair. Just as he landed, a voice suddenly popped into his mind. Xia Nation participant Du, welcome to the Rules Horror Story, 6-person family. The minimum passing condition, safely survive 1 week. Detected that the participant is entering the Rules Horror world for the first time, activating the participant's talent. Participant's talent activation successful. Du's talent is Toolbox. This talent has been recorded. Known information, Toolbox Level 1 talent holders will possess a set of repair tools and 20 slots for storing items. Items stored in the toolbox are unaffected by space or time. Even when time flows abnormally, reverses, or jumps, the items remain aligned with normal time. The toolbox can be used across instances. Finally, please remember, the rules in the Rules Horror world are mostly correct. Follow the rules to survive to the end. Toolbox. This talent had been activated by 2 participants before, one of whom died in the first instance, and the other got lost in the second instance. It was widely considered the most useless talent, only slightly better than the failed activation. As of now, there has only been one failure in talent activation, a 70-year-old elderly person whose physical functions and mental strength had severely declined. It must be admitted that the majority of participants fall in the middle. Just like the talents activated in recent years, there have been more than 4,000 participants in the past half year, with over 30 types of talents activated, yet the strongest and weakest talents have been activated the least. The weakest talent, Toolbox, now includes Du, making it the 3rd activation. The strongest talent, Assimilation, has been successfully activated by 3 people. The most powerful among them got lost after completing the 7th instance and is currently the person with the most consecutive completions on Earth. Assimilation allows the talent holder to select an anomaly to assimilate. During assimilation, the anomaly becomes the talent holder, and the talent holder becomes the anomaly. Therefore, the talent holder can control the actions of the assimilated anomaly, and because of the anomaly's traits, the talent holder is immune to all pollution. However, when everyone thought the greatest danger for this pollution-free talent holder was being forcibly purified, that very talent holder fell into a trap and got lost in the horror world. Now, let's talk about the 4 possible outcomes participants may face in the rules horror instance: death, fall, lost, and completion. Death, as the name suggests, is when participants die in the rules horror world due to attacks from anomalies or other causes. Fall, when pollution reaches its peak and the participant completely turns into an anomaly. These 2 punishments are the same. The participant's country will face the punishment of anomaly invasion. Lost, when the participant chooses to stay in the rules horror world due to certain pollution levels or guidance from NPCs. In this case, the participant's country will face neither punishment nor reward. As for whether the lost participant turns into an anomaly or dies, no one knows, because once lost, they lose all contact with the original world. If the participant successfully completes the rules horror world without being completely polluted or lost, it counts as completing the instance. The participant's country will receive a reward of resources for successful completion. Indu closed his eyes and felt the connection with his toolbox. Then, a screwdriver appeared in his hand. With a quick turn, the screwdriver disappeared again. But just in that moment. Even the people watching the live broadcast outside, even if they hadn't heard the earlier voice, already knew what talent Indu had triggered. There's only one talent related to providing tools, and it's still the only one. It's actually a toolbox. It's over. I thought he was doing pretty well at first. I thought this time he'd definitely clear the level, but I didn't expect his talent to be so useless. The heavens are against me. Don't be so pessimistic. The last person who got the toolbox talent still managed to clear a level. He seems a lot smarter than that guy. Heh, you mean the one who got lost in the second level? To even get into the second level already puts you in the top 30% of participants. Statistically, more than 70% of players die in the first level. Out of 100 people, fewer than 30 make it to the second level. But other talents have cleared 2 or even 3 levels consecutively, while the person who got the toolbox talent, if it weren't for entering a multiplayer dungeon the first time and someone pulling him along, he wouldn't even have passed the first level. Indeed, right now this talent seems completely useless. It can't help participants clear any levels. By the way, has anyone figured out who this participant is? After entering this dungeon, everyone has to play the role of a younger sister. Not only do they have a different face, but their age and gender must also match the character of the younger sister, so we only know the participant's name is Indu, but we don't know if they're male or female, or how old they are. There are over 8,000 people named Indu nationwide, with more than 6,000 males and over 1,000 females. Statistically, it's more likely he's male. The authorities should be investigating. Once they find out which Indu is missing, they'll know who this one is. Holy crap, I think I know who it is. What? Who? My co-worker's name is Indu. He was supposed to come to switch shifts with me half an hour ago, but he still hasn't shown up. I've been calling him, but he's not answering. Can I ask, what do you do upstairs? I'm a security guard. I work during the day, he works at night. Huh, so he's a security guard. Hey, it's not that I look down on security guards. The guard next door has cleared the monster talk 3 times, but his talent is the magic shield, which can cancel out a weird attack or pollution once a day. It's like having an extra life every day. The magic shield is one of the top 5 talents. Actually, the most important thing is that he just happened to encounter a role-playing dungeon, and the security guard's physique and physical advantages are completely useless in the younger sister role. Plus his talent, it's just a hopeless combination. Don't say anymore. The more we talk about it, the more hopeless it gets. Those dogs will come back to watch the joke soon. Chapter 3, The Traps and the Rules. Indu didn't know how much shock his talent had caused for his country's people. After putting away the screwdriver, he started looking for the note again. The reminder he received after entering the world of Monster Talk brought him 2 pieces of information. One was the talent, and the other was the minimum condition for clearing the level. As long as he could survive for 7 days in this house, he would clear the level. The condition didn't seem too harsh, but without knowing all the rules of the house, surviving for 7 days was almost a fantasy. Moreover, surviving for 7 days was just the basic requirement to clear the level. According to the Monster Talk rules he had seen earlier, clearing the level only accounted for 20 to 40 points. To get a higher score for more rewards, or even to eliminate the Monster Talk already on Earth, he would need to find dungeon clues and solve the puzzles in the dungeon. Indu walked around the dining table, even checking under it, but didn't find the note. Finally, he turned his gaze to the black disinfection cabinet and the wall clock placed in 2 corners of the room. Regardless of whether the clock could hide something, just its strange appearance made Indu not want to touch it unless absolutely necessary. Indu jogged a few steps to the disinfection cabinet. This cabinet had 2 layers, and the bottom layer was a whole centimeter taller than his current height. On the upper layer, it seemed to be about 30 centimeters, still within Indu's range of vision. After getting closer, Indu finally noticed a gray paper tucked between the two layers. The color was so deliberate. Indu reached out and pulled the paper out. A happy 6-person family dining room. 6 rules, not long, now clearly marked an area he could not enter for the time being, the kitchen. No family members will return at noon from Monday to Friday. Although he didn't know what day it was, his older brother still had to go to school, which meant it was not the weekend. If no one is home at noon, mom will order takeout. The rules are not wrong, but that doesn't mean they aren't traps. Mom ordering takeout is real, and not being discovered alone in the house is also real, so he couldn't go take the takeout when he had no ability to protect himself. The fact that his family loves him and won't harm him does not mean they understand what harm is to him. Such a simple issue, he believed few of the chosen ones would fall for it. Unless another rule comes up, demanding that he must eat lunch or something. Indu's gaze finally stopped at Rule 4, do not let it discover you are at home. So, is there something hiding in the corner, spying on him? The house is safe, so it should not be in the house. Thinking this, Indu's gaze shifted toward the entryway blocked by the corner of the wall. A scene suddenly appeared in his mind, a blood-red eye pressed against the peephole, staring into the room with a hint of mockery. As long as he appeared within the range where he could be seen, that thing would break through the door and rush in front of him, showing him a strange smile. Or, there could be a blood-red eye squeezing through the 2 or 3 centimeter gap under the door, trying to see if anyone was moving inside. Just imagining these scenes sent chills down his spine. Turning his attention back to the layout of the house, he, being in the dining room, could not enter the kitchen, and excluding the clearly forbidden area, he would have to pass by the front door area no matter where he wanted to go, except for the public bathroom. This meant that without knowing if anyone was watching by the door, he was only restricted to the dining room area. Oh, and there's a bathroom. Indu tucked the gray paper into his toolbox and then stepped toward the bathroom next to the dining room. The sink was designed in an open style, large enough for 3 people to brush their teeth and wash their faces at the same time. The faucet was sensor-activated, and there was a large rectangular mirror in front of the sink. It looked somewhat like the restroom in a restaurant outside. Opposite the sink was the bathroom, and the door was closed tightly. A white paper was stuck to the door. Indu stepped forward to look at it. The happy 6-person family bathroom. Rule 3, the cleaning supplies at home are all placed in the public bathroom's utility room. Indu stared at the white paper with a sinking feeling, the rules feeling even more ominous now. He quickly scanned the second rule, and it made his blood run cold. If the exhaust fan was on before opening the door, that meant he shouldn't open it at all. His mind raced, what kind of place had a rule like that? What could possibly be waiting behind the door? And the part about giving up a body part for escape that didn't sit well with him. Could it be some kind of twisted game or a trap set up to catch him? The thought made his stomach churn, but he knew he couldn't ignore the rules, not now. Indu stepped back from the door, his hand tightening around the paper he had taken from the dining room. His mind started to race again, pulling him into a whirlwind of questions. The safety of the house depended on not being discovered, but how could he stay hidden without knowing who or what might be watching? Every detail seemed to suggest that he was being controlled, watched. Every corner of the house seemed to be part of a larger, invisible web, designed to catch him if he slipped up. They love you, he whispered to himself, but the words felt hollow. Did they really love him? Or was this all a game, and he was just a piece in it? His hand gripped the toolbox tighter as he thought about the next move. The bathroom was a no-go for now. The kitchen was off limits. He needed to find another way to figure out what was going on. Maybe there were more rules hidden around the house, waiting for him to discover them. Maybe the next rule would be the key. But for now, he was stuck in this terrifying waiting game. Indu exhaled sharply and turned away from the bathroom door, eyes scanning the room for any sign of movement or danger. The silence felt oppressive, as if the walls themselves were waiting for him to make a mistake. And deep down, Indu knew this was only the beginning. If you need to use it, knock 3 times, make sure there is no movement at all, then enter. Rule 4, tools borrowed from the tool room must be returned to their place. Rule 5, do the right thing in the right place, there is a toilet at home, do not poop or pee anywhere. Rule 6, at any time, make sure the time you enter a public toilet does not exceed 10 minutes, if it exceeds, before stepping out of the public toilet please make sure you are still in the original home. If you have already confirmed that you are not in the original home, please hide in the tool room until family members come to find you. You must make sure the ones looking for you outside are your family members, and not other. Still 6 rules, but this time the rules are one longer than the next, and very twisted. The danger hinted inside is even more impossible to ignore. Just talking about Rule 1, if he enters and finds bathing equipment, then he can neither find an adult nor hide in the living room, it is simply a dead road. As for the ones below, do not poop or pee anywhere and such. Behind every crazy rule there must be a crazy thing, should be that someone did something. And another danger in the toilet, the sound of the exhaust fan can be told apart at the door, this as long as you are careful will not be used against you. What really needs attention is that this rule does not stress public toilet, so it should apply to all toilets in the home. As for the tool room, as long as you act by the rules there will be no danger, it is even a safe zone. Only, under what situation would he stay in a public toilet for 10 minutes? Here you cannot even have paid toilet time. It always feels like being set up. Indu folded this note together with the grey note from just now and put them into the toolbox, just as he thought. Papers folded together only take one slot. He just does not know if he takes a backpack and puts some small items inside, can it also count as only one slot? After putting the note away, Indu moved close to the toilet door and listened for a while. There was no sound of an exhaust fan, but without knowing if there is bathing equipment he cannot go in. Indu turned around and looked at the mirror hanging above the sink. He took out a measuring tape from the toolbox and measured. This mirror is 1.5 meters long and almost 1 meter tall. It is a pretty good prop. Chapter 40 Error Tolerance Talent. The mirror in front of the sink is clearly stuck on with glass glue. After Indu decided to use this mirror, without another word he climbed onto the sink, took out a flathead screwdriver and stuck it into the gap between the mirror and the wall and started to pry. Taking off this kind of thing does not need too much strength, you just need to find the right place and scrape off the glass glue connecting the wall and the mirror. After spending some time, Indu finally made half of the mirror leave the wall. But it was also at this time that he finally realized one thing. If it were the old 1.8 meter tall him standing here, lifting this mirror would not be hard, but the current him, Indu looked at his small hands that still had soft dimples and fell into silence. He wants to use this mirror to block himself while running to the living room. The premise is that he can carry this mirror and move. Based on Indu's understanding of the rule, as long as it does not discover you at home, the real meaning is by no means that it cannot know you are at home. After all, the family all went out and only he did not go out. With a little attention one would know there is still a person at home. What is more, before going out mom even talked to him. So his being at home is itself already known. The real meaning of this rule is actually just like Schrodinger's cat. If you do not open the box you do not know if the cat is alive or dead. The cat is in a state that cannot be defined. By the same logic, as long as the strange thing does not see him with its own eyes inside the home, then his position cannot be defined. Indu sighed and touched the mirror under his hand, in the area he can move in now, only this thing can perfectly block him. User wants translations of Chinese stories into English with an emotional and evocative tone, ensuring direct translations of every word, while also using simple language for wide accessibility. Could it be that he is going to be trapped here until his family comes back? Indu's brow tightened. Initially, he hadn't given much thought to what kind of talent he had received. Even though the toolbox talent was always considered the most useless, he had always believed that a talent was like a tool. Whether it was useful or not depended not only on the talent itself but also on the person using it. But now, it seemed that the toolbox talent had quite a significant flaw in the early stages. Getting this talent was like starting with a zero tolerance beginning, one wrong step, and it would be catastrophic. Indu's mind flashed through all the tools, and finally, he pulled out a wrench. Waiting for death was not his style. Even if he couldn't go into the living room now, he still had to find a way to see what was happening at the entrance and in the living room. He used the wrench to pry off a corner of the mirror, then carried the mirror over to the corner of the wall. He remembered that when he came out of his room to head to the dining room, he had glanced at the entrance. At that time, he hadn't paid much attention, but now he could only vaguely recall that the door seemed to be reddish-brown. Whether there was a peephole, he hadn't really noticed. But now that he thought about it, something seemed strange. According to the rules he'd seen from the dining room, as long as he was found inside the house, he would be breaking the rules. If it was really watching him from the door to see if he violated the rules, then hadn't he already been spotted when he walked from his room to the dining room? So, was it possible that the door couldn't actually see inside the house? Was he just worrying for no reason? With this doubt in mind, Indu extended the mirror held by the wrench out from the corner of the wall. He had checked the angle of the mirror. Although part of him would be reflected in it, with the size of the mirror, from the door's position, it would only show a color block. Moreover, based on the information he'd gathered from watching live streams before, the monster could likely only see the wall through the mirror, not him. Indu braced himself, then stretched his hand out, but he never expected to see such a scene. Through the reflection in the mirror, the door was not the reddish-brown door he had imagined, but a steel bar gate. Through the gaps in the bars, he could clearly see a monster with loose hair squatting at the door. Its bone-white claws were hooked on a bar, and from beneath its hair, a blood-red eyeball stared intently at the mirror. As Indu observed it, his gaze inevitably met the monster's eye. Even though he knew that the monster could only see the wall through the mirror, Indu still felt a surge of terror. It was waiting for him to slip up. Indu was very clear that as long as he was seen, even just a finger, it would count as breaking the rules. Although I know there are many strange things in the world of creepy tales, I still get scared every time I see one. I have no doubt that if it weren't for the rules, the monster would have already ripped apart the bars and gotten right up in Indu's face. I was just wondering what he was prying at the mirror for. Turns out he was trying to see what was going on outside the door. Is Indu the first to discover the weirdness at the door? Yes, so far he's done well. It's a shame his talent is so useless. Even if he saw it, he has no solution. Indu quickly shifted his gaze away from the monster and, using the mirror, started to observe the entire entrance. At that moment, he noticed that there was a large reddish-brown door against the wall at the entrance. This door had no peephole and no cracks. Once it was shut, no one outside could spy on the inside of the house. When he had gone to the dining room earlier, he must have seen this door, which was why he hadn't violated the rules at that time. But before his family left, they had opened the door and forgot to close it. Indu adjusted the angle of the mirror and fixed it in place, ensuring that he could also keep an eye on the monster's movements outside the door from the window by the dining room. He bravely lifted a corner of the curtain. At first, he noticed that the restaurant curtains were never opened, and that no family member had ever pulled them back, even though the light was on and breakfast was being eaten in the morning. But none of the rules he had on hand mentioned the curtains, and the only thing he could think of was that the curtains were meant to keep it from noticing that he was in the house. The gap that Indu opened wasn't large, just enough to let a ray of sunlight in, and as soon as he let go, the curtain returned to its original position. In that brief second, his action seemed like a death wish. But it was in that same second that Indu noticed in the mirror that as soon as he opened the curtain, the monster at the door instantly disappeared, only to return once the curtain was pulled down again. Sure enough, this thing wouldn't miss any opportunity to see him. Indu pulled out a bundle of nylon zip ties from the toolbox and tightly connected the edges of the two restaurant curtains, then took out a roll of water tape, calculating the length before tying one end to the curtain and the other end to his hand. Both the restaurant and living room relied on the floor-to-ceiling window in the restaurant for light, and as soon as that curtain was lifted, it could be seen from both the restaurant and the living room. But the passage leading to the foyer was a blind spot. Indu wanted to use this time difference. When the monster ran to the floor-to-ceiling window to look for him, he would run to close the door. He connected the curtains with the nylon zip ties because he was afraid that when he pulled the curtain later, it might accidentally be pulled open, leaving him trapped in the passage to the foyer. This plan was risky. If his timing was off and the monster outside saw him, he would be finished, so even though he had prepared himself, Indu still hesitated to act. Finally, he let out a deep breath. Everyone who had been watching his live stream was holding their breath, waiting for him to make his move. He suddenly pressed his hands together, closed his eyes, and sincerely spoke, Goddess Nuwa, the Three Pure Ones, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother of the West, Emperor Ziwei, Emperor Changsheng, Buddha Tathagata, Guanyin Bodhisattva. Grandparents, Mom and Dad, please bless me from heaven. You show me this after taking off your pants? Did you hear what he prayed for? He prayed for peace of mind. Indu, I've prayed to every god I can think of, is it time for a little favor? After reciting a long list of gods whose origins and destinations he didn't know, along with his own family members, Indu hesitated no more. He reached up and pulled at the water tape tied to his hand. Watching in the mirror, the monster disappeared from in front of the door, and Indu immediately sprinted toward the door. As he got closer to the door, the water tape in his hand snapped, and the curtain in front of the restaurant floor-to-ceiling window slowly fell back into place. Indu pushed hard against the red-brown door. Bang! Crack! The door slammed shut with a loud noise, followed by the sound of something crashing into metal. Indu collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. It worked! After closing the door, at least for the day, he no longer had to worry about being targeted by that monster outside. Now, it was time to find new rules. Indu stood up and went to the living room. This time, he was careful not to look at the family portrait. He didn't have the ability to eliminate mental pollution, and looking at it a few more times might get him taken away. The rule for the living room was not hidden. It was right there on the TV cabinet. Indu picked up the piece of paper and saw the first rule written on it. Rule 1, you are a good baby. You will have 3 meals a day at the proper times, without making your family worry. Breakfast time, 7:40 to 8:40, lunchtime, 12 to 1300 hours, dinner time, 18 to 1900 hours. At this moment, Indu could feel his middle finger itching, clearly showing signs of not getting along with the other 4 fingers. Chapter 5, Emergency Response Bureau. Emergency Response Bureau for Strange Events. Has this child's information been retrieved? Xia Country asked in a low voice while sitting at the head of the conference table. It has been retrieved. In fact, before we even began searching, his information had already been exposed online. The person sitting to his left said. Xia Country's face darkened upon hearing this. What happened? His colleagues discovered he was missing and mentioned it in a live stream. That's when his entire background was dug up. Someone with their head lowered muttered this. Didn't I tell you to manage the comments in the live streams? How many times have I said, we can't afford to cause internal chaos while people are fighting on the front lines? Now this child's information has been completely leaked. And what about his family? Were they protected immediately? Xia Country asked sternly. He has no family. Someone else explained. Our online army has done their best to suppress it, but they still couldn't stop it. Lu Hui, head of the public opinion control team, said. Director, we really can't blame the public opinion control team. The economy has been bad in recent years, and after the bizarre incidents started happening, many already struggling companies went bankrupt. More people were left with nothing to do, and so more joined in to cause trouble. And unfortunately, we still don't have control over the live streams. The control over live streams had always been a big problem. Since the rule-breaking strange events started, these live streams, like a virus, forcefully infiltrated everyone's smart devices, not even sparing the most advanced models. No matter the age or mental state, anyone could log into the live stream and post anonymous comments. Our country should be one of the few that intervened officially as soon as possible to try to control public opinion, but we can only rely on online armies to flood the screens and shift the topics to manage the atmosphere of comments in the live streams. Everyone can see the efforts of our public opinion control team. We can't let this one incident negate everything. The reason we're bringing this issue up is to prevent this from happening again in the future. After hearing everyone's words, Xia Country glossed over the previous topic with a bureaucratic tone. This issue couldn't be solved just by effort, so wasting time at the top wasn't wise. The strange event has already been going on for 2 hours. How is the child performing? Du, male, 24 years old, has been working as a night security guard in an old residential area in Linen for 3 years. He graduated from Linen University with a degree in computer science. Before working as a security guard, he had been employed at a big company for 6 months. But after a family incident, he returned home and took a job as a guard in his own neighborhood. Hearing that Du went to university, the people in the room couldn't help but feel a bit more confident in him. It wasn't about discrimination based on education in front of the strange events, but because the education system in Long Country itself is a filtering mechanism. Anyone who could complete 9 years of compulsory education was at least literate and had basic logical thinking. Du had gone to university and studied computer science, so his logical thinking was certainly not an issue. He wouldn't make those elementary mistakes. But we don't know how these 3 years as a security guard have affected him. People who don't use their brains often find them becoming less sharp. Working as a night security guard in an old residential area, with no real social interactions and hardly any responsibilities, could easily make someone waste away. If someone was content with just coasting along in such a job, that would be fine. But unfortunately, Du had been selected for the rule-breaking strange events. This is not something to worry too much about. Du has a great reputation in the neighborhood. He's not the type to stay locked up at home. He works the night shifts as a guard, but during the day, he helps the elderly in the neighborhood by repairing various appliances. He changes light bulbs, fixes plumbing, repairs TVs, phones, and even elevators. When the mention of elevators came up, the reporter paused. Repairing elevators without a certificate is illegal. Anyway, this kid's mind is still sharp. Don't worry about it. The person who listened to the report spoke, and someone looking at the live broadcast muttered, I think I know why this kid's talent is a toolbox. A repairman having a toolbox, isn't that pretty normal? His voice wasn't loud, but because no one else in the meeting room was speaking, it still sounded unusually clear. Everyone in the room knew about Du's talent, but this talent really didn't have anything worth discussing, so no one brought it up. At this point, it seems that Du has no problem interpreting the rules, and he was the first to take a mirror and check the situation at the door. From his action, we can confirm that the true meaning of not being seen in the rules is simply that a person just needs to not be seen. Other than this, there aren't many clues available in the house at the moment. The leader of the analysis team said. The public opinion control team and the analysis team were the only 2 departments in the Strange Events Bureau that would continuously follow the paranormal live streams. The public opinion control team is responsible for real-time monitoring of the public opinion surrounding the country's talented individuals' paranormal live streams and online discussions, outsourcing water armies to clean up the comments in the paranormal live streams. The analysis team, on the other hand, needs to follow up on the clues in the paranormal instances of each country's live stream in real time. With only one clue for the country, they must make the most of it. When paranormal events first arrived, no one understood the rules. They thought the clue could be used to save the talented individuals' lives. But after the first rule-based paranormal event, they all realized that for a talented individual to survive in the rule-based paranormal world, they could only rely on themselves. If the talented individual doesn't try hard, even giving them 100 clues wouldn't be enough, let alone the fact that each instance only provides one clue. The true role of this clue should be to provide the talented individual with the information they missed out on, helping them get a higher clearance score, so that both the country and the talented individual can earn more rewards, assuming the individual survives. Of course, if the talented individual is truly in danger, they will send out a hint, but how much that will help ultimately depends on the talented individual themselves. The information we know now is that the basic clearance condition is to survive for 7 days. This instance is set in a scenario where a little girl doesn't need to go to school, so the talented individual will most likely be confined to the house. The family hasn't had much interaction so far. We can't confirm their attitude toward the talented individual, but the rules are clear: the family won't harm the little girl as long as the talented individual doesn't reveal their identity or violate the rules. The family won't pose a threat. When Indu left the room, he glanced at the family portrait on the wall. From his condition, it seems he had been affected by contamination. Additionally, we compared the family portrait with the family members at the dining table, confirming that the family members at the table were indeed the little girl's family. But there is something strange. The family at the table mostly looks very similar to the family in the portrait, but only the grandmother has noticeable changes. Her hair has turned more gray, and she's gained some weight. At the dining table, she also behaved a bit differently from the others. The leader of the analysis team paused for a moment after finishing speaking. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that the grandmother behaved differently from the other family members at the table. Unfortunately, there weren't enough clues, so they had guesses but couldn't make conclusions about what these differences meant. This still comes down to insufficient family information, so we can't make a conclusion. The last point, which we think is more important, is the clock in the dining room. The clock in the dining room doesn't show the time, but when Indu's alarm clock showed 8 o'clock, the dining room clock struck 9 times. Normally, a clock strikes once every half hour, and at the top of the hour, it strikes as many times as the hour. For the clock to strike 9 times at 8 o'clock, there are only 2 possibilities. There is another function for this pendulum clock. Above are all the pieces of information our analysis team has gathered so far. Chapter 6, Appetizer. The Happy Family of 6 Living Room. Rule 1, you are a good baby, and your meals will be on time, so you won't make the family worry. Breakfast time, 7:40 to 8:40, lunchtime, 12 to 1300 hours, dinner time, 18 to 1900 hours. Rule 2, the family photo is very important, don't look at the family photo. Rule 3, you can watch 2 hours of TV every day, and if the TV won't turn on, you can ask dad for help. Rule 4, older brother will finish school 2 hours earlier on Friday afternoon. When you hear your brother knocking on the door, you must open it within 20 minutes. Rule 5, there are no human-shaped dolls in the house, you have not seen any human-shaped dolls. Don't mention them, don't look at them. Rule 6, there are only you and your older brother as children in the house. No other children will come to play with you. If you hear an invitation to play, please ignore it. Rule 7, you have learned to take care of yourself and won't cry just because you're home alone. If you hear someone crying when you aren't crying, quickly leave the room where the sound is coming from. Rule 8, the scattered toys in the living room and dining room must be picked up before 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. Rule 9, 1 p.m. 3 p.m. is nap time. You will go back to your room to rest. During nap time, no matter what sounds you hear in the house, don't pay attention to them. The house only has you in it, nothing else can make any noise. Rule 10, your family loves you. If you have difficulties, you can ask your family for help, but 10 rules, and some of them feel incredibly strange. Indu was not surprised. Or rather, this is the kind of bizarre rule talk he was familiar with. Compared to these, the previous 3 sets of rules were like appetizers, and only the one for the bathroom had a bit of meat. Moreover, the last rule of this set had been crossed out. Indu sat down on the sofa while pulling out the previous note, but just as he pulled out the paper, he suddenly felt a hard bump on his back. In an instant, Indu straightened his back, his previously relaxed body becoming stiff. He had just glanced at the sofa and was sure that there wasn't even a pillow on it. What is behind me now? Nothing happened when he touched it, which meant he hadn't broken the rule yet. Indu tightly clenched the paper in his hand and quickly scanned through the rules. Although he had just tried to memorize the rules, the sudden scare completely bewildered him. He couldn't remember a single rule. Looking closely, the rule related to the situation was probably the one about dolls. So, is there a doll behind me now? The rule says, do not see any dolls, and it even emphasizes not to look. If there really is a doll behind him now, he just needs to ignore it. But what if this doll appears in his line of sight? He couldn't possibly control his eyes to blur the image, could he? Indu furrowed his brows, and just as he was puzzled, a child's voice suddenly came from his left. Sister, come play hide and seek. Sister, sister. He couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl, but the voice kept calling him, so close. If the hard object behind him was like a sharp knife, the voice beside him was like a death curse. All of this made Indu feel like there was a pair of eyes in the darkness, watching him, enjoying his struggle. Cold sweat appeared on Indu's palms, and even though he knew that as long as he didn't break the rules, nothing would happen, the feeling of fear didn't lessen. There are no. Indu looked at the note in his hand and whispered to himself. Halfway through, his voice suddenly stopped. The rule said, don't mention, don't look. This should be connected with the previous statement. There are no dolls in the house, don't mention the word doll, and even if you see a doll, you must pretend you didn't see it. Ignore it, and to do so, he cannot define this thing, cannot remember what it looks like. When the doll appeared in front of him, he needed to immediately shift his gaze. This was too difficult. It would have been fine if he didn't recognize the doll, but it's hard to recognize something you don't know because there's no corresponding concept in your mind. At this moment, the memory he had always been proud of instead made Indu a little worried. However, while he was thinking, the voice that had been inviting him to play hide and seek disappeared. Only a sound came from the direction of the restaurant, which sounded like a child playing with toy cars or something similar. Indu didn't dare look up. Instead, he tried to ignore the sensation behind him and continued analyzing the rules. This time, 3 rules involved time. The one closest to him was Rule 8, the scattered toys in the living room and the restaurant must be cleaned up before 11 o'clock in 1600 hours. He had just checked the living room and the restaurant and found no scattered toys, but now it might be different. After all, there was a little ghost playing with toys not far from him. Thinking of this, Indu quickly checked the time. It was already past 10:20, and there was still a lot of time before the required 11 o'clock. Indu wasn't really a child. It wasn't hard to clean up the toys within the required time, but the challenge was, what if something kept playing with toys until 11 o'clock? What would he do if he cleaned up, and the other person just took them out to play again? Moreover, this time point, as the rule clearly stated, was 11 o'clock. Does this mean he only needs to clean up before 11 o'clock and ensure he passes that point? After all, the rule didn't specify the condition of the toys at 11:01. If that's the case, it would be much easier. Just as Indu thought this, a drawer of the TV cabinet was pulled open, and then 4 boxes floated into the air, opening to release many blocks that fell like flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden, big and small, scattered across the empty space in front of the TV. As the blocks fell, the air was filled with the sound of a mischievous child joyfully scattering them. Indu forced a smile. He was afraid that if he didn't try hard enough, he'd want to hit that little ghost. Stay calm. He couldn't win, and even if he could, he couldn't reach them. Besides, from the earlier commotion, he hadn't seen anything other than the blocks. Indu's gaze once again swept across all the rules, ensuring he had remembered everything, and only then did he stand up. He didn't immediately go to clean up the blocks in the living room, instead, he wandered around the restaurant. But there was nothing in the restaurant. He couldn't see any toys at all. Where was the little car the child was playing with earlier? Indu circled around twice, confirming that there were indeed no toys in the restaurant, and only then did he return to the living room to begin cleaning up the blocks. He was very careful while picking up the blocks, not daring to glance around. Once something resembling a doll entered his sight, he would quickly squint his eyes and narrow his field of vision. Thus, he cautiously gathered all the blocks together. But the biggest task was yet to come. Each box of these blocks was a series, and Indu didn't know if the cleaning up meant putting the blocks back into their correct boxes, but he didn't dare take any chances. It was too slow to determine by stacking the blocks. In fact, there was a simple method to separate each set of blocks. The blocks made at different times had different colors. Currently, it was hard for the industry to make exact matches of colors. Even if the color formula was recorded, slight errors in the material quantities or differences in the timing when different materials were mixed would cause color discrepancies. Using this method, except for the black and white blocks, all the other colored blocks could be distinguished. At this point, by combining the model diagrams on the block boxes, he could quickly categorize the models. When Indu focused on doing something seriously, his attention would be highly concentrated. He rarely paid attention to other things around him. So when a doll holding a small knife stood in his field of vision, he directly swept it away while reaching for the building blocks because it blocked his view. In such a rush, he finally organized and put back 4 boxes into the TV cabinet within 20 minutes. At this time, there were still about 10 minutes until 11. After closing the cabinet, Indu stood in front of it for a while, unsure if the invisible brat would come again if he didn't guard these building blocks. He had no time to clean up again, but he didn't want to stay here forever. Thinking this, Indu silently took out a hammer and some nails. Don't be afraid, it's not meant to hit you. Chapter 7 The Emperor Arrives. Indu looked at the cabinet sealed by 13 nails, a satisfied smile forming on his lips. He didn't believe that the brat could still mess with him now. Now that the brat problem was resolved, Indu began to search through the living room. He remembered that he needed to have lunch between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock, but lunch was not yet in sight. Considering the existence of that monster outside, getting takeout ordered by his mom was impossible, so he had to search at home for something to eat for lunch. Unfortunately, after rummaging through the living room, he didn't find any bread or snacks. Seeing this, Indu didn't panic. There were still many rooms in the house that he hadn't checked, and he didn't believe that all the edible things were in the kitchen. With this thought, his eyes scanned the positions of several rooms. Currently, the room he passed in the morning still seemed the safest, and the rules also stated that he needed to return to his room for a nap in the afternoon. So, it would be best if he could get the rules of that room now. Of course, it would be great if he could find lunch there directly. Since the arrival of the Rule Monster, every country has been forced to join this game. After the first round of Rule Monster side quests ended, 3 small countries directly perished because of it. The fear that had not yet subsided was continuously amplified by hallucinations and sounds. This prevented them from leaving the room in time. Some were scared to death by the image of their family at the table, breaking the rules of the game. By the time the rules of the strange tale began to awaken the talents of the gifted, the number of newcomers had already been reduced by half. In the neighboring house, a gifted newcomer named Inanaki Takaro, who was living a good life, managed to survive until his family left home, activating his talent called Rule Breaker. When the people he lived with knew that his talent was Rule Breaker, they felt somewhat disappointed because this talent was barely above average among many others. Rule Breaker allows the gifted to choose a rule to interpret and crack the pattern each day. Upon receiving the rules of the dining room, Inanaki Takaro immediately used Rule Breaker on Rule 4. After using Rule Breaker, other words appeared on the back of the note. It is not at home, do not let it see you at home. It will stand guard at a place where it can see the home for 18 minutes every 20 minutes, and patrol for 2 minutes. Seeing the deciphered words, Inanaki Takaro smiled. Yoshi, I got an important clue. The reason Rule Breaker was rated average by netizens was not that it was a bad talent, but because the gifted had to use it in the right place. If the wrong rule was chosen to crack, it would waste the talent and yield useless information. Fortunately, Inanaki Takaro didn't make a foolish mistake. He clearly chose the most dangerous rule in the dining room to analyze, placing himself in a favorable position from the start. Inanaki Takaro had also analyzed that the most likely place it could see the inside of the house was from the room that exited his own. He remembered that the curtains had not been drawn that morning when he walked out. And he noticed that the front door of the house did not have a peephole when he left his room. It could never see the situation inside the house through the front door. After confirming all this, Inanaki Takaro confidently walked toward the living room. As he passed the entrance, the official from Litben urgently used their only reminder, Inanaki-kun, don't go there, the door is open, and it is right at the entrance. Clean the bowl and take it to the wall to observe the door's situation. Be cautious in the world of the strange tale. When the official clicked to send a reminder, time within the strange tale paused for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, the official had to type the reminder as quickly as possible, and the gifted could feel the time freeze, so if the official was fast enough, the gifted still had some time to digest the hint given. Inanaki Takaro had previously watched live streams of the strange tale, so he understood that the pause in time meant the official was giving him a hint. His arrogance blinded him to the fact that it was because he was walking towards death that the official had sent the reminder. When he received the hint, he realized he had just miscalculated, but his first reaction was not to reflect on himself. Instead, he felt humiliated and thought he had lost face. Of course, I know it's at the door, I wasn't planning to walk directly toward it. The official wasted a precious reminder opportunity. Inanaki Takaro said loudly. A discerning person could tell at a glance that he had been completely unprepared to walk into the area where the door could be seen. However, many netizens from Litben preferred to deceive themselves rather than accept this reality, still commenting in the livestream. Inanaki-kun is right, he was just planning to walk to the wall and wait for it to leave before going to the living room. The official was too impulsive and wasted a reminder opportunity. Exactly. Inanaki-kun received an extra hint, he knows it is right at the door. The official has messed up this time with their hints. From now on, we can't clear the level with a high score, and it's all the official's fault. The official's reminder was timely. I hope everyone doesn't deceive themselves. For the sake of our country, let's face this rationally. Damn, the officials are just useless. Be rational, Inunagi-kun clearly made a mistake. The official should come out and apologize. They say you can't wake someone who pretends to be sleeping. I've seen it for myself. It's clear that Litben is living too well and wants to find some excitement for himself. This matter is hard to judge. That dog owner was persuaded to leave without breaking any rules, so now they can say whatever they want. Those hateful Dragon Country people are just jealous that our Inunagi-kun has a better talent than their gifted ones. Exactly. Dragon Country people, get out of our live stream. That talent from Dragon Country got such trash talent, death is only a matter of time. They can only deceive themselves, and that's why they cannot wish Inunagi-kun well. Dragon Country people, get lost. We don't welcome you in our live stream. Ha, what do you mean your live stream? This is the live stream of the Rule Curious Tales, and not only am I not leaving, but I also want to stir things up. I originally wanted you to be rational, but since you have this attitude, don't blame us. This incident was initially just Litben deceiving himself, but when the Dragon Country netizens who wanted to join in were scolded, things changed. Dragon Country netizens made a call online in their country, and many viewers came to Litben's livestream to support. The Public Opinion Control Group from the Strange Affairs Bureau also noticed this incident. At this moment, a young man named Xiao Xiao suddenly had an idea. Using hired commenters to control the comments in the Dragon Country livestream is indeed effective, but there are just too many Dragon Country people, making it hard to control. But what if we could send out those keyboard warriors who love chatting with others and exchanging different opinions? Xiao Xiu is a man of action. As soon as he has an idea, he immediately prepares a plan to submit to the leader. He hopes to form a great online army to take keyboard warriors to other live streams to weaken the combat power of the keyboard warriors in the Dragon Country livestream. This method of shifting the trouble had the approval of the public opinion control group's leader, who even requested skilled linguists from above so Xiao Xiu could lead the team to complete this task. Thus, a network army called the Great Emperor emerged, sweeping into Litban's livestream first. Anyone in the correct position can be useful in some way. Chapter 8, Grandmother's Portrait. Indu has always been a man of action. After deciding to head to the room he was passing, he put away his tools and walked towards it. However, when he reached the door, the action of opening it became incredibly slow. In fact, he remembered that the curtains in that room were not drawn. It was the only place in the house he had passed that could see sunlight. At that time, he had not seen the rule cannot be discovered by it, but one thing was clear, he had not violated any rules. The fact that he was still standing here is proof of that. Such a situation likely meant there were other rules in that room restricting it. Even though reason led him to analyze this, fear and worry still lingered in his heart. Fortunately, when he entered the room, nothing unusual happened. Indu observed the room again. The curtains were still not drawn, but as noon approached, sunlight only lingered on the balcony. There were more clothes hanging on the balcony than when he had gotten up in the morning. They should have just been hung out to dry. Additionally, there was a dressing table in this room that he had overlooked in the morning, and it was very neat. Before obtaining the rules about this room, Indu didn't dare to touch anything inside, so he had to rely on his eyes to search for the rules. But after walking around the room, he could only say that it was really clean. He didn't see anything related to the rules at all. At that moment, Indu suddenly remembered the rules stuck to the ceiling in his room. With his current height, as long as he didn't intentionally look up at the ceiling, it was completely in his blind spot. Indu hurriedly looked up at the ceiling, but there was nothing there. However, as he looked up, he noticed the picture hanging by his bed clearly had words written on it. The rules were actually on the photo. What a sneaky trick! He had been warned in the living room not to look at the family portrait, so upon entering this room, he had subconsciously avoided that picture. Indu quickly walked over to take a look. A happy family of 6, Grandma's room. Rule 1, Grandma's room must always be kept tidy. Rule 2, the curtains in the room should never be drawn, and after the sun sets, stay away from the balcony. Rule 3, do not look at the night sky. Rule 4, check the medicine cabinet at home every day. If any medicine needed by Grandma is lacking, remind family members to replenish it. Rule 5, do not return to your room unless you need rest. Rule 6, Grandma's room is the safest place in the house, but you must ensure. Indu silently recited the rules twice and memorized them, then curiously looked at the photo. So far, the photo did not seem to have any harmful effects on him, but deliberately turning away from it felt suspicious. The rules didn't mention anything about the photo. In the world of bizarre rules, as long as you didn't break any rules, there would be no danger. Indu took off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, and, at his height, could just touch the photo by standing on the bed. He didn't hesitate and directly took the photo down, flipping it over. What came into his view was a black and white portrait, which typically has only one purpose, to serve as a memorial photo. So this was a memorial photo of Grandma. Indu opened the frame and took out the white paper with the rules written on it, carefully putting it away. After restoring the memorial photo to its original state, he began searching the room. Grandma's room was certified by the rules as the safest room, although one condition was hidden. But since it couldn't peek into the balcony of the room, it seemed the rules were in effect. So next, he just needed to ensure that certain things did not change. Indu first flipped through the dressing table, but the drawers contained talcum powder, cooling oil, and other items that seemed to be for his use. Apart from the pillow and blanket, there were no extra items on the bed. Now, the only place left to hide things in the room was the wardrobe. The left side of the wardrobe had a normal layout, filled with clothes, while the right side was divided into 4 compartments. Starting from the bottom up, the first compartment contained a large medicine box, a can of oatmeal, and a can of unsweetened milk powder. The second compartment had yarn and needles on the left, and paper money on the right. The third compartment was stacked with thick clothing. Indu couldn't see what was in the fourth compartment from his height. He could only look at the dark area above, feeling inexplicably anxious. It looked like he would need to find an opportunity to check what was up there. Indu noted this down in his mind. Now, following the rules, he needed to check the medicine cabinet first. It's strange why this medicine cabinet is in Grandma's room instead of the living room. While opening the medicine cabinet, Indu silently complained to himself. However, after opening it, he felt he probably understood the reason. The first layer of the medicine cabinet mostly contained medications for children and various treatments for injuries. The second layer held 2 boxes of metformin and a vial of insulin. Diabetes? Upon seeing the insulin, Indu instantly understood what illness Grandma had. Indu checked the 2 boxes of metformin. Both boxes were brand new. According to the dosage in the instructions, it should normally last for 7 days. As for the insulin, Indu picked up the clearly opened insulin vial. From the scale, there is only 0.5 milliliters left, enough for 2 to 3 more injections. Indu tidied up the medicine box and then took out oats and milk powder from the wardrobe. As he pulled out the oats, a note fell to the ground at Indu's feet. Indu immediately picked up the note. Can only eat beef, vegetables, and grains. A baffling sentence, with no clarity on whether it is a rule. However, speaking of grains, Indu sadly put the milk powder back into the wardrobe. It seems that for lunch, he can only eat plain oats. The talent user next door died. Which next door? Bar 3 Nation, the talent user who always hid in Grandma's room. Didn't someone say he found a shortcut to clear it? Is there something dangerous in Grandma's room? Just look at what others wrote online. ACI9 is a talent user from Bar 3 Nation, whose talent is pollution purification. This talent automatically purifies 30 points of pollution value every day for the user. When a person's pollution value exceeds 60, they begin to feel disoriented and occasionally hear seductive whispers. When the pollution value exceeds 90, hallucinations may even appear before their eyes. When the pollution value exceeds 120, the body begins to mutate. When the pollution value reaches 150, a person will completely alienate and suffer a fall into despair. From this perspective, the pollution purification talent is quite powerful. However, pollution purification can only eliminate pollution, while there are many rules in the game that, once violated, lead to immediate death, without any chance of being polluted. Like Indu's talent, the margin for error is low, so this talent is not highly rated, only slightly better than Indu's Toolbox, ranking 3rd from the bottom. ACI is low caste, and the activated talent is the universally recognized 3rd from the bottom pollution purification, instantly filling Bar 3's livestream with mocking voices. As expected of a low caste, only able to activate such trash skills. Damn it, we are going to be killed by this lowly beast again. This guy is the garbage man responsible for cleaning up trash here. Why does the world of twisted rules always choose such people to represent our country? God, our future is once again in the hands of a slave, unbelievable. Any other countryman who entered Bar 3's livestream could only feel incredulity. There were very few people defending the talent user in the livestream, and the entire comments section was filled with insults. They should be thankful that their talent user wouldn't see these comments in the world of twisted rules. But when they saw Assie's performance in the twisted rules, they were momentarily speechless. ACI opened his eyes and saw a note on the ceiling. He stumbled over the words written on it. I cannot rest in my room. ACI is exactly the kind of person that every country fears being drawn illiterate. Fortunately, ACI misreading the rules actually helped him. He got scared and ran out of his room. After reaching the dining room, he, who was usually timid, didn't dare to lift his head, sat down at the dining table after greeting anyone, and faced the white rice pushed over by Grandma. He didn't dare to refuse and buried his head to eat, being the earliest to finish eating at home. After seeing him finish his meal, Grandma called him to the room before leaving the house and instructed, "There are oats in my wardrobe, wait until noon 12 to take out the oats to eat. Today is Thursday, we won't be home during the day. If you are scared alone, lock the door of this room, don't leave this room until Grandma comes back, understand?" "Got it, Grandma," ACI replied. Chapter 9 Try to pick the lock. ACI indeed obediently did not leave Grandma's room, but staying in the room made him feel incredibly bored. In the past, he would wake up early and work in the sewers for at least 12 hours every day. Every month, there must be someone on duty so that everyone can rest for a day. Suddenly having such a long time to himself, he found it a bit hard to adjust. Yassi also didn't dare to touch anything in the room, just sitting quietly on the bed. After a while, he began to feel sleepy, but the sunlight in the room was very bright. Habitually, he thought he should pull the curtains shut, so he did just that. As the gray curtains covered the entire balcony, the room fell into darkness. Yassi's live streaming room also turned into night vision mode. At this moment, Yassi had yet to realize the severity of the situation. He rubbed his eyes and felt his way toward the edge of the bed. But everyone watching the livestream could clearly see, after the room fell dark, figures that should have been outside appeared in the corners. Except for Grandma, Mom, Grandpa, Dad, and brother each occupied a corner. They stared at Yassi with a hair-raising gaze, their pupils slowly growing larger, filling their eyes, their mouths twisted into grinning smiles reaching almost to their ears. Yassi, unaware, lay down on the bed. After he got on the bed, everyone's expressions completely turned pitch black. Mom raised a kitchen knife and walked toward the bed. "Today, we have meat to eat." Brother laughed happily upon seeing Mom's actions. Hearing the sound, Yassi's body trembled and he jumped up from the bed. Who? No one answered him. Dad stepped forward and pressed Yassi down. Mom swung the knife hard toward Yassi's arm. Red blood splattered onto Mom and brother, they appeared in red in the darkness as if died. Yassi faced the two twisted figures, eyes wide open, fearfully collapsing. The live streaming room of Basandwa showed Yasi lying on the bed for less than a second, his limbs intact, nearly wide-eyed and terrified. Then, the live streaming room completely fell into darkness. Indu returned to the dining room with oatmeal. At this time the mischievous child had given up destroying the sealed cabinet, and the house fell into silence again. There was still some time before 12 o'clock, and Indu prepared a bowl of oatmeal and put the whole can of oatmeal into his toolbox before arriving at the door of Grandma's room. He wanted to investigate the household rules before the other family members returned. Based on the current layout of the house, he guessed this was Grandpa and Brother's room. Brother was about the same age as him. If they played together, they would likely run around in these two rooms. Thinking this, Indu reached out, grabbed the doorknob, and pulled it toward him while pushing against the door. However, the door in front of him didn't budge. Is it locked? Indu tiptoed and tried a couple of times. It really is locked. Other than Grandma's room, all the other rooms are locked. Don't try. Upstairs, is there a chance he can't see you here? These rooms should only be opened at night, or by finding the keys. But if family members allow the gifted person into the room at night, and the gifted person doesn't know the rules, it could be dangerous. Aren't these strange occurrences looking for that effect? Indu looked up at the door lock. It was the most ordinary type of A-level lock. After confirming, Indu took out a flathead screwdriver and a piece of wire from his toolbox. He bent the wire into a shape similar to an S, then held the wire in his left hand and poked it into the door lock while inserting the screwdriver into the lock with his right hand. His left hand kept twisting left and right, and when he felt a springy resistance, his right hand turned the screwdriver clockwise, successfully unlocking the door. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, and Indu moved skillfully, completely unlike a novice. Are we sure he is a security guard and not a locksmith? Upstairs really is euphemistic. I think his height still limits his performance. Indu's mouth curved slightly upward, his mood very pleasant, but his movements were sincere. He pushed the door open a crack. Looking through the gap, the room was completely dark. Either the curtains were drawn, or there were no windows at all. However, the room did not have the lights on like the living room and dining room, so Indu did not dare to enter directly. He took a screwdriver and stuck it into the crack of the door, poking toward the upper right corner, trying to see if he could turn on the light. While he was continuously poking upward with the screwdriver, he suddenly felt the sensation of being watched. Indu's movements became a bit stiff, and he slowly raised his head, only to see a glowing red eye peering at him from the top of the door crack. Because the room was too dark, Indu could not see its appearance clearly. His hand holding the screwdriver started to tremble, as time seemed to freeze at this moment. But a few seconds later, Indu realized that this thing did not attack him. He had not violated any rules. Once he confirmed this, his actions became bolder again, and his trembling hand struggled to poke the screwdriver against the wall next to him. After a while, he still did not find the light switch, but he heard the sound of the doorbell coming from the entrance. Indu immediately pulled back the screwdriver, looked back at that eye, and without hesitation shut the door. The doorbell continued ringing non-stop, but Indu could not go get the delivery. He returned to the dining table and began to eat oatmeal, and after finishing, he went to the living room to drink water. During this time, the doorbell still rang. The doorbell rang for a total of 10 minutes before it finally stopped. Indu had no curiosity to peek out the door. He returned to the door and continued to try to turn on the light, this time switching to a longer screwdriver. The red eye still appeared as soon as he inserted the screwdriver into the door crack. All other talented individuals who discovered the monsters by the door opened it at 12:18. They moved either slowly or quickly, but all brought the delivery inside their homes within 2 minutes, closing the door again before the monster returned. The delivery varied based on different countries' eating habits, but all consisted of chicken and pasta. Inuit Takaro received a serving of chicken white soup ramen, with a generous amount of chicken on top. The whole dish looked delicious, and Inuit Takaro was very satisfied, but those watching the livestream from Longwood turned pale at this scene. Quick reminder, cannot eat chicken. The only reminder has already been used, now we can only rely on Inuit-kun himself. Hope Inuit-kun doesn't love eating chicken. This isn't about liking or not liking, this delivery is a trap. Don't you remember one rule is to not waste food? No, that rule states only vegetables and grains can be eaten. The subject has been crossed out, so it doesn't necessarily refer to the talented individuals. In the live stream of Liben, discussions erupted, but none of this stopped Inuit Taro from reaching for the chicken. In fact, the first thing he picked up was the chicken. He took a bite of the chicken, then exclaimed dramatically, "So delicious! I have arrived in heaven." Then he quickly finished the delivery. The whole process was fast, but there was no change in Inuit Taro. Look, nothing happened at all. That rule's subject wasn't the talented individuals. The live stream and Liben began to discuss again. Chapter 10 Pollution. Indu poked with the screwdriver for a few minutes, during which the viewers watched for a few minutes. However, Indu had things to do and did not pay attention to the eye that kept staring at him, while the viewers were different. They occasionally met that red eye and saw the accumulated anger within it. If not bound by the rules, Indu would probably have been torn to pieces by now. After a long time, Indu finally succeeded in pressing the light switch in the darkroom with the screwdriver. As the lights turned on, the red eye in the crack of the door no longer shone, but it still occupied the doorway. From outside looking in, a massive black shadow blocked the entrance. Even though the red eye, now devoid of light, had become a common doll's eyeball, Indu, small in stature, standing outside the door still felt a sudden weight of pressure. Indu tried pushing the door inward, and with that, the huge creature fell over. Looking from outside into the room, it was clear that it was a giant stuffed brown bear. Indu stood at the door and glanced around the room. It was much larger than Grandma's room, likely because it wasn't divided into two rooms. There were two large beds, each 1.5 meters wide, in the room, and from the doorway, he could see a desk cluttered with textbooks. Next to the desk was a wooden shelf, adorned with decorative carvings and a number of toy models. Indu's gaze lingered on a toy car for a moment, then turned to a golden little pig. A piggy bank. It seemed like it should belong to his cheap brother. This should be his brother and grandfather's room. Indu cautiously stepped into the room, deliberately stepping on the paw of the brown bear to confirm nothing happened before he felt safe to proceed. For now, it seemed that as long as the light was on, this brown bear would turn back into an ordinary toy. Of course, this was just his guess. Accurate information still had to wait until he found the rules. Indu first approached the desk, looking at the textbooks carelessly strewn upon it. Could it be that his brother didn't bring textbooks to class? Or were these first-grade textbooks no longer of use? Indu's gaze swept over the desk, seriously trying to find anything that carried the rules. But at that moment, a shadow was cast over the desk, enveloping Indu in darkness. He quickly turned to look, only to see that the brown bear, which should have been lying on the ground, was now standing behind him again. In an instant, Indu's pupils widened, and he hurriedly moved aside to keep out of the bear's shadow. The toy had surprisingly moved again. Why? He hadn't found the room's rules yet, and this incident made Indu reluctant to stay in the room any longer. Just then, the alarm clock he had left in the toolbox went off loudly. Unbeknownst to him, it was already close to 1 o'clock, nap time had arrived. Indu rushed out of the room towards Grandma's room. After discovering the nap rules, he had set the alarm for 12:50 to avoid missing it while doing other things. In this room, deemed the safest by the rules, he calmed his emotions and set a new alarm before cautiously returning to his own room and locking the door. His room was unchanged apart from a neatly folded set of clothes on the bed, just like in the morning. Indu put the clothes into the wardrobe and then lay down on the bed, his gaze instantly meeting the note on the ceiling. So far, the rules in his room were the simplest, yet they directly restricted what he could do inside. Doing anything besides resting couldn't exceed 5 minutes, he could only sleep or daydream in the room. Indu closed his eyes, trying to fall asleep quickly. He had a feeling that this nap would be anything but simple. If he couldn't sleep, the next 2 hours would be pure torture. Just like that, his consciousness began to blur, and in this haze, he started to feel as if someone was standing by the bedside near the wardrobe. That person didn't speak, just standing there quietly, causing Indu to be startled and completely lose his sleepiness. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the living room, as if something was continuously banging against the floor. The sound continued non-stop, giving Indu no chance to sleep. Because he felt that there was still a person standing by the bedside, Indu didn't even dare to turn over, lying stiffly on his back. After a while, the noise from the living room finally weakened, but this was not the end of everything, because the sound coming from the living room turned into a noisy crowd, and it was more than one person. It was like a group of people were having a party in the living room. At this moment, the person by the bedside seemed to move, going around to the other side of the bed. Indu hurriedly pretended to be unconscious and turned over, facing away from the person by the bed. Relax, relax, as long as I fall asleep, everything will be fine, this is just an illusion. Indu constantly reassured himself in his heart. But the noise in the living room was too loud, and he couldn't help but listen. He even vaguely felt that his bedroom door was opened, and someone was standing at the door looking towards the bed. Learning to ignore this feeling was difficult. Indu wished someone would hit him on the head to make him fall asleep completely. Fortunately, he didn't suffer for long. This body seemed to adapt to sleeping at this time, and despite the tension, his energy finally couldn't hold up and he fell asleep completely. When the alarm clock woke Indu, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Just after waking up, Indu didn't really think about what happened before sleeping. He opened his eyes and sat up before remembering the feeling of being watched. Indu quickly looked around the entire room. The room was no different from before he fell asleep, and the door was safely closed. He flung the door open, and it was still locked from the inside. As expected, those feelings before sleeping were all illusions. Damn it, won't this happen every time I sleep? If it keeps happening, I'll lose my mind sooner or later. Indu sighed while walking out of the room. He needed to wash his face to wake up. Instead of going into the bathroom he had never entered, Indu chose the public restroom next to the dining area. However, this reminded him that he also needed to find out the rules for the restroom next to his room, because he should shower in that room at night. Inyanai Takaro safely ate the chicken, making many people feel that the paper slip found by Indu, which could only eat beef, vegetables, and grains, was not limiting the talented ones, but someone in the house. But when Inyanai Takaro took his afternoon nap, they realized they were wrong. In the world of Rule Strange Tales, there is a danger that is often overlooked: pollution. Most of the previous failures didn't even wait to fill their pollution value before dying under other rules, leading many to ignore the threat of pollution. The rules found by Inyanai Takaro were only missing the rules from his grandmother's room compared to Indu. He lay down in bed as required before 1 p.m. But as soon as the clock struck 1 p.m., his room was no longer quiet. No, the whole house was no longer quiet. Not only was there a sound of crashing from the living room, but even his bed felt the vibrations. In addition, Inyanai Takaro felt surrounded by a group of people beside his bed. The feeling of danger made Inyanai Takaro break out in a cold sweat. He nervously clutched the blanket and could not truly rest. After a while, he even felt someone lying beside him, a weight on his body, something brushing against his cheek. Inyanai Takaro could no longer lie still calmly in bed. He opened his eyes, screamed, threw back the blanket, and ran towards the door. His hands trembled violently. He tried several times but failed to open the door, and after bumping a few times, he realized he had locked the door after entering the room. Inyanai Takaro's sweating hands shakily unlocked the door. But when he opened the door, what he saw was not another bright room. It was not a warm room, but a cold, eerie one. In this moment, Inukai Takakuro dared not move forward anymore. He kept retreating, trying to lock the door again, but behind him was only a wall. With no way to retreat, Inukai Takakuro could only crouch down in terror on the floor. Chapter 11, Mr. Bear. Inukai Takakuro crouched by the wall, completely frightened and passed out. Once he fainted, those watching in his livestream saw the terrifying images fade away. Inukai Takakuro lay horizontally in the middle of the door, his face pale, though his chest still rose and fell. Everything just now was an illusion. Why did the illusion suddenly appear? Didn't Inukai follow the rules and sleep properly? Earlier, a gifted person received a note that recorded the mutations that happen when pollution levels reach a certain point. When the pollution level reaches 90, hallucinations will occur. If the pollution is caused by eating chicken, why did the hallucination appear only when Inukai napped? I just watched another country's livestream. All gifted people who followed the rules and took a nap in their rooms experienced auditory hallucinations, but only Inukai experienced both auditory and visual hallucinations. Could the napping rule be wrong? No, although other gifted people had auditory hallucinations, their lives were not in danger, so the napping rule isn't wrong. Besides, Inukai's hallucinations worsened when he opened the door. The discussion in the live chat of Rishimoto's stream became heated. They could still analyze the situation calmly because Inukai Takakuro had not died yet. But soon, they were thrown into panic again when they saw what was happening in the livestream. The Inukai Takakuro lying on the floor now had dog ears sprouting from his head, and his nose was gradually lengthening, with something resembling a black mole appearing. What happened? Mutation occurred. Not napping in the room increased pollution. No, Inukai must have awakened a new ability. Yes, Inukai must have received a special reward. He just unlocked a hidden map. In Rishimoto's livestream, some viewers analyzed rationally, while others refused to accept the reality. Originally, seeing such a tragic event, the emperors of humanity didn't want to add insult to injury. But when they saw how the Rishimoto viewers refused to wake up, many emperors couldn't help but join in on the mocking. As expected of Inukai, his reward is extraordinary. Yo, let's evolve, Inukai. No, it should be Inukai evolving dog Inukai. Once Indu completely regained his senses, he returned to the door of his grandfather's room. At this moment, the room was exactly as it had been when he left. The bear doll stood motionless in front of the desk. Indu originally thought that as long as he turned on the light, the bear wouldn't move, but now he realized that the rules regarding the bear were much more complicated than he thought. Indu observed the bear doll up and down. The doll was at least 1.8 meters tall, its body round and chubby. With his current body size, he could lie on the bear doll and use it as a bed. Additionally, the back of the doll had a zipper that ran from its neck down to its tailbone. But these were not the key points. The important part was that Indu clearly saw that there seemed to be a piece of paper stuck to the bear doll. The paper was also brown, but slightly lighter than the color of the bear doll's body. As soon as Indu noticed it, he rushed in, grabbed the paper with his left hand, and tore it off before running back out of the room. The entire process took only a few seconds. The happy family of 6 grandfathers and brothers rooms. Rule 1, Mr. Bear does not belong in this room. It cannot leave this room. Rule 2, Mr. Bear is your friend. It will protect you. Rule 3, when the lights are off, red-eyed bear is dangerous. Rule 4, when the lights are on, if you have an unpleasant smell on you, Mr. Bear will follow you. Rule 5, do not refuse when your brother invites you to play a game. Don't ever play hide and seek with your brother. Rule 6. When playing games with your brother, if someone asks to join, quickly hide your brother in a safe place and go to grandma's room yourself. Rule 7. Grandpa enjoys listening to music. If you notice something unusual about him while he's listening, tell mom right away. Rule 8. This is not your room, do not fall asleep in this room at all. There are a total of 8 rules, 4 of which are clearly about Mr. Bear. According to Rule 4, does the bear follow me because I have an unusual smell? Indu instinctively twisted his arm to his nose and sniffed. Then he started laughing at himself. It was easy to realize that this slight odd smell should mean something else, like pollution. Moreover, a large part of the following rules had been scratched out, but Indu could still guess the general idea. When the smell is light, Mr. Bear follows the gifted person but won't harm them. The rest of the information is insufficient, perhaps suggesting that this behavior of following is just a reminder. However, when the smell is too strong, Mr. Bear likely will take direct action against him. After all, from Rule 2, Mr. Bear's protection extends to you, which might refer to the 6 family members, but more likely refers to the 2 children. So, when his pollution is too severe and it starts to affect his brother's safety, Mr. Bear will reluctantly take action against him. Before the nap, Mr. Bear silently followed him, proving that his pollution level hadn't yet reached a dangerous point. During the nap, he did nothing, so logically, his pollution level shouldn't increase all of a sudden, meaning Mr. Bear posed no threat to him. With this thought, Indu finally felt at ease entering the room. He went behind Mr. Bear and quickly unzipped the zipper on the back. From the moment he saw that zipper, he suspected there might be something hidden inside. But when he opened it, he was disappointed. There was indeed a decent amount of space inside Mr. Bear, enough to hide someone, but it was empty. Indu, feeling disappointed, zipped Mr. Bear back up. Then he tidied up the messy desk. On the desk, as he expected, was a homework schedule. The lessons weren't many, 3 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, but since they repeated the same few subjects each day, he couldn't tell what day it was based on the schedule and the books in the room. Seeing no clues, Indu simply gave up on the desk. He walked to the shelf and took down a piggy bank that was about his height. This piggy bank had only a small opening to drop coins in. It was hard to get the money out unless it was broken, but that was no challenge for Indu. These kinds of piggy banks are usually made of porcelain, and a glass drill can be used to make a hole. Indu flipped the piggy bank over and used a tool to make a small hole at the bottom to take out all the money inside, then glued the piece of ceramic back with glass glue. Since the glass glue takes at least 3 hours to set, he added a layer of black tape to temporarily hold the ceramic in place. After everything was done, Indu took out the mysterious coins he had thrown into the toolbox and counted them. The largest denomination of these mysterious coins is 100, and the smallest is 1. There are a total of 324 mysterious coins. It seems his cheap brother is not good at saving money at all. Having successfully found the rules and emptied his brother's piggy bank, Indu happily returned to the living room. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Besides the doorbell, a howling voice came from outside. "I forgot my keys again, sister, hurry and open the door." Chapter 12, October 19th. Sister, sister. I forgot my keys. Open the door quickly. Indu did not open the door immediately, as the brother outside kept knocking and shouting. But uncertain whether today was Friday and whether the brother outside was really his brother, Indu did not dare to open the door at all. Indu walked to the living room, scanning everything visible to him at that moment, trying to find anything that could give hints about the date. Finally, his gaze settled on the television. The rules mentioned that he could watch 2 hours of TV each day. At first, Indu didn't pay much attention to this rule, as he didn't like watching TV. But after so long without watching, he forgot that for someone unable to go out and without a computer or phone, the TV was the important tool for getting information. Indu hurriedly turned on the TV. Today is October 18th, Wednesday. Here are the following news. As soon as the TV turned on, a standard reporting tone came out, and in the center of the screen sat a pink paper figure, grinning with an extremely strange smile. But that wasn't the point. The key was that the clue about the time was shoved right into Indu's face. It felt too deliberate, and Indu really didn't dare to believe it directly. At this moment, the sound of his brother knocking on the door mixed with the sound from the TV, which had already switched to footage of a disaster scene. On October 12th, a chain collision occurred on the XX highway, resulting in 9 deaths and 26 injuries. Among them, today is October 1. After investigation, the cause of this accident, today is October 9. The TV screen started to become choppy, occasionally flashing the paper figure's image, making the whole scene extremely eerie. Indu tried to press the remote, but the screen did not change. The TV kept looping the same thing, with the paper figure's image flashing in between. Unable to change the channel, Indu could only watch the footage carefully, and finally, he noticed a faint watermark in the upper right corner video replay. This footage had been recorded. The date on it could not be trusted. The clue was cut off again, and he would need to find his dad, who was not at home, to repair the TV, causing cold sweat to break out on Indu's forehead. If the person outside was really his brother, not letting him in within 20 minutes would be a violation, and he really didn't want to know what the punishment for that was. The person outside kept knocking, and to Indu, that sound felt like a death sentence. Indu fixed his gaze on the TV, even though he knew he was just struggling at the brink of despair. But just by looking, he noticed something wrong. Initially, he thought the recording got stuck, causing it to keep rewinding to the paper figure's image, but upon closer inspection, the figure's face was pink during normal reporting, while the one flashing in between the news was pale. Putting together the content the white paper figure recited at the very beginning, it clearly stated, "Today is October 19th. At this moment, Indu quickly glanced at the upper right corner of the TV, and sure enough, whenever it was the white paper figure's image, the words "video replay" did not appear in the corner. Today is Thursday. In an instant, Indu relaxed, he rubbed his nose and collapsed on the floor. He felt as though he had exhausted all his energy, even though he hadn't done anything. As he lay on the floor, the sound of his brother outside had vanished, but he then heard an invitation to play a game, and he felt something touch his arm. Indu ignored it all, and after a brief rest, he returned to his grandfather's room. He began searching through the room, hoping to find other clues or useful items. However, aside from the toy models that could be taken down from the wooden shelf, all the ordinary decorations were fixed to the shelf, and the wardrobe in his grandfather's room contained nothing but the clothes of the two of them. Although he found no other clues. However, Indu had another discovery. When he was rummaging through things in the room, Mr. Bear quietly walked up behind him. Having prior experience and understanding the rules, Indu was not frightened. What concerned him was that Mr. Bear was now following his actions. Before his nap, when he was looking at his desk, Mr. Bear suddenly appeared behind him, but after his nap, when he returned to the room to fiddle with the piggy bank, Mr. Bear stood in front of the desk and ignored him. And after watching TV, Mr. Bear came over. It was clear that he should have been purified during his nap. But after watching TV, contamination reappeared. According to the rules in the living room, he couldn't watch TV for more than 2 hours. 2 hours was apparently his limit for accepting contamination. Perhaps if he watched TV for 2 hours and then returned to this room, Mr. Bear would take him. Although he had his suspicions, Indu did not want to test his life. He still had to retrieve the bathroom rules to ensure a safe shower at night. But before he got the bathroom rules, Indu had already set a rule for himself. His sister was a girl, but his body was a genuine boy. While showering, he absolutely could not allow any family members to be nearby. The bathroom door, located between his grandparents' room, was always open, but if he didn't go inside, he could only see the sink and the mirror above it. Indu walked into the bathroom, looking up at the top, where indeed an exhaust fan was installed. The bathroom rules were clearly posted on the wall, on a large board of KT board. Upon closer inspection, Indu discovered that this KT board not only listed the bathroom rules. A happy family of 6 bathroom. Rule 1, there must be no large puddles on the bathroom floor. Rule 2, the bathroom is a private place, always make sure to lock the bathroom door when using it. If the bathroom is locked, do not knock and ask, please leave and come back later. Rule 4, after entering the bathroom, keep quiet, do not talk or sing. Rule 5, if you enter the bathroom but do not use it, definitely do not lock the bathroom door. A happy family of 6 shower room. Rule 1, you enter the shower room after passing through the bathroom, outside the shower room is the bathroom, please remember this. Rule 2, after entering the shower room, please lock the shower room door. If you see a shadow outside the door, that might mean someone is using the bathroom, do not pay attention. Rule 3, you can talk and sing in the shower room, and you must ensure that you make a sound every minute after entering. Rule 4, please note that due to plumbing issues, the faucet and shower head may sometimes release red water, absolutely do not touch the red water. Rule 5, shower time must be at least 5 minutes and no more than 20 minutes, time in the shower room must not exceed 30 minutes. Rule 6, everyone must shower every day. With the 2 sets of rules combined, there were a total of 11 points, and he couldn't put the rules away, Indu could only memorize them. He needed to be careful not to confuse the rules about staying silent in the bathroom and making noise in the shower room. Additionally, he had to remember that outside the shower room was the bathroom, as there was more than one bathroom in the house. He needed to remember that not only was outside the shower room the bathroom, but it was this bathroom now. Also, he must not touch the red water, but what if the water suddenly turned red while he was showering? Indu pondered this as he walked toward the shower room. Chapter 13, The Two-Headed Monster. Indu walked to the door of the shower room and looked inside. The shower room was very large, with a bathtub that could drown him and a separate shower area. He hesitated whether to go in and turn on the water to test the pattern of the red water. The rules of the bathroom are different from those of the toilet. The toilet's rule states that the door must be locked when in use, but in the bathroom, once you enter, the door must be locked. After locking the door, you never know what will happen. Indu became even more certain of the methods of the haunted world after his nap. After setting an unbreakable rule, they use all other means to make people break it. Every moment here requires you to stay on high alert, and you can't make a single wrong step. Some mistakes indeed won't be fatal, but they will affect your mindset. Once the psychological defenses collapse, you won't survive long in the world of haunted rules. Indu lightly bit his tongue to keep himself awake, then entered the bathroom and locked the door in one smooth motion. Then he leaned against the door and cleared his throat. We are not afraid of difficulties, not afraid of enemies. Indu sang as he walked toward the shower area, but when he looked up, he decisively abandoned the idea of using the shower and turned toward the bathtub. He turned the faucet on the bathtub to the maximum hot water direction. Clean water flowed out. Indu instinctively reached out to test the water temperature, just warm water. Only after finishing a song did red water begin to flow out, and not only that, but the water also carried a fishy, foul smell. Indu's newly thought-out lyrics got stuck in his throat. After 2 or 3 seconds, he hurriedly recited, "Monsters and demons quickly go away." The red water did not flow continuously but intermittently, clean water for a few seconds, then a few seconds of red water. Seeing this, Indu simply turned the faucet toward the cold water direction. As soon as he switched to cold water, the red water flowing from the faucet became even more vivid, and the foul smell grew stronger. This situation made Indu furrow his brows. If the water was like this when bathing, it would be impossible not to touch the red water. Indu immediately turned off the faucet and left the bathroom, returning to the rules and finding that particular rule. Rule 4, please note that due to plumbing reasons, the faucet and shower may sometimes flow red water. Absolutely do not touch the red water. Plumbing reasons? Indu walked to the sink. The sink's faucet also had hot and cold labels. He turned the faucet to the hot water direction, and clean water immediately flowed out. This water continued to flow for 5 minutes and remained clean. Indu tested the water temperature. It was somewhat hot. The plumbing in the toilet and bathroom is buried in the walls, but normally it would be impossible to install a separate water heater for the sink, so the hot water in the sink and bathroom should come from the same source. The hot water from the sink was not contaminated, meaning the source of hot water was fine. Of course, this point is already given by the rule. The problem lies in the plumbing. The hot water from the sink was hotter than that from the bathroom, proving that the hot water in the bathroom was still mixed with cold water. Occasionally, normal water flows out, indicating that the problematic pipe that releases red water does not always let out water. There should be another inlet pipe in the middle of the bathroom's cold water pipeline that occasionally delivers red water. With a conclusion in mind, Indu returned to the bathroom once more. He came to the faucet by the bathtub. The water pipe can indeed be buried in the wall, but part of it is still exposed at the faucet. Generally, to facilitate maintenance of the external water pipes and faucets, there's an angle valve connected to the water pipe extending from the wall. Indu looked between the bathtub and the wall. The gap was not big, but it was enough to see the water pipe and angle valve. Seeing the angle valve, Indu felt a surge of joy. As long as his previous inference was correct, turning off the cold water angle valve would prevent the red water from flowing out. Indu's hand stretched into the gap, reaching for the angle valve. However, no matter how hard he tried, his little short hand could only touch the tip of the angle valve. Fortunately, he had tools. In the end, Indu used a wrench to turn off the cold water angle valve. This time, he tried turning on the faucet again. For the duration of a song, no red water came out, just water that was a bit hot. After preemptively resolving a danger, Indu happily turned around, ready to leave the bathroom. But just as he turned to face the bathroom door, he saw a tall shadow at the door, a shadow with 2 heads tilted on either shoulder, each holding a large knife, with liquid dripping from the connection between the hands and the knives. Indu hurriedly gave up singing and recited, "Monsters and demons, get away." Of course, this spell was useless. He just used it to steady his emotions. The shadow outside had no idea how long it had been standing at the door, looking as if it would enter at any moment, but in reality, it had never come inside. As for Indu, he hadn't used the bathroom for a whole day, and after being scared just now, he really needed to use it. Moreover, he remembered that time in the bathroom was limited. If he stayed in for more than 30 minutes, he would break the rules. He just thought he wouldn't be in there long to turn off the valve, so he didn't deliberately check the time, and now he had no idea how long he had been inside. He hadn't broken the rules yet, so even if there really was a monster outside, it couldn't hurt him. Indu took a deep breath and forcefully opened the door. Sure enough, there was no one outside. That shadow was just meant to scare him into not coming out within the time limit. Indu quickly jogged to the bathroom door, locked it, and then rushed to the toilet. His live streaming room was instantly filled with mosaics. But just then, a monster with 2 heads and 4 hands appeared beside Indu. Its heads had sharp bird-like beaks, and where its eyes should be were 2 rotten holes. 2 of its 4 hands held large cleavers, while the other 2 hands extending from its abdomen held small knives for eating Western food. Indu, already standing by the toilet, dared not move. The rule said not to make any sound and specifically emphasized that one could not speak or sing. Logically, the sound of water flowing shouldn't count as a violation, but facing those hollow eyes, Indu really couldn't relax. In the end, Indu changed to a seated position on the toilet, closed his eyes, and cautiously let the water flow, hoping the sound would be quieter. After finishing and flushing, he pulled up his pants and ran toward the outer door without looking sideways, but when he unlocked it, he couldn't open the door. Just as Indu was about to check what was wrong with the door, he saw the reflection of that sharp-beaked, double-headed monster slowly approaching him in the glass of the door. Indu quickly recalled the bathroom rules, which did not mention the situation of the door being stuck. Sure enough, this was all just to scare people. The methods were the same, it was still an NPC. Indu looked at the shadow growing larger in the glass reflection, then took out a hammer, pretending to hit the door, but just before banging it on the door, he swung the hammer back with force, smashing it down hard on the monster's hand that was holding the small knife. The monster's hand trembled and dropped the small knife, and with that, its figure disappeared from the bathroom. Although the monster was gone, the door still wouldn't open. Indu pulled at the door with all his strength a few times, and finally, it moved a bit. This door could still open, it was just that his strength was too small. Since it could be opened normally, it was within the realm of being fixable. Indu began to carefully observe the area around the door, and this time he finally realized what the problem was. The hinges and door frame had aged and rusted, so when closed, the friction increased. His small body needed to exert all its strength to open it. After figuring out the method, Indu quietly took a bottle of rust remover lubricant from the toolbox. Chapter 14, Grandpa Loves Roasted Whole Lamb. When the rust remover was sprayed, the entire bathroom was filled with a pungent smell. During this time, the monster with a double-headed sharp beak appeared again. Its birthplace was still next to the toilet, holding a small knife in its hand. Seeing this, Indu suddenly remembered the small knife it had dropped earlier, and he hurriedly stepped forward to pick it up. At the moment he touched the knife, a line of small text appeared in his eyes at the position of the knife. Eating plus 60 strange value. What is this? Indu thought he might be seeing things, so he quickly blinked and looked again. The knife in his hand had nothing but some bloodstains. Indu looked up at the double-headed sharp-beaked monster that continued to approach him with the knife. Even though this guy had no eyes, he could still tell that the target was the small knife in Indu's hand. Since this double-headed sharp-beaked monster had specially returned for the thing it dropped, it must be something good? Thinking of this, Indu decisively threw the knife into his space. The monster noticed the small knife in Indu's hand disappear suddenly and its expression clearly became somewhat dazed. Indu didn't care about that. At this point, the time needed for the rust remover to react had come, so he simply opened the door and walked to the bathroom. At that moment, there was a sound of a door opening at the entrance. "Sister, I'm back." The cheerful voice of his brother rang out at the door, but since he didn't hear the sound of the door closing, Indu didn't dare to lift the curtain to look and instead hid back in Grandma's room. Taking out the alarm clock, he looked, and without realizing it, it was already past 6 o'clock. Indu sat on Grandma's bed. He could hear his brother running into the opposite room and then happily come to Grandma's room door, but he didn't come in, instead hiding behind the wall and said, "Sister, let's play hide and seek." Hide and seek, the rules clearly stated, is the only game he cannot play with his brother. Indu stood up and walked out of the room. He remembered he could not refuse his brother's invitation to play, but he also could not play hide and seek with him, so he replied without hesitation. "Have you finished your homework? Mom said you can only play games or watch TV after finishing your homework." His brother widened his eyes. In his big, clear eyes, apart from the innocent stupidity, there was only refusal towards homework. Indu carefully observed his brother's expression, and on the surface, he could not see any malicious intent from him. But specifically inviting him to play hide and seek, if he was not careful, he might break the rules. After thinking for a moment, Indu spoke again. "I can help you with your homework, but you can't ask me to play hide and seek in the future. I don't like playing hide and seek." After saying this, he looked seriously at his brother. "But I really love playing hide and seek," his brother said, looking conflicted. Perhaps this is the malice of the rules, Indu thought in his heart. However, no matter what, it is good that his brother means no harm towards him. The house is too small, hide and seek is not fun. "Okay, then you help me with my homework." His brother cheered up again at this thought. Indu nodded and followed his brother into Grandpa's room, then casually asked, "When you came in, did the wooden door outside close?" "I don't know, Grandpa came in after me," his brother said while taking out his homework. After placing the homework on the table, he also curiously said, "Strange, Grandpa usually listens to music as soon as he comes home. Why isn't he listening to music today?" This casual remark made Indu, who was flipping through the homework book, instantly tense up. He quickly took the math homework book from his brother's desk and ran back to Grandma's room. When he ran to the corridor, Grandpa happened to pull back the curtain and come in, and Indu met his white eyeballs directly. Looking closely, he saw 2 thin bloodstains left at the corners of Grandpa's mouth, and Indu vaguely smelled a foul odor similar to the red water in the bathroom. Seeing this, Indu didn't dare to stop his footsteps at all and instantly rushed into Grandma's room. Grandpa chased after him to the doorway of Grandma's room but shrank back the moment he stepped 1 foot inside. Indu gasped for breath and turned to look at his grandfather, who was standing at the door waiting for him, trapping himself in. Grandma's room was indeed safe, but it seemed he couldn't go out now. Seeing his grandfather standing guard at Grandma's room, Indu simply faced him and took out his math homework to write. The problems in this homework book were already copied down, not too many and not too difficult. Indu quickly finished his homework. When he looked up, his grandfather was still standing at the door, and he could see the fondness in his expression. After a while, Indu finally heard a sound of the door opening from the direction of the front door. "Nuan, Mommy is back." "Mom." Indu looked back at his grandfather, but he still did not leave. It seemed he had to find his mom by himself. So Indu shouted loudly, "Mom, Grandpa and brother are back, but today Grandpa is strange, he didn't play music." Hearing Indu's words, Grandpa at the door still did not move, but thankfully, Mom walked over. "Dad, have you eaten roast lamb again? Didn't I tell you that after eating roast lamb you must chew gum?" Nuan hates the smell of lamb the most. Indu watched as Mom fished out a small white bottle from Grandpa's pocket, then took out a white pill and stuffed it into Grandpa's mouth. He knew that Grandpa was definitely not eating roast lamb, and what Mom was feeding him was not gum either. Fortunately, after Grandpa swallowed that pill, he returned to normal. It seemed he was still not cautious enough. If it weren't for his brother's words just now, he might have been in trouble. But on his first day here, he indeed didn't know Grandpa had a habit of playing music when he got home. After finishing the white pill, Grandpa no longer guarded Grandma's door. He smiled and told Indu he could go play with his brother before returning to the living room, where soon the sound of music floated out. It was all music Indu had never heard before, but the lyrics were normal, not weird at all. Indu took his finished homework back to Grandpa's room, where his brother was still diligently writing at the desk. At this stage, the language homework was just repetitive copying, lacking technical value but requiring a lot of time. Indu walked to the desk and looked at his brother's messy handwriting. After a while, Mr. Bear came to Indu's back to look at him. Noticing Mr. Bear's shadow, Indu remembered something. The rule said Mr. Bear would protect them, so actually, he didn't need to run back to his room just now. In this room, Grandpa couldn't hurt him. Unfortunately, at that moment, he was too nervous and could only remember that Grandma's room was safe. "I'm done." His brother happily waved his hands. "Sister, let's play a game of catch, with blocks." His brother quickly changed his words as he remembered what he had promised. "But blocks?" Indu recalled that cabinet he had nailed shut. It was rushed. The game he couldn't play just now should include blocks. Chapter 15, Brother's Raggedness. Indu didn't refuse his brother's invitation to play with blocks, but he didn't agree either. He first let his brother check if the door outside was closed. His brother didn't ask much and ran to the door. Before long, Indu heard the sound of the door closing. Sure enough, there was no habit of closing the solid wooden door. This wouldn't do. In the coming days, he needed to help his family develop a good habit of respecting privacy. "It's closed, let's go play." His brother quickly ran back to the door of the room. Indu nodded, but he didn't want to play dismantle the nails, so he naturally shifted the topic, asking, "Brother, have you been to the kitchen?" His brother blinked, thought for a moment, and then replied, "No, Mom said we can't go into the kitchen and we can't go into Grandma's room. Those are Grandma's places, I can't go there." "Grandma's places?" Indu tilted his head and recalled the rules, the same Grandma's places. The room was safe for him, but he couldn't enter the kitchen alone without his grandma's permission. After a whole day, he guessed about his grandma's identity, which made him feel that the danger of the kitchen might not be so great and might hold important clues. Moreover, not being able to enter alone doesn't mean can't go in at all. Thinking of this, Indu's eyes turned and landed on his brother. Those who had been following his livestream instantly guessed what he was planning. After a whole day, they had gradually gotten used to Indu's actions that seemed normal in reality but were out of place in the world of weird tales. Not wanting people to open the cabinet, it's pretty normal to nail it shut, right? If the door in the house can't be opened, it's normal to try to pry it open, right? Cold water pipes can leak sewage, so it's also normal to turn off the angle valve, right? Now, looking at it, the world of weird tales doesn't seem so scary. Some things can still be dealt with in a normal way. Just as they finished this thought, they saw Indu leading his brother towards the kitchen. They witnessed his brother losing himself under Indu's words of big brother. "Brother, I'm hungry." "Brother, are you hungry?" "Brother, is there something delicious in the kitchen?" "Brother, let's go find something to eat in the kitchen." When his brother stood at the kitchen door, he was still a bit conflicted. For some reason, just standing there made him feel a wave of panic. He just felt that there was something dangerous inside. But then, after Indu called out his name again, he steeled himself and pulled open the sliding door to walk in. Indu followed closely behind. The kitchen had a window, and the light inside was still on, so when his brother first opened the door, Indu saw a bright and clean kitchen. But as soon as the two of them stepped inside, the kitchen suddenly changed color. Under the incandescent lights, the kitchen turned green, with bloodstains all over the walls, stove, refrigerator, and cabinets. Not only that, in the corner, there was a black figure whose shape couldn't be seen clearly. It held a dripping bloody kitchen knife in its hand, and when it saw Indu and his brother come in, it grinned and raised the knife to attack them. Its speed was extremely fast. Indu hurriedly tore off the note from behind the sliding door and pulled his brother, who stood frozen in place, outside. Just as they were about to run out, Indu felt a cool liquid splash onto his neck. He hurriedly turned around to look. His brother's head had already fallen to the ground, and blue liquid gushed from his brother's neck, spilling everywhere. The stench of blood rushed to his face, causing Indu's stomach to churn rapidly. As for the head on the ground, the black eyeballs kept shrinking, struggling to turn and look towards its body. Indu swallowed several times to suppress the urge to vomit, trembling as he spoke, "Be brother." He hurriedly let go of his brother's hand, bewildered, and took 2 steps back. After an unknown amount of time, he realized that his brother's head was still desperately turning towards his body, signaling that it could still be saved. Only then did his reason begin to return. Since breakfast at the dining table, he had known that his family were not normal people, or one could say they were a group of strange beings. Normal people would die if their heads were chopped off, but the strange ones might not. Maybe all he had to do was put his brother's head back on? Thinking of this, Indu carefully tucked the half note into his pocket and rummaged through his toolbox. However, there were only repair tools in his toolbox, which weren't very suitable for sewing a head and body together. Sewing. Yes, it had to be sewn up. Indu quickly ran on his short legs towards Grandma's room. On his way back to Grandma's room, he noticed Grandpa lying on the sofa, listening to music with a relaxed expression, closing his eyes in comfort. Mom is missing. She must be in one of the 2 rooms he has never been to. Upon entering Grandma's room, Indu rummaged through everything, taking a needle and holding yarn before rushing back to the kitchen door, not pausing for a moment. Back at the crime scene, Indu first moved his brother's head, which had rolled beside his body, back to its neck position. Only a tiny dot of his brother's eyeball was tightly staring at Indu. It looked a bit terrifying, but Indu couldn't think about that much. He tried to align the torn flesh and began to stitch. Though he knew how to sew things, he had never done it himself. This time, putting the needle directly into the flesh, Indu's hands trembled fiercely. The threads he created twisted and overlapped, looking like an ugly centipede. Fortunately, this ugly thread still had some effect. By the time Indu finished his work, his brother could already sit up from the ground by himself. Even more amazing, the puddle of blue blood on the ground disappeared without a trace in an instant. Brother? Indu cautiously looked at her brother, whose pupils had not yet returned to normal. She knew that being in an unusual state meant danger. Getting his head cut off really hurt, and a hint of resentment crept into his brother's eyes, but when he raised his head to see the worry on his sister's face and the blood from stitching his head, he softened. His sister didn't do it on purpose. She didn't know it was so dangerous to enter the kitchen, and it was his own failure to stop her. She must have been scared too. And besides, he didn't die, right? Even if he had died, he shouldn't blame his sister. If she caused his death, how guilty would she be? Indu blinked, watching her brother's eyes gradually return to normal, and her worry completely disappeared from her heart. It's so good that you're fine. These words came from the heart. He had a premonition that if his brother died, even if he didn't die in the kitchen, he would still die by his brother's hands. Fortunately, the situation he encountered was much better than Alibaba's. The broken shim could only be buried, while his brother merely needed some stitching and could still be used. I'm fine now, don't be afraid, sister. His brother hugged the still trembling Indu carefully to comfort her. Just as they were holding each other, Mom walked out of the room. She saw the 2 of them but didn't pay attention to the ugly centipede on his brother's neck. Instead she said, "Go play games in the living room or the hallway." Indu could tell that Mom's real intention was to keep them away from the kitchen. What is the secret of the kitchen? He couldn't wait to see that hastily torn piece of paper. Chapter 16 New Clue. His brother clearly had a shadow over the kitchen. After hearing Mom's words, he grabbed Indu and ran toward his own room. This time when they entered the room, Mr. Bear was more enthusiastic than ever, wobbling over to Indu the moment she stepped inside. Mr. Bear? His brother pushed Mr. Bear, intending to send it back to the corner. But Mr. Bear was not something his brother could move. It closely followed Indu, even pushing his brother aside in the process. His brother seemed unable to understand why Mr. Bear wanted to compete with him for his sister, unhappily trying to tussle with Mr. Bear. Indu realized when Mr. Bear got behind her that her contamination level had risen again after entering the kitchen. It seems the kitchen not only had life-threatening dangers but also the risk of contamination. To prevent her brother from continuing to tussle with Mr. Bear, Indu picked up a remote control car from the shelf and invited her brother to play. She had decided that for the next few days, she would take the initiative. As long as she invited her brother to play games first, he wouldn't have the chance to invite her, and so she could decide what to play and where to play. The older brother clearly loved playing with the remote control car, and soon he abandoned Indu to play by himself. Indu took this chance to pull out the bright red note. Because he was too anxious, the note had already been torn. He was holding about 2/3 of it. Rule 3, remember, the kitchen can only. Rule 4, the only vegetable colors in the house are green and black. Rule 5, cooked beef is a brownish gray, never eat raw beef. Rule 6, the refrigerator will not contain a whole roasted lamb. If you find a whole roasted lamb, escape the house immediately. The first and second rules were missing, along with half of the third rule, yet the next four provided Indu with quite a bit of information. Descriptions of vegetables and beef should be useful for tonight's dinner. Also, the whole roasted lamb appeared again. Grandpa's strange reaction was enough to show that this whole roasted lamb was not the same as the one he understood. Of course, its appearance might be similar. Now, to him, there were two clear messages regarding the whole roasted lamb. First, Grandpa loves eating it, and maybe the rest of the family loves it too, only he hates it. Second, if a whole roasted lamb appears in the house, he must escape. Yes, although the rule stated to escape when finding it in the refrigerator, Indu realized that the real focus of this rule was the whole roasted lamb. He had restrictions on entering the kitchen. If a whole roasted lamb appeared in the house, it actually proved that his information was outdated, and the environment would be more dangerous than finding a whole roasted lamb in the refrigerator. But how to escape when there was a monster lurking outside the door? What he truly needed to do was to prevent the appearance of the whole roasted lamb. He had a hunch that the way to prevent it was hidden in the other rules. Finally, there was one rule that surprised Indu the most. Rule 7, do not enter the cold storage from here, absolutely do not. Cold storage? Why would an ordinary family have cold storage, and it seemed like the entrance was right in the kitchen. He had escaped too hastily. Discovering the rules behind the door was good enough. He hadn't carefully observed the kitchen, so he didn't notice if there was a place resembling a cold storage entrance. Moreover, Rule 7 limited entering the cold storage from the kitchen, but did not say he couldn't enter the cold storage at all. This gave Indu a feeling that this rule was hinting that he must go check the cold storage. But if he can't enter the kitchen and can't enter the cold storage from the kitchen, where should he enter? To understand the information in the house, Indu's first reaction was still to find his brother, who could talk to him. So he tucked away the note and moved closer to his brother, who was still playing with the remote control car. Brother, do you know what is stored in the cold storage? Cold storage? His brother's eyes were filled with a wise glow. Seeing him like this, Indu couldn't help but slap his own forehead. He forgot, although his brother was not human, his intelligence was at a primary school level and might not even know what cold storage was. And he wasn't allowed to enter the kitchen, so he probably had never been to the cold storage. It seemed he had to find a way to get Grandma to agree to let him into the kitchen. It's nothing. By the way, brother, aren't you getting out of school early tomorrow? Indu changed the subject. His brother nodded excitedly and said, Sister, are you bored staying home alone? I can come back early tomorrow to keep you company. No, I really don't want you to come back early, Indu thought to himself. He thought for a moment and simply went along with his brother's words. I really am quite bored home alone during the day. If only I had a game console, MP3, or something. Brother, do you know where to buy a game console? Can you help me buy one before you come back tomorrow? Indu spoke as he took out 100 strange coins and placed them in front of his brother. A game console? His brother took the strange coins. Maybe there is one at the mall. I will go to the mall tomorrow, but if I do that, I won't be able to come home early to play with you. Brother, if you go to the mall, what time will you be back? Buying the game console was secondary. The main point was to ensure that his brother would not come back at the usual time on Friday. If I go to the mall, I won't be back until at least 5 o'clock. If you come back at 5, we can still play the game console together. Indu nodded with satisfaction. Based on today's situation, that fake brother would knock on the door around 4. As long as his brother goes to buy the game console tomorrow, he could safely wait until 5 o'clock to open the door and get through Friday unharmed. Brother, you should put the strange coins in your backpack, so you don't forget to take them tomorrow. His brother nodded and put the strange coins in his backpack, carefully checking the inner zipper. Having successfully resolved tomorrow's danger in advance, Indu felt relieved. He turned to look at Mr. Bear, who was still behind him, and simply leaned against Mr. Bear and sat down. He hadn't yet shown symptoms like hallucinations. Logically, the pollution level shouldn't be high enough to be dangerous. He just didn't know what Mr. Bear's tolerance limit was, and whether he would be attacked before hallucinations occurred. While Indu was deep in thought, a strange voice suddenly intruded. Debeo, Nan, are you playing games? Can Daddy play with you? Indu looked up towards the voice, seeing a man leaning against the wall smiling at them. It was Daddy. Except for his smile being a bit mechanical, he didn't seem abnormal, much better than Grandpa's frightening appearance earlier. Just as Indu instinctively wanted to respond, a bad feeling made him pause. It seemed he had forgotten something. Did this situation correspond to some rule? Indu tried hard to recall all the rules he had gathered. Daddy is coming in now. Daddy smiled as he approached the two. Chapter 17 Dinner. Before Indu could remember what rule he was forgetting, Daddy had already walked into the room. His brother happily waved the remote control at Daddy. With each step Daddy took, Indu's heart raced faster and faster until Mr. Bear, whom he was leaning against, suddenly moved, snapping Indu back to reality. He looked at Daddy, who was getting closer to his brother, and suddenly rushed forward to pull his brother behind Mr. Bear. He remembered. Brother, do you know where is safer? For him, Grandma's room was the safest place, but obviously, his brother couldn't go in there. His brother's eyes were filled with confusion. Just then, Indu looked up and saw the zipper behind Mr. Bear. He quickly pulled open Mr. Bear's zipper to let his brother hide inside. His brother clearly didn't understand why he was doing this but still hid inside Mr. Bear's body. Daddy, facing Indu's actions, still wore the same smile as he stepped closer. Indu grabbed Mr. Bear's fur. He wanted to return to Grandma's room, but Daddy was right in the path he needed to take to leave the room. Nan, what's wrong? Don't you like Daddy anymore? Daddy's expression changed suddenly. Fortunately, as Daddy rushed towards Indu, Mr. Bear hugged Daddy tightly, preventing him from getting closer to Indu. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Indu hurriedly ran out of the room. In the moment he exited, he clearly heard something being torn apart behind him. Indu turned to take a quick glance and found that one of Mr. Bear's arms had already been torn off by Daddy. The sense of crisis made Indu's speed increase instantly. He rushed into Grandma's room. At the moment he entered the room, he felt a sense of familiarity. This was the second time today. It was indeed safer to stay in Grandma's room. If he looked for other clues, according to the information he had now, it should be fine to survive for 7 days directly in Grandma's room. Just thinking about the scoring standard, Indu still felt unwilling to settle for a mere passing score of 34 out of 100. A low passing score only ensured that the strange tales wouldn't descend upon his country, and wouldn't yield any other rewards. However, if his personal power continued to stagnate, the road ahead would only grow more perilous. Moreover, only a score of 95 or higher could eliminate the already arrived strange tales. Though Indu didn't show it on his face, he still wanted to achieve a score of 95 or higher deep down. After he entered the room, his father didn't return to normal, and he failed to catch the two children. He began to go wild throughout the house. Inside the room, Indu could clearly hear sounds of biting, smashing, and yelling. Against the backdrop of soft music, everything seemed extremely strange. About 10 minutes later, the house finally fell completely silent. Then came his mother's voice, "Mom, you're back. Grandma has returned?" Indu cautiously walked to the door. The entrance was blocked by a curtain, obscuring the view outside. But at the door, Indu could clearly see Mr. Bear standing in the opposite room with one arm missing. "It's time for dinner, hurry and call everyone out to eat," Grandma said. "Okay, Mom." After hearing this line in Grandma and Mom's conversation, Indu felt relieved and walked towards Grandpa's room. He unzipped to let his brother, who was hiding inside Mr. Bear, come out. His brother, a bit dazed after being released, was instructed by Indu to check if the door outside was properly closed. Without hesitation, his brother left the room. After his brother left the room, Indu picked up the hand of Mr. Bear that was on the floor and used a piece of wire to reattach Mr. Bear's arm. Just using the wire made the arm a bit loose. Indu patted Mr. Bear and said, "I will fix you up properly after I finish eating." He already had some experience in sewing things together now. Since dinner was a bit late, Indu only had 20 minutes left to eat. The evening's dishes looked great. Colorful dishes were served on the dining table. It was quite strange that Grandma had just returned and that Dad, Mom, and Grandpa, who had returned earlier, hadn't entered the kitchen yet, but now 5 hot dishes were successfully served. Indu suddenly thought of the shadow that had taken a knife and chopped off his brother's head. These dishes couldn't have all been made by it, right? Indu scooped rice in front of him, his gaze sweeping over the dishes one by one. There were no dishes on the table that contained green vegetables, but there was a black dish that was unidentifiable. In addition, the meat was all bright red, while the vegetables came in purple, blue, and pink colors. Originally, Indu didn't want to eat that black pile of stuff at all, but then he saw Mom put a piece of fresh red meat into brother's bowl and then pick up another piece. Without hesitation, Indu grabbed that black dish and put it into his bowl. Fortunately, once the dish was picked up, it wasn't as disgusting as when it was in a whole plate. It was in pieces, just that it was still sticky with black sauce. It had a bit of a crisp taste in his mouth, with no excess flavor. Seeing Indu's bowl filled with food, Mom turned her hand and put that piece of meat into brother's bowl, casting a deep glance at Indu. The aroma of the meat was actually very appealing, and Indu had to constantly remind himself what was food he could actually eat. The entire dining table was extraordinarily quiet, no one spoke a word. In such an atmosphere, Indu scooped up more than half of the black dish, while Grandma ate the remaining half. This sacrifice is too great. How can he manage to eat that thing? If that thing was put in front of me, I would surely vomit. Actually, it's okay, that black sticky liquid looked somewhat like oil, and it's not that disgusting. Other surviving talents seem to mostly choose to just eat rice. I just watched a live stream, and once Mom puts the meat in the bowl. If you don't eat, you'll break the rule of not wasting food, and that gifted person grew a pair of pig ears. Considering the situation, I must find a way to avoid the food my mom picks for me or let others help deal with it. Actually, it's okay, not eating just means being tainted. I feel this instance isn't very dangerous. Not very dangerous? The first day isn't even over, and the gifted person is already down to 1/3, with half of that showing signs of infection. So many people have already fallen? Just now, my brother found someone to play hide and seek. Anyone who plays with him will definitely end up as a creepy brother at the end. Some found the rules on Mr. Bear while searching for him, dodging danger by hiding behind Mr. Bear, but more people were caught directly. Isn't it better not to search? If you don't search, your creepy brother will get angrier and come out to tear you apart, but if you hide in Grandma's room, you can temporarily escape. Temporarily? You'll still be killed when you come out for dinner. The creepy brother found will turn back into the brother in 10 minutes, but the one who comes out won't, so you must find the brother no matter what. And Dad is about to join the game. Many people didn't even realize they need to hide. And you must let the brother hide inside Mr. Bear. If the brother hides anywhere else, Dad will find him and tear him apart, and then you will have another creepy brother. Actually, this instance's safe way to survive for 7 days is clear: just don't leave Grandma's room unless necessary. But you can't say that, no one knows what other bizarre things might happen. Before 7 o'clock, Indu finished his dinner. The moment he jumped off the chair, his mother finally spoke. "It's getting late, dear, rest for a bit and then take a shower." "Okay, Mom." At this point, the other family members were still eating, and Indu took advantage of their distraction to sneak to the door. He didn't know what to say to remind his family to always keep the solid wood door closed, so he had to resort to some hardcore methods. Indu took out a tape measure, measured, and then started nailing from the door hinge. With this row of nails down, it ensured the solid wood door could only open to 30 centimeters at most. After completing this task, Indu ran to stitch up an ugly centipede for Mr. Bear that matched his brother's. Mr. Bear clearly liked it. After Indu finished stitching, he no longer closely followed him like he did in the afternoon. Indu counted. Now Mr. Bear would only look for him every 30 seconds. Chapter 18, Outside Home. Indu happily patted the ugly centipede on Mr. Bear's paw, then joyfully took his clean clothes to the bathroom. As soon as he entered the bathroom, he noticed something was off. There was a puddle of dirty water on the bathroom floor. This made Indu feel a bit dizzy as he stepped into the bathroom, and at that moment, the two-headed monster appeared again, brandishing 3 knives, glaring at Indu fiercely. Without hesitation, Indu backed out of the bathroom. According to the rules, the bathroom must be kept clean, and the cleaning tools are in the utility room of the public restroom. He set down his clothes and walked back to the dining room, preparing to go to the public restroom, reviewing the rules along the way. When he reached the dining room, he found the other family members still leisurely eating, with his brother stuffing large pieces of red meat into his mouth, leaving red stains at the corners. The adults were more composed than his brother, but each one looked slightly entranced. Even Grandma was no exception. Grandma, who just like Indu had eaten rice noodles and greens, was now also eating meat. Indu quietly strolled over to the sink, and after confirming there was no sound from the exhaust fan in the bathroom, he darted into the bathroom. There were no bathing facilities in the bathroom. Directly in front of the entrance was a small room made of iron sheets, with a toilet and urinal on the right. Indu walked to the iron room, pulled the latch, and opened the door. The room was engulfed in darkness, with only faint outlines of some tools visible. This space was not large. If Indu were still an adult, he could reach the tools at the door, but now, with his short arms and legs, he could only step into the darkness. With rules in place, Indu prepared ahead of time. He tied a rope from the iron door to the bathroom doorknob to prevent the door from closing. Yet, despite his preparations, he still took precautions for himself. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped into the tool room, the iron door behind him slammed shut. The deafening sound made Indu's small body shiver, highlighting the force of the door closing. Trapped in darkness, Indu remained calm. He reached out toward the spot he remembered, trying to grab a mop, but his hand touched something that felt like hair. Not only that, but he could also feel the airflow brushing against his hand. It felt like stepping into a haunted house, but Indu's mental threshold had already risen. Without hesitation, he pushed aside whatever was on his hand, successfully grabbing the mop hanging on the wall. However, when he tried to open the door, he found that the iron door wouldn't budge. Unlike the bathroom, this time, the latch from the outside was clearly locked. Moreover, as he pushed against the door, a bunch of hair fell onto Indu's shoulder. This outcome wasn't surprising. He had already suspected such a situation when he opened the latch earlier. He didn't remove the latch, simply curious to see what might happen in the tool room. The rules stated that if one stayed in the tool room for more than 10 minutes and found themselves in a place that wasn't their home upon exiting, they would need to retreat back to the tool room to hide until family members came to find them. Why, after staying in the tool room, would he end up somewhere that wasn't home? Indu was curious about what this unfamiliar place might be. This could also be a clue. Thinking this way, Indu didn't force open the door. Instead, he silently began counting in his mind. When 10 minutes passed, he finally tried to push open the door. As soon as he stepped out, he saw that strange bathroom once again. The bathroom door he had not closed had now been shut. Indu opened the bathroom door, and the mirror across from him was still whole and undamaged. Turning back, the dining table and cupboard were also exactly the same. Indu continued to walk outside, and this place was identical to the home where he had stayed before. The only difference was that those strange family members were missing, and the whole house was eerily quiet. Indu hurried back to Grandma's room. Aside from the absence of his grandma's memorial photo, everything else was unchanged. At that moment, he suddenly heard his grandma calling him, Nana. Indu turned around, but there wasn't a single person in the house. A warning bell rang in his heart. It was a hallucination. Although he hadn't been killed immediately upon entering this place, his pollution level was steadily rising. Indu quickly returned to the tool room. With the hallucination buff, the tool room became increasingly terrifying. The strange hair monster relentlessly harassed him with its hair, while he could hear terrifying whispers and the airflow brushing against his cheeks. Indu forcefully suppressed his fear and quietly waited for his grandma to come find him. During this time, he heard the voices of his mom and dad outside the tool room, but Indu trusted his judgment and never opened the door to go out. Until he heard his grandma's voice calling, Nana. Realizing it wasn't his hallucination, Indu finally stood up, opened the tool room door, and rushed out with the mop in hand. Grandma. Indu sincerely called out, "Did you look for me? Didn't your mom tell you to take a shower? Why are you hiding here?" Grandma lovingly touched Indu's head. "I saw water on the bathroom floor, so I thought I would find a mop to clean it up." Indu raised the mop in his hand with effort. Grandma looked at him and was clearly taken aback. Then she said with some concern, "You can just tell Grandma, she will clean it up. You're not even as tall as the mop, how can you use it?" Indu shook his head. "Grandma, I've grown up now, and I can help with the chores." "Grown up? Yes, you have grown. Then I will go mop the floor now, Grandma." Indu dragged the mop and ran back to another bathroom. He pulled the mop to soak up the water on the bathroom floor. Grandma stood silently at the door, watching everything. Until she saw Indu return the mop safely to the tool room after removing the safety lock, her body suddenly bent a little and she wobbled back to her room. After solving the bathroom issue, Indu walked into the bathroom with the clothes he had prepared. He had already solved the problem of the red water in the bathroom during the day. He just needed to remember to keep singing and firmly ignore the double-headed monster standing in the bathroom. Because he had turned off the cold water, the hot water was a bit too hot. After filling the tub, Indu waited for quite a while before daring to step in. Soaking in the bath was very comfortable, and Indu unconsciously relaxed. He seemed to be muttering something, but Indu still felt sleepier and sleepier, until he suddenly jolted up after inhaling some water. He turned his head to look at the shadow by the bathroom door. The double-headed monster seemed to be closer to the door, clearly eager to come in. It seemed that even taking a normal bath could not be relaxing. Just now, he almost fell asleep by accident. Indu washed his face to wake himself up, then quickly finished showering while singing and got dressed before leaving the bathroom. At this moment, the double-headed monster standing at the door clearly showed a disappointed expression. All the other brothers in the same position were already eating. How difficult could it be for it to get a bite of meat? Chapter 19, Dangerous Opportunities. After coming out of the bathroom, Indu tried to walk into Grandpa's room, the doorway. He tried to step forward, and Mr. Bear immediately rushed to his side. Indu quickly jumped back, leaving the room. Mr. Bear stood motionless at the door. Indu observed carefully and confirmed that Mr. Bear had no intention of attacking before he walked into the room. Mr. Bear loved him more than ever, almost clinging to him. This was the most serious time Indu had been affected. That not home place had a huge impact on him. The rule that forced him to hide back in the tool room the moment he realized he was not in his original home was likely due to this contamination. If he could lift the influence of the contamination, he could live peacefully in that home without any rules restricting him. Perhaps this was the goal he needed to achieve next. But what exactly caused the contamination? He always felt he had vaguely grasped this line, but something was missing. If only he could swim freely in live broadcast rooms around the world like before being chosen, then he could collect more information. Indu turned around, frustrated, and hugged Mr. Bear, giving him a rough squeeze. "Sister! I want a hug too." Suddenly, his brother hugged Indu from behind. Indu was no longer afraid of these sudden touches. Without looking back, he simply said, "Brother, have you taken a shower?" His brother clearly stiffened for a moment and then shouted, "Wah! Sister dislikes me." Seeing that Indu did not comfort him, he sadly ran out of the room. Indu had no mood to care about his childish brother. He continued to cuddle Mr. Bear. After a long while, Mr. Bear finally lifted his hand and hugged back. After hugging a bit more, Grandma appeared at the door. She didn't enter but called out for Indu to follow her back to the room. Considering Grandma's status, Indu followed her back to the room without hesitation. Once inside the room, Grandma sat by the bed and called Indu over. When he approached her, she gently patted his head. She stayed silent for a long time, then finally got up and walked to the wardrobe. Indu quickly fixed his messy hair and looked at Grandma. As he turned his head, he saw Grandma pull out a small heart-shaped lamp from the wardrobe and hand it to him. Indu took the small lamp with confusion. As he took it, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Charging time, 20 hours, light time, 5 minutes, upgradable. Is this a prop? Indu looked up at Grandma in surprise. Good child, this lamp can protect you when you are in danger. Grandma's eyes were filled with complex emotions, worry, heartache, guilt, and a hint of pride. Thank you, Grandma. Indu lowered his head, deep in thought. He never expected to receive a prop from Grandma. Moreover, before he got this lamp, he hadn't realized that his ability was not just to carry items from one chapter to the next, but also to automatically give props their functions. So, when he found that knife in the bathroom and saw the text, it wasn't an illusion. However, that knife had only negative effects on him. Now, the lamp Grandma gave him had a good function, giving him a 5-minute chance to save his life, but the cooldown time was a bit long. 20 hours meant he only had one chance each day to use the lamp. Perhaps tomorrow he could use this chance in the kitchen to check it out. 5 minutes was enough time for him to gather the remaining rules and also see what this so-called cold storage was about. Just as Indu was planning his schedule for the next day, Grandma spoke again. By the way, from now on, you can go to the kitchen to look for food at noon, but you can only go in for 1 hour between 12 and 1. Remember, do not enter the kitchen alone at other times. Indu was shocked and looked up at Grandma. What's going on? Why did Grandma suddenly allow him to enter the kitchen? Although it was only for 1 hour, it was much better than he had originally expected. Aside from Indu's surprise at Grandma's agreement for him to enter the kitchen, many viewers watching multiple live streams were also extremely shocked. Actually, many had felt shocked the moment Grandma took out that heart-shaped lamp. Indu's storyline was one that the other surviving gifted individuals did not have. Up to now, there were more than 40 gifted individuals still alive. Even if the dozen or so who had physically mutated were not counted and could die at any moment, there were still over 20 gifted individuals who had safely survived the first day. These people had survived the previous dangers in various ways, yet none of them triggered the storyline where Grandma gave the lamp an allowed entrance to the kitchen. What are they missing compared to Indu? It should be said that Indu did something more than they did. Let me see. Indu pried open Grandpa's room door and saw the rules early, then took his brother courageously into the kitchen, resulting in his brother losing his head. Upstairs, let me add that Indu sewed his brother's head back on. Indu was also the only one who sewed up Mr. Bear, even though it looked a bit ugly. Did he also secretly take the money from the piggy bank? I wonder why I feel that what was said above is not the main point. So what exactly is the main point? Why did Grandma Yin give Indu things and allow him into the kitchen? Do you have any clues? The analysis group also had a small meeting because Indu faced a different situation than others. From the current situation, it seems that the storyline triggered by Indu should not be a bad thing, but they still felt worried. What if something unexpected happens? Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Indu is ahead of other gifted individuals. When Indu enters the dangerous kitchen tomorrow, those countries that haven't used hints can completely use what happens to Indu as a reference to avoid some dangers, while they have no references at all. We just reviewed the actions of all gifted individuals after they returned home to their families. The strange live broadcast cannot be recorded, and even filming the live room with other devices can only capture a black screen, but this does not stop the analysis group from diligently writing down key events in their notebooks for review. We found that Indu is the only one among all gifted individuals who left the bathroom after discovering he was no longer in his original home. He stayed in that place for a total of 43 seconds, visited the dining room, looked inside the corresponding room door of his grandfather's room, and finally entered the corresponding room of his grandmother's room. The other gifted individuals immediately hid back in the tool room after opening the bathroom and discovering that it was not their home. The one who stayed out of the tool room the longest did not exceed 10 seconds. Are you saying that the reason Grandma sent Indu a desk lamp and allowed him to enter the kitchen is that he went to that place? But according to the rules, gifted individuals should immediately return to the tool room. Indu has already violated the rules. It is well known that rules are always correct, and if violated, there will be a cost to pay, the most serious cost being life. Indu indeed violated the rules, but the cost of violating this rule is contamination. Mr. Bear closely followed Indu precisely because Indu received very serious contamination in that place. From a safety perspective, the rule is correct. But the correctness of the rule does not contradict the fact that violating the rules can trigger other storylines. Some people say Indu was too careless to notice he was no longer in his original home. That's because you forgot that Indu broke a corner off the mirror in the bathroom. He is the one who can most easily discover that he is no longer in his original home among all the gifted individuals. So after he discovered it, he still chose to go outside, which surely has a purpose. I carefully reviewed his actions after entering the rule-based odd talk and have a guess about his actions. The purpose of following the rules is to help gifted individuals avoid danger, but no one has ever thought that those dangerous places might actually be where the most clues and opportunities lie. Could it be that precisely because there are things that need to be concealed, those places have become dangerous? If we can find the loopholes in the rules and reach these clues, it will greatly assist in breaking the rule-based odd talk. Indu should have realized this. He has always consciously explored those dangerous places. Chapter 20, Awakening. After Grandma finished chatting with Indu, she ignored him, who was still standing in the room, and went straight to bed. And Grandma fell asleep quickly. Before long, Indu couldn't hear any sound. When he looked up, Grandma was still, with only a slight rise and fall of her chest proving she was still alive. Seeing this, Indu looked at the time. It was just past 9 o'clock. It wasn't long before 10 o'clock, so he simply locked the door to Grandma's room. The room's rules stated that the room door must be locked before 10 at night but didn't specify which room door. And in the other rules he discovered today, it mentioned that Grandma's room is the safest place in the house. So he had no need to separate his room from his grandmother's room. After locking the door, he returned to his own room. The small room still looked the same, with few things in it, a child's room but without any dolls or toys. Indu jumped on the bed and closed his eyes. He had originally planned to review everything that happened today, but at the moment he closed his eyes, he suddenly felt someone standing beside him. Then his mother's voice rang in his ears, "Dear, wake up." Dear. This time it was his father. "Sister, wake up and play games." His brother's voice joined in as well. Indu paid no attention to these voices. In fact, hearing his family's voices distracted him and made him less scared. It seemed the voices around him sensed Indu's inner thoughts and turned into a group of people whispering. A breeze swept across his hair, and Indu almost wanted to open his eyes to see the situation. But the rules of the room stated to ignore this situation. He had already locked his grandmother's door, and she had just fallen asleep. No one and no sound should appear in this room. The best way to ignore it was to continue pretending to sleep. Indu tried to focus his energy on recalling everything from the day rather than paying attention to the sensations sweeping through him. But the voices in his ears grew louder, and the number of people around him increased. He felt as if he were a piece of meat on a cutting board, and the people beside him were discussing where to cut better, which piece of meat was more tender. Once this thought arose, it was even harder for him to ignore the strangeness around him. Quietly swallowing, Indu pulled the blanket over his head. Even if this couldn't block out the hallucinations, those strange feelings remained, but at least he felt a little better inside. Tonight was bound to be a difficult night. Indu did not know how long had passed, but the rare feeling of sleepiness finally found him. However, the people watching his live stream were too scared to fall asleep. To help the people in the live stream better understand the situation of the gifted in the world of rule-based strange tales, the live stream displayed all the hallucinations and illusions of the gifted. So, now those watching Indu's stream could clearly see a bunch of bizarre monsters surrounding him, with various bloody weapons directed at him, as if ready to pounce as soon as he opened his eyes. After a night passed, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Indu was woken up by the alarm clock on time. Indu refused to be lured by the blankets and got up to leave the room. At this time, his grandmother was no longer in the room. He didn't know if she had gotten up early today, but Indu felt that the coldness in the air was even worse than yesterday. When Indu got to the dining room, the whole family was already sitting at the dining table. Yesterday's scene replayed. But Indu only felt a chill. According to the rules, his breakfast should start at 7:40, but it was only just 7, yet his family sat at the table like puppets. Indu approached the dining table, but all family members seemed to be in standby mode, and no one acknowledged him. Since he couldn't eat yet, Indu simply left the dining room and went to his grandfather's room. He had been in the room for nearly 20 seconds when Mr. Bear finally came to his side. Sure enough, he could eliminate the pollution even while sleeping at night. But now the pollution level was still higher than it had been after his nap yesterday. That place identical to his current home hurt him too much. Indu didn't stay long in his grandfather's room. He chose to return to his grandmother's room to wait for mealtime to come. The atmosphere in the dining room was too strange for him to stay longer. Just thinking about how tomorrow his whole family might be home gave him a sense of suffocation. When the time reached 7:40, Indu left the room and returned to the dining room, repeating the greeting from yesterday and successfully seated himself at the table. Indu observed his family's expressions while spooning the plain porridge. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but the family members seemed stiffer than yesterday, and his grandmother's cloudy eyes had shrunk a bit. Indu ate a bit faster this time, finishing the bowl of porridge in less than 10 minutes. However, he didn't leave the table. Instead, he continued to watch his family's every movement. Yesterday at breakfast, he hadn't adjusted his mindset and hadn't dared to look closely at his strange family members sitting around. Besides him and his grandmother, the breakfast for the other family members was very plentiful, and as they ate, everyone began to move more freely, finally returning to their normal selves. At that moment, the clock in the corner rang the hour, and the dong, dong, dong sound echoed through the house. The family members began to get up and leave the dining table in succession. After a while, his father's voice came from by the door. "What's going on? Why are there nails on the floor?" Yesterday, after Indu had nailed the nails, no one opened the door, and therefore no one found out that he had added a restriction to the door. Indu jumped down from the table and carefully poked his head around the corner. The family members wanting to go out had gathered at the entrance, with his father standing in the front, holding the doorknob and opening the door just wide enough for one person to pass through. Due to the angle, Indu couldn't see outside the door. All he could make out was the wall outside. His mother stepped forward and pushed his father, saying, "Isn't this still a way out? Why do you care where the nails came from? Hurry up and go out, don't block the door and waste time." Being scolded by his mother, his father could only sidestep and go out with his briefcase. Then one by one, the family members left through this narrow opening, and since the door could not be completely opened, his mother, walking last, pulled the door shut behind her. Since the cabinet for the blocks was nailed shut, the invisible troublemaker child who loved playing with blocks couldn't come out to cause chaos. Ignoring what needed to be ignored, Indu decided to mark a clear division for his day with a nap and the family returning home. His most important task for the first stage today was to enter the kitchen. But this had to wait until noon, 12 o'clock. All morning, Indu found himself doing nothing, and it took a while for him to remember he had to check his grandmother's medicine. However, there was a reason he didn't take this matter lightly. When he looked at the medicine box yesterday, he noticed the quantity of metformin tablets had securely exceeded 7 days. As for the insulin, 0.5 milliliters equals 50 units, which, judging by his grandmother's physique, would be enough for about 3 to 4 days. Now that he thought about checking, it was just to confirm how many units his grandmother needed each day. But it turned out not to be a trivial matter. Upon looking, Indu discovered the serious problem. Yesterday, there was still 0.5 milliliters of insulin, but today, only 0.2 milliliters remained. If he hadn't whimsically thought to take a peek, tomorrow there was a great possibility he would break the rules. This revelation made Indu hurriedly grab 2 boxes of metformin tablets to double-check. Thankfully, these 2 bottles of medicine were fine. He had been too presumptuous. After all, he was now in a world full of strange rules. Indu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He warned himself in his heart that in this world, no matter how certain things seem, they must be confirmed repeatedly. He couldn't be bothered, and he couldn't assume, because if he took one wrong step, there would be no turning back. Chapter 21 Kitchen. After packing up the medicine box, Indu simply lay down on the floor and took out all the rules to review again. Last night, because of the hallucinations and sounds, he hadn't been able to revise, plus he had used too much energy yesterday. This morning, he indeed felt like a headless fly, having no plan besides remembering to consult Mr. Bear about his contamination status. Now there were 2 rooms left in the whole house and the cold storage and the kitchen's rules that he hadn't visited yet. Indu got up and found a pen from his grandmother's dressing table drawer and began to write on a piece of paper. His grandmother is the only family he has left now, all others are strange. However, most of the time, the strange ones still have some humanity, so they won't harm him. From the television, he knows that yesterday was Thursday, today is Friday, and tomorrow all family members might be at home, increasing the danger. When a whole roasted lamb appears in the house, he must escape immediately, and the only place to flee to is that so-called not home, but there is serious pollution there, and he needs to solve the pollution problem to get there. Sleeping can reduce the pollution on him, but it's limited. If the pollution he faces each day is higher than what he can eliminate, he will eventually be lost or die from pollution. Yesterday he got a knife from a strange hand, and last night his grandmother gave him a small lamp. Could the other strange hands also have props? Always be alert, never relax. Indu finished writing and his gaze paused on the 3rd point. Now, there are only 2 rooms and a cold storage left unexplored in the whole house. If there is a solution, it should be in these 3 places. However, he feels that the cold storage is the most likely place. So he decides to wait until noon, when he enters the kitchen to confirm the situation, before deciding whether to go to the other 2 rooms. This strange world is not a game. There is no need to be obsessed with collecting all the maps. After confirming his next plan, Indu put away the note. He organized this information on paper, not just to help himself clarify clues but also to let the officials see it, making it easier for them to provide him with the information he really needs. Aside from these 2 purposes, he has one private intention. How did he write all this down? Now the whole world shares this information, and the leading advantage is suddenly lost. What's the hurry? Even if he does it right, anyone watching his livestream can roughly guess most of the information on it. The main purpose of his writing is still to communicate with the officials. The officials haven't used their previous reminders yet, only by understanding more information can their hints be maximized. He can directly say what information he needs. Now he's basically letting other countries copy his homework. It's only been a little over a day. How much key information can there be? Is there a need to be so anxious? Indu's exploration speed far exceeds that of other countries. The clues he has now might take other countries 3 days to get. If this information leaks out, our advantage is indeed greatly reduced. Do you all have any brains? Now Indu is indeed far ahead, but this also means he hasn't shared the danger with others. If he releases this information, it will help some people catch up and assist him in facing the danger. I think he should slow down his exploration speed and wait for key hints. Indu could not see the comments in the live chat. After putting away the note, he set an alarm and closed his eyes to sleep. To be honest, he really didn't rest well last night. He fell asleep in fear, and his mind seemed to be in a tense state. When he woke up in the morning, he felt heavy-headed and light-footed. Sleeping is definitely the most beautiful thing in the world. Rare is the chance for peaceful sleep, and he doesn't know how many more opportunities he will have. Indu fell asleep in a second, and it wasn't until noon when the alarm rang that he yawned and got up to the kitchen door. He still hasn't forgotten the horrifying scene from yesterday, so even having received permission, he couldn't fully relax. He took out the small lamp his grandmother gave him, ready to turn it on at any moment. He opened the kitchen door and saw the same clean and bright scene as before he entered yesterday. There is a window in the kitchen, and the white blinds are closed. Indu carefully walked into the kitchen. The strange scene from yesterday did not appear. What unfolded before him was an ordinary kitchen. Only this kitchen is clearly much smaller than it should be. Based on the length of his room and his grandmother's, if this house wasn't indented, the kitchen shouldn't be so narrow. The reduced area should be the cold storage, but where is the entrance to the cold storage? Indu blinked in confusion, then he reached out to touch the tile walls, exploring for a while, and finally felt the two tiles were loose. Confirming that the cold storage was in the direction he had guessed, Indu returned to the kitchen door to find the rule he had torn in half. He originally wanted to see if there were any other clues about the cold storage, but the rules still disappointed him. A happy family of 6 kitchen. Rule 1, the kitchen includes the operation area and storage area. The kitchen is the place for processing food. Rule 2, only grandma can freely enter the kitchen operation area. From 12 to 1300 hours, the kitchen operation area will be open to other entrants. Rule 3, remember, the kitchen can only be entered during the day. Rule 4, the vegetables in the house only come in green and black. Rule 5, cooked beef is brown, absolutely do not eat raw beef. Rule 6, the refrigerator will not have a whole roasted lamb. If you find a whole roasted lamb, please escape immediately from the house. Rule 7, do not enter the cold storage from here, absolutely do not. Now, aside from knowing that the cold storage can only be entered during the day, Indu had no additional clues about the cold storage. Rule 1 is just a definition of the kitchen's area, and separating it from Rule 3 is only meant to confuse people about the time to enter the cold storage. Rule 2 is quite similar to Rule 2 in the dining room. The dining room rules say, do not enter the kitchen alone, unless grandma agrees. He tried it yesterday, indeed, calling on a person allowed him to briefly avoid the risk of death, but that was all. Now the kitchen rules provided a reason. The kitchen operation area was open to people other than grandma only between 12 o'clock and 1300 hours. If he brought his brother into the kitchen now, it should be safe. Indu sighed. Fortunately, he had cautiously let his brother block the knife in front of him yesterday. After reassembling and putting away the kitchen rules, Indu walked towards the refrigerator. Next, he needed to check if there was a whole roasted lamb in the refrigerator and also look for something to eat for lunch. He had only drunk porridge again this morning. If lunch was the same oatmeal as yesterday, he wouldn't be able to stand it. The freezer section of the refrigerator was twice the size of the refrigerated section. Indu opened the freezer first, which was filled with bright red meat, not seeing anything else. Fresh beef is also red, perhaps there is beef inside, but Indu wasn't confident in finding it, so he quickly closed the door. Then he opened the refrigerated section, where there was not a hint of green. Fortunately, he managed to find one black vegetable among the colorful ones. This black vegetable looked almost identical to cabbage, the only difference being its color. Indu didn't know if what he ate last night was this thing, but according to the rules, eating this should be fine. Chapter 22, Black Hair. Indu treated the black vegetable like cabbage, washed it, heated the pan with oil, and then tossed the vegetable in. But this black vegetable seemed to have no moisture, yet it released a lot of black goo as soon as it hit the pan. It seemed that the black vegetable from last night was this thing. A strange sour smell wafted from the pan, and the more he stir-fried, the stronger the smell became. Strangely, the vegetable he ate last night didn't have this kind of smell. As the smell grew stronger, Indu held on until the vegetable was cooked before turning off the heat. But as soon as the fire was turned off, the smell instantly filled the entire kitchen. At this moment, Indu realized there was no range hood installed in this kitchen. He couldn't open the window, so he had to run out of the kitchen to temporarily relieve his discomfort. Originally, Indu still felt a bit hungry, but now, stimulated by the smell, he only wanted to throw up. But he couldn't waste food, Indu lamented in his heart. He resigned himself and opened the cabinet to look for a plate. The lower level of the cabinet was large, the same height as Indu, and it only housed 5 or 6 plates. Indu took out the plate that had the black vegetables from last night and returned to the kitchen. The kitchen was not ventilated, so the smell hadn't dissipated. Indu held his breath and transferred the vegetables to the plate. Fortunately, the sour and smelly stench of the vegetables had reduced quite a bit, so the smell wasn't as bad when he brought it to the dining room. However, eating it still required a great deal of courage from Indu. The emotions of entanglement and struggle consumed a huge amount of mental energy, making eating the most exhausting thing for Indu in the first half of the day. Human taste is largely influenced by smell, so this dish that should have been tasteless, Indu instead found to have a fishy and sour flavor. Indu's small face scrunched up in displeasure, and he barely managed to finish his lunch before 1 o'clock. After eating, he returned to the living room and drank 3 or 4 cups of water, feeling a bit better. During the eating process, Indu had actually noticed that the black vegetables lost their sour stench as the temperature decreased. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to wait for the dish to cool completely. After getting rid of the taste in his mouth, Indu returned to the kitchen to clean the stove and put the washed dishes back in the cabinet. It was getting late, it was time for a nap. Indu leisurely walked towards his room. At this moment, the door to his grandfather's room had already been opened, and the light was on, making the hallway between the two rooms appear very bright. Indu recalled his experience in the kitchen. Logically, he should not have been polluted at all this morning, but to be more certain, he chose to advance into his grandfather's room. Mr. Bear had a characteristic: the more serious the pollution, the more he loved to cling to him. At his most affectionate moments, he wouldn't want to be apart for a second, and when his love was passionate, he would act unpredictably. Since yesterday, Indu had been consciously using this point to check the level of pollution on his body. From Mr. Bear's clinginess to him and the two instances of hallucinations and hearing voices while sleeping, it could be seen that sleeping would provide some level of purification from the pollution, but the effects of the pollution would be magnified before falling asleep. The purifying effect should be closely related to the actual sleep time. How could he quickly fall asleep without the influence of hallucinations and hearing voices? Once Indu lay in bed, he covered his head with the quilt. The quilt always had magical powers. It could ward off all kinds of ghosts and provide mental support. When covered with the quilt, the outside sounds would become muffled. But hallucinations were different. When heard, it was as if someone was whispering in your ear, and one could even feel the airflow brushing past the ear. At that moment, Indu was facing such a situation, but he knew he was under the quilt, so everything was fake. No evil spirits could pass through the quilt and whisper in his ear. 2 hours of nap time was not short, but for a child who was still sleepy, it was quite normal. When he got up this time, Indu felt refreshed, even his spirits lifted significantly, and his body felt much lighter. He felt as if he had taken a stimulant. Indu shook his head and decided to look for Mr. Bear to confirm his situation. When he arrived outside his grandfather's room, he found the door was closed, and from the crack, it seemed the light inside had also been turned off. Indu was sure that in the morning he had pried open his grandfather's door, and he had also looked for Mr. Bear twice. He definitely did not close the door or turn off the light. Who turned off the door and the light? Indu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and he hurriedly stepped back, retreating into his grandmother's room. What's going on? Who closed the door? It's Mom. I saw it in the live stream from the next room. The rules on the main bedroom door say that if a room in the house has its light on for a long time but no one is using it, Mom will go into that room and turn off the light. That black hair is also in the rules. You must not before entering Mom's room, or she will get angry. However, when Mom gets angry, she only attacks once. The talent holder next door, Gaoli, escaped by using their talent. The talent holder, Gaoli? That one with the talent called the magic veil? The magic veil is really strong. It gives you an extra life every day. Isn't that great? Isn't Indu's lamp also giving him an extra life? It's different. Indu's lamp disperses the weirdness for 5 minutes. If Indu doesn't reach a safe place or find a way to get rid of the weirdness after those 5 minutes, he still dies. But the magic veil can resist one pollution or attack. After resisting, that attack is considered over for the weirdness. It won't attack the talent holder again unless they break the rules again. That's so confusing. I don't get it. Isn't resisting for 5 minutes better? You could say that in some situations, 5 minutes is more useful. After all, within those 5 minutes, Indu can break any rules without worrying about being punished right away. Then he attracts a bunch of weird things chasing him, right? I'm familiar with that. Isn't it just taunting? I love using it. Indu couldn't see the comments in the live stream. He only knew this situation hadn't happened yesterday. Yesterday, he also pried open his grandfather's room in the morning, but after waking up from his nap, the door and light were not turned off. Faced with an unexpected situation, Indu's first reaction was to check the rules. But none of the rules he had on hand were related to this situation. Indu frowned, recalling the 2 rooms he hadn't entered yet. Maybe there are relevant rules in one of those rooms? But after this incident, Indu inevitably felt fear, not to mention recklessly prying open the doors to 2 more rooms. After hesitating for a while, he decided to first open his grandfather's door to take a look. But when he inserted his tool, he realized the door wasn't locked. Seeing this, Indu prepared to open the door a crack to turn on the light, but as he pushed open the door just a little, a mass of black hair surged out from under the door, rushing towards his feet at lightning speed. Indu hurriedly withdrew to his grandmother's room. When he looked up at his grandfather's room again, the door was closed again. Someone is inside. No, not someone, it's a weirdness. At some point, there was a weirdness added in his grandfather's room. It seems he must go check the other 2 rooms. Currently, the only rules he hasn't collected are in those 2 rooms. The remaining 2 rooms are directly opposite the dining room. To ensure safety, Indu took a small lamp in his hand before leaving his grandmother's room this time. However, when he stepped out of his room, no black hair emerged from the crack of the opposite door. Indu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked to the door closer to the living room. This door was also locked. Indu didn't rush to pry the lock and instead moved to the next room. This door was not locked, and after thinking for a moment, Indu turned on the lamp he was holding and pushed the door open to go inside. In the dark room, only the light from Indu's lamp illuminated the space. With the faint glow from the lamp, he could see a figure standing in the corner of the room. Unlike Mr. Bear, that figure looked like a real person. Indu quickly tightened his grip on the lamp to ensure he was under its light. Chapter 23, Fake Parents. After making sure he was temporarily safe, Indu reached out to turn on the light, then looked at that shadow. At first glance, he couldn't help but jump in fright. The figure standing in the corner was no one else but. He watched his dad squeeze out of the door in the morning. But this dad was very strange, looking just like a mannequin in a shop window, stiff and cold. But it wasn't eerie yet, much more normal looking than the dad from last night who played games with him and ate meat at the dinner table. After confirming that the mannequin dad would not move, Indu did not pay much more attention to him. His most important task now was to find the rules. The desk lamp could only last for 5 minutes. Within those 5 minutes, he had to determine whether he was in a safe situation or not. If there was danger, he needed to return to his grandma's room to hide before the lamp went out. This room should be the master bedroom, slightly larger than Grandpa's bedroom, but in fact, it was even more empty. Aside from the bed, vanity, and wardrobe, there was no other furniture. Indu scanned the room. The rules were clearly not visible. With the lamp's protection, Indu boldly began to rummage through drawers and cabinets. But he found no rules. It couldn't be that there were no rules in this room, right? Just looking at that dad who shouldn't be at home, he couldn't deceive himself. Right, Dad. Now, the only thing in the room he hadn't searched was Dad. Indu slowly approached the mannequin dad with the desk lamp. This mannequin did not shy away from the approaching light. This proved that the mannequin was not eerie at the moment. Only then did Indu feel relieved and started searching the mannequin dad's body. Soon, he found a piece of half a note in the mannequin's pocket. 3. You can seek Dad's help, but always remember he is Dad and not something else or strange. 4. Do not stay in the master bedroom for more than 10 minutes, especially if there are in the room. Looking at this rule, it was clear it had a first half, and as for where it was, Indu immediately thought of the hare that had just sneak attacked him. Dad had half the note, so the other half was likely with Mom. And the hare that just attacked him was likely Mom's. Why did Mom leave the room to go to Grandpa's room? It must be related to the 2 rules he hadn't seen yet. Thinking of this, Indu hurriedly ran toward Grandpa's room with the lamp. He needed to find that rule while the lamp was still effective. Grandpa's room wasn't locked, and Indu skillfully opened the door and turned on the light. As soon as the light was on, he could see Mr. Bear and mannequin Mom each occupying a corner. Indu walked over to Mom and pulled out the rule from his pocket. A happy family of 6 master bedroom. 1. Mom likes polite people. Entering the room where Mom is requires knocking first. 2. Mom is a frugal person. If there is a light on in the house that is left on for a long time but no one is there, Mom will go and turn it off. Turning off the light, that's why Mom appeared in Grandpa's room? If that's the case, once Mom turns off the light, she will stay where the light is turned off, and that place should follow the rule of knocking before entering. While Indu was thinking, the desk lamp in his hand began to flicker. Indu quickly looked up at Mom and found that she had actually moved a few steps closer to him. Every time the lamp dimmed momentarily, Mom would advance a few centimeters. Indu hurriedly ran out of the room while the lamp hadn't completely gone out yet. He slammed the door to Grandpa's room shut before mannequin Mom could react, then knocked on the door saying, "Mom, I'm coming in now." As soon as he finished speaking, the desk lamp just completely went out. Seeing this, he quickly backed to the entrance of Grandma's room, ready to retreat inside at the slightest anomaly. Fortunately, there was no movement from Grandpa's room, and Indu quickly stepped forward to carefully open the door. The light in the room was still on, and mannequin Mom and Mr. Bear occupied the 2 corners just like when he entered before. Indu began to recall the 2 previous instances when he had violated the rules. The first time he violated the rule by opening the door but not entering. After the failed attack from the mannequin Mom, there was no further assault. The second time he broke the rules and entered the room. The bedside lamp's protection kept him safe from the mannequin Mom, but when the light dimmed, she gradually approached him, clearly not giving up her attack just because she couldn't reach him before. From this, it's clear that the penalties for not knocking and entering the room versus entering the room without knocking are different in intensity. In other words, breaking the rules carries varying degrees of consequence. Additionally, his lamp could only protect him from the eerie attacks for 5 minutes but could not exempt him from the punishments of breaking the rules. He had already suspected this earlier, so he wasn't surprised. Indu thought while combining the 2 recently received notes, one of the rules in the main bedroom had been crossed out. Knock, knock, knock. Sister, I'm back, please open the door. I forgot to bring my keys, sister. As Indu was preparing to go over the rules again, a knocking sound came from the entrance. His brother's voice echoed. Indu then realized it was already past 4 o'clock. According to the rules, he needed to determine if the person outside was truly his brother. If it was, he had 20 minutes to open the door. However, his brother promised him last night that he would go buy a game console, so the person getting home on time could not possibly be his brother. Indu completely ignored the person outside. His gaze scanned the 2 notes in his hand, finally resting on the sentence, "You can seek help from Dad." Yesterday he had turned on the television, but the TV was broken. According to the rules, he could ask Dad to fix the TV, but after Dad returned last night, he barely had any normal time, causing Indu to forget about fixing the TV. Now bringing in the rules from the main bedroom, it seemed the person he could ask for help was the dad who looked like a mannequin during the day. Thinking of this, Indu hurriedly ran to the main bedroom to stand in front of the mannequin dad. "Dad, I want to watch TV, but the living room TV is broken, can you help fix it?" Indu tugged at the mannequin dad's hand. After Indu made his request, the mannequin dad moved. He stiffly bowed his head to look at Indu, and that motion made Indu feel like he could fall apart at any moment. "See can, daughter." He spoke slowly, word by word, with no emotion, making it hard for anyone to perceive him as a normal person emotionally. However, Indu didn't mind. He remembered that this was his dad, and his dad was completely fine like this. Indu pulled his dad's hand and walked towards the living room. Dad moved very stiffly and slowly. He stumbled a bit, pulled along by Indu. Accompanied by the sound of his brother knocking at the door, Indu and his dad arrived in the living room. Indu turned on the television. Immediately, 2 paper figures sat upright on the screen, the image flickered, and the colors of the paper people and their clothes instantly changed. Just like yesterday, the TV's image kept jumping between the 2 videos, and the remote control couldn't control what the TV played at all. The mannequin dad stood in front of the TV for quite a while. Just when Indu thought he had no real method of repair, he suddenly spoke, "I know this problem, I can fix it." After stating each word distinctly, he raised his hand and slapped the TV hard. Bang! The TV that had once shown an image suddenly displayed only static. Indu opened his mouth not knowing what to say, then the mannequin dad slapped the TV again. Bang! The TV image suddenly changed, showing those 2 paper figures again. This time the TV's image finally stopped jumping, and the mannequin dad turned to Indu, "All done." Though he still spoke without emotion and with that strange pause, Indu inexplicably heard a note of pride in his words. This method of repair he could do too. Chapter 24: The Disappearing Paper Person Channel. The repaired television no longer flickered like last time. On the screen appeared not the 2 paper people, but an animated show starring a sheep as the main character. Indu didn't think much and picked up the remote control to search for the television footage. He wanted to watch the report about the 2 paper people completely. But when he checked the disc in the television, there was nothing inside. How could there be nothing? Yesterday and today, the tape had been playing as soon as the TV was turned on. Indu hurriedly switched channels with the remote in an attempt to find the channel with that footage, but after several tries, he couldn't find any programs related to the paper people on the TV. All the television programs were normal. Normal enough that it seemed the images from when the TV was broken were just his illusion. Indu furrowed his brow. The reason he asked his dad to fix the TV was to watch the car accident news report. His intuition told him that news must be related to this family. But he didn't expect that fixing the TV would cause that news to disappear completely. It would have been better if it had not been fixed. Indu helplessly put down the remote. Now he had to be grateful that when the TV was broken, it repeatedly played the same content, which allowed him to piece together some information. He remembered the paper person news talked about a car accident that happened on October 12th. Speaking of the date, if he remembered correctly, yesterday was October 19th. Counting from October 12th, the 18th was the 7th day, and yesterday was the first day after the 7th. This timing was quite subtle. It made him even more concerned about the content of the news. Indu turned to the nearby standby fake dad. "Dad, can you switch to that channel with the 2 paper people?" "Paper people? There are no paper people, the TV is broken, it's all static." The fake dad said. "No paper people?" Dad's words made Indu show a puzzled expression. He had seen them, how could Dad not have seen them? "Static, just static." Dad said again. So the paper person channel was only visible to him? Unable to find the paper person channel, Indu stopped dwelling on it too much. If the TV couldn't provide more clues, then he would look for a different place. In the house, there was now only one room and a cold storage that he had not yet visited. "Dad, what is the room beside the master bedroom used for?" "Study." "Dad, can I go to the study?" He didn't know what the rules were for that study. The door was locked, and it would be better if he could get some hints before going in. But he didn't expect that after hearing his words, Dad's expression changed rapidly. Dad did not answer his question, but stared at him intensely, repeatedly murmuring one phrase. "Kill, the one who enters the study will be killed. Kill, the one who enters the study will be killed." Kill, the one who enters the study will be killed. Dad was like a stuck tape, constantly repeating this sentence. The strange expression, tone, combined with the slow pronunciation, initially startled Indu. However, he quickly realized that he was not in danger. He hadn't gone into the study yet. And judging by Dad's expression, it seemed he lacked the ability to determine whether he had entered or not. Dad, I haven't been into the study, Indu said seriously to the fake Dad's plastic face. After hearing Indu's words, Dad finally stopped repeating that phrase. He quietly stood in front of the TV, returning to standby mode. Indu looked at Dad and recalled Dad's strange behavior and that saying. Kill, the one who enters the study will be killed. The ones who enter the study will be killed, or rather, the ones discovered to have entered will be killed. After Dad received the answer that he hadn't entered, he stopped repeating that phrase, indicating that Dad couldn't directly confirm whether he had actually gone into the study, which proved Indu's speculation correct. So if he went to the study, he just needed to ensure he wasn't seen by Dad or anyone else. If someone asked, just firmly say he hadn't gone. However, all the above was ultimately speculation. What to pay attention to in the study room? Only by seeing the rules can one be certain. After having this guess, Indu especially wanted to enter the study today. You should know that tomorrow is Saturday, and he won't be alone at home anymore. If he needs to avoid other people to go to the study, if he doesn't go in today, he might have to wait until Monday. Indu glanced at the time. It was already 5 o'clock, and his family would soon be home. Should he take this opportunity to have a look in the study? Dad, the TV is fixed. Aren't you going back to your room? You're blocking me from watching TV, Indu said. The fake Dad turned and walked towards the main bedroom upon hearing this. Indu took a few steps back and sat on the sofa, pretending to watch TV, but as soon as the main bedroom door closed, he quickly ran to the door of the study. The lock on the study door was no more advanced than other room locks. Indu opened it in less than 3 seconds. A gap appeared in the door, and red light spilled out from the crack. This eerie light made Indu hesitate to open the door further, let alone enter. Red is often associated with ominous things in strange worlds. Although not absolute, it leaves an impression in people's minds that red equals danger. Indu stood at the door for a moment, constantly weighing in his heart. By next Monday, it would be his 5th day in this world. According to his previous speculation, every day ahead would only become more dangerous. He needed to leave this house quickly, or at the very least, find a way to protect himself in this home. But until now, he had no clues about either. When tomorrow comes, the difficulty of entering the study would only increase. Thinking of this, Indu finally made up his mind to push the study door open a little more, and immediately, the red light spilled out. Fortunately, nothing happened. Indu guessed that this red light might have a contaminating effect, so he did not enter the room directly but used the red light to examine the inside of the study from outside. Because the door was not opened wide, the visible range was limited. On the left side of the room was a white wall, and there was nothing hanging on it. Looking to the right, Indu's whole body froze. In the study stood a paper figure that looked exactly like the male paper figure on TV, facing the door, its dark eyes seeming to watch Indu. Next to the paper figure was a table. Although Indu could only see the corner, he still keenly caught sight of a candlestick on the table. What study? This was clearly a funeral parlor. Chapter 25, Retreat. Following the belief that the more bizarre and dangerous a place is, the more likely it hides clues, Indu gritted his teeth and stepped into the funeral parlor. The most eye-catching in the room was a large table covered with a yellow tablecloth and 4 photographs stuck on the wall behind it. The photos looked relatively normal but were covered by a layer of creepy red light. These were still within an acceptable range, but what made Indu uncomfortable were the 2 paper figures that had appeared on TV. Moreover, the more he looked, the more he felt that the paper figures were staring at him, giving him a creepy feeling. Indu quickly scanned the entire room. The rules of the study were not cleverly hidden but simply tossed under the table. The biggest problem for Indu was that getting closer to the table meant getting closer to those 2 strange paper figures. What did the rules say? Would the paper figures move? Indu carefully bit down on his teeth and cautiously walked forward, keeping an eye on the 2 paper figures. When he squatted down to pick up the note, the paper figures did not move. However, after picking up the note, Indu bolted out of the room immediately. He couldn't see the entire rule on the note, but his eyes still caught a sensitive word: escape. Whatever it is that needs to escape. In short, leaving is definitely the right choice. After Indu left the study, he didn't forget to lock the door again, creating the illusion that no one had entered. Then he slowly walked back to his grandmother's room. The happy family of 6, study room. 1. If you enter a study room that is not normal, please escape quickly. 2. If you are fortunate enough to enter a normal study room, please find a white box in the bottom drawer of the desk and take the watch, it will help you. 3. If you unfortunately fail to leave the house before danger strikes, prepare enough water and food, and hide inside Mr. Bear, but never let any being know you are hiding, perhaps you can escape a disaster. 4. Do not let anyone discover that you have entered the study room. The rules of the study room are few but provide extremely important information. Indu read the third rule back and forth several times, although it said, perhaps you can escape a disaster, this rule must be the last way out when one can't leave the home. Even though he did not want to reach this conclusion, he still had to prepare in advance. With this thought, Indu turned and filled the cold water kettle in the living room into his toolbox. Then he filled up the large thermos with water and stored it away. With water and food prepared, he felt a little more at ease. At least now he had an escape route. Next, it was time to find the watch. Study room. Ding dong. Before Indu could finalize his plans of action, the doorbell rang. Sister, I'm back. Indu glanced at the time, it was already 5:15, definitely around the time his brother should return. He went to the door and opened it as wide as he could, creating a gap just big enough for one person to pass through, while he carefully hid behind the door. Brother, is there anything else outside besides you? His brother outside did not understand why his sister asked this but still looked around seriously. No, nothing. Only after receiving the answer did Indu reach out to unlock the outer door. While reaching out, he was careful not to expose his body. As soon as the door opened, his brother squeezed in with 2 small bags, and he heard the sound of the door latch behind him. Despite the noise, Indu still cautiously asked, is the door locked? His brother turned to glance back, it's locked. Strange, how did that Ahuang end up at our door again? It was squatting there when I came home yesterday, but it ran away as soon as it saw me. Listening to that, Ahuang must be the monster he saw. Indu stepped forward and shut the wooden door tightly. His brother's attention quickly shifted as he cheerfully presented the 2 bags to Indu. A game console and an MP3. Indu wasn't very interested in the game console or the MP3, they were just an excuse he gave to his brother to delay his return. What he was more curious about was the prices in this world. Was 100 enough to buy these 2? Not enough, there was only one left after buying the game console. His brother said, taking the last dollar out and handing it to Indu. Then he added, the MP3 is a gift for you. A gift? A birthday gift. I remember I bought it, I don't know why I couldn't find it yesterday. Was yesterday his birthday? The atmosphere at home really did not indicate that, Indu thought while taking the 2 bags from his brother. The game console was the classic style, with a screen in the middle and buttons on both sides. Inside were just some regular mini-games, nothing special aside from the characters looking a bit different from those Indu had seen before. In comparison, the MP3 his brother gave him was more interesting. As soon as he unwrapped it and held the MP3 in his hand, he noticed the introduction about it. Small capacity MP3, memory for one song, playing once can purify 20 points of pollution. Charging time, 22 hours, playing time, 1 song, can be upgraded. Another item? Indu raised his eyebrows in surprise. He knew how rare props were from watching strange talk shows, otherwise, the toolbox wouldn't have fallen to the last place in talent. But now, just in the first chapter, he had obtained 2 props. 2 props, regardless of their strength, in terms of quantity, it was equivalent to having 2 talents. And purifying pollution. Indu remembered that talent which was ranked 3rd from the bottom by many online users, and it was similar to this. Thank you, brother. Indu met his brother's expectant gaze. I really like it. His brother, hearing this, was clearly very happy, and he started chattering about his day's events. Indu didn't pay much attention to what his brother was saying, his gaze unconsciously lingered on the centipede around his brother's neck, and he thought of the piggy bank with a hole he had made. He felt really sorry, hoping his brother would never discover the secret of the piggy bank. After giving the gift and sharing his day's funny stories, his brother wasn't in a hurry to do homework. Instead, he pulled Indu to play the game console together. Aren't you going to do your homework? Homework can be done tomorrow or the day after. His brother said, his gaze fixed on the game console in Indu's hand. It seemed that he really wanted to play. This game console can't be played in 2-player mode. Why didn't you buy another one just now? I only have 80 yuan left, enough to buy an MP3. His brother said, pouting unhappily, the other money is in the piggy bank. An MP3 only costs 80 yuan? Indu glanced at the game console in his hand, feeling deeply that he had lost out. Okay then, I'll lend you the game console, but you have to hide in your room while playing, so mom doesn't see it and take it away. Okay. His brother happily took the game console and ran towards his room, while Indu followed behind him. As soon as the door to Grandpa's room opened, Indu quickly scanned the situation in the room. At this moment, the fake mom was no longer standing in Grandpa's room, it seemed she had returned to the master bedroom. Seeing this, Indu said to his brother, Brother, I'll go back to my room first, you enjoy playing and be careful not to let mom find out. Got it. His brother, already immersed in the game, clearly had no time to care about what Indu was saying. This was exactly the effect Indu wanted. With the attraction of the game console, his brother was temporarily too busy to pay attention to him, allowing him to make a quick trip to the study. However, before going to the study, he first walked to the master bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Mom, can I come in? After Indu asked, there was no sound coming from the master bedroom. The rule stated that when entering the room where Mom was, he had to knock on the door, not that he needed permission, so no response was okay. Then I'm coming in. Indu opened the door and walked into the room. His gaze scanned the room. The fake dad and the fake mom were now standing harmoniously together in the corner. Very good, they were all in the room. Both fakes were the same, they wouldn't move unless some rule was triggered. Indu quietly closed the door and left the room. He came to the master bedroom just to confirm whether the fake mom was there or not. Only knowing Mom's location could he feel at ease going to the study. Indu's skill at picking locks was getting better. The time needed to open the study door was now down to 1 second, hardly different from using a normal key. The rule for the study, number 2, was that if he was lucky, he could enter the normal study, which should be a very low probability event. However, Indu didn't expect that during his second time opening the study door, he would actually see the study. This room had a very simple layout. The wall shared with the living room had a bookshelf, and the opposite wall had a painting hanging, with a wooden table in the middle of the room. Across from the room door was a complete curtain, and Indu guessed that behind it should be a floor-to-ceiling window, possibly even with a balcony. Was he really this lucky? Indu reflected on his short 23 years of life. From any angle, it cannot be considered lucky. But looking at the 3 props obtained in a short time, perhaps he has become lucky in the world of strange rules and horror stories? Indu carefully walked into the study with a clear goal, heading straight for the desk. He did not close the door, ready to escape the study at the first sign of something unusual. The desk had a traditional style, with 3 drawers at the lower left. However, Indu's attention was not on the drawers at first but on the yellow and white paper money underneath the desk. Whose study has paper money scattered on the floor? Without hesitation, Indu turned and ran out of the room. This study is certainly not a normal study. As Indu approached the doorway, he saw the door suddenly move, and behind it were those 2 paper figures. The 2 paper figures had their painted black eyes moving and fixing their gaze on Indu. Indu gasped, his feet momentarily halted before rushing toward the door. The study was likely still a morning hall from earlier, just disguised to deceive someone who knew the rules. The paper figures moved as he got closer, but luckily their movements were slow, and Indu managed to grab the door just before it closed, reopening it to leave the study. After exiting, he did not forget to pull the door closed behind him. This time he didn't lock the door because there was still enough time. He planned to try 2 more times. Things relying on luck need repetition for assurance. After calming himself again, Indu opened the study door once more. The layout of the study hadn't changed. Indu first checked behind the door, no paper figures. However, he did not let his guard down. He felt that this place was likely still going to deceive him. Sure enough, as he looked closely at the bookshelf, he soon discovered 4 memorial photos displayed on it. So he didn't even enter, just closed the door directly. A second later, he opened the door again. This time, there were no memorial photos on the bookshelf, but the painting opposite had directly turned into memorial photos. Close, open, close, open. Indu continuously refreshed the study but could always spot something wrong. The most outrageous time was when the desk directly became an altar, glaringly showing him that this room had issues. After wasting over 20 minutes, Indu still failed to refresh the study successfully. It was almost 6 o'clock. In order not to be caught by the person returning home while trying to enter the study, Indu could only give up on searching for the study and locked the door. He couldn't understand, even if his luck was terrible, opening the door nearly 30 times shouldn't mean he couldn't get into the study at all, right? Indu stared at the door lock, pondering for a long while before finally considering one possibility. Perhaps it was impossible to enter the study from here at all? To truly enter the study, one could only go to a place that looked exactly like this home but was filled with pollution? Indu felt this possibility was very high, because he hadn't seen any strange occurrences over there. Aside from pollution, that place was perfectly normal. With this speculation, Indu headed straight for the bathroom without hesitation, but when he reached the bathroom door, he heard the sound of a ventilation fan turning. The whoosh 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 noise made Indu feel a bit unsettled. Was this deliberately preventing him from going there? Seeing that he couldn't get into the bathroom, Indu turned around and rushed into his grandfather's room, pulling out his brother who was still playing a game. "Brother, help me open the bathroom door, I can't get it open." Without asking why Indu didn't go to the other bathroom, his brother directly helped open the bathroom door. Before opening the door, Indu noticed there was no longer any sound from the fan inside. That thing was indeed targeting him. "Thank you," Indu said and turned to step into the bathroom. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened this time. There were no extra bathing facilities in the public restroom. After closing the bathroom door, Indu stood by the door and waited. 10 minutes later, he finally opened the door to look outside. The broken mirror he had destroyed was restored, and he had successfully arrived in another space. The layout on both sides was the same. Indu took out his lockpicking tools and ran directly to the door of the study. However, he was slightly mistaken. The study door here was not locked. The tools he prepared went unused, as Indu walked straight into the study and approached the desk. He opened the last drawer and indeed saw a white box. After taking out the box, Indu hurried back to the bathroom. The pollution in this place was far too severe. He could only stay for about a minute before the auditory hallucinations struck him again. Like last time, as soon as Indu entered the bathroom, he hid in the tool room to wait for Grandma to find him, and once again encountered the hair monster in the tool room. After a day, the hair monster had not gained any new skills. It still could only disturb him with hair and occasionally blow on his ear. This time, Indu was able to coexist more harmoniously with it. As long as he didn't violate the rules, this thing couldn't harm him. The buff from the auditory hallucinations made him occasionally hear some awe-added sounds, as if there were other monsters in this space. This time, waiting for Grandma took longer than last time, which was natural, as she hadn't even returned home when he ran into the bathroom. There was no light in the tool room. In the dark, Indu couldn't see what was in the white box, so he simply tossed it into the toolbox and took out an MP3 that his brother had given him. When the MP3 turned on, Indu found it even had a small LED light. Although not very bright, it barely illuminated a small area in front of him. Indu turned on the light to see the screen of the MP3. At this moment, he was completely unaware of how terrifying he looked from the outside. The light from the MP3 barely illuminated from Indu's head to his shoulders, and at that moment, a woman with a twisted face and bulging eyeballs leaned against his left shoulder, her hair surrounding both of them. Her eyes were tightly focused on the side of Indu's face, with red and blue blood vessels covering her white eyeballs. She occasionally opened her mouth to breathe toward Indu, looking as if she wanted to eat him. Chapter 27, The Unbinding Chant. The operation of the MP3 was not difficult, and Indu quickly found the only saved track. The name was a garbled mess, but the prelude was familiar. Indu squinted his eyes. This seemed to be. Indu took a deep breath. Ong chi lin jinza jinza sheng jinza, teeth command gold will gold winning wheel. Sure enough, it was the unbinding chant. Indu painfully scratched his hair. Perhaps some would wonder why he, a person who did not believe in Buddhism, was so familiar with this scripture, guessing what the song was just from its prelude. Actually, this stemmed from the community where he lived and worked part-time as a security guard and volunteer handyman. In his community, there was an elderly man who believed in Buddhism. The old man carried a player that repeatedly played 8 chants every day. The entire community had been influenced by this old man. Logically, Indu, who only ventured out at night and early morning, should have escaped this ordeal. Unfortunately, the old man was an early riser, getting up early every morning to stroll around the community. And he loved to walk right behind Indu during his final patrol before his shift, claiming it made him feel secure. The old man felt secure, but poor Indu's ears suffered daily torment from the repetitive 8 chants. What surprised Indu the most was that even entering the rule-bound horror, he could not escape the baptism of the Buddhist scriptures. And in order to eliminate the pollution, he would have to voluntarily play it once every day. Indu sighed in his heart. The unbinding chant lasted 3.5 minutes, which was not long. Once it finished, Indu examined and changed the original garbled name back to the unbinding chant. In an instant, the MP3 displayed that familiar text box again. Small capacity MP3, memory contains 1 unbinding chant. Once played, it can purify 30 points of pollution. Charging time, 22 hours, playing time, 1 song, can be upgraded. Indu stared at the words in surprise. After changing its name, the purifying ability actually strengthened? He simply disliked the garbled text and guessed that the MP3 could still add other songs, so he renamed it to a familiar name. After all, if there were normal songs, he wouldn't choose to listen to the spellbreaking chant to purify pollution. However, he had to admit that the purifying effect really felt non-existent. The hair that originally tangled him still tangled him, he could feel the flow of air on his skin, and the noisy sounds by his ears showed no sign of fading. It seemed that the recent purification did not lower his level of pollution. Indu continued to ignore these feelings and sounds, turning his head to look at the box next to him. Although the MP3 couldn't play songs anymore, the LED light still worked, just dimmer than before. He had no idea when Grandma would come home and discover he had disappeared. He really wanted to check the box, but in this place, he did not dare to take the risk. Though according to the rules, the watch inside should be able to help him and not be dangerous. But he couldn't guarantee that what he picked up was indeed the box from the rules. After all, a normal study was just a study in another space. This was merely his own guess with no concrete evidence. So he had to return to Grandma's room, to that safe place according to the rules, to open this box. That way, even if opening the box would be dangerous, it would be limited by the room's rules and could not attack him. Indu tucked the box away and closed his eyes to wait quietly. Then, once again, the voices of his family appeared one by one, calling him to come home. Indu found that he was unexpectedly filled with an impulse to follow these voices. It seemed his pollution level was still a bit high. He wondered if it got any higher, would he lose control and follow these voices out of the tool room? In these past 2 days, he had been quite successful in brainwashing himself, firmly imprinting the images of his family in his mind, fearing that he might mistakenly think of them as strange beings instead of family, leading to a violation. Your family loves you very much, they would never hurt you. His family would never hurt him. If he no longer saw them as family, then every presence at home would be dangerous to him. But deepening the concept of family also put him in danger of losing himself. When he forgot that he was the chosen one and fully blended into this family, it would be the moment he lost himself. Losing oneself is not death, but staying in such a world is worse than death. Nuan Nuan. Finally, Grandma's voice sounded like heavenly music. Indu did not respond immediately. He waited until he clearly felt the anxious tone before opening the toolroom door. It was indeed Grandma who was worried about his safety. Though Grandma was the originator of this bizarre tale, she still loved him. Indu stepped out of the toolroom and hugged Grandma. Grandma. Seeing Indu safe and sound, Grandma let out a sigh of relief. She patted his head. Wash your hands, it's time to eat. Indu nodded, but the mention of eating reminded him of another matter. Grandma, I was playing in your room today and noticed that the medicine you usually use seems to be gone. What medicine? Grandma didn't react right away until Indu made a gesture indicating an injection towards his stomach. Is the medicine running out? Grandma paused her movements. Her expression showed a flash of sadness that quickly disappeared. Indu noticed this and immediately withdrew the playful gesture he had intended. What's going on? Could it be that the medicine cannot be replenished? Grandma, what's wrong? Because he knew that as long as he didn't break the rules, there would be no danger, Indu boldly asked directly. Lost in her own thoughts, Grandma's eyes noticeably shrank, and when she looked at Indu, she returned to her normal appearance. But her eyes were filled with an unshakable sorrow. Grandma? Indu tilted his head, observing Grandma's expression without getting a response. Dear, we need to be together as a family. Together. Suddenly, Grandma's sorrow vanished, and she began to chant. Together. Grandma's enchanted appearance reminded Indu of the first day he was affected by the family photo. Indu truly didn't expect the medicine's impact to be so great. His pupils slightly shook, and he quickly grabbed Grandma's hand. Grandma, didn't we say we could eat? Let's hurry and eat, I'm so hungry. Right, time to eat. At Indu's call, Grandma finally returned to normal. She took Indu's hand and walked out of the bathroom. As soon as he stepped out, he saw that the other family members were already seated at the dining table, waiting for him and Grandma. As soon as Mom saw him, she slammed the table in anger. Indu, what's wrong with you? You made the whole family wait. It takes Grandma to come find you just to eat. Facing Mom's sudden anger and her stern expression, Indu did not show obvious fear. He knew he had violated the first rule of the living room. Although that rule was long, with lots of attached time, it easily made one think it was mainly about regulating mealtime. But breaking it down, the rule stating you are a good child, you won't make your family worry, also held true. And his previous behavior indeed did not qualify him as a good child. However, it was clear he hadn't completely crossed the line. After all, it wasn't mealtime yet, he had just arrived a bit late, and it wasn't a serious offense. I'm sorry, Mom. Indu said as he walked to the dining table while admitting his mistake. He discreetly scanned all the family members at the table. Clearly, since he had one foot on the line of breaking the rules, everyone was waiting for him to cross the red line. Even his brother, who had just been playing with him, now wore a different face, staring at him as if he were some kind of food. Indu subtly adjusted his position, ready to run back to Grandma's room at any moment. Then he slowly spoke. I just noticed that Grandma's medicine was running low, and I lost track of time looking for it. Medicine. Hearing the word medicine, Mom clearly froze for a moment, her face becoming extremely distorted with a mix of anger and confusion. However, the other family members still did not react. It seemed that in this situation, it was Mom who judged whether he had broken the rules. As long as Mom didn't speak, the other oddities wouldn't act. Medicine was something mentioned in the rules. The rules allowed him to remind the family to restock, but did not say he couldn't tell the oddities in the house. He had just reminded Grandma about the medicine according to the rules. And now, using medicine as an excuse, he explained that his earlier behavior was not because he was being naughty. On the contrary, it was precisely because he was a good child that he paid such attention to his family's health issues. However, medicine was initially just a cover for him, and he didn't expect Mom to react so strongly. And among all the people at the table, she was the only one who reacted. Clearly, he must have unintentionally discovered an important clue. Indu observed Mom's expression and cautiously spoke. It's the medicine in Grandma's room cabinet. I've often seen Grandma taking the medicine to give herself injections. He knew his behavior was somewhat impulsive, but he really needed to know if there was a way to solve the medicine issue. If there isn't, what will happen to Grandma without her medicine? Since the reminder to stock medicine is written in the rules, then once there is no medicine, something must happen. Will his situation become even more dangerous then? Fortunately, Mom did not let him down. Upon hearing about the missing medicine, her angry expression completely disappeared, entering another strange state.
Medicine. Medicine. The fridge has prepared medicine, the fridge has medicine.
Mom was mumbling in a daze, as if caught in some faulty program.
The fridge has medicine?
Indu furrowed his brows. He had just checked the fridge in the kitchen at noon and was very sure there was no insulin inside.
Besides, Mom cannot enter the kitchen. How could she know there was medicine in the fridge? Indu quickly organized all the information he knew.
No, perhaps she did indeed prepare medicine in the fridge when she was still able to enter the kitchen. That kitchen she could access, where there was a fridge with medicine, was another home in another space. And if medicine could really be found over there, it further confirmed his viewpoint, that place was his true home.
Unfortunately, coming to this conclusion did not make Indu feel any better.
He had accidentally entered that place for 2 consecutive days, and even though there were now methods to reduce pollution, his pollution levels continued to rise daily. If he went there again tomorrow, he could not be sure whether his pollution levels would still exceed 60 after purification.
Once the hallucinations began, the likelihood of violating rules under their influence would only increase.
Moreover, in another home, the tool room, and while lying in bed resting, the impact of pollution would be magnified. That was the most dangerous part.
Indu analyzed while taking his seat.
At this time, Mom was still in a frozen state and did not pay him any attention. And besides Grandma, the others were still watching him, seemingly waiting for Mom's instructions.
Indu first scooped half a plate of black vegetables into his bowl. Mom, can we eat now?
Upon hearing Indu's question, Mom finally snapped out of that strange state. At this moment, she was still holding a bowl in one hand while the other hand was placed on the table. Mom turned to look at Indu's bowl filled with black vegetables, and then at her hand resting on the table with a hint of confusion.
Wait, what was she about to do just now?
Mom hesitated for a moment, reached for chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, put it into her son's bowl, and then tapped him on the head. What are you daydreaming about?
Hurry up and eat.
Indu lowered his head, shoveling the vegetables while trying hard to ignore the other hand that was emerging from Mom's chest.
That was close. That strange look clearly meant she was preparing to add a dish. The son who got tapped began eating with grievance, as he was obviously waiting for Mom's command to start eating. How did it turn out to be him? Having already witnessed the bizarre state of family members after eating meat, Indu did not want to linger at the dining table for even a second. He quickly finished his vegetables and stood up. Mom, I'm done eating. I'm going to take a shower first. Okay.
Mom said, then reached out to tap her son again. Look at your sister, then look at yourself. Why do you still dawdle while eating? Mom didn't know why. She just felt a surge of anger inside her, but didn't know who it was directed at, so she could only find fault with anything she disliked. Having been tapped again, the son grumpily stuffed a large mouthful of meat into his mouth, hastening to finish his meal. At this point, the benefits of being a gifted person were evident. A gifted person who enters the rules of strange tales, as long as they do not violate the rules, the bizarre cannot harm them in any way, not even normal scolding or blaming.
Chapter 29 AM 8:26.
Originally, taking a shower should be a relaxing thing, but in this home, apart from being alone in Grandma's room, Indu hardly dared to relax at any other time. Even during his bath when he sang, he had to choose a red song to soothe his mood. After all, that two-headed monster hadn't given up waiting for him to make a mistake. Perhaps he still wanted to take back that knife from him. After finishing his bath while the family was still having dinner, Indu gained a brief moment of solitude. He sat in front of his grandma's makeup table, sorting through today's discoveries. First, the medication was running low. The risks of his grandma being without medicine were still unknown, but he learned from his mom that there were pills in the kitchen. Of course, it was obvious that there were no medicines in the fridge at home, so by deduction, the medicine must be in another household.
Second, when he mentioned the medicine, both his mom and grandma showed obvious signs of unease. They seemed like robots receiving new instructions during a mission. The medicine was like a keyword implanted in their minds. Just bringing it up would trigger a key clue for this level. Indu stopped writing at this point. Beyond this was his speculation that he didn't plan to reveal. What he really needed now was to decide whether he should go get the medicine tomorrow. Today would end, and Grandma's medicine would run out.
Moreover, tomorrow might be a hellscape where no one in the family would go out. Indu took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He really wanted to have a tool that could show his own pollution level, so he could know if he could get to the other side to fetch the medicine tomorrow. By the way, speaking of tools, Indu then remembered the watch he had just acquired. He had been startled by the news about the medicine and momentarily forgotten such an important tool. Indu quickly put away the paper with his analysis and pulled out the box containing the watch, opening it. Inside the box was a white electronic watch, displaying the time, AM 8:26. Indu's hand paused. Electronic watches usually don't come with power. Buyers have to remove the plastic that isolates the battery themselves. But now, this electronic watch had already been preset, and Indu couldn't be sure if this time had any special significance. Indu took out the watch and looked again in the box, but he saw no instructions regarding the watch. Indu then pulled out the rules from the study, his gaze landing directly on the second rule.
Wearing the watch will help you. Wear it.
Indu no longer hesitated and put the watch on, adjusting the strap. At the moment he paused adjusting, the white strap started turning blue from the bottom of the watch. Finally, 1/5 of the entire strap became blue, with the remaining few millimeters transitioning from blue to white. Indu's eyes widened as he watched the change in the watch.
Blue? Why did it turn blue? Was it because of him? Could it be that this watch had the function to detect pollution?
But from his perspective, this watch did not seem to be a tool. Maybe the watch's function was limited to this specific rule horror story. Indu looked back at the screen of the electronic watch. The time had not changed because he wore it, and it now read, M8:28. Indu pressed the button on the side of the electronic watch. This button only had the function of adjusting the time. After thinking for a moment, Indu still did not change the time on the watch. He had a feeling that this time had other purposes.
Nuan, why are you back in your room so early today? Don't you want to play with your brother for a while? Grandma's voice suddenly rang out.
Indu, startled, felt he had no outward reaction, but his heart began to race. More importantly, Grandma's attitude struck him as strange.
Last night, it was Grandma who called him back to his room. Although there was that little interruption with the tool, it was clear she didn't want him to go play with his brother. It must be known that playing with his brother involved risks of breaking rules. If Grandma was, as he suspected, the only person in the house aside from him, she shouldn't push him toward the bazaar. Indu gently released the hand resting on his electronic watch and slowly turned to look at his grandmother, who wore a loving smile. Today is Friday.
My brother has a lot of homework, so I won't disturb him while he studies. I'll play with him tomorrow. The most important thing for a child is learning, and Indu's words successfully blocked the words that were about to come out of his grandmother's mouth. My little darling is so obedient, his grandmother said with a smile as she reached out to pat Indu's head. Indu carefully observed his grandmother's expression. From the moment he turned around, the smile on her face had not changed, even as she spoke with her lips curled upward, but there was no laughter in her eyes, only a direct, steady gaze on him. It felt too strange. He felt like prey being watched by his grandmother.
What happened?
Indu worked hard to calm his racing heartbeat, thinking about what could have caused this situation. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, hurriedly jumped down from the chair, and ran with his little short legs to the wardrobe.
Indu quickly opened the wardrobe and took out the medicine box to check the amount of medication inside. Sure enough, it was the same as when he checked earlier in the day. The best time to inject insulin is half an hour before meals, but looking at his grandmother's expression and the amount of medicine, it was clear she hadn't injected it before dinner. Grandma, did you not inject yourself yet? Inject right, I need to inject before meals. Look at my memory, I actually forgot.
Hearing his grandmother say this, Indu hurriedly took the insulin from the medicine box and handed it to her.
It's fine, Grandma, you just finished eating. You can inject it right now.
Seeing his grandmother still sluggish and not preparing to take the medicine from his hand, Indu stepped forward and shoved the insulin into her hand.
Grandma, hurry up and inject.
Originally, Indu just wanted to urge his grandmother to inject, but the moment his hand touched hers, he noticed that the strap of his watch had turned almost entirely blue, with only a small piece of white remaining. As soon as his grandmother took the medication, the strap quickly returned to its original color. This change further confirmed for Indu that the color of the strap was linked to pollution levels. And not only could this watch detect the pollution levels of the wearer, but it could also detect those who came in contact with the wearer. This was truly a great tool. Unfortunately, it was exclusive to this rule-bending haunted house, and if he took it to the next one, it might only function like an ordinary watch. Watching his grandmother slowly use up the last bit of insulin. The thought of going to another world tomorrow to get medicine floated back into Indu's mind. After taking the medicine, his grandmother finally stopped wearing that semi-permanent smile. She looked visibly sad and somewhat comforted, and then walked over to Indu and gently rubbed his head again. Indu looked down at his watch. This time, the strap was still mostly blue, but the white part had more than doubled in size. This proved Indu's guess: injecting insulin was an important means to prevent his grandmother from completely becoming strange.
My little darling has grown up. Thank goodness for your reminder.
The normal grandmother, like the day before, went to bed early, reminding Indu to rest early too. Indu nodded, locked the door to his grandmother's room, and then returned to his own room to lie down.
Although it was still early, sleeping could eliminate pollution.
Indu guessed that there was a limit to this method of eliminating pollution, but he couldn't be sure what that limit was, so naturally, the more he could sleep, the better. After all, children tend to be sleepy. Besides, he had to go get medicine tomorrow, and he needed to be well rested to fight.
Just like last night, as he slept, those annoying auditory and tactile hallucinations came knocking again.
Indu tried hard to ignore it all, counting sheep in his mind to help himself fall asleep. Sleep well, so early. Now the house is all strange.
It's safer in the room, so just sleep. Did you all watch the live stream carefully? This morning, Indu said that sleeping can remove pollution. Work folks can't stay glued to the live stream all day, you know.
I guess Indu was sleeping so early to prepare for getting medicine tomorrow. Without medicine, Grandma seems a bit dangerous.
That smile of hers gives me chills. Is that just a feeling? That's definitely dangerous.
As Indu struggles against sleep, the analysis group keeping an eye on Indu's live stream suddenly holds an emergency meeting.
Their only topic is the time on Indu's electronic watch.
Indu is the only one among the gifted to have an electronic watch. They have no one to reference or compare to. However, since the day Indu entered the Rules and Monsters, they noted a clue related to time, the number of chimes from the clock in the dining hall. According to the rules, this watch must be very important, and now we can be sure that the time on this electronic watch matches the number of chimes from the clock.
This must be a very important clue. But Indu hasn't paid attention to the number of clock chimes. Should we use our only hint opportunity to tell Indu about this discovery?
It's just the second day of this scenario, and Indu hasn't encountered any danger yet. Using the hint opportunity now might be too early.
If anything happens later, we'll be at a disadvantage. It's a pity, the progress of other gifted ones is far behind Indu. We can't even find someone to scout for more clues. Chapter 30, Signs of Danger. Quick! Check the live streams from other countries. What's going on? It's exploded. Grandma is acting strangely, not just Indu's side, but other countries are facing it too. What's the situation? Even if Grandma acts strange, it shouldn't be a problem, right? She doesn't seem dangerous.
Grandma isn't dangerous, but she keeps urging the gifted to leave the room, and when that doesn't work, she even starts to push people out.
If we need to go out, we can return when it's time to sleep, right? Don't forget, Grandma's room is the safest. Being inside is definitely more reassuring.
No, you don't understand the seriousness of the problem. Once you're pushed out of Grandma's room, you'll face family members who are extremely dangerous. Several gifted ones have already died at their hands.
Then just go back to the room and sleep. Grandma can't possibly kick gifted ones out of her own room, right?
That's true, but she will interfere with you in various ways, not letting you sleep, and the gifted only have 5 minutes to do other things in the room. The rest of the time must be spent resting.
And resting means facing issues like hearing and touch hallucinations, so Grandma's interference can easily make the gifted fail.
However, for now, going back to sleep in the room seems to be the safest option. As long as we last until Grandma takes a break, we can rest easy. Being able to fall asleep quickly in this scenario is also a talent. I just took a glance. There's actually another way, which is to directly ignore Grandma's urging and sit firmly in her room without leaving.
Although Grandma becomes extremely frightening when pushing the gifted, she actually won't do anything harmful. So going out is truly a trap. By the way, did other countries notice Grandma's abnormal behavior because they didn't get the shot?
Yes, America, Korea, France, and other countries, about 10 in total. But I see the American and Korean contestants didn't choose to let Grandma give the shot. It seems they plan to save that little medicine for tomorrow. Indeed, this round doesn't count as a deadlock, and since tomorrow they can't replenish the medicine, saving that little bit for tomorrow is indeed a wise choice.
Didn't this chosen one from America break the record for clearing the level this time? Wow, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. This is her 7th dungeon. What was her talent again? Is it really that powerful?
It's a top 5 talent just like the magic shield, resistance. As everyone knows, there are 6 talents in the top 5. Except for the first 3 ranks which are fixed, the 4th and 5th ranks are always in a tussle among 3 talents.
So, what exactly is the ability of resistance? Can someone explain? Can't you just look it up instead of asking?
Resistance, as the name suggests, means having some defense against pollution and strange attacks. The life force of the talent holder is digitized, and in a dungeon, they won't truly die until their life force is depleted.
Sounds stronger than the magic shield. How could it be competing with it? Don't you see from this explanation?
Resistance has a fatal flaw. Pollution also lowers the life force, and in the world of strange tales, talent holders are almost always exposed to pollution. If someone's pollution value and life force are 2 separate lines, then resistance merges the pollution value and life force into one line.
Although it extends life force, it also adds penalties.
Indeed, if this talent couldn't convert deadly attacks into life force deductions, it would be a rather useless talent.
I see.
So, conversely, if it could separate pollution and life force while keeping the ability to convert attacks into life force deductions, then this talent could solidly claim the 4th spot? Exactly, although I don't know how the pollution value deductions are calculated. Based on past performers with this talent, it can withstand up to 12 deadly attacks. Right, the reason it can compete with the magic shield is exactly this. In a 7-day dungeon, the magic shield can only protect you 7 times, while this can do it up to 12 times. But once faced with a large amount of pollution, if that pollution is caused by a single rule, the magic shield can resist all pollution at once, but resistance would drain your life force completely. So it turns out that assimilation and mutation are the best talents after all. Perhaps having slept too long, Indu felt a bit groggy when he woke up. Before he could stretch out and shake off the sleepiness, he suddenly found a floating text interface appearing in front of him. Having watched the live stream, he knew exactly what this was. The country was sending him a message. 1. The time on the restaurant clock doesn't match your alarm clock, but it matches your watch. 2. After Grandma's injection caused an abnormal reaction, the other family members became even more strange and dangerous. To safely pass, ensure Grandma's medication supply. 3. Restaurant Rule 4 deciphered: it is not in the house, do not let it see you in the house. Every 20 minutes, it remains in sight of the house for 18 minutes and patrols for 2 minutes. Currently, your exploration speed is the fastest among all talent holders. The country has limited helpful information it can collect. Hope the above tips are useful to you. Indu quickly read through the message and then blinked to close it. The country truly lives up to its name, he just dozed off and they sent him a pillow. Since getting the electronic watch, his biggest confusion was the time on it. Now knowing that the clock matches the watch, a guess popped into his mind. When he first arrived in this world of strange tales, if he hadn't heard the sound of the chime, he wouldn't have noticed the clock in the corner of the restaurant at all. Clearly, this clock has a problem and could be the key to solving the puzzle. Indu looked at his watch, it now showed PM 7:57. Last night, he confirmed that ignoring the electronic watch's AM/PM indication, the electronic watch was 1 hour ahead of the alarm clock. Now he doesn't need to take out the alarm clock to know the time. The blue on the watch strap has faded a bit, and now it's almost down to less than 1/6. If we consider the entire watch strap as 105, his current pollution value is below 25. This pollution value makes using the MP3 seem like a waste now. However, Indu frowned at the watch strap. He slept for so long last night, but the purification effect didn't seem as good as the day before. However, the day before he didn't have a tool like the watch strap to observe his pollution situation, so the decline in purification was purely a feeling. Maybe he was just worrying for nothing. Thinking about the rules in the room, Indu didn't delay any longer, changed his clothes, and walked towards Grandma's room. Just as he stepped into Grandma's room, he discovered something terrifying. The curtains on Grandma's balcony were pulled halfway up. Rule 2 of Grandma's room: the curtains in the room should never be pulled, and after the sun sets, stay away from the balcony. When the curtains are pulled, Grandma's room is no longer safe for him. Fortunately, it's only halfway, so perhaps the protection hasn't vanished yet. But he couldn't ensure when those curtains would be fully drawn. After all, Grandma's room isn't exclusively his to enter. It seems that this home is growing more dangerous. Indu quickly organized the known information in his mind. He originally planned to wait for more clues before studying the pendulum clock. But now, it seems, there's no time to waste. Besides the pendulum clock, he also needed to explore the topmost layer of the cabinet in Grandma's room. Sister, it's time for breakfast. Just as Indu was planning his tasks for the day, his brother suddenly appeared at the door of Grandma's room. Looking at his brother's cheerful smile, Indu felt anything but cute, his heart raced wildly. Because his brother's hand was gripping the doorframe of Grandma's room, something he definitely wouldn't do 2 days earlier. His brother had always kept his distance from Grandma's room. This change could only be because of the curtains pulled halfway. Revisiting that rule, perhaps it hints not just that the gifted should not pull the curtains but also suggests that with the curtains being drawn, the gifted situation becomes increasingly dangerous. Thinking more about the rules that hinted at fleeing and hiding, they all implied that he could never safely get through the 7 days. Fortunately, Indu had already suspected these things and was prepared. Even if the methods he guessed to break the deadlock were wrong, at least he had a way out. Chapter 31, Clingy. Indu tidied his mood and sweetly smiled at his brother at the door. Brother, it's still early for a meal, do you want to come in and play with me? Upon hearing this, his brother looked towards the balcony, fear showing on his face as he shook his head. Seeing his brother like this, Indu waved his hand. Then you go eat first, I'm not hungry yet and want to play for a while. It wasn't yet time for him to eat breakfast according to the rules, and he originally thought it was fine to leave Grandma's room without eating, but now with his brother's invitation, he became too scared to go out. Indeed, people can't help but be frightened. Indu slowly walked over to the balcony. At this moment, the morning sunlight was shining through the half-closed floor-to-ceiling window unblocked by the curtains. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but ever since entering Grandma's room, Indu felt that something hidden behind the drawn curtains was peeking at him, but at first, he was too shocked by the halfway pulled curtains to notice. Thinking of this, Indu quickly stepped forward and grasped a corner of the curtain. According to the rules, being close to the balcony wasn't dangerous. His rational mind told him this, so he gritted his teeth and let go of the curtain. Now it was 7 in the morning, and the sunlight was still weak. He could totally wait until the noon sun was at its brightest to pull the curtains. Indu took a few steps back to the wardrobe. According to his plan, he still needed to explore what was hidden at the very top of the wardrobe. Compared to the uncertain balcony, the wardrobe was in Grandma's room, which was still an absolutely safe area for him. Indu opened the wardrobe and looked at the fourth shelf. This time, he did not feel the same terror as the first time. He moved everything he could reach from the wardrobe and placed it under his feet before climbing to the second shelf and propping himself up against the barrier between the second and third shelves. The bottom of this wardrobe had the most space, while the other three shelves divided the remaining space evenly, so once Indu climbed to the second shelf, he could reach the fourth shelf even while bending over. He stretched out his hand toward the dark space. At that moment, everyone watching Indu's livestream held their breath. Because of his position, Indu couldn't look up, but those watching the livestream could clearly see that when he grabbed the barrier between the third and fourth shelves, a pale hand reached out from the dark fourth shelf and grabbed the barrier, its sharp nails clicking on the board twice, and this hand was only about a centimeter away from Indu's hand. At this moment, Indu was still unaware of what he was about to face. He carefully adjusted his position, causing his hand on the barrier to inch closer to the eerie hand. Faintly, he heard the sound of his fingers rubbing against the barrier, making an ooh-added noise. Danger, ah ah. There's a monster in this wardrobe. Get down, get down. Hurry and send a warning, tell him not to check the wardrobe. I don't know if Indu will be okay, but I feel like I'm about to lose it, my heart is racing so fast. The opportunity to warn was used up the moment Indu woke up. The country really made a misstep this time. It's only the third day and Indu hasn't encountered any danger. Why use it? Oh my god, what to do? Indu was completely unaware of the storm in the livestream. Although he felt a bit of fear in his heart, he still reached out his hand into the wardrobe without hesitation. As his hand ventured inside, the creature that had only shown its hand finally revealed its face. The monster's hair was disheveled, making its features unclear, but those extremely bulging eyes could still be faintly seen through the strands. Those eyes were filled with red veins, seemingly ready to burst out of their thin sockets at any moment, creating a feeling that they would fall right onto Indu's head. And since Indu had not touched anything, he boldly continued to stretch his hand deeper. At this time, he finally felt something thin. The rough texture was somewhat scratchy, and just as he held onto it, Indu's eyes lit up. It was hidden so well and scared him on the first day, it must be a very important clue. In that moment, joy filled Indu's mind, causing him to miss the overly intense gaze above him. At this time, that eerie face was almost pressed against Indu's head. Hiss, I admire that courage. Mainly because I can't see what's above. Luckily, that thing looks a bit scary but seems non-aggressive. We forgot that Grandma's room was clearly marked as a safe space in the rules. When scared, who remembers the rules? Just like those talent holders who left Grandma's room last night, didn't they forget the rules in the heat of the moment? Not necessarily forgotten, don't forget, there are parts of the rules that have been erased. Right, the safety of this room is based on one condition. Maybe those people thought this condition was Grandma's attitude. After all, this is Grandma's room. I think the talent holders who weren't scared out of the room last night probably had a rough understanding of this condition in their hearts. Indu pulled hard on the rough textured object, but although it was thin, he couldn't move it with his strength. There was no choice, so Indu had to change his posture and try to use the force of gravity to pull the thing down. But even so, Indu raised his head and directly met the gaze of the head that poked out from the top of the wardrobe, their eyes locking. That strange face was only about 5 centimeters away from Indu, so close that he felt as if the other person's breath was spraying onto his face, and those bulging eyes seemed like they would stick right onto him at any moment. At that moment, Indu felt like the whole world had fallen silent. Chapter 32, Speculation. After his heart and breath stopped for a few seconds, Indu's sanity barely returned. He closed his eyes tightly, pulling hard on the object in his hands and yanked it down, letting it crash heavily to the ground. At the same time, he moved away from the monster clinging to the wardrobe. Fortunately, the monster didn't chase after him, but it also didn't leave. It kept staring intently at Indu, who was now lying on the ground. Indu looked at the monster, then turned to see the clothes he had just pulled down. These were 2 slightly yellowed white linen garments, and based on their size, they seemed to belong to an adult and a child. Such standard white linen garments generally have only one purpose, which is funeral attire. Combining this with the news from the previous TV broadcast and the words from his brother when he gave him the MP3 player, it was likely he could guess what had happened in this home. On October 12, a chain car accident occurred on the XX highway, resulting in the deaths of 9 people, including his father, mother, grandfather, and brother, and the birthday gift his brother wanted to give him was probably damaged or lost in that accident. Now, the little girl he was playing was together with her grandmother, who for some reason had not gone out with the other family members and escaped a disaster. But this family could not accept the sudden tragedy, or rather, the grandmother could not accept this reality, so in some way she brought back the family members who were supposed to leave, and then, a strange power created this current home. She was forced into a world that did not belong to her. And her grandmother was also becoming increasingly strange due to the corruption. As for why the grandmother could still maintain her sanity and had not completely turned strange, Indu suspected she might have found a way to separate out the strange aspect. As for the separated part, Indu dropped the clothes in his hands and stood up. According to his earlier speculation about Rule 6 in his grandmother's room, as long as the human part of the grandmother had not completely disappeared, her room would still be a safe place. The monster seemed terrifying, but he had just rummaged through things on top for a long time without it making any attack moves, which also proved his hypothesis. Indu raised his head and carefully observed the ghastly monster. Although its skin was loose and sagging, with eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, its skeletal structure was indeed consistent with his grandmother's. Indu clenched the funeral garment in his hands and attempted to call out to the monster still hovering above, "Grandmother."
Hearing Indu's voice, the monster hurriedly shrank back into the wardrobe. It actually reacted.
He hadn't expected this strange thing to respond at all. Strange beings are non-human. Logically, they should have wiped out human feelings and memories of being human. Perhaps it was because the grandmother herself was still within the human sphere, and this separated part was still under the grandmother's control, which led to this response? So the rule required him to pay attention to the grandmother's medication because without it her body would deteriorate, no longer able to suppress the strangeness. At that point, the grandmother's human part would completely die, becoming a true strange being. And this home would have no space for him to survive.
Thinking of this,
Indu suddenly gasped. Now that Grandma has no medicine left, he cannot be sure when she will fall into an unusual state. With this thought in mind, when he returns with the medicine, whether he can leave the tool room with Grandma is now questionable. It seems he has made a wrong move in an important game.
The leftover medicine from yesterday should not have been used up last night.
This discovery sent chills down Indu's spine. His nervousness made his heart race, even making his body feel a bit cold. Calm down, there must be another way out. If all else fails, Mr. Bear can be a fallback. Moreover, the fact that Grandma's medicine is in another home is hard to discover and is likely just one solution of this scenario, ensuring Grandma has medicine to help him survive 7 days. Right, the pendulum clock. He must check the pendulum clock, and he also needs to find the ice cellar. These two should contain key clues. Thinking of this, Indu's heart felt somewhat steadied. What he needs to do most now is to go eat. If he doesn't leave the room for breakfast before 8 o'clock, he fears he might turn into a strange breakfast. Indu turned to leave the room, and his gaze immediately met Grandpa, who was poking at the doorframe.
Grandpa's drooling appearance scared Indu back several steps.
With Grandpa looking this way, he is truly scarier than the monster that just popped out of the wardrobe.
And when did he come over?
He made no sound at all. Perhaps it's also because he was just scared a few times in a row, and his courage is almost gone, forgetting to pay attention to his surroundings. But, speaking of which, today his family seems a lot freer. In the past 2 mornings, they could only sit like puppets at the dining table for breakfast, but now they can come over to find food by themselves, which is truly worth celebrating. Indu looked at Grandpa, who was not planning to leave the doorway, and then at the watch showing, PM 8:44.
Indu shouted without hesitation, "Mom! Grandma! No matter what, let's call them first."
At least the last time Grandpa had a problem, calling Mom was indeed effective. But Grandma is the only other person in this house besides him. Even though it's likely there will be abnormalities today, she is still safer compared to the other clearly strange family members. Hearing Indu's voice, Mom hurried to the door of the room.
She didn't directly give Grandpa the gum as she did that day but flashed an extremely stiff smile at Indu in the room.
"Don't be afraid, my dear, Grandpa is just hungry."
After speaking, Mom also showed a longing expression toward Indu, quietly murmuring, "Mom is also hungry."
Seeing that he had summoned another customer, Indu hurriedly continued calling for Grandma.
But after shouting several times, Grandma still didn't appear.
Indu anxiously tugged at his hair.
What is going on now?
He thought that even if something were to happen, it should be after breakfast. After all, breakfast usually goes normally. After successfully messing up his already uncombed hair, Indu looked up again at the 2 family members blocking the doorway. At this moment, time was slipping away little by little, getting closer to the 8 o'clock deadline. When a person is in a fluster, it seems they lose the ability to think rationally. Indu was blank for a while before recalling a rule that could help him solve the current situation. Chapter 33, The Vase. Rule 3 of the main bedroom: you can seek Dad's help, but remember, he is Dad, not something else or bizarre. According to this rule, when encountering dangers in the home not explicitly outlined in the rules, the best person to ask for help is actually Dad. Recalling this rule, Indu quickly shouted, "Dad, please help me call Mom and Grandpa to breakfast."
What's the deal with Grandpa and Mom? It seems like this situation doesn't happen to the others.
It's not like there's anything similar on their end. The talented ones over there have just awakened. It went smoothly to the restaurant to eat. Although the family did not wait by the dining table as before, they also did not block the door.
Did the kid not let Grandma get the injection last night? Is this the reason for the difference?
No, apart from that kid, people from other countries did not encounter this situation either.
Why is he still calling for Dad? Is he trying to block the door again for himself? Indu should be looking for Dad now, probably because of the bedroom rules, right? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten.
The bedroom rules stated that he could ask Dad for help.
To be honest, how many people can think rationally about rules during these crises?
Indu could perform like this on his first entry into the rule-scary world, which is really impressive.
Actually, no one thinks he performed poorly, right? At first, everyone didn't hold much hope for him because of his talent.
But now, holding 2 tools, his evaluation has already improved a lot.
So, has the ranking of the Toolbox talent improved now?
Not at all, it is still at the bottom. After all, not everyone can be so lucky to get 2 tools in the first dungeon, smiley face.
I don't think this is luck.
After calling out for Dad, Indu kept paying attention to the movements outside the door. Dad appeared very slowly, and the whole person looked a bit stiff. This made Indu recall the puppet dad he saw yesterday during the day. He slowly approached the door and squeezed past Mom and Grandpa, who were still surrounding the front of the door, finally turning his back to block Indu firmly inside the room.
Dad, it's time for breakfast.
Wife, today there are your favorite lava buns.
Blocked from view, Indu could only see Dad's broad back.
After Dad walked away, Mom and Grandpa were already leaving Grandma's room door.
At this time, with 4 minutes left until 8 o'clock, Indu no longer hesitated and hurriedly walked towards the restaurant. When he arrived at the restaurant, the other family members were already having breakfast.
Indu habitually greeted them and then sat in his seat. However, this time there was not just rice porridge on his plate, but also an egg and a char siu bun. Indu was not surprised. After those experiences in the morning, he was already clear about what kind of danger he would face today. He did not show any emotion towards the things in front of him and lowered his head to drink his white porridge. When the grandfather clock struck 8, he was counting the chimes in his heart.
1, 2, 3, 8, 9.
It was indeed 9 times, consistent with the time on his watch. However, to check this grandfather clock, he had to wait until finishing his meal and when the other family members left the restaurant. Indu quickly finished half of his white porridge, then looked awkwardly at the char siu bun and egg in front of him. I am so full. After saying this, he secretly observed the expressions of the family members at the table. Seeing that neither the people nor the Yiri showed any unusualness, he added, Brother, why don't you eat this char siu bun and egg? The rule only said he couldn't waste food, it didn't say he couldn't find someone to eat for him. Upon hearing Indu's words, his brother happily reached out to take the small plate in front of Indu.
Thank you, sister.
His brother smiled happily, radiating wisdom. The other family members were watching the actions of the two but no one stepped in to stop them. Indu ate the remaining half of his white porridge very slowly, waiting until the other family members finished eating and left the table. He secretly observed everyone in the house, confirming that none of the family members intended to leave the house. Today's dungeon really is a formal update iteration. Grandma's lack of medicine brought the family into a dangerous critical point, and because today was the weekend, all the Yiri flocked together in the house. If he couldn't find a safe way to go to another house today, he would have to hide in Mr. Bear's body. Thinking of this, Indu jumped down from the chair and walked to the grandfather clock.
The glass above the clock was painted black, and he couldn't see the time.
The glass below is clean, and one can see the pendulum swinging inside. Previously, he had taken a rough look at this pendulum clock. However, since he found no unusual signs and thought the glass was fogged up just to prevent him from checking the time, causing him to violate certain rules, he didn't examine the clock closely or pay attention to its hourly chime. If it weren't for the reminder from the state, he wouldn't have even noticed that the time on the clock was 1 hour ahead of this place. But even if he had noticed the clock's time was wrong, he would have thought it was a problem with the clock, rather than realizing that the time on the clock was correct. But what did this require him to do? Indu stood in front of the pendulum clock, gradually feeling uneasy. He had found the key prop but didn't know how to use it. And it wouldn't be easy for him to check the clock. This floor-standing clock was at least 1.8 meters tall, and he could barely reach the bottom of the clock face with his hand. From the front, there seemed to be no place to open the clock. As for the back, he currently didn't have the strength to move the clock. Indu reached out to try moving the glass in front of the pendulum, but it was a single piece embedded in the wood, and he could only remove it by damaging the clock. However, looking through the glass, he saw nothing unusual, no notes or strange objects inside. Even if he did break the glass, he would likely find nothing.
Wan, what are you doing standing in front of the vase?
Just as Indu was deep in thought, his grandmother, returning from the living room to her room, asked him.
A vase?
Yes,
why was he standing in front of the vase daydreaming? Wasn't he looking for clues to the ice cellar? Chapter 34, The Method to Make the Pendulum Clock Disappear.
Indu's mind went blank for a moment as he turned and walked a couple of steps toward his grandmother. When he almost walked past the dining table, he stumbled on a chair leg and suddenly realized.
What vase? He was clearly studying the pendulum clock.
Indu stopped and looked at his grandmother's face, which wore the same smile as last night. Last night, before bed, he thought about it and felt that his grandmother's behavior carried no malice. She truly believed she should go play with her brother since it was still early. Moreover, she hoped to get closer to these family oddities. Or rather, when his grandmother realized she was inevitably becoming strange, she began to hope that her lonely granddaughter could also become odd. That way, it would fit the theme of this scenario, a happy family of 6. And the trap he was to be left in had not just begun now. The hint given by the family photo on the first day he looked at it was to make him stay. Indu turned his gaze back to the pendulum clock. Just now, under the influence of his grandmother's words, he had mistaken the clock for a vase, and on his first day, when the clock didn't chime, he had also thought the clock was a vase.
It seemed to be due to the influence of pollution. So did that mean, when he was severely polluted, he could no longer see this clock?
Indu turned back to his grandmother, putting on a naive and bright expression. Grandma, I wasn't looking at the vase, I was clearly looking at the pendulum clock. While saying this, he walked to the pendulum clock. It just chimed several times while we were eating.
Why did the pendulum clock chime? Pendulum clock?
His grandmother looked confusedly at the vase's position, her eyes full of chaos. Yes, the clock is in the corner of the dining room. No, that's not right, there is no pendulum clock, this house has no pendulum clock.
There is no pendulum clock in this house. No.
The grandmother's words became jumbled, and finally, it seemed like she was self-hypnotizing. She stopped paying attention to Indu and left the dining room with that dazed expression.
Sure enough, this pendulum clock does not belong to this house.
In fact, he had already guessed this when the time shown on the pendulum clock matched his watch. But what does he need to do?
What must he do to return to his original home?
Indu walked back to the pendulum clock and touched it. The sensation was so real. This clock and his watch were among the few things in this house from another world. Like him, they do not belong here.
So what he must do is take this thing and leave here?
Indu looked down at his chubby little hands. No matter how he thought about it, this was an impossible task unless the world of strange rules gifted him a power-related item or talent.
But is that possible? Speaking of sending an item to another world, it seems there is a way.
They say to boldly hypothesize but carefully verify. Unfortunately, Indu didn't have the luxury to be careful, he could only boldly verify. After all, he was already prepared to bring food and seek refuge with Mr. Bear. Indu cautiously walked to the corner of the living room to observe. At that moment, Dad, Mom, and Grandpa were watching TV. Grandma had just returned to her room, and his brother should also be in that room. But this was just Indu's guess.
To reassure himself, he walked to the doorway of Grandpa's room to confirm.
His brother was indeed inside, leaning against Mr. Bear and playing video games. Then Indu walked into the opposite room.
At first, Indu thought Grandma would likely be lying on the bed resting if she were in the room.
But upon entering the room, he found Grandma to be even more lost than she was in the dining room. She was sitting in front of the vanity, holding her own memorial photo. When Indu saw what she was holding, he noticed that the photo on the wall had already been taken down by her. Grandma, holding the memorial photo, was not focused on it, she was muttering to it. Standing at the doorway, Indu could only see her mouth moving without hearing any sound. Indu didn't hesitate, he directly walked into the room.
He remained silent and quietly approached Grandma's side.
Pendulum clock, without the pendulum clock, the girl can't stay here. No, without the pendulum clock.
This family is not abnormal.
No, there is a pendulum clock, there is one, without the pendulum clock, the girl is in danger.
No, there isn't. Without the pendulum clock, the girl.
But your girl doesn't belong here, she needs to live in a normal world, Grandma, Indu suddenly spoke out. A person, no matter how hard it is, must learn to live on their own.
Family can only accompany us for a short journey in life.
For a moment, Indu couldn't tell if he was speaking to Grandma or reminding himself.
Had he truly moved on from the loss of his family? Since arriving here, due to the urgency of survival, he had rarely thought of his family. Instead, he easily remembered the bits and pieces from the years in the community. Pulling him along, they taught him repair skills and turned him into the community's dedicated repairman, a retired plumber. Every morning, an elderly lady followed him, endlessly reciting various Buddhist scriptures.
She always shared some of the vegetables and fruits grown on the roof with neighbors.
And,
since coming to this dangerous world, he started to deeply long for that gentle world. Grandma became extremely sad because of Indu's words.
How can this be? Doesn't the girl want to be with our family? A place with family is home, isn't it? Indu shook his head. A place that makes one feel at ease and safe is home.
After speaking, Indu directly walked towards the door.
In this world, Grandma and the others wanted to keep her here because they couldn't bear to part with her. But in the real world, it was the opposite.
Often, it is the living who cannot escape. Because they live in their own emotions, without feeling the warm world.
However, life should not be this way. Make the pendulum clock disappear and you can leave.
Before Indu stepped out the door, Grandma suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Indu turned around in surprise, but when he looked back, Grandma had already returned to her original, bewildered state, making Indu think he had just imagined it.
But to make the pendulum clock disappear?
He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to think that making the pendulum clock disappear meant completely ignoring it under the influence of pollution. The remaining method to make the pendulum clock disappear is exactly what he was going to do next.
Indu chuckled lightly and stepped out of Grandma's room with a brisk pace.
Grandpa, Dad, and Mom were still watching TV, although their expressions were stiff and there was no communication at all. They seemed quite engrossed. Good, now there was no one in the master bedroom, and no one could see the situation at the study door.
Indu swayed back to the dining room and then quietly walked towards the study.
Just like the previous 2 days, the study was still locked.
Indu quickly showcased his unlocking skills.
Perhaps knowing that Indu was already aware that this study would never return to normal, what faced him after he opened it was a room that resembled an altar. This should be the original appearance of the study over here. In a normal home study, it was an altar. Paper figures stood on either side of the table, with offerings and incense burners on the table, and the candles on both sides were still smoking. Indu glanced around, confirmed his target, and immediately dashed towards the altar, grabbing a candle and pulling one of the paper figures while running out of the study. The rules of the study did not state that one could not take things out from inside. The rule about leaving the study also had some time leniency and would not directly display murderous intent.
Moreover, even if real danger appeared, it would not be brought outside the study.
To Indu, this strange study felt more like a third world. Because he moved fast enough, when Indu rushed out of the room, the other paper figure inside had not moved at all. The paper figure pulled out of the study was a male paper figure dressed in blue paint acting as clothing. Under the light of the candle in Indu's hand, the paper figure's pale face glowed yellow, and Indu strangely felt a hint of panic on the paper figure's face.
Ah, this must be an illusion.
Indu locked the study, brought the paper figure to the pendulum clock, and revealed a proud smile.
What's going on? I feel like Indu is acting like a villain.
Agreed.
Chapter 35 Going Home. Gently placing the paper figure next to the pendulum clock was Indu's last act of tenderness.
The candle flame continued to burn in Indu's hand, the white wax oil stuck to his fingers. The slightly hot temperature made him throw the candle onto the paper figure's hand without hesitation. Compared to the pendulum clock covered in wax oil outside, the paper figure easily ignited, and the firelight illuminated Indu, driving away his long-standing chill. The pendulum clock gradually dissolved in the flames, and the commotion did not attract any attention from his family. This was understandable. After all, only Indu and Grandma could see the pendulum clock in this house. So they could not see this fire.
As the pendulum clock disappeared, the entire house began to darken gradually. With the firelight struggling, the living room was already swallowed by darkness.
And in the range that Indu's gaze could reach, the originally white walls began to turn yellow, marked by several black fingerprints. The furniture also started to look extremely dilapidated. Strange sounds arose, and Indu could hear footfalls approaching from where the living room used to be.
The sense of imminent danger was very strong.
Indu instantly remembered what Grandma had said. Without the pendulum clock, the girl could not stay here. This pendulum clock is a connection between two worlds. Its existence allows a part of the original world's home to cover this world, and thus, the girl he acts as can remain here. And the home from the other world, for this reason, is no longer suitable for her to live in. Indu took out the lamp and began to observe his surroundings.
How can he return to the normal world? Could it still be through that little tool room in the bathroom?
Indu shook his head as he looked at the bathroom being consumed by darkness. No, although part of the door still looks under the light, it is very likely that darkness has already swallowed it. For him, that is a dangerous zone. The place that can lead him out of this home must be within this range where he can still move, and he needs to leave before the light of the flame disappears. Indu turned around to observe, and his gaze finally stopped at the corner cupboard.
Speaking of which, there seems to be one place in this home he hasn't visited. And according to his guess based on the entrance found in the kitchen, this place should be behind the wall where the cupboard leans against. With his guess, Indu no longer hesitated and dashed to the cupboard. The cupboard within the range of the flame showed no changes. Moving the cupboard is unrealistic, so Indu opened the cupboard. It still looked like a normal cupboard, but as the door opened, the white ceramic bowls and plates turned into sand. And because of this, Indu was able to see a note placed at the back of the cupboard. 1. Don't make a sound, and don't stop when you see any scene. 2. You must be clear about where you are going, or you will get lost. These are two simple sentences, but the second one disturbed Indu's mind. Before seeing this note, he was clear that his destination was that normal home, but now he was filled with doubt. To be clear, he is not the true child of this home, but an outsider. His goal was never to return to that normal home, but to go back to his own world. So he needs to be firm about the direction he is moving towards. Is it his true home, or the little girl's home? The flames of the burning pendulum clock began to weaken, and the area around the cupboard started to be consumed by darkness. Indu no longer hesitated and stepped into the cupboard. The bottom of this cupboard perfectly matched his current height, and he did not need to lower his head at all. Once he entered the cupboard, the originally closed cupboard turned into a dark, one-way passage. And the path he came from was completely covered by darkness, leaving only the option to continue moving forward. After walking for a few minutes, 4 beams of light suddenly appeared in front of Indu, and beneath each beam stood a corpse. The bodies, scarred and burned, though their faces had become unrecognizable, Indu could still tell these were the family members he had interacted with for a few days. And he must pass through these corpses to continue moving forward. After taking 2 steps, the smell of decay hit him, making him feel somewhat dizzy. But he remembered the rules, he couldn't speak or stop, and he had to keep moving forward. Even as these corpses clearly showed signs of closing in on him as he walked. He needed to return home, to the little girl's home. Indu kept focused on his destination. When the corpse that belonged to his mother suddenly loomed right in front of him, he could only control his body and stiffly step aside to avoid the tragic scene of being face to face with his mother. His hand holding the lamp was sweating, and his fingers trembled as they hovered over the button, ready to press down at any moment. Fortunately, these corpses, though frightening, showed no intent to attack. As he moved forward, Indu had yet to see any shadows when he heard the sounds of wailing. Soon, he saw scattered paper money on the ground. As the wailing grew closer, Indu saw a group of paper figures, and the paper figures were carrying 4 coffins. The paper dolls with eerie smiling faces looked much scarier than the corpse from earlier, and no matter how Indu tried to dodge to the side, the next moment the line of paper dolls always appeared right in front of him. Although reason told Indu that as long as he didn't break the rules, these paper dolls could not harm him. But as they drew closer, Indu ultimately turned on the desk lamp. The moment the light turned on, the paper dolls in front of him vanished, but the surroundings became cold and eerie, and Indu could feel that the chill was coming from behind him. The corpse he had just passed must have been the cold storage, and now he had left the range of the cold storage. All he needed to do was keep moving forward to return to the little girl's true home. Under the lamp's glow, nothing strange appeared in front of Indu, but this path seemed endless. 3 or 4 minutes later, as he saw the desk lamp beginning to flicker, Indu still didn't see an exit. He could only keep moving forward, heart racing. Every time the light flickered out, a ghostly face would flash in front of him. The first time it happened without warning, Indu nearly let out a sound of fright. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself in the end. With the last protection of the desk lamp, Indu moved forward a bit more. When the lamp dimmed, he swiftly replaced it with the MP3 and began to play that brainwashing Buddhist chant. Tooth command gold round victory gold round. The moment the Buddhist chant began, Indu's wildly beating heart instantly calmed down. He steadied his mind and suddenly realized he had been distracted by those terrifying images. His attention wasn't focused enough. No wonder he had been wandering for so long without finding a way out. Indu glanced down at the MP3 and suddenly remembered the ranking of the pollution purification talent in his own world. Third from the bottom, for those who hadn't come into this world, this talent was greatly underestimated. In a world of rule-bound terror tales that are polluted at every moment, being able to cleanse the pollution meant having a clear mind, which is a priceless treasure. With the help of the MP3, Indu finally focused entirely on progressing towards his destination. Before long, he saw a wooden door appear ahead. Indu walked quickly toward it. The door was very simple, with no decorations, just marked with a phrase carved by some sharp object. Opening this door means you can never turn back. Having already clarified his destination, Indu was not shaken by these words at all. His destination was the little girl's home. Indu pulled the door open and stepped out into the blinding light. Chapter 36, The Mirror House. Once he entered, Indu found himself back in the warm sunlight. The familiar living room came into view. This old, somewhat cramped house was his home for over 20 years. Even the TV was an old piece with a big back. Above the TV, there was a family photo. After his surprise, Indu quickly used the TV to observe himself. He had returned to his original appearance, though his clothes still matched those of the little girl he had been. Is this my home? Indu walked quickly into his bedroom in disbelief. On the ceiling of the bedroom, a crack ran right above his bed. He walked to the nightstand and picked up the calendar on it. He had entered the rule-bound terror after falling asleep on the morning of the 24th, and before sleeping, he had circled the 24th on the calendar, noting that after getting up today, he was to help old Mr. Chin in room 502 of building 5 fix the faucet and install a call bell for old Mrs. Meow in room 201 of building 3. And now, this calendar had marked his latest schedule. From all this, it seemed he had successfully returned to his home. But how was that possible? Although this was his first time entering the Rule horror story, he had been paying attention to information about it since it emerged. He clearly understood that in the past 6 months, no one who entered the Rule horror had returned to the real world. From the words of some talented individuals during live streams, he gathered an important piece of information. Those who cleared the Rule horror ahead of time would be taken to a separate room to rest, waiting to enter a new instance. According to the live stream schedule in the real world, the intervals between Rule horror instances were 24 hours. When the last talented individual cleared the instance, a new live stream would start 24 hours later. During these 24 hours, no one had seen a talented individual in the real world.
Indu put down his calendar and walked directly towards the master bedroom. He didn't live in the master bedroom. After his parents passed away, he hardly stepped into it except for the regular cleaning each week, fearing that touching things would remind him of them. It had been 5 days since he last cleaned the master bedroom.
5 days of no one using the room would inevitably attract dust. These changes were not visible to the naked eye. But
Indu wiped the table with his sleeve, and there was not a speck of dust on his white sleeve. This was indeed not his home. Before stepping through that door, he had 2 guesses about his ultimate destination. One was to return to the little girl's normal home and wait for news of clearing the game. The other was to go to the rumored room where talented individuals rested and announce his progress. But now it seemed that he had not succeeded in clearing the game. Leaving that strange home seemed to be just the first level of this instance. Indu then searched around the house, and everything in his home, including the fridge and storage places, was exactly as he remembered. From the strap of his watch, it seemed that it had not worsened his contamination, and he hadn't seen any rules or strange things during his search. This meant that the place was safe for him. But what did this safety represent? He sat on the sofa and gazed blankly at the family portrait on the television. In many ways, it really seemed like his home, a place without danger that he was very familiar with. Yet, his home was supposed to bring him warmth and endless security, not the confusion and unease he felt now. You must be clear about where you are going, otherwise, you will get lost. The place he firmly aimed for was the little girl's normal home. Could it be that he had misunderstood the password to clear the game? So he got lost in the instance? Suddenly, Indu jumped up from the sofa and walked towards his front door. After he opened the door, he found himself in the living room directly, not walking in from the entrance, and he hadn't checked the hallway either when inspecting the home. As he reached the hallway, Indu's gaze was instantly drawn to a note stuck to the door. This was the only difference between here and his real home. He had never stuck anything on the door. He hurriedly stepped forward to take down the paper. Mirror home living rules. 1. Do not let them find out that you know this is not your home. 2. Until you are discovered, there will be no danger in the house. 3. Do not go out with your family. Upon seeing this note, Indu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not lost. It seemed this was just a new instance. Even though the process he was experiencing now was different from what he had seen in previous live streams, it was normal to encounter black screens and silence in previous talented individual streams, and any information he didn't know was understandable. After throwing the note into a toolbox, Indu tried to open the door again, and once outside, he found the scene was indeed what he remembered. On the back of the door, there was also a note stuck there. House rules of the mirror home. 1. Do not let anyone find out you are not one of them. 2. Maintain a normal life. 3. Be cautious of children, be careful of animals, avoid flowers and grass. When Indu opened the door through the long passage, his live stream immediately went black, and a few seconds later, white text appeared. Congratulations to Xiaoguo's talent Indu for successfully passing the rule horror tale The 6-Person Household. Successful completion plus 20 points. Escaping the strange home plus 10 points. Grandma's trust plus 20 points. Gaining family's favor plus 10 points. Plot unlocked 90% plus 36 points. Total, 96 points. Completion reward, the country can select any city to eliminate the horror tale, and the talent level of the talent will be upgraded. As long as the score reaches over 90 points, it is possible to eliminate the horror tale. Although there has always been this guess, this is the first time someone has done it. Grandma's trust in family's favor, this score cannot be gained just by wisdom. In that 6-person household, isn't Grandma the only one still considered family? Trust and favor are different things. What I mean is, why isn't the 4th point directly called Grandma's favor? Well, if that's the case, perhaps this family really does include those. Maybe, but we shouldn't dwell on that anymore. Anyway, Indu has already passed the challenge. Chapter 37, A Warm Home. Indu's gaze lingered on the words, maintain a normal life. Does this mean he must live as he does in the real world? Speaking of the real world, Indu suddenly recalled the previous note, and he quickly took it out, focusing on Rule 3. Do not go out with your family. But he no longer had a family, so how could he possibly go out with anyone? Was this rule made without considering special circumstances, or was there some other intention behind it? Just as Indu was pondering the deeper meaning of the rules, a woman in her 50s stepped out of the door across from him. Seeing a familiar face, Indu instinctively greeted her. Aunt Lu, are you going out to buy groceries? Aunt Lu was startled by the voice at first, then nodded. Oh, it's you, Du. Just off work? Indu quickly shook his head. Aunt Lu's seemingly ordinary question actually contained a trap. He worked as a night security guard in the neighborhood, and his working hours ended at 7 a.m., whereas now it was broad daylight, well past his quitting time. If he answered yes, he would violate his own persona. No, I can't sleep, just out for a walk, Indu replied. But as soon as the excuse left his mouth, Indu felt he might be overreacting.
perhaps the other person was just asking a simple question? Oh right, I forgot you were on the night shift now. Are you getting used to it? Aunt Lu seemed not ready to leave.
But feeling that he was not in the best state, Indu didn't want to deal with enthusiastic Aunt Lu right now. He pressed down on the door handle. It's okay, just a bit of a messed up schedule, not very good for my health.
See, I'm feeling sleepy now.
As he spoke, he deliberately yawned. I've got to work tonight, so I need to go back and catch up on sleep. After saying this, Aunt Lu had no choice but to say no more, smiling, then go rest quickly. I also need to buy groceries. If I delay, I won't find fresh meat.
Indu nodded and turned back into his home.
Speaking of which, Aunt Lu's words reminded him of something.
Meat.
In the rules of the 6-person household in the horror tale, there was a rather vague directive.
Can only eat beef, vegetables, and grains. Up until now, he hadn't noticed the completion summary of the dungeon, so does this dungeon count as part of the 6-person household dungeon?
Moreover, the earlier note did not explicitly state that it was the rule of the 6-person household. According to his previous experience watching livestreams, such rules are generally ones that must be followed in all rule horror tale worlds, and they only take effect upon their emergence in all rule horror tale worlds. He remembered that the last such rule should be, no wearing red clothes. The subject could not deduce due to insufficient information, but since then, no gifted person had worn red clothes in the rule-based horror stories. Even in the real world, sales of red clothing had seriously plummeted, and basically no one dared to wear red clothes. As for the rule only eat beef, vegetables, and grains, he guessed that the subject must be living human, based on the circumstances of the last copy. The so-called living human is defined as a living human in the rule-based horror world. Gifted individuals do not play living humans in all copies, so this rule does not always bind gifted people. And in this mirrored world, he was still playing himself, so his identity should still be a living human. Since he is a living human, he must adhere to the rule of only eating vegetables, beef, and grains. At this moment, Indu felt grateful once more. Luckily, he was the only one at home, so he didn't have to worry about food appearing on the table that he couldn't eat. Now his biggest challenge was left with finding the conditions to clear the level. But there was no rush. This copy gave him a more relaxed feel, probably due to the familiarity of the environment. Indu walked back to his room, confirmed that the alarm on his phone was set, and then lay down. Compared to immediately exploring the rules, after just coming out of a high-intensity mental focus, he wanted a real rest. Moreover, the excuse he gave Lu Ma about working the night shift wasn't entirely a lie. He still had to work night shifts in his normal life. Without various hallucinations interfering, Indu quickly fell into a deep sleep. However, when he woke up again, it was not the alarm that startled him, it was someone calling him. "Little Du, get up, dinner is ready." A familiar yet slightly strange voice echoed in Indu's mind, making him, who was already dazed from sleeping too long, feel even more confused. This voice belonged to his mother. Is he dreaming? Otherwise, how could he hear his mother calling him for dinner? Indu struggled to open his eyes, and his mother's familiar face appeared before him. Compared to the unfamiliar voice he could not hear, this face was so kind and familiar, one he saw every day in pictures. Indu instinctively called out to his mother, who was standing at the door with a soup spoon in her hand. "Mom! If you're awake, hurry and wash your face, the food will get cold." His mother smiled gently and then turned to leave his room. In that instant when his mother spoke and showed a tender smile, Indu instantly woke up. His mother wouldn't smile like that, this person was not really his mother. At this moment, the rules written on the note resurfaced in his mind. So that's how it is. He had no family, but this was the mirrored world of the horror story. How could everything really be the same as reality? He had overthought things. Indu got up and walked out of his room, splashed some water on his face at the bathroom sink. After washing away his drowsiness as much as possible, Indu walked toward the living room. Because the house was small, their living room also served as a dining room. By the time Indu reached the living room, his parents were already seated and had started the meal. "Mom, Dad." Indu greeted them before sitting down. As he sat down, he realized that meat had already been placed on his plate, and there was also a bowl of fish soup in front of him, containing a large piece of grass carp and several pieces of scattered tofu. Indu knew he would face a tough battle, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. Though the rules here did not demand that he should not waste food, he had never been the kind of child to refuse his parents' kindness. Just as Indu was still pondering his strategy, his mother spoke. "After just waking up, drink some soup first." Speaking of which, tofu should count as a grain, right? He only drinks soup and eats tofu, so he should be fine? Indu thought this, then suddenly stood up. "I feel a bit dry in my throat, the fish soup is too oily to quench my thirst, I'll go drink some water first." Drinking water was Indu's way of buying himself time. He walked over, picked up his usual cup, and poured himself a glass, while his eyes glanced at the dining table, paying attention to every move of his parents. They didn't think there was anything wrong with Indu going to drink water, happily continuing their meal. However, through this observation, Indu discovered a problem. The atmosphere between these two was too good. Dad didn't pick at anything and occasionally added vegetables to Mom's bowl.
This was something that could never happen in his original world. Even if he missed his parents, he couldn't beautify the atmosphere they shared when they were alive. After all, since elementary school, he had grown up listening to their arguments. So after graduating from college, he resolutely chose to stay in the big city instead of returning home as his parents expected. It wasn't until he hadn't seen his parents for the last time that he returned home filled with regret. Lost in his emotions, Indu quickly finished his glass of water. Speaking of which, aside from the oddity in the way his parents interacted, Indu also noticed another problem. Dad only added vegetables to Mom's plate, and they both only ate vegetables. The meat in front of them was untouched. Based on Indu's speculation, living people could only eat beef, vegetables, and grains. Now with no beef on the table, were his parents in this mirrored world obeying the rules for the living?
Mirrored world, living parents, and then there was him.
Chapter 38, Kind Colleagues.
Indu put down his cup and returned to the table, then picked up a piece of pork and put it in his mouth. If he guessed correctly, in this world, he was not a living person, so there was no need to follow that rule. Indu ate very slowly, mainly using the opportunity to observe whether he had any changes. Fortunately, this time he made the right bet. After finishing the pork, he didn't feel any discomfort, and nothing changed in his body.
The phenomenon of pollution did not occur to him.
Indu breathed a sigh of relief and then quickly ate the other dishes.
Eat slowly, eat slowly.
If I didn't know any better, I think we don't feed you at home, Dad said, looking at Indu with a hint of disdain. Indu obediently slowed down, but couldn't help but sigh inwardly. God knows how he had managed these past 2 days. Plain porridge, oatmeal, and some unknown dark vegetables took turns on his plate, and he had no chance to improve his meals. And who knows how long it would be after leaving this instance before he could eat normal meals again. After dinner, once the table was tidied up, Indu glanced at the time.
It was already 7:30, 3.5 hours until his work time.
But this didn't mean he could rest, as he still had 2 plans for the day. Dad, Mom, I'm going out for a bit. Indu called out to his parents, who were sitting in front of the TV. Before leaving, Indu's gaze lingered on his parents who were chatting about the TV show for a moment. Speaking of which, although they were both part of this instance, the autonomy of the locals was strikingly different.
Perhaps this was the difference between the living, the dead, and the undead?
Indu shook his head, dismissing these baseless thoughts from his mind, then walked out the door. From the hallway to the neighborhood, everything here was just as Indu remembered. The familiar environment always brings more relaxation, and Indu's previously tense mood eased a little. Indu's home was in 301 of the first building, very close to the security booth, and he only needed to walk 2 minutes to get to work. As he had always kept the tools for repairs in the security booth, he indeed didn't see his toolbox at home. So, after leaving the building, he walked towards the security booth. Before he got close, Indu saw his colleague Fong Chi sitting inside, idly playing on his phone, and he smiled to greet him. The greeting was a habit, but as soon as it was said, the smile on Indu's face stiffened. As Fong Chi leaned out the window, his face, which looked quite normal through the glass, instantly transformed into a skull. In the eye sockets of the skull, 2 blue flames replaced the eyes. But it was too late for Indu to regret, as Fong Chi had already seen him. Fortunately, the skeletal version of Fong Chi still reacted quite normally, saying, "Indu, isn't it still before shift change? Why are you here?" Indu forced a smile and replied, "I just finished eating, came down to walk it off." To avoid showing anything unusual, Indu exerted all his effort in managing his expression. His acting skills seemed decent, as Fong Chi's expression indicated he hadn't noticed anything wrong with his stiff smile. However, the next moment, the other person posed a rather difficult question. "Do you think I should switch to the night shift? I've been feeling like the sun's been really harsh these days, it's making me darker." Indu didn't have any leads at the moment, so he didn't dare to change his own routine carelessly. He could only awkwardly smile while looking at the other's bones, which were pale with a greenish-blue tint, but a bit darkened. Indeed, he was a bit darkened, but Indu thought this was likely due to age or poor maintenance of the bones. However, for his own safety, Indu couldn't answer recklessly, so he quickly made up an excuse. "Let's not. If we switch shifts, both of us would have to change our routines. I've finally gotten used to the night shift after a year, wouldn't that be messing things up? Also, if you think you're darker, you could hang some dehumidifier bags. I think your situation has a lot to do with excessive humidity." "Hang dehumidifier bags? Will that really help?" Fong Chi asked suspiciously. Indu had no idea if it would help, as he had never cared for bones. "Whether it works or not, you'll find out if you try it," Indu replied with a smile. "As for fearing the sun during the day, just wear a mask or something, that's physical sun protection." The latter words Indu naturally wouldn't say out loud, then he promptly said goodbye to Fong Chi, avoiding another round of questioning from him. If they kept chatting, he wouldn't have enough time to do his repairs today.
Although it was Grandpa Chen who first asked for repairs, since he lived in Building 5, Indu opted to go to Grandma Meow's place first based on proximity. Grandma Meow, living in Building 3, was 63 this year, and both of her children had gone to work in big cities, leaving her to live alone after her spouse passed away. Her children weren't neglectful, they just couldn't convince her to leave her hometown for a strange place, and could only try their best to improve her living conditions. Today, Indu was going to install a call button, which Grandma Meow's children had entrusted him to set up. In fact, Grandma Meow already had a full set of monitoring equipment, but since her children had jobs, they couldn't always keep an eye on her situation at home, which is why they chose the call button. According to the instructions they sent, Indu only needed to connect the terminal to the network and then put the call button on the old lady's hand. With the call button, whenever the elderly woman needed help, pressing it would dial both her children's phones at the same time. It looked straightforward, even without a toolkit, he could likely finish it with the tools in his toolbox. In this old community where Indu lived, every first floor of the building had a mailbox. However, this old thing had gradually lost its purpose with the development of the times. Several years ago, the delivery rack in their neighborhood was transformed for placing packages. The world is like this too. However, when Indu arrived in front of the third building, he found only a lonely package sitting on the rack. He walked up and looked at the delivery note. It was indeed sent by Grandma Meow's child, and it should be the doorbell he needed to install. But the fact that there was only one package on the entire rack was a bit strange. Even though the residents in this community were older on average and packages were fewer than in other neighborhoods, there were typically occasions when children away from home sent things back or bought items online for their elderly parents. And elderly people often picked up their packages late, so in the past, the rack usually had a few packages, and sometimes packages would remain unclaimed for a long time. This discrepancy with reality reminded Indu of his colleague who had turned into a skeleton. Although at home he had a suspicion that in this mirrored world, his deceased parents were alive and the living version of himself in the original world was dead. But, could it be that the life and death of everyone in this neighborhood were mirrored? If so, then the place he was now heading to, Grandma Meow's home, was. Indu swallowed hard, looking up at the darkened hallway. Due to its age, the hallway walls were obviously yellowed, and in some places, mischievous children had scribbled with all sorts of things, leaving the walls decorated with people, handprints, and cats and dogs. There was everything one could find. Fear twisted Indu's imagination, turning all images into terrifying scenes, making the atmosphere strange, causing his heart to race faster. Just then, a shadow appeared on the upper half of the stairs on the first floor, the person resting their hand on the railing, and an old and somewhat frail voice called down. "Is that you, Xiaodu? Why aren't you coming up?" The sudden voice startled Indu, but he quickly recognized it as Grandma Meow's voice. It just seemed slightly different from usual. "Grandma Meow, I'm getting the package, I'll be up soon." Now that he was here, he needed to explore more places to find a way to pass through, and going to Grandma Meow's house was a perfect opportunity. Besides, hesitating wouldn't accomplish anything, so Indu boldly picked up the package from the rack and walked toward the stairs. Chapter 39, The Cat-Faced Granny. Is this hallway light broken? After realizing he was intentionally making noise but not waking the hallway light, Indu frowned and muttered. But soon he couldn't pay attention to the light issue because he discovered a more fatal problem. As he walked up the stairs to the level with Grandma Meow, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of her fingers resting on the railing. Her nails were unusually sharp. Compared to human nails, they looked more like the claws of a cat or some other animal. Indu didn't dare to turn his head to examine closely, he could only slow his steps to buy himself more time to think of a countermeasure. If the person standing on the stairs was not Grandma Meow, or if this Grandma Meow couldn't be called a human, what should he do? He remembered there was a rule related to animals in the guidelines, but it was only 4 words, beware of animals. But how was he supposed to be careful? Indu desperately wished he had an item with the ability to crack rules to help him interpret this inexplicable guideline. Beware of children, beware of animals, avoid flowers and plants. Indu repeated this rule over and over, but he could never grasp its meaning. At that moment, he finally stepped onto the platform in the middle of the stairs. The walls of this platform were also covered with graffiti. Apart from graffiti, there was a large area smeared with red paint on the wall. Was this really just red paint? Sensing an odor of blood, Indu cautiously leaned in closer. He wanted to find some clues from this wall. Unfortunately, apart from seeing what looked like a cat face pattern on the wall, he couldn't see anything else. Maybe it was also because it was too dark here. At this moment, Indu somewhat regretted not taking a flashlight when he left the security booth. Although the skeleton version of Feng Chi was a bit scary, at least that was a spacious place with plenty of light, and those 2 points alone gave him a huge sense of security. Indu took a deep breath, got ready, and turned to face Grandma Meow, who was standing on the stairs. This Grandma Meow looked exactly like the one in his memory. The biggest difference was that she had a cat face. Black cat fur made her face almost blend into the darkness. Indu didn't know how to face this cat-faced grandma, so he could only pretend he hadn't noticed anything unusual and spoke to her while walking. Grandma, it's time to go back inside, I'll install this calling bell for you.
Indu's performance was too natural. Grandma Catface didn't say anything and turned to walk back to her room. Looking at the strange cat head in front of him, Indu really didn't dare to go upstairs with her. However, if he showed any signs of being strange, there was a high chance he would be met with a knife. After all, he needed to maintain a normal life. In a normal life, he wouldn't encounter any cat-faced grandmas, let alone run away while going to help install a calling bell for Grandma Meow. Wait, he wasn't without a reason to leave. After realizing this, Indu turned around with the package and ran downstairs.
Grandma, I forgot to bring my tools, I'll go back to get them.
Indu ran incredibly fast. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already outside the building. Just as he ran out of the corridor, he heard a sharp cat scream.
Even though he couldn't understand cat language, he could hear the anger in it.
However, the other party didn't chase after him. It seemed he was safe now. Indu had to thank Feng Qi. If it weren't for Feng Qi's strange appearance scaring him away, he wouldn't have this excuse to use now. However, now Indu had to return to the security booth to get the toolbox, which would mean getting up close with his dear skeleton colleague. As Indu walked toward the security booth, he deeply sighed in his heart. The updates to this world were happening too fast, he couldn't keep up. Arriving at the security booth, through the glass, Feng Qi in Indu's eyes looked just like a normal person. He stood at a distance and observed for a moment. Feng Qi's every move was not much different from reality. Except that the originally uncleanly him seemed to have developed a cleanliness obsession here. He wouldn't stretch his feet onto the table and would throw the trash in his hands into the trash can instead of littering. From this point of view, he was much happier here than in the real world. Indu thought casually. Then he stepped closer to the security booth. To be honest, after the baptism from Grandma Catface, Feng Qi actually seemed much more pleasant to him. After all, Feng Qi was just a skeleton who cared about his image. With a lot more courage this time, Indu walked directly to the window.
Feng Qi, could you pass me the tool bag under the table?
Oh, okay.
Feng Qi didn't make things difficult for Indu and bent down to get the tool bag.
Just as he bent down, Indu saw the rules behind him through the glass. Mirror World Security Regulations. 1. Security must wear a uniform and carry a riot baton. 2. As a security officer, it is your duty to ensure the safety of residents in the community.
3. When patrolling, walk along the main road, and ignore the voice calling you when you don't see anyone.
4. Night security must remember, no resident will request to enter or exit after midnight. 5. The security booth is an absolutely safe place for security, but never allow others to enter. Indu quickly memorized the rules. At this moment, he finally understood why Feng Qi gave him such a sense of safety. After all, in terms of their identities right now, Feng Qi was the security guard, and he was a resident of the community. Feng Qi had an obligation to ensure his safety.
In that case, could he ask Feng Qi for help regarding that cat-faced old lady? Indu thought to himself and tentatively asked, by the way, I just saw what seemed like a black cat outside Building 3. It looked quite fierce. Is it a stray cat? Stray cat from Building 3? Feng Qi replied upon hearing Indu's words, reaching into a drawer of the table to take out a notebook. Let me see. Surprisingly, there was a notebook. Indu leaned in to take a look. But just as his face was about to peek through the window, Feng Qi hurriedly pushed him back out. What are you doing? Only security can enter the security booth. Indu didn't immediately process Feng Qi's words because in his eyes, Feng Qi's pushing hand looked skeletal. When he finally reacted, he forced a smile while suppressing his nausea. Sorry, I forgot. He truly didn't expect that simply sticking his head out would be considered entering the security booth. And from Feng Qi's appearance, it seemed that being intruded upon by others in the security booth was an extremely dangerous thing for a security guard. Chapter 40, Dealing with the Cat-Faced Method. Feng Qi flipped through the notes for a while and finally found the page he needed, but as he read, his expression behind the glass clearly became strange. Indu noticed his expression and felt that things were not looking good. Are you planning to go to Building 3? Feng Qi asked seriously after reading the notes. Upon hearing Feng Qi's question, Indu's racing heart seemed to settle down. To know that what he had just mentioned was merely encountering a stray cat outside Building 3, yet with just this information, Feng Qi had determined that he intended to enter Building 3. This suggested that the cat-faced old lady might be a specialty of Building 3. Indu looked at the notes, but unfortunately, it was too far away for him to see what was written on it. Indu nodded as a response, but before Feng Qi could speak, he asked first, "Can I borrow the notebook to take a look?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Feng Qi alertly putting the notebook away. Only security can use the notebook. This rule wasn't listed in the guidelines. However, looking at Feng Qi's demeanor, it seemed to be a rule he had engraved deep in his bones. It appeared that he hadn't fully discovered all the rules belonging to security. So can you tell me how to safely enter Building 3? Actually, getting into Building 3 isn't difficult, as long as you can avoid being deceived by the cat-faced lady and not go to her territory. Fong Chi explained.
But that's also the most difficult part because once you enter building 3, everyone you see will have a cat face, and you can't determine if it's the cat-faced lady. Well, that's not difficult, I just need to ignore everyone and head straight to my destination. Indu, now certain that the security guard wouldn't harm him, stated his strategy without hesitation.
However, facing his naive solution, Fong Chi's expression showed a hint of sarcasm.
It's not that simple, even if you ignore her, if she walks in front of you, she can lead you to her territory. But once you confirm that the person in front of you is the cat-faced lady, you can splash water on her, and naturally, she will run away. Remember, don't splash water on others, or they will go crazy.
Fong Chi's last sentence successfully shattered Indu's initial thought of splashing water on anyone he encountered. It indeed didn't seem difficult to deal with.
But to recognize her.
To be honest, after Fong Chi told him that once he entered building 3, anyone he saw would have a cat face, he no longer dared to be sure if the person he had just seen was indeed the cat-faced old lady. The only evidence he had for identification was the cat's meow he heard right after he left. But what if that meow was intentionally released by the cat-faced lady to confuse him?
Carrying heavy thoughts, Indu returned to the front of building 3 with the water he had obtained from the security booth and the newly acquired toolbox.
He did not walk into building 3 immediately. Instead, he shouted at the position of 201 downstairs, "Grandma Meow, are you home?" His voice was strong, and it quickly received a response from Grandma Meow, who was at home. "It's little Do, Grandma is home." As she spoke, Grandma Meow walked to the balcony and waved kindly to Indu below.
Seeing Grandma Meow with a normal human face, Indu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that as long as he did not enter building 3, he would not be affected by the cat-faced lady. However, Grandma Meow appeared to be older than he remembered.
What was going on? According to his guess, in this world, Grandma Meow's husband should still be alive.
The two had a good relationship since they were young, being a model family in the surrounding villages. With the old man around, shouldn't Grandma Meow look younger due to her good mood? There was no time to explore these thoughts. Indu said to Grandma Meow upstairs, "Grandma, wait for me at home, I'm coming up now." On the way to building 3, Indu had thought it out. As long as he confirmed that Grandma Meow was at home and had not gone out, then the one he met in the corridor must be the cat-faced lady. After all, he had been standing in front of building 3 for a minute, and he had not seen anyone enter while he was on his way. There shouldn't be anyone coming up the stairs from the first to the second floor. Looking at Grandma Meow waiting on the balcony, Indu took the water in his hand and boldly walked into the building. It was still that dark corridor. However, the cat-faced lady was clearly not as smart as Indu had imagined. Right now, she actually used Grandma Meow's identity to play the same trick again. "Little Do, you're here." The cat-faced lady greeted warmly. This time she was still standing on the upper half of the stairs. Indu did not respond to her. He quickly walked to the same level as her and splashed the water from the plastic bottle he held onto her. In an instant, a cat-like screech filled with resentment pierced through Indu's eardrums and struck his brain. Indu struggled to look at the position of the cat-faced lady, but the spot where a person had been standing was now empty. Clearly, the cat-faced lady had already escaped. However, the impact of her scream did not disappear. Indu felt dizzy, and a feeling of sorrow surrounded his heart. Many scenes floated oddly before his eyes, but in his current state, he couldn't even comprehend the meaning behind them. Indu let his head droop down with his hand. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he walked upstairs. He did not know how long it would be before the cat-faced lady returned after escaping, so he had to seize the moment to go to Grandma Meow's home. Every step he took now was extremely difficult, but in this pain, he suddenly remembered something. This method of splashing water was told to him by Fong Chi, but after splashing water, the cat-faced lady did not simply escape. This point Fong Chi never mentioned. As a security guard, Fong Chi certainly had to protect his safety, so he would tell him how to deal with the cat-faced lady when he asked. But this did not mean Fong Chi couldn't choose to withhold information to achieve the purpose of harming him. After all, he had not asked whether there would be other troubles after splashing water. But why would he do this? Whether human or strange, Indu had always believed that any intelligent being's actions must follow its own logic. And in the world of rule-based horror stories, the strange also abided by rules, and they would even have their own identities and corresponding lives. In this case, one absolutely could not treat them as mindless monsters that would harm indiscriminately. Only by judging their action logic could he truly avoid danger and even find the key to advancing. In a swirl of chaotic thoughts, Indu finally reached the door of 201, and he knocked on the door. Chapter 41: The Role of the Calling Bell. Indu knocked on the door. But it was not Grandma Meow who came to open the door, but a strange old man. "Isn't this the cat-faced person?" This was Indu's first reaction, but then he realized the identity of the other person. The person appearing in Grandma Meow's house was most likely her deceased spouse from the original world. However, the old man seemed too thin. He looked like nothing but skin and bones, appearing very unhealthy. Indu politely greeted the old man. "Hello, Grandpa, I am here to find Grandma Meow." The old man's expression was normal when he opened the door, but upon hearing Indu's purpose for coming, his face instantly changed. He glared at Indu with a fierce look, clearly not intending to let Indu in. While Indu was still assessing the situation, Grandma Meow's voice came from behind the old man.
Xiao Du, come in.
Grandma Meow's voice was as warm as ever, but the old man's face turned pale instantly.
Indu tilted his head to look at Grandma Meow behind the old man.
Just as he had seen downstairs, this Grandma Meow indeed looked older, and although her hair was also white, she appeared even sparser.
Grandma Meow.
Indu smiled, then walked past the old man into the house. His appearance could only be described as somewhat handsome, but what stood out was his obedient look, the kind that old people would undoubtedly like.
And Grandma Meow seemed especially fond of his type.
Grandma Meow stepped forward, caring for Indu as if he were her own child, then instructing the old man, who was still lingering at the door, to take the tool bag and package from Indu and put them away.
After showing concern, Grandma Meow asked, "Have you eaten?"
Just in time, Grandma is going to eat, stay, and eat with us.
Indu quickly declined, "I have already eaten at home."
Oh, you have?
That's a pity, Grandma Meow said, then Grandma will have to eat alone. Eating alone.
Indu discreetly turned to observe the old man by the sofa's reaction. Unfortunately, the old man had maintained the same expression since Indu came in, and it still hadn't changed.
Grandma, you eat, I'll go ahead and install the call bell terminal.
As Indu spoke, he walked toward the sofa, while Grandma Meow headed towards the kitchen. As she walked, Indu keenly noticed something strange about Grandma Meow's gait.
Is this a bow-legged walk? This gait was also different from the Grandma Meow in reality.
Indu kept these abnormalities in mind and then started unboxing the package. This call bell was just like what Grandma Meow's children described, consisting mainly of two parts, a terminal that needs to be connected to the internet and a call bell that can be worn on the wrist. Seeing the things Indu took out, the old man's expression finally changed, it looked worse.
Indu noticed this change sensitively, he stood up with the needed items and moved away from the old man, then carefully asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" "Eat?"
The old man showed a malicious smile, giving Indu the feeling that he wanted to swallow him whole. And once he realized what Indu was holding, his malice grew even stronger, but Indu felt a sense of fear from this malice. The old man's fear was clearly directed at the call bell in Indu's hand, or rather, at what the call bell could bring. Indu looked curiously at the call bell in his hand.
What's wrong with this call bell? Or is it that this call bell would bring something unfavorable to the old man?
Indu looked around the house for a place to install the item, occasionally moving closer to the old man, but the old man didn't show fear until Indu's hand hovered over the call bell, which intensified the old man's fear. This is really strange. In the end, Indu chose to install the call bell beside the television. Actually, he initially intended to install the call bell on the partition wall at the entrance, where, according to the layout, the terminal could cover the entire room. But when installing, Indu suddenly remembered that there was only one position with a socket and network port next to the TV in Granny Meow's house, so he never had any other choice from the start. Installing the call bell wasn't difficult, and soon Indu completed the work.
Then he got up and walked towards the kitchen to inform Granny Meow.
As Indu walked into the kitchen, Granny Meow was sitting on an old wooden stool enjoying a seafood feast laid out on the stove. At this sight, Indu finally understood what the old lady's earlier words meant. According to the situation in his own family, the old lady should also be a living person, but there was nothing in Granny Meow's meal that a living person could eat. Thinking about the suddenly harmonious relationship of his parents, it wasn't hard to guess the situation at Granny Meow's house. Yet, Indu was still influenced by the memories of his original world, and for a moment, he didn't think in this direction. "Granny, the call bell is installed, but I checked the instructions, its range is limited and can't cover the balcony." Indu deliberately didn't shy away from mentioning the range of the call bell. Since he acted so naturally, Granny Meow didn't realize that Indu was actually helping her. Granny Meow happily thanked Indu and then washed her hands to let him put on the call bell for her.
As soon as the call bell was secured, Granny Meow immediately pressed the button without any hesitation. "Granny?"
Indu looked at Granny Meow in confusion.
Why is she using the call bell now?
But without needing Granny Meow to answer, the sounds coming from the living room explained the current situation to Indu. In the living room, there were two very obvious baby cries, the old lady's terrified screams, and the sounds of the balcony door being forcefully opened and closed. Clearly, the old lady had escaped to the balcony. Indu quietly swallowed, and then met Granny Meow's still kind but full of inquiry gaze. At that moment, he understood that he should have no doubts about the call bell's function. "Granny, why did you press it so urgently? Didn't you wait for me to leave? I should stay and play with the brother and sister for a while. I still need to go help Grandpa Chen fix the faucet." Seeing that Indu was only hesitating about whether to stay and accompany her two children, Granny Meow's attitude visibly improved. "You said they are brother and sister, they aren't real children, so they don't need you to play with them.
You go on with your business." "Oh, right, Granny, there's a gift I want to give you."
Granny Meow took Indu's hand and walked to the living room, ignoring the terrified old lady shivering on the balcony and the two plump little figures clinging to the balcony door. She directly pulled out a flashlight from the drawer of the living room table and handed it to Indu. You have to patrol every night. I think the flashlight provided by the community is a bit too old, so take this one. As soon as the flashlight was in hand, a notification box popped up. Ordinary flashlight. Under the light of the flashlight, all creatures will reveal their true forms. Charging time, 12 hours, usable time, 12 hours. Note, the flashlight will only start charging when the battery is exhausted. Indu raised his eyebrows. If he had this flashlight earlier, he wouldn't have to fear that cat-faced old lady. Thank you, Granny. With this flashlight, my work at night will be much simpler. Indu sincerely expressed his gratitude. Granny should thank you. If it weren't for you taking care of me all these years, how could I live so comfortably? As she said this, Granny Meow looked again towards the balcony, showing a joyful smile. Indu waved his hand to indicate that he didn't dare take credit, then continued to use the excuse of going to Grandpa Chen's house to say goodbye to Granny Meow's family. Once outside Granny Meow's house, Indu felt that his face was frozen in a smile. Chapter 42. The Wrong Path. Indu stood in front of the third building, feeling a bit tired as he pinched his nose. Although Grandma Meow meant no harm, he still had to stay on guard when facing her, to avoid getting into danger due to his position. If he had shown pity for that old man earlier, Grandma Meow's attitude towards him would have definitely changed. This neighborhood was not as beautiful as it seemed at home. There was ultimately a deep chasm between the living and the dead. Living in such a place was not easy at all. And now, he still had to go to Grandpa Chen's house. Without even thinking, he knew that Grandpa Chen was definitely not alive. Accordingly, his deceased partner from 2 years ago should be living in this world as a living person. What was the situation at Grandpa Chen's house again? As Indu recalled, he walked towards the security booth. He planned to first ask if there was anything to pay attention to when entering the fifth building, to avoid facing Mrs. Catface unprepared like before. Although he was already prepared to face various strange events, Fong Chi's words still shocked Indu. Indu, unable to believe it, confirmed Fong Chi's words, the fourth building? Yeah, there's not much danger in the fifth building, but you have to remember, don't mistake it for the fourth building. Once you enter the fourth, whether you can escape depends on yourself. Fong Chi seemed reluctant to talk more about the fourth building and changed the topic after cautioning Indu to be careful. By the way, it's getting more dangerous in the neighborhood, don't always take on tasks yourself with such a good heart. Indu casually nodded. At this moment, his thoughts were still on the so-called fourth building. In fact, the neighborhood he lived in didn't even have a fourth building. When built, the neighborhood had only 4 buildings, but because the number 4 was considered unlucky, they directly named the fourth building the fifth building, which was where Grandpa Chen lived. Moreover, Grandpa Chen's room 501 was actually on the 4th floor. But in this world, the fourth building actually appeared, meaning there were 5 buildings in existence after all. Lost in his thoughts, Indu didn't notice Fong Chi's resentful gaze after his advice fell on deaf ears. Indu walked back to the front of the third building carrying his toolbox. In truth, it wasn't his fault he hadn't noticed there were 5 buildings in the neighborhood, because from the position of the third building, only one building truly remained behind. That is to say, at least until he entered the realms of the fourth and fifth buildings, the neighborhood still appeared the same as Indu remembered. Indu cautiously walked towards the main road leading to the fifth building. There were more plants here than all the ones combined on the roads around the first 3 buildings, with the streetlights glow covered by leaves. The entire place felt cooler and more shaded. This atmosphere truly gave Indu a chill down his back. The overly dim road made the shadows of the flowers and grass along the sides especially easy to misinterpret as human figures. One of the rules was to avoid flowers and grass, which Indu had already confirmed after leaving home. As long as he walked on the normal stone path and did not touch flowers and grass, he wouldn't violate the rule. But now, the path he was walking was becoming narrower, and the surrounding flower beds were growing denser. This gave Indu a very bad feeling. For a moment, he hesitated. Did he absolutely have to go to the fifth building? And coming here late at night really felt like he was asking for trouble. But it was too late to regret now. During the day, he hadn't expected helping 2 small favors would lead to so much trouble, so he ended up spending all his daytime sleeping. Looking ahead, it was getting narrower and narrower. Gradually becoming a path that only one person can pass through, Indu could only helplessly stop his steps. If he goes any further, avoiding the flower beds would become quite difficult. But speaking of it, is the path between the fifth building and the third building really that long? He has at least been walking for 3 minutes by now, right? Indu looked up at the fifth building. At this moment, his field of vision still showed only one building, but that building was no closer than when he looked at it from the third building. This means that the path he had been walking on was not bringing him closer to the fifth building. Suddenly, Indu reacted. The path he was now walking on was heading towards the fourth building. Because he was afraid of touching the flower beds on both sides of the road, he only dared to walk along the stone path. But if the path to the fifth building was covered by the flower beds in his sight, then it would be impossible for him to walk that way. Knowing the rules, he would naturally be led to the fourth building.
This was the trap inherent in avoiding the flowers and grass.
After all, the flowers and grass themselves wouldn't move. As long as he paid attention, he wouldn't touch them at all. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the flower bed in front of him might be real or fake, so Indu simply took out the flashlight that Grandma Meow had given him. Originally, he planned to try using this flashlight tonight at work, but plans can't keep up with changes. If he didn't use it now, he might really walk to the fourth building.
The flashlight given by Grandma Meow was not very powerful, and the area it illuminated was quite limited, not suitable for night patrols.
But this flashlight had a special function. As soon as Indu picked up the flashlight, he aimed it at the dense flower bed. Not shining it would be fine, but once he did, Indu's heart almost jumped out. He saw the flower beds on both sides of the passage suddenly turn into human-shaped sculptures under the flashlight's light. Indu hurriedly turned off the flashlight, initially thinking that seeing the flower beds again would make him feel better, but his brain, having seen the truth, kept reminding him of the previous scene. Even more, he realized he was surrounded by these sculptures, and as soon as he thought about it, his whole body felt chills. They are just sculptures, there's nothing to be afraid of, Indu continually comforted himself in his mind. He now had to find the right path to the fifth building. If he was too scared to turn on the flashlight and see the real world, he could only head towards the fourth building. Thinking this way, Indu gathered his courage and turned the flashlight back on. This time, with psychological preparation, he wasn't scared again when he turned on the flashlight. But this time, he noticed that what he had just thought were human-shaped sculptures were not sculptures, but real people smeared with a layer of white paint. They were posed in different ways, constrained in a white shell, with only their eyes turning towards Indu when they noticed his gaze. The emotions inside them were too many, so much that Indu couldn't identify them. Indu involuntarily held his breath, his feet became extremely heavy, and he couldn't take a single step, with only one thought in his mind: escape. Chapter 43: The Fourth Building. But the thought of running away was also not rational. After all, even if he left this path, there were other flowers and plants in the community. As long as he lived in this place, he would inevitably face these strange things. Even now, he still hadn't found a way to clear this level. And going to Grandpa Chen's house was something he had to complete. Avoiding it would only make things worse. Without avoiding it, he could take the opportunity to enter Grandpa Chen's house. In the rules of the Strange Tales level, collecting more clues would only be beneficial for clearing the level. Just don't touch these things, that's all. Don't touch these things. He did not violate the rules. In the world of strange tales governed by rules, following the rules is the greatest safeguard for one's life. Although from a person's perspective, seeing these things is truly uncomfortable mentally. Indu endured his fear and tried to backtrack, hoping to find the real way to the fifth building in a further position.
Unfortunately, reality still disappointed him. Although the flower beds in the front section were not as dense as those in the back, the gaps in the flower beds were indeed lawn and not stone paths.
With no other choice, Indu could only return to his previous position and choose to go deeper. The further he walked in, the closer these people got to Indu, and some were even extending their limbs outward. Indu tried to turn off his flashlight, and the arm in front of him instantly transformed into a long, slender branch. If Indu had not discovered the truth of the flower bed before encountering this branch, he might have taken the large scissors from his toolbox to cut the branch off. After all, using large scissors on flowers and grass couldn't be considered as him touching them, right? But now, having recognized the true appearance of the flower bed, he only wanted to thank Grandma Meow's flashlight. After a series of maneuvers to dodge left and right, Indu finally continued his journey on the path without any real danger. From time to time, he would glance toward the position of the fifth building, and visibly, the distance between him and the fifth building had not decreased. However, the location of the fifth building seemed to be changing positively. When he first stepped onto this path, the fifth building was still at the 2 o'clock direction from him. But now the fifth building was almost right in front of him. Yet, the path he was walking had clearly not changed direction. Indu stopped his steps and observed the distant building from afar, surrounded by a crowd. From the outside, this building did not look strange at all. But from the positional assessment, this should be the fourth building. The place that Feng Qi warned him not to enter. Yet, on this path, he indeed found no way to the fifth building. With no other option, Indu could only continue down this path. As he ventured deeper, he finally arrived in front of the fourth building. The appearance of the fourth building was no different from the previous three, and landscape lights were also arranged around the building. Having already passed 9 o'clock, the landscape lights in the community were turned on, enveloping the fourth building in light. If he ignored the people around, the fourth building looked anything but eerie. At this moment, when he looked back again, the third building was not far away. But that short distance had taken him 10 minutes to walk. Deducting the time he spent checking for any detours, it took him at least 5 minutes to go from the third building to in front of this building. This timing was quite unreasonable, further confirming for him that the building in front was not the fifth building he intended to visit. Knowing this building had problems, Indu naturally could not enter, so he wandered around its surroundings. This building was surrounded by a circle of people, and everyone would cast their gaze at Indu as he passed by. After wandering around under such scrutiny, Indu finally found another path aside from the way he came. This path only appeared when the flashlight was on. Once he turned it off, the road in front of him would transform into a flower bed. In the illusion, this fourth building was completely surrounded by flower beds, appearing magnificent under the landscape lights. Indu no longer lingered and directly headed toward the newly found path. Before leaving, he confirmed the direction. This path was at the 3 o'clock position from where he had come. The beginning of this path was similar to the one leading to the fourth building, with extremely dense flower beds. These flower beds, under the light, were no exception. They turned into people restrained in white shells. But after walking for about 2 minutes, the surrounding flower beds gradually decreased, and the street lights shaded by the leaves also began to reveal themselves. It's not hard to see that these branches have all been trimmed. This discovery relieved Indu, because it proved that his deduction was correct. He had already left the range of the fourth building. Soon, he saw the fifth building at the end of the road. The fifth building was also illuminated, standing out brilliantly in the darkness. However, the exterior of the fifth building was extremely rundown, with peeling tiles and rusty railings. It looked like it belonged to a different era compared to the fourth building, which seemed like it had been filtered perfectly. If it weren't for Indu's earlier judgment on the road, the fifth building would have really resembled the so-called dangerous fourth building that Feng Qi mentioned. Indu shook his head and walked toward the entrance of the fifth building, but his foot stopped before he stepped inside. Maybe? Perhaps all of his previous judgments were wrong. That beautifully surrounded building, so stunningly beautiful under the illusion and filters, might actually be the real fifth building. And the one he found after so much effort might be the fourth building. Indu chuckled at himself. That's really too twisted, isn't it? Everything in the instance is predetermined. How could it guarantee he would be so suspicious that he would ask Feng Qi about what to be cautious of in the fifth building, and that he would take the flashlight given by old woman Miao to see through the disguises on the road, walking all the way here? Indu lifted his foot to move forward. Wait, did he overlook something? Indu suddenly turned to look back. The position of the third building was so close, according to his impression of the original neighborhood. The several buildings in the neighborhood were on the same horizontal line, with about 10 meters between the two buildings, and it wouldn't take long to walk between them. With such a short distance, if it took him so long to arrive, then the path he first took must have been greatly off, making him end up circling back to the fifth building through a sharp angle. In that case, the fifth building should not be in the direction of 2 o'clock on the road. It should be positioned around 4, 5, or even 6 o'clock. Indu quickly changed the direction of his foot towards the back. Because the change was too hasty, he accidentally tripped himself, stumbling backward in panic. In the moment of falling, his gaze caught a shadow in the shape of a hand quickly retracting back on the floor inside the building. This scene completely confirmed Indu's judgment that this was not the fifth building at all. Of course, the building he had seen earlier was also not the fifth building. He had been winding around here. In the end, he had actually been circling within the range of the fourth building. From the very beginning, he had stepped into the trap leading to the fourth building. Both Feng Qi's hints and the flashlight given by old woman Miao were meant to make him believe that the fourth building was the fifth building. Chapter 44, The Right Path. In a rush, Indu moved back a few steps on the ground, waiting for his heartbeat to return to normal before he got up. He needed to leave this place, although according to Feng Qi, entering the building could be dangerous, preventing him from getting out. But based on previous experiences, Feng Qi's answers were always reserved. Without understanding the rules related to this neighborhood, he had to remain vigilant about everything. This time, Indu moved much faster, almost running back to the road not far from the third building as if escaping. At this moment, he took out his phone and realized that during this chaotic time, it had unknowingly become 9 o'clock. He had to change into his security uniform by 11, leaving him little time to find the way to the fifth building. Indu looked up again at the position of the fifth building. From his current position, the orientation of the fifth building was indeed around 2 o'clock. If he walked on the right road, the fifth building would move towards 3 o'clock. But on the wrong road just now, the fifth building in his eyes was unknowingly replaced by the fourth building, and on the wrong path, the fifth building had long remained at the 2 o'clock position. So, when was the fifth building replaced? Indu picked up the flashlight and shone it in the direction of the fifth building. The flashlight's beam hit the outer wall of the fifth building, barely revealing a faint light circle. From this point, there was no barrier between him and the fifth building. Indu slowly took a few steps forward, his gaze fixed on the fifth building. With these few steps, the fifth building continued to move normally towards the 2 o'clock position. Everything looked normal. But it was unusually quiet around. Usually at this time, elderly people would come out for a walk in their neighborhood. But in this world, the entire neighborhood had no trace of life. Indu had to pay attention to both his distance from the flower beds on both sides of the road while keeping an eye on the position of the fifth building, cautiously moving forward. However, after just a few steps, he found the fifth building had stopped moving, completely fixed at the 2 o'clock position. According to his previous experience, this building that was eternally fixed at 2 o'clock was actually the fourth building. Now it seemed that as he moved forward, the positions of the fifth building and the fourth building had overlapped, and from the moment they overlapped, moving forward meant entering the path to the fourth building. Indu took 2 steps back. As soon as the fifth building deviated from the 2 o'clock position, he quickly shone the flashlight around the flower beds. At that moment, he discovered a clear boundary line in the flower beds. One side was a normal flower bed while the other side had those statues. Indu immediately understood the key point. This was the start of his journey down the wrong path. Indu approached the right flower bed, while the flashlight continued to shine on the flower bed ahead as he moved forward. With this operation, the flower bed in front finally did not turn into statues. But clearly, 2 rows of statues appeared on Indu's left, compressing the space he could walk into just enough for a single person. Evidently, the left path led to the fourth building. This was nothing but a trick. Just earlier when he looked back to find his way, perhaps because he was still on the path to the fourth building, when he used the flashlight to check, he saw nothing but statues ahead, because he was still trapped in the illusion created by the fourth building. Perhaps, if he had stayed there a little longer, he would have lost the way back, completely stuck in the world of the fourth building. Finally finding the right path, Indu's steps became light and quick. He moved rapidly towards the fifth building. As he approached the fifth building, he began to hear voices. Under the fifth building, several elderly people were gathered around a table chatting. This extremely realistic scene stunned Indu. Although he had felt uncomfortable about the lifeless environment of this neighborhood, when people suddenly appeared, he unconsciously became tense. After all, from the view ahead, besides the parents in his home, others were all strangers to him. In fact, even with his parents, he could not guarantee they were on his side. Indu carefully walked towards the entrance of the fifth building, trying not to disturb the chatting elders. But being such a large person appearing suddenly, it was too hard to go unnoticed. Before he even reached the door, he noticed that the elders' conversation had stopped, and the originally chattering world instantly fell silent. Turning back once more, he saw them staring at him intently. That gaze was filled with indifference and dislike. Just this glance made Indu's heart skip a few beats, and then it began to race quickly. The attitude of this group of old people was the same as that of the old man at Grandma Meow's house. It made him clearly feel that he was not welcome here. Chapter 45, Brother Chen. After a slight comparison, Indu felt that these old people should all be alive. After all, dead people like him, even if they had malicious intentions, wouldn't openly show it, but would trip him up from behind, just like Feng Qi. If he were in the original world, Indu would definitely greet these old people, but now he just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Especially after the experience in the fourth building, he had begun to develop a psychological shadow even towards normal people. Very sincerely, Indu braved these gazes and quickly entered the fifth building. Considering that this community had an originally non-existent fourth building, Indu was very careful to pay attention to the floors when going upstairs, fearing he would encounter the fourth floor. Fortunately, this time nothing went wrong, and when he counted to the fourth floor, he indeed saw the sign for the fifth. Arriving at the door of room 501, Indu pressed the doorbell. The person who opened the door was a young man, his face thin with severe dark circles under his eyes, looking like he hadn't slept for a long time, as if he could collapse at any moment. Looking at the unfamiliar stranger before him, Indu fell into a moment of daze until the other party called out his name. Xiao Du. Coming back to his senses, Indu secretly pinched his thigh to wake himself up, then carefully recognized the person before him. To be honest, although he looked much younger, one could still see traces of Grandpa Chen in him. Clearly, the person in front of him was the Grandpa Chen he was looking for. He had just become a younger version in this world. Aside from the age, this Grandpa Chen was also unusually warm. It's worth noting that the Grandpa Chen in the real world was quite proud and would never smile so charmingly. Chen. Brother. Facing the young man in front of him, Indu really couldn't bring himself to call him Uncle Chen. He forced a smile and greeted him. You finally came, hurry up, come in. Brother Chen threw his arm around Indu's shoulder and brought him into the room. Before Indu had a chance to stand firm and observe the surroundings, he was greeted by Brother Chen's lint roller. Where have you been? Why are you all dirty? Brother Chen said while rolling the lint roller over Indu's clothes. At that moment, Indu noticed that a large patch of dust and lint had settled on his clothes, and there was a bloody handprint on his arm. The dust and lint were fine, but where did this bloody handprint come from? The handprint was small and looked like a child's. He reached out to touch it and found that it was already dry, indicating it had been there for a while. After checking the handprint, Indu turned his gaze to Brother Chen, who was focused on removing dust and lint from him. At that moment, Brother Chen seemed entirely focused on the dust and lint, completely unconcerned about the bloody handprint on his arm. This was quite strange, as, after all, a bloody handprint was certainly more noticeable than the other dirt. After Brother Chen finished the lint rolling, Indu purposely extended his hand to show him the bloody handprint.
Brother Chen, I accidentally got blood on me, can I use the bathroom? He spoke while watching Brother Chen's expression. Brother Chen's gaze was unfocused, and when looking at the handprint, it was clear he wasn't focusing on the right spot, yet he still nodded and said yes, but his attitude instantly cooled a lot. Clearly, Brother Chen didn't see the bloody handprint on his arm, but he didn't think he was lying either. This meant that seeing things Brother Chen could not was seeming to be normal for him. However, this difference in himself seemed to cause Brother Chen's feelings towards him to drop. In other words, seeing this thing meant that he no longer regarded as one of Chen Ji's kind.
But the faucet in the bathroom is broken, you can use the shower head to deal with it. The lack of enthusiasm from Chen Gu made him seem more like the real Chen Yi.
However, this did not bring any comfort to Indu.
Let me fix the faucet first. As Indu spoke, he walked toward the bathroom, carefully observing this home.
Chen Ji's house did not differ from reality, and there was no sign of another person living there. It seems he cannot simply use the mirrored relationship he obtained from his own home and Granny Meow's home to replace everything.
Upon entering the bathroom, Indu immediately saw the severely deformed faucet. He did not know what had happened to the faucet in the real Chen Ye's home, but he believed it could not have looked like this. This stainless steel faucet had very obvious fingerprints on it, as if it had been forcibly twisted by someone's hands. With such a faucet, the internal components were also damaged, and it could only be replaced, not repaired. After making his judgment, Indu turned to Chen Gu, who was standing at the door, and explained the situation. Chen Gu, this faucet can only be replaced, it's beyond repair.
Do you have a spare faucet at home? Chen Gu revealed a gloomy smile upon hearing this. There's none at home, but aren't there many in the community?
Wait for me, I'll find one. Without waiting for Indu to respond, Chen Gu turned and left the room. Before long, Indu heard a piercing scream from the bathroom door. The sound was almost deafening, jolting Indu, who had been exhausted and temporarily blank due to the absence of others.
What's happening?
Indu stepped out of the bathroom to see what was going on, but the next second, a blood-soaked Chen Gu appeared in front of him. The smell of blood hit him hard, but this time Indu did not feel disgusted, instead, he felt a surge of impulse.
The bloodthirsty sensation made his eyes slightly burn.
Chen Gu seemed to sense this impulse as well, and his expression returned to the previous enthusiasm. He smiled and raised the blood-covered faucet, handing it to Indu. Here's the faucet, for you. Indu looked at the faucet in front of him, his pupils quivering, the hot blood that had just risen inside him immediately cooled down. He reached out, trembling slightly as he took the faucet.
This trembling, born from fear, panic, and resistance, was mistakenly interpreted by Chen Gu as excitement. So the cold shoulder he imagined did not return, instead, he gained an even more enthusiastic Chen Gu.
Excitedly, Chen Gu happily slung an arm around Indu's shoulder. I told you, you're still on our side, right? Indu once again forced a smile. He didn't understand how Chen Gu misread his attitude. Perhaps it was just a bit of insanity caused by touching blood.
Chapter 46, The Mindless Skeleton.
Initially, Indu wasn't so sure about his judgment until Chen Gu said, you're still on our side, right? It was then he fully realized one thing. Here, the living and the dead are on opposing sides. Just moments ago, Chen Gu had easily killed a man over a faucet, experiencing a $0 purchase.
Indu concealed his unusual emotions and smiled. Am I not here to help you, Chen Gu? Chen Gu smiled even more broadly, wrapping an arm around Indu, appearing like two good brothers.
Feeling relieved that he successfully fooled Chen Gu, Indu let out a sigh of relief.
Thinking of Fang Qi's true outward appearance, perhaps that was also Chen Ji's true nature, he believed Chen Ji's behavior was likely due to a lack of sense.
Once Chen Gu saw Indu as a brother, he began to open up. Unfortunately, he rambled about but shared no useful information. Indu, initially chatting with him to gather information, gradually lost his patience. Finally, Indu found an opportunity to interrupt. He picked up the bloodstained faucet and waved it in front of Brother Chen. Brother Chen, if there's nothing else, I will go help you install the faucet first. I need to go to work later.
Being interrupted by Indu, Brother Chen's expression instantly became extremely ugly. This quick change of face made Indu feel uneasy.
Fortunately, the changed face of Brother Chen did not cause trouble, and he let Indu enter the bathroom. Indu quickly replaced the faucet in the bathroom and then turned to leave. Dealing with Brother Chen, this emotionally unstable madman, made Indu extremely weary. He didn't want to stay here a second longer. At this moment, Indu suddenly missed Grandma Meow. Though Grandma Meow didn't seem as friendly as she looked, at least she didn't constantly provoke his nerves, making his emotions fluctuate. Of course, the most important thing was that Grandma Meow had given him a prop. Although it was given to him with ill intentions. On the way back from Building 5 to Building 3, there was surprisingly little danger. However, Indu had spent too much time at Brother Chen's place, and it was almost 11 o'clock now. He had no extra time to rest, hurried back home to change into his black security uniform, and noticed the main bedroom door was already closed. It seemed his parents had already gone to bed. The shift change time was 11 o'clock, and Indu arrived at the security booth with 7 minutes to spare. When Fangchi saw him in the security uniform, an undisguised malicious smile appeared on his face, clearly showing untrained acting skills.
What's going on? Indu thought something was wrong.
He took out his flashlight and hammer, preparing himself. Unexpectedly, Fangchi did not make any attack moves but instead revealed a happy smile and waved at him. Shift change, come in. Another madman, Indu sighed in his heart, then said, it's not 11 o'clock yet. As he said this, he always kept an eye on Fangchi's expression. To his surprise, instead of disappointment, Fangchi's expression showed fear upon hearing his words. This seemed to indicate that an early shift change was not good for him either. So what was he looking forward to? Indu flashed his flashlight in Fangchi's eyes, which instantly made Fangchi's expression turn to anger. But no matter how angry he got, he still suppressed his impulse and did not leave the security booth.
Indu raised an eyebrow. He could not leave the security booth?
Thinking this, Indu once again shifted his gaze to the rules posted on the wall.
Security rules for the mirror world.
1. Security must wear the uniform and carry a baton. 2. As a security guard, you are obligated to ensure the safety of residents in the community. 3. While patrolling, walk along the main road, and ignore any call for your attention when you do not see anyone. 4. Night security must remember that there will be no residents requesting to enter or exit after midnight. 5. The security booth is a safe place for security, but absolutely do not let others enter it. Indu silently read through the rules again and then realized Fangchi's plan. Though he was tired now, as a colleague, he felt it was necessary to teach him how to be a qualified weirdo. Indu stood at the door and waited until the time reached 10:58 before he walked toward the security booth.
Fangchi, shift change.
Fangchi nodded, opened the door to let Indu into the security booth, but showed no intention of leaving. I have a minute left before my shift ends. Fangchi found an excuse to stay in the security booth for a bit longer. Looking at the brainless skeleton in front of him who wanted to scheme against him, Indu silently put away the flashlight, leaving only the hammer in his right hand. From the 5th rule of the security regulations, letting others into the security booth would threaten the safety of the guards.
After 11 o'clock, Fangchi finished his shift.
When he clocked out, he was no longer a security guard. If he stayed in the security booth, he would violate rule number 5 of the security policy. However, Fangchi was still in the handover phase with himself. This was a rare time when both of them held the identity of a security guard, a special moment.
Fangchi tried to drag the time beyond 11 o'clock, using rule number 5 of the security policy against him. But he forgot something extremely important.
Security guards need to protect the safety of the residents, but now both of them were security guards, equal in identity. No one had to protect anyone's safety. Indu looked at Fangchi, who sat there looking smug and wouldn't get up, and decisively swung his hammer at the back of Fangchi's head twice. Then, after Fangchi lost his ability to move, Indu quickly dragged him up and threw him out of the security booth.
This process took less than 30 seconds.
After throwing Fangchi out, Indu hurriedly closed the booth's door to prevent anyone from slipping in. After confirming that everything was fine, he began to observe Fangchi, who was thrown on the ground. Once outside the booth, Fangchi instantly transformed from a skull with broken bones into a normal person without a scratch. He lay there in confusion, sitting up after a while, and looked blankly at Indu, who sat inside the booth. What just happened? Did he finish his shift? But wasn't he prepared? Indu, sitting in the booth, smiled and waved at Fangchi. Congratulations on finishing your shift.
Go back and rest.
Fangchi took a while to remember what just happened. He widened his eyes and looked angrily at Indu, then lunged at the door, banging hard on the glass. Unfortunately, he had no power to fight against the rules. Even though the door of the security booth was just ordinary glass, he exerted all his strength but left not a single crack. Indu, uninterested in his performance, directly opened the drawer next to his seat and took out the notebook, Security Work Manual.
Chapter 47, Security Work Manual.
When Indu was about to open the Security Work Manual, Fangchi, who was barely regaining rationality, finally stopped making trouble at the door. He turned and reached out, pressing down the window as if to push it open.
It was this action that made Indu notice the problem with the window not closing tightly.
In fact, security booths in the real world also have flaws. The window of the booth could be easily opened from the outside, as the latch's hook was too straight. Just pressing the window inward was enough. But in the real world, apart from using this window to sneak into the booth when forgetting to bring the key, no one else would touch the window. However, Indu had never forgotten his keys, so over time, he overlooked this problem. If it weren't for Fangchi's move today, Indu wouldn't have remembered it at all. Seeing Fangchi had opened the window nearly 10 centimeters, feeling a sense of danger, Indu quickly took out a small knife and aimed it at Fangchi's wrist, striking once. Then, taking advantage of the moment when Feng Qi loosened his grip, he quickly closed the window and pressed it down with his hand. He observed Feng Qi's wrist, noting that his hit hadn't left a mark at all. But from Feng Qi's actions, it was evident he still felt pain. After being attacked by Yindu, Feng Qi initially wanted to launch a second attack, but when he looked up and saw the knife in Yindu's hand, he halted, staring fixedly at the knife. The greed revealed in his eyes raised Yindu's vigilance even more. Yindu glanced down at the small knife in his hand and noticed that the knife he had hastily grabbed was actually a Western-style knife obtained from a two-headed monster. He lifted the small knife and waved it in front of Feng Qi, which indeed caused Feng Qi to lurch towards the window. "Give it to me, give it to me." Feng Qi slammed against the window, his intense emotions overwhelming his reason. Yindu took the opportunity to find a few angle brackets from his toolkit to fix the window shut. This time, he did not relax immediately after dealing with the window, but instead checked the security booth. Only after confirming that the security booth would no longer have any points of intrusion did he pick up the security work manual again. The first page of the security work manual contained two rules. To ensure information exchange and the safety of security personnel, please record any situations encountered during the day's work and handover in this manual. No names are allowed to appear in the manual. To protect the rights of security personnel, this manual is for security use only, and it is strictly forbidden for anyone else to read it. Turning to the next page, there were a few records. April 12, Friday, morning shift. I was informed today that I need to write in the security work manual every day. What a hassle, we clearly didn't need to write this before. Today, a resident moved out of the second building, it seems to be from the 5th floor. Nothing special happened throughout the day. April 12, Friday, afternoon shift. The handover process was the same as usual, no special events occurred during the shift. April 12, Friday, night shift. Everything is normal. The records on the previous few pages were simple and did not contain any special events. Yindu flipped through more than 10 pages like this, and as time leaped to the end of April, he finally found the first abnormal record. April 31st, Wednesday, morning shift. Everything is normal. April 31st, Wednesday, afternoon shift. Everything is normal. April 31st, Wednesday, night shift. I hope it's just my illusion, the night is as quiet as usual, but it still feels a bit strange. Record, everything is normal. Yindu took out his phone to confirm the date. Today is May 10th, meaning the abnormal situation occurred 9 days ago? April 32nd, Thursday, morning shift. The night shift guard had a bad look when handing over to me. It seems like they didn't rest well. The night shift really wears people out. Good thing I'm on the morning shift. Everything is normal today. April 32nd, Thursday, afternoon shift. The morning shift guard didn't tell me about the addition of several statues by the roadside during handover, didn't write it in the record, made me scared while patrolling. The statues are on the main road to the 4th building, must pay attention next time. April 32nd, Thursday, night shift. On the way to the 5th building, there are more decorations, must be careful, definitely must be careful. April 33rd, Friday, morning shift. Did I forget to record the situation of the added statues yesterday? These statues are just ordinary art pieces, just be careful not to touch them. April 33rd, Friday, afternoon shift. I also added several statues on the way to the 4th building. These artworks can brighten up people's moods, right? April 33rd, Friday, night shift. Remember, to remind, add statues can make the residents' lives better. April 34th, Saturday, morning shift. Today passing by the 3rd building I heard a cat meowing. Where did the stray cat come from? But no one complained, should be fine to ignore. Added a few more statues today, my mood has improved quite a bit. April 34th, Saturday, afternoon shift. The statues I added are the most, it's fantastic. A resident in the 3rd building complained that there's a woman wearing a cat face mask who jumps out to scare people, but I saw nothing when I went there. April 34th, Saturday, night shift. More statues added, looks like it's almost finished, be careful. Didn't go to the 3rd building. April 35th, Sunday, morning shift. How did those two move so fast? I only added 2 statues today and found no more space. It seems like my bonus won't be coming this month. Received a complaint from the 3rd building, but I didn't catch anyone when I went. April 35th, Sunday, afternoon shift. Another complaint from the 3rd building. This time I saw the cat-faced woman, but I couldn't catch her. I found the statues had already been fully added. Did the night shift guards move so fast? April 35th, Sunday, night shift. Too fast. The reminders really worked. Because of the complaint, I went to the 3rd building. The cat-faced woman isn't afraid of me, and even wants me to go to her house. Cat-faced woman? This should be referring to Mrs. Catface. In this manual, each security guard's record is brief, but the content is extremely strange. Yindu quickly flipped back a few pages after pausing for a few seconds at the record of the 35th. He started reviewing the information again from the 31st. Chapter 48, Current Status on April 40. Yindu pulled out a April 39, Thursday, evening shift. Went to building 4 again, it was fantastic, the fatigue in my body vanished completely, I really want to go again. April 40, Thursday, morning shift. I feel better and better. However, this morning in front of Building 1 and Building 2, I met a strange little kid, standing there in a daze, not saying a word no matter what I asked, and when I returned after my patrol, he was gone. April 40, Thursday, midday shift, still not good, why? I saw him, he seemed a bit strange today. But what did the Daily Employee Excellence screen say? Indu searched the entire security booth but found no new equipment. The only thing that could be called a screen in the security booth was an old monitor hanging in the upper left corner for the guards to view surveillance. The monitor was divided into 4 screens, showing the inside and outside of the community gate, the electric bike parking lot, and the entrance of the security booth. Indu carefully looked at the surveillance images, and suddenly, his gaze froze. When he first entered the security booth, he hadn't closely examined these cameras, only knowing that the monitored areas were not much different from his original world. But now, looking again, he was covered in goosebumps. Due to the dim light, of the 4 images, except for the one showing the entrance of the security booth, the other images were gray and white. In the 2 images of the outside gate and parking lot, dozens of glowing eyes could be clearly seen, staring intently at the direction of the camera. It was as if they could see Indu standing in front of the screen through the camera. What are these things, and when did they appear? Indu could guarantee that when he first looked at the surveillance, there was not a hint of abnormality. He tiptoed to the glass window of the security booth and looked outside. The outside of the community was dark and silent, with nothing visible to the naked eye. But just as Indu was about to give up his inquiry and turn to find that so-called screen, he heard a violent banging sound from the window behind him. Indu instinctively turned around and was suddenly faced with a pair of crazy blood-red eyes. Before he could discern what it was, he was scared enough to take 2 steps back. When he calmed down, he found that it was a puppet pressing its face against the window, and those red eyes, upon closer inspection, were just a painted piece after carving. When the puppet saw Indu looking at it, it excitedly began to bang on the window and then opened its mouth. Whether it was the enclosed security booth blocking its sound or it simply didn't make any noise, Indu heard nothing. As a puppet, it was merely moving its mouth, making it impossible to judge what it was saying. According to the rules, the guard inside the booth is absolutely safe. So after the initial scare dissipated, Indu boldly walked to the window. He bent down, aligning his face with the puppet's. What are you saying? Can you write? The puppet seemed not to hear Indu's voice and continued to excitedly bang on the window, its mouth opening and closing faster. Seeing it like this, Indu narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then raised his hand in front of his face and shook it. But the puppet's gaze did not follow his hand, it just fixed its gaze on Indu's eyes. Seeing this, Indu took a few steps back and walked around the room. No matter where he went, the puppet's eyes were glued to his. This situation was truly strange, the manual had never mentioned such a puppet. It was clear that this was the first time this situation had appeared. Indu rubbed his head in frustration. He hadn't figured out the secret of building 4 yet, and now there was this strange puppet. Moreover, were all the eyes he saw in the surveillance the same kind of existence as this puppet? He didn't have to worry about what was outside the gate, but the parking lot was one of his patrolling places. Thinking about the rule that said each shift must patrol at least 3 times, he finally realized where the difficulty lay. This world is not like the original one, the danger of patrolling at night is hard to predict. And right now, he knew too little about the situation in this world. Comparatively, the mirror world and the family of 6 felt like a beginner's village. Indu turned around, no longer holding a standoff with that puppet. Not long after he turned, the knocking sound outside the window gradually slowed until it stopped. The security booth, which fell silent in an instant, gave off a strange feeling. Thinking again about the many strange presences surrounding the community gate, along with the puppet standing by the window. The unknown enlarged his imagination. In an instant, Indu even felt the puppet was right behind him. To prevent his imagination from continuing to torment him, Indu turned around. Fortunately, the puppet was still by the window, it just stood there dumbfounded when Indu turned away, but as soon as he looked back, it began to repeat its previous actions. Unable to make sense of the puppet in front of him and unable to extract any clues, Indu simply continued searching for clues about the excellent employees. He thought there should be information about Building 4 up above, for now, that was more important to him. Indu began rummaging through cabinets, since he didn't see any large equipment on the surface, perhaps the so-called screen was a tablet or a phone? But after searching around, aside from finding a remote control tossed in a corner, he found nothing else. Wait a minute, could it be? Indu picked up the remote control and switched the signal source for the display screen. After changing 2 signal sources in succession, the screen finally switched from static to what looked like a wanted news image. With a blue background, the title read Excellent Employee in big letters, followed by his photo, position, and name. Then came 2 short pieces of text. 1. Excellent employees must go to Building 4 the next day. 2. Only excellent employees can enter Building 4. Indu read it over and over, showing signs of confusion. It's not that these 2 rules are difficult to understand. It's just that if the first rule means forcing excellent employees to go to Building 4,
What is the second rule's repeated emphasis on the same guideline for? Is it just for emphasis? Unable to figure out the meaning, Indu first jotted that down and then switched the signal source back to surveillance. As the video switched back to the surveillance, Indu's gaze immediately locked onto a pair of eyes. The original monitoring of the gate was now facing a face. Although he was startled at first, Indu quickly recognized that it was the puppet he had just seen pressing against the window. Indu turned to look at the window, and before long, the puppet returned to the window and began knocking again. The scene repeated itself, and the puppet continued to move only in accordance with Indu's gaze, or rather, it only stared at where Indu's eyes were. This was truly bizarre, but Indu didn't have time to study it further. Because an hour had passed, he could finally leave the security room to patrol. Making a full circle of the community required at least half an hour, and there must be a 2-hour interval between patrols. Calculating this way, he would need at least 5.5 hours to complete his work. His total work hours were only 8, and he was limited to being in the security room for 2 hours at either end, leaving only half an hour of movable time in between. To avoid being caught in a time shortage, Indu had to go patrol immediately since he still wasn't sure what might happen on the patrol route. But before setting off, Indu checked the tools he had on hand. The newly acquired flashlight had more than enough time, the small lamp his grandmother gave him was fully charged and could offer him 5 minutes of shelter, and the MP3 his brother gifted him could still play a song to break the curse. Fully prepared, only then did Indu slowly walk toward the door. The security booth was absolutely safe, the rules of patrolling undoubtedly forced him out of this safe zone. Chapter 50, You Need to Join the Revelry. The night in the community was very quiet, not quiet at all. After opening the door of the security booth, Indu realized people in the community were playing music. Listen, it sounds very dynamic. Playing music at this time is simply disturbing the peace. Indu walked out of the security booth and casually locked the door to prevent anyone from sneaking in during his patrol. After locking the door, he quickly turned his back to the main entrance, fearing that the puppet outside would see him and excitedly leap over the gate into the community. Before confirming the puppet's allegiance, he didn't want to have any close contact with it. No, even after confirming, he still wouldn't want to. After all, that puppet looked too much like a human, so much so that it sent chills down his spine. The feeling it gave him was very similar to that of Ms. Catface in Building 3. According to his usual patrol route, the first place Indu should go was the parking lot very close to the security booth. But just thinking about the footage from the surveillance made Indu honestly head toward the source of the singing instead. At this moment, dealing with the disturbance was more important. Their community was not large, and after passing the first building, Indu realized that the source of the song must be in the small square between Building 2 and Building 3. The space between Building 2 and Building 3 was large, and public sports facilities had been installed there, making it a favorite gathering spot for the elderly in the community. When Indu reached the small square, his eyes were immediately dazzled by the colorful lights, followed by the deafening music. At this moment, Indu noticed they had just finished one song and had now started a new round of disturbing the peace. Looking around this small square, it really had everything. On the left side of the public facilities, there was a skull spinning crazily on a Tai Chi wheel. In the center, some limbless skulls were dancing, occasionally colliding with each other, producing crisp sounds accompanied by graceful parabolas and items falling onto the lawn. The scene was so beautiful that Indu instinctively stopped in his tracks. The skeletons lost in song and dance did not notice his arrival. Indu silently took 2 steps back, ready to leave this somewhat mad scene and head directly to Building 3. But just as he turned around and hadn't yet managed to escape the scene, a skeletal claw landed on his shoulder. Indu took a breath, then pretended to be calm as he turned around. Before he could speak, the owner of the claw spoke first. "Bro, want to join us?" Indu focused his gaze and saw that this skeleton looked somewhat like Feng Chi, whom he saw in the evening. This was also a somewhat dark skeleton with hollow eyes emanating blue ghostly flames. As his question was asked, the previously thunderous music stopped, and all the skeletons present turned to face Indu. They all looked alike, with blue ghostly flames in their eye sockets. If the scene had been dark and the skeletons unable to be seen clearly, one might have thought they were phosphorescent lights. Facing the blue flames directed at him, Indu straightened his posture. This world of strange rules seemed to love playing this trick, putting pressure on them, the gifted ones, making them lose the right judgment in the tension. And Indu indeed felt pressure now because he didn't know if there were rules concerning this matter. This world was truly different from the previous family of 6, the map might have expanded, but the rules were clearly fewer. Just these 2 points made the overall difficulty much higher. Now, Indu really hoped there would be more rules. After all, rules themselves were clues, more clues would help in getting through. Indu's gaze was somewhat unfocused as he looked at the skeleton ahead, and a table lamp was silently gripped in his hand. The cold touch of the lamp cleared his mind considerably. He patted the clothing on his hands. With a face full of regret, he said, "I am on patrol." Hearing Indu's answer, all the skeletons changed their expressions. Seeing this, Indu continued, "But I can't refuse such a warm invitation." Shouldn't I join in for a song?
Saying this, he stepped forward, acting like good buddies and putting his arm around the skeleton brother who had just invited him.
After the song finishes, I'll go back on patrol. Indu secretly cursed the unreliable self from before. Is it not unusual to have these skeletons out at night? They didn't even write it down, leaving him unprepared to join this wild celebration.
Seeing Indu join in, the music finally started again, and the skeletons began to dance once more. Indu let go of the skeleton brother he had his arm around, swaying aimlessly in place for a moment, his gaze sincerely searching the scene for any rules. Unfortunately, he saw no rules, only the skeleton's graceful dance up close. If he had to give an evaluation, he would say it was not as exciting as the Shiver music video he had watched before. Moreover, after watching the skeletons for a while, they were less frightening than zombies that were very much like humans yet not humans. After giving up on finding rules from the surroundings, Indu finally began to observe the dancing skeletons seriously. These skeletons were dressed in various outfits, and on the back of their clothes were printed several lines of nonsensical phrases.
You need to join the celebration. Do not go too deep. Blue flames are new life. Abandon red blood. Are these considered rules?
But regardless of whether they were rules or not, Indu knew it was time for him to leave. His time was limited, and if he delayed his patrol too long, he would definitely violate the rules for running out of time later. As Indu turned towards the third building, the skeletons did not stop him, and not a single skeleton noticed his actions. Moreover, before leaving, Indu noticed that some skeletons in the celebration, having played too wildly, had limbs fall off and were temporarily stepping aside to find their parts. It was evident that this celebration did not require everyone to participate. Only you need to join the celebration, but perhaps there was a next line to the rule: do not go too deep. In the evening, he went to Grandma Meow's house for safety and splashed water on Mrs. Catface. According to the record written down in the handbook, after being splashed with water, Mrs. Catface would reappear after 2 hours.
Indu cautiously walked into the building.
The reason he doubted that Mrs. Catface and the original him were in the same camp was that the method of splashing water was too abrupt. In the records, he had first encountered Mrs. Catface on the 35th day. However, before that, he had already met Mrs. Catface during the morning and afternoon shifts. Even on the 36th day, during the afternoon shift, she was caught by them. Yet, under such circumstances, he alone had found a way to drive away Mrs. Catface.
This was too abnormal.
Once inside the third building, Indu quickly turned his gaze to the railing in the upper right corner. Sure enough, the figure of Mrs. Catface appeared there.
Chapter 51, Black Cat.
I am here, Indu said aloud. Mrs. Catface did not speak, turning to walk upstairs. Indu felt a bit uneasy in his heart. After all, he still had no evidence proving that Mrs. Catface was on his side. But he needed clues, and compared to facing Mrs. Catface, the fourth building was obviously much more dangerous.
He had to find more clues about the fourth building before going.
Thinking this, Indu took a deep breath and quickly walked up the stairs, slowing his pace only when he was 5 steps away from Mrs. Catface.
The lights in this building were already problematic, and the path following Mrs. Catface was obviously darker than a normal corridor.
Moreover, after passing the relatively normal staircase on the first floor, there were many spider webs in the corridor, and a lot of wall paint had peeled off. The whole place looked like it had been abandoned for many years. This brought some psychological pressure to Indu. He lowered his gaze to Mrs. Catface's feet. Mrs. Catface walked without making any sound, but she firmly occupied the space in front of Indu like a shadow.
Indu looked at the table lamp he was holding and flipped it over to take out a flashlight.
He turned on the flashlight and shone it towards Mrs. Catface. Feeling the light, Mrs. Catface turned her head. At that moment, in Indu's eyes, the black cat head in front transformed into a girl with short black hair. Her eyes glimmered, dispelling the fear that had originally existed in Indu's heart.
At first, Indu did not use the flashlight to check Mrs. Catface's true identity, nor did he ever doubt the authenticity of her image.
After all, in this strange world, it seemed that any form that appeared was not surprising. But just as he pulled out the flashlight, a thought suddenly popped into his head that perhaps Mrs. Catface was not Mrs. Catface. Just like earlier with Feng Qi, a person's shape was merely a layer of skin over a skeleton. Too bright, Mrs. Catface finally spoke before Indu. But this voice was very uncharacteristic of her image, lacking the crispness that a girl should have. However, this aligned with what was recorded in the manual, that Mrs. Catface sounded like a woman in her 40s.
Indu guessed this should not be Mrs. Catface's real voice. Indu aimed the flashlight down at the ground beneath his feet. It was too dark just now. I'm not like you, I can't see the road in the dark. Mrs. Catface turned her head away. Staying in the dark for too long, sudden brightness makes it hard for me to see the road.
But it seems those 2 flames in your eyes are of no use. As she spoke, she lightly hopped over 2 steps. Hearing her words, Indu raised his eyebrows, listening to Mrs. Catface. He should be the same kind of existence as those skeletons outside.
At this moment, he remembered something from the clothing of those skeletons and curiously asked, "What color are the flames in my eyes?" Mrs. Catface did not turn back this time. She walked to a door and pushed it open. "Red, as if wanting to burn everything around. The first time I brought you to my house, I was really afraid you would burn it down." Before Mrs. Catface was a heavy wooden door, dark in color. The crack she opened revealed nothing but darkness. Indu took out his table lamp again, following Mrs. Catface into the door. Once inside, Indu almost thought he had entered a forest cabin. The room was filled with flowers and grass. Looking up, he could only see dense branches and swaying vines, but he couldn't see a ceiling, only a hint of light. Indu looked down at his feet. Fortunately, the entrance was still a stone floor, and he did not step on any flowers or grass. Truly amazing. Indeed, the world of strange tales cannot be judged by common logic. If this room were really inside the third building, it would have to be at least 3 floors merged together for the height. To dig out a room like this in a building would be a huge project. "Are you coming in?" This time, the voice Indu heard changed. The clear voice of a girl instantly captured his attention. Indu followed the sound and saw that the place where Mrs. Catface had stood was now just a black cat. He quickly turned the flashlight to shine on it, but the black cat did not change back. It seemed that the flashlight had already lost its original function here. This was truly amazing. It was Indu's first time witnessing a tool lose its effectiveness. Perhaps it was because some rule here negated the flashlight's abilities? Seeing that Indu did not answer her question, Mrs. Catface continued. But then, he fell back into his own world. The black cat gracefully took a few steps forward and stepped one paw on Indu's foot. "I'm asking you something?" Snapping out of his thoughts, Indu shook his head. He didn't know if there were any special rules in this house, but he knew he needed to avoid the flowers and plants. In fact, he guessed that he needed to avoid the flowers and plants because those flowers and plants might be humans transformed, meaning those sculptures that in his eyes turned into flower beds. But this didn't mean that touching ordinary flowers and plants wouldn't violate the rules, it just meant the punishment might be different. The black cat paced by the entrance. "Aren't you going to come in and have a look?" "No." Indu walked around the house, shining the flashlight. Besides, even the black cat wouldn't return to its original form under the light of this flashlight, so these flowers and plants might not really look the way they appeared to his naked eye. Seeing Indu not enter, the black cat simply sat down at the entrance, probably thinking Indu was too slow. She spoke first. "You splashed water on me when you came this afternoon." The black cat licked her paw. "Why?" Indu hadn't expected the black cat to bring up his odd behavior from the afternoon. He was stunned for a moment before replying. "I went to the 4th building again last night, and after coming out, I felt like I had some memory gaps. For a moment, I almost forgot what I was supposed to do, who was on my side." Indu spoke half-truths, "But by night, I remembered everything, so I decided to come find you. My job requires me to enter the 4th building again tonight, but I'm afraid that if I come out tomorrow, I might be in the same state as today. That would be worse than death, becoming a skeleton without a self." When the black cat heard Indu mention his memory loss, she stopped licking her paw and looked at him warily. After hearing that he remembered everything by night, she swayed her head slightly. After Indu finished speaking, the black cat immediately spoke. "Although everything sounds bad, you brought good news. It seems my purification ability works not just on living people, but also on the dead, like you. Doesn't this mean we might be able to expand our group?" Purification? When did he ever mention purification? Indu was confused for a moment, then he realized it was his own lie that made the black cat draw the wrong conclusion. Without knowing that he had switched bodies, after hearing him speak, one would think his memory loss was caused by entering the 4th building. And the black cat knew entering the 4th building would lead to contamination, so she thought his slight memory loss was due to the contamination causing confusion. As for the black cat's mention of purification, that was easy to guess since the only thing he had done to the black cat this afternoon was splash water on her. No wonder he felt those strange emotions after splashing water on her this afternoon. It must have been the amplified negative emotions during the purification process. In that case, the black cat's judgment might not be wrong. Her purification ability might actually work on him? But his contamination might not have reached a level that caused any noticeable changes, so he might not have felt it being purified. However, regardless of whether the black cat was right about the range of her purification ability, Indu didn't think relying on her purification ability to expand their group was a good idea. "When you purify, don't you have to rest for 2 hours?" This was Indu's judgment based on his experience dealing with Mrs. Catface. Since splashing water wasn't really a way to drive Mrs. Catface away but a way to trigger her purification ability, then why specifically mention that Mrs. Catface would leave for 2 hours after being splashed with water? To purify more people, the less time Mrs. Catface spends away from the hallway, the better. So, these 2 hours were the time Mrs. Catface had to leave. It is another limitation of her purification. Yes. The black cat nodded. A day has only 24 hours, even if you don't rest or sleep, you can purify at most 12 people.
Once they walk out of this building, they might encounter new sources of pollution and get contaminated again. Furthermore, this method has to consider the degree of their pollution. If the contamination is too deep, your purification might not work at all. The black cat listened to Indu's words, her head sinking lower and lower, looking very disappointed. Seeing her like this, Indu suppressed the urge to pet her and cleared his throat. What we need to do has never been about expanding our ranks, but about correcting the mistakes. So, for now, let's discuss the issue with the fourth building. He was not the original Indu of this world. The clues about the fourth building that Indu had were reduced to one for him: pay attention to the timing of entry and exit. But he guessed that the abnormalities in this world were definitely related to the suddenly appeared fourth building, which only excellent employees could enter. I have limited time to enter the fourth building. Where do you think I should start my investigation? In fact, Indu couldn't be sure if his original self had disclosed anything about the fourth building to the black cat. However, even if he hadn't revealed it, the black cat might have other clues related to the fourth building. After all, after everything abnormal happened, other residents became lambs to be slaughtered, yet she possessed the ability to purify, transforming into the black cat lady in others' eyes. This uniqueness was too obvious. The fourth building. The black cat's gaze was complicated. She turned her head away as if contemplating something. Chapter 52, Intelligence on the Fourth Building. The fourth building. Indu quietly watched the black cat's expression. To be honest, this expression clearly showed she was hiding something from him. After a moment, the black cat finally spoke, but instead of conversing with Indu, she seemed to be talking to herself. Although the fourth building is the starting point of all errors, is the solution really in the fourth building? Perhaps we have no way at all. The black cat's voice grew smaller until it was barely audible. The fourth building is the starting point of all errors? Indu repeated the black cat's words in his mind. This statement carried significant weight. He looked at the black cat, still lost in her thoughts, and feigned a troubled expression. But aside from the fourth building, where else can I start? The black cat, pulled back to reality by Indu's words, quickly shook her head. While the solution isn't in the fourth building, we need the clues inside. You still need to investigate the fourth building. At the black cat's words, Indu blinked. It seemed he had discovered something. So where should I start? I can say I found nothing in there a couple of days ago. You also know, it's much more dangerous inside than outside. If I don't have a clear target, maybe I shouldn't go in tonight. Indu tentatively said. Hearing Indu's words, the black cat anxiously pressed her wildly swaying tail. I'm not sure where we can find the clues we need. Was she worried about not going to the fourth building herself? It seemed the original him hadn't told the black cat that she had to go to the fourth building. Indu felt a lot more relaxed. His initial instinct to keep his intention hidden was indeed correct. Although he and the black cat were currently in the same camp, there was still mutual concealment and mutual vigilance. The black cat said his eyes were currently two balls of red fire. Normal people would not have such eyes, so he was definitely not human now. Currently, he only knew that the eye position which would be flames could belong to a skeleton, so he was most likely a skeleton too. As for why the color of his flames was different from those of other skeletons, it is indeed worth him to explore. Unlike him, this skeleton, the black cat, is seen merely as a living monster. Naturally, it stands on the side of the living, so how could it unconditionally accept him, a dead person? Having a bit of vigilance is quite normal. But no matter how much they doubt and guard against him, they are still on an equal footing. Once she knows he must go to the fourth building, then the relationship of mutual assistance in obtaining clues will turn into a one-sided request for help from him. The fourth building becomes a place he has to go to, the equal relationship is broken, and the black cat can then impose demands on him, rather than providing him with the needed clues unconditionally as it does now. Fortunately, the original him was not foolish and did not let himself fall into such a passive situation. After a moment of distress, the black cat suddenly sprang up. Oh right, the archive room. Maybe you can go check the archive room. Archive room? So, the fourth building is not a residential layout, but has functional departments? What exactly is that place, and why is it the starting point of all errors? Indu is filled with questions, but due to the need to hide that he is no longer the original Indu, he can only suppress all these questions. Do you know which floor the archive room is on? I didn't see any archive room on the first floor a couple of days ago. Regardless of the nature of the organization, archive rooms are usually not open to the public and certainly would not be located on the first floor, a busy area. Even if he hasn't been to the fourth building, Indu saying this wouldn't cause any issues. Sure enough, the black cat showed no suspicion after hearing this. It shook its head and then said with certainty, it's on the third floor, right next to the dean's office. The surveillance on the third floor is stricter than on the first and second floors, and there will be more people in white coats, so you must be very careful not to get caught. Hearing the black cat's serious reminder, Indu nodded repeatedly. I will be careful. With the dean in white coats involved, it seems that the fourth building is either a hospital or a research institute. After talking with this little black cat for so long, he finally got some information that he didn't know. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to?
The black cat thought for a moment, then lowered its head, and soon raised its head again, shaking. No, that's it. Indu understands that the black cat is hiding quite a bit of information from him, but without any point of entry, he cannot draw out the information he wants. Perhaps after discovering more clues tonight, he can have something to entice the other party to speak. Then that's it. Tonight I will find a way to go to the archive room on the 4th floor to look for clues. If I find anything, I will come back to find you. After leaving the black cat's house, Indu quickly went downstairs to officially begin his patrol. Although their community is old, it still places great importance on security, and the patrol configuration has been updated with the times. Before Indu returned as a security guard, their community had already implemented a patrol system. There are 10 patrol points in the entire community. Security can scan on their phones to leave a clock-in record. In the past, Indu had to scan all these clock-in points to complete a full patrol. So while the rules didn't specify a patrol route, upon discovering the same device at the first patrol point, Indu understood the patrol rules. He needs to walk past all 10 patrol points to consider it a completed patrol. And, in one night, he has to repeat this action 3 times. Ignoring the skeletons still reveling in the small square, Indu quickly finished all the places except for the parking lot and the 4th building. On this trip, he scanned a total of 9 clock-in points. Indu looked at the clock-in status on his phone and sighed helplessly. The patrol points of this world are completely the same as those of the original world. In other words, to complete his round, he must go to the parking lot to scan the last patrol point. Speaking of the parking lot, Indu couldn't help but think of the scene he saw on the surveillance footage. Just then, a cold wind blew by, and Indu couldn't help but shiver. What are those glowing dots really? Chapter 53, In the Parking Lot. Indu circled back to the neighborhood's parking lot. The sides of this parking lot are brick walls, and at the back is the neighborhood's enclosing wall, with a layer of iron sheet overhead to block the rain, and no lights installed inside, so looking in from outside, all he could see was darkness. Indu picked up his flashlight and shone it inside, but the light from the flashlight seemed to be swallowed up as it entered the parking lot, unable to penetrate it at all. This scene clearly told Indu that there was something wrong with this parking lot. But he had no choice but to go in. Not only did he have to go in, but he also had to walk all the way to the back to scan the patrol point installed on the innermost wall. This damn world, as expected, gave him no breaks at all. Preparing mentally, as he approached the parking lot, Indu noticed that there was an announcement hanging outside. Please pay attention to the following rules when entering the parking lot. 1. Please ensure there are no light sources on you. 2. Please do not make any sounds to avoid disturbing them. 3. Your stay inside must not exceed 10 minutes. 4. Each person can only enter the parking lot once per hour. Upon seeing these rules, Indu felt his anxiety fade away, replaced instead with a laugh. To require him to have no light sources means more than just not using a flashlight, it means he has to blindfold himself. Without a flashlight, he could still see somewhat after getting used to the dark, but with his eyes covered, he would be truly in the dark. But none of this was the main point. The key issue was, what was the significance of making him blindfold himself? If it were to prevent light sources from disturbing them in the second rule, then the first 2 rules could be combined, instead of being listed separately. So, this rule's true intention was likely to prevent him from seeing something. Indu recalled the scene he had seen in the surveillance, but unfortunately, that blurry footage didn't provide him with any more information. Unable to find other clues, Indu decided to just go in and take a walk. Since there were rules, as long as he followed them, it would be fine. Indu put away the flashlight and took out a desk lamp, then silenced his phone, and finally wrapped some water tape around his eyes a few times. With that, Indu held the desk lamp in his left hand and walked into the parking lot in the dark. The parking area was on both sides, with a passage in the middle. So as long as he walked in a straight line, he could reach the end. However, after just a few steps, Indu realized he had made a mistake. As a normal person, suddenly losing his sight meant he couldn't guarantee he was walking in a straight line. He should have gotten himself a white cane just now. But now that he was already in the parking lot, if he left, he would not complete the patrol within the hour. In this situation, each step Indu took was extremely careful, but even so, he still inevitably bumped into something. Fortunately, his movements were slow enough that he made no sound. Indu cautiously reached out to touch it. The cold sensation was clearly made of iron or steel. He carefully felt the shape of this object with his hands. It was made up of iron bars, likely a fence or iron mesh. Before he could figure out why there was such a thing in the parking lot, he suddenly felt a gust of wind on his hand resting on the rods. This wind was very regular, like some kind of creature breathing. With this realization, Indu's hand gripping the iron bar couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It was clear that there was an unknown creature beside him. No, thinking about the size of this parking lot, there might be more than one. This realization made Indu's breathing slow down, fearing that even the sound of his breath would violate the second rule. Indu struggled to dispel the fear from his heart. Thinking positively, at least he could rely on these railings to walk to the end.
Feeling along the railings, Indu successfully made it to the innermost part. He reached out to feel the wall, searching for the patrol point. When he found the patrol point, he took out his phone and scanned it. Ding! Check-in successful. The abrupt mechanical sound rang out in the darkness, successfully freezing Indu's movement for a moment. Fortunately, his instincts reacted faster than his brain, and his left hand instinctively turned on the lamp he was holding. He had clearly set his phone to silent. Why did it still make a noise? Having already broken the rules, Indu simply tore off the tape on his head, and to adapt to the light, he opened his eyes slowly. And when he opened his eyes, he saw a dozen gaunt figures. They avoided the area directly illuminated by the lamp and surrounded Indu like this. Indu trembled as he took out a flashlight from the toolbox and shone it over the crowd in front of him. But under the beam of the flashlight, they showed no change. If the parking lot wasn't a special space like the Black Cat's home that could disable the flashlight's function, it meant that these drooling, vacant-eyed people, looking like a group of drug addicts with brain atrophy, truly existed. As one of their kind, facing these people, Indu felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Besides the indescribable feelings, the discomfort of being surrounded by them also affected Indu. He turned off the flashlight, clenched his fists to remind himself to be more rational with the pain, and then, sheltered by the lamp, stepped towards the exit. As Indu walked, these people moved aside to avoid the light, but after he passed, they instinctively surrounded him again. Indu had thought there were only a dozen people surrounding him, but as he moved outward, he discovered that, aside from the passage in the middle, both sides of the parking lot were packed with people. Except for the dozens who had already broken through the railings to surround him, the others were still held in place by the railings. Having already violated the rules, logically, these people shouldn't be allowed to attack him, right? No, that's not right. At the beginning, he had only violated the second rule. The sound from his phone startled them, and they broke through the railings to come before him, which was the punishment for breaking the second rule. And those behind him should not have heard the sound, so they were not disturbed. To them, he had not triggered the second rule. However, just now, he had used the lamp for survival. The light from the lamp violated the first rule. Indu's gaze swept across the faces of the numb people trapped behind the railings. But clearly, the punishment for violating the first rule was not carried out by them. Indu walked out of the parking lot with a serious face. The people surrounding him in the parking lot didn't follow him out this time. Clearly, even if they broke through the railings, they could not leave the parking lot. Indu turned off the lamp and quickly checked himself. From appearances alone, nothing had happened to him. Moreover, he also did not experience any hallucinations or other anomalies associated with severe contamination. After violating the first rule, it seemed he had incurred no punishment, but could this be possible? Indu looked back in confusion at the announcement hanging outside the parking lot. It didn't matter not to look, but when he looked again this time, he found that a new rule had appeared on it. 5. If damaged railings are found in the parking lot, please find the security guard and inform him to let the staff in white lab coats know when he goes to Building 4 on that day. Chapter 54. Building 4 is the home of the soul. Rules related to Building 4? Indu was sure that before he entered the parking lot, this fifth rule was absolutely not on the announcement. Was it set to be seen only after leaving the parking lot? Or was it because something unusual happened to him that caused this change? Moreover, this rule clearly guided him to go to Building 4 right now. If he didn't go, those who stepped out of the railing would definitely take action against him during his next patrol, and by then, he wouldn't have a lamp to protect himself anymore. Indu rubbed his temples in distress, trying to calm himself down. Unfortunately, it didn't help much. The complicated thoughts made him unsure where to start. Maybe he shouldn't think so much, and just go to Building 4 to see the situation. After all, he had no other places to search for clues now. Thinking of this, Indu looked helplessly at the lamp in his hand. His only life-saving skill was already gone, making anything he did potentially dangerous. However, Building 4 should not have too many deadly dangers. At least according to the records in the security work manual, he was able to come out safely during both entries. The real danger of Building 4 lay in altering his perception, making him become like Feng Qi. He still couldn't determine whether this change in perception was due to deepening pollution or another reason. If it was only the pollution that caused it, at least he currently had two purification methods, Black Cat and MP3. But if it was caused by something else, he might not be able to fix it. At that time, he could very well get lost in this scenario. This was not an ending Indu was willing to face. As he said, he would rather be a sober dead man than become a skeleton without self. Becoming bizarre was the ending that Indu could not accept the most. While thinking about these things, Indu had already reached the boundary leading to Building 4. The so-called Building 4 did not belong to the community. According to the route he took last time, Building 4 was at least 50 meters away from the community. From the rules of the Black Cat and the parking lot, Building 4 was either a hospital or a research institute. A hospital or research institute just 50 meters away from the community where he lived? In reality, he couldn't find a corresponding building. Their old community was planned in a residential area with schools, police stations, and markets nearby, but there were no hospitals or research institutes. Clearly, Building 4 was a product of the rules from the scenario world and the starting point of all anomalies. Indu walked through the flower bed path and arrived at the magnificent Building 4 under the spotlight. This time, there were no new roads next to Building 4, apart from the path he came from. It was surrounded by the flower bed in the center. From the outside, the building was only 3 stories high, but its footprint was not small, which was completely different from the other buildings in the community. Even the door was a double glass door. However, from Indu's direction, this glass door was gray-green, making it impossible for him to see what was inside. Indu looked down at his security uniform. It seemed that Building 4's disguise was also targeted. It would only show its true appearance in front of those who could enter. As he got closer, Indu noticed that there was a sign standing in front of the door, similar to the one at the parking lot, but this one was larger. Apart from the printed text, it also had a designated place for posting announcements. Indu approached. To enter Building 4, please obey the following rules. You must wear a uniform, and the uniform must match your identity. Remember the purpose of your visit. If you forget, you can ask at the front desk. The staff in Building 4 all wear white coats. Those in other colored clothing are not staff of Building 4. This is a paradise. The 3rd floor is the internal area of Building 4. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Violators will be severely punished. Besides the rules, there is a paper pasted on the sign that says, Announcement of Building 4. 1. Building 4 is a home for all souls. Please relax when you come here. All difficulties will be easily resolved. 2. It is an honor to come to Building 4. Everyone will feel proud of you. Compared to the seemingly flawed rules, this announcement feels utterly nonsensical. It looks like brainwashing. As the term brainwashing appeared, Indu cautiously took 2 steps back. Wait a minute, will just a glance put me in trouble? But he didn't feel anything strange. Just like when violating the 2nd rule in the parking lot, he couldn't find any changes within himself. Indu stepped forward to peel off that paper. The paper was stuck on with double-sided tape, and the mottled marks on the announcement board proved this was not the first version of the announcement. This is normal yet extremely abnormal. After all, this is not the real world. What is written on the announcement might just be a clue. Indu stuck the paper back on and focused his gaze on the 4th rule, clearly cut in half, looking as if it feared to be discovered. This feeling is quite uncomfortable. Ever since entering this copy, he felt like a headless fly, and a headless fly trapped in various traps. Understanding that no matter how he looked at the rules, the words on it wouldn't change, Indu gave up on further exploration and walked directly toward the main door of Building 4. When he reached the door, before he could carefully see his reflection in the glass, the door automatically moved apart. Is it actually an automatic door? A thought flashed through Indu's mind, and then he faced the person standing right in the middle. To be honest, Indu did not really want to refer to the creature in front of him as a person. With grayish-green skin, gray bulging eyes, and a skeletal body, this creature perfectly matched Indu's imagination of a zombie. This zombie was standing behind the counter, clearly the front desk of Building 4. Behind her was a diagram of the internal structure of Building 4 on the wall. After easing his discomfort, Indu quickly began to memorize the map, but before he could look for more than a few seconds, the zombie at the counter interrupted him. Welcome to Building 4, how can I help you? This zombie smiled perfectly while speaking, but that did not lessen Indu's discomfort upon seeing her. From the voice, Indu determined that the zombie in front of him was female. Indu glanced around and confirmed that she was wearing a white coat before he spoke. Someone just told me that the barrier in the parking lot is broken. Upon hearing the barrier in the parking lot was broken, the zombie's smile froze for a moment, but she quickly recovered her perfect demeanor. I understand the situation, someone will handle it soon, please do not worry. After perfunctorily responding to Indu, the zombie picked up the phone and called, Incident number 2 has occurred, please resolve it promptly. While the zombie was on the phone, Indu naturally turned his attention to the diagram behind her. This building has only 3 stories, it doesn't require much memory, but it is unrealistic to memorize every corner in a short time, and Indu only had time to remember the route to the archives and the departments along that route. Of course, while memorizing, he did not ignore the zombie's encrypted call. Connecting the zombie's reaction when he mentioned the news. The damage to the barrier in this parking lot is clearly not a small issue for Building 4. Is there anything else? The zombie returned its attention to Indo after hanging up the phone. Indo nodded, I am the outstanding employee of the community today. As he spoke, he paid attention to the zombie's expression. Seeing the other party's smile become more genuine after he spoke, Indo's alarm bells rang in his heart. He felt like a prey being targeted. Recalling the brainwashing content he saw at the door, being rated as an outstanding employee likely wasn't a good thing. But he still had to reluctantly say words he didn't believe. It is my honor to be in Building 4. Of course, everyone should feel honored to come to Building 4, the receptionist said. Then she operated something on the computer and took out a round tag from the drawer. This is your number tag, please keep it safe and wait in the lounge.
When you hear your number being called, follow the instructions to the designated department. Okay, thank you. Indo had just looked at the map of Building 4, and he knew the lounge was the first room on the left of the front desk. He didn't need to ask, and took the tag before directly heading to the lounge. Chapter 55, Let's Celebrate. The lounge of Building 4 is a separate room, with a warm reminder posted on the door.
Warm reminder, if you do not find a seat in the lounge, please leave within 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Indo first picked up his phone to time, then pushed open the door. The walls of this room were covered with black cloth. When he just walked in, the sudden drop in brightness made Indo unable to see the lounge clearly. This made him stop cautiously. As his eyes gradually adapted to the brightness, he carefully looked around the room. Rather than a lounge, this place was more like a private cinema. There were a total of 10 seats in the room, each a massage chair, arranged in 2 rows with 5 seats each, alternately staggered. From the rear, he couldn't see if there were people sitting in the massage chairs, but he could see the large numbers behind them. In front were numbers 1 to 5, and behind were 6 to 10. It seemed that this lounge did not intend to make it difficult for him to find the correct seat. What was the purpose of that rule? Could it be to compel him to sit down? Indo looked up, and directly in front of the massage chairs was a large screen. As he lifted his head, the screen had just turned on, and began to play a promotional film for Building 4. 2 large speakers were on either side of the screen, looping brainwashing phrases. Building 4, a home for people's hearts. Here, there is the most professional medical team and the warmest service experience. The promotional video repeated a few sentences, and the video looped through just 4 or 5 photos of the exterior and the front desk. Indo listened for a moment and found nothing unusual, but while observing, he noticed a small line of text at the bottom of the promotional video. Please take your seat according to your number tag and wait to be called. Indo looked at the number tag in his hand, and perhaps by coincidence, it had the capital letter 4 written on it. The number 4 seat was located in the middle of the first row, so Indo had to pass several seats to reach it safely. He glanced again at the words, "Please take your seat according to your number tag." Indo walked quietly to a position level with the second row. He glanced at the seats in the second row, and none of the 5 seats were empty. However, in his eyes, the figures sitting in those seats were merely shapeless shadows, like human-shaped black holes taken out of the real world, looking even more eerie than clear shapes of skeletons and zombies. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Indo cautiously approached the nearest 10 seat to himself. He carefully observed the black shadow, but could see nothing except for a number tag in its hand. Looking again at the black shadow that felt nothing of his gaze, Indo had a bold idea bloom in his mind. However, considering the current situation, Indo no longer lingered and walked towards the first row, which was about 3 meters away from the big screen. Once he sat down, he could basically only see the screen in his line of sight. Looking again at the brainwashing promotional video, Indo thought for a moment, pulled out paper and an MP3 from his toolbox. Standing aside, he wrote a few sentences and fiddled with the MP3, and only then did Indo sit down in the only empty seat, number 4. As soon as he sat down, the massage chair's airbags on both sides automatically pressed against his body, binding him to the chair. However, these pressures did not make him uncomfortable. On the contrary, the airbags inflated and deflated in a very regular manner, giving him a massage. Meanwhile, a device on his back rolled and kneaded his shoulders and waist. He was right, this really was a massage chair. The massage chair was well tuned, its proper intensity made Indo unconsciously relax, and the fatigue and stress he felt these past few days were released in the gentle music. The 4th building was indeed a nice place, but only excellent employees could have the opportunity to enter. The treatment he enjoyed now was something only excellent employees could experience. He needed to work hard to become an excellent employee. How could he become an excellent employee? It needed assimilation expansion. It was truly comfortable on the massage chair, and Indo unconsciously closed his eyes. The music made his eyelids grow heavier. Indo was the first talent to pass through this 6-person household dungeon. After his successful clearance, those countries that had not yet sent prompts hurriedly sent him their clearance process. Most of the talents who received the clearance process successfully replicated Indo's actions, clearing this 6-person household before Sunday arrived. However, not everyone could copy the homework successfully. Some held small cleverness, thinking they could optimize and come up with the perfect solution. Among them, the talent named Benjamin from Hebrew did not go to another home to get a watch. Instead, he directly burned the pendulum clock. But with the pendulum clock burning, the flames did not create a safe zone for him like they did for other talents who got watches. Furthermore, this flame was a strange blue. As the blue flames grew larger, in the living room and rooms he couldn't see, the family members began to mutate, sprouting an extra head or growing another hand. Although they did not successfully evolve into Neza, their strength clearly increased significantly. When Benjamin was pulling on the cabinet door, puzzled as to why it wouldn't open, the family members completed their mutations and began to walk towards him. As Benjamin angrily kicked and cursed at the cabinet, the family members had already surrounded him, oblivious to the danger. When the black shadow loomed over him, he finally turned his head back belatedly. Seeing the strange figures, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. His talent was substitute, which allowed him to control a dummy to act in his place while he could stay in a safe location. There was no time limit on the existence of the substitute, but injuries would appear as normal injuries, reducing its mobility. Additionally, the substitute could only resist 3 fatal injuries. After 3, it would disappear, and the talent could no longer be activated in this dungeon. This talent had obvious flaws. Firstly, its usage was limited. Not every dungeon allowed for an appropriate hiding place for the original, and the so-called safe zone the talent found might not be safe at all. Also, blocking 3 blades didn't compare to magic shield or resistance in terms of numbers. So when online voting about the talent, the stand-in ranks only up to 8. But this talent can be said to have a huge advantage in this instance because Grandma's room is clearly a safe zone in the rules. Benjamin's real body rarely stepped out of Grandma's room, which is also the reason he has been able to survive until now and why the country is not in a hurry to give him hints. But now, faced with such a dangerous situation, even if his stand-in is still there, it cannot help him change the situation. The comments in Hippolyte's live streaming room are scrolling rapidly, and most people are cursing Benjamin for being arrogant. However, some people are also blaming the country and the first clear winner, Indu, for not writing the strategy clearly. But their crazy attitude is not hard to understand. When the screen in Hippolyte's live streaming room turned to show family members starting to tear Benjamin apart, more and more people in Hippolyte were going crazy. Over the past 6 months, much of Hippolyte's land has been weirdly eroded, and this failure means their last piece of pure land will fall. Faced with a death trap, the citizens of Hippolyte are showing their madness as perfectly normal. After Benjamin's death, Hippolyte's live streaming room did not darken like other talented people's failure live streams, but instead instantly turned into a bird's eye view. The people of Hippolyte can recognize that this is a shot of their country. You will rise to the true heaven, celebrate. The blood-red font appeared, and then the screen in Hippolyte's live room froze, no longer changing. Chapter 56, Code of Conduct for Excellent Employees. Indu lives in the Jiaqing community, and works as a night security guard. During the day he is a resident, and at night he is an employee. Due to his good work attitude and excellent ability, he has been named the community's outstanding employee for 3 consecutive days. The community offers great benefits, and excellent employees can receive qualifications to relax at Paradise every day. The employees in Paradise are better than those outside of Paradise. Everyone knows that only the most outstanding people can work in Paradise. Joining Paradise is everyone's goal, and Indu is no exception. Today, Indu also went to Paradise to relax. Strangely, after he relaxed, he found an MP3 he had never seen before in his hand. The MP3 was wrapped in a piece of paper. Code of Conduct for Excellent Employees. 1. Work hard to complete daily tasks. 2. Note the map of Building 4, and find a way to the file room on the 3rd floor. 3. Carefully record what you see and hear today, but do not let the second person see. 4. Do not let the second person discover this code, and do not disclose the content of the code. 5. After work every day, before resting, open the MP3 and enjoy the songs inside. Indu stared at this inexplicably appeared piece of paper in his hand and read it carefully several times. He couldn't be sure where this paper came from. But the title made him pay attention. Code of Conduct for Excellent Employees? Codes and rules are common in his world, and for the good lives of himself and others, these regulations must be followed. What confuses him is that the code written on this paper applies to excellent employees, but the content seems quite different from the conditions he remembers for becoming an excellent employee in the community, even to say it is entirely unrelated. Indu furrowed his brows. Code for excellent employees. Repeating these 2 words, Indu's brow slowly relaxed. This is a code to be followed, not a condition. Isn't it normal for them to be different? The requirements he knew for becoming an excellent employee in the community came only from hearsay and guesses. He had never seen any written documents. But those still helped him become an outstanding employee in Jiaqing community. Now, he had received the Code of Conduct for Excellent Employees in Paradise. Doesn't this prove he is already undergoing assessment from Paradise? Is there a chance to become an employee of the Paradise? Just thinking about this possibility, Indu almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fortunately, he still remembered that he was in the Paradise now. In the Paradise, one needs to remain quiet. Indu carefully folded the note and put it away. Everyone wants to become employees of the Paradise, and if others found out he got this chance, he would definitely become the enemy of all. Feeling hopeful of becoming an employee of the Paradise, Indu left the rest area with a big smile and walked towards the front desk. Seeing Indu's expression, the front desk lady smiled and asked, "How was your relaxation today?" "Good, very good," Indu said happily. While speaking, he glanced at the structure map of the Paradise behind the front desk lady. From the structure map, it appeared that the Paradise had 3 levels. But the map only marked the location of the rest area, and that was also the only place outsiders could go. "What are you looking at?" The front desk lady noticed Indu's gaze on the structure map behind her, and although she still smiled, her expression clearly lacked the previous cheer. Indu didn't sense the change in her mood. He looked eagerly at the structure map, his tone somewhat passionate. I really want to join the paradise. It would be great if I could have a chance to join the paradise. As he said this, a hint of pride surfaced in his heart. He had already obtained the ticket to join the paradise. As long as he acted according to the guidelines, he could definitely join the paradise. Seeing Indu without any abnormalities, only influenced by the desire to join the paradise, the front desk lady regained her friendly demeanor. I understand your feelings, everyone wants to join the paradise. But even if you don't join the paradise, you can still shine in your position and contribute to creating a better world. The purpose of the paradise is to let everyone live in a beautiful world. One day, every place will be like the paradise. Hearing the front desk lady's motivational words, Indu nodded in agreement. He remembered the note he just received in the rest area, and the fervor in his eyes increased a bit more. That note must be the test the paradise gave him. As long as he completed the guidelines, he could join the paradise. Although he also knew that as long as everyone worked hard, one day, every place would be as beautiful as the paradise. But who would want to wait to live a beautiful life in the paradise ahead of time? Seeing the fire in his eyes, the front desk lady encouraged, work hard, and let's create a beautiful paradise together.
Work hard? Doesn't this match with the first item of the guidelines?
It seems the front desk lady was hinting at him to work hard according to the guidelines. But the guidelines are a secret that cannot be spoken, so neither he nor the front desk lady could explicitly mention the guidelines and their requirements.
I will work hard, Indu said earnestly.
But after saying that, he felt a bit confused.
The other items of the guidelines were easy to discuss, but how could he complete the second item? As a non-employee of the paradise, he only had the qualification to enter the rest area of the paradise. How could he have the qualification to see the map of the paradise? Without being able to see the map of the paradise, how could he talk about memorizing it? This is simply an impossible task. Sure enough, becoming an employee of the paradise is not an easy thing at all.
Thinking this way, Indu lowered his head in disappointment, and the fire in his eyes dimmed significantly. Seeing Indu's emotions fluctuate so greatly, the front desk lady was confused. As an employee from the outside world, a frontline worker who expands the influence of the paradise, it is most beneficial to maintain motivation towards the paradise.
Moreover, this guy has already gone through the paradise's baptism. Why could he be so sentimental? Shouldn't he be thinking about working hard to make every place turn into a paradise? Excuse me, is there anything bothering you? The paradise is dedicated to making everyone happy.
If you step outside with such a lost heart, it will be the paradise's fault. The receptionist looked at Indu with a concerned expression. Indu kept his gloomy appearance, not even raising his head as he said, even if every place will one day become a paradise, I will never have the qualification to join the original paradise.
I won't even know what it looks like in its entirety. Isn't that disappointing?
After saying this, Indu looked fiercely at the map behind the receptionist again. This was the country of his dreams, the paradise of his dreams. The receptionist noticed Indu's gaze. This time she no longer doubted him like before, but instead felt comforted by his enthusiasm. Only someone who longs for paradise so much would work hard for it. But thinking about Indu's earlier disappointment, the receptionist became worried that his emotions might affect his work efficiency.
If she were in Indu's position, she too would long to join the paradise, right? Even if she couldn't join, getting to know more about paradise would still be good.
Feeling empathetic towards Indu, the receptionist couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Others didn't know, but as an employee of paradise, she knew all too well that it was already at full capacity. No matter how much others desired, they simply couldn't join. Thinking of this, the receptionist took a manual out of her drawer and handed it to Indu. Right now, it is indeed very difficult to join this paradise, but you must believe that other places will eventually become a paradise. Before this goal is achieved, I hope this manual will encourage you to move forward. Indu didn't think this manual was what he most wanted at the moment, but he still gratefully accepted it.
Chapter 57, Awakening. The noisy ringtone woke Indu up.
Perhaps due to insufficient sleep, Indu felt his head was extremely heavy. Blurry memories told him he should be lying on a massage chair. But opening his eyes, the mottled sunlight and familiar room confirmed to him that he was now lying on his familiar bed in his own room. Indu rubbed his temples and carefully recalled what happened last night. Last night, he went to the fourth building as required by the rules. After entering the rest area, feeling something was off, he left a backup plan to guard against being brainwashed. Now it seemed his worries were not unfounded.
He had no recollection of what happened after lying down on the massage chair last night.
Indu picked up his still ringing phone and turned off the alarm. It was now 8:30 in the morning. He had set the alarm for this time to remind himself to go to the first and second buildings to see if he could encounter the boy the day shift security guard had seen. However, before looking for that boy, he needed to check if he had left any clues for himself last night. Indu mustered up his spirit and got up. He pulled open the curtains in the room, and the glaring sunlight made his mind a bit clearer, while at the same time, a dull pain shot through his arm that was exposed to the light. Thinking about his body's appearance, Indu quickly withdrew his hand and ducked back into the shadow. He looked down at his arm and saw no signs of injury. It seemed that the sunlight only made him uncomfortable. After confirming that he was fine, Indu's gaze scanned around the room, and sure enough, he found the records he left behind on the bedside table. It looked like he was indeed easy to fool after being brainwashed. But thinking back to how brainless he looked, it seemed no surprise. Indu picked up the record, and before he could flip through it, a small manual fell out from inside. He picked it up and found it was actually a brochure for a nursing home. Indu quickly flipped through it. The brochure introduced a nursing home named Run-A-I-Yoha, which accepted anyone who had mobility issues due to difficult illnesses or severe injuries, and patients who cannot take care of themselves in life have the mission to do everything possible to help them return to a normal life. In addition to regular medical services, the facility is equipped with an independent cinema, gym, game room, activity room, and other recreational places. The accommodation conditions are 4 people per room, a total of 320 beds, including meals and lodging, with an annual fee of 10,000 per person. Looking at the introduction of the supporting facilities and then at this price, it truly can be called excellent value for money. But just thinking about it makes one realize that a nursing home cannot be so cheap. Clearly, this nursing home hides other secrets. Moreover, if he is not mistaken, this so-called Compassionate Friend nursing home should be the predecessor of the 4th building. So, what exactly happened in this nursing home? Perhaps the archives room can really give him an answer. Indu put the brochure into his toolbox and then looked at the records he had left behind. The receptionist gave me a manual, which contains a description of the paradise, and it really made me yearn for paradise more and more. Now, the only paradise is this place of the 4th building. Our Pure Land has only one. But as long as we work hard, every place in the world can become paradise. Indu stopped after reading the first paragraph. The so-called manual should be the one he just saw? But Indu took the manual out from his toolbox again. He looked at it over and over but couldn't find any sentence that relates to paradise. This is obviously a promotional manual for the nursing home, right? Does this mean that the polluted him sees things differently from the normal self? This speculation made Indu's body shudder. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this speculation was correct. Last night, before entering the parking lot, he clearly saw only 4 parking rules, but after leaving the parking lot, there were 5 rules. At that time, he thought the 6th rule could only be seen after leaving the parking lot. Now that he thinks about it, it should be because he violated the 2nd rule, causing the pollution, that he could see the 6th rule. And the incomplete rule he saw in front of the 4th building was probably also caused by the pollution. This place is indeed much more dangerous than the previous copy. It even created so many twists and turns in reading the rules. After leaving paradise, I returned to the security booth. Outside the security booth, there was a strange animal. Whenever I turned my head to look at the window, it would crash against the window desperately. I really wanted to catch it and take it to the animal room, but the big gate of the community cannot be opened at night. It would be dangerous. Forget it, the security booth is very safe. It cannot break the glass. After 2:30, I took the patrol stick and began my second patrol. There were no abnormalities in the animal room. They were all well kept in their cages. I covered my eyes to end the shift and left. The residents in the community were very active today. The activities in the square continued until 5 o'clock, and when I finished my patrol at 5:30, everyone began to leave one after another. At that time, there was already faint sunlight on the ground, but it seemed to have no influence on everyone. It was just great. However, I still need to work harder to turn the community into a true paradise so that everyone's activities are no longer restricted. In the last hour before work ended, I wrote today's work situation in the security work manual. During the shift change, Jiangqi came to hand over a bit late. He almost missed the transfer time, and he didn't seem to have much spirit. It must be because he didn't sleep well last night. When I returned home, there were no other people or animals at home. After tidying up a bit, I decided to take a nap. After going to work at night, I have to go to the 4th building again. Animals? Animal room? Could it be that this is about the parking lot and the group of people locked up inside it? If that's the case, the animals in the "be careful of animals" rule likely refer to living people. No wonder he didn't see any animals after moving around the community for such a long time yesterday. He was guessing that the animals might specifically mean a black cat. It seems he was thinking too simply about it. But what exactly does "be careful" mean? Excluding violating the parking lot rules, all the living people he had encountered otherwise were not aggressive. His parents at home had no intention of harming him, and the elderly at Grandma Meow's house had no capability to hurt him. The most dangerous person he had seen so far was the unpredictable Brother Chen, but it was clear that Brother Chen was a dead person. There wasn't much written on the paper. It seemed he didn't encounter anything special last night. This made Indu a bit disappointed. He thought that after being brainwashed, he could gain some clues he couldn't explore otherwise. Forget it, one shouldn't be too greedy, the information he had received now was already enough.
Right now, it was more important to find that child. Chapter 58, The Rules for Clearing the Mirror World.
Considering the issue of lighting, Indu fully armed himself before leaving the house. The community was unusually quiet during the day, those skeletons were likely allergic to sunlight, just like him, so they didn't go out. As for the living people, Indu guessed that most of them were probably locked up in the parking lot. Yesterday was his first day in this world, and everything that happened during this day made it clear how dangerous the situation was for the living. And standing in the position of a living person, his level of danger would only be higher than that of the living. After all, he was an existence that both groups did not welcome. Moreover, if Indu guessed correctly, he was still one of the excellent employees among the security today. So, although he didn't show it on the surface, he was filled with anxiety inside. After all, he had already broken free from the hypnotic state, and in his current state, it was uncertain whether he could safely get past the fourth building tonight.
If he was sensed as unusual by the strange beings in the fourth building, he would only face two outcomes.
One was to be directly stabbed, and the other was to be completely brainwashed, deepening his own corruption, eventually falling into this instance.
Neither of these endings did Indu want.
Carrying heavy worries, Indu arrived between the first and second buildings and indeed saw a child. It was a little boy with a bob haircut, dressed in white, who looked friendly from a distance. But as he walked closer, the boy's hollow eyes made Indu involuntarily stop in his tracks. This hollowness was different from the emptiness he saw in his family before breakfast in the last instance. At the moment he locked eyes with the boy, Indu felt completely exposed, as if all of himself was laid bare under the sunlight, which was not a pleasant feeling. However, Indu quickly adjusted his mindset. In this unusual community, a child who could wander alone in broad daylight would definitely not be an ordinary child, he had already guessed this. Moreover, based on the content from the day shift security manual, this child wouldn't bring any deadly danger.
Thinking this way, Indu felt more relaxed. He tightened the hammer in his left hand behind his back and cautiously walked forward. "Hey, little friend, why are you here alone? Where are your family?" The little boy did not answer Indu, he just kept looking at him with hollow eyes. At such a close distance, Indu could clearly see his reflection in the boy's eyes, but that reflection was his true self. A skeleton with a strange light flashing in its eyes. Does this mean that in the eyes of this child? He didn't have a fake appearance, he was just a real skeleton? This child, like the black cat, could see the real him? Discovering the common point between them, Indu suddenly had a guess. Could this little boy be related to that black cat? "Little friend, do you know the black cat?"
"A very beautiful big sister," Indu asked. After Indu mentioned the black cat with a tentative mindset, the little boy's expression finally showed a hint of change. "Cat, sister."
"Sister?"
Indu looked closely at the little boy's appearance, recalling the look of the black cat girl. Alright, he was just face-blind and couldn't tell if the two resembled each other.
But that didn't matter.
What he could confirm now was that the key to clearing this scenario should be the black cat and the little boy. Both of them were quite unusual in this scenario, like crucial NPCs in a game.
"So, are you here to find the black cat, the cat sister?"
The little boy didn't give a confirming look or action, just picked out words from Indu's statement and repeated like a recorder, "Here to find cat sister."
Realizing this, Indu finally understood the operating principle of this robotic little boy.
He seemed capable of only repeating what he heard and what existed in his system.
"Then have you found the cat sister?" "No." "Can you go inside the building?" "The cat sister might be inside the building?" "No."
After simply asking two questions, Indu realized that his way of questioning was really inefficient. Who knows, he might not be able to extract any useful information from the little boy by the end of the day. He sorted out the information he needed in his mind, then asked the little boy again. "If you find the cat sister, will you go to the fourth building with her?"
"No."
"Will you leave the community with the cat sister?"
"Leave the community."
"Will you go home with the cat sister?"
Indu continued to ask.
This time the little boy did not answer, his eyes still hollow. At this moment, as time passed second by second, the sunlight circled around the buildings, shining on Indu's head. Although he was already wearing a hood and a duckbill hat, Indu still felt a bit of heat, giving him the illusion that his head was on fire. Looking back at the child before him, his figure actually began to blur. It turned out this was the reason why the white shift security guard could no longer see the child after patrolling once.
This child had a very limited appearance time.
Indu understood he couldn't waste time, he wanted to continue questioning, but where could such a small child go if not home? Just as he was thinking this, the words compassionate friendship and nursing home popped into his mind. He spoke the name without thinking. The little boy indeed reacted when he heard Indu's words, nursing home.
Isn't the nursing home the fourth building? This child doesn't want to go to the fourth building, yet his destination is the nursing home? Indu was a bit confused. How are you going to the nursing home? Isn't the nursing home the fourth building? Is the cat sister going to take you to the nursing home?
No, the little boy answered. The nursing home is not the fourth building, the black cat is not taking him to the nursing home.
Then what else could it be? Is someone coming to pick you up? Indu asked with a frown.
If this person really exists, then they are very likely outside the community. Someone, the little boy began to answer, and a beam of light shone on him, his figure instantly disappearing before Indu, leaving a piece of paper dropping to the ground. Indu hastily picked up the paper. Mirror World Clearance Rules. 1. Help the little boy find his sister and help them leave the community.
Clearance rules?
Indu really didn't expect the clearance rules to be this simple to achieve.
It doesn't seem difficult. Is this copy really that simple? Or is the real challenge of clearing it about leaving the community?
Speaking of which, it seems he hasn't discovered any rules related to leaving the community.
Chapter 59, Zhangqi.
Indu recalled all the places he had walked through yesterday. Due to the patrol, he basically roamed the community, but aside from the parking lot in Building 4, he didn't see any other rules. And because of the puppet outside last night, he didn't approach the main gate, he only confirmed from the controller and surveillance on the table that the main gate and his original world were the same, both having remotely controlled electronic locks. However, in the real world, residents of the community usually have a key fob that can open the door, so as long as the security guard stops any strangers, it should be fine. But since this world treats leaving the community as a clearing task, it surely isn't that simple. Most likely, whether he could come and go would depend solely on the controller inside the guard booth. Thinking of this, Indu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. At this moment, he realized that as a security guard, he surprisingly didn't even know the requirements for entering and leaving the main gate. Not to mention the rules in this world, even in the real world, letting outsiders into the community is a risky thing for a guard. Putting aside the fact that he still had no knowledge of the rules for entering and leaving, there is actually one guard rule he might be breaking. As a security guard, he has the obligation to ensure the safety of the community's residents. If he let any dangerous individuals into the community, wouldn't he be failing in his duty to protect the residents? At this moment, Indu had to feel thankful that he was a night security guard and that during the only hour he could enter and exit last night, no one requested to enter the community. Unintentionally, he managed to escape a disaster. It seems that in the world of strange rules, his luck has indeed increased a bit. Originally, Indu thought he could postpone finding the rules of the main gate and focus first on the crisis of needing to recheck Building 4 tonight. But now it appears that neither task can be delayed. Today is destined to be a sleepless day. Since he had no ideas on how to solve the crisis in Building 4, Indu decided to first go to the area near the main gate to see if he could find any rules. As he walked towards the guard booth, Indu's thoughts naturally turned to the daytime security guard. The daytime security guard Zhangqi, in Indu's memory, was an uncle in his 50s, almost 60, who loved to watch short videos on his phone while at work every day. In the real world, daytime guards don't need to patrol, they just sit in the guard booth watching people come and go. And during the day, there usually aren't any strange people trying to sneak into the community. You could say that in their old community, the daytime shift is the easiest, followed by the night shift, while the busiest is the afternoon shift led by Feng-Chi. Originally, Indu was supposed to meet this world's Zhangqi during the shift change today, but because he was already hypnotized during the shift change, he has no impression of this world's Zhangqi. Before the guard booth came into view, Indu saw a young boy dressed in a blue short-sleeved security uniform, wandering along the road with a baton, mumbling something with his cheeks puffed out. At first glance, he seemed not very bright. Indu stopped and waited for the other to approach before tentatively calling out, "Zhangqi. Dugu, why haven't you gone home to catch up on sleep?" Zhangqi came over, casually hooking his arm around Indu's shoulder, looking brotherly. This strange and overly lively enthusiasm even seemed very harmless, making Indu feel uneasy for a moment. "Can't sleep, just came out for a walk," Indu said, while secretly observing this Zhangqi who bore no resemblance to his memory. Suddenly, he became alert. There was something very strange about Zhangqi. Indu's gaze lingered on Zhangqi's uniform for a few seconds. A short blue security uniform. In reality, Indu also had the same blue uniform, and attracted by Zhangqi's age, he didn't think there was anything wrong with Zhangqi's outfit for a moment. But upon careful recollection, Feng-Chi was also wearing a long-sleeved black uniform yesterday. Most importantly, Zhangqi's arms were completely exposed to the sunlight, yet there was not a trace of discomfort. Indu glanced at Zhangqi's arms gleaming in the sunlight and secretly poked his fingers out from the sleeve. The pain, almost like being burned by flames, made Indu nearly cry out. But because of Zhangqi's presence, Indu had to endure the pain and retract his fingers back into his clothes. He looked at Zhangqi with a hint of inquiry in his gaze. Zhangqi seemed to be oblivious to everything, brightly saying to Indu, "Brother Du, if you have nothing to do, could you help me guard the security booth? Let people in and out." Just now, there was a complaint from the residents by the third building, and I need to check it out, but this time is when most people are coming and going at the gate. In the real world, Indu would easily agree to such a small matter. But this was the world of bizarre rules. He had to be suspicious of everyone and everything. Why did Jiang Qi want him to help guard the security booth? Before noticing him, Jiang Qi didn't seem to feel any difficulty leaving the security booth. Moreover, the rules required each shift to patrol 3 times, so even if Jiang Qi left the booth due to no complaints, he would eventually have to leave. Therefore, locking the gate when leaving to prevent anyone from coming in or out should be a normal thing for Jiang Qi. Wait, speaking of rules, he remembered there was a rule: the security booth is absolutely safe for security guards, but never let others enter it. The rule didn't specify that only security guards in the booth shouldn't let others in, so he would lock the door before patrolling yesterday to prevent anyone from entering. But now Jiang Qi was openly inviting him into the security booth. Could it be that Jiang Qi's rules about security were different from his? Brother Du? Why are you hesitating so long to help with such a small favor? If you don't want to help, just say it, I won't blame you. Seeing Indu hadn't spoken for a long time, the enthusiasm in Jiang Qi's eyes faded slightly, yet he still wore his cheerful smile, his words very understanding. Indu smiled wryly, because he wasn't clear about Jiang Qi's rules and the rules about people coming in and out. He felt stuck whether to agree or not. He even regretted greeting Jiang Qi just to confirm his identity. Fortunately, even in such a crisis, his mind hadn't completely stopped. After Jiang Qi finished complaining, he used his genuine expression to cover for his previous silence. I was just worried. Although I want to help you, you know I've been doing the night shift lately, and during the night, I hardly see anyone, and no one comes in or out. I've started to feel unfamiliar with the residents in the community. Indu said sincerely. He really was quite unfamiliar with the residents in this neighborhood. If I accidentally let the wrong person in, the responsibility. Indu frowned, making a difficult expression. If I accidentally let the wrong person in, the responsibility. Indu was naturally still paying attention to Jiang Qi's expression while speaking. Seeing that Jiang Qi showed no hesitation and was about to speak, he quickly continued, we can't bear this responsibility. Jiang Qi said at the moment Indu's words stopped. He wanted to say something. But the more eager he was, the less likely Indu would help him. However, he also did not dare to directly refuse Jiang Qi, so before Jiang Qi could finish his sentence, he quickly said, but I can help you explain the situation to the property owners who need to come in and out. You can go handle the complaints with peace of mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Indu did not wait for Jiang Qi to hold him back and quickly walked towards the security booth. As he left in a hurry, he did not see the expression of Jiang Qi left behind, but he could feel the fiery gaze directed at his back, and Jiang Qi must be very touched by the love of a colleague like that. When he arrived at the security booth, there were 2 skeletons standing outside the gate, blue flames dancing in their eye sockets. When they saw Indu not wearing the security uniform, the light in their eyes dimmed, ignoring Indu's presence. Seeing this, Indu did not pay them any mind. He searched around the gate for the rules of coming in and out. After some time searching, he spotted a sign standing outside with the rules written on it. His angle was not good, but he could still barely see the entire content. Entry and exit rules of Jiaqing community. To ensure the quality of life for community residents and enhance the community's safety, the following rules are established. 1. The main gate of the community is open only between 6 o'clock and 11 o'clock. 2. To enter or exit the community, one must hold a community resident card, which must be checked and confirmed by the security before passage. 3. No entry or exit is allowed at any place other than the main gate. 3 simple rules, but they are not easy to comply with. Of course, this difficulty does not apply to him. As a resident of the community and also a security guard, he should have a resident card. But neither the black cat nor the child he just encountered appeared to be normal residents of the community. They probably did not have one of these cards. Indu's gaze fixed on the sign for a few seconds, and after confirming he had memorized the rules, he turned and quickly left the gate. He needed to go home to find his resident card. Back at home, Indu followed his usual habit and rummaged through the drawer of the shoe cabinet at the entrance to pull out a card. Number 003. Name, Indu. Room number 1 to 301. Simple information, and there is no photo. Judging by the material, it is just a simple piece of copper paper, not an IC card or an ID card. Indu frowned slightly. So how do the security guards match the card with the person? Or does it mean that as long as one has the card, even if it is a fake, they can enter and exit the community? With all these questions in mind, Indu took his card to the gate. This time when he arrived, Jiang Qi had already returned to his post, and he was currently checking the resident card of a person trying to enter the community. Indu watched his every move. He saw the skeleton outside cautiously handing over a wrinkled card, and Jiang Qi did not take the card. Instead, he just pressed down on the card with his index finger and then opened the gate to let the person in.
Indu pulled out his own card and held it at the same angle as Jiang Qi had used to check the card. In the sunlight, the entire card was printed with faded gold letters spelling Indu. It seemed this card had anti-counterfeiting markings. But this still did not explain how the security could match the card to the real person. Recalling the obviously battered card in the hand of the previous person, Indu had a guess. Holding the card, Indu approached the gate again, handing the card to Jiang Qi. Seeing it was him wanting to exit, Jiang Qi raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You want to go out?" "A little matter," Indu replied. "Well, good luck to you." Jiang Qi didn't even check Indu's card. He smiled and made a gesture inviting him to proceed. His whole demeanor seemed quite sinister. It seemed he was hoping Indu would never return. This added some psychological pressure on Indu, but he did not worry. According to the rules, as long as he held the resident card and was within the designated time, he could safely enter and exit the community. Watching the big door slowly open, Indu casually placed the card into his toolbox, then raised his head, stood tall, and stepped out of the door. Outside the community gate, there was a wide open space, and a row of flower beds lined the road. In the previous world, this open space would be filled with cars every day. But in this world, the open area was frighteningly clean, with not a single fallen leaf, though the flower beds remained. Looking at the familiar yet strange wide road, and feeling the unusually tranquil atmosphere, Indu cautiously took out a hammer from his toolbox for self-defense, then pulled out a pamphlet for the Ren Ayuhi nursing home. This was the purpose of his outing. According to his guess, the Ren Ayuhi nursing home should be the predecessor of the fourth building. But from this pamphlet, it seemed the address of the nursing home was near the community, not inside it. Although he didn't know what strange occurrence allowed direct access to the fourth building from within the community, if the address was correct, he should still be able to reach the fourth building after leaving the community. Leaning against a sign left abandoned in a corner, Indu slowly walked towards the nursing home. This world was eerily quiet. He hadn't seen a single person along the way. Just as Indu was pondering whether everyone here was hiding in dark corners to avoid the sunlight, a skeleton wrapped in a black garbage bag suddenly jumped out from a trash can in the corner. One hand swiftly grabbed Indu's arm while the other hand lunged forward to catch him. If it had been the old Indu, he might have been caught easily. But after a few years as a maintenance worker, Indu had gained some strength. He forcefully shook off the skeleton's claw. At the same time, he stepped back a few paces, avoiding the other claw of the skeleton, and the hammer he had kept in hand came into play as he pushed it forward, letting it fall onto the skeleton's foot bones. Ah! The skeleton, unsure if it was pain or anger, let out a sharp scream. Indu innocently waved his hand, then quickly reached down with his foot to nudge the hammer back to himself, saying, "Sorry, misfire." It truly was a misfire. He had aimed for the skeleton's claw, but didn't expect the wooden handle to be too slick, leading to his failure. He really felt a bit ashamed of his profession. The skeleton was not interested in listening to his nonsense. After the pain diminished slightly, it limped and charged at Indu again. Indu dodged left and right, managing to avoid being caught by it. But the skeleton was quite resilient, persistently chasing Indu for 5 or 6 minutes, and in its pursuit of him, it even lost a piece of its black robe. "No. I mean, brother, you should at least tell me what you want. Being so aggressive won't get us anywhere." Although he had strength, his stamina was lacking. Indu halted, helplessly watching the skeleton, which was eager to launch a new attack now that he had stopped. Hearing Indu's words, the skeleton, missing its attack again, rarely paused, flames flickering in its eyes. "I want a resident card. Give me the resident card." Chapter 61, Ren Ayuhi Nursing Home. "I want a resident card. Give me the resident card." A normal person wouldn't be able to read expressions from a skeleton, but the skeleton's madness still frightened Indu. Before leaving the community, Indu had guessed that the resident card mentioned in the rules was the key to entering and exiting the community, so he had hidden the resident card in his toolbox. But now, looking at the skeleton's state, he worried that it might fly into a rage upon not finding the resident card and directly attack him. Indu cautiously gripped the hammer in his hand, sneaking glances around, ready to escape at any moment. With just a glance, he suddenly noticed that to his left was actually the Ren Ayuhi nursing home. Unknowingly, he had actually run here. Is it a coincidence? Before Indu could think deeply, the skeleton had already approached within about 2 meters of him. "Hand it over, I saw it. You definitely have a resident permit from the community." Indu reluctantly searched his pants pocket. "To be honest, I no longer have a resident permit." "Impossible, how dare you come out of the community without a resident permit? Without a resident permit, you can never return to the community. You are lying to me," the skeleton said confidently. Indu put away the hammer and raised his hands high. "I can let you search me. Actually, I did not come out willingly. If I could, who would want to stay out of the community?" The skeleton, with a distrustful attitude, seriously searched Indu's body. Being searched was uncomfortable. Indu continuously reminded himself that a few chunks of flesh were unavoidable, as he currently had no flesh at all. After being searched several times, the skeleton finally went crazy. Nothing? How could there be nothing? He staggered back 2 steps, then suddenly screamed wildly, "You are lying to me! You must be lying to me!" After shouting, he reached out to attack Indu. At that moment, a horned hammer suddenly appeared in Indu's raised hand. With the horned part facing down, Indu swung it hard down at the skeleton's temple. The skeleton fell towards Indu as expected. Indu quickly stepped back a few steps and looked at the skeleton on the ground. As expected, just like last time with Fong Fong Chi, even though he used all his strength, he couldn't crack the skeleton's head even a little. It seems this skeleton was just like Fong Chi, only fainted from the attack and would get up again soon to go berserk. Indu tightened his grip on the horned hammer and scanned the surroundings. With his movements, there were a few sounds around him, at. He thought that the skeletons secretly watching for his resident permit had retreated. He didn't know if they really believed he had no resident permit or if they were afraid of the force he had displayed. But no matter what, he had gained temporary safety, and it was time to look for new clues. Indu turned to look at the Renai Yoha sanatorium in front of him. The sanatorium's wall was very high, looking at least 3 meters, with sharp spikes on top, and the gate was made of iron, equally as high as the wall. These arrangements seemed to prevent anyone from running out. The sanatorium's walls had long turned yellow and looked very old, and the courtyard was silent, but from the gate, the lawn and trees inside did not look unkempt. This place had not been abandoned for long. Indu searched around the gate but did not see any relevant rules. Seeing this, he dared not directly enter the sanatorium, but instead circled around the sanatorium in search. After more than half an hour, he returned to the gate. The gate of the sanatorium was not locked, and he could easily open it with a little force. Indu pushed open the door and carefully walked inside while searching for the sanatorium's rules. However, he walked all the way to the front of the first building in the courtyard and still did not see any rules. The first building here looked like a dormitory. Every window was tightly sealed with iron rods, leaving a layer of rust on the walls. The entire building exuded an ominous presence and vaguely seemed to be surrounded by a mist. Indu hesitated but still chose to walk towards the door. However, he could not enter this dormitory shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. A heavy iron chain blocked his way. This iron chain was as thick as a baby's arm, and even with a chainsaw, it would take a couple of hours to cut through. Indu wanted to focus on the lock, but as he searched around the chain, he found the lock on this iron chain should be on the inside of the door. This undoubtedly means that there is someone inside this building. Just thinking about someone being in the dormitory makes the quiet atmosphere of the sanatorium even more terrifying for Indu. He could only suppress his discomfort and try to peek inside through the crack of the door. But whether it was because there were no lights on inside or because something was blocking his view behind the door, Indu could only see a patch of darkness. As he was about to give up his observation, he vaguely heard a sound of footsteps. Seeing this, Indu abandoned the idea of continuing to peek and instead put his ear against the door to listen. The footsteps inside were chaotic, and there seemed to be quite a few people, but they were not coming towards the main door. Apart from the footsteps, Indu also faintly heard a sound similar to a heartbeat. After a while, he even heard a sound of airflow, as if someone were breathing right next to his ear. Breathing? Indu quickly stepped back a few steps and looked through the crack in the door. But just like before, all he saw was darkness. Furrowing his brow, Indu took out his phone to check the time. It was already noon. He didn't have much time to waste. Instead of lingering in this place with no clues, it would be better to check somewhere else. Indu turned around and left the dormitory building, heading around to the back. Behind the dormitory was another familiar building, Building 4. Not only the building but even the notice board at the entrance was the same as what Indu had seen last night, only the contents had changed. Renai Yoha Sanatorium Office Building Rules. 1. Please keep quiet in the office area. 2. There are no patients in the office building. If you see someone in a patient uniform pass by, please immediately close your eyes, stand against the wall, and wait until the footsteps fade away before continuing your actions. 3. This is a very normal office building, with no danger to life. Please ignore any cries for help you may hear. 4. In case of danger, make sure to call for help loudly and effectively. 5. If you wish to enter the office building, do not wear white clothing. Seeing the rules this time, Indu's first reaction was actually not to analyze them, but to let out a sigh of relief. He felt like he had been tortured by the world of weird rules, becoming anxious when he didn't see any rules at all. After a moment of self-deprecation, he seriously analyzed the rules. To be honest, these 5 rules had nothing complicated about them. Apart from the apparent contradiction between the 3rd and 4th rules, none of the rules were hard to understand. But in reality, the 3rd and 4th rules assume different identities for him, thus, they are not contradictory. Just because he cannot be a rescuer doesn't mean he cannot become the one being rescued. He just didn't know who would come to save him if he called for help. As for the white clothing, he disliked how white clothes were hard to clean, so there weren't many white clothes in his wardrobe. Today he was wearing a gray-blue jacket when he left. After confirming that he remembered the rules, Indu walked towards the office building's main door.
As soon as he stood in front of the door, the glass door of the office building automatically moved apart, and at the same time, a very loud broadcast sounded.
Welcome to Rinai Yoha Sanatorium. We are committed to creating a better world for patients.
Regardless of the content of the broadcast, this sound was simply announcing his entry to everyone present. Indu straightened up, gathering his full attention as he walked into the office building.
Chapter 62, Inside the Sanatorium. The front desk setup of the office building was the same as Building 4, the only difference was that there were no zombies standing at the desk. Moreover, this office building was just as quiet as the outside. So quiet that before he even saw anyone, Indu keenly heard the sound of footsteps. He quickly moved to the wall, readying himself. However, surprisingly, the person approaching was not someone in a patient uniform, but a middle-aged man with a kind face, wearing a white coat, and only a small section of black pants and black shoes on his lower body. Facing the person in the white coat, Indu did not let his guard down. After all, he could not be sure whether the person was hiding a patient outfit under that tightly sealed white coat. It is written in the rules, do not wear white clothes when entering the office building.
This rule about white clothes must have been because of the white coat. Thinking this, Indu leaned against the wall and closed his eyes before the other person approached. With his eyes closed, Indu's other senses became sharper. He could feel the middle-aged man standing right in front of him and halting his steps. Indu's breathing involuntarily slowed down, as if he thought that if he didn't breathe, the other party would not notice him. But this was clearly impossible. Indu could sense the other person standing still right in front of him. This made him want to bring back the dual-sided hammer. While Indu was lost in his thoughts, the person in front of him suddenly chuckled softly.
Interesting.
Not knowing how to respond, Indu could only stand there stiffly. Alright, I'm not a patient, you don't need to be so wary of me. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Xuxing, the doctor of this sanatorium.
Indu remained unresponsive upon hearing this.
After all, patients can pretend to be doctors, as long as there's no evidence, he wouldn't believe a word.
As Indu was pondering how to get the other party to prove his identity, another set of footsteps could be heard.
These footsteps were lighter than the one in front of him, sounding somewhat unreal.
There was a feeling that lay between the real and the false.
While Indu wanted to continue discerning the truth of these footsteps, the person beside him spoke again, the real patient is here. As soon as those words fell, Indu felt someone standing next to him. It seemed the other party was also hiding from the patients in the same way as him. Though the footsteps sounded unreal, they did not stop as they passed by Indu.
Could it be that the person next to him really was a doctor?
With an uncertain attitude, after the footsteps had moved away, Indu spoke, "You take off the white coat, if you're not wearing a patient outfit underneath, I'll believe you." The rules did not state that he could not speak while standing with his eyes closed against the wall, so at this moment he had not violated the rules. Of course, the moment he opened his eyes, if the person in front of him was wearing a patient outfit, he could end up in a tough spot. So even if the person claiming to be a doctor took off the white coat, he wouldn't easily open his eyes. The person standing in front of Indu seemed a little speechless at his request and hesitated before finally saying, "Okay." Then, Indu heard a sound of clothes being removed in front of him.
"I'm done taking it off."
Hearing the voice from the other side, Indu reached out to feel ahead. The other party clearly understood Indu's intention and held the white coat out in front of him. Once he felt the clothing, Indu grabbed it and casually threw it at his feet. Then, he extended his hand toward the other person, quickly and precisely grabbing the collar and tearing it apart.
Ryup.
In fact, when Indu grabbed the person's collar, he had already sensed that the other party was not wearing a patient outfit, as the fabric in his hand was too soft, and the collar was around neck common in t-shirts, not a v-neck. Most importantly, he did not feel any buttons.
Nevertheless, to ensure his safety, Indu chose to shred the other person's clothing.
Only by doing this could he be sure that the person in front of him was not wearing a patient outfit while keeping his eyes closed. After tearing off the other person's clothes, he cautiously felt around to confirm that the person was wearing nothing before finally opening his eyes. Once his eyes were open, Indu first glanced at the black t-shirt he had torn apart, then put on an awkward smile as he looked at the person in front of him. "Hello, I am Indu." Zhang Xuxing no longer wore the smile from before, his face darkened as he reintroduced himself. "I am the doctor of the sanatorium, Zhang Xuxing." After saying this, he lowered his head to pick up his white coat to regain his dignity. But when he looked down, he found that the white coat that Indu had casually thrown away had disappeared into thin air. Indu, who had already put the white coat into his toolbox, pretended not to know what he was looking for and just said apologetically, "I had no choice." Since the other party, like him, had to rely on the wall to avoid people in patient clothing, they could surely understand his actions.
But understanding does not mean fully forgiving his unreasonable behavior. Indu observed the other person's expression and witnessed the instant change on his face.
The next second, Zhang Xuxing, who had a dark face, instantly returned to his original smile. "It's fine, I understand." The two words "understand" were pronounced through gritted teeth, making Indu a little more cautious. To be honest, if the other party had directly shown his dissatisfaction, he wouldn't have been so alert. But smiling forcefully after such excessive behavior clearly indicated ulterior motives. However, it has been a long time since outsiders have come to this sanatorium. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Xuxing asked. After asking, without waiting for Yingdu to answer, he waved his hand to signal Yingdu to follow him. "It's easy to encounter patients in this corridor, it's safer to go to my office." Just as Yingdu was about to come up with a casual excuse to dodge the question, he stopped all movements because of the word office. He leaned back against the wall again, cautiously watching Zhang Xuxing standing in front of him. It seemed that gaining his trust and luring him to the office was the other party's goal. Chapter 63 New Laboratory Mice at the Front Desk. After reading the rules, Yingdu realized that the office area in this building was more dangerous than other places. The rules of this building seemed to be more lenient compared to many places Yingdu had encountered before. They promised there would be no life-threatening danger and provided solutions for when danger arose. But that did not mean he would be absolutely safe. Because there were conflicting parts in the rules. Rule 1 required him to remain quiet in the office area, but Rule 4 provided a solution to danger that required him to shout loudly for help. Clearly, once he entered the office area, he had to choose between two rules when faced with danger. Which rule to break and what consequences to bear depended entirely on him. So for his own safety, his best choice was not to go to the office area. But since he was here, it was impossible for Yingdu not to go to the archive room. For him, the fourth building was far more dangerous than this place. If he could find the clues he needed here, as long as he figured out a way to avoid the fourth building tonight, he could safely pass his second night. But if he couldn't find useful information here, he would have to brave the fourth building tonight. Who knows if he would be so lucky to wake up from brainwashing again this time. If tonight he fell victim and couldn't wake up, he would be lost in this copy. Yingdu leaned against the wall, silently taking out a hammer for self-defense once again. He had a premonition that if he couldn't be fooled, the person in front of him might use force against him. Zhang Xuxing indeed did not disappoint Yingdu's suspicions. After realizing his little thoughts were discovered, he withdrew his smile. "I originally wanted you to enjoy yourself a little longer, but I didn't expect you to be unappreciative." Saying this, he took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket. "There are new laboratory mice at the front desk." Received. Upon hearing the response from the walkie-talkie, Zhang Xuxing's mouth curled up, showing a determined expression. And Yingdu, who was being treated as prey, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and only gripping the hammer in his hand made him feel a little secure. In a one-on-one situation, Yingdu had confidence that he could escape, but against many, he was not that arrogant. Of course, Yingdu could also seek help using the methods outlined in the rules, but having guessed the identity of the helper, he didn't want to gamble on the situation he would face after asking for help. Thinking this, Yingdu rotated his wrist, gathering his strength. Perhaps thinking that Yingdu was trapped in his territory, Zhang Xuxing completely disregarded Yingdu, which gave Yingdu an opportunity to attack. Yingdu did not miss this opportunity. The hammer returned to the scene. But Zhang Xuxing was obviously not on the same level as the two skeletons he had dealt with before. Even without preparation, when Yingdu's hammer came at him, he swiftly dodged back and reached out to grab Yingdu's hammer. Yingdu struggled hard, but the other party did not budge an inch. Seeing this, Yingdu's pupils quivered slightly. Before Zhang Xuxing could make a move, he hurriedly released the hammer and turned to run away. Zhang Xuxing stood still holding the hammer, his eyes showing a hint of mockery as he watched the fleeing Yingdu. To him, this was merely a game of cat and mouse, and no matter how hard the mouse tried, it could never escape the cat's grasp. All the struggles were just a way to amuse the cat. After escaping from the front desk, Yingdu ran towards the location of the stairs in his mental map. In this office building, the elevator and stairs were both located in the far corner, and to reach the stairs, he had to pass the elevator. As he passed the elevator, Yingdu unsurprisingly saw the elevator coming down to the first floor. As he saw the elevator number about to change to 1, Yingdu quickened his pace and dashed into the stairwell. As he turned the corner, not having had a chance to observe the stairwell, he caught a glimpse of a pair of legs planted on the stair landing out of the corner of his eye. The blue and white striped pants were clearly hospital attire. Why did they have to appear at this moment? Yingdu controlled his impulse to look up, closed his eyes, and leaned back. When his hand touched the metal texture, Yingdu's heart sank. He was not leaning against a wall, but against the fire door of the stairwell. "Stay calm, stay calm." Yingdu repeatedly reassured himself in his mind, then moved sideways with his eyes closed until he was out of the range of the fire door. Just as he stepped out of the range of the fire door, he felt a distinct airflow. Clearly, someone was standing right in front of him at that moment. But just now, he hadn't heard anyone approaching him at all. Could it be that he was so nervous that he didn't notice? Yingdu held his breath, his hand trembling as it touched the wall. He suddenly remembered something. From the moment he entered the stairwell to when he stood against the wall, no more than 3 seconds had passed. And when he entered the stairwell, that patient in the hospital attire was clearly standing on the landing. Unless the other person could teleport, it was impossible for them to appear right in front of him. In the realm of bizarre rules and stories, there were indeed entities capable of teleportation. But if the patient's design allowed for teleportation, then Rule 2 would be nothing but a joke. So, the one standing in front of him was definitely not the patient. Indu's fingers tapped against the wall. He remembered that he had been so nervous that he hadn't reacted. The feet in hospital attire were clearly pointed in the direction of going upstairs, and could not possibly pass by his position. So the patient was not even coming in his direction. The one standing in front of him, silently enjoying his anxious appearance, was none other than Zhang Xuxing. Zhang Xuxing actually had the ability to teleport, no wonder he appeared indifferent when facing Indu's escape. But upon closer thought, it seemed unsurprising that he could teleport. Initially, he thought he encountered Zhang Xuxing right away because he was nearby, but it now seemed that he had actually teleported there after Indu's entrance announcement. Therefore, that entrance announcement was essentially set up for him to hunt. After thinking everything through, Indu revealed a helpless smile. Right now, Zhang Xuxing was not holding him because he found playing this cat-and-mouse game amusing. Once the person on the other end of the walkie-talkie arrived, this boring little game would come to an end. Originally, Indu did not want to use that rule, but now it seemed that if he did not take advantage of it, he would have no chance to escape Zhang Xuxing's grasp. Indu kept his eyes closed, then took a long breath. Help! I am in the stairwell on the first floor, help me! After shouting, Indu finally opened his eyes. As expected, in front of him was Zhang Xuxing's enlarged and reddened face. It seemed he was angered by Indu's call for help. Indu smirked, provocatively glancing at Zhang Xuxing, then he circled around Zhang Xuxing's head to look at the platform. As the empty platform reappeared showing legs in a hospital gown, he quickly closed his eyes again. This call for help made Indu realize something he hadn't paid attention to before. This Zhang Xuxing clearly could only locate his position and could not catch him. Otherwise, there would still be a time gap between his cry for help and the arrival of the patient, and Zhang Xuxing could have easily reached out to grab him and leave the stairwell. After they left the stairwell, the patients who located the stairwell based on the call for help would miss him, the one in need of rescue. The person on the walkie-talkie was the real one who could catch him. If he called for help after that person arrived, he would have to continuously report his location in real time, otherwise, if his position changed, the call for help would not meet the effective condition. Chapter 64, Su Wei Shan. The sudden appearance of the patient scared Zhang Xuxing away, but Indu's situation did not improve at all. When he saw the patient close his eyes, the entire stairwell gradually became chaotic. All sorts of noises filled this space, and footsteps were not just from one place, it seemed many people were moving about in the stairwell. This chaotic scene was one of the reasons Indu had initially been unwilling to cry for help. Although the patient's arrival saved him, it also made it impossible for him to move an inch. This way would not work, Indu had limited time, and he had to return to the community before the shift change. Thinking of the community, something suddenly flashed through Indu's mind. If the community resident card was proof of resident identity, and a security uniform was proof of security identity, then what was the proof of identity in this sanatorium? Indu's hand, hidden behind his back, touched the white coat he had secretly put away earlier. Feeling around, he indeed found a bump on the chest of the white coat. From the pattern, it should have been embroidered with Ren Aiuv Sanatorium. This was the custom work uniform of the sanatorium, which could prove the identity of the hospital's doctor to outsiders. But for Indu, this was not enough. Indu turned the white coat over, but unfortunately, he did not find anything else. Not finding what he needed, Indu could only keep the white coat hidden for now. He leaned against the wall, carefully discerning the sounds around him. Since he called for help, about 10 minutes had passed, the noisy sounds around him gradually diminished, and all the footsteps moved away. Indu carefully opened a slit in his eyes. Confirming that there were no other people in the stairwell, he quickly ran up the stairs. However, as soon as he stepped onto the platform, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure coming down from above. He quickly closed his eyes and leaned against the wall, but thinking about how he hadn't heard any footsteps earlier, he became cautious and reopened his eyes to confirm the other person's attire. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that the individual was not wearing a hospital gown but, like the previous Zhang Xuxing, was dressed in a white coat. Earlier, at the front desk, he might have doubted that the person in the white coat could be wearing a hospital gown underneath. It is because he does not understand the situation here. But now he can be sure that patients and doctors are two completely opposing camps, and clothing is an important proof of their identity. There can never be doctors wearing patient gowns, nor can there be patients wearing white coats. Since he is a doctor, the rules for dealing with patients naturally do not apply. Indu did not hesitate, hurriedly took out the white coat and put it on, then secretly observed the person in front of him, ready to take off the white coat and call for help at any moment. The person who originally smiled with a sly grin suddenly froze when he saw the white coat on Indu and the words on it. His eyes gradually became more intelligent. He received a notification that there was a new lab rat in the stairwell, and just a second ago, the person in front of him clearly matched the characteristics of a lab rat. how could he suddenly become a colleague? Seeing the other person's eyes becoming clear, Indu was even more convinced of his judgment. In this world, identity is confirmed through various proofs. Therefore, wearing the white coat, he was no longer lab rat Indu but a doctor of the sanatorium. But what should he be called as a doctor? Indu put on a fake smile and looked at the person in front of him. He scanned the other person and then spoke first. Brother, are you here to catch lab rats? The unfamiliar doctor did not respond but directly adopted a serious expression and asked, who are you? I've never seen you before. Indu chuckled and replied, to be honest, I've never seen you either. The doctor saw Indu mimic his words and sneered contemptuously as he pulled out his work badge from his chest pocket and displayed it. Rinai Yoha Sanatorium. A director personally came to catch a lab rat. It seems this sanatorium really has no manpower left. Seeing the work badge, Indu silently complained in his heart, then read the name on it, Sue Shan. Sue Shan smiled and nodded, just about to say something when he heard the person across from him say with a laugh, that's my name. Upon hearing this, Sue Shan's expression stiffened. He looked in shock at the person opposite him, only to see a work badge hanging brightly from the other's collar, on which the name read Sue Shan. Then in an instant, that work badge and white coat seemed to vanish like magic from Indu's body. Sue Shan was taken aback. He looked down at his chest, which was now empty. Where is his work badge? You. Sue Shan finally realized he was being toyed with by the person in front of him. This guy was definitely not a doctor. Although he did not know where that work uniform came from, he was exactly the lab rat he was supposed to catch. Understanding this, Sue Shan's anger boiled, and his eyes turned red as he reached out to grab Indu, saying, you damned lab rat, I will send you to where you belong right now. After experiencing Zhang Xuxing's one-sided crushing, Indu had already understood that the monsters in the sanatorium were not any better than outside. They were not something he could deal with using an ordinary hammer. Sue Shan, being sent to catch a lab rat, was likely even stronger than Zhang Xuxing. From Sue Shan's words and actions, it was also not hard to guess that he was the one Zhang Xuxing sent to catch him. Faced with this situation, Indu did not hesitate. He evaded Sue Shan's attack and shouted for help loudly. Help me, I'm on the first floor staircase platform. In response to Indu's cry for help, Sue Shan did not run away directly like Zhang Xuxing. His face stern, before Indu could finish speaking, he struck hard on Indu's back, knocking him directly to the ground. The extraordinary speed and attacking power were completely beyond what Indu could resist. Fortunately, as the rules stated, there was no life-threatening danger here. After Sue Shan knocked Indu down, he did not directly stab him with a knife, but rather carried Indu and quickly left the stairwell. The pain in his back and the agony of something hard pressing against his stomach made Indu want to vomit, and the downward position caused blood to rush to his head, intensifying his discomfort, even making his whole head dizzy. Since entering the world of rule-based horror, Indu's mind had kept a high level of concentration, but his body had never felt this uncomfortable before. This was really a terrible experience. Is he going to collapse here? No, his identity here was originally that of a dead person, and the rules stated that there was no life-threatening danger in this office building. So what would he face? Probably because of the pain, Indu's thoughts began to wander, making it hard to focus. Fortunately, the remaining rationality allowed him to pay attention to his current position while he was lost in thought. When Sue Shan carried him into the elevator and pressed the button for the third floor, Indu's mind finally cleared a little. The third floor, the archive room. Chapter 65, Replacement. Triggered by the keywords, Indu worked hard to focus on Sue Shan's actions. When the elevator stopped at the third floor, Indu distinctly felt Sue Shan turn left by 90 degrees before exiting the elevator. After exiting the elevator, Sue Shan carried Indu straight ahead until reaching the end of the corridor. Indu tried to recall the map he had seen last night in his mind. In the map of the fourth building, the layout of the third floor was obviously different from the other two floors. The corridors on the first and second floors were in the middle of the building, with offices, therapy rooms, and other functional rooms distributed on both sides. However, the corridor on the third floor was against the wall, so every room on the third floor was at least twice the size of the room below it. He remembered that on the third floor, the first office should be the security department's office, then the director's office, the dean's office, the archive room, and finally, the electric room. Wait a minute, if the last room is the electric room, what does Sue Shan want with him there? As Sue Shan was about to open the door to the electric room, Indu's mind finally came online. The map he saw yesterday in the fourth building might not be correct. If this sanatorium itself harbored secrets, it wouldn't be surprising for the publicly displayed map to conceal something. Cough cough. When Sue Shan opened the electric room door, the pungent smell made Indu cough uncontrollably. Indu twisted his body uncomfortably, struggling to free himself from Sue Shan's grasp. Probably because they were now at the electric room, facing Indu's struggles, Sue Shan merely took a step forward and then loosened his hand, directly throwing him onto the floor of the electric room. Without needing to look up to observe his surroundings, when he touched the cold tiles and caught a glimpse of several fully equipped doctors approaching him, Indu completely understood what this so-called electric room really was. He looked up and saw that Su Weishan had no intention of entering but was coldly watching the door slowly close. It seemed that, as the director, he only took responsibility for capturing people. This is just great. Indu looked at the corner of Su Weishan's mouth curve up. His strange expression made Su Weishan furrow his brows, and as he vaguely felt that he seemed to have missed something important, he saw Indu suddenly put on a set of medical robes, and this white coat was notably hanging with a work ID that he was extremely familiar with. At that moment, Indu's self-introduction in the stairwell echoed in his mind again.
Su Weishan, my name.
Su Weishan's eyes widened, he had now realized what Indu wanted to do. But before he could voice his rebuttal, he saw Indu wave the work ID at the doctors surrounding him. Those doctors looked at the work permit, frozen in place. A second later, these doctors returned to their original selves and looked at the person surrounded by them, Indu, in confusion.
Director Su, what are you doing here? The dean just mentioned there will be new lab rats, didn't you bring one?
Those doctors chattered excitedly, but none doubted Indu's identity. Seeing his identity taken away, Su Weishan's eyes turned red, anger pushed away his reason, and he squeezed into the room before the door completely closed. Seeing Su Weishan daring to come in, Indu was somewhat surprised. In his mind, Su Weishan's first reaction after losing his identity should have been to escape. After all, a person without an identity in this hospital is just a lab rat that accidentally entered the sanatorium. Unable to understand Su Weishan's thoughts, Indu instinctively hid behind the doctors. His movement was cowardly, such behavior was clearly uncharacteristic of Su Weishan. Indu steadied his emotions and said, "This is the lab rat caught today, hurry up and take action." Although Indu's behavior was a bit off from Su Weishan's persona, the doctors here only relied on identity proof to recognize people, so no one cared about Indu's performance. They formed a circle, surrounding Su Weishan. Su Weishan looked at the situation, his brain, which had just been clouded, finally returned to clarity for a moment. He took 2 steps back and leaned against the door. Just when Indu thought he would try to escape, Su Weishan shouted, "I am Su Weishan, I am the real Su Weishan, you cannot take me." His performance seemed more like a last-ditch effort, as if he had already anticipated he couldn't run away and could only struggle one last time. This realization made Indu frown slightly. Having been caught by Su Weishan, he knew very well how strong Su Weishan was. Setting aside his strength, just in terms of agility and speed, he was clearly not someone these slow and stiff doctors could compare to. Why not try to see if he could escape? As Indu wondered, Su Weishan was already being grabbed by 2 doctors. His face was filled with terror, but he didn't struggle much and was taken away immediately. It was too strange, Indu couldn't ignore these anomalies and was soon dazed as the doctors led him out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the electrical room, Indu's gaze met Zhang Chushang, who had been standing at the door with a smile on his face. Before Indu's brain could process what was happening, his body spoke first.
"Hello, Dean."
Zhang Chushang walked over, patted him on the shoulder approvingly, "Well done."
Being praised by Zhang Chushang made Indu feel an inexplicable sense of pride. He smiled and said, "This is what I should do." "Alright, since the lab rat has been caught, there's nothing else today, you go back to your office and rest." Zhang Chushang was very satisfied with Indu's attitude, completely embodying the role of a good leader. But Indu could feel that the emphasis of the other party's last sentence was to send him back to the office. Although it was a bit strange why, Indu did not resist. After all, when he had no work, he had nothing else to do except to go back to the office to rest. The 3rd floor of the sanatorium only visibly had 5 rooms, counting from the positions of the stairs and elevators. These 5 rooms were the security department, director's office, dean's office, archive room, and electrical room. Walking from the electrical room to his office, Indu inevitably passed the archive room, and when he saw the 3 conspicuous big characters archive room, his mind suddenly went blank. Archive room. Right, he wasn't without anything to do. Wasn't he coming to the sanatorium to go to the archive room? Why did he suddenly forget such an important matter just now? Feeling that something was off, Indu nervously swallowed, but feeling the spirit's ray, his steps showed no sign of stopping. Arriving at the door of the office, Indu skillfully removed the ID badge from his chest and swiped it to open the office door. Chapter 66, Su Weishan's Break Room.
After opening the door, Indu barely had time to observe the layout of the office. He only confirmed that there was no apparent danger, then walked into the office under Zhang Xuxing's gaze and closed the door. Leaning against the door, Indu's heart raced as if it had just come back to life, beating irregularly and making his breath a bit chaotic. When he recalled the purpose of coming to the sanatorium, Indu's mind became clear again. He quickly realized what was happening to him. After snatching Su Weishan's identity, he was inevitably influenced by that identity. If he didn't take action soon, perhaps before long, he would forget his real self and completely become Su Weishan. It seemed he needed to move quickly. Then leave the sanatorium as soon as possible and restore his original identity. Because he wasn't sure if Zhang Xuxing was still outside the door, even in a hurry, Indu chose not to go out towards the archive room but to wander around in the office. This office was small, with only a large desk and a boss's chair. On the desk was a decorative crystal pen holder, and aside from that, there was nothing else, not even a working computer. However, on the wall opposite the entrance, there was a door that was almost the same color as the wall. Indu glanced at the door, then walked to the desk and sat down. As soon as he sat down, he widened his eyes, looking in shock at the crystal pen holder on the desk. When he first saw the pen holder, he hadn't thought much about it. However, no matter how he thought, he could never have imagined that the other half of this crystal pen holder actually held his photo. It was a half-body shot of him in a white coat, with the entrance of the sanatorium's office building in the background. Overall, aside from the face, everything else was extremely unfamiliar to Indu. Although he had long suspected about the identity swap, in this moment, he still felt a shiver run down his spine. It was also at this moment that he finally understood why Su Weishan had acted like he had lost his mind at the end. He must have already known the fate of losing his identity, which is why he gave up resisting. Perhaps the Su Weishan he met might not even have been the first Su Weishan. Indu reached out and picked up the crystal ornament on the desk, rubbing it in his hand for a few moments. And he would not be the last one. After taking a deep breath and calming his emotions, Indu began to search around the desk. However, the desk's drawers, like the surface, were all empty. After opening several drawers, he only found a notebook in the last one. The first few pages of this notebook were filled with old photos, and unsurprisingly, the faces had all been replaced with Indu's face, with a figure identical to his own. Indu curiously flipped through to the back. He initially thought this would be a work log, but to his surprise, after flipping through all the photos, there were only blank pages left, not even a scratch on them. Hastily finishing flipping through the notebook, Indu turned back to look at the earlier photos. Since there were no other contents, the focus should be on the earlier photographs. The first photo was a work photo, where Indu was bending over to examine the legs of a person sitting in a wheelchair. The person in the wheelchair was not captured from the face, and from the body shape, it should be a young person. The large hospital gown made it hard for Indu to determine the person's gender at a glance. The second photo seemed to be a meeting photo, where the doctor in the photo was standing in front of a screen, apparently reporting work. The words on the screen were too small, most of them were blurred into a lump, and after careful examination, Indu could only make out the characters life, new, and garden. The third photo remained a work photo. The object of treatment has turned into a child lying on the bed. The next few photos, repeated over and over, are work photos, and the subjects seem to always be those two, but as time passes, the child's figure has grown, while the young man's figure appears unchanged. Indu closed the notebook and then turned back to the desk. Maybe this desk has compartments or hidden spaces? It can't be that the whole office is empty, giving him this unclear clue, right? Unfortunately, after almost dismantling the desk, Indu found nothing. Now, he had no choice but to turn his gaze towards the door in the room. In this office, he couldn't find any clues related to the room inside. He had no idea what was behind the door. The unknown always brings fear, and Indu couldn't help but hesitate. But thinking about the strange changes that would happen to him next, he steeled himself and walked toward the door. The white door had no handle, only a recessed area that could be pressed to open it. He had to get close to notice. As he pulled the door, his mind raced with various guesses about what the room might contain. Maybe it would be another electric room, or perhaps it was some kind of operating room, or a small dark room for imprisoning people. But Indu never expected that the inside would be such a scene. A single bed, a wooden table, a metal wardrobe, a mirror facing the door, and a bathroom. This was clearly a dormitory. Indu slapped his head. He had really wound himself too tight to not even think of such a simple answer. Clearly, Su Weishan and Zhang Xuxing lived in this sanatorium, and having a room to rest in was quite normal. However, since there was a bathroom, why place a mirror in the room, facing the door? The normal layout wouldn't have the mirror facing the door. After all, seeing a reflection suddenly could scare someone to death. Moreover, according to the design of this building, the wall where the mirror was located should be an exterior wall. What's the point of putting this mirror there without a window for ventilation? As he complained about this, Indu walked toward the mirror, wanting to see if it had any tricks. In the enclosed space, every sound was magnified. As he approached the mirror, he could hear very clear footsteps. The echoing footsteps were hard to distinguish in direction. At first, Indu thought they were his own, until he stopped in front of the mirror and the footsteps continued closing in on him. He realized something was off. This time he heard it clearly. The footsteps were coming from behind the wall. Indu leaned in closer to the mirror, reached out to confirm it wasn't a two-way mirror, and then directly listened by the wall. The footsteps were just inside the wall, and they seemed to be coming closer and closer to his position. Until they stopped right in front of him. Stopped? Indu pressed his whole body against the wall, and it wasn't until a few seconds later that he finally confirmed the footsteps had stopped directly behind the wall opposite him. Realizing this made Indu freeze. For a moment, he didn't know whether to get up or not. Even though he just confirmed that the mirror in front of him was not a two-way mirror, it didn't guarantee there weren't other issues. After preparing himself psychologically, Indu slowly pushed himself up. As he got up, his gaze had already turned toward the mirror. When he confirmed there was a shadow in the mirror, his mind raced. In the end, he had to determine that from his current position, it was impossible to see himself in the mirror.
The shadow in the mirror should be the owner of the footsteps he heard just now. Chapter 67, Su Weishan's Memory. Even though he was already prepared, when he officially saw the smiling puppet in the mirror, Indu's heart skipped a few beats, then started to pound irregularly. Indu pressed his hand to his chest, feeling that if this continued, he would surely have a heart attack one day. Half of his mind was complaining while the other half was still scanning the reflection in the mirror. No, it should be said the reflection in the glass. The mirror he had previously determined was not a two-way mirror had now turned into a very clear piece of glass. The light on the puppet came entirely from the room, shining through the glass. This made it half in light and half in shadow, creating a striking image. But that wasn't the most important thing. What shocked Indu was how familiar this puppet looked. This puppet was so similar to the one that had frantically banged on the glass outside the security booth last night that it could only be the same one. His memory of that puppet was too vivid, with its crimson eyes and insane smile, waiting outside his security booth in the dark. This puppet and the one from last night even had the wheels in the same position. If he had to pick a difference, it was that the smile on the puppet now was slightly smaller than last night's. But this smile did nothing to lessen the eerie feeling, especially since this puppet's gaze was locked onto him. Perhaps it was still daytime that gave Indu a bit more courage than last night. This time he didn't shy away from the puppet's stare but approached to examine the glass. The glass wasn't thick, only about 3 millimeters, and its edges were completely embedded in the wall, secured with some glass glue, making it obviously immovable. For the puppet to come out, it would have to break this glass. Although this barrier wasn't very solid, it did give Indu some sense of security. With the glass barrier, Indu gathered his courage and leaned closer to the glass to observe what lay beyond it. The place where the puppet wasn't just a simple cave. Even though most areas were hidden in darkness and hard to see, he could feel the space wasn't small on both sides. It seemed like this was a passageway. Though he couldn't see the passage clearly, Indu did notice a gap in the wall behind the glass, where the mirror he saw when he first entered the room was likely hidden. In the world of rule-breaking weird tales, solving such mechanisms that had nothing to do with clearing the game wasn't particularly meaningful. But only by uncovering the truth behind everything could Indu move forward without feeling like he was treading on leaves floating on water. Even if the path ahead was dark, at least he was standing firmly on solid ground. After checking the area around the puppet, Indu turned and began rummaging through the things in the room. Unfortunately, the room only contained some daily necessities and a few changes of clothes. If it wasn't for the puppet still staring hungrily, this could actually pass for an ordinary bedroom. Having found no clues, Indu simply walked over to the single bed and lay down. It had been about 10 minutes since he entered this room. This wasn't a long time, and Indu couldn't guarantee that Zhang Xushin was no longer in the passage, so he could only wait. He checked the time on his phone and realized, without noticing, that it was already 1 in the afternoon. It was the perfect time for a nap. Indu had slept for less than 3 hours since finishing work, and he felt quite tired, so he set his alarm for 20 minutes later to take a little rest. However, just as he closed his eyes, Indu suddenly sprang up like a fish out of water. He turned to look at the puppet that was still staring at him, sighing helplessly. Trying to sleep under such a gaze was really not an easy task. Indu walked over to the wardrobe and pulled out a white lab coat. Whenever he needed to transform his living environment, Indu was particularly satisfied with his talent. He pulled out some iron nails from the toolbox and directly nailed the brand new white coat to the glass above. The length of the white coat was long enough to cover the puppet in the glass, leaving only its poorly carved wooden feet exposed. The upper body of this puppet was flawless, but its craftsmanship for the lower half was nowhere near as good as his. Indu complained in his heart. Just as he was about to take a piece of clothing to cover that little bit at the bottom, the wooden feet suddenly disappeared and the puppet's face appeared sideways in front of him. WC. This sudden appearance startled Indu, causing him to jump back 2 meters and, unable to steady himself, he fell flat on the ground in front of the puppet. Sitting on the ground and facing the puppet's crimson eyes, Indu's emotions couldn't settle for a long time. It took some time before he got up to pick up a piece of clothing and cover the last gap. What just happened drove away all of Indu's fatigue. He simply walked back to the office outside to get the notebook and returned to the break room, lying on the bed and flipping through the photos again. He could feel that the 2 patients in the photos should be significant, but since the patients in the photos did not show their faces, he had no idea where to start looking for clues. Turning over the photos, Indu stared blankly at the empty pages. In a dim corridor, surrounded by green lights, the path ahead was exhaling cold air, with a streak of red hanging in midair in the distance. It was extremely quiet around him, and the sound of his footsteps echoed as he walked along the path. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the darkness, grabbing his ankle. He looked down to see a pale-faced person gazing up at him, with despair and madness reflected in their eyes. Seeing the other person's nails almost digging into his flesh, Indu began to struggle fiercely. Bang! The sound of the notebook falling to the ground woke Indu up. He blankly observed his surroundings. A wooden table, a mirror covered by the white coat, a familiar yet strange break room. Indu patted his head. What was happening? What had he just seen?
Indu tried to recall the scene he had just encountered, but he couldn't remember the appearance of the person who grabbed his ankle. The only thing he remembered was that streak of red in the distance. What was glowing red? When this question arose in Indu's mind, the answer naturally jumped out: the operating room. Indu suddenly sat up and picked up the notebook from the ground. Fortunately, the sound of the notebook dropping had brought him back to his senses, allowing him to timely escape from Su Weishan's memories. It seemed now that he must always keep his nerves tight and remember his identity. Once his brain relaxed for even a moment, Su Weishan's memories would pop out and replace his original memories, turning him into Su Weishan. Indu tossed the notebook into his toolbox and then stood up to head outside. Since the plan for a nap was ruined, it would be better to be straightforward and see if there was an opportunity to enter the archive room now. Chapter 68, Trapped Soul. Su Weishan's office and the archive room were separated only by the dean's office. But for Indu, this was the biggest obstacle. Indu cautiously opened the office door, looking to the left and right to confirm that Zhang Xuxing was not outside before letting out a sigh of relief. Straightening out his white coat, Indu stepped out of the office and turned right, heading straight for the archive room. The door to the archive room was locked, but this was not a challenge for Indu. A door like this, used for important documents, generally has a lock that is harder to open than an ordinary home security lock. As Indu considered this, he pulled out a piece of metal and jabbed it inside. The archive room door was successfully opened. However, after the door opened, Indu didn't dare to step inside immediately. Right across from the door, two crimson points of light were particularly prominent in the darkness. Even without turning on the lights, Indu could guess what that thing was. After thinking for a moment, Indu chose not to turn on the lights but instead took out his flashlight and pointed it forward. As expected, a doll was placed behind the glass. It seemed that the doll was also not planning to come out. Indu tried hard to calm his racing heart, which had already reached its limit, and walked into the archive room. The light in the archive room was right next to the door. When he turned it on, red light illuminated the entire room. The intense and oppressive light made Indu very uncomfortable. That memory, which did not belong to him, emerged again, and this time the word operating room was closer to him. Indu quickly reached out and fumbled to turn off the light. As the scene returned to the darkness of the archive room, he let out a sigh of relief and leaned against the wall. He had a premonition that once he entered the operating room, his memories would be completely overwritten by Su Weishan's memories. Check the information, he had to check it quickly. Indu dared not turn on the lights again. He directly took the flashlight and began searching the archive shelves. To his surprise, the dates on the archive shelves were normal. The most recently placed archive box was dated May 19th, just 2 days ago. Indu swept his gaze forward and confirmed that the nursing home added one archive box each day. He picked up the archive box from May 19th and opened it. This archive box was filled with patient records, recording the medications used that day and the patient's physical indicators. There were too many complicated terms, and Indu couldn't understand what had happened to the patients. The only useful information in these archives was the patients' identities. However, this stack of papers in his hand had at least 300 to 400 patients. If he looked through them one by one, he definitely wouldn't have enough time. Indu put away the May 20th archive box and began to recall possible points of anomaly. In the security work manual, the abnormal recording time was April 31st, which was May 1st. But the security work manual began being used on April 12th. According to the records, there was no unusual activity in the community from April 12th to May 1st, but suddenly being required to keep records was itself an abnormal event. Something must have happened for the security work manual to be activated. Indu set down the archive box in his hand and went directly to find the archive for April 12th. There were a lot of materials, and Indu suppressed his inner frustration and began flipping through them one by one. He had already thought about what he was looking for before flipping the materials. It was nothing but those two patients that repeatedly appeared in Su Weishan's notebook. They were under the director's responsibility and specifically recorded down. Those two were definitely not ordinary patients. However, those photos did not capture their faces or any identity information. Indu could only rely on age information to find them. A teenager in his teens and a child under 10. Indu silently repeated in his mind, but the next second, his gaze stopped on a patient record that completely did not fit his requirements. Ding Chenju, female, 57 years old. An unfamiliar name, completely not matching his age criteria. What caught Indu's attention was the black and white photo on the record. Just 2 days ago, he had seen this photo in another place. Same character, same black and white composition. Grandma. Indu's hands trembled a bit. Though he had long suspected that this copy was related to the previous one, he never imagined the connection would be so deep. Indu steadied himself and began to read his grandmother's medical record. His grandmother had been admitted to Renai Johan Nursing Home on April 12. As a late-stage diabetic, she could hardly take care of her own life, yet she still had an 8-year-old granddaughter who needed her care. After persisting for more than half a year, in order not to delay her granddaughter's schooling, she had to give the child up for adoption to kind-hearted people and move to the nursing home herself. Indu could not understand the treatment plan the nursing home had for his grandmother. But he could roughly tell that this was by no means a treatment plan for diabetes. The nursing home was not treating patients at all. Of course, this was not surprising at all. But now, Indu could confirm one thing: the emergence of the 6-person household was entirely due to the Compassionate Harmony nursing home. In reality, there was no dark 7 days of a 6-person household. Grandma's real granddaughter spent 6 months living peacefully with her after the accident of other family members, until Grandma felt too weak to care for her, and then she was sent away. That fake 6-person household was created by the nursing home after Grandma entered, turning her into something eerie, and then completely trapping the souls of Grandma and other family members in the 6-person household. And now, Jiaqing community was another 6-person household, a bigger 6-person household. It imprisoned even more souls inside. However, the purpose of the Compassionate Harmony nursing home was clearly not to create these prisons. Their subjects had always been people. Every patient entering the nursing home was a research subject for them. Indu still didn't know what effect the nursing home wanted to achieve, but he was sure that most of the patients had mutated under their experiments. And those who mutated created Jiaqing community. Indu looked at the address information on Grandma's medical record, Building 2, Room 502, Jiaqing community. The Compassionate Harmony nursing home was too close to Jiaqing community. If someone in Jiaqing community needed to enter the nursing home, it would definitely be the first choice. Indu rubbed his swollen head. The overload of information made him feel a flickering sensation. It felt like some clue was right in front of him, yet he couldn't recall anything in that moment. After hesitating for a moment, Indu folded Grandma's documents and placed them in the toolbox, then started skimming through the information again. Although Grandma's documents shocked him and provided a lot of information, they didn't help him much with clearing the current level. As long as he hadn't cleared the level, no matter how much the plot unlocked, it wouldn't add any points. This time, Indu sped up his reading. He selected all documents that met his age criteria before starting to read them. There were very few underage children in the nursing home. He found only 4 that met his requirements in all the documents in this file box. And none of these 4 documents had children under 10 years old. Wait. The security work manual was a delayed compensation measure. So the problem should be on April 11th. Indu looked up at the file box for April 11th, but just as he saw the file box, his peripheral vision sensitively caught a glimpse of a shadow on the edge of the shelf. Chapter 69 Zhang Xuxing. Seeing the shadow, even though he knew the other party had already seen him, Indu instinctively held his breath and, adhering to the belief of, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't act, carefully opened the file box for April 11th. The other party didn't seem to intend to stop him. Thus, under that unknown gaze, Indu flipped through the medical records in the file box one by one. This time, he focused on finding medical records that were missing from the file box for April 12th. After more than 10 minutes, 2 medical records matching his requirements were selected. These 2 records not only did not appear in the April 12th file box but also perfectly matched his age criteria. Zhang Yi, female, 15 years old. Zhang Shangshan, male, 8 years old. Both surnamed Zhang? And shouldn't there be someone named Zhang Error in between? Indu still couldn't understand this medical record, but knowing the ages formed a sibling pair, he already knew who these 2 were. Taking the opportunity to return the other medical records, Indu stored the records for Zhang Yi and Zhang Shangshan in his toolbox, then turned and walked toward the door. He completely ignored the shadow, treating it as if he hadn't noticed the other person. Unfortunately, that shadow ultimately would not let him go. Just as he was about to reach the door, a dark figure suddenly appeared at the entrance, blocking his way. Teleportation? This ability. Indu raised the flashlight in his hand and directed it at the figure. Director? Is that you? Upon realizing that the shadow was Zhang Xuxing, though Indu felt a bit guilty, the fear he had just suppressed disappeared almost completely. After exchanging an awkward greeting, Indu quietly began to observe Zhang Xuxing. Zhang Xuxing was very strange. Of course, this director Zhang had always been peculiar, wearing a semi-permanent fake smile no matter the situation, and rarely showing any emotion in his eyes. Yet this time, encountering him in the archive room, he didn't even ask why Indu was there but instead told him to go back to his office to rest. The whole situation felt odd. Under Zhang Xuxing's watchful gaze, Indu walked to his office door again. He rested his hand on the doorknob, paused to think for a moment, then didn't open the door but turned to walk towards the staircase instead. As he turned into the stairwell, Indu glanced back. Zhang Xuxing was still watching him, but there was no hint of wanting to stop him. This realization began to make Indu feel a bit anxious. Zhang Xuxing's indifference to his every action could only stem from confidence that he could not escape this place and would ultimately become Su Weishan. If his memories were completely replaced by Su Weishan's memories, then who exactly was Indu and who was Su Weishan? Or rather, was this simply allowing Su Weishan to live through his body? Indu hurried down the stairs, encountering patients a few times along the way, forced to stop, and finally arriving at the main entrance, stumbling through. There was no one at the counter, and no one guarding the entrance. Before he could even step forward, the sensor door had already opened, seeming to welcome him to exit at any time. Just as Indu was about to look for something suspicious, Zhang Xuxing suddenly appeared at the door, bowing with a gesture of invitation.
Elegant, truly elegant.
If it weren't for the increasingly sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth, Indu would have praised him a bit more. Looking at the door 3 meters away, observing the vivid scene outside, Indu took 2 steps back.
Going out was a simple matter.
But what awaited him outside was uncertain. Indu leaned against the counter, calmly pondering what he might have missed. He still remembered the office building's rules. There were no restrictions on leaving. Wait, while there were no rules for the office, it didn't mean there weren't other rules. Originally, he had entered here as an outsider, bound only by the office rules. But now, he was Su Weishan. Indu covered his head and crouched down against the counter. A red light floated before his eyes, and the sounds of wailing came from the operating room. Yet he did not feel fear, instead, he felt excitement. Those wails strangely gave him a sense of accomplishment. Indu trembled, pressing down hard with his hand. The decree of gold will prevail, I now release the gold.
The cooldown time of the MP3 had not ended, but the brainwashing voice rang out, giving Indu a chance to breathe.
The scene in his eyes transformed into Zhang Xuxing's face, reading disappointment quickly from Zhang Xuxing's eyes. Indu extended his hand, powerless, pushing the person away.
Director, why are you so close to me? I have no interest in that kind of thing.
Once he confirmed that Zhang Xuxing clearly understood he was not Su Weishan, but an outsider being replaced by Su Weishan, Indu no longer had the intention of acting.
Of course, even if he wanted to act, he didn't have the ability. His contact with Su Weishan had been extremely brief, and he did not know what kind of person he was. You're quite impressive, you're the most persistent person I've ever seen, Zhang Xuxing said with a smile. If possible, I really would like to have you as the head of this laboratory. Laboratory. Director, although I've guessed that this sanatorium is conducting human experiments, is it really good to tell him so clearly?
It seems that being trapped to death isn't without its advantages. In confirming that he can't get out, this Zhang Xuxing should be willing to give him a bit more information. Although it's very likely that the information would be useless, the rules of the Strange Stories world are still being broadcast live. Indu organized his messy thoughts and temporarily suppressed his idea of looking for the employee handbook. I was wondering, before I disappear, could you clear up some of my doubts? But I don't think you're going to disappear that easily. Zhang Xuxing blinked at Indu like he was looking at some interesting toy. And if you just disappeared like that, I would be very bored. Indu forced a hideous smile, his head still throbbing as if it were being torn apart. He suspected that his instincts were resisting the invading memories. In such pain, he really had no time to pay attention to Zhang Xuxing's slightly twisted words.
Zhang Yi, Indu licked his lips, he hadn't had water for a long time. Did Zhang Yi and Zhang Shangshan escape to Jiaqing community? Ah, so you went to the archives to check this? Zhang Xuxing seemed a bit helpless. Why didn't you just ask me directly? I will certainly tell you everything I know, and leave nothing out.
Indu wore a smile just like Zhang Xuxing's, but inwardly he scoffed that there was so much nonsense and not a single useful word. Seeing Indu's smiling face, Zhang Xuxing felt it was boring. He stood up, looking down at Indu. They are my 2 most outstanding works, but unfortunately, they escaped in April. As for whether they are in that Jiaqing community you mentioned, maybe, after they escaped, that community has been locked down, and non-residents cannot enter. Naturally, I cannot enter either. When he spoke of not being able to enter, some rare anger and urgency flickered in Zhang Xuxing's eyes. Even though he quickly suppressed his emotions, Indu, who had been watching his gaze, did not miss it. When a person's facial expressions have become a semi-permanent makeup, often only the eyes can betray their emotions. Indu propped himself up on the floor and slowly got up against the counter. He really hadn't expected that the director of Rinai Yoha Sanatorium, the source of all the errors, would actually lack the ability to even enter Jiaqing community. So, who is currently in control of Jiaqing community, or almost entirely controlling the 4th building in Jiaqing community? Who is the key to breaking the situation? Chapter 70, The Method to Break the Situation. Indu leaned against the counter, deep in thought. In fact, the ones who can control the community or the 4th building are just those 2 people. He just didn't know if it was one of them that caused it, or if they were working together. At this moment, Indu recalled the note that outlined the requirements to pass. That note had just arrived that morning, and even without deliberately memorizing it, Indu remembered its content helped the little boy find his sister and take both the boy and his sister out of the community. But how this passing rule could indicate that those 2 were the hidden bosses of the 4th building, Indu couldn't figure out. Indu always felt he was missing something, but looking at Zhang Xuxing, who was still standing in front of him, eagerly watching him, he couldn't take out the note to check and had to feign thinking about other questions. For example, what exactly is the rule that prevents him from going out, and how can he escape from this sanatorium? This was currently the most critical issue concerning his life and death.
However, even before Indu could figure out what was going on, a sudden uninvited guest barged into the hall. When he saw the figure dressed in a patient's uniform appear before him, Indu didn't hesitate to go around the counter and quickly hide against the wall. Zhang Xuexing, like a ghost, instantly moved to his side. Indu ignored this persistent pervert, and even after the patient left, he did not change his position, but continued to bury himself in thought, searching for a way to save himself. He guessed that his progress should be far ahead of other gifted individuals, and with clues in hand, it would be difficult for the country to help him. After all, a clever woman cannot cook without rice. If he didn't want to get lost in this copy world, he could only rely on himself. Indu fell into deep contemplation, standing there against the wall, motionless, as if the whole world no longer concerned him. His eyes became hollow and vacant, as if he had given up all hope and struggle, simply waiting quietly for death to arrive. Facing this toy that no longer struggled, Zhang Xuexing gradually lost interest. The smile that had always hung on his lips now rare to retract slightly, the arc of his mouth noticeably smaller. This made him appear less bizarre and more indifferent. Time passed, second by second, and both remained silent, creating an unusually oppressive atmosphere. A few minutes later, Zhang Xuexing finally stood up and, with a teleportation, vanished from the first-floor hall. After wasting some time, Indu, trapped in his mental dilemma, decided to temporarily give up on useless thoughts. The nursing home was so large, and in the absence of thoughts, it wouldn't hurt to gather clues to brainstorm. When he confirmed that there were no footsteps around him, he slowly opened his eyes. The first step was to start from the counter. The counter of the nursing home was not big, and only had a visitor registration book on the table. Indu flipped through it, only records from May remained, noting 3 names, with visiting dates on May 1st, 3, and 4. However, judging from the handwriting, it seemed that all were written by one person. There was no one at this nursing home's counter, no one registered when he came in. Who filled out this record? Wait, think in another way, perhaps before the 4th, the counter was still staffed? Maybe the person left the post for some reason after the 4th? After all, in Building 4, there was a zombie lady with excessively foul power. To prove his suspicion, Indu opened the 2 drawers of the counter. In one drawer were cosmetics, and in the other were a brochure of the nursing home and an employee handbook. Employee handbook? This was really easy to obtain. Indu quickly flipped through this handbook. There were many rules and regulations inside, but they were unimportant, obviously various frameworks used by companies, like not being late or leaving early, otherwise, performance would be deducted, etc. Only when he reached the end did Indu finally see the important information. This nursing home signs a lifetime contract with employees. Other than the director, staff cannot leave their work without a release order signed by superiors. The director can leave the workplace at night. Beautiful. This nursing home's contract is clearly not a lifetime one, it's obviously a selling contract. Indu took out the work certificate he had obtained through tricks and sighed helplessly. He was now the director, and the office was right next to the principal, but the vice principal's office wasn't even on the map. It was obvious that his superior could only be Zhang Xuexing. Let Zhang Xuexing open the release order for him? Then he might as well think about how to replace Zhang Xuexing. Of course, that was just a thought. After all, he had never seen any identification from Zhang Xuexing. As for him, he currently had 2 pieces of identification. Right. Indu took out the resident ID of Indu. As long as he was recognized as Indu again, he could break free from the influence brought by the identity of Su Weishan. However, it is not easy to find someone in this sanatorium who can recognize his identity. From the moment Indu entered the sanatorium, the people he saw were limited to just a few. First of all, Zhang Xuexing, who was watching him transform into the new Su Weishan, would definitely not fall for it. And the doctors in the electric room, if he is recognized as Indu, then he won't be able to walk out the door of the electric room. So the only other option he has left seems to be those patients. But the patients are also dangerous. He is still unclear about the cost of violating the rules and whether he can bear the punishment for breaking them. So clearly, the patients are not a good choice. Who else can prove his identity? Suddenly, Indu's gaze turned towards the counter. The counter originally had staff, but now it was empty, so it could not be used. But in such a large sanatorium, it couldn't be just the doctors in the electric room, him, and Zhang Xuexing, right? Thinking about it, he had not even been to the 2nd floor after coming in for so long. Maybe it was time to explore it now. Chapter 71, The Patients. Although there is an elevator in the sanatorium, the enclosed space made Indu feel uneasy, so he only used the stairs to go up and down. On the way to the 2nd floor, Indu encountered a patient again, but if he followed the rules, there would be no danger. In a hurry down the stairs, Indu slowed his steps as he reached the entrance to the 2nd floor. He peeked carefully outside the stairwell to make sure no one was around before cautiously stepping into the 2nd floor corridor. But as soon as he entered the 2nd floor, Indu felt he was a bit reckless.
The structure of the second floor was completely different from the first and third floors. The corridor was in the middle, with closed rooms on both sides, and when the lights were off, the entire corridor was pitch dark. The dark corridor, with rooms bursting forth at any moment, seemed to be just as dangerous as the third floor. Indu took a few deep breaths and then walked in with his flashlight. Once he left the stairwell, it was as if Indu had entered a new space. Silent and soundless, and it gave him a familiar feeling. It seemed he often walked on this road. No, it wasn't him who walked on this road often, it was Su Weishan. Realizing this, Indu's face turned pale. This was undoubtedly the way to the operating room. In his mind, if he walked into the operating room, he would completely become Su Weishan. Although entering the operating room and reality should not have the same effect, it would still have a negative impact on his spirit. Indu stopped, holding the flashlight and looking around. The doors on these rooms had nameplates. Looking at the names, these were all offices of functional departments. In a floor filled with functional offices, there was specifically one operating room. Its purpose certainly had nothing to do with treating patients. But isn't the surgical room that conducts human experiments in the third floor's electric room? Why is there one on the second floor? Could it be that? Indu quickly walked forward to the front of the operating room. This time, not distracted by Su Weishan's memories, he finally saw the full view outside the operating room. The operating room was at the very end. Unlike the rooms on either side, it occupied the last bit of space, which is why there were no windows in this corridor. And this position also meant that right above it was the electric room. Perhaps the original operating room was actually 2 stories and connected, but for some reason, the operating room on the second floor was abandoned, and they had to move the entrance to the electric room? While he was speculating, a hand suddenly landed on Indu's shoulder. Who? Indu's body stiffened. Experience told him that the only person who could silently appear behind him in the sanatorium was Zhang Xuxing. But the current speculation also informed him that Zhang Xuxing, or the doctors here, were already restricted from entering and exiting the second floor. Otherwise, they won't change the position of the operating room entrance. And they will limit the doctor to only the patient that anyone must avoid according to the rules. Rationality told Indu the answer, but at this moment, he wished that the pervert Zhang Xuxing was behind him. At least Zhang Xuxing wouldn't hurt him now, he would only wait for him to be completely replaced. Just as Indu prayed that this time he was wrong in his guess, the person behind him spoke up. Are you a doctor? How to describe this voice? When speaking, it was hoarse and sharp, sounding as if the throat had suffered a severe injury, and Indu could also hear a killing intent in his tone. That killing intent was aimed at him. He had clearly violated the rules, but the consequences for different people who break the rules could vary greatly. Even if the rules said there was no life danger in this building, sometimes, being alive might not be more comfortable than being dead. Indu quickly pulled out his resident ID and turned around. I'm not a doctor, not a doctor. As he spoke, he quickly put away the white coat draped over him. After everything was sorted out, he raised his head to look at the person in front of him. Standard patient outfit, with a face that looked like it had been burned. He must have entered the recovery home because of burns. The burned patient tilted his head, glanced at the resident ID, then grinned at Indu and said, Not a doctor, there's danger, turning into a patient, turning into a patient. At this moment, he had already shed that killing intent, but his hand was still reaching out towards Indu. Indu quickly stepped back to avoid him. Don't resist, I'll help you stay safe. This burned patient obviously did not have the special abilities of Su Weishan or Zhang Xuxing. With Indu's ability, avoiding his capture was not a problem. The real issue was that Indu was already at the far end of the hallway, and if he continued to run forward, he could only enter the operating room. Entering the operating room was something he could not do, his brain kept issuing warnings. Indu was not sure if that burned patient's acknowledgement of his identity counted. But whether he was Su Weishan or Indu, he could not walk into the operating room. If he entered as Su Weishan, he would never become Indu again, and if he entered as Indu, he would become a lab rat. Neither option was truly better than becoming a patient. Just then, with the faint light coming from the stairwell, Indu noticed 2 more patients had come out from the direction of the second floor stairs. Those 2 patients had no intention of coming forward to help but blocked another escape route for Indu. The burned patient had obviously noticed that Indu had nowhere to escape. He slowed down and raised his hands in a calming gesture. Don't be afraid, it's okay, you'll be safe after a good sleep. It seemed he was quite nice to future companions. Indu turned his body to face the burned patient, carefully backing away, his eyes quickly scanning both sides. He had just hurriedly confirmed if the back was the operating room from Su Weishan's memory and hadn't carefully looked at the rooms on both sides in the back, unaware if there was somewhere to hide temporarily. Looking again this time, he discovered that the 2 rooms closest to the operating room were not offices but a storage room and a pharmacy. Maybe this second floor office had been completely occupied by the patients, turning into their usual resting place. Opening an office might collide with other patients. But it was unlikely anyone would stay in the storage room. The chance of encountering a patient there was definitely smaller than in the office. While thinking this, Indu backed up to the door of the operating room. When his hand touched the cold metallic surface, Indu stopped in his tracks. He leaned against the door, watching helplessly as the burned patient moved closer. As the patient got even closer to him, he quickly picked up the flashlight and shone it into the patient's eyes. Taking advantage of the moment when the other was blinded by the bright light, Indu crouched down and bypassed him, rushing toward the storage room.
Indu didn't manage to pull the storage room door open on his first try.
The door to the storage room was locked. Indu steadied his hand, using the prop to perform at his best, and within about a second, he unlocked the door. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the storage room in this hospital used the lowest grade of lock. As Indu opened the door, the burned patient had already regained his senses and changed from a gentle attitude to charging at him with claws outstretched, mumbling incoherently. At the same time, the other two who had been guarding the stairway were also rushing towards him. They moved quickly and were still just a few steps away from Indu. Faced with such a perilous situation, Indu didn't even have time to glance at the scene inside the storage room before being pushed into the room by these three people. As he shut the door behind him, a loud bang resonated, and Indu's hand that was locking the door was shaken by the impact.
However, after this one sound, there was nothing else from outside. It seemed the patient didn't intend to enter this room. This did not allow Indu to relax.
The patient's not daring to enter only suggested that there were other issues with this storage room. Indu raised the flashlight in his hand, carefully shining it inside. However, the scene before him left him in shock. This was not a storage room at all, but a temporary morgue. Inside the room were several crude hospital beds, each bearing a corpse, exposed to the elements, their bodies and limbs twisted, looking like they had just endured inhumane torment before death. It seemed that he truly had run for his life into an unusual place.
Chapter 72, High-Level Substitute Doll.
Indu leaned against the door, sliding down to sit on the ground to observe for a moment. When he saw nothing unusual happening in the room, he carefully got back up from the floor. This storage room for dead bodies emanated a cold, eerie aura, but the temperature wasn't low enough to be below freezing, so it probably wasn't a place to long-term store corpses. The bodies piled up here should have been those that couldn't be moved due to the changes in the sanatorium. Indu swept the flashlight around the room broadly. The four walls of this storage room were lined with neat shelves, and on top were well-packed cardboard boxes, each labeled with a white piece of paper. Indu walked to the closest shelf and found that the white paper had only two short lines of text, names and admission dates. It seemed this room was originally intended to store patients' belongings from the sanatorium. However, judging by the number of boxes, only the patients who had been brought into this office building would have their items appear here. So, it could be said that the patients did not enter this room, likely not because there was danger inside, but simply because they were unwilling to step into a place filled with memories and despair. Of course, also because there was no need to come in. After all, this room had no other exit, and their ultimate fate still fell into their hands. Indu directed the flashlight towards the 8 beds in the middle and slowly walked closer. Just moments ago at the door, he felt the limbs of the corpses on the 8 beds were twisted, but upon closer examination, this was an illusion caused by at least 2 people piled on each bed. The purpose of this sanatorium was not to create twisted monsters. Although the faces of the dead appeared extremely hideous and twisted from pain and fear, the bodies were intact. The few distortions and injuries were old wounds, which should have existed before entering the sanatorium. After confirming that the corpses did not have any extra clues, Indu turned his attention back to the surrounding shelves. To be honest, after realizing what kind of place this was, he had lost hope of finding any important clues here. But now, trapped here, if he didn't find something to do, he would just fall into endless thoughts. Indu took a flashlight and checked one cardboard box after another. If these were the belongings of the victims from the nursing home, then his grandmother's things should also be here. He didn't know what the old lady had experienced here, but from the experience of the family of 6, his grandmother would probably bring things related to family to the nursing home. What his grandmother couldn't let go of the most was family. After searching for a while, Indu finally found a box labeled Ding Chunju, with an admission date of April 12, just like in the records. This box was at a height only up to Indu's knees, which was why it had been so hard for him to find. Indu bent down to take out the box and pulled out a small knife to cut the tape. As soon as the tape was cut, a fluffy brown ear popped out. As Indu completely opened the box, a stuffed brown bear that had been crammed inside popped up. Indu paused for a moment, and after 2 seconds, he finally took the bear out of the box. This stuffed bear, only the size of his forearm, didn't look much like a bear at all, but the twisted stitching on its neck and left arm was extremely familiar to him. Few people have such skills. It's just that the neck he stitched was clearly his brother's. Indu narrowed his eyes and began to rummage through the other things in the box. A pair of newlywed dolls that looked like mom and dad, a music box with a couple's photo, and a little girl doll. Buried at the very bottom of the box was a family photo that he had once dared not look at. This was all his grandmother brought to the nursing home. Indu hugged the bear and played with the little girl doll for a while before putting the girl doll and the other items back into the box, placing it in his toolbox. He specifically kept the bear not just because it represented his brother, but also because of the phrase that appeared with it. High-level substitute doll. The substitute doll can disguise itself as the user, and during the disguise, the user can take on other forms to move around. The puppet's substitute function will be lifted after 2 hours or upon being attacked. Cooldown time. It depends on the level of damage to the puppet, ranging from a minimum of 8 hours to a maximum of 240 hours. When Indu saw that the bear was a tool, he understood that this doll was the key to breaking free. Whether the patient's previous recognition of him was effective or not, it wouldn't matter as he could disguise himself as someone who could safely leave the nursing home. Thinking this, he tightened his grip on the doll.
Brother, it looks like I'll have to rely on you to take the hit again.
After he said this, the bear in his hand disappeared, and a twisted black shadow appeared in front of him, eventually transforming into his own likeness. Looking at the person in front of him, Indu had a strange illusion of looking in a mirror. He stepped up cautiously, carefully exploring it from top to bottom. From the feel of it, this substitute looked completely indistinguishable from a real person, and it even had a slight breath. This feeling of standing in front of oneself was unsettling for Indu. He felt an inexplicable sense of panic, especially since the substitute had a bizarre trait. Aside from its faint breathing, it emitted not a single trace of vitality. It had already been a full minute since it appeared, yet it remained as still as a statue. Indu tried several times to make the substitute come to life, but in the end, he could only desperately recall those live streams he had watched, trying to remember how those gifted individuals who had substitute abilities controlled their substitutes. However, after thinking back and forth, he found that it seemed from the beginning to the end. All endowed individuals can easily master their special abilities without any attempts or practice, as if these abilities naturally belong to them. When Indu's thoughts shifted from searching for a manual to marveling at talent being true talent, a voice awakened his senses. Indu raised his head in a daze, staring in shock at the substitute in front of him. What did you just say? Sister. Indu cheerfully called out again. Indu withdrew his shocked gaze, reassessing the substitute before him. This substitute still held his appearance, and his voice was exactly the same as his own, but the tone, the intonation, and even the expression were strikingly similar to his cheap older brother with whom he had spent a few days.
Indu looked at the clear-eyed version of himself with complicated feelings and tentatively opened his mouth. Brother?
Sister. Actually, Indu regretted calling out after he spoke, not to mention how embarrassing it was to call a child who was over 10 years younger than himself brother while sporting an adult appearance. Just the way his cheap older brother nearly smothered him in a hug out of excitement was enough to make him feel faint.
Feeling faint is not just a metaphor, it really went dark for him.
Indu wasn't sure if he was being hugged so tightly that he lacked oxygen, but his vision began to blur, and seconds later, he felt himself floating. And his last conscious thought was,
no way, I can't really be physically erased, can I? Chapter 73, Escape from the Office Building.
Indu didn't know how long he had walked in the passage behind the cold storage. Just when he began to doubt whether he was lost, a wooden door finally appeared in front of him. This door was very simple, without any decorations, just a phrase scratched on it by some sharp object. Once you open the door, there's no turning back. From Indu's understanding of rule-based horror stories, this phrase was only meant to shake his judgment. So, without any hesitation, he opened the door and walked in. When watching live streams of rule-based horror stories before, he had learned from the contestants' words that after clearing a dungeon, they would be sent to a separate room to rest, waiting for the next dungeon to begin. Indu originally thought that once he opened the door, he would enter the resting area. But as soon as the door opened, he first felt a chill, then was drawn to the tall figure before him. A familiar yet strange shape and face. Indu nervously swallowed but still forced himself to observe the other closely despite his discomfort. No, that's not right. How could he show such a silly smile? Seeing that the other party seemed harmless, Indu cautiously examined him, but before he could draw any useful conclusions, the other took action first. Seeing the person in front of him stop smiling, he carefully reached out and picked him up. The moment he was touched, Indu saw a segment of text flash across the other's face.
Advanced Substitute Doll, Substitute State. Substitute Object, Indu. Remaining time, 1 hour 43 minutes. Is this a prop?
Moreover, it's a prop used on him. In other words, it's a prop he used. Indu sat in his arms and began to check his toolbox. Unsurprisingly, a few items had been added. It seems he has lost a segment of memory. A big chunk of memory.
This is bad. What did he originally summon the substitute for?
Indu frowned in distress.
You want to go out?
Indu's voice rang in his ears. Indu looked up in shock at his own handsome face. At that moment, he really thought his face was handsome. However, at the same time, he grasped the key point from Indu's words.
You know my next plan, did I tell you that?
Indu shook his head. You didn't tell me.
But I know everything about Indu in the Jiaqing neighborhood.
Because of this, he knows what Indu truly wants to know at this moment.
Upon hearing this, Indu's eyes lit up. Yes, because right now, you are Indu.
And he, the little girl from a 6-person family. Now, he understood why his memory had a gap. The place where his memory broke off was probably the moment when he completely separated from the identity of the little girl.
Indu.
Calling his own name to another person felt a bit strange, so Indu adjusted before continuing. Then, you should know how to get me out, right? Indu nodded seriously. Give me the white coat. Having just checked the toolbox, Indu immediately pulled out a white coat and handed it to the other person. Then, the other person used the white coat to cover him directly. Before he could voice his question, Indu felt the person holding him suddenly start running. Immediately after, a loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open, and they ran.
Was his plan really this reckless?
As this thought just emerged, Indu felt someone tugging at the white coat on his body, that person growling and shouting, "Become like us, and you'll be safe."
Why don't you want to become like us? Become one of us, become like us.
More and more unfamiliar voices joined the shouting. The people pulling at the white coat increased, but Indu protected him well and didn't allow him to be hurt. Just like that, Indu could feel himself being carried down the stairs, running toward a brighter place, and then, he was thrown out. The tattered white coat fell from above his head, and Indu saw Indu, who had leaped toward him, crash heavily onto the smooth ceramic tiles. As for him, he rolled past the doorframe and down the stairs. Restoring to his human form, Indu endured the pain and got up from the ground.
He looked up at the office building.
Through the transparent glass, the brown bear plush toy was torn apart by the patients who had launched a group attack, white cotton fluff scattered in the air, like snowflakes.
Mr. Bear. The glass door of the office building opened and closed, sensing the movement of people.
After losing their target, the patients wandered around the lobby for a moment before gradually leaving only chaos behind. Indu stood there at the entrance, watching all of this. When planning to escape with a substitute, Indu had not hesitated for a moment. He should be happy for his own sanity and perfect escape. But why? Who made this trash? After the patients left, Zhang Xuxing arrived as promised. He looked at Indu standing outside the door, his eyes clearly full of unwillingness. But due to the rules, he could not leave the office building. He could only vent by tossing the garbage on the ground. He waved his hand, and the white cotton fluff and brown fabric flew toward the door. This time, the snowflakes fell onto his head. Indu glanced at the ground and, facing Zhang Xuxing's somewhat crazed gaze, stepped onto the stairs. Seeing Indu getting closer to the door, almost as if walking into a trap, Zhang Xuxing excitedly leaned toward the door, then saw Indu pick up the tattered white coat on the ground and spread it out. You! His expectations dashed, Zhang Xuxing's eyes turned red. Indu ignored the weird threats that couldn't harm him and, to his own business, picked up the scattered pieces of fabric and cotton from the ground and placed them on the white coat. After picking up the larger pieces, he folded the white coat. Originally, his idea was to bring these pieces back to the neighborhood, to the little girl's house. But the words that appeared in his mind at that moment made him abandon that thought. Broken substitute doll, a substitute doll that has been severely damaged.
Expected repair time, 100 hours. How could he have forgotten this was a prop, not an ordinary toy? Great, Mr. Bear.
In the setting of the six-person family, Mr. Bear was actually the older brother, or in other words, the brother who, in the grandmother's imagination, had grown up and could protect the younger sister.
Indu gently placed the white coat into his toolbox.
He had spent quite some time in the office building, and as he walked out of the sanatorium under the evening glow, he suddenly realized that the sun was almost setting. Although the rules didn't state that there was any danger outside at night, Indu still quickened his pace towards the community. Fortunately, the sanatorium was not far from the community, and he finally reached the entrance before the sun completely vanished. At this moment, the security guard had changed to Feng Qi, and upon seeing Indu outside the community, his face showed obvious surprise. As Indu approached the gate, Feng Qi smiled and blocked him, pointing to the rules posted on the side.
Non-residents are not allowed to enter the community. Chapter 74, Strange Rules.
Seeing Feng Qi's expression, Indu had no doubt that once he handed over the resident card that symbolized his identity, it would part ways with him forever. But to enter, it was impossible not to show the security guard the card.
Wait, that means the rule didn't actually say to give the resident card to the guard, right?
Indu thought this and turned his gaze to the sign at the entrance of the community. Surprisingly, although the sign he saw in the morning was still there, it only had the 4 big words, "Pay attention to safety." Because he had experienced a brief memory loss, the memories that disappeared and then returned were completely floating, he had to actively recall them to bring them forth. Yet, his memories were only floating, not missing. He clearly remembered that this sign had 3 rules related to entering and exiting the community written on it. Why did the rules disappear? Indu rubbed his head in frustration. Speaking of which, it was the first time he saw the rules disappear, but he seemed to have experienced a situation where the rules suddenly appeared before this.
Hey, do you want to come in or not? If not, don't block the door.
Feng Qi grew visibly impatient when he saw Indu standing at the gate without any reaction. Indu pulled his thoughts back, looked up at Feng Qi, and glanced at the hidden dark current behind him. This clearly wasn't a good place to think. Indu slightly recalled the scene in the morning when Jiang Qi let people in and allowed himself to leave, confirming that Jiang Qi had never taken the resident card from him before he took out his own resident card. He fiddled with the resident card, adjusted it so that Feng Qi could see the anti-counterfeit mark, then waved the card right in front of Feng Qi, and smoothly returned it to his toolbox. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds, giving Feng Qi no chance to snatch the card away.
See? I'm a resident of the community, let me in quickly.
As Indu said this, he carried a rare hint of arrogance. As long as he had the resident card, he was the owner of the community. He was the one served by the security.
Indeed, no matter how angry Feng Qi was, he could not oppose the rules. Upon seeing the resident card and confirming its authenticity, he had no choice but to open the gate and let Indu, a person he despised, into the community. Upon entering the community, Indu didn't spare Feng Qi a single glance and walked straight towards the parking lot. The rules for the parking lot were the first place he encountered where the rules suddenly increased in number. Reaching the parking lot, Indu immediately checked the rules posted there. Please pay attention to the following rules when entering the parking lot. 1. Please ensure you do not have any light sources on you. 2. Please do not make any sounds to avoid startling them. 3. Do not stay inside for more than 10 minutes. 4. Each person may only enter the parking lot once per hour. 5. If you find any damage to the barriers inside the parking lot, please inform the security guard so they can notify the staff in white coats when going to Building 4 on that day. The 5th rule. He had previously speculated that the rules he could see in this copy were related to the level of pollution he was experiencing. From the parking lot's rules, the level of pollution on him is still the same as when he left the parking lot last night. This actually makes sense. He had just returned from the Ren-Ai-Yoha sanatorium, the source of the pollution, and had nearly been assimilated into another identity inside. How could his pollution level be lower instead of deeper? Could it be that the rules at the entrance can't be seen if the pollution is too high? With such a question in mind, Indu hurried back to the entrance. But this time, when he looked at the sign outside the gate, he clearly saw those 3 rules. The rules that had just disappeared before his eyes had returned. Isn't this too strange? It can't be that these rules can only be seen inside the community, right? Although reason told him that figuring out why he could pass through wouldn't help, a riddle had been troubling him, making it hard for Indu. So, to validate his guess, Indu completely ignored Feng Qi's hungry gaze and took out his resident card to wave it, then walked out the door. The rules were still there, his earlier assumption was wrong. At this moment, Indu's energy was almost depleted, and he bit his tongue to wake up his brain a bit more, but unfortunately, it didn't help much. So much had happened today, and the lack of sleep and the tug of memories had made his mind sluggish, now encountering this inexplicable situation. Indu sighed. He always felt like all the answers to the problems were right in front of him. He had so many clues, but he just couldn't connect them all, couldn't turn them into the final answer. Maybe getting some sleep now would help him more. While thinking, Indu repeated his trick against Feng Qi. Indu, who was hurrying back and forth, made Feng Qi feel like he was being played with, making him gnash his teeth in frustration. But due to the rules, he could only watch Indu leave. When Indu returned home, his parents were already there, and dinner was served on the table. Dismally finishing dinner, Indu went back to his room, locked the door, set his alarm on his phone, and fell asleep. There weren't many deadly threats in his home's rules. As long as he treated this place as his own home, he wouldn't be in danger, which made Indu sleep more soundly than he had at the little girl's place. When the alarm rang, he forced himself to wake up, battling his drowsiness, and headed to the bathroom to splash some water on his face. It was now 10 o'clock at night, with an hour left until Indu had to go to work. He had deliberately cleared this hour for himself, intending to sort through all the clues he had before heading to work, within this safe zone. First, there was the question that had been bothering him before sleep. Why couldn't he see the rules at the entrance when he returned? According to his earlier speculation about this copy, the rules were another trap within the scenario. Because only by knowing the rules could one avoid danger, but some of this copy's rules would only appear when the pollution deepened. In other words, to protect himself, he had to keep his pollution level at a point that wasn't crazy but also not clean. If his speculation was correct, then when he first returned to the community, his pollution must have been very low. But after entering the community, his pollution level returned to. Thinking of this, Indu's eyes lit up. How did he forget that he used Mr. Bear while at the Ren-Ai-Yoha sanatorium? During the time he was using the substitute, he turned back into the little girl, while Mr. Bear transformed into Indu in his place. The reason he would lose his Indu memories when becoming the little girl was because there was an invisible rule within this copy. One's memories, appearance, abilities, and the identity they played were all connected. This invisible rule could be glimpsed through the entrance and exit rules of the community. Thus, the little girl could only have the memories of being a little girl. Mr. Bear, who played Indu, possessed all of Indu's memories. At the same time, the pollution belonging to Indu transitioned to Mr. Bear.
In the end, Mr. Bear was torn apart by patience while embodying Indu, and at that moment, everything associated with the identity of Indu completely reset to zero. When he walked out of the sanatorium, although he had restored Indu's appearance, he had not truly gained Indu's identity. It was not until he reached the entrance of the community that he showed the resident card to Feng Qi and transformed back into Indu, inheriting the pollution present on Indu. Indu even had a crazier guess that this invisible rule he played was not only present in this copy. In other copies, the weird things also followed this rule. They are assigned roles, change memories, and become the NPCs in every copy in the eyes of the gifted ones. Indu reached out and touched his own face. The world seen through the eyes of the weird things is different from that seen by the gifted ones, or rather, from that seen by human eyes. Now, as a gifted one, he was playing a weird thing, thereby adhering to the rules that the weird must obey. As a human, as long as there were no hallucinations, what he saw was the true scene. When someone stands in front of a mirror, even if that person is behind him, he can still see the other's reflection in the mirror. So in the eyes of someone like Black Cat, he was now just a skeleton. Yet in his own eyes, he had the appearance of Indu and could still live the life that belonged to Indu. And this was the paradise the fourth building aimed to construct. Even the dead could live well in this world. In other words, the rules for building the paradise in the fourth building were entirely based on the rules established regarding the weird things in the world of rule horror stories. So this so-called paradise was actually a false paradise created by rule horror stories. Many weird things, on the surface, seemed to lack eyes as organs. Everything they saw was dictated by the rule horror stories. Chapter 75, The Real Crossing Rules. In the world of rule horror stories, the so-called pollution was actually the degree to which one was assimilated by the rule horror stories. The deeper the pollution of the gifted ones, the stronger the rule horror stories' control over them. From the initial auditory hallucination to eventual mutation, it was the gifted ones gradually becoming weird things and joining the ranks of rule horror stories. So, the purpose of this copy making him play a weird thing was now very clear. This copy had not shown any deadly danger but was trying to keep him in this world at every step. To become lost and fall was the goal of this copy. Of course, Indu did not want this to come true. Therefore, he had to escape from this copy as soon as possible. As time passed, the pollution on him would deepen, and the fourth building he had to visit every night could wash his brain completely at any moment. Speaking of the fourth building, Indu couldn't help but frown. After exploring the original kindness and the sanatorium, he felt he had grasped the key to breaking the game. In the sanatorium, the most important clue he obtained should be the stack of files he saw in the archives. So the hint given to him by Black Cat was indeed correct. No, that hint was both right and wrong. The fourth building was ultimately not a real sanatorium, it was a weird building that appeared after the community experienced a mutation, so even if he really went to the archives of the fourth building, he wouldn't find anything. If it weren't for the fact that he had already experienced the situations in 2 homes of the 6-person family, he wouldn't have thought to go look for the real sanatorium. So, was the hint given by Black Cat intentional or unintentional? Indu had never sensed hostility from Black Cat, and the crossing rules were also related to Black Cat and the little boy. So he instinctively categorized both of them into the harmless camp. But even so, he rationally remained on guard against all existence within the rule-related strange talk. At this moment, when he suspected the Black Cat and the little boy, the clues he had overlooked suddenly bounced back to his mind. The first and foremost was the timing of the community's pollution. Originally, he thought that the Black Cat and the fourth building were clearly not on the same side, so he never considered that the pollution in the community was caused by the Black Cat. His original guess was that the increasing strangeness in the sanatorium had led to multiple residents close to it, affecting the community near it. And the Black Cat and the little boy were merely hiding in the community during the most chaotic time at the sanatorium. But now that he thought about it, the day the Black Cat and the little boy left the sanatorium was exactly the day the community began to be polluted. Saying that the pollution was brought by them or one of them seemed much more reasonable. The Black Cat was indeed resisting the contamination from the fourth building, but all her resistance seemed so powerless. Purifying the polluted people in the community was simply beyond her ability to cleanse a few. Moreover, in searching for clues to solve the problem, she had hidden important information, providing a lead that was not wrong but far from correct. This could only mean that a complete solution to the problem was not the situation she wanted to see. Or rather, the things that must be done to completely solve the problem were things she did not want to witness. Indu recalled the little boy he had seen in the morning and sighed deeply, then took out the note from the morning with the rules written on it. Mirror World Clearance Rules. 1. Help the little boy find his sister and help them leave the community. There were many questions about this clearance rule. First of all, this rule was clearly incomplete. If there was 1, there might as well be 2, and possibly 3, 4, 5, or 6. Secondly, his biggest doubt now was, does helping him leave the community count if I eliminate the little boy? As this thought surfaced, Indu noticed new words appearing on the paper. 2. Be wary of the Black Cat being captured by the little boy. Upon seeing the second rule, a big question mark popped into Ingdu's head.
Isn't the black cat the little boy's sister? Since he was instructed to help the little boy find his sister, why emphasize being cautious of the black cat being captured by the little boy? Ingdu rubbed the paper hard, as if he could uncover more clues by doing so. It seemed he had to go find the black cat again. Ding-ling-ling. Another alarm rang, and Ingdu checked the time. There were still 10 minutes until 11. Ingdu changed into his security uniform and went to the security booth. In reality, whether he arrived for his shift a bit early or a bit late didn't matter. Fang Qi wouldn't mind those few minutes, but in this world, it was different. Just thinking about the necessity to clock in on time made him not want to stay in this world. When he arrived at the security booth, Fang Qi's attitude, as expected, had not changed due to the few hours that had passed. Upon seeing him, it was as if he wanted to tear him apart. In response, Ingdu maintained his philosophy of not striking a smiling face, completing the shift handover with a smile. Probably because of yesterday's blunder, Fang Qi finally didn't act weird this time. Ingdu regrettably put away the hammer he had managed to grip and began to flip through the security work manual. From the rules in the security work manual, this manual was crucial for understanding the status of the community. However, today was only the second day he had been in this side story, so no dangerous changes were likely to happen yet. Thus, in Zhang Qi and Fang Qi's work records, the strangest thing today was that he had left the community. Seeing that both of them had written about his exit from the community in the security work manual, Ingdu's heart skipped a beat. Although due to the rules, his name did not appear on the security work manual. However, the night shift security guard's intent was already quite clear. Why was he leaving the community to be recorded as important in the security work manual? Was he already violating what someone with the identity of Ingdu should do? Ingdu felt drenched in sweat. Even though danger had not yet arrived, it gave him a feeling of oppressive calm before the storm. He could no longer sit idly by. As a night shift security guard, one advantage is that the community gate no longer opens during his shift. For this hour, he did not have to deal with anyone and could quietly empty his mind in the security room. But just as he was emptying his mind, the puppet that visited at night arrived once more. Just like last night, as long as Ingdu faced it, it would bang wildly against the glass. This time, Ingdu did not deliberately turn away to ignore it. Instead, he walked closer to the puppet and took out a flashlight to shine it on the puppet. Under the illumination of the flashlight, the puppet showed no signs of change. Ingdu closely observed the puppet and then slowly opened his mouth. 3 silent words burst from his lips, Zhang Shangshan. This time, the puppet finally had a different reaction. It paused its banging against the glass, froze for a few seconds, then resumed banging again. Are you Zhang Xuxing or Zhang Shangshan, after all? Just as he was emptying his mind, a new crazy guess popped into Ingdu's head. Don't forget, in this copy, a strange entity can replace another strange entity if it obtains another strange identification. As Zhang Xuxing's lab rat, how did Zhang Yi and Zhang Shangshan escape from the sanatorium, and where did they get so much power to create the 4th building in the Jiaqing community? No matter how you think about it, the one who can create the 4th building should be Zhang Xuxing, the owner of the sanatorium. So, looking at it another way, the little boy Zhang Shangshan had become the new Zhang Xuxing, and everything became explainable. The little boy obtained Zhang Xuxing's identification while in the sanatorium, and just after replacing Zhang Xuxing to become Zhang Xuxing, he still possessed the memories and emotions of the little boy. Thus, he and his sister Zhang Yi escaped from the sanatorium. However, Zhang Xuxing, as the head of the sanatorium, had an overwhelming corruption. Even with Zhang Yi constantly affirming Zhang Shangshan's identity, Zhang Shangshan inevitably began to turn into Zhang Xuxing. In the end, Zhang Shangshan's consciousness could only emerge when the morning sun rose. Therefore, the rules he saw earlier were not contradictory. The rules deliberately blurred the two identities represented by the little boy with terms like little boy. The true rules for clearing the game are actually 1. Help the morning Zhang Shangshan find his sister and help them leave the community. 2. Be cautious of the black cat being captured by Zhang Xuxing. Chapter 76, The Abandoned Red Blood. However, even if the hidden meaning of the rules had been deciphered, completing these rules was not easy. After all, no matter how you differentiate identities, Zhang Shangshan and Zhang Xuxing are ultimately one and the same. As long as Zhang Yi and Zhang Shangshan are together, Zhang Xuxing will be able to find Zhang Yi. Just like the puppet still banging on the window outside, it clearly knew that Zhang Yi was here, which was why it came knocking. So, the second rule could be further interpreted: completely eliminate Zhang Xuxing. Fortunately, Zhang Shangshan's remaining consciousness still knew to protect Zhang Yi, which is why Zhang Xuxing was kept out of the community. But one could imagine that Zhang Shangshan wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. As the influence of the 4th building on the community gradually strengthened, Zhang Shangshan would eventually disappear, at which point Zhang Yi would completely fall into Zhang Xuxing's hands. What do you say? How can you be eliminated? There are no clues here. Looking at the unresponsive puppet outside the window, Ingdu sighed deeply. Then he began to recall everything, bit by bit, since he entered this instance. From what he knew so far, Zhang Qixing's weakness was the hospital patients.
But those patients were just as deadly to him, and in the sanatorium, Zhang Qixing could teleport. If he wanted to rely on the patients to deal with Zhang Qixing, the chances of him being dealt with first were clearly higher. After crossing out the possibility of resolving the issue with Zhang Qixing in the sanatorium, his remaining chance was the puppet he had seen last night.
What was the puppet afraid of? It couldn't be another fire this time. Wait, speaking of fire, it seemed like he did have a clue after all?
Indu straightened up and glanced at the time. When the restriction lifted, Indu stood up and left the security room. This time, he deliberately walked to the front gate. Sure enough, the puppet quickly came over, changing from knocking on the window glass to knocking on the iron gate. With no glass blocking it, the puppet's blood-red eyes were clearly exposed in front of Indu, looking like two blood droplets hanging on a piece of wood. Then, he took out a lighter and paper he had snuck from the security booth, lit it, and threw it at the puppet's feet. Although he felt the solution was unlikely to be that simple, following the principle that practice proves truth, he decided to see if he could at least scorch the puppet a little. Unfortunately, as he had guessed, the puppet wasn't afraid of fire at all. Except for glancing at the fire a couple of times due to light refraction, the puppet completely ignored the flames burning at its feet. The paper on the ground quickly burned out, and the puppet's feet didn't even get singed. Seeing this, Indu no longer paid attention to the puppet and turned to begin his patrol for the day. With yesterday's experience, this time he used the patrol baton to check in at the parking lot, safely passing through. Then he headed straight for the plaza. Just like last night, today there was still a group of skeletons partying here. Indu was invited to join again, and he didn't refuse, stumbling a few steps into the crowd of skeletons.
You need to join the revelry. Abandon the red blood. Do not venture too deep. Blue flame is rebirth.
The back of the skeleton's clothes still had those words printed on them. He looked up again at the skeleton's appearance. All their eyes were blue ethereal flames. But he remembered what the black cat had said, that the flames in his eye sockets were red. A red flame that could burn everything down. This meant that he hadn't received the so-called rebirth, and this was also the reason why the fourth building kept asking him to go there. From this point of view, these words could be seen as rules for the skeletons. To roughly interpret, it meant that as a skeleton, one must participate in the revelry, or else they would be considered an outcast. Do not venture too deep. The subject here was likely the fourth building, to maintain the status of the fourth building. Of course, the fourth building was indeed dangerous, and venturing too deep could result in trouble.
And only by abandoning red blood and becoming a skeleton, obtaining blue flames, could one achieve rebirth.
For a skeleton to survive well in this area, they must follow these rules.
But there were many types of abnormalities. Why were all the abnormalities gathered here in the form of skeletons? Was it to make the red blood disappear from here? From the information he had gathered over the past 2 days, it seemed there weren't many living people left in this area. Once all the living people were dead, there would be no fresh red blood in this area. Thinking this, Indu left the skeleton group and walked to a corner. He took a pair of scissors from his toolbox and slashed at his palm. He watched as his skin, looking just like any normal person's, was cut open in front of him, but no blood or flesh appeared. The pain made his mind become clearer. No wonder. Since he discovered that there were living people in this area, he had suspected the idea of pretending to be a skeleton. In this neighborhood, the situation for the living is clearly much harder. No matter what kind of failed ending one wants for him, placing him in the position of the living is obviously more suitable. So there is clearly a reason for making him a skeleton. Indu smiled as he looked at the wound on his palm gradually healing. Unexpectedly, the black cat's hint was given from the very beginning. Chapter 77, The Method of Collecting Blood. There are still many living people in this neighborhood, so it seems easy for Indu to obtain blood, but in reality, it is fraught with difficulties. First of all, the closest living people to him are his parents, but as long as he does not want to reveal his identity, he cannot lay a hand on them. The same goes for others. After understanding the truth of the so-called mirrored world, he realizes he shouldn't simply project his real-world identity onto it, and he cannot interact with the residents of this neighborhood with his previous attitude. Talking about the mirrored world is just a way to confuse him and trap him in a mental dilemma. Moreover, the familiar scene also helps to numb him, making it easier for him to get lost in this copy. Indu knocked on his palm with the patrol stick, his eyes sweeping over the group of skeletons still reveling in front of him. Suddenly, a face appeared in his mind. Indu left the main square and continued to clock in. After finishing the last clock-in point, he turned around and returned to the front of Building 5. When it comes to blood, the first person he thinks of is someone, Brother Chen. Brother Chen left him with the deepest impression last night, which was bloody. Indu strode quickly to room 501 and heavily knocked on the door. He was certain that Brother Chen was definitely not among the reveling skeletons downstairs. Based on Brother Chen's personality, if he saw him, he would definitely come out to greet him. However, he had wandered in the square for a long time and had not seen Brother Chen's figure. Sure enough, after he knocked on the door several times, Brother Chen opened it while rubbing his sleepy eyes. Brother Chen initially had an expression full of impatience, but when he saw Indu standing at the door, his expression immediately became a bit manic. Indu was startled by his rapid change of expression, his mind blank for a moment. Fortunately, after the training in the rules of bizarre tales during this time, his reaction speed had greatly improved. Almost instinctively, he blurted out, "Brother Chen." Brother Chen laughed heartily as he stepped forward, hugged Indu's shoulders, patted him gently, and said, "You busy man, why do you have time to find me today?" Indu's lips slightly curled up, revealing a smile even crazier than Brother Chen's. "Brother Chen, I would like to ask you for a favor." "Oh? What kind of favor?" Brother Chen asked curiously. Indu took a deep breath, his eyes firm and resolute, and slowly said, "Brother Chen, I want to improve." From the first day he met Brother Chen, Indu had witnessed how crazy he was. After all, that bloody face was truly unforgettable. But this time, it was Indu actively seeking help from Brother Chen. He had to watch Brother Chen act in front of him without changing his expression. Smelling the bloody scent and watching the brutal scene, Indu stepped forward and grabbed Brother Chen's wrist. Brother Chen, who was in high spirits, was interrupted by him, turning to look at Indu with his blood-red eyes. Indu could feel his heartbeat quickening, but the more nervous he was, the larger the arc at the corner of his mouth became. "Brother Chen, death is a simple thing, just close your eyes and you won't know anything anymore. You must make them feel deep fear, only then will they leave automatically. In this neighborhood, the living and the dead are opposites, and the dead think of every possible way to eliminate the living and compress their living space each day, yet even so, the living still exist, evidently because there are rules here protecting the living. Brother Chen can kill, but there must be restrictions involved. If it weren't for him, the living people in this neighborhood would have been cleared out long ago." "Leave automatically?" Brother Chen was obviously tempted, but soon shook his head. "It's easy to say. If they could leave the neighborhood, they would have left long ago." It was not surprising that the living could not move away from the neighborhood. After all, given the way this neighborhood looked, anyone who could leave wouldn't want to stay here and be tortured. But what Indu meant by leave was not literal. "What I mean by leaving is this kind of leaving," Indu said as he gestured with his hand across his neck. "We can't easily kill them, but that doesn't mean they can't do it themselves." Indu glanced at the man who had unknowingly retreated from Brother Chen's feet to the corner and slowly opened his mouth. "Am I right, sir?" The man couldn't even hear what Indu was saying, only knowing that he was trembling in the corner. However, Brother Chen didn't need his answer. Because he knew, the living could end their own lives, that point had already been proven. After all, a group of living people had long been unable to accept life in this bizarre neighborhood and had chosen to end their own lives. "Your idea is good, but how do we do it?" Brother Chen frowned and asked. Indu didn't answer but turned and walked into the bathroom. When he came out again, he was holding a bucket of water and walked directly to the man in the corner. Brother Chen curiously watched Indu's movements. Indu calmly took out a small knife and made a quick cut on the man's wrist. Instantly warm blood sprayed onto Indu's face. Warm, living blood. Indu steadily placed the man's hand into the bucket, his fingers resting on the wrist, watching the blood level rise, while his peripheral vision observed the man's complexion. At the same time, he spoke, "As the blood flows out, a person will begin to feel weak, dizzy, and their heart will race. Soon, their consciousness will start to blur, gradually approaching death." As he spoke, Indu pressed down hard on the blood vessel in the man's wrist, the pressure making the blood flow decrease rapidly. "Of course, due to the rules, we can't really let them die." Indu pretended to reach into his pocket for the needle and thread while pressing on the man's hand. This was something he had snuck out from home to use on the shabby Mr. Bear, and it turned out to be timely. Brother Chen watched Indu skilled in stitching up the man's wound, and the smile that had appeared on his face as Indu started grew even brighter. "You planned this all along?" "Of course. It was impossible." He had only just thought of this method when he remembered Brother Chen's peculiar situation in the square. A method of drawing blood that seemed perfectly legitimate in Brother Chen's eyes and might even improve his favorability. Chapter 78 Escape from the Neighborhood. After teaching Brother Chen how to intimidate, Indu made an excuse that he was still at work and couldn't accompany him to carry out the task. On the surface, Indu appeared helpless and regretful, but inside he was secretly laughing. "Though I can't go with you, Brother Chen, if you collect a full bucket of blood, you have to bring it back to let me broaden my horizons." "Of course." Knowing Indu's profession, Brother Chen had no doubt about his words. "Once this bucket is filled, I'll deliver it to the security booth for you, so it can be put out there for everyone to see." After confirming with Brother Chen, Indu cheerfully finished this round of patrol and walked toward the security booth. Upon entering the security booth, predictably, the puppet was already back at the window. Indu sat in his position and began to keep track of the time. After guarding for 2 hours, he went out to make another round. When he sat down again, he continued counting the time, occasionally glancing outside. Did collecting a bucket of blood really take this long? If Brother Chen didn't bring that bucket of blood before his third patrol, he would have to take another trip to the fourth building during that patrol. Just as Indu's gaze frequently moved back and forth between his phone and the entrance, the man finally appeared, drenched in blood. In the security booth, Indu felt as though he was surrounded by the smell of blood. He put aside his urgent desire to grab the bucket of water and smiled as Brother Chen walked over. As Brother Chen approached the door, he finally stood up, exited the security booth, and locked the door behind him. Looking at the blood in Brother Chen's hands, Indu flattered him, "Brother Chen, you've had quite a bountiful catch." In response to Indu's praise, Brother Chen unusually humbled himself, "I found this is quite a technical job. When I went to deal with the second person just now, I accidentally killed him, making me fear that I might kill someone else while draining blood." When he said this, he clearly felt pleased about having killed someone midway through the plan, and then angrily continued, "You say, what's with this ridiculous rule of only being able to clean up one person a day? And it has to be someone who has looked me in the eyes to deal with them, what a hassle." Indu nodded in agreement, equally indignant, "Brother Chen, you're still better off. Just look at me." He gestured behind him, indicating Brother Chen to look at the security rules displayed inside. Guaranteeing the safety of residents in the community, you say those people can be considered residents? They are just a bunch of parasites. Just now, if he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have almost violated the rules. The security rules were clearly displayed, and the second rule was visible to everyone. Brother Chen couldn't possibly not know he needed to protect the residents' safety. But Brother Chen didn't care. He didn't care whether Indu would violate the rules because of this, nor did he care what Indu would face. Even though he had some fondness for Indu, he had no empathy. It's really frustrating. Brother Chen squinted his eyes, tempting him, "So hurry up and become like us, you'll gain more freedom." Freedom. Indu repeated this word, looking down at the bucket of water in Brother Chen's hands. Yes, much more freedom. As he spoke, he reached out to take the bucket from Brother Chen, "But before that, I still have to do my job well. I'll place this bucket of blood in front of the window so that everyone who comes seeking help can see it, ensuring they live in fear every day." Brother Chen nodded in satisfaction and then turned to leave. Once Brother Chen was gone, Indu set the bucket down. He pressed on the indentation in his palm. The bucket of blood was quite heavy. He had imitated this human skin pretty well, there were no actual wounds, yet it looked bruised. Guarding the blood, Indu stood at the door of the security room for a few minutes, confirming that Brother Chen wouldn't return before he lifted the bucket again and walked towards the front door. The puppet appeared once more, continuing to knock at the door mechanically. The iron door rang loudly with each knock. Indu raised his head to look at the hinges on either side of the iron door. Both the door and hinges were made of iron. Under the puppet's incessant knocking, neither were damaged, but the wall had already developed cracks. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before this puppet could break down the door. Indu glanced at it again, then turned and headed back to the security room to check the window that had been knocked on by the puppet. As expected, the walls around the window had also started to crack. Since entering this scenario, he hadn't heard any announcements and didn't know how much longer the community's barriers would hold against Zheng Xiuxing. While Indu was checking the window, the puppet came back like a pesky gnat. "Alright, stop knocking, come outside, I'll give you a great gift." Indu put on a fake smile. Of course, the puppet outside couldn't hear him, but it obediently followed Indu to the front door. Indu didn't rush to splash blood on it but began rummaging through his toolbox for tools. He pulled out a screwdriver and a hammer to start taking apart the hinges. Accompanying the clanging of his tools was the sound of the puppet knocking on the iron door, creating a bizarre symphony in the night echoing along with another one in the square. Indu didn't completely remove the hinges all at once but instead loosened all of them, then stepped aside to watch the puppet continue banging on the door. 1, 2. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, the already shaky hinge finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell down. Faced with the suddenly collapsed iron door, the puppet did not feel surprised, but was dazed for a few seconds. It raised its hand, ready to strike down once more, but it looked like it was surrendering. "How about that, isn't it a big gift?" Indu walked up to it with a bucket and beckoned with his finger, "You come in." The puppet's frozen brain finally restarted at this moment, as it struck down forcefully, beginning a performance without any real objects. Indu stood in front of it, watching it pound the air. To be honest, this was not ordinary air, because Indu could see that the puppet's hand seemed to be blocked by some invisible force, every strike halting in the same place. It seems that in its rules, it can only enter when the pollution in the community reaches a certain level. This door and window are just a visualization of the rules and do not serve any practical purpose. In this world, for humans and the strange, rules are the greatest. Physical solutions only work on dead things. Indu let out a breath, then picked up the bucket and forcefully splashed it towards the puppet in front of him. Red blood turned into red flames the moment it touched the puppet, and the ignited puppet struggled in pain, opening its mouth but not making a sound. With the puppet's disappearance, the ground welcomed the first ray of light.
The square had fallen silent, and the community was steeped in eerie quietness. After a moment, a sound came from not far away near the security booth. Indu discerned that it should be coming from the direction of the parking lot. Not good. He was so focused on executing the plan that he had forgotten the fourth building was under Zhang Xuxing's control in order to manage the community. Now that Zhang Xuxing had disappeared, the community had completely lost control, and many rules built on the foundation of the fourth building would collapse, leading to a battle between the strange and the humans. At that time, whether the strange would gain the upper hand or humans would win, and what kind of new rules would emerge, all depended on the struggle between the two sides. In such a situation, his identity was not good. Truly trapped between humans and the strange. He must hurry and complete the remaining clearance tasks. Indu ran desperately towards the third building. Black Cat. Before Indu could enter the building, the Black Cat, sensing the changes in the community, had already run out of the third building in the form of the Black Cat. Indu said nothing more, grabbing the Black Cat by the scruff of its neck and running towards the open space between the first and second buildings. Quick, quick, call your brother out, you both need to leave the community immediately. Meow meow meow. The Black Cat caught in Indu's hand let out a mournful cry and struggled hard. Indu was scratched and the pain made him loosen his grip, and the Black Cat gracefully landed on the ground. Meow meow. Although he couldn't understand the Black Cat's words, Indu felt it was cursing pretty badly. But that didn't matter, hurry up and find your brother, there's no time to waste. Indu realized he had made a mistake by directly splashing the puppet. He should have consulted with the Black Cat first, letting her and her brother prepare to leave the community at any moment. Meow. The Black Cat let out another call, and this time, a semi-transparent little boy appeared. He carefully hugged the Black Cat, sister. Meow meow meow. Indu didn't have the time to wait for their reunion, and before the Black Cat finished meowing, he directly grabbed the little boy's shoulder. Quick, come with me to get out of the community. Zhang Shangshan was definitely not Zhang Xuxing. As Indu pulled him, he had no choice but to keep running forward. However, when they reached the front door, they were ultimately blocked. The entrance to the community was filled with people who had escaped from the parking lot. Indu and the little boy made quite a noise as they approached, and those blocking the entrance turned to look, their eyes filled with intense hatred towards Indu. Indu had no doubt that their next move would be to tear him apart. Fortunately, the lamp in his hand had not been used yet. He skillfully took out the small lamp, and its weak light was barely visible in the sunlight, but it still protected Indu and the boy within a safe circle. With the lamp's ability, Indu and the boy successfully walked out of the community gate. The moment he stepped out, Indu looked back. The numb and stiff people were trapped behind an invisible door. At that moment, Indu could not clearly describe the emotions in his heart. But before he could carefully distinguish, he felt the touch beside him start to fade away. Indu looked down, the boy's already semi-transparent body became even more blurred, and the Black Cat in his hand dropped to the ground. This time, the Black Cat was not as agile as before. In a moment of confusion, it fell heavily to the ground. Meow, it cried anxiously, but could not slow down the boy's disappearing speed. As the sunlight grew hotter, the sound of the game notification echoed in Indu's ears. He should have felt joy for passing the level, but at this moment, his feelings were extremely complicated. Zhang Shangshan, you are Zhang Shangshan, you are your sister's younger brother, you must remember. After shouting this, Indu's vision went dark. Yet again? Chapter 79, Game, Night of Resurrection. When Indu woke up again, he found himself lying on a white bed, sunlight streaming in from the window on the left side of the room. He sat up and surveyed the room. The room was not big, probably only 10 square meters, containing only a bed and a simple desk and chair set. Indu got up and walked to the desk. The desk was very simple, lacking even a drawer. On the desk, there was only a 3-digit number display, and the number was set to 000. Additionally, there was a note: if there was a need for food, just read it out loud, and after making the request, food would be placed on the table in 10 minutes. Food. Indu touched his stomach. He did not feel hungry, so he began to walk around the room. This room had no door, no other compartments, only a window. Outside the window was a grassy lawn, and the sunlight was just right. He could even hear birds singing in the room. But when Indu actually approached the window, it turned into a white wall again. This was completely a room without escape. Even the only window to see the light was fake. Indu guessed that this should be the rest area mentioned by the previous talent holders. But this rest area didn't even have a toilet? What would happen if he had a physiological need? Or was it that in here, talent holders wouldn't have normal physiological needs, and the so-called food was just a false placebo? With these doubts in mind, Indu sat back at the desk and tentatively requested a bottle of cola. To not miss the moment the cola appeared, he timed it using the alarm clock in the toolbox. Seconds before and after 10 minutes, he didn't blink, staring at the desk until the cola suddenly appeared. He picked up the cola to examine it. The packaging looked exactly like he remembered, and the production date was very close to the time he entered the game. Thus, Indu opened the cola and took a sip, and the taste was also fine. After drinking half of the cola, Indu started to try putting things back into the toolbox, and this time he finally discovered the problem.
This cola could not be put back into the toolbox.
Whether it was because of this special space or because the cola was indeed just a false placebo as he thought, he could not tell.
Indu shook his head self-deprecatingly. What was happening? After finally escaping from the game, he still had to think about these things?
But speaking of thinking, Indu's gaze couldn't help but stop at the 3-digit number display on the desk. He had already fiddled with this number display while waiting for the cola. It was just a very ordinary decoration, with numbers at each position being 0 to 9. Indu had a gut feeling that it was not just an ordinary decoration, but no matter what numbers he turned it to, no miracles happened. The only special thing about this number tag is that, like the suddenly appeared cola, it cannot go into his toolbox. This room is really boring, and with no options, Indu can only lie back on the bed to rest, starting to review. While reviewing, he suddenly remembered the voice he heard during the previous clearance. It seemed there was still some sound after the clearance, which should be his clearance reward settlement, but he could not hear it clearly.
Could it be that the complete announcement only appears in the live broadcast room?
He didn't know how many points he obtained in total or if he successfully received the reward for eliminating the creepy story. As he continued reviewing, Indu closed his eyes and fell asleep. After experiencing the rule creepy story instance, quiet leisure time became extremely precious. The most important thing is that this room not only provides food but also offers books, game consoles, and other things to kill time. After staying in the lounge for a few days, Indu finally heard the instance announcement again.
A new instance will begin in 10 minutes.
With his alarm clock, he confirmed that he had been in this empty room for about 3.5 days. According to previous patterns, the new instance opens 24 hours after the last talent clears the instance. Considering the time he spent in the instance earlier, there should be a talent who successfully cleared the instance using a method to safely spend 7 days at home. Indu got up from the bed and sat at the edge of it to wait. Participant Indu from the Summer Country, Talent, Toolbox, Level 2, welcome to Rule Creepy Story Night of the Return of Souls, minimum clearance condition, customer satisfaction above 80.
This instance is a multiplayer team instance. Toolbox Level 2? Indu keenly caught the difference in his talent mentioned in the announcement. It seems he received a talent upgrade reward during his previous clearance. Unfortunately, no one has successfully upgraded the toolbox, and he still doesn't know what changes have occurred after the upgrade. But now is not the time to study the toolbox. Upon entering the instance, the most important thing is still to collect information. Indu began to examine the place he was in. At this moment, he was sitting in the middle of a 3-person long bench. On his sides, to the right was a sturdy man, and to the left was a tall, thin man with pale skin. He did not know the person on his left, but the person on his right was somewhat familiar to him. This person, like him, was in the same line of work the security guard Ma Xiangxia from the Xia Country, Talent, Magical Shroud. Even though he hasn't upgraded his talent since entering the instance, this talent, combined with his abilities, has allowed him to do quite well in the instance. Indu glanced at his arm and then at the other man's arm, which was nearly twice the size of his own, and was secretly amazed. He never realized this person's physique was so large when he watched the live broadcast. Like him, this man also changed career to become a security guard midway. But unlike him, this guy used to be involved in the underworld. It is said that his security company is a product brought in by the boss after washing white. On the first day he entered the instance, Xia Country identified his identity. Due to his past as a thug and his current identity as a security guard, public opinion in Xia Country was not very favorable towards him before he cleared his first instance. Moreover, Xia Country also had no intention of shaping him into a hero. At that time, the elite class of Xia Country said the ugly clown is grasping the fate of the country, urging everyone to prepare for the arrival of creepy stories. After he successfully cleared the instance for the first time, the elite class of Xia Country had to withdraw some arrogance. They said a thug dying in a rule creepy story would be the greatest contribution to the country. Only after the third clearance, public opinion could no longer accept such a hero being vilified, and these elite classes had to drop their prejudice. This should be this person's 5th copy, and their strength is indeed impressive, but it is unclear whether they are friend or foe. Pulling back his gaze from the examining arm, Indu looked toward the bench opposite him. There sat 2 ladies, one with reddish-brown hair, dressed in what seemed to be a performance outfit, presenting a look of terror. The blonde lady next to her seemed in a better state, though still panicked. She at least was assessing the environment. It appeared she was also a gifted individual, and a beginner at that. As for the person on Indu's left, judging by their calm demeanor, they were definitely more experienced, showing at least a facade of composure. If this copy was a 5-person team copy, then the veterans here made up 3 out of 5. Were there really that many people who cleared the last copy? Here we go again, not even giving us a moment to breathe. This is a multiplayer copy, it feels like we're doomed. Why start off so pessimistically? Can't we hope for something good? You should know how high the death rate is in multiplayer copies, I can't remain optimistic. Plus, Indu has matched up with that guy from South Korea. Yeah, what's the deal? I see other livestreams where there's either one or no veteran, but on Indu's side, there are two. Isn't this targeted? Let's correct that, it's three. Three men who are all veterans. The one on Indu's left is called Nguyen Nguyen Jun, a Vietnamese with the talent, pollution purification. Though pollution purification has always been underrated, it was really useful in the last copy. Those who got this talent just had to survive 3 days in Grandma's room and then 4 days with Mr. Bear to clear it. In the last game, there were 6 individuals who got the pollution purification talent. Aside from the one from Barbarians, all others managed to clear it. It was truly a winning talent. I have a guess about the last copy. It seems Grandma tends to provide more help to children with lower pollution. Those who got the pollution purification talent were even given hints to hide in rooms and eat cereals right from the beginning. Chapter 80, Rules for Guarding the Morgue. After observing his companions in this copy, Indu began to search for clues. He had already scanned the room while watching the others, and aside from the 2 long benches they were sitting on, there was nothing else inside. Since there was nothing in the room, the clues could only be found on himself. Glancing at the thin, tall man checking under the bench, Indu shifted slightly to put some distance between himself and the burly man next to him. He searched his entire body and finally found a phone inside his boot. He looked down at his work pants, which had at least 6 pockets, suppressing his urge to complain, and quietly examined the phone. By this time, almost everyone had found their phones. As soon as he opened his phone, a timed reminder popped up. August 18th, 11 o'clock reminder, do not share any information other than public information within the group. Indu guessed that others probably had this reminder on their phones as well. After all, aside from him and Ma Xiangja, the sudden caution from the others was quite obvious. But this wasn't a rule. It was merely a reminder from himself. Indu closed the reminder and opened the messaging app on his phone. In the chat interface, a small group of 6 was pinned at the top. 7-day resurrection night, this should be the group mentioned in the reminder. Ma Xiangja's voice came from beside him, you guys should check the information inside immediately. Though his words were in the language of South Korea, the others, who shouldn't have understood it, grasped what he said. As his voice fell, Indu just clicked on the information in the group. The nickname of the person who built the group was Customer. The announcement for the copy mentioned that the minimum clearance condition was a customer satisfaction level above 80. Presumably, this referred to the group owner. Indu opened the group message, scrolling to the top. August 17th, 12 o'clock. Customer, everyone, here's the thing, we have a custom here, before an elder's funeral, we must keep vigil for 7 days. The vigil time is from noon 12 o'clock to midnight 12 o'clock every day. For the first 2 days, we must keep a full 12 hours, on other days, 10 hours will suffice. Customer, right now, our elder is in the morgue, and I've hired all of you just to keep vigil for these 7 days. Once this is done, there will surely be generous rewards. Customer, here are the rules for the vigil in the morgue. Be sure to remember them. Customer, image.jpg. Customer, here are the rules for the vigil in the morgue. Be sure to remember them. Customer, here are the rules for the vigil in the morgue. Be sure to remember them. Customer, here are the rules for the vigil in the morgue. Be sure to remember them. Customer, here are the rules for the vigil in the morgue. Be sure to remember them. Here are the rules for the vigil in the morgue. Be sure to remember them. A chilling voice echoed in Indu's ear. Customer, sorry, it just lagged. Please remember to check the rules. As soon as Indu saw this message, the red-haired woman across from him suddenly screamed, Who? Who is talking? This is just mental pollution, right now, it's not serious, so don't be too nervous. Ma Xiangja replied without even looking up, in the world of rule-related horror stories, this situation is very common. Indu could sense that this person next to him was quite impatient with this situation, but since this might be a multiplayer dungeon requiring cooperation, he had to speak up. After Ma Xiangja's words, the blonde lady next to the girl also comforted, you must have seen the livestream, right? Last time, when players viewed family photos in the dungeon, they would also be contaminated, and voices like this would appear. As long as you pay attention and don't let the contamination worsen, everything should be fine. To clear the multiplayer dungeon, besides obeying the rules, having good companions is also very important. Indu quietly observed and confirmed that the red-haired girl did not have extreme emotions, so he continued looking at the messages. Boss is a brat, got it, boss, don't worry. We will definitely follow the rules. Coming soon, boss, leave it to us. Big sister A, we will adhere to the rules. It's June, not June, leave it to us. Red fire, I will do my best. Customer, it's settled then, no backing out. If you back out, you will face the consequences. Customer, it's settled then, no backing out. If you back out, you will face the consequences. Customer, it's settled then, no backing out. If you back out, you will face the consequences. Customer, it's settled then, no backing out. If you back out, you will face the consequences. Customer, it's settled then, no backing out. If you back out, you will face the consequences.
Once again, the red-haired girl didn't make a sound this time, just her body trembled slightly and barely noticeably. It seemed she had started to adjust slightly to the tactics of horror stories.
Customer, sorry, it lagged again. I thought my message didn't go through, so I pressed send 2 more times.
Customer, starting tomorrow at 12 o'clock, the vigil begins.
Don't be late.
Customer, by the way, there is a resting room near the morgue.
If you arrive early, you can go to the resting room to rest. You can use the resting room for the next few days. Du opened the image.
The image showed an old engraved stone tablet, the black granite marked with golden characters.
Rules for the vigil in the morgue. 1. In the morgue, it's best for each person to stay only 2 hours a day. 2. The morgue is open from 10 a.m. to 12 a.m., and you can only enter during this time for the vigil. 3. The morgue is more dangerous after sunset, try to keep vigil during the day. 4. You must fulfill the required time for the vigil, the shorter the vigil time, the more dangerous it is on the night of the return. 5. Between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m., there must be someone keeping vigil. Rules for the vigil, Du murmured.
These are just the vigil rules, perhaps there are also rules for the morgue.
Each person should stay only 2 hours a day.
According to this rule, with the 5 of us, we can only cover 10 hours.
Ma Xiangzhe said while counting on his fingers, looking as if he was prepared to persuade others with reason.
At his movement, everyone else watched him warily, except for Dusher, who remained still and expressed his thoughts, indeed, but the chat didn't mention whether the customers would join them for the vigil.
What do you mean?
Dusher stood up and said, this should be the lounge the customers mentioned, and since it's not even 11:10 yet, I want to see if I can find the customer in person to confirm some information.
Even if I can't, gathering more clues is also good. Let's discuss how to allocate the vigil time in the last 10 minutes.
Dusher has always been a man of action. After sharing his thoughts, he directly walked towards the lounge door.
I will go with you. The blonde woman stood up.
After she stood up, the red-haired girl beside her timidly stood up as well. I want to go too. Then you go outside to find the customer, I'll try to contact him on my phone.
Ma Xiangzhe said.
Hearing Ma Xiangzhe's words, Dusher turned around. At this moment, the big man sitting in the chair had already crossed his legs, his fingers quickly tapping away on his phone. Seeing this, the live chat burst into excitement. These people are so crafty, letting Dusher and the others go out while he stays safe playing on his phone. It was Dusher who suggested going out first. If there's blame, it's on him, really.
I can't believe how stupid he is. Can't he see it in the first round?
Wait, you're... Just as Dusher wanted to interrupt Ma Xiangzhe's actions, someone suddenly stepped out from the side.
Wait, let me send the message. I remember your skill is not a magic shield, right? You should be the one going to scout.
The tall, thin man said pompously, as if believing this would intimidate Ma Xiangzhe. Ma Xiangzhe raised an eyebrow with an ambiguous expression and slowly stood up. At this movement, the tall, thin man took a step back, scared, but he quickly realized and took a big step forward, pushing himself forward.
Don't think I'm afraid of you.
Hearing these awkward yet familiar words, Dusher couldn't immediately tell which country this person was from. However, his posture paired with his tone was somewhat amusing. Turning his attention from the tall, thin man, Dusher faced Ma Xiangzhe, who happened to be looking at him. In this glance, both of them simultaneously revealed smiles filled with sarcasm.
Alright, you contact the customer on your phone, we'll go outside to look for clues. Ma Xiangzhe bypassed the tall, thin man and walked towards the door. Chapter 81 Cold August.
After enjoying the tall, thin man's performance, Dusher and the others finally stepped out of the lounge. During this time, the red-haired girl had been tightly clutching the arm of the blonde woman. The lounge was not indoors, right outside was a wide avenue, and across the street was a big house exactly like the flat they were in. Both houses had 3 big iron gates, and the lounge where Dusher and the others had just stayed was in the middle. Additionally, there was a van parked by the roadside. As Dusher stepped out, a gust of wind hit, and the chilly air made him shiver involuntarily. He looked down at his thin jacket, frowning. This temperature didn't match his attire at all.
In such a situation, either the environment or himself must have a problem, or perhaps both were problematic. That should be the morgue.
Ma Xiangzhe, who was originally at the back, squeezed forward and pointed at the house across the street. Dusher nodded. After all, there were only these 2 houses around here, and no other buildings were visible. Just as he was about to discuss splitting up the search with Ma Xiangzhe, he was interrupted by the red-haired girl behind him. I feel so cold. I want to go back to the lounge. The red-haired girl was dressed in thin, even somewhat revealing performance attire, and now she was huddled, trying hard to get closer to the blonde woman for warmth.
There were 5 of them. Only the red-haired girl's outfit is quite unique. He, Ma Xiangja, and the tall, thin guy, as continuous challenge talent holders, had the outfits directly provided when entering the instance: t-shirts, light jackets, cargo pants, and boots. However, the red-haired girl is a new talent holder who entered the instance without any role-playing. She is still wearing her original clothing from her world. The blonde lady is somewhat special. Her clothes are the same as those of the continuous challenge talent holders. This outfit had made Indu suspect his own judgment. Perhaps the earlier fluster she showed was all an act. "It is indeed a bit cold," said the blonde lady. "But isn't August summer here?" I observed carefully in the lounge. There is neither heating nor air conditioning, yet I don't feel cold. "Isn't August summer where you're from?" Ma Xiangja successfully said something very in line with Indu's stereotype of rascals. "This one must be from a country in the southern hemisphere," Indu explained while patting Ma Xiangja on the shoulder. "The climate in the southern hemisphere is the opposite of ours." Ma Xiangja's face turned slightly red as he shrugged off Indu's hand. "I do have this basic knowledge, I just didn't think of it for a moment. Yes, I'm from Kangaroo Country, where it won't exceed 20 degrees during the day, and I was still wearing a coat before I came in. But to match the weather setup of this instance, your clothes changed to the same t-shirt and jacket as ours after you entered," Indu interjected. "So, the fact that we feel cold must mean something is wrong. Standing at this door won't give us the answers, we should go look for clues." After finishing, Indu looked at the red-haired girl who seemed to want to retreat. "If you really want to go back to the lounge, I won't stop you, but remember, don't play on your phone." "Ah. Okay. Although she didn't understand Indu's intention, the girl still agreed. Watching the girl walk towards the lounge, Ma Xiangja said somewhat irritably, "According to the rules of this instance, having fewer people is not good for us. The red-haired girl really doesn't look reliable. If she goes in alone to guard the spirit, who knows if she would even last through the first day. In fact, that tall, thin guy isn't very smart either, but he has completed an instance after all. If he isn't somewhat capable, then he must have a good enough talent. Why not allow phone usage? Even if that June gets any information on his phone, he won't share it, right? Haven't you figured it out yet? Since entering the instance, the group messages from customers have caused 2 instances of contamination. Do you still want to continue looking for clues on your phone? Don't you think you're already contaminated enough? But to just give up on the clues from the phone like this? Not really giving up, it's just unnecessary to use the phone right now. Even if we contacted the customers, they would only say whether they would participate in guarding the spirits together. That information, once you have it, is impossible to hide. If that's the case, then why did the guy rush to take this role at the beginning? Is it possible he was afraid that his teammates would get him killed? After all, just as he said, according to the current rules, having fewer people is worse for clearing the challenge. No matter how unwilling he is, he must protect his teammates now. If that's the case, should we not worry about Indu's safety? We still have to worry. Ma Xiangja is no longer in danger, but a dragging teammate is still very dangerous. 3 people, just right. Let's search separately. Firstly, what we received in the group was the spirit guarding rules. It's still uncertain if there are rules about the morgue, so we need one person to go check around the morgue for clues. Additionally, this place is so large, and there is not a single piece of garbage on the ground. Someone should be managing it, so perhaps we can find that person to gather information. Lastly, based on the current rules, we need to stay here for 7 days. So we need daily necessities. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be in that van. Where do you want to search? Indu analyzed the current findings and then looked at the 2, asking. In his heart, he favored letting the blonde lady, who was entering the instance for the first time, check the van. It was undoubtedly the safest job compared to the other 2 tasks. Moreover, the van was looking for living supplies, not clues. Based on his understanding of Ma Xiangja, Indu was confident that he wouldn't hide any clues, but he hadn't figured out the blonde lady yet and didn't dare to trust her easily. Listen to you, we'll do whatever you say. Seeing that there was a brainy person in the team, the not-so-brainy Ma Xiangja waved his hand, but while saying this, his eyes had already turned to another building. Clearly, he still had his own thoughts. Hearing this, the blonde lady quickly said, "I'll listen to your arrangement." She knew that they were all in the same boat now, and Indu wouldn't make her suffer. Alright, then you. Indu looked at the blonde lady. Erica, my name is Erica. Erica will go check if there are any living supplies in the van. Brother Ma, you go check the flat for any clues. I'll look for the admin. After Indu finished speaking, he turned to go check the other rooms in the flat. Wait. Ma Xiangja called out, are you just leaving like this? Saying to listen to Indu, but now you regret it? As expected, someone from the Korean country. Indu looked back confused. At least leave a name, since we've met. If something happens, I need to know who my brother-in-arms is. Indu, that's my name. But I think you should worry more about yourself. I'm not dying that easily. Hearing Indu's words, Ma Xiangja frowned in dissatisfaction. Why do you speak so harshly? Ordinary people would be scared to tremble at his face full of flesh, but Indu instead laughed.
because, if you can't speak properly, you don't have to say anything. He turned back and walked towards the iron door on the left, saying, "Those who understand know you are worried about me. Those who don't will think you are cursing me." The front, "Did you regret speeding through the text? I don't believe this Korean really has good intentions. If you're so idle, can you go sign up at the great emperor's side, instead of blabbering here?" Chapter 82, The Deceased Customer. "Ah, this guy." Ma Xiangja cursed as he walked towards the big flat across the road. In-do had said during the search division to just look for clues around the big flat. But Ma Xiangja was already prepared. If he couldn't find anything useful outside, he would just go inside and gamble. The morgue was something they had to enter sooner or later. If one teammate died right at the start, they didn't know what they would face in the later return of the Soul Knight. However, the situation Ma Xiangja anticipated of not finding anything useful did not happen. The rules of the morgue were clearly hanging on the big door, but it was covered in dust, making the text unreadable. Ma Xiangja glanced around, seeing no tools, simply took off his clothes to start wiping the sign. Once he cleaned the sign, Ma Xiangja immediately took out his phone, took a picture, and sent it to the group. August 18, 11:16, Vigil Group. Heading there soon, image.jpg. Not long after he sent it, a private message suddenly popped up on his phone. August 18, 11:17, Boss is a cattle. Memorize the rules or write them down. In-do. Ah, this guy has so many demands, it's hard to finally have a phone and he wants me to memorize it. Doesn't he know I hate memorizing things? The moment Ma Xiangja saw the message, he complained, and then, began to obediently remember the rules. After teasing Ma Xiangja, In-do arrived at the left iron door. He looked around outside, confirming there were no rules or anomalies before knocking on the iron door. As soon as he knocked, a response sound came from inside right away. It was as if someone was deliberately waiting for him. "It's here." The voice was very hoarse and somewhat weak, giving a sense of emptiness. In-do tightened his grip on the lamp in his hand, staring intently at the slowly opening iron door. As the door swung open, an old man appeared, frail and hunched over. Strangely, he still stood half a head taller than In-do, creating a strong feeling of pressure from In-do's perspective. What was odd, however, was that although the old man's skin was wrinkled, it was also extraordinarily rosy, and the smooth areas looked especially tender. "Was it you who knocked on the door just now?" In-do stepped back 2 steps and nodded. "It was me." While telling the truth, he tried to glance around the old man to observe the room inside, but unfortunately, the old man's position blocked his view completely. It seemed the old man was quite cautious. "What is it?" Once he said this, he basically removed himself from being considered a customer. But In-do did not exclude him from the list of suspects because the sense of disharmony he brought was too obvious. However, not understanding the current situation forced In-do to suppress his curiosity. He thought for a moment, then decided to be honest in order to gain some information. "Old man, we were hired to keep vigil, but after arriving here, we haven't seen the person who hired us, so we wanted to ask you, which elderly person has recently come in? Have you seen his family? My mortuary has only received 2 bodies recently. One is Zhao Laosan from our village, who was found dead in his home 2 months ago from starvation. As for the other one, let's not mention it." This statement clearly invited further questioning. In-do blinked and cooperated. "Well, please tell me so I can confirm if this is the person we are supposed to keep vigil for? After all, it wouldn't be right to wait 7 days and then find out we've got the wrong person." With a sincere look, In-do made a reasonable point, and after hesitating for a moment, the old man replied, "To tell you the truth, after Zhao Laosan was sent here, I haven't seen his son come by, so no one has arranged his funeral. You see, in our place, if someone dies without anyone performing a vigil before burial, they can become a vengeful spirit, so I've been afraid to bury him and have been trying to contact his son, but unfortunately, I've had no luck. Until 7 days ago, in the morning when I was preparing to clean the road, I saw Zhao Laosan's son, Zhao Xiaolei, sitting by the roadside mumbling to himself. When I was about to approach him, he suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, 'I'm here to keep vigil, I'm here, I'm keeping vigil, I'm here.' He just kept repeating these 2 sentences right in front of me for about 10 minutes and then just collapsed straight to the ground. I took a closer look and found that his face was pale, and his body was rigid. Do you know what the most terrifying thing is?" The old man lowered his voice, creating a spooky atmosphere. Unfortunately, In-do, who was listening to the story, was not afraid, and in the moment he asked the question, he immediately replied, "Actually, he must have been dead for a while, right? His body must have been completely stiff, which is why you saw him collapse straight down." Unable to scare In-do, the old man let out a disinterested hum and continued, "People like me who look after mortuaries know a thing or two about the dead. From the stiffness of his body, he must have been dead for at least 12 hours. Later, I checked his phone and found out he had navigated here. The start time was noon the day before I saw him, walking all day to get to me." Upon hearing the time mentioned by the old man, In-do quietly counted on his fingers and finally muttered, "Yesterday was the 7th day. It seemed their customer was already dead."
However, what kind of fear drove him to get up after death to be the first to find someone to keep vigil? Or perhaps, the one who sought them to keep vigil was not this deceased customer. So, is Zhao Xiaolei's body now in the same mortuary as his elder family's body? Hearing Yingdu's question, the old man quickly denied, of course not. Here, the bodies we wait for awake are each in their own room. Zhao Laosan's body, I placed it in the middle mortuary. As for Zhao Xiaolei's body, I was afraid it would dirty my mortuary, so I dumped it in the river out front. Dumped? This was something Yingdu hadn't expected. He asked doubtfully, don't you need to hold a wake before burial here? Isn't he afraid of turning into a vengeful spirit if you just dump him? You said it yourself, he turns into a vengeful spirit only after burial. I haven't buried him, I just dumped him. That makes a lot of sense, I was speechless to argue back. Burial turns him into a vengeful spirit, but dumping him means it's fine? The old man really has a plan. No, Zhao Laosan and Zhao Xiaolei are already dead. So who called Yingdu and the others over? Zhao Xiaolei might not even be a customer, there might be someone behind it. Faced with the old man's honesty, Yingdu fell into silence. So, you all come to me, and the only person you can hold awake for is Zhao Laosan, understand? Said the old man. Understood, but I have one last question. Old man, is there any rule to follow for holding awake in the mortuary? You lad, you're pretty clever. We do have quite a few rules for holding awake. Take this piece of paper, don't make any mistakes. With that, the old man tossed a piece of paper to Yingdu. Rules for holding awake in the mortuary. 1. When holding awake in the mortuary, it is best for each person to stay no more than 2 hours per day. 2. The mortuary is open from 10 a.m. to 12 a.m., one can only enter during this time to hold awake. 3. The mortuary is more dangerous after sunset, try to hold awake during the day. 4. One must fulfill the required wake time, the shorter the wake time, the more dangerous the night of the returning souls. 5. From 11 p.m. to 12 a.m., there must be people holding awake. 6. The wakeholder must be someone the deceased knew. If you're a stranger, please bring something familiar of the deceased into the mortuary. The paper the old man tossed to Yingdu had one more rule than the one in the group. At that moment, a message popped up in the pinned group. August 18th, 11:16 Wake Group. Coming soon, image.jpg. Seeing this, Yingdu didn't even open the photo, directly clicking on his avatar to send a private message. August 18th, 11:17 Coming soon. Memorize or record the rules with pen and paper. Yingdu. August 18th, 11:20 Wake Group. Boss is an idiot, gather in the break room. Yingdu. Coming soon, it's only been 3 minutes, I'm not a memory superhero, what's the gathering for? Boss is an idiot, figure it out, hurry over. Yingdu. Coming soon, Ashi, you wait for me. Ma Xiongja replied angrily in the group, then looked up at the sign in front of him. At this time, it definitely couldn't be memorized, if he had that memory, he wouldn't have dropped out of middle school to become a thug. After trouble for a few seconds, Ma Xiongja simply pulled at the sign, directly tearing it down. Chapter 83 Customer's Identity. When Yingdu returned to the break room, the tall and skinny guy was chatting with someone on his phone. The red-haired girl was obedient, sitting quietly on a chair. When she saw Yingdu come in, she quickly stood up and looked behind him, revealing a disappointed expression. Yingdu knew who she was looking for, but he didn't explain, he just stood by the door watching time pass by, then picked up his phone to start sending text messages. August 18th, 11:20 Wake Group. Boss is an idiot, gather in the break room. Yingdu. Coming soon, it's only been 3 minutes, I'm not a memory superhero, what's the gathering for? Boss is an idiot, figure it out, hurry over. Coming soon, Ashi, you wait for me. Big A sister, okay. Ma Xiongja's reply sounded as if he was preparing to come back to fight, but Yingdu knew that guy would definitely find a way to return to the break room in time. However, the high-class girl watching these conversations didn't think so. Ashi, why does this guy get to command our talent? No, why is Ma Xiongja so obedient to Xia Guotian's words? Following the rules, just following the rules? Exactly, and didn't they write down the rules? Why does he have to memorize them? I know, Ma Xiongja is being so obedient to feign ignorance, so they can eliminate him later. Are you all overthinking? This is just a cooperative task, isn't it normal for someone to share clues in a hurry? When can clues not be shared? And obviously, he could just use his phone to notify. Why do they have to go back to the lounge? Are you really stupid or pretending to be? Can't you see there's a problem with the phone? As people in reality keep expressing their opinions, Ma Xiongja happily walks into the lounge holding the sign with the rules of the morgue. As soon as he sees Yingdu, he proudly shakes the sign and says, "Look what I brought back." At this moment, Erica hasn't returned yet, so Yingdu simply holds the shaking sign down and starts to read it. Morgue rules.
1. Every time you enter the morgue, check the information on the wall to ensure the body inside hasn't been replaced. If you find the body has been replaced, wrap it in white cloth, open the back door and throw it out, then leave the morgue immediately.
Re-enter after 5 minutes.
2. The body in the morgue should be placed on the stainless steel table in the center. If you find it on the floor upon entering, please move it back to the table. 3. Only one body can be stored in a single morgue. If you see extra bodies inside, immediately cover them with white cloth, then open the back door to throw them out. 4. If you enter the morgue for a vigil, please light an incense stick and place it in the incense burner on the table, silently repeating your name 3 times. 5. If you entered the morgue for a vigil and disposed of a body today, make sure to open the back door once more before leaving to confirm whether the body is still there. If the body is still outside the back door, please light another incense stick and place it in the burner. 6. The first person to enter the morgue that day must check if the incense burner is empty. If it is not, remove the stick and place it in the mouth of the body, covering the body's face with white cloth. 7. The last person to enter the morgue that day must light 2 incense sticks and place them in the burner before leaving.
8. The body will not move. If you see any signs of movement, it must be an illusion.
Please keep your eyes open for 1 minute and stare at the body. You will find that the body does not move. 9. To preserve the body, the temperature in the morgue is set to -24 degrees.
Make sure to wear a warm coat before entering.
Even with a warm coat, you cannot feel warm at this temperature. If you feel warm, no matter what you are doing, please leave the morgue through the front door immediately. You cannot re-enter the morgue within half an hour after leaving. 10. Remember, you are not a corpse. These rules are much more complex than the vigil rules. Indu repeated the rules in his mind a few times before he roughly memorized them. At this moment, Erica happened to walk in carrying 2 large bags. There are bread and water in the van, and sleeping bags. I didn't have enough strength, so I just brought the bread first. Indu glanced at the 2 big bags. That amount should last them for about 7 days.
Then should we go get the water and sleeping bags? Ma Xiangja suggested eagerly upon hearing there were supplies. Wait, not so fast. There's something else I need to discuss with you,
Indu said, looking at the tall, thin person still lost in conversation. They were making quite a noise over here, but that guy never once glanced their way, his face showing an intoxicated smile. Clearly something was wrong. Ma Xiangja followed Indu's gaze and also realized something was off. He frowned and tossed the sign toward Indu.
A person walked over. She, gather, can't you understand?
Ma Xiangja said without politeness as he slapped the tall, thin guy, giving him a physical wake-up call. This move worked well, and the tall, thin guy successfully shifted his attention away from his phone. He jumped up, glaring angrily at Ma Xiangja. I was talking to a customer, why did you interrupt me?
You say you were talking to a customer? Indu raised his eyebrow. Did this customer reveal any information to you?
The person we are keeping vigil for is called Zhao Laosan, and the customer is Zhao Laosan's daughter.
You talked for so long and only got this useful information. What else are you going to chat about?
Ma Xiangja looked at him disdainfully after hearing what the tall, thin guy said. Seeing the tall, thin guy about to resist, he quickly grabbed his clothes and yanked him up. What's wrong?
You can't take a few words from me?
Ma Xiangja's aura was too powerful, and the tall, thin guy was immediately subdued by him. But thinking that if he showed weakness from the start, he would be completely controlled later, he forced down his fear and puffed out his chest to defend himself.
Isn't the requirement for passing based on satisfaction? I'm doing this to make the customer happy. Zhao Laosan has a daughter?
After getting this news, Indu frowned. It seems that he was still led around by that old man. That old man kept emphasizing contacting his son to keep vigil but never mentioned that Zhao Laosan had a daughter. Noticing Indu's mumbling to himself, Ma Xiangja looked at him in confusion. So what if he has a daughter? It's nothing, this is still an important clue, he has contributed a bit. You can let him go now, Indu said as he patted Ma Xiangja's hand to signal him to let go. Ma Xiangja threw the guy down and then, realizing it afterwards, cursed, She, why should I listen to you? Indu ignored his complaints and began to get to the point. I just received 3 important pieces of information. First, Zhao Laosan has a son, but he died 8 days ago. Second, the rules of keeping vigil are actually 6. The 6th rule is that the vigil keeper must be someone the deceased knows. If you are a stranger, please bring familiar objects of the deceased into the mortuary.
Familiar objects of the deceased? Where do we find such things?
Ma Xiangja said, scratching his head irritably after hearing this. Right, the red-haired girl quietly echoed.
Is this information correct?
If it is, I can let the customer send something over. The tall, thin guy immediately stood up, a smirk forming on his lips as he already made plans. When the customer's items arrived, he would use these to control this group of people. Then he would see if this Ma Xiangja would still dare to treat him this way. Thinking that these people must submit to him, his smile on his face couldn't help but twist a bit. Hearing the tall, thin guy's suggestion, Indu nodded. It's indeed a way to find this customer 4 items. Go contact her now and ask her to send 5 items that are usually placed at home or frequently carried by the old man. After calmly giving his instructions, Indu continued, besides finding the customer 4 items, I have another method, which is the third piece of information I received. Zhao Laosan's son arrived here 7 days ago, and his body was thrown into the river by the administrator of this mortuary. Are you saying we should go fish for the body? Ma Xiangjia raised an eyebrow, looking quite pleased with this task. This body has been soaking in the river for about 7 or 8 days, it should have floated up by now, it shouldn't be hard to find, Indu said uncertainly. If possible, he preferred to use things he found himself rather than something from a person with unclear identity or strangely sent items. Erica nodded in agreement. Now we have about 30 minutes left. The customer's things may not arrive in time, and we may not be able to retrieve the body, but if we act simultaneously on both sides, the chances of success are higher. The red-haired girl showed clear fear at the mention of retrieving a body, but still nodded. I'll help too, more people will find it faster. Chapter 84, The Floating Corpse on the River. The river the old man mentioned was indeed not far from the morgue. After asking for directions, Indu drove the van for only 3 or 4 minutes. He parked the car by the river, got out to check the river's flow, then got back in and drove downstream. The river was relatively wide, but the downstream gradually narrowed and split into branches. Just at the fork, before he could get out, Indu saw a white object caught by the roots of a tree by the riverbank. Ma, go down and see if that's it, Indu said, patting Ma Xiangjia on the passenger seat. Ma Xiangjia saw the object too, and without saying a word, he opened the car door and walked down. After Ma Xiangjia stepped out, Indu turned to the 2 ladies in the back seat. If that's not Zhao Xiaolei's body, we'll have to search separately. Ma Xiangjia left the van, casually grabbed a branch from a nearby tree, and walked towards the white object. As he got closer to the riverbank, he discovered it was a white sack. For safety reasons, he didn't rush to reach for it. Instead, he poked it a few times with the branch and confirmed there was no movement before reaching out and grabbing a corner to pull the entire sack onto the shore. As soon as the sack came out of the water, he was astonished to find a hand bone clinging to one corner of it. The bone stopped at the wrist. He wasn't easily frightened, and after going through the bizarre rules of the story of Eerie Tales, he didn't have a strong reaction after the initial surprise. After placing the sack on the ground, he prodded the hand bone with the branch, but it was already tucked deep into the sack, and the branch couldn't pull it out. Seeing this, Ma Xiangjia ignored the hand bone and squatted down to open the sack. Inside was a male corpse with a pale, swollen face. His eyes were wide open, and his face twisted, as if telling the unwillingness of death. At the same time, a putrid smell emanated from the sack. Seeing the unchanged expression of the hand bone and the corpse, Ma Xiangjia frowned tightly at the smell. Although they found the corpse, he still didn't know if this was the one they were looking for. If it were a usual situation where he was alone in the story, he would certainly check the corpse personally to confirm its identity. But this time, he chose to retie the sack and pull it back towards the van. The hand bone inside the sack occasionally clinked against the stones on the ground, making a clack-clack-clack sound. Seeing Ma Xiangjia pulling the sack towards the van, Indu realized that there was definitely a corpse inside the sack. As for whether it was Zhao Xiaolei, that was still up for discussion. Indu turned his head. Get out of the car. As he said this, he deliberately glanced at the red-haired girl. In the real world, he wouldn't have minded being a gentleman and letting the frightened red-haired girl stay in the car. But in the story of Eerie Tales, having a safe corpse to test their courage was a rare opportunity. Moreover, they would need to stay in the morgue with the corpse for at least 2 hours, so it was best to adapt now. Indu didn't know if the 2 in the back could understand his good intentions, nor did he care if they could understand. After all, they were merely passing travelers who met by chance in a story. After speaking, he was the first to get out of the car and walk towards Ma Xiangjia. Before he could get close to Ma Xiangjia, he heard Ma Xiangjia shout, "You have to see this, the corpse comes with a bonus." Saying this, he threw the sack strongly towards Indu, and after following a parabolic path, the sack landed heavily in front of Indu. Indu secretly marveled at Ma Xiangjie's arm strength. If this sack contained Zhao Xiaolei, that would be an adult man, and one hand could toss an adult man aside. That's quite a power. What extra gift? Indu said while looking at the sack. After looking, he no longer needed Ma Xiangjie's answer, as the hand clinging to the sack was quite obvious. Indu put on insulated gloves and crouched down, carefully lifting the hand bone from the sack. The hand bone was small, with thin finger bones, looking like it didn't belong to a male. Indu turned his head and saw the red-haired girl approaching. He stood up and said to her, "Please open your hand." Although the red-haired girl was puzzled, she complied and opened her hand. Without a word of explanation or giving her any time to prepare, Indu directly held the hand bone above her hand for comparison. The moment she saw the hand bone, the red-haired girl held her breath. She trembled, forcing herself not to retract her hand. Fortunately, Indu didn't place the hand bone in her hand, and quickly took it away. Seeing the hand bone removed, she visibly sighed in relief, and just as she steadied her mind, she heard Indu's voice.
How old are you this year? I'm 20, the red-haired girl replied softly.
Indu nodded and then said, this hand bone is somewhat shorter than hers, it looks like it belongs to a girl around her teens. This bone is so clean, it must have been thrown in the water for a while.
Realizing what Indu was doing, the red-haired girl asked with curiosity, aren't we here to find that Zhao's son? This bone shouldn't have anything to do with our target, right? The hand bone has been in the river for years, why would it end up clinging to this sack? Do you think it's just a coincidence?
Indu put the hand bone away, then crouched down again to start untying the sack. However, our top priority now is indeed to find Zhao San's son, Zhao Xiaolei. We can investigate the identity of this hand bone's owner later. After untying the sack, Indu did not look closely and directly tipped the corpse out. A decaying adult male corpse, exuding a foul smell, was completely revealed in front of them.
The red-haired girl tightened her grip on Erica's arm once again.
But this time, Erica didn't have time to comfort her. The combined sensory shock of smell and sight made her feel a bit nauseous. Indu initially wanted to directly search the body, but suddenly thought of something. He turned to the two standing behind him, pondering. Then he spoke coldly, you two go check the car for plastic bags. If you find any, put them on and look over this corpse. If there aren't any, you'll have to bear with it and handle it directly. We're right by the river, so washing your hands later won't be a problem. What? The red-haired girl screamed. A floating corpse looked far scarier than a white bone, let alone that she had to touch it. The blonde lady clearly found it hard to accept touching a floating corpse, but she didn't speak up. Instead, she adjusted herself and turned to the car. She had just searched the entire van and knew there were plastic bags in it. After giving the thicker and larger plastic bag to the red-haired girl, she gritted her teeth and moved forward first. She knew she was quite lucky. In this first quest, she had encountered two decent veteran teammates. With danger shared and rules explained, if she could make it through this quest, it might not be so lucky next time. Thus, growing herself was the most important. The hardest part was always taking the first step. After unbuttoning the corpse's outer coat, Erica's hands gradually steadied. The red-haired girl also began to fumble with it at this moment. You are something else, you are even tougher than me, Ma Xiangzi patted Indu's shoulder in appreciation. Indu said nothing, quietly watching them examine the corpse. Indu's movements were far too fast. Other live stream rooms usually start with self-introductions before separating to look for clues. He, however, didn't even ask for names and had people stripping the corpse right away. Some say they are looking for clues, but some are just copying the homework, right? Has any country already used up their hint opportunities for clues? This instance has just begun for less than an hour. In a multiplayer cooperative instance, sharing information can be considered as having 5 hints. Like Amelie and her group, Felipe has already used a hint and provided the 6th rule of the guardian spirit and its solution. Having a dog is definitely good. After all, failing the rule of strange tales only causes pollution in one city. Offending Amelie means losing the master. Chapter 85 Each reaps gains. If we talk about ruthlessness, the two girls are not far behind. Everyone understands their own situation, fear is natural, but if one only knows how to hide when faced with danger, it will only lead to a faster death. Once they overcame their fear, they stripped the corpse down to just a pair of underpants. Unfortunately, the things they found in the end were not many. Excluding clothing, only aid card, a silver longevity lock, and a red string with 3 tassels were left. The name Zhao Xiaolei on the ID card and longevity lock proved that this corpse was indeed the one they were looking for. Only 3 items, and the ID card shouldn't count. Ma Xiongja squatted down and waved the ID card in front of Indu. No. Indu picked up the red string. This is definitely not Zhao Xiaolei's thing. What is meant by carrying items familiar to the deceased means to bring things that prove your relationship with the deceased. Since that's the case, Zhao Xiaolei's ID card and longevity lock can both prove you are guarding the spirit in the identity of Zhao Xiaolei. As Indu spoke, he put the red string around his 4 fingers. This red string can't even fit on me, let alone Zhao Xiaolei. Even if Zhao Xiaolei wasn't swollen from water, he would still be a circle thicker than Indu. This is definitely not his thing. Then whose is it? The red-haired girl asked as she listened to the conversation between the two. Of course, Indu pulled out the hand bone he had just pocketed. It's hers. As for why the red string ended up on Zhao Xiaolei, perhaps we will find the answer later. The hand bone that was on Zhao Xiaolei's body and the red string hidden on Zhao Xiaolei. Actually, even if they didn't find clues, it seems they could guess what happened. Indu tied the red string to the hand bone and put it away again. Aren't you afraid of carrying that thing around? Ma Xiongja glanced at Indu's pocket with disdain. Don't be picky, after all, you can't do without it either. What do you mean? Ma Xiongja looked at Indu with confusion. Although we can take turns using the ID card and longevity lock, it's still risky for 5 people to use 2 items. As Indu spoke, he hooked a finger under the clothing of Zhao Xiaolei. As for these clothes, I don't think they can prove identity very well. Clothing is too changeable, people can't really rely on clothes to recognize others. After hearing Indu's words, Ma Xiongja's thinking gradually aligned with the granularity of Indu. You mean?
Ah, looks like I'll have to get back to my old job.
Ma Xiongja, having mixed in that world before, after understanding Indu's meaning, didn't hold back at all and directly crouched down to forcefully twist Jia Xiaolei's finger.
Ah!
The red-haired girl, who completely didn't understand Indu's meaning, shrieked at the sight of this scene.
Indu pressed his ears, feeling uncomfortable, thinking his eardrum might burst.
But he didn't really dislike the red-haired girl. After all, if he hadn't experienced the previous instances, his acceptance of corpses might not have been any better than that of the red-haired girl. Moreover, Ma Xiongja's actions were indeed far more violent and bloody than he imagined. Originally, he had even planned to provide a pair of scissors as a tool. Although the 5 of them had 5 items to prove identity, that was enough. But a person has 10 fingers.
Keeping them as backup isn't bad, right?
With this thought, Ma Xiongja directly pulled off all 10 fingers. A corpse that has been dead for many days is far weaker than a living body, so he didn't expend much effort. With the fingers in hand, the ID card and longevity lock naturally went to the 2 ladies who helped greatly.
Holding the longevity lock, the red-haired girl couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't have to take the fingers.
Let's wrap these fingers in a garbage bag, the smell is a bit strong. Ma Xiongja said with a hint of disgust while pinching one finger. Indu nodded, but instead of a plastic bag, he took out some tape to wrap the fingers. 10 fingers, Indu and Ma Xiongja each took 5 and tucked them in their pockets.
A bit disgusting. Aren't these 2 a bit too accepting? Is it an issue of acceptance for Ma Xiongja?
I suspect he has done this kind of thing before. Actually, I think they really didn't need to break the dead person's fingers. Ruan Wenjun got 5 items from the customer, which is enough for them. Ruan Wenjun indeed received 5 items, he got them much earlier than Indu and the others. After confirming the need for proof of identity, he promptly contacted the customer again. Hearing Ruan Wenjun's intention, the customer readily agreed, but she stated she was still at work and couldn't leave, so she would find someone to bring the items over. In the world of rule-based horror stories, seeing one more person adds a bit more danger. Ruan Wenjun was not foolish enough to be completely unguarded, he only asked the customer to deliver the items to the lounge door. After hearing the tall, thin man's complete description of how he got the items, Indu didn't know whether to praise him for being clever or very clever. He sighed in frustration and then expressed a desire to see the 5 items sent by the customer. You can see the items, but what will you offer in exchange? The tall, thin man spread his legs on the chair, looking quite pompous. It seemed he was ready to leverage these 5 items for a deal. As soon as Indu and the others returned, the tall, thin man began to show off his obtained items. And he seemed certain that they wouldn't find the corpse, not bothering to ask about their search for it. Having Zhao Xiaolei's items already, Indu was not in a hurry, he simply walked over to the chair opposite the tall man and sat down, clearly confronting him. Initially, he thought that with Ma Xiongja standing by his side, their team could at least present a united front, no matter their inner thoughts. Unexpectedly, within less than an hour, someone wanted to be independent. Ah, you guy. Ma Xiongja rolled up his sleeves and was about to go punch him. Brother Ma, we should talk about the time distribution issue now. Indu timely spoke up to stop Ma Xiongja's action. Time is limited, so I will keep it short. Without customers to help keep vigil, we must make a choice between Rule 1 and Rule 4 regarding keeping vigil in the mortuary. As he spoke, Indu took out the note he received from the old man. Rule 1 states, when keeping vigil in the mortuary, each person should ideally only stay for 2 hours per day. Rule 4 states, keeping vigil must meet the required time, the shorter the vigil time, the more dangerous the night of returning souls. Compared to breaking Rule 4, I'm more inclined to break Rule 1, what do you think? I think the tall, thin man immediately began to express his opinion after hearing Indu's words. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Ma Xiongja impatiently interrupted him, what you think or I think doesn't matter, just tell us what we need to do to break Rule 1. This statement seemed to show dissatisfaction with Indu, but in reality, it was meant to prevent the tall man's opportunity to speak. Indu smiled faintly and continued, alright, since we've decided to break Rule 1. Let's talk about how to assign roles. However, to ensure everyone gets a suitable position, let's first introduce ourselves and share our talents. Chapter 86, Loss of Control. As the one who suggested introducing ourselves, Indu naturally went first. He glanced at the people present, and succinctly said an example, Indu, a citizen of Xia, my talent is Toolbox. The 2 girls entered the dungeon after Indu, and somewhat knew about the fastest players from the previous stage. Upon hearing Indu's introduction, they both nodded instinctively. Ma Xiongja noticed their reaction, his eyes turned for a moment, and he muttered, so it really is a toolbox. Then, he continued from Indu's sentence, Ma Xiongja, a citizen of Goryo, my talent is Magic Cloak. As a player who had cleared multiple stages, everyone present knew Ma Xiongja's information, this was just a formality for him. With 2 leaders, the 2 girls who had followed Indu also introduced themselves in succession. Emily, a citizen of Kangaroo Country, my talent is Unravel.
Unravel is also ranked in the lower middle tier of talents. Unravel can be used once a day, affecting one eerie being at a time.
The eerie being affected by Unravel sees its attack strength decrease, and its favorability towards the user increases. This ability sounds quite good. After all, it can make an eerie being less aggressive towards oneself. However, using it only on one eerie being a day does not mean you're getting rid of another. Reducing aggressiveness doesn't mean there's no aggression at all. In the past, those who had this talent chose to use it when faced with eerie threats.
The final result only turned a deadlock into a losing position.
Even with reduced attack power and increased favorability, the attacks wouldn't stop, it would just shift from acting separately to survival by sacrificing. Yet, Indu quite liked this ability. In his eyes, this ability should be used at the start to find the right target and garner favor, leading to acquiring more clues. In the rule-based dungeon, the true lifesaver has always been clues. Hishang Chang, a citizen of Liwa, my talent is resistance.
Resistance is a talent that competes closely with Magic Cloak on the leaderboard.
But in Indu's heart, the practicality of resistance is actually higher than that of Magic Cloak. Indu couldn't help but focus on Hishang Chang for a few more seconds. What a pity, Hishang Chang was a newbie just entering the dungeon, and based on his current performance in Indu's eyes, there were only negative scores, no positives. Overall, he still preferred to choose Ma Xiongxia as his teammate. After the four of them finished introducing themselves, they all turned their attention to the tall, thin person. The tall, thin person was also a talent who had cleared the dungeon. But he was less known compared to the frequently clearing Ma Xiongxia and the previously outstanding Indu.
In other words, the two newly entered ladies also didn't have any information about him. Ruan Wenjun, a Vietnamese, my talent is pollution purification. Pollution purification ranks third from the bottom on the leaderboard, and if possible, Ruan Wenjun would prefer not to announce his talent.
Especially after hearing others' introductions, he realized that his talent was only slightly better than Indu's. However, as a talent who had cleared the dungeon once, the two girls must have already known what his talent was. Lying would only make him seem lacking in confidence. Better to directly reveal his talent. Moreover, if someone with the third from the bottom talent could clear the dungeon, these people would surely understand his level. So it's pollution purification, huh? For the first time, Indu showed a sincere smile to Ruan Wenjun. This talent is quite good. This statement was not mockery, Indu truly thought this talent was good. With his own abilities, avoiding lethal attacks in the dungeon was not too hard, but dodging pervasive pollution was not easy at all.
Fortunately, he now had an MP3 that could barely serve as pollution purification. Pollution purification is very useful in this instance.
Unfortunately, these words sound like provocation to Ruan Wenjun. After all, everyone knows how useless pollution purification can be. If it weren't for his own strong abilities, he might have died at the hands of that little brat in the last challenge because of this useless talent. What are you saying here with a toolbox in your hand?
Do you have a say here?
Ruan Wenjun is now a bit afraid to confront Ma Xiongxia, but he is not afraid at all when facing Indu, the pretty boy in his eyes. In fact, besides Indu, he also looks down on the two girls in his heart, even if their talents rank higher than his. Since entering this instance, he has been clear that the only one who poses a real threat to him is Ma Xiongxia. As long as he defeats Ma Xiongxia, he will become the leader of this team.
At that time,
Ruan Wenjun thought he was being subtle as he swept his gaze across the two girls. The Westerner is too old for him to be interested, but that Japanese girl is pretty good, both her looks and figure are top-notch. Such a gem, he could never have encountered before. Emily felt Ruan Wenjun's gaze and frowned deeply, but said nothing more. However, Kawashang Chang, who had been weakly hiding behind Emily, suddenly changed his expression and clenched his fists behind her. Facing Ruan Wenjun's hostility, Indu furrowed his brows and stood up, wanting to reason with him. After seeing the rules of this instance and knowing that teamwork is necessary, he decided to get along well with everyone to avoid team failure due to internal conflict. Originally, he thought the biggest lone wolf would be Ma Xiongxia, so when Ma Xiongxia chose to use his phone to contact the client, he spoke up to remind him, hoping to get closer. But in less than an hour, he had overturned his original thoughts multiple times. Firstly, Ma Xiongxia is clearly a bold and careful person, he knows the consequences when choosing to use his phone.
Secondly, those who mingle in the underworld are never lone wolves.
Finally, their team ultimately saw a change, but that change was not Ma Xiongxia, nor was it Kawashang Chang, who screamed out of fear of pollution, but Ruan Wenjun. Ruan Wenjun showed no fear at Indu's actions. After learning about Indu's talent, he viewed him as nothing more than a clown, who dared to speak boldly here only by clinging to Ma Xiongxia's thigh. Ruan Wenjun showed a mocking smile, ready to continue his taunts, but suddenly he was met with a punch.
What are you looking at?
I'm most annoyed by people like you, who don't just look but also touch and hug.
How disgusting.
If it weren't for having to make a living, who would want to serve you?
Kawashang Chun unexpectedly exploded in anger.
By the time Indu and the others reacted, Ruan Wenjun had already been punched several times. To be honest, Kawa Chang is small and weak, and his punches are chaotic, so the damage is not great, but the insult is quite strong.
Emily quickly stepped forward and pulled Kawa Chang behind her.
Indu, interrupted mid-motion, silently stopped, his brows furrowed tightly enough to crush a fly. At this moment, Ruan Wenjun had reacted, wanting to counterattack, but was gently pushed back by Ma Xiangja, directly sitting back down in his chair. Indu looked at the chaotic scene in front of him and rubbed his temples in frustration. After calming himself, he stepped forward and said, "Don't be angry, I think Kawa Shang must have been influenced by something and lost control of his emotions." He explained to Ruan Wenjun. But she just said her talent is resistance, how could she be affected by pollution? It is well known that those with resistance talent have a health value. When affected by pollution and attacks, their health will decrease, but they will not be affected by pollution like others who suffer from hallucinations.
Illusion, mutation.
Therefore, Indu's words cannot explain He Shangqing's situation at all. I didn't say she was affected by pollution, Indu shook his head, but rather that something else is influencing our emotions.
After all, just now, even I wanted to hit you.
Indu considered his emotions to be quite stable. In the past, Ruan Wenjun's trash talk would never enter his mind, let alone waste his energy arguing against it.
Clearly, their time was already too short.
I don't know why, but our emotions were amplified just now. After venting, He Shangqing had regained her rationality. Hearing Indu's words, she looked at her reddened joints and quietly shed tears. She had been in a state of panic since entering the rule of bizarre tales, her emotions had never been effectively released. While inspecting the floating corpse, all kinds of negative emotions had already bubbled up within her. But her rationality suppressed these negative emotions until Ruan Wenjun showed her a gaze she was very familiar with. The unfairness of reality, the pressure of survival, the panic after entering the instance, the fear of facing the corpse, and the impotence in the face of death threats, all of it burst forth in an instant. She vented it all onto Ruan Wenjun. But after venting, what she felt in her heart was not relief, but a strange sorrow. Emily looked at her exposed performance outfit and remembered her earlier words. She compassionately wrapped her coat around her. Indu looked at the silent lounge and suggested, "I think there might be some problem with this lounge, how about we go outside and continue our previous topic?" He couldn't guarantee the problem was with the lounge. But the atmosphere in the lounge was simply too bad, so it was better to suggest going out to break the current deadlock.
There are only 10 minutes left until midnight. We don't have time to sort out our emotions here.
After Indu finished speaking, he didn't leave first but turned to look at Emily. Emily received Indu's gaze and walked ahead with He Shangqing. Finally, Indu and Ma Xiangja, who was holding Ruan Wenjun, walked out together. On the wide avenue, the cold wind cleared their minds a little. Feeling the temperature drop, He Shangqing quickly wiped away the tears on her face, wanting to take off the coat to return it to Emily. Emily held her hand and shook her head. Seeing that everyone was no longer immersed in the previous atmosphere, Indu quickly continued the topic he hadn't finished. "Actually, after hearing about Ruan Wenjun's talent, I had already thought of a distribution plan."
"What?"
Ruan Wenjun was clearly still digesting the unexpected event just now and hadn't yet caught up with Indu's change of topic, he only reacted when he heard his name. However, Indu didn't mind and directly began stating his guess. "In the morgue, it's best for each person to stay only 2 hours a day for vigil.
The rules say best and not necessary. I think this is because every minute and every second we stay in the morgue during vigil, we are being polluted.
And within 2 hours, the pollution is still within a range we can bear." As Indu spoke, an MP3 suddenly appeared in his hand, so, there are only 2 methods to violate the rules and safely get through. First, everyone shares the risk of pollution, so even if pollution exceeds the bearable range, it won't be too high, at most just causing auditory hallucinations. Second, let those with purifying abilities bear the extra time. When Indu said this, Ruan Wenjun finally understood what Indu wanted him to do. Why should I guard more time?
That's not fair. Ruan Wenjun reacted strongly. Ma Xiangja pressed down on Ruan Wenjun. "Fair? You want to talk to me about fairness?"
Ma Xiangja's temper was already explosive, and the recent events had further lowered his patience.
Now, hearing Ruan Wenjun's refusal,
he started rolling up his sleeves again. Indu could only hold back his irritation and grab Ma Xiangja's hand, then continue negotiating with Ruan Wenjun. According to the rules, guarding at night, especially from 11 p.m. to midnight, is the most dangerous. If you guard for 1 more hour, I can arrange for you not to guard at night. For your talent, guarding for 3 hours during the day is the safest choice.
I think the others should have no objections to this arrangement? None, Emily said. I can guard at night.
After listening to Indu's analysis, He Shangqing understood that, with her resistance and Ma Xiangja's magic shield, guarding at night would be safer than for others. This mission required team cooperation to succeed, focusing only on one's own safety and ignoring teammates would ultimately lead to self-destruction. But this simple truth was lost on Ruan Wenjun. Determined to compete for leadership in the team with Ma Xiangja, even understanding that Yin Du was right, he still rejected Yin Du's suggestion.
I don't want to.
Don't forget, the items required by the rules are still in my hands. You all take the burden of guarding the extra 2 hours, and I'll share the items with you. He didn't want to listen to Yin Du's arrangement. To him, listening to Yin Du meant listening to Ma Xiangja, which he could not accept since he always considered himself equal to Ma Xiangja.
Who told you that only you have items? We have them too.
He Shancheng, who felt he had completely fallen out with Ruan Wenjun, rolled his eyes without politeness.
We don't need your items. Stop bragging, how could you have anything? With this little time, can you even find the body? Ruan Wenjun didn't believe it at all.
At this moment, Ma Xiangja completely lost his patience. He grabbed Ruan Wenjun and pulled him toward the break room. While smiling at Yin Du, he said, to save time, I'll chat with him alone, you can talk to them about their time arrangement. Yin Du nodded and stepped forward to help him close the door.
Ahem, let's talk about your time arrangement.
As Yin Du spoke, he took out the rules plaque that Ma Xiangja had taken apart. In the first 2 days, we need to guard for 12 hours, from noon 12 p.m. to midnight 0 a.m. During these 2 days, the night from 8 p.m. to midnight is under me and Ma Xiangja's responsibility.
And from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., you two will be responsible. Remember to change guards every half hour.
Absolutely do not extend your guarding time just because you find the process of entering and exiting troublesome.
But why do we have to change guards every half hour? The rules don't require that, right?
He Shanqing asked.
Also, according to what you just said, Ruan is responsible for 3 hours during the day, so isn't there 1 hour during the day that is unguarded? Emily raised her question too. Chapter 87 Cooperation in Guarding the Spirit.
Facing their questions, Yin Du calmly explained, I insist that you change guards every half hour, primarily to address Rule 9. Saying this, he pointed to the plaque with the rules written on it.
If someone among us experiences Rule 9, once they leave the morgue, they cannot re-enter for half an hour.
If we choose to guard for 2 hours or 3 hours before switching, then it's possible for someone to encounter such a situation, being unable to enter for half an hour while the time for others to enter has already passed, Emily replied eagerly. However, after a moment, she furrowed her brows. Wait, even with half-hour rotations, the last person might still trigger Rule 9 and have to leave the morgue. Yin Du nodded affirmatively at her conjecture. You're right, even with rotations, this situation cannot be avoided. The reason I proposed this method is to reduce the occurrence of Rule 9 and ensure everyone's safety. The time period when Rule 9 is most likely to occur is when we have become numb to the cold in the morgue, and our perception of temperature has dropped.
So it probably won't be triggered as soon as we enter the morgue.
This way, the last person to enter, even if they trigger Rule 9 and must come out, will have a shorter time to take their place, instead of immediately having to share half an hour of vigil time.
In addition, there is another important reason for the half-hour rotation.
Yin Du pointed to the warehouse behind Emily and the others. You see that the morgue. He agreed. He voluntarily took on 3 hours of vigil duty 2 days ago. Yin Du's words were interrupted by Ma Xiangja's loud voice before he could finish. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Ma Xiangja, who was dragging Ruan Wenjun out.
That's right, dragging him out.
Yin Du's eyes widened, and he quickly stepped forward, scanning Ruan Wenjun's body. Fortunately, he was only bruised and swollen, no broken arms or legs. Ma Xiangja still had some restraint. With his heart at ease, Yin Du returned to his calm demeanor and smiled at Ruan Wenjun. As long as you are willing.
If you had agreed earlier, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. Willing? Did he want to be willing? If he hadn't agreed, Ma Xiangja would have beaten him to death. How could he back down? Yin Du ignored the sparks of anger flying from Ruan Wenjun's half-closed eyes and continued with his arrangements.
Since you're out, let me explain the time schedule again. First of all, the vigils in the first 2 days definitely have to start from 12 o'clock. Even for the later 5 days, I also recommend starting the vigils at midnight, as it's definitely more dangerous at night.
I hope everyone has no objections, right?
At this moment, except for Ruan Wenjun, who was still being suppressed by Ma Xiangja, the others all shook their heads. By the way, speaking of the vigil starting at midnight, I think we also need to arrange the time allocation for watching the morgue when we are not on vigil. The need for someone to keep an eye on the morgue was something Yin Du thought of when he saw the rules of the morgue, but since the people had not gathered yet, he had not mentioned it.
Watch the morgue? What do we need to do watching the morgue? The somewhat recovered Ruan Wenjun was the first to speak. Are you saying we're not tired enough in this weird talk of rules?
The others present actually had doubts about Yin Du's arrangement, but only Ruan Wenjun would turn doubts into questions. Yin Du didn't care that they didn't understand his arrangement, he could answer questions if they had them. However, his temper was definitely not good enough to patiently explain after being questioned about his efforts in making plans. He stopped the words he was about to say and looked at Ruan Wenjun. At the same time, Ma Xiangja gave Ruan Wenjun's head a hard slap, knocking it to the side.
Hey, if your brain isn't working well, don't open your mouth. Is it that hard to just follow the plan? In fact, it wasn't entirely Ma Xiangzhe's fault for getting angry. He was able to become a small leader in the underground world not just by being ruthless. His brain and ability to read people were the key factors that allowed him to navigate smoothly and eventually clean up his act. How many people like him who were just as tough died in shootouts or got caught in dirty schemes? Yet Ma Xiangzhe lived to this day, enjoying life at least before entering this world of strange rules. He was truly happy. Unfortunately, he was unfortunate enough to enter this world, and the brain he had hardly used before had to work overtime, even surpassing his previous level of thinking. At times, Ma Xiangzhe felt he couldn't keep going. If it weren't for his strong will to survive, perhaps he would have stopped moving forward in some instance and completely lost himself in this seemingly hopeless world. Working with Indu could be said to be one of the rare moments he didn't have to stay on high alert since entering the instance. I have to say, the feeling of being able to outsource your brain is really nice. The feeling of no pressure, and still being able to hit someone, is truly great. Moreover, Indu's talent allowed him to see a glimmer of hope. After delivering a blow to Ruan Wenjun, Ma Xiangzhe wore a twisted smile and spoke to his external brain, "But I'm quite curious, why do we still have to guard the morgue?" Seeing Ruan Wenjun take such a heavy punch from Ma Xiangzhe, Indu's earlier dissatisfaction had already vanished. He pointed to the rules on the list. According to the rules, the first person to enter the morgue during the day must check if the incense burner is empty. If the incense burner is not empty, they must take the stick from the incense burner, insert it into the corpse's mouth, and cover the corpse's face with a white cloth. Is there anything wrong with this rule? As long as we follow the requirements, isn't that enough? He Shangchang asked quietly. I forgot to tell you earlier, besides us, there is also an old man who manages the morgue. So we can't guarantee that the first person among us to enter is also the first person to enter the morgue that day. Indu said. And for safety's sake, in the future, aside from the time we are guarding the spirit, we also need to take turns guarding the morgue to confirm who among us really is the first person to enter that day. In fact, aside from the old man, they couldn't guarantee that no outsiders would enter the morgue without their knowledge. So, only by steadfastly guarding the entrance of the morgue could they ensure safety. After hearing Indu's words, everyone realized what the trap in the rule was. However, on other days they could implement Indu's method, but what do we do today? Emily and He Shangchang said in unison. But in Indu's ears, they all meant the same thing. Indu actually had no better solution for who would enter first today. He could only turn to Ma Xiangzhe, who had the magic shield talent. Today, we can only rely on Brother Ma to test the depths of this water. Instead of being angry about Indu pushing him into danger, Ma Xiangzhe continued to ask about the timing. You can stay inside for 10 minutes before you come out, and let Ruan Wenjun go in. You can consider today as a favor for me. For the next 6 days, I will be the first to go in. Hearing that Indu would be the first to enter each day, everyone was a bit surprised. Especially after already hearing from Indu about the risks the first person would face, their feelings became quite complex. No one dared to guarantee that the old man guarding the morgue hadn't entered before they started their vigil. No one dared to ensure that their teammate would be fully devoted to guarding the morgue without making mistakes. They all thought Indu would choose to let everyone take turns being the first to enter the morgue for a day. That way, the risks would be shared, and no one would dare to slack off. Indu guessed their thoughts and smiled. Do you think everyone should take turns as the first person for a day? Before anyone could respond, Indu continued, actually, having each person take turns is the most dangerous. After all, on the first day everyone may still be on high alert guarding the morgue, but once someone has completed their entry without facing the risk of being first again, they might start to slack off. The truly safe method is to draw lots each day to decide who will enter. This way, no one knows whether they will be the first to enter, and everyone will be cautious. You are right, drawing lots is the best method. Ma Xiangzhe looked at Indu in confusion. So why don't you choose this method? Indu's gaze fell slightly, and he whispered, because I fear for your lives. No, I don't fear for your lives. I fear that if you die, it will drag me down. Actually, the reason I mentioned that we must rotate every 30 minutes is. This is what I mean. The entire mortuary is sealed. If the time for the vigil is too long, no one will know whether the person inside is alive or not before the time arrives. If we rotate every 2 hours, and after 2 hours we find the vigil keeper has died inside, who knows how much vigil time we've already missed? To ensure we don't suffer too great a loss due to one person's death, the longest we can stay inside is 30 minutes each. If it weren't for the fear that scattered rotation times would create chaos, Indu would want to rotate every 10 minutes. He looked at the few people beside him. Apart from Ma Xiangzhe, none of the others made him feel at ease. He was not someone who easily trusted others, and now he had to stake his life on the hands of others. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. So he would rather take on more risk himself. That way, at least his life was in his own hands. In any case, every day after this, I will be the first to enter. 10 minutes later, I will come out to let Ruan Wenjun come in. Ruan Wenjun will stay for 30 minutes before coming out, and then I will enter again. We will repeat this cycle. If Ruan Wenjun does not trigger Rule 9 in the process, he will finish today's vigil task by 4 o'clock. If Ruan Wenjun triggers Rule 9 midway, Emily will come into cover for the time Ruan Wenjun cannot enter the mortuary. Ruan Wenjun will make up the lost time after 4 o'clock.
From 4 to 8 o'clock, Emily and Hishang will take turns to keep watch. If anyone among you triggers Rule 9, the other person will cover for half an hour, unless 2 people consecutively trigger Rule 9, otherwise you will all be able to complete the vigil task by 8 o'clock as planned. As for 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock, Brother Ma, we will rotate in the same way, but since I have already taken the lead each day, I will leave the ending to you. The rules also require the last person to leave the mortuary to follow certain demands, but this is far less dangerous than being the first to enter. On the contrary, according to Indu's arrangement, if the last person entering triggers Rule 9, then the one rotating for him will really be the one to suffer. The last person is the least likely to violate the vigil rules. Furthermore, there's no need to guess. Indu always emphasizes what time someone's vigil rules end. The only one left to cover for the remaining time will be Indu himself. So, once something happens like him triggering Rule 9, plus the arrangement of the daytime vigil time, Indu's vigil time will far exceed the limit. Although Ma Xiangja feels justified in outsourcing his thoughts, he is not so obtuse as to overlook these points. He frowned, you don't need to do this. We can share the 10 minutes of daytime vigil, and we can alternate for the final watch each day too. I'm not someone who hasn't been tainted, that little bit of pollution won't affect me. Hearing Ma Xiangja's words, the smiling Du had been wearing became a bit more sincere. He could tell that Ma Xiangja genuinely wanted to share these risks with him. Although the Korean country had initially given him a delinquent label. But the other person was not some careless little thug, he was a person of principle and trustworthiness in the underworld, a figure with a name. Brother Ma, I'm not the kind of person who takes risks with my life. Indu shook the MP3 in his hand. In the last instance, I obtained a tool that can eliminate pollution, so you can think of me as a talent holder with a pollution purification ability. Ma Xiangja looked in surprise at the tool in Indu's hand. You actually got a tool? Emily also reacted. She had heard outside that talent holders of the summer country obtain 2 tools in their first instance. But she forgot that the toolbox's possessor can bring items into other copies. In other words, with the legendary most useless talent, Indu actually possesses 2 talents right now. If there was a ranking of talent holders outside, Indu would definitely not be low on the list. Moreover, in the previous copy, Indu seemed to have cleared it with a high score, being the only talent holder to receive the monster elimination reward so far. Luck, just luck, Indu said. However, his expression was not humble at all. Ma Xiangja let go of Ruan Wenjun, whom he had been holding down, and walked to Indu's side. Items aren't something you can get by luck alone. He wasn't a newcomer, he had also used items before, and he knew very well that obtaining items has its conditions. That's why owners of toolboxes often struggle to survive. Can I see the MP3? Ma Xiangja asked. If it were someone else, Indu might have been a bit wary, but facing Ma Xiangja, who had just shared danger with him, he said nothing and handed over the MP3 directly. It really is an item. Ma Xiangja excitedly patted Indu's shoulder. I finally waited for you. Ma Xiangja actually knew about a toolbox holder from Xia Country in the last copy. After all, those guys from his country who just sit around wasting chances for hints didn't provide him with much useful information but did tell him that the first talent holder to clear the copy with a toolbox was from Xia Country. As for why he was given this information, it was naturally because those high and mighty slackers only cared about their own interests during a crisis facing all humanity, fearing other countries doing too well, wanting him to find a chance to sabotage the talent holders from Xia Country. Thinking of this, Ma Xiangja sneered in his heart. These foolish pigs didn't even remember to inform him that Indu had obtained an item, yet they wanted him to harm others. They weren't afraid that if he really had that thought, he would end up in trouble. If it weren't for the fact that he happened to be paired with Indu in this copy, he might have dismissed Indu as just a regular toolbox holder. Fortunately, he did not miss his chance. Chapter 88, Step 1 of entering the morgue, breaking the door. Put away the MP3. Ma Xiangja handed the item back to Indu. After receiving it, Indu secretly observed Ma Xiangja. At this moment, Ma Xiangja seemed to realize that he had been a bit overly excited, and his face returned to a nonchalant expression. Ma Xiangja's attitude was quite strange. Indu had felt this way since he first met him. But back then, Ma Xiangja's behavior wasn't as obvious as it was now. Indu was curious to ask Ma Xiangja, but clearly now was not the right time. Everything happening in the copy was public, and the crowd and chaos described their environment far too well. He needed a space where he could be alone with Ma Xiangja without anyone eavesdropping. Putting away the MP3, Indu steered the conversation back. I've already discussed the timing, now let's talk about the precautions after entering the morgue. Indu placed the sign with the morgue rules back in front of the group. He looked at the time on his phone. It was already 11:57, and only 2 minutes were left until they had to enter the morgue. You others review the rules first, Brother Ma, it's almost 12, let's head to the morgue, I'll tell you what to do once we're inside. Ma Xiangja nodded. This nod effectively handed over his safety directly to Indu. If Indu intended to harm him, by simply providing wrong guidance, Ma Xiangja could very well die inside the morgue. It's important to know that regardless of how powerful the magic shield can resist, it has one fatal flaw: it can only be used once a day. Seeing Ma Xiangja nod, Indu immediately handed the rule sign to Emily, pulling the person towards the morgue. He knew that although Ma Xiangja was the first to see the rules on the sign, he probably didn't remember much of it, and after viewing the rules, Ma Xiangja went to retrieve the body and beat Ruan Wenjun, so he had likely forgotten most of the few rules he originally remembered. As he pulled Ma Xiangja along, Indu began to talk about his strategy. Seeing Ma Xiangja listen to Indu like this, the outside live broadcast room became noisy again. What is up with Ma Xiangja? He really listens to the people from Xia Country, doesn't he fear death? You don't need to worry, Ma Xiangja has seen the rules. If there's something wrong with what the Xia people say, he will definitely notice it right away. Ma Xiangja didn't remember all the rules at all. If he had, he wouldn't have taken down the sign with the rules. Did you forget? Damn, I think Ma Xiangja must have betrayed the country. He was already a thug. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Exactly, there's something wrong with Ma Xiangja. Last time, he was told to pay attention to the talented people from Xia Country and seize the opportunity to act, but now he listens to everything the other side says. This dungeon is a collaborative dungeon. Having one less person will affect the completion. Isn't Ma Xiangja asking for trouble by acting here? Similarly, the talented people from Xia Country can't harm Ma Xiangja. Can you be more rational? Ma Xiangja's talent can offset attacks, that's why he is not afraid of violating the so-called Resurrection Knight's rules. He must have ulterior motives. The dangers in the rules dungeon are not just attacks. To take a step back, even if it's a collaboration, shouldn't the talented people from Xia Country listen to Ma Xiangja? He is the one who has passed multiple times, and what's happening now? They have even arranged the morning time and decided what to do in advance. Exactly, in other live broadcast rooms, it's the talented people who have cleared multiple times acting as the leaders. Why should the people from Xia take the lead here? There's a problem. Ma Xiangja definitely has issues. Yes, we need to investigate Ma Xiangja. The Koreans, who were already dissatisfied with Ma Xiangja listening too closely to Indu, became even more raucous this time. However, the Xia live stream room praised Ma Xiangja, and of course, it was inevitable that there were one or two dissenters mixed in. This guy can be dealt with. So far, it seems this guy has turned out to be the best teammate. Now that it's like this, can't we just call him Brother Ma instead of calling him a stick? Just like Indu. Brother Ma is righteous, he knows right from wrong. You actually believe this guy's performance? This guy definitely has other plans. I also think that those not of my kind must have different intentions. When disaster strikes, all humanity is kin, it's the strange ones who are different. There are always some idiots who prefer to fight alone. Have you thought about it? The talents in the dungeon only have a single chance to communicate with the outside world with each dungeon prompt, and that's a one-way contact. So for them, the ones who can genuinely help them have always been the other talents in the same dungeon. Ma Xiangja looked at the time on his phone. When it changed to 12 o'clock, he immediately opened the iron door, replaying Indu's instructions in his mind. From the outside, this morgue looks like an ordinary house, and the door is just a normal iron door, but according to the rules, the temperature inside is minus 24 degrees. To achieve this temperature, there should be a cold storage behind the door. In this space, there should be protective gear for entering the cold storage. You need to put on the protective gear as fast as possible. By the way, while you're there, also look for incense sticks, candles, and a lighter. As Indu said, after opening the iron door, Ma Xiangja felt a noticeable drop in temperature, but it was far from being below zero. He glanced around this small space. In front of him was a thick, white door. On the left wall hung a few coats and a few pairs of gloves, but there were no incense sticks, candles, or lighters. Ma Xiangja stepped forward quickly, put on a coat, tightened the hat strings of the coat, and finally put on the gloves. After putting on your protective gear, check that the walls and door of the cold storage are all one piece, without any installed devices. If they are, once you open the cold storage door, do not close it immediately. First, check if the other three walls of the cold storage are also completely sealed. I mean, with the back door closed, are they fully sealed? Ma Xiangja glanced around, confirming that the walls and door of the cold storage were indeed a single unit. Then, he opened the cold storage door, without entering, quickly checking the three walls. Sealed. If the entire cold storage is completely sealed, and there are no balance windows, then after the cold storage is closed, there is a high possibility of low internal air pressure. You must find a way to brace the cold storage door. If necessary, you can take the door off. Don't waste time explaining this to me, just tell me the solution. Find a way to brace the big door, or remove the big door. In short, you need to break the ceiling of the space. Ma Xiangja gripped the door tightly, forcing the hinges at the top of the door to loosen and twist. Due to the misalignment of the hinges, the door and door frame became misaligned. When he tried to close the door again, a sizable gap appeared between the door and wall, through which cold air kept seeping out.
Chapter 89, The Body of Ma Xiongzhe.
After confirming that the cold storage is not sealed, you can enter the cold storage and find the incense burner, checking if it is empty.
But regardless of whether it is empty or not, you must first find the incense sticks and lighter.
Light the incense, silently repeat your name 3 times, and then place the incense into the burner.
If you can't find the incense sticks and lighter, then just leave the morgue and come find me. Ma Xiongzhe walked into the morgue.
This morgue was not large, and there were not many things. There were only 2 stainless steel tables inside, one large and one small. The large stainless steel table was placed in the middle, topped with a corpse covered by a large white cloth that reached all the way to the ground. The small stainless steel table was placed in the middle of the wall at the back door. On it was a blood-red incense burner. Alright, a clipboard hung on the left wall, clearly holding some documents.
Following Indu's steps, Ma Xiongzhe walked directly to the table with the incense burner.
This table was a very simple stainless steel table, and the incense burner on it had a few scattered incense sticks stuck in it. There was a layer of board in the middle of the table, where a few scattered incense sticks and candles were placed. But there was no lighter.
Ma Xiongzhe frowned.
According to Indu, if he couldn't light the incense, he would have to leave the cold storage immediately.
After all, he had already entered. Anyone who entered later would not be the first and should not worry about breaking the first rule of the morgue.
Ma Xiongzhe was willing to follow Indu's strategy, but giving up further investigation like this was not his character. After all, he still had the magical barrier. Looking for a lighter again should be safe. Thinking this, he reached into the compartment and pulled out an incense stick, preparing to find a lighter. But he did not expect that when he picked up the incense stick, it spontaneously ignited. Ma Xiongzhe was startled and quickly began to silently repeat his name in his heart.
Ma Xiongzhe. Ma Xiongzhe. Ma Xiongzhe.
As he silently repeated his name, he felt his voice echoing in the morgue, as if summoning his soul by calling his name.
Finally, remember, you are a living person.
Indu's final reminder echoed in his mind, dispelling his moment of doubt.
Ma Xiongzhe took a deep breath. The cold air rushing into his chest made him shiver twice.
Once his mind cleared, he hurried forward to pull out the remains of the stick from the incense burner.
Then he inserted his own incense into the incense burner.
You take the stick out of the incense burner and insert your own lit incense, holding the stick, and quickly go to check if the corpse in the morgue matches the information on the wall. In short, the stick from the incense burner needs to be placed in the mouth of the corpse recorded in the morgue, and then a white cloth should be placed over its face. Ma Xiongzhe turned his gaze to the large stainless steel table in the middle of the morgue. At this glance, his eyes widened in shock. The previously ordinary-sized corpse was now swollen. By volume, the corpse covered by the white cloth was now twice its earlier size. The white cloth that had been dragging on the ground was now pushed up, slightly revealing the legs of the table. And from the gap, it seemed that the space under the table was not empty. These discoveries made Ma Xiongzhe not go check the information on the wall immediately, but instead walk directly to the stainless steel table. As he approached, the outline formed by the white cloth was fully presented before him, overturning his earlier assumption of 2 corpses. This was obviously the corpse of a very robust person.
This was not a physique that an ordinary person could possess.
Ma Xiongzhe's heart skipped a beat.
At this moment, he had a hypothesis.
Usually calm, his hand trembled slightly now as he carefully reached out. He tugged hard, throwing the white cloth behind him. On the stainless steel table lay a figure he was extremely familiar with, the body of Ma Xiongzhe.
Even Ma Xiongzhe instinctively took 2 steps back.
And in this retreat, he became alert, realizing that another corpse lay under the shelf of the stainless steel table. What was even more bizarre was that this corpse was lying on its side, its eyes wide open, and a smirk on its lips. Ma Xiongzhe hurriedly walked quickly to the right wall and picked up the paper there to read.
Name, Ma Xiongzhe. Gender, male. Age, 34.
Height, 178 centimeters.
This was entirely his information.
At this moment, lying on the stainless steel table, Ma Xiongzhe bit down hard on his tongue. The pain and the taste of blood were proof that he was alive. He was a living person. Ma Xiongzhe turned back to the stainless steel table, reached out to grasp the corpse's chin, pried open its stiff mouth, and then shoved the stick he had already gripped into the corpse's mouth. Then he refolded the white cloth on the ground and covered the corpse once more. Now, the length of the cloth couldn't even cover the shelf level, perfectly exposing the stacks of white cloth and the corpse lying beneath the shelf. Immediately, Ma Xiongzhe pulled out that corpse. If there are corpses in the morgue that do not match the information on the wall, wrap them in white cloth immediately and throw them out the back door. By the way, no matter if you end up discarding the corpses, remember to check if the back door can be locked from the inside. Ma Xiongzhe took a strip of white cloth from the stainless steel shelf, wrapped the corpse, and then shouldered the body, quickly walking to the back door where only a very simple latch was installed. Ma Xiongzhe opened the back door with one hand and directly threw the corpse out. After the heavy object fell, it stirred up a cloud of dust. Ma Xiongzhe looked out through the back door. Behind the morgue was a forest, and at one could hear something moving. Ma Xiangjia did not linger, quickly closing the back door and latching it securely again.
Damn, just a few minutes, it feels like there are pits everywhere. That corpse beneath is really terrifying. The one on the table is also scary. Wouldn't a normal person collapse upon suddenly seeing their own corpse? The stick was stuffed into the mouth of the stick. Speaking of which, what's going on with this corpse? Does everyone see the same thing, their own corpse?
Not everyone sees their own corpse, it's the people who light the incense and then go to check the corpse who see their own.
What about those who don't light the incense?
If you don't light the incense and go directly to uncover the cloth, what you see is the old man mentioned in the copy. Now the teams of the gifted need to split into routes A and B for observation.
Complete Rule 6 of the morgue first, then complete Rule 4. Complete Rule 4 first, then complete Rule 6. Du gave Route B.
So far, the corpse that Route A sees is the one the morgue manager mentioned.
What Route B sees is itself. Hiss, does that mean Du and their choice is wrong?
Not necessarily, right now both Routes A and B haven't encountered danger. The guys from the other side are already cursing, saying Du is harming their ability users. Not just that, they also cursed their own ability user, saying he has no brains, believing whatever others say.
Although Route B looks a bit strange, I still think Route B is right. Well, I still think Route A is right. Chapter 90, a brand new ability user. Things have started to go wrong. What's going on? Guide to Nubia's live broadcast room. Jafar Hassan Namari is an ability user from Nubia. His ability is the recently common pollution purification. The last ability user from their country, said, got lost in the passage to the exit just when he was about to successfully clear the level. In the end, Nubia did not face the disaster of a strange arrival but lost an ability user who had cleared the dungeon once. Compared to the cautious and somewhat clever said, honest and straightforward Jafar's performance seemed clumsy and unsatisfactory.
In this dungeon, his teammates were from Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Portugal, and Britain. Among them, Nubia's national strength is the weakest, and Jafar wouldn't fight for himself. So, after the other few analyzed the rules, he was directly pushed out to be the scout and the cannon fodder. Most ability users are not fools. Jafar's teammates also understand the importance of each other's lives in this dungeon. But this only allows them to avoid harming their teammates, share discovered clues, and selflessly express their views on the rules, yet it cannot make them sacrifice themselves to scout. Even if some among them have life-saving skills, it is obvious they are more suitable than Jafar to be the scout. Under the democratic decision of the other four, Jafar could only memorize the rules and the precautions analyzed by others, then step into the morgue. As soon as he entered the iron door of the morgue, he instantly felt the change in temperature. It dropped sharply, and he, only wearing a jacket, began to feel a bit cold. After surveying the entire room, Jafar tremblingly walked to the wall to put on the coat hanging there and wear gloves. There were no corpses in this space. Clearly, the real morgue lay behind another door. Thinking about the corpses that would be stored inside, some terrifying images automatically surfaced in Jafar's mind. This made his steps towards the door extremely slow. In fact, he had already adjusted his mindset before outside the door. But after entering and finding out that it was not the morgue, his confidence deflated instantly. Repeatedly, time after time, his courage withered. No matter how Jafar adjusted this time, his movements seemed a bit timid. By the time he grabbed the door handle of the morgue, 2 minutes had already passed. Familiar with the rules, he understood that if he delayed any longer, he would be close to violating the rules. So he gritted his teeth, directly opened the door, stepped in, and closed the door. As the door made a bang and finally closed, he let out a sigh of relief and began to observe this morgue. As the guardian, the first step into the morgue is to light incense. Jafar quickly walked to the incense burner. A few thin sticks were sparsely inserted into the incense burner. Jafar took these sticks out and set them aside, then rummaged through the shelf for stick incense. As soon as the stick incense entered his hand, it ignited by itself, leaving a bit of spark at the tip. Jafar was surprised for a few seconds, and after a moment he remembered the next step. He hurriedly closed his eyes and silently recited his name 3 times. He, too nervous, didn't notice the soul-calling echoes in the mortuary and successfully inserted the incense stick into the incense burner. After finishing the incense, he began to check the body information step by step. Nubia's elementary school was free, so although he had a low level of education, he could still read. He walked to the wall where the record book hung and started to read. Name, Jafar. Gender, male. Age, 29. Height, 181 centimeters. At first, Jafar didn't react to the name since, in Nubia, many people shared the same name, and there were about 10 Jafars around him. But when he read the age and height that matched him perfectly, his heart skipped a beat. Turning the page, he saw a photo of the body attached behind it. The black and white photo was hard to make out, but Jafar could still see that the person looked very much like him. This is just a scary tactic from the world of ghost stories. Yes, changing the corpse's information to mine is just to scare me, so I can't complete the vigil task. Jafar had a small habit of murmuring to himself when he was nervous.
He kept repeating comforting words to himself and then walked to the stainless steel table in the center of the room. On it lay a body covered with a white cloth. Jaffer carefully lifted the white cloth, revealing a face that was dark yet pale. It really looked exactly like him. Having the information on the wall as a buffer, Jaffer was not scared this time. He walked back to the incense burner, picked up the stick from the table, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he covered the corpse with the white cloth again. Since he only slightly lifted the white cloth, Jaffer didn't notice that there was another body under the stainless steel table. As he just lifted the cloth to below the neck of the corpse, the other corpse barely revealed its face, its eyes fixed exactly on his feet. Jaffer's team initially did not receive the sixth rule of the vigil, so Nubia had to use hints to remind them of the existence of Rule 6 and that they could obtain items required by the rules from the customers. Now, Nubia wanted to remind Jaffer that there was another body in this room, but it was too late. They could only watch Jaffer standing dumbfounded in the mortuary and pray. Perhaps the prayer worked. After a moment of standing still, Jaffer finally noticed the table covered with a white cloth below. He walked forward and bent down to lift the white cloth. He came face to face with a corpse that had its eyes wide open and an eerie smile. Jaffer instantly felt like he was cast in a spell, staring at the corpse for a few seconds. When the tension eased, he began to murmur again, extra bodies need to be covered with white cloth and disposed of. But this corpse was too eerie, scarier than his own body on the table. Jaffer couldn't even dare to touch it. Fortunately, there was white cloth on the table. He used it to cover the head of the corpse before pulling it out by its shoulders. Once the corpse was out from under the table, he quickly wrapped it in the white cloth and dragged it to the back door. However, problems arose when he opened the back door. After pushing the bolt aside, he couldn't get the back door open no matter how hard he tried. Realizing he couldn't open the back door and couldn't get the corpse outside, Jaffer panicked completely. He was initially somewhat rational despite his nervousness, but now that rationality had entirely abandoned him, leaving only a tide of panic. He kept kicking the back door with force, and after several kicks, dents appeared on the door, but it still showed no signs of budging. Seconds ticked by. In the 10th minute since he entered the mortuary, the corpse covered by the white cloth stood up from the ground. Still kicking at the door, Jaffer didn't notice the movement behind him until a cold hand rested on his shoulder. The sudden contact froze Jaffer's movements, making him feel stiffer than the corpse itself. When he turned around, what met his gaze was the corpse, its smile even more exaggerated than before. "Ah!" Jaffer screamed, frantically pounding on the back door, but it still wouldn't budge. His mind, which had been frozen, finally started to work, and he quickly gave up on struggling with the back door and ran towards the entrance. During this time, the corpse merely followed him, turning its head in the direction he ran, eventually twisting its entire neck 180 degrees to look at Jaffer, who was now banging on the front door. "Help! Help! Open the door, please open the door!" Jaffer cried out in desperation. Unfortunately, the morgue was tightly sealed, not letting a single sound escape. Jaffer didn't know how long he had been pounding on the door. He only felt his body becoming stiffer, and slowly he could no longer lift his hands. When he completely lost control of his body, that same corpse finally reached his side. Then, Jaffer's live stream darkened for a few seconds. When the live stream brightened again, the corpse had vanished, and Jaffer was back at the stainless steel table, staring at the corpse covered with a white cloth, its mouth curled into a standard smile. "Didn't something happen? Why does it look so calm? Yeah, isn't everything fine?" Those who had come with questions flooded Nubia's livestream. "What you see seems fine, but it's actually the biggest issue. Ah! Hurry and send a warning. In this scenario, the gifted will be replaced by the strange. Don't panic. Does the country not think about this? They must be negotiating which country to send out warnings. It can't be warned at all. Just now, the UAE already sent a warning, and a big part was garbled. It's over. Is the goal of this scenario total annihilation? It won't happen. As long as you throw the corpse out, you won't be replaced. But I don't think it's that simple. Don't forget, half of the gifted have corpses lying in front of them that look exactly like them." Chapter 91, New News. At 12:09, while Ma Xiangzhe was guarding the corpse, his phone alarm rang right on time. "You only need to stay inside for 10 minutes, so you can prepare to leave at 9 o'clock. If you haven't thrown a corpse, then wait by the door until 10 o'clock, and directly come out. If you have thrown a corpse, then check the back door. If the corpse you discarded is still there, immediately light another incense stick, then leave the morgue. If there is no corpse or the one outside is a different corpse, then just leave the morgue." A different corpse? The rules only state that if you have thrown a corpse, you need to check if the corpse outside the back door is still there. But the entire sentence implies that it specifically refers to the discarded corpse. Maybe I'm just overthinking. Just looking at the whole morgue rules makes me feel there are many corpses here. So I feel that when you check the back door, the one appearing there may not necessarily be the corpse you discarded. The rules only require you to light incense for the discarded corpse. We don't know what happens if you light incense for other corpses.
After ringing for a few seconds, Ma Xiangjie turned off the alarm and quickly walked to the back door, opening it decisively. Outside, the woods still echoed with oh-at sounds, but the corpse he had thrown on the ground was already gone. What a pity, he couldn't verify another situation mentioned by Indu. Ma Xiangjie closed the back door and quickly left the morgue. Once he stepped out of the morgue, the sudden change in temperature made him feel uncomfortable for a moment, but soon the warm air brought him comfort. He didn't rush to take off his cotton coat, just walked into the sunlight. At this moment, Indu had already pulled Ruan Wenjun and was waiting outside.
Ruan Wenjun looked somewhat resistant.
However, when Ma Xiangjie walked out, he still took over and went inside.
What's going on?
I thought he looked like he needed me to have a private chat with him. Ma Xiangjie made a regretful expression.
Indu chuckled lightly, is that a chat you had?
Ma Xiangjie scratched the side of his nose with his right index finger, his gaze somewhat drifting. I really just wanted to talk to them, but it didn't work out.
And at that moment, my emotions were magnified by that lounge, so that's why.
As he spoke, he turned his head away, seeming a bit guilty. Indu looked at him and secretly scorned in his heart.
As if not entering the lounge would have stopped him from hitting someone. But he didn't show these thoughts, instead nodding politely to indicate understanding.
However, this emotional magnification may not necessarily be caused by the lounge. After all, we haven't found any directional evidence yet. We all need to be careful next, we can't let our emotions ruin things. This statement someone implied that he was talking about Ma Xiangjie. He frowned, unconsciously crossing his arms, inadvertently making a rejection gesture towards Indu. Indu caught sight of his action and explained why he said this. Ruan Wenjun knows very well that you can't kill him, so no matter how much you hit him, he can only yield temporarily, he can't really cooperate. I'm just afraid that if you come too often, he might act irrationally after holding it in for too long. Not that I'm saying what you did just now was wrong.
Humph. If it weren't for the rules, I really want to just...
Ma Xiangjie rubbed his knuckles, then looked at Indu seriously and suggested, we can shorten the time for guarding the spirit by 2 hours, do you think we should? He extended 2 fingers, making a scissors gesture.
Indu smiled and looked at Ma Xiangjie. If he becomes uncontrollable, we can consider it.
The two of them spoke boldly, clearly aware that every move they made was being broadcast live, making their dangerous words quite obvious. After all, even if Ruan Wenjun got some hints, he might not share them with them, so it's better to take advantage of his hints opportunity. With Indu's cooperation, a wicked smile appeared on Ma Xiangjie's face, and he increased his grip slightly.
Alright, enough about him. Let's talk about what you encountered inside. Indu said.
Since Ma Xiangjie was able to come out safely, there shouldn't be too big a problem regarding his explanation of the rules. However, there were inevitably some details that needed improvement. Ma Xiangjie didn't hide anything, telling Indu exactly what he had encountered.
You mean the body in the morgue isn't Zhao Laosan's, but your own? Indu frowned tightly.
This was indeed an unexpected situation for him. He looked towards the iron door that had already closed again, wondering who Ruan Wenjun would see if he went in now.
Yes. Besides that, there were no other abnormalities with that body.
Ma Xiangjie rubbed his arms, seeing myself lying on that table for the first time was really a bit.
The body must have a problem.
Before Indu could finish his sentence, Ma Xiangjie interrupted him. Oh, right, there's one more thing I almost forgot. There is indeed incense in that morgue, and it can ignite by itself without needing a lighter, but there isn't enough incense for us to use. Ma Xiangjie slapped his head, adding the news he had meant to bring to Indu since he was in the morgue. It's strange, the more he wanted to talk about something, the faster he would forget it when it came down to it.
How many sticks of incense are there, and how many candles? There seemed to be about 8 or 9 sticks of incense, and about the same amount of candles. I didn't count, afraid that if I touched them, they'd ignite.
Ma Xiangjie said. Indu nodded, 8 or 9 candles are enough, but for the sticks of incense, 8 or 9 won't be enough for us for 7 days, so there must be a way to get more sticks of incense.
Then we can just ask about that. Ma Xiangjie looked up towards the direction of their lounge.
Speaking of which, I was in a hurry to share the new rules I just got, but I haven't been to the other room yet.
One is the administrator's room, a lounge. What do you think the last room will be?
Indu said, and saw Ma Xiangjie directly walk towards the administrator's room.
What an action-oriented person. Indu followed him. Arriving at the door of the administrator's room, Ma Xiangjie knocked hard on the door.
When the old man opened the door, Ma Xiangjie quickly put on a flattering smile. His quick change of expression made Indu click his tongue. However, Indu suspected this was a skill he had learned after entering this bizarre world of rules, which made the flattering smile look so sinister.
Old man, do you sell incense here?
You know, the one that ignites with just a touch, used for worship.
No.
The old man said this and directly shut the iron door. Indu suspected the old man was scared by Ma Xiangjie's expression, which was why his reaction was so extreme.
Ah, if there isn't any, there isn't, what's with this attitude?
Ma Xiangja said with dissatisfaction.
You didn't even ask what he does sell. Indu said quietly from behind.
Ma Xiangja had just faced a closed door and was very disgruntled. Naturally his tone wasn't good. You go, you try.
Alright, you step aside.
Indu walked to the door and started knocking. However, he knocked several times, but the old man did not come to open the door.
A minute later. You see, that man didn't even open the door for you. Ma Xiangja laughed.
Indu was not angry. He stopped knocking and said, forget it, since the old man won't speak, we'll go look for clues in another room, let's. Indu hadn't finished his sentence when the door in front of them suddenly opened. Incense, candles, the paper figure shop in the village sells them. The old man said, shooting them a glare, in that room, you both will die.
Chapter 92, The Trap of Guaranteed Passage.
After saying this, the old man slammed the door shut with a bang. Indu and Ma Xiangja exchanged glances.
So, what do you say, should we go to the paper figure shop? Ma Xiangja asked.
Opening a new map is always dangerous, but if they don't go, they might lose the incense and possibly their lives. Of course we need to go, having a new location is good for us. Indu said, heading straight for the van.
Ah, is it really a good thing? Ma Xiangja muttered from behind. When they reached the van, Ma Xiangja belatedly asked, are we just going to leave two girls here?
New places always come with new dangers, both of them are newcomers.
If we bring them along, we might not be able to protect them if danger comes. Indu replied.
To be honest, if Emily wasn't a newbie, Indu would want to bring her along. In his eyes, among their group, Emily's talent for untying knots is the best suited for exploring new maps.
Reducing strange and eerie attack power, increasing likability.
It was perfect for investigating clues. But for now, Emily's talent must be reserved for her survival, it shouldn't be easily used. Get in the car, I have to come back in half an hour to change shifts. Indu opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Ma Xiangja also sat in the co-pilot position.
When Indu started the car, he then belatedly asked, do you know where that old man said the village is?
Downstream of the river. When looking for the body, I saw it seemed like farmland below.
Indu answered.
As he spoke, he drove towards the river. When nearing the riverside, he added. I might have seen it wrong, but we can always search in the opposite direction later. According to that old man, this morgue should belong to the village he mentioned, and they can't be too far apart. Ma Xiangja silently rolled his eyes at this. Fortunately, Indu wasn't mistaken. After driving along the river for a while, a large expanse of farmland came into view. Further ahead, several white-tiled houses could be seen.
That must be the village the old man spoke of. Ma Xiangja said. Indu nodded.
Watching the village get closer, Ma Xiangja crossed his arms in a defensive manner. In the bizarre world of rules, places with more people are undoubtedly more dangerous. Even though he had cleared several levels, he still held a resistant attitude towards all the sinister rules. Compared to him, Indu, who had just cleared one level, seemed to adapt well to everything. Thinking of this, Ma Xiangja turned to look at Indu, who was calmly driving, with a complex expression.
You just said that the new location is a good thing for us, why?
Seeing that the car was almost entering the village, Ma Xiangja finally voiced his confusion. Indu did not answer, but stopped the car and looked at the large stone standing in front of the village. On this stone, 3 characters were carved, Spring Village. The characters were painted in bright red paint, and it looked like it had just been recently repainted.
Hey, I'm asking you a question, what are you looking at? Ma Xiangja followed Indu's gaze and looked ahead, Spring Village? Get out and take a look. Indu said.
For some reason, he felt a strange sense of unease upon seeing the stone tablet with the village name.
But he couldn't quite say why. Ma Xiangja no longer dwelled on the previous question and directly opened the car door to get out.
As soon as he got out of the car, his expression instantly turned serious.
There's a problem. Ma Xiangja said.
Indu turned the car around and then got out, joining Ma Xiangja.
Indeed, there's quite a big problem.
Indu smiled bitterly. Even before they got close, Indu noticed that the stone he saw in the car was clearly made of paper. And whether it was the characters on it or the color of the stone, everything looked new, obviously a recent creation. Not only that, but the village was unusually quiet. In the mortuary, even with their group's noise, they could occasionally hear some sounds around wind rustling grass, birds flying, insects buzzing. But here, after he parked the car and the two remained silent, he could only hear his own and Ma Xiangja's breathing. Oh, and now his own heartbeat.
So, this is the village that old man mentioned? Likely.
Indu adjusted his breathing. What is meant to come will come, there's no use being nervous.
So, the new location is a good thing for us?
Ma Xiangja repeated his question.
Indu chuckled, what else? Do you remember the minimum requirement for clearing the level? Of course, isn't it customer satisfaction?
Ma Xiangzhe's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Indu.
Exactly, it's customer satisfaction above 80. Not just safely passing the 7 days of the vigil, nor just satisfying the vigil time. Indu sighed.
No one or any rule has mentioned that as long as we hold the vigil, customer satisfaction will increase.
In other words, we currently have no way to clear the level.
He had realized this from the beginning but hadn't said anything. After all, this truth would only dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Before they found the clues to clear the level, it was better to keep everyone trapped in their own thoughts, equating the vigil with customer satisfaction. Moreover, from your earlier description of the situation in the mortuary, the danger of holding the vigil there isn't that great.
Do you really think this level would allow us to pass so easily?
Indu turned the question into a statement. Ma Xiangzhe scratched his head in frustration. Ugh, I really hate these roundabout matters.
So what do you think we should do? What else can we do? I originally thought there might be other clues in the mortuary.
But it seems now that the clues we need can only be found here. Indu looked again at the 3 large characters for Spring Village.
Even if ahead lies a dragon's den and a tiger's lair, we must venture in. All right, let's go.
Ma Xiangzhe gritted his teeth and prepared to walk into the village.
Indu quickly held him back, astonished as he asked, "Don't you usually check if there are any rules before entering a new place?" Ma Xiangzhe nodded.
With a seemingly natural expression, I have the magic mask, so it's not too late to find the rules after it activates. Indu had watched Ma Xiangzhe's live broadcast, but only saw clips, so he always knew that Ma Xiangzhe was very brave.
Today, he realized that this guy was completely reckless.
Ma Xiangzhe saw the look in Indu's eyes and instantly understood what he was thinking, immediately defending himself. Looking for rules wastes a lot of time, and as long as you activate a rule once, it becomes easier to find.
There's such a saying?
Indu looked at Ma Xiangzhe with doubt.
Really?
Ma Xiangzhe scratched his head. I don't know why, but every time I activate a rule, I notice things I usually wouldn't. He also knew this was problematic, but he had verified this with several instances. Looking at Ma Xiangzhe like this, he certainly didn't seem to be lying, but the situation was indeed a bit strange, making one feel compelled to investigate.
However,
Indu rubbed his nose. The most urgent matter now was still to buy incense and find clues to pass the level. I believe you, but this time we should still look for rules before entering the village. After all, I don't have a magic mask, and if I activate the rules, I could really die.
Chapter 93, Precautions for Spring Village.
At the entrance of the village, the most eye-catching thing was that piece of paper stone, and Indu walked directly to the rock. As soon as he got close, Indu smelled a strong scent of blood, which wasn't surprising.
This smell.
Ma Xiangzhe fanned his hand in front of his nose. Not fresh.
The smell of fresh blood shouldn't be this strong.
It should be mixed with something. Compared to blood, this color is too bright. Indu reached out to the characters above.
Hey, you don't want to touch this thing, do you?
Ma Xiangzhe frowned, interrupting Indu's action. He wasn't afraid to touch blood, he just equally did not want to touch strange things in this bizarre world.
Indu stopped his movement. You reminded me, how about you try it?
Although he guessed that touching these characters wouldn't trigger any danger, with a meat shield next to him, why should he, an item master, choose to take the risk himself? Ma Xiangzhe pointed at himself in confusion.
He couldn't understand how a simple conversation led to danger. Hurry up, don't waste time.
Indu said, pushing Ma Xiangzhe to the paper stone. If there's a rule, it's most likely hidden in this fake stone.
So what do I do?
Touch the stone, preferably touch the characters.
This was inspired by Ma Xiangzhe's mention that touching the incense would cause it to spontaneously ignite for Indu. Perhaps in this instance, their touch represented opening a certain mechanism.
Touch the characters, Ma Xiangzhe squinted, then quickly reached out to poke the word spring. His hand moved so fast that Indu couldn't even be sure if he really had touched the paper stone.
However, the answer came out quickly.
They saw the bright red characters starting to ooze out blood tears. Ma Xiangzhe and Indu instinctively took 2 steps back, warily watching the stone. At some point, the small lamp that Grandma had given was now in Indu's hand. However, the danger did not arise. Only that bright red blood kept bubbling out like a spring, soaking the entire stone, leaving only scattered spots of the original stone's color. It's a rule, Ma Xiangzhe exclaimed in shock. The spots that weren't stained with blood were actually individual characters.
Indu nodded. Looks like I wasn't wrong.
Precautions for Spring Village. 1. Spring Village is a village, and it is home to the villagers of Spring Village. 2. The villagers are of course living, breathing people, not paper people, right? 3. Spring Village is a model of civilization, and every person in the village maintains a smile. Everyone in the village is generous and friendly.
4. How could clean streets have paper money? 5. Spring Village is warm and welcoming, hoping to make travelers feel at home. 6. But travelers have their own homes, and they must return to their own homes, right? What the hell is written on this? This isn't a rule at all. Ma Xiongja's frown deepened even further since he saw the blood. Indu nodded. Indeed, it's not a rule, it's a matter of attention, matters that lead to death if ignored. But how do you interpret the words on this? Ma Xiongja asked. I only feel a chilling sense of dread looking at it, but to say there's useful information extracted, are the paper money and paper figures on the ground in this village considered useful information? After hearing Ma Xiongja's words, Indu directly slapped his hand on his head. What nonsense, this information clearly states there is no paper money or paper figures in this village. Having said that, Indu walked straight into the village. What do you mean there are none? That note is obviously hinting. Ma Xiongja argued while following him. Indu turned his head, his face serious, and held his left index finger to his lips. Shoo. From now on, you must not speak, nor laugh, just act as my bodyguard and follow me. Having said that, Indu turned around and continued walking forward. Seeing him say that, Ma Xiongja could only choose to trust him. From a long time ago, Ma Xiongja had learned a principle: when you feel you are not as smart as your companion, as long as they are still on the same ground as you, just follow them without overthinking or being presumptuous. In other words, it's fine to question your own brain, but don't doubt the brain you chose. As soon as he entered the village, Indu instantly felt his hearing return, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable for a moment. After entering the village, he faced a wide avenue with a few pieces of paper money scattered on the ground. Indu walked up and picked up the paper money piece by piece. Ma Xiongja, who was trailing behind, came up to Indu and poked him with his hand, looking at the paper money in his hand. Indu noticed his question and didn't explain much, only saying, "You'll know in a bit." After that, he continued walking forward. Whether it was the sparse population in the village or the secluded village entrance, they walked along this path for a while without seeing anyone. Watching Indu walk silently ahead, Ma Xiongja always felt that Indu had become somewhat strange since entering the village, but he couldn't pinpoint what was odd about it. Indu didn't have time to pay attention to Ma Xiongja behind him because he had already seen the first person in this village. Straining to recognize, Indu finally spoke up in greeting. "This, big brother, do you know where I can buy incense sticks in the village?" Big brother? Where did this big brother come from? Ma Xiongja looked at Indu in confusion, and it took a while to realize that Indu was talking to the paper figure leaning against the wall. Crazy, the brain he chose has finally gone mad. Ma Xiongja held back the axi that was about to spill from his lips and ultimately chose to silently watch Indu's performance. The so-called big brother in Indu's mouth was actually a white paper figure with eyes, a smiling face, blush, wearing a royal blue outfit, and black pants. Before Indu greeted it, it remained motionless against the wall, completely resembling the paper figures in Ma Xiongja's memory, simply an inanimate object. But just a few seconds after Indu finished speaking, the paper figure suddenly raised its hand and pointed in one direction. "I remember, it seems to be over there, you can look for it." "Okay, thank you, big brother, I'll go ask ahead," Indu said. His expression and tone were extremely normal, as if the one standing in front of him was not a paper figure that looked a bit eerie in daylight, but a regular person. Just this mental quality made Ma Xiongja admire him secretly. He could also speak to the paper figure. That was not a difficult task, but his expression could never be as natural as Indu's. No wonder he was the one who could pass the challenge with a toolbox and no additional help. After asking for a rough direction, Indu led Ma Xiongja directly forward. This eerie village probably hid the clues to completing the challenge, but unfortunately, he didn't have much time to explore this village now. Not long after, Indu encountered another paper figure. This time, this paper figure had braids, wore a floral dress, and had a pink hairpin on its head. Indu blinked and cautiously opened his mouth. "Sister, do you know where to buy incense sticks?" Sister did not answer Indu's question but laughed heartily, saying, "At my age, you still call me sister. You're so funny." Then she changed her tone, adding a hint of questioning. "Can't you tell I'm older than you?" Her tone, combined with the unchanging smile on the paper person's face, sent chills down his spine. From the moment the paper person's voice came out, Indu could roughly tell she was an older aunt, and he silently cursed his luck. Now, seeing her change her expression suddenly, his heart began to race. He didn't know if not recognizing the age of the paper person counted as violating the note about no paper people, so he hurriedly tried to make up for it, saying, "It's just that sister's outfit makes you look so young." Chapter 94, The Paper Person in the Paper Shop. It's just that sister's outfit makes you look so young. Indu attempted to use sweet words to smooth things over. Unfortunately, the paper person was not swayed by his words and instead said to herself, "Do you think I don't look like a person?" Realizing he wouldn't get away so easily, Indu took out a lamp as the paper person began to speak. However, before he could move, Ma Xiongja grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back. "Be careful." Ma Xiongja reached forward, creating an air barrier that blocked the black smoke coming from the paper person. The paper person seemed to be one-time use. After the black smoke dissipated, the paper person completely disappeared. Still made a mistake, Indu clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept. "Are you okay?" After shielding from the attack, Ma Xiongja turned to Indu and asked.
He actually didn't know if his ability could protect others from strange attacks, but when faced with danger, he had no time to think too much.
I'm fine.
It looks like as long as you stand in front, the magic shield will activate naturally, not just when you trigger danger.
This was good news for the teammates, but not necessarily for Ma Xiangxia himself. This has already been known by everyone.
In the future, when you are in a multiplayer dungeon, be careful not to be used as a shield.
Yindu reminded. Don't worry, huh?
Ma Xiangxia was trying to lighten the mood with a smile, but as soon as the corner of his mouth lifted, Yindu covered it with his hand. Yindu looked at Ma Xiangxia seriously. Don't laugh.
Ahoo. Ma Xiangxia nodded, indicating he understood.
It was at this moment he finally realized what had felt off about Yindu since they entered the village. From the moment they met, Yindu often smiled. Whether these smiles were agreeing, mocking, or helpless, there was no doubt that Yindu was an expressive person. But since entering this village, Yindu had remained expressionless, whether talking to him or greeting the paper person, he always had a face devoid of emotion. Yindu carefully let go of his hand. Remember, speak less, especially in front of paper people, and don't laugh under any circumstances.
I won't forget this time. Ma Xiangxia said. He didn't ask Yindu to explain why.
Since Yindu didn't say, there must be a reason.
But do you have to greet every paper person like this? That seems too dangerous.
Although they had only encountered 2 paper people so far, the second one had almost gotten them into trouble. Yindu understood this, but he really couldn't think of a better way to prove what he saw was a person and not a paper person. Actually, normally it's common not to greet strangers, but we can't be sure how ignoring the paper people will be judged.
Yindu sighed.
But just now, I already thought of how to greet them.
Yindu said.
He was just too sincere. While these paper people were hard to identify by age, distinguishing their gender was still possible. Using general terms like brother, buddy, or beauty was obviously much safer. Of course, one can also call people comrades, a term that is universal and does not distinguish between genders or ages. But he really couldn't bring himself to call the paper figure comrade, a term that carries special meaning.
Let's keep walking. After buying the incense, we'll head back to the morgue.
Yindu said as he continued to move forward. Originally, he thought about checking out this village when Emily and Hishang Chang were on duty for the wake. But now that Ma Xiangxia's talent had been used, they had lost a life-saving trick. It was better not to take risks. As Yindu walked, he looked at the surrounding buildings. The houses in this village were all the same style, white walls paired with grey tiles, and occasionally, a 2-story building could be seen. The whole village looked both clean and atmospheric. If this were the real world, it would definitely be a popular social media hotspot. Unfortunately, this was a strange world. If he could, Yindu didn't want to enter again. While he was reflecting, Yindu caught sight of a paper figure standing at the second-floor window of a house. Blocked by the windowsill, he couldn't even tell its gender. However, Yindu wasn't intimidated and directly raised his hand to wave, hello. After greeting, he pulled Ma Xiangxia along to keep moving. After walking for a while, Yindu and Ma Xiangxia encountered several more paper figures, and following their directions, they ventured deeper.
The surrounding buildings looked similar, and their sense of direction was diminishing.
If we can't find anything after this turn, let's head back.
Yindu said.
Ma Xiangxia nodded repeatedly. He had actually forgotten the way they came in. He just assumed Yindu wasn't too worried about getting out, so he trusted that Yindu still remembered the route. But it seemed that Yindu had reached his limit as well. Fortunately, this time the turn did not disappoint them. After turning, a shop with 2 red lanterns hanging at the entrance appeared in their line of sight. Above the shop was a black plaque, on which the word human was written in red. They had finally arrived. Yindu silently breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although they hadn't encountered more danger on this journey, being on edge the whole time wasn't pleasant. Moreover, if they continued any further, he would surely get lost in this place where all the buildings looked nearly identical. However, Yindu soon realized he had relaxed too soon. As he approached human, he discovered that the only paper figure displayed as merchandise was actually a living person. Ma Xiangxia clearly felt the same disbelief. He nudged Yindu with his hand to express his shock. Yindu thought that the point of shock for Ma Xiangxia should be the same as his own. After all, in their world filled with Chinese cultural vibes, the living person displayed at human was actually a black man, which felt somewhat out of place. Yindu and Ma Xiangxia exchanged bewildered glances.
Should we go over?
Ma Xiangxia asked with his eyes. They had to go over eventually. Yindu blinked and nodded in response.
You wait here for me. I'll go buy some incense and come right back.
In the end, Yindu decided to go alone. After all, Ma Xiangxia had just used up his talent to save him and couldn't block a knife again if danger arose. His small desk lamp was still unused, and if real danger occurred, maybe he could escape the village within 5 minutes, which might bring a glimmer of hope.
Grass, a type of plant. What's going on here? What's going on?
In a strange world, it's normal to use paper figures as living people and living people as paper figures, right?
What's so shocking about that?
Although it's a bit odd for a black man to suddenly appear.
Is this a matter of being black or not? The issue is, this black man seems to be a talent user too.
Indeed, he is a talent user, a Nubian talent user. I just observed his livestream.
What the heck is going on? Wasn't he replaced by something strange? How could he appear in our talent user's livestream?
I just went to take a look. Nubia's live broadcast is still going on. That bizarre spirit is still guarding the vigil.
Could it be that the gifted person who had been replaced can still go to other teams' dungeons to start over? Start over? Have you not seen that they are already being sold as paper people? So what is the situation really? Chapter 95, Human.
Unable to watch the live stream, Indu and Ma Xiangxia had no way of knowing the identity of the black paper person. Moreover, their current situation was already difficult, and Indu had no desire to explore the secrets of the black paper person. As he entered the shop, his gaze directly landed on the incense sticks on the counter.
Boss, is the boss here? How much are these incense sticks? Also, do you have candles? I'm here.
A hoarse voice sounded from the corner. The incense sticks and candles are 20 coins for a bundle. Indu searched for the source of the voice but only saw darkness. Seeing that the person only spoke and did not show himself, Indu immediately lowered his head and took out the paper money he picked up on the way. This village was indeed very generous. The stack of paper money he picked up after entering the village had a total of 124 pieces. I want to buy incense sticks and candles with these. This paper money was different from the strange coins he got from his brother and could only be used in this spring village, so Indu generously placed all the paper money on the counter. 62, I'll give you 2 bundles of incense sticks and 1 bundle of candles. The old man's voice rang out again. At the same time, the paper money on the table suddenly ignited, and after the flames, 2 bundles of incense sticks, 1 bundle of candles, and a black square appeared on the table. You are the first customer in the shop this week. I'll give you a paperweight as a gift.
Thank you, boss. Indu quickly expressed his gratitude.
He reached out to take the incense sticks and candles from the table, but before touching them, he suddenly remembered Ma Xiangxia's words. There was no lighter in the morgue, but the incense stick I picked up just burned. The incense sticks and candles here were most likely the same kind as those in the morgue. Indu didn't know the principle of spontaneous combustion, but it was clear that as long as the incense sticks were placed on objects, nothing would happen, so he just needed to avoid direct contact. Thinking of this, he put on his insulating gloves again and then tossed the incense sticks and candles into his toolbox. After putting these 2 items away, he reached for the paper weight on the table.
Human, paper weight, can suppress a paper person, preventing it from moving. One-time item. Seeing this line of description, Indu's eyes lit up. Although it was just a one-time item, it was equivalent to giving him an extra chance to save his life when facing the paper person. Moreover, the function of this item was a special supply for this dungeon. Even if it could be used in other dungeons, its usability would be very limited. After safely putting away the paper weight, Indu quickly left the shop. At this time, Ma Xiangxia was still waiting at the door. He had his eyes closed, leaning against the wall. Beside him stood a paper person waiting for him to open his eyes. This scene made Indu want to laugh. He had just forgotten that when Ma Xiangxia stayed outside waiting for him, it was also possible for him to run into a paper person. Fortunately, Ma Xiangxia was someone who had cleared multiple dungeons, so dealing with this kind of trouble was not difficult for him. Brother, are you looking for something from my friend?
Indu stepped forward and gently patted the paper person's shoulder. No, I saw him here closing his eyes and standing still, and I thought something happened to him. The paper person replied with a smile. He's just not feeling well, especially his eyes. If exposed to light for too long, they will feel painful.
Then you should go find a doctor soon.
The paper person said enthusiastically, we have a good doctor in this village.
Would you like me to take you there? This paper person was indeed generous, friendly, and hospitable.
Indu waved his hand to reject his kindness. We have friends waiting for us, maybe next time, if there's a chance.
Ma Xiang, we should go.
Ma Xiangxia had already opened his eyes as soon as Indu and the paper person interacted. At that time, the paper man had already shifted targets and had no time to pay attention to him. Hearing Indu say they could leave, he turned his head without hesitation. My friend is just a hot-tempered person, Indu said helplessly and then quickly followed. Knowing the route, Indu and Ma Xiangxia found leaving the village much smoother than coming in to look for someone. Without needing to ask for directions, they could just wave and say hello when encountering the paper man on the way. Driving from the town to the spring village and searching for people took them about 20 minutes in total. By the time they left the village, only 5 minutes remained until the shift time Indu had estimated. Their return journey was very urgent. So, before getting in the car, Ma Xiangxia volunteered to be the driver for this round. Faced with Indu's distrustful gaze, he patted his chest, claiming he was a genius racer who could drive over 200 even under the pursuit of the police back in the day. To save time, Indu had no choice but to believe his self-promotion. By the time Ma Xiongja drove up to the morgue, Ruan Wenjun had finished guarding the wake and came out of the morgue. Emily and Kagawa Chome, who had been resting in the lounge, knew it was time for Indu to switch with Ruan Wenjun, and both walked out from the lounge. As they came out, they just happened to run into Ruan Wenjun, who was walking out of the morgue. Ruan Wenjun stood at the door of the morgue, wearing a smile, his earlier unwillingness vanished, and he greeted Emily and Kagawa Chome friendly.
My time for guarding the wake is up. Where is Indu?
Before Emily and Kagawa Chome could answer, the van appeared in their line of sight and abruptly braked in front of the morgue. As soon as he got out of the car, Ma Xiongja immediately complained, this broken car can only go up to 150, otherwise I definitely wouldn't be late. Indu got out of the car with a pale face. It wasn't that 150 km per hour was terrifying, but they were driving on unpaved roads, and the constant bumps at that speed nearly made him throw up, a man who hadn't been out for years. Seeing Indu and Ma Xiongja get out, Emily and Kagawa Chome hurried forward.
Ruan Wenjun also walked over slowly. Indu, it's your turn to guard the wake, don't delay.
As he spoke, he still had a smile on his face, giving Indu an uneasy feeling.
I know.
Indu felt something was odd about Ruan Wenjun but couldn't pinpoint what was strange. At this urgent moment, he had no time to think too much and could only remind Ma Xiongja to be careful, then walk toward the morgue. After Indu entered the morgue and Ruan Wenjun entered the lounge, Emily spoke up, I always feel that Ruan is a bit strange.
I feel the same, Kagawa Chome quickly agreed.
Ma Xiongja nodded, even he, who is usually slow, felt something was off, clearly unmasked by Ruan Wenjun.
However, he really couldn't understand what had happened with Ruan Wenjun.
I feel like he seems to be hiding something from us, like he made a deal with the devil, smiling as if he's gotten his way, Kagawa Chome whispered.
If you say that.
Ma Xiongja squinted his small eyes.
He believed Kagawa Komei's guess was very likely right.
After all, among them, only Ruan Wenjun had communication with the customer. Perhaps during the time of guarding the wake, this guy made some kind of deal with that customer.
Chapter 96, The Identity of the Black Man.
As soon as Indu walked into the morgue, he felt a chill coming from the front, and when he looked up, he saw the cold storage door had already been twisted. Without a doubt, this must be Ma Xiongja's doing. Indu put on his coat, preparing to enter the cold storage. The hinge above the cold storage door was completely broken, and the lower hinge bore the entire weight of the door, making it necessary to lift the door slightly to open it. The advantage was that the door, which couldn't close tightly, allowed air to flow in and out, so it wouldn't get sucked shut and become unopenable. With Ma Xiongja's experience, as soon as Indu stepped in, he headed straight for the stainless steel table at the back to begin the incense offering. After finishing the incense, he took out part of the new incense he bought and placed it on the stainless steel table's shelf. Then, he checked the body information. Lying on the stainless steel table was Indu, and the information on the wall matched perfectly.
Everything was so normal.
The steps for guarding the wake were not many, as long as one remembered to burn incense upon entering, the rest of the time required just staring at the body and checking if there were any extra bodies in the mortuary. Indu did not like this wasteful time and decided to cast his eyes towards the door that was dismantled by Ma Xiongja. Why not fix the door, to prevent the two ladies who would come in later from being blocked by this broken door? The hinges of the cold storage door were riveted, and to dismantle them, one could only pry them out entirely, reinstallation could also only be done with rivets. Without new hinges, he could only pound the old hinges to reuse them. This task was not much work, just somewhat labor-intensive. To ensure nothing strange happened while he worked, Indu had to occasionally look up to observe the situation in the mortuary.
Perhaps because the time was short, by the time Indu reinstalled the door, nothing abnormal had occurred in the mortuary.
The only variable was that when Indu was ready to make holes in the door for air circulation, he found an electric tool had mysteriously appeared in his possession. Initially, he had only taken out a flathead screwdriver and a hammer, planning to make a few holes by brute force. Surprised, he complained in his mind that his toolbox didn't even contain a basic electric drill, when suddenly, a drill fell directly into his hand. At the same time, the broadcast from the world of eerie tales came. Recording new talent information, Toolbox, level 2 new electric tool added to the Toolbox, electric drill. Indu waited quietly for the eerie world to continue broadcasting, but unexpectedly, after waiting for more than 10 seconds, no further information came.
Wait a minute, is that it? Is this what his talent upgrade brought him, seriously? Holding the electric drill, Indu fell into silence.
Though he always said every talent had its usefulness, such a talent that relied entirely on external force and had no use for himself was really rare.
Forget it, what else could he do? It's not like he could just change his talent.
Indu picked up the drill, turning his anger into strength, and directly turned the cold storage door into a sieve. Looking at the door filled with holes, Indu, whose destructive desire was satisfied, finally felt a bit better. At that moment, with just over a minute left until 12:50, Indu closed the door and leaned against it to wait to go out. Just then, he caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a shadow in the corner of the wall to his left. Indu immediately turned his head and saw a person crouching and curled up in the corner. To come out at a time like this, what a way to give him more work just before the end of his shift. Indu quickly walked to the stainless steel table where the body was placed, took out a piece of white cloth and headed towards the body. As he got close, Indu realized that this body crouching in the corner was actually that of a black man. After a moment of surprise, he hurriedly took out a screwdriver to lift the body's head. Upon seeing it, he instinctively took 2 steps back. Not because of the strange smile on the corpse's face, but because he recognized that face. The paper person standing at the door was exactly the same as this black man. Why would a paper person appear as a corpse in the mortuary? What connection could there possibly be between them? Indu really couldn't understand. At that moment, the alarm he set before entering the mortuary had gone off, and he no longer hesitated, quickly wrapping the body in the cloth, tying it up, and dragging it towards the back door. After pushing the body out the back door, Indu left the knot of the white cloth inside the door and then closed the door. Immediately, he stared at his phone, waiting for 30 seconds to pass, and the knot still remained inside the door. Indu opened the back door, and as expected, the body was still outside the door, and the cloth maintained the arrangement he had tied it in. So, before leaving, Indu lit another stick of incense and placed it in the incense burner. Stepping out of the cold storage, Indu let out a deep sigh. In those 10 minutes, nothing major really happened, but that Negro's corpse still disturbed his thoughts. This was more troubling than his trash talent. His intuition told him he had to figure out the identity of this corpse. It was related to whether they could safely pass through this scenario. So, right after stepping out and encountering Ma Xiangja and the others, Indu didn't wait for them to speak and directly said, "I saw a Negro among the dead in the morgue. I need to know his identity." The people present, except for Ruan Wenjun, weren't fools. They understood that Indu's words weren't meant for them but for those watching their livestream. Indu was seeking information from the outside. But now that the scenario had just begun, all teams should have similar progress. Information they hadn't obtained might not be available to other teams either. Ma Xiangja furrowed his brow. He could sense Indu's urgency. This indicated that the Negro's corpse gave Indu a strong sense of crisis. After speaking, Indu turned to Ruan Wenjun. "When you go in to guard the spirit, if a new corpse appears in the morgue, I hope you can remember its appearance." Saying this, he sighed again. In this scenario, apart from the crisis posed by the scenario itself, what troubled him the most was this Ruan Wenjun. "I know you don't want to cooperate with me, but this concerns everyone's safety. I hope you can think it through." "No, this only concerns your safety," Ruan Wenjun scoffed, turning to walk toward the morgue. "I already have my own way to clear the level. As for you all, just keep struggling." Bang! As his words fell, the iron door of the morgue was forcefully slammed shut. Ah, this guy. If he won't cooperate, forget about him. Indu had no time to care about Ruan Wenjun now. Since Ruan Wenjun chose to guard the spirit after knowing the so-called clearing method, it meant that the method he knew still couldn't escape the requirement to guard the spirit. And as long as Ruan Wenjun completed his assigned spirit guarding time, ensuring that they wouldn't face too dangerous a situation on the night of the returning spirits, it was enough for Indu. But, what he said about the clearing method? He Shanqing whispered. "Both Ma Xiangja and I have been in the morgue. There really aren't any clues for clearing the level inside. If he has a way to get clues for clearing, it must be through his phone. I overlooked this point. I should have told you clearly before the spirit guarding started. Don't trust the information on the phone too much, even if that information was sent by someone present." Indu said with a serious face. He wasn't deliberately neglecting to remind Ruan Wenjun. It was just that the early stage of this scenario had given them too little time to find clues and analyze rules. After emphasizing the rules, he forgot the abnormal points he initially discovered. "Why?" He Shanqing asked, puzzled. "Because the information on the phone can be modified. The information you see is only what it wants you to see. As for information not sent by people present, if you're willing to believe strange things, then consider everything I've said before is nonsense." "Wait, when you say it, what do you mean?" Emily, who had been deep in thought, looked at Indu with confusion. "What I mean by it is the customer who hired us to come here." Chapter 97, The Scope of Quan Village. When you just got the phone, didn't a reminder pop up telling you to not share any information other than the public info in the group? That's right. Yes, there was this reminder, and the content was exactly as you said. After realizing that group information could lead to contamination, and that the most important rule about spirit guarding in the morgue was concealed, he was certain that the customer was not an ally for them. Thinking about the simultaneous reminder from everyone, he couldn't help but form a guess. Was this reminder really set by themselves? Everyone, at the same time, with the exact same reminder. If this situation occurred, then either the reminder was set under someone's guidance, or someone directly set this reminder on all their phones.
Indu leaned towards the second possibility. After all, no matter how guided, humans are thinking animals. If they set the reminder themselves, why was the timing the same for everyone? Not to mention others, even Indu himself did not like reminders at the exact hour, always preferring to set the alarm or reminder 1 minute before the time to give himself buffer time. And now, upon reviewing the content of everyone's reminders, his guess was further confirmed. If they had written the reminders themselves, why not add a bit more personal content? Were their brains really so synchronized? Indu voiced his guess. You're right, the content of the reminder indeed has issues. Since the rules require us to cooperate during the vigil, we cannot avoid sharing information, Emily said. Hashang Chang nodded in agreement, but she still had doubts. So what is the purpose of this reminder? Although it might affect us at first, to complete the vigil, clues must be shared. Even the simplest person should know that once the vigil is not completed, no one can escape the dangers of the soul-returning night. The purpose is already quite clear, isn't it? Ma Xiangja glanced toward the morgue. Are you saying that this reminder mainly aims to prevent us from revealing the information on our phones? With this reminder, Hashang Chang quickly caught on. I just said, the phone contains the information the customer wants you to see. As for the authenticity of the information, I can only say that a scammer will also tell you not to share what he says with others. Then isn't Ruan in danger? Emily asked. Looking at his condition, he should be fine for the next couple of days. Right now, the focus is still on that black man, Ma Xiangja replied coldly, clearly not wanting to waste words on Wan Wenjuan. Why the urgency for his information? He looked at Indu. For him, Indu's sudden sense of urgency after the vigil was more worthy of investigation. Because, I suspect he is not an NPC in the copy, he said, his tone more uncertain than usual since this guess was unverified. Or rather, he was originally not an NPC in this copy. Hearing this, Ma Xiangja suddenly felt his brain wasn't keeping up. If he wasn't originally an NPC, then what is he? The black man, you mean he was originally a gifted person? Hashang Chang, who often struggled to keep up, was the first to connect the dots with Indu's train of thought. Hearing Hashang Chang say this, Ma Xiangja widened his eyes. How could a gifted person become an NPC? Wait, it seems no one actually said that gifted people could not become NPCs, it was just that none of the copies he had experienced had this situation. And due to this normality, his mind had become rigid, making it difficult for him to grasp the meaning of Indu's words immediately. Right, and how did you come to this conclusion? Emily looked puzzled at the three who seemed to have accepted this conclusion. Actually, she had started to feel confused when Indu said he wanted to know the identity of the black man. She understood that Indu's shout was directed at the official audience watching the livestream, but she couldn't comprehend why he became so impatient over a corpse. Isn't it already stated in the rules that excess corpses could appear in the morgue? Indu explained to Emily, if this corpse is of an Asian descent, then I definitely wouldn't notice his anomaly. But this corpse happens to be a black man. What's wrong with being black? Emily listened more and more confused. Hearing Emily's words, Indu finally understood why Emily, who had always seemed smarter and more adaptable than Shangqing in the instance, was so slow to catch on this time. People tend to limit themselves to their own understanding. For Emily, the appearance of a black man in life is not something noteworthy. But this instance, from any aspect, has a background that comes from my country. In my country, black people are very rare, let alone in such a clearly closed village. Although the rules of the horror story are not the real world, it has its own self-operating logic. It can be said that the most important aspects of the horror story instance are its rules and logic. If that's the case, then there shouldn't be any disharmonious elements in the instance. Just like a modern background instance shouldn't feature ancient people. The appearance of a black person in a mortuary used by a village in the land of summer is itself a very strange thing, Indu said. Emily nodded absent-mindedly. Seeing that everyone agreed with his speculation, Indu began to add details about the scene when he and Ma Xiangja first saw a black person. In the morning. In that village, paper people are people, and among people, that black man was the paper person who was being sold. So for Quan village, a black man should be a paper person. Why did he appear here as a corpse? Halfway through, Indu suddenly realized something and paused. Ma Xiangja, who was waiting for his brain to analyze the situation, impatiently urged, "What's wrong?" You stopped talking. Brother Ma, do you think this mortuary actually belongs to Quan village? Since learning about the existence of Quan village, Indu had always assumed that this mortuary was for the exclusive use of Quan village. But there was actually no evidence to prove this. He purely assumed a connection because of the old man's words about the paper shop in the village has a buyer. Does it matter who this mortuary belongs to? Of course it does. Indu clenched his fists. If this mortuary really is from Quan village, then it means we've been in Quan village's territory from the beginning. Hearing this, Ma Xiangja also understood. Are you saying we have to follow the rules of Quan village while we're here? Indu nodded slowly.
Compared to him, Ma Xiangzhe, who received this information, was not too nervous.
Well, that doesn't sound too bad. We've been here for so long without seeing any paper people.
Clearly, this isn't a place where paper people often move, the danger isn't very high.
And even if we encounter paper people, we just need to treat them like people, right?
After hearing Ma Xiangzhe's optimistic words, Indu deeply sighed.
The key to the rules is never about the paper people.
Chapter 98, He Shangqing's Guessing.
The key to the rules is never about the paper people. Then what is it?
Ma Xiangzhe initially looked confused, then became somewhat impatient, saying, "Stop hesitating in your words.
Just say what your guesses are, and I will follow your lead on what we should do next."
He admitted that his brain didn't work as well as Indu's, so even if he didn't understand what Indu asked him to do back in Quan village, he still complied without question. But these confusions never got explained by Indu, and now several big questions came up in a row. He now felt like his head was going to burn out, just wanting an answer to relax his mind. Yet Indu seemed troubled by something, often leaving his words half-finished. If he felt this way, Emily and He Shangqing, who only knew about Quan village through Indu's words, would be even more left staring blankly beside him.
"You also said, these are all my guesses," Indu said.
Then he looked at Emily and Kawakami. "I'm afraid that if I express my thoughts, it will limit your thinking.
Moreover, if you continue to rely on my judgment, how will these two manage to clear the level once we leave this scenario?"
On this point, Indu believes that even if he doesn't say it, they both can figure it out.
As for Ma Xiangzhe,
he has no such worries about Ma Xiangzhe at all. "So, I will take you to Spring Village for a visit, and you can make your own judgment.
As for Brother Ma, please stay here. If it's my turn to guard the spirit and we haven't returned, you can take over for me."
Hearing this, Ma Xiangzhe glanced at Indu with a complex expression but ultimately agreed.
He just didn't want to think hard, not that he didn't have brains.
After a little thought, he realized that Indu specifically warned him that he might not return on time, definitely wanting to sneak into the village. After all, just driving to look at the precautions and seeing those strange paper figures in the village wouldn't take much time at all. Although the two of them hadn't specifically discussed it earlier, not discussing it meant that, in their hearts, they wouldn't be exploring Spring Village today. When his magic barrier could be used again tomorrow, they would be relatively safer.
But the appearance of that black man made Indu anxious.
Ma Xiangzhe understood that Indu had already made up his mind to do something, and it would be useless to stop him. He could only comfort him. "It's only the first day, a dangerous situation also requires time to brew.
Don't be too anxious. If the rules of the strange tale didn't even give a moment of exploration time and directly attacked, who could survive to walk out?" Indu nodded. He knew this well.
But he was born with a worrying nature. Once there's an unresolved issue, it feels like a thorn is stuck in his heart, making him restless. Without delaying any longer, Indu waved for the two ladies to follow him.
Once he started the car, he suddenly remembered to ask, "Can you drive?" "I can," Emily quickly replied.
Indu nodded and then said, "Later I will take you into the village to have a look, and then you can come out.
If I haven't come out by 3:30, you just drive back to the mortuary.
Remember, absolutely do not go into the village to look for me."
3:30 is not Indu's final deadline.
It's just that Emily and Kawakami need to return to the mortuary to guard the spirit by 4 o'clock. This delay cannot happen. Indu set his own deadline for 7:30 in the evening, so he would return to the mortuary just in time for himself and Ma Xiangzhe to guard the spirit. Driving skillfully to the entrance of the village, Indu gestured for the two to look at the precautions at the entrance.
Spring Village. Paper figures? Paper money?
Even though they had heard Indu talk about Spring Village, Emily and Kawakami still felt a chill when they looked at these precautions. "There are a few points in these rules that I have already verified with Brother Ma,"
Indu said.
"First, treat the paper figures as normal villagers. Second, the paper money scattered on the ground in the village is the currency used for transactions. These 2 points correspond to the first 4 rules of the precautions."
"What about the last 2? This is still just my speculation."
Of course, he already had more guesses now. In the 5th point, Spring Village hopes to make travelers feel at home.
This means making travelers satisfied with Spring Village's hospitality.
The phrase "satisfied with hospitality" is too vague, so I speculate that as long as you are guided by the paper figures to give Spring Village a good review, that counts as feeling at home. Even more absurdly, you might not even need to say it, as long as you show satisfaction, like smiling, that also counts as feeling at home. This was also why he didn't want Ma Xiangzhe to smile or speak just now. Ma Xiangzhe, with his muscular build, looked like a big villain when he wasn't smiling or speaking. But whether it was due to his personality. When he spoke normally and laughed, he seemed a little foolish. However, the laughter, in the end, still felt forced. As for the 6th point, it's probably that you can't stay overnight in Spring Village. But, what I've said hasn't been confirmed, Indu said. If you have other guesses, feel free to share them. I have one. He Shangchang raised her hand.
Indu looked at He Shangchang. For the sixth point, I think it might not just be about not staying overnight. What do you mean?
Indu and Emily both looked at He Shangchang, with Emily's eyes still full of encouragement.
My mom used to always set a time for me to come home, so maybe this is also a time limit?
He Shangchang said softly. For example, if you stay in Spring Village for a certain amount of time, it might be assumed that you've made Spring Village your home. This wasn't impossible. And this guess also added a piece to the puzzle in Indu's mind. Now, he needed to confirm the ownership of the area around the morgue. He looked up at He Shangchang. Your guess might be right.
This sentence clearly gave He Shangchang a huge boost of encouragement.
She smiled, then suddenly remembered what Indu had said earlier, and quickly held it back. Seeing her like this, Indu's serious expression changed to a smile. Although I have been suspecting the range of Spring Village, to be honest, just laughing and saying make yourself at home still feels a bit forced.
Moreover, during the time we've been in this instance, we must have already laughed.
If we need to be cautious, we can pay attention once we enter the village. Okay. He Shangchang's lips slightly curved. She hadn't been affirmed by anyone in a long time.
If you're ready, let's go in. After you see the first paper person, you can come back outside and wait in the car.
Thinking of He Shangchang's words and his own guess, Indu added. We'll wait for you in the car when the time comes. If Cheng's guess might be correct, you should come out early. We still have other days to explore this village, so don't rush.
Rushing often leads to mistakes. Chapter 99, Investigation Target.
The Erie Incident Emergency Response Bureau's Analysis Group. What did Korea and Japan say? The head of the analysis group asked in a deep voice.
Hearing the question, the liaison officer temporarily dispatched from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs shook his head, the same.
Both Korea and Japan tried various methods, code words, slang, Morse code, none of them worked. It seems that as long as the content tries to reveal the identity of the body in the morgue as a gifted, the reminder can't go out. This is the first time since we descended into the world of rule-based horror stories that a reminder can't be sent. It should be because this reminder has touched on the core secret of this instance. The office of the analysis group was buzzing with discussions.
Actually, not sending this reminder might not matter.
Indu seems to have already figured out the identity of this body.
Someone whispered this.
Immediately, they were rebutted.
But he doesn't know what happened to the body.
Gifted people can be replaced by the Yuri, blending in with the gifted to continue the mission. After being replaced, this gifted, Nubia, has appeared in 3 places. The Yuri can disguise itself as a gifted and infiltrate the team, which is what makes them feel the most dangerous. Moreover, the team Indu and the others are in also has the uncertain factor of Ruan Wenjun.
Indu's guess wasn't wrong.
Since entering the morgue, Ruan Wenjun had been frequently looking at his phone. He seemed to have made some kind of deal with someone on the phone, which made him more confident, thinking he had the upper hand.
But Ruan Wenjun's livestream didn't show the chat interface from his phone. So what had happened to Ruan Wenjun, they didn't know. Naturally, they couldn't offer any effective reminders.
At most, they could only warn him to be cautious of Ruan Wenjun.
But do they need to waste a reminder just to say this?
You see, Indu and their team have always been on guard against Ruan Wenjun. Their own talented individuals are storming through the world of bizarre rules, yet they can't even pass along such simple information.
This inevitably leaves everyone feeling a bit frustrated.
Indu may be just a talented individual who has cleared the game once, but he is also the only one to have received the reward for eliminating a bizarre tale. When entering this instance, everyone was full of confidence, thinking they could provide effective information to help Indu achieve greatness again.
But now, just as the atmosphere in the entire office turned gloomy, a voice suddenly rang out.
No, I don't think that talented individuals from Nubia are appearing in 3 places. Everyone's gaze immediately shifted over.
Puchisi, a person who always goes solo, unable to feel the atmosphere and not understanding dark sarcasm, spoke up. In other words, this person has extremely low emotional intelligence and is quite blunt.
These 2 traits combined make him an invincible presence. Arguing with him, no matter who wins or loses, the one whose defenses are breached will always be the other party.
Now, Puchisi's bluntness played its role. He was completely unaffected by the office's mood and started discussing his thoughts.
Right now in the Nubia live broadcast room, it should be the body that originally appeared in the morgue. And when that body replaced the Nubia talented individual went missing, until Indu and the others saw him among humans. Then in the morgue, we saw he continued, scribbling in his notebook, notes only he could understand. So, we can actually disregard the fake talented individual in the Nubia live broadcast room. Because the information about the replacement of talented individuals cannot be communicated, and that fake talented individual currently only affects the team where Nubia is located. Our focus should be to directly analyze the relationship between the paper person among humans and the body in the morgue.
Do they exist simultaneously? If they do, what conditions do they each represent? If not, how do they move back and forth between the two places? From the path Yingdu and Ma Xiangxia took, there shouldn't be a closer route from the village to the morgue. No, if we don't take the main road, we don't know the conditions of the small paths, but can a small road be faster than speeding? While speaking, Pu Qixi fell back into his own world. When the office became quiet again, the others exchanged glances. After talking so much, it was all just questions. After experiencing the paper person who could speak without moving its mouth, and likely practiced ventriloquism, alongside Emily and Yishangqing, Yingdu embarked on his own adventure. What he most wanted or urgently needed to find were clues related to the morgue, but he really didn't know where to start searching for this clue. Sorting through the information at hand, Yingdu found that the only place he could begin was with Zhao Laosan and the series of people involved with Zhao Laosan. From the old man's words, Zhao Laosan should be one of the villagers. Perhaps he could find some useful information in Zhao Laosan's home, ideally information about the customer hidden behind the phone. Regarding the customer mentioned in the minimum requirements for clearing the game, the only information they currently knew was 2 points. 1. The customer claims to be the daughter of Zhao Laosan, the body in the morgue. 2. Based on the information that was concealed and deliberately input on the phone, the customer is a dangerous presence to them, not a friendly side. Trying to understand the customer through the phone would probably only lead to a bunch of lies and misleading guidance. So the first point may not be trustworthy. However, there must be a connection between the customer and Zhao Laosan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have their vigil task. But where could Zhao Laosan's home be? Yingdu wandered aimlessly in the village, carefully observing each house he passed. Then, when he caught a glimpse of a paper figure out of the corner of his eye, he immediately spoke to himself, why do all the houses here look the same? Which one is Xiao Lei's home? After finishing his one-man show, he quickly approached the paper figure, excited. First, he confirmed the figure's gender. Second, he enthusiastically took hold of the figure's drooping hand. Big brother, do you know where Zhao Xiaolei's home is? Zhao Xiaolei, are you talking about Zhao Laosan's Zhao Xiaolei? The paper figure still wore its unchanging smile, but there was an obvious hint of doubt in its tone. Yes, big brother, do you know? Can you take me there? Yingdu asked eagerly. What is your relationship with Zhao Xiaolei, and why are you looking for him? The paper figure asked warily. This tone meant there was hope. Yingdu kept a look of urgency on his face, secretly delighted in his heart. Sure enough, as long as he didn't trigger the rules, this paper figure would have to obediently act like a normal villager. I'm Xiao Lei's colleague and also his friend. Xiao Lei suddenly stopped coming to work a few days ago, and I can't get in touch with him. My boss asked me to check on Xiao Lei's family. When I went to his house, I found out that Xiao Lei was already dead. It's been several days now, and his family hasn't appeared. Xiao Lei's body hasn't been taken care of. I remember Xiao Lei saying that his hometown is right here, so I came here hoping to let his family know so they can claim his body and give him a proper burial. According to the old man, after Zhao Xiaolei died, he should have only appeared on the road outside the morgue before being discarded. The villagers probably didn't know that Zhao Xiaolei was dead, and the body had been abandoned in the river. Half-truths are the hardest to discern. The paper figure was silent for a moment before saying, "Come with me." Saying that, it floated forward lightly. Chapter 100, Investigation. Zhao family. Zhao Laosan's home was just like every other house in the village, a white-walled tile house. Yingdu, brought to the front of the house, repeatedly thanked the paper figure and asked if anyone was home at Zhao Laosan's place. Upon hearing the inquiry, the paper figure paused. I don't really know much about their family situation. Hearing this, Yingdu simply nodded and expressed his thanks again before sending off the paper figure. Once the paper figure left, he carefully examined the house in front of him. In fact, he didn't believe the paper figure's words. This spring village was so small, even if he wasn't familiar with the family, he would still know who had been at home recently. Moreover, the paper figure suspiciously paused for a moment. Yingdu stepped forward. The village's doors were all traditional wooden doors, giving an ancient charm. However, the black-painted door also brought a feeling of oppression. Yingdu raised his hand and carefully knocked on the door. Moments later, he heard a noise from behind the door, and a young girl opened it just a crack to look outside. Seeing a stranger at the door, she timidly said, "Everyone else in the family is out. If you have something to discuss, please come back another day." Seeing that there was a real person inside and not a paper figure, Yingdu's eyes brightened, and he quickly pressed to stop the door from closing. Wait, may I ask, is this Zhao Xiaolei's home? I have something to inform about Zhao Xiaolei. Yes, this is Zhao Xiaolei's home. May I boldly ask, who are you to Zhao Xiaolei? The girl inside cautiously glanced at Yingdu a few times, seemingly confirming something, before finally saying, I am his wife. Upon hearing this, Yingdu was stunned. Mainly because the girl looked really young, her tender face appeared even younger than the water flowing in the river. Yet Zhao Xiaolei, according to his ID, was already a middle-aged man in his 30s.
Originally, Indu speculated that the other party might be Zhao Xiaolei's sister. Although there was a significant age difference, it was still easier to accept than a marital relationship.
Moreover, if the other party was indeed Zhao Xiaolei's sister, then the customer in the phone could possibly be her. I didn't expect it to be my sister-in-law. Hello, I am Brother Lei's colleague. I came this time mainly to let you know about something concerning Brother Lei. As Indu spoke, he looked around at the surroundings again and then asked, may I go inside to chat? About Zhao Xiaolei's matter.
Upon hearing it was about Zhao Xiaolei, the girl hesitated for a moment, and finally released her grip on the door. You can come in.
Dad has gone out and hasn't returned.
You can wait here for him to come back before telling him about Zhao Xiaolei, the girl said after Indu entered the door. However, at this moment, Indu was no longer in the mood to listen to what she was saying. His eyes and attention were entirely drawn to the girl's noticeably pregnant belly.
Sister-in-law, are you pregnant? How many months along are you? Isn't there anyone at home to take care of you?
Seeing that the other party was a pregnant woman, even though he knew this was a world of strange tales where she might just be a disguised creature, Indu still became cautious. Moreover, the size of her belly was abnormal, looking as if she was about to give birth.
It's been about 9 months, usually it's Afang who.
The girl supported her waist and explained with a smile, but suddenly paused, her face becoming stiff and she awkwardly changed the topic. Usually Dad takes care of me.
Afang.
Indu quickly picked up on the existence of another person in the household, but seeing the girl's expression, it seemed like it was a taboo topic that she couldn't discuss.
Dad is out. He probably won't be back for another 7 days. It's dangerous outside lately.
You can stay here for 7 days and tell Dad about Zhao Xiaolei when he returns. Compared to Afang, the girl's way of addressing Zhao Xiaolei was extremely unfamiliar, and it seemed that if not for ensuring he could convey Zhao Xiaolei's matter to Zhao Laosan, she wouldn't even let him in the door. Well, I have my own matters and can't wait for 7 days. I can tell sister-in-law directly about Zhao Xiaolei, and sister-in-law can tell Uncle Zhao in a few days.
It's the same. Indu suggested. In fact, informing them about Zhao Xiaolei's death was just a matter of a few words. Indu had been holding back just to get through the door. But to be honest, at this moment, all the secrets in this household seemed to be concentrated on this girl before him and the Afang she mentioned. What he needed to do now was to extract information from Afang. However, Indu never expected that after hearing his words, the formerly timid girl would change her demeanor completely, glaring at Indu with fierce eyes as if she wanted to swallow him whole. No. This matter must be told to Dad by you in person. Her sharp voice seemed to pierce through Indu's eardrums, and Indu felt that her hatred toward others was being projected onto him. Moreover, as he looked at the girl's face, he temporarily felt that he saw 2 faces on one person's face. No, it seemed like there were indeed 2 faces. Indu lightly bit his tongue to calm himself down. At that moment, the girl before him also changed her expression, gently saying, it's better to tell Dad directly about Zhao Xiaolei. I can't manage his affairs. She had recovered, now standing in front of him was once again Zhao Xiaolei's wife. And if he wasn't mistaken, the one from earlier must be the Afang mentioned by Zhao Xiaolei's wife. Upon seeing that demonic and twisted face of Afang, Indu keenly sensed a hint of danger. He silently took 2 steps back, already gripping the table lamp in his hand. Okay, but since I need to wait 7 days, I'll just come back after the 7 days. I still have to go to work and can't stay here too long, he said as he stepped back to the door. The girl's expression changed once again. I kindly invited you to stay. Are you unwilling? It's not that I'm unwilling. As he noticed the other person's rising anger, Indu raised the hand holding the lamp, but he still tried to calm the person in front of him. From the attitude of the 2 girls just now, they should already know about Zhao Xiaolei's death. Now, the only one who doesn't know is Zhao Laosan, who died before Zhao Xiaolei. However, Zhao Laosan will return in 7 days. Indu didn't know what this return would be like, but it seemed they both hoped to tell Zhao Laosan about Zhao Xiaolei's death when he returned. And it had to be him, the outsider, who broke the news. Could it be that as an outsider, he was more persuasive? Actually, I came this time just to tell you the news of Zhao Xiaolei's death. If you insist that I tell Zhao Laosan in 7 days, I promise I will come back in 7 days, and I can bring Zhao Xiaolei's body with me. Upon hearing that Indu could bring Zhao Xiaolei's body, the girl's expression changed again. She carefully touched her belly. Can you really bring back Zhao Xiaolei's body? That's good too, I have some good news to tell him. Then it's settled. In 7 days, you must come with Zhao Xiaolei's body, or else. As she said this, the girl pulled out a piece of paper from somewhere and handed it to Indu. Indu was reluctant to take it, but felt that not taking it might lead to some big trouble, so he could only reach out and accept the paper. Weird contract. Signing a contract with the weird, both parties must fulfill the content of the contract. If either party fails to comply, the adhering party can hold the defaulting party accountable. This contract can be reused.
A new contract can be established after the previous one ends.
Established contract, Zhang Yun and Zhao Xiaofang voluntarily giving Du the item weird contract.
Du must bring Zhao Xiaolei's body in 7 days.
Contract signers, Zhang Yun, Zhao Xiaofang.
Once he held the paper, Du suddenly realized he had been tricked.
Although Zhao Xiaofang, who was attached to Zhang Yun, looked terrifying, as long as he didn't break the rules, they couldn't do anything to him.
But by accepting this piece of paper, he had added one more rule for himself. If he didn't bring Zhao Xiaolei's body in 7 days, then Zhao Xiaofang and Zhang Yun would have the right to hold him accountable as the adhering party. Just thinking about it, being held accountable by the weird would not end well.
Chapter 101 Rest. However, looking at the weird contract in his hand, Du felt that this wave was not too bad. At least he got an item.
Fortunately, he was a Toolbox talent holder. If it had been anyone else receiving this item, they would have been infuriated. After 7 days, this substory would probably come to an end. Getting this item for someone who could not bring it into the next substory just added a rule for no reason. After accepting the weird contract, Zhang Yun and Zhao Xiaofang indeed did not make things difficult for him and opened the door, allowing him to leave. Du stepped out of the black door, and a sudden gust of wind made him shiver. At that moment, he realized he had vividly enacted an idiom, sweating profusely. Letting out a long sigh, Du picked up his phone to take a look. The time was close to 2 o'clock, and he still had 1.5 hours before he needed to tell Emily and Hishangcheng.
With so much time, going back was impossible.
Moreover, he had gained such significant insight in such a short period just now. Clearly, Zhao Xiaofang, who was already dead but could only attach to Zhang Yun.
Zhang Yun, who was strangely afraid of Zhao Laosan and had a peculiar attitude towards Zhao Xiaolei.
And, undoubtedly, the deceased Zhao family father and son. Du held up the weird contract and carefully examined it a few times. Now that he already had the whereabouts of Zhao Xiaolei's body, the terms of the agreement were not difficult. What truly worried him was that the time to deliver the body was in 7 days. According to the rules, after the 7-day vigil, they would welcome the night of the returning souls.
It should be the 8th day at midnight.
From the words of Zhang Yun and Zhao Xiaofang, it can be inferred that the one who returned on the night of souls is Zhao Laosan. During this dangerous time, he needs to return the body of Zhao Laosan's son, Zhao Xiaolei, and personally announce his death.
No matter how you look at it, it seems like a dead end.
Du shook his head, pushing down this thought. It's not the end yet. If he gives up now, he will truly have to wait for death. Aside from these discoveries, Zhang Yun also brought him a surprise. He originally thought that there were only paper people in Quan village, but unexpectedly, there were normal living people. In fact, the precautions only mentioned, of course, the villagers are living people with flesh and blood, not paper people. So he needs to treat the paper people as living beings with flesh and blood. Wait. Of course, the villagers are living people with flesh and blood. Of course, the villagers are living people with flesh and blood, not paper people. Du muttered these phrases, and suddenly his mind became clear. He hurriedly walked out of the village, greeting the paper people like last time. When he reached the village entrance, Emily and Hishangcheng were both surprised to see him. Due to Du's reminder, they had assumed he wouldn't return so early, and the two were seated in the driver's and passenger seats, waiting for the time to drive back to the morgue. Who would have thought that he would come out by 2 o'clock? Are you going back now? Emily asked. Yes, I'm not exploring the village today. Du said. He then opened the car door and unceremoniously sat in the back seat. Once in this relatively safe space, he directly slumped in his seat, emptying his mind. Although he wasn't planning to go back into Quan village today, he still needed to guard the spirit, and if he didn't let himself rest a bit, he feared he would break down mentally. Emily and Hishangcheng didn't know what he saw in the village, but they could tell he was exhausted, so they silently agreed not to speak. When the car returned to the morgue, they did not disturb Du and even called out to Ma Xiangxia, who had just come out of the morgue looking for Du. What happened to this guy? Ma Xiangxia had never seen Du like this before. He looked like he had just suffered a defeat. If they were outside now, and Du was his little brother, he wouldn't hesitate to give him a wake-up call. Has been like this since he came out of the village. We don't know what happened. Emily said. Hishangcheng nodded and added, he even said he wouldn't go back to the village today. This guy must have encountered something in the village. Ma Xiangxia rubbed his chin. Then he probably hasn't sorted out his thoughts yet, so he's not saying anything to us. Hishangcheng said. Just as she finished speaking, she noticed that it suddenly became quiet around her, and a sentence appeared in front of her, the strange can disguise itself as a talented one firks. Although she hadn't watched much of the livestream, Hishangcheng understood broadly about the rules of strange tales. This was a reminder from her own country. This reminder seems to have been sent too hastily, with a string of garbled text at the end. However, this no longer mattered. The message the sentence conveyed was enough for her to be on guard against the people around her. She quietly distanced herself from Ma Xiangxia and moved closer to Emily. Since entering this instance, she hadn't separated from Emily. If anyone was least likely to be replaced by the strange, it was Emily. Ma Xiangja didn't notice He Shangcheng's movement, as he simply got into the car and sat in the back seat, beginning to zone out. These 2 times of taking Yin Du's place in the morgue were not long. He hadn't encountered any danger. Adding to that, the intervals between each spirit guarding were not short. He shouldn't feel too exhausted. But every time he finished guarding the spirit, it felt as if his energy had been completely drained, and this time it was particularly noticeable. It turned out that he should discuss this abnormality with Wan Wenjun, who had been guarding the vigil the longest. However, that guy was an unclear-headed fool, and compared to them, the talented people from the same world with the same goals, that idiot actually trusted a presence hidden behind a phone, unclear whether it was human or ghost. Ma Xiangja crossed his arms and leaned against the back of the chair. With this relaxation, his head grew heavier and heavier, and he finally fell into a deep sleep.
I have good news and bad news. Is it about the successful reminder transmission from Ribbon? That's right. What reminder was successfully transmitted?
It's about the strange beings replacing the talented ones. Now there are nearly 10 teams that have seen their talented members replaced, but no country has sent out reminders about talented individuals being replaced, so we can reasonably guess that information about talented individuals being replaced by strange beings cannot be sent out. Moreover, after Yin Du discovered a corpse in the morgue that looked exactly like the Nubian talented individual, he asked about the identity of the corpse, but neither our country nor the 2 neighboring countries provided any reminders.
So, neither talented individuals will be replaced by strange beings nor the corpses in the morgue are talented individuals can trigger reminders?
That was the case originally, but now the situation is different.
How so?
Good news, Ribbon successfully sent out the reminder about talented individuals being replaced by strange beings.
It's down below.
Bad news, the reminder got cut down to half, and it didn't clarify that no one from their team was replaced. Now that girl from Ribbon has entered defense mode and likely won't share this reminder.
What? This reminder can be played with like that?
The control over reminders has never been in our hands. Interception and deletion are quite normal. To be honest, I'm really afraid that one day, these weird rules can directly replace the country to send out reminders.
I feel that can't happen.
It's been said that this rule is weird. I think this reminder also has its rules.
Otherwise, it could have used this trick long ago. You have a point, but why is this instance using this trick? Chapter 102, Ma Xiangja's Nightmare.
When Yin Du came to his senses, he noticed there was another person beside him. He turned his head, wanting to wake Ma Xiangja to share his new discovery, but found Ma Xiangja was currently with his eyes shut tight, his brows furrowed, and his face showed clear pain, as if he were trapped in a nightmare. Yin Du observed for a moment and, confirming he was not in any life-threatening situation, decided not to wake him up. Instead, he became curious about what Ma Xiangja was dreaming about. He couldn't really imagine what kind of dream could make Ma Xiangja show such an expression. Even until 2:30, there were no signs of Ma Xiangja waking up. Yin Du had no choice but to wake him up first.
Brother Ma? Ma Xiangja.
Yin Du called a few times, but Ma Xiangja remained unaffected by the sounds. At this point, Yin Du finally realized that Ma Xiangja's condition had a problem.
Was it because of contamination?
Yin Du carefully recalled Ma Xiangja's actions today. In Quan village, aside from the time Ma Xiangja entered, they acted together the rest of the time.
So the problem shouldn't have occurred in Quan village. Then the issue could only be during the vigil in the morgue.
Based on his own experience of entering the morgue last time, his analysis of the vigil rules and the morgue rules was not problematic. Thinking of this, Yin Du reached out and smacked his own head. He almost forgot that Ma Xiangja, as the first among them to enter the morgue, was most likely to violate Rule 6 of the morgue. Because he was worried about violating Rule 6 and triggering physical danger, he had let Ma Xiangja be the first one to enter the morgue today. In the end, Ma Xiangja had encountered no danger. Originally, he thought everything would end here, but unexpectedly, the aftermath of this incident has lasted all the way to now. But fortunately, it was thanks to Ma Xiangja entering the morgue during the day to keep vigil that he discovered this situation now. Since the vigil started, Ma Xiangja entered the morgue 3 times in total, each time for 10 minutes. With an hour and a half left before the 2-hour limit stated in the rules, it's clear how serious the violations have polluted the situation.
However, Morgue Rule 6 has 2 kinds of possible violations.
According to his own words, Ma Xiangja must have fed the corpse the stick regardless of whether he was really the first one to enter. So it can now be confirmed that a violation of feeding the stick by someone who was not the first is indeed contaminated. If he was the first to enter but did not feed the stick, perhaps the triggered punishment would be different. After thinking things through, Yin Du continued to try calling Ma Xiangja. After confirming that the person really could not be awakened, he finally pulled out his MP3. But when he clicked play, he hesitated for a moment. If he used the MP3 now, staying up late for the vigil tonight would increase the danger. But if he didn't wake Ma Xiangja now, the vigil today would miss at least an hour and a half. Choosing to play it safe and not keep the vigil would only result in losing 1 hour.
After a round of analysis, Indu ultimately turned on the MP3.
As the brainwashing Buddhist scripture entered his mind, he suddenly recalled that this MP3 has purifying abilities, but it didn't seem to explain how the purification effect works if multiple people listen at the same time. Ma Xiangja squeezed out a sound from his throat, struggling to open his eyes. Still not fully back to reality, he managed to squeeze out a sentence, "Run, quickly run."
Run from what, and where to?
Indu looked at the half-awake Ma Xiangja, speechless. As soon as Indu's voice fell, Ma Xiangja finally broke free from the nightmare, gasping for breath and propping himself up.
It's a dream, it's a dream.
Indu handed a bottle of water to Ma Xiangja from the car. It really was a dream, but it was affected by the pollution.
So what did you dream about?
Ma Xiangja took the water and gulped down a couple of swallows before speaking. I dreamed. He tried to recall, but found that the dream that felt so real left behind only a few vague clues in his memory. Ma Xiangja raised both hands in the air, making useless gestures. I was sleeping, then I woke up and found myself lying in a very cold place, like lying on a bed, or a table?
That should be the morgue? Right? It's the morgue, right? He said this while looking at Indu uncertainly, seemingly waiting for his confirmation.
Indu choked a bit and said helplessly, let's just call it the morgue.
It is the morgue, I remember now, here's how it went.
Talking about the morgue triggered the deep memories buried within Ma Xiangja. After my vigil ended, I was very tired, so I thought about resting for a while and fell asleep on a chair in the lounge. When I woke up, I found myself lying on the stainless steel table in the morgue, unable to move.
But I could feel someone beside me, watching me, staring at me.
Then I suddenly realized, I seemed to have become the corpse in the morgue and the person watching me was keeping vigil. I struggled hard but couldn't move, and I don't know how long it took until I finally managed to move a bit, but all I did was fall off the table. After falling to the floor, I could no longer move, and then that person keeping vigil picked me up and put me back on the table. After that, no matter how I struggled, I couldn't move an inch. I wanted to escape, wanted to leave the morgue, but no matter how I struggled, it had no effect. When Ma Xiangja spoke up to this point, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. This feeling of helplessness terrified him far more than any danger he had faced before.
Chapter 103, Malicious Intentions.
Ma Xiangja didn't know that while he felt fear describing his dream, Indu was also breaking out in a cold sweat.
He rummaged through his toolbox and successfully pulled out the board with the rules written on it.
He remembered correctly that there were several situations in Ma Xiangja's dream that matched the rules.
This was not just a simple dream.
It would be great if you could see who that person guarding the spirit is.
Indu sighed.
I don't know who that person is, but I know he has no strength and almost stumbled while moving me, causing me to hit myself several times. By the way, I could still feel being moved and the pain in the dream. Ma Xiangja touched his shoulder where he had bumped it, and when he pressed, there was a dull pain.
Hiss, what's going on? Indu noticed his movement and immediately asked, what's going on? Look at my shoulder, is there a bruise?
This kind of pain was all too familiar to Ma Xiangja, and he pulled aside his shirt to reveal his shoulder. Though Ma Xiangja had a rough and sturdy face, his skin was naturally pale, making the dark bruise very obvious on him. So not only was there a bruise on his shoulder, but even the bruise lower down on his shoulder blade was clearly visible to Indu.
Yes, and there are more than just on your shoulder, Indu said.
As Indu spoke, he unapologetically pressed hard on another bruise on Ma Xiangja's body. His Ma Xiangja inhaled sharply, quickly swatting Indu's hand away. You could at least give me a warning. Indu didn't care, as his thoughts had already drifted away. From Ma Xiangja's words, he had roughly figured out what would happen when contaminated in the morgue. No wonder the last line in the morgue was remember, you are not a corpse. Fortunately, Ma Xiangja's contamination had not reached an irreparable stage, and even better, while he was scared of becoming a corpse, he still clearly knew he was alive and kept resisting.
But why were you dreaming of sleeping in the lounge? Weren't you always in the car? Indu asked.
I felt very tired as soon as I came out of the morgue, so I wanted to rest in the lounge, and I got in the car because you all happened to come back. As Ma Xiangja spoke, he turned his gaze to the outside of the car. That guy has come out. Upon hearing this, Indu also looked outside and saw Ruan Wenjun, whose expression was not very good.
This was a big difference from last time.
Ma Xiangja obviously noticed this too. When he came out to switch with me, he wasn't wearing this expression. I think he must have been scared by you, Indu said.
Ha? Ma Xiangja questioned, pulling his gaze back to Indu.
The guardian spirit you mentioned, who had no strength and caused you to bump into things several times, is most likely him. Previously, Indu had only speculated, but now he was certain that what Ma Xiangja called a nightmare was half true. Though his body was still in the car, his consciousness, or rather his soul, was at that moment attached to the corpse in the morgue. Thinking carefully, that corpse might still have looked like Ruan Wenjun at that time. The thought of Ma Xiangja speaking to himself while wearing Ruan Wenjun's face made Indu shudder all over.
Is that true?
Ma Xiangja widened his eyes. He thought it was just a nightmare, at most influenced by this strange scenario, making the dream related to the scenario. He never expected that there was a possibility his soul had already floated out while he was asleep, and perhaps had almost gotten into trouble. The thought of possibly being trapped inside that corpse made Ma Xiongja feel a chill. He opened the car door, wanting to step out to get some sunlight, but was grabbed by Indu. "Don't get out, rest a bit more in the car," Indu said as he turned and got out of the car. At that moment, Wan Wenjun had already walked towards the lounge, looking like he was going to rest. Clearly, he was too scared to come over and provoke them. Indu quickly walked into the morgue, likely influenced by Ma Xiongja's situation. He was much more serious this time when he looked at the corpse. Unfortunately, nothing happened during the 10 minutes he kept vigil. However, this also meant that the few people outside were currently safe. When Indu walked out of the mortuary, Wan Wenjun was already waiting outside. Though he had just been scared to death by what happened inside the mortuary, he was now very eager to switch shifts. What did the presence on the other end of the phone say to him? Indu was really becoming more and more curious. Moreover, he really cared about whether the customer on the other end of Wan Wenjun's phone was Zhao Xiaofang. Zhao Xiaofang was the person he knew who best fit the identity of a customer. Earlier, Wan Wenjun said that the customer claimed to be the daughter of Zhao Laosan. And Zhao Xiaofang indeed called Zhao Laosan dad. In the middle of it all, Wan Wenjun asked the customer for the items required by the rules, but the customer said she could not come. Zhao Xiaofang was attached to Zhang Yun, she herself could not move, and Zhang Yun, being pregnant, was indeed unable to come. Wait, is Zhao Xiaofang attached to Zhang Yun? Or is it? Indu began to recall that brief contact. He was so scared by Zhang Yun's sudden change that he overlooked too many details at the time. Now that he thought about it, Zhang Yun obviously had no extra feelings for Zhao Xiaolei, but she cared a lot about the baby in her belly and even said she had good news to tell Zhao Xiaolei. His first reaction to this good news was about the child in her belly. But this was strange, didn't Zhao Xiaolei always know about Zhang Yun having a child? He remembered that his elder said that Zhao Laosan had died 2 months ago, and during this time, Zhao Laosan's family did not visit. It was normal for those two in Zhao Laosan's house who had ulterior motives not to come. Zhao Xiaolei not coming made it seem as if he was completely unaware of his father's death. The old man also said that Zhao Xiaolei's corpse traveled for a day before reaching the mortuary. To be able to walk for a day, that distance was not small, he was likely in a neighboring city. This meant that Zhao Xiaolei had not been home for at least 2 months. This was also why Indu previously dared to use Zhao Xiaolei's colleague's identity. But if Zhao Xiaolei didn't even know about Zhang Yun's pregnancy, that meant he hadn't been home for at least 6 or 7 months. Indu leaned against the back of the chair, and a new idea popped into his mind. What if Zhao Xiaolei actually knew that Zhang Yun was pregnant? What if this surprise that Zhang Yun mentioned was actually about Zhao Xiaofang's imminent return? So, whose soul is really returning on the night of the reunion? Chapter 104, Changes in the Mortuary. Next, until Wan Wenjun's shift came to an end, nothing happened in the mortuary. Not even a new corpse appeared. Indu rubbed his nose wearily, then began to teach the two ladies who were about to enter the mortuary about keeping vigil. Although Indu had already mentioned the matters needing attention during the vigil, Emily still listened very attentively. However, Kawashirocho seemed rather inattentive. Kawashirocho was currently very flustered, she was trying hard to recall every action of Indu before, attempting to compare whether he had any problems. Unfortunately, she clearly did not have the talent for this. Indu himself was a bit tired and didn't pay much attention to their states. Moreover, since Emily and Kawashirocho had performed quite well in previous shifts, he didn't think much of it. After the explanation, he returned to the car to rest. Although that lounge chair isn't exactly comfortable, it's still better than being cramped in the car. Why don't you go rest in the lounge? He wouldn't even let him go rest. Ma Xiongja had long been puzzled by this, he just hadn't asked until now. Now that Indu had 4 hours of free time and confirmed he wouldn't go out exploring anymore, he finally brought up this small issue to bother him. Hearing Ma Xiongja's question, Indu let out a sigh. It's mainly because I suspect that the range of Quan village includes this area. And this car we drove in does not belong to this village. Actually, I had this guess early on, but it was just a guess. The real reason I decided not to rest in the lounge is still because of your dream. Hearing this, Ma Xiongja was taken aback. My dream? Ah, you mean the dream where I woke up and found myself in the morgue? Ma Xiongja said. He always thought the focus of his dream was becoming a corpse. Indu saw Ma Xiongja's thoughts but didn't know how to express it. Could he really say that all these guesses came from his intuition? Without evidence, Indu would never easily draw conclusions. To be honest, he felt this scenario was much better than the illogical and bizarre mirror community. Over there, if he hadn't used a bit of cleverness, he might have been successfully brainwashed that night when entering the 4th building, never thinking of finding the sanatorium. As for clearing the scenario, that was even more of a fantasy. In this scenario, all the clues pointed somewhere, or one could say they had logic. The need to buy incense and candles would eventually be noticed, and if one asked the administrator, they would get clues on how to purchase incense. In the end, they would always find Quan Village. In this scenario, the hardest part was the uncontrollable teammates.
If his 4 teammates were his 4 doppelgangers, Indu couldn't imagine how much easier it would be. I always feel like there's some key rule we haven't discovered. Indu sighed. There are still rules? Ma Xiongja said, reaching out to count on his fingers. The Vigil rule, the Morgue rule, the Quan Village rule. The places we currently know all have rules, right? Indu shook his head. Do you remember, there's still one room we haven't entered?
Saying this, he looked out the car window at the 2 rooms next to the lounge. The administrator's room looked relatively normal from outside the door.
The administrator's room and the lounge prepared for guests to the morgue seemed to be for residents. What about the remaining room?
There might be rules regarding that room, or rules for this whole flat. You said, if such a rule really exists, where can we find it?
Indu asked Ma Xiongja beside him.
Where can we find it? Of course, in the administrator's room. Ma Xiongja replied without hesitation. Indu turned to look at him. Just as I thought, but unfortunately, we won't have the chance to get in today. At this time, as time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Emily and He Shangjing took turns several times, during which Emily once left the morgue early, but nothing else noteworthy happened. However, after they finished their vigil and finally left the morgue, He Shangjing obviously began to distance himself from Emily.
This point, which Indu prepared to enter the morgue for the vigil, didn't notice.
And tired Emily thought that the other person needed a rest to recover just like herself. The day's vigil was not yet over, and the side effects of the morgue left everyone utterly exhausted. Before entering the morgue, Indu reminded the 2 to rest directly in the car at night and not enter the lounge. Emily agreed without any objections, but He Shangjing showed obvious hesitation. Seeing this, Indu thought the other person was uncomfortable with a boy being in the resting space and didn't pay much attention. He and Ma Xiongja's vigil cycle began with him first. As soon as Indu entered the morgue, he felt the atmosphere was completely different from during the day. The lights in the entire morgue turned an eerie green, dim enough to create visual blind spots in the room. If a corpse appears in the corner, one cannot see it clearly without stepping forward. Suppressing the unease in his heart, Indu first followed the procedure to light incense and check the identity of the corpse. The body lying on the bed was still one that had his name, and looked exactly like him. After completing these 2 preliminary tasks, he took out a flashlight from his toolbox. While using the flashlight to inspect the corners of this morgue, a question arose in his mind. He had just checked his phone. The sun set around 7:40, according to the rules of the vigil, changes in the morgue should start appearing after sunset. Therefore, He Shangjing, who just finished the vigil, should be experiencing the same situation as him. However, after leaving the morgue, He Shangjing did not mention any changes in the morgue during her last vigil.
So, was this change something that occurred only after he entered, or was there a problem on He Shangjing's side?
Before he could come up with an answer, he was startled back 2 steps when he shone the light towards the 3rd corner and saw a ghostly face. In the corner near the back door stood a humanoid object, entirely wrapped in a white sack, with a ghost face mask at the head.
From Indu's position, he couldn't immediately determine whether it was a corpse or not.
Quietly recalling the rules in his mind and confirming that a corpse wouldn't suddenly jump out at him, he moved forward to check if it was indeed a body. Just as he approached the body, his vision went dark for a moment, and his mind blanked out briefly. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in a corner, facing the middle of the room, with something seemingly covering his face, limiting his view to just a stainless steel table and the corpse lying on top of it.
Chapter 105 Strange Paper Man.
A corpse? No, it didn't seem like a corpse. That entity, which Indu thought was a corpse, suddenly moved, leaving Indu, who was observing, a bit confused. Then, as the white cloth covering it slipped away with the movement, a pale side profile of the figure became faintly visible, but most of the facial features were hidden by long black hair. Just as Indu was pondering whether to step forward, she suddenly twisted her head to look at him, fully revealing her face, and Indu recognized her identity. That was unmistakably the face he had seen on Zhang Yun, belonging to Zhao Xiaofang. Indu instinctively wanted to retreat, but a sudden stumble caused him to fall to the ground. When he regained his senses, what lay before him was no longer a stainless steel table and body, but that sack-masked person standing even closer to him. Suppressing the rising fear, he had no idea how long the illusion had delayed him, and hurriedly got up to unveil the ghostly face mask.
Beneath the mask was a pale paper face.
Indu quickly ripped open the sack. Inside was a body made of paper, with black paint on its surface.
This paper man was quite particular, dressed in a suit and even wearing a tie. However, now the question arose, according to the notes from Quan Village, is a paper man considered a person? If a paper man is a person, then is the paper man in the morgue a corpse? But upon careful thought, these questions seemed less important, as the rules only stated to throw the corpse out through the back door, and did not say anything about not being able to throw other things out.
Thinking of this, he hastily wrapped the sack paper man with the white cloth and dragged it to the door, then opened the back door.
Upon opening the back door, he was stunned.
Outside the back door, in the usually quiet woods during the day, now stood many paper men densely packed together. All these paper men were facing the direction of the morgue. Some looked like the paper men he had seen in the village, while others were like the one close to him, also wearing a sack and ghost face mask. The scene was terrifying. Indu felt no desire for exploration, quickly throwing the paper figure away and shutting the door.
Leaning against the door, he let out a breath.
Just as he managed to calm himself down, he hurriedly took out the flashlight and began to recheck the morgue. It wasn't a problem until he checked, and in the four corners of the morgue, 3 human-shaped objects stood. After the scare at the back door, he didn't feel afraid seeing them, but if each was like that situation before, who knows if he was still in an illusion and had gotten himself into trouble because of the violations. Indu rubbed his head and started rummaging through the toolbox, trying to find some tools to help himself. Among the special tools, the Western-style knife was of no use other than as a bribe. He couldn't think of any other purpose for it. The MP3, which could purify pollution and refresh the mind, had already been used up. The flashlight could only serve as a mirror to reveal monsters, and the desk lamp was just a protective shield, offering no help against illusions.
The newly obtained human paperweight was useless against the motionless paper figures.
As for the replacement doll, it had been damaged too severely initially, and the cooling time still had a few hours left. Indu placed all the tools in front of him, feeling helpless as he began to put them back, pondering whether there were other methods to help him through the current difficulty. At that moment, he accidentally touched the MP3 with one hand while reaching for the paperweight to put it away, but before he could throw the items back in the toolbox, a line of text appeared in front of him, making him stop.
Discovered a synthetic item. Main synthesis item, electric drill. Consumables, MP3, human paperweight.
Success rate, 80%.
Final product?
Looking at the last few question marks, Indu was filled with questions.
What synthesis? And with consumables and success rates, is this a little deceptive?
Unfortunately, before Indu could react, the 2 items at his hand disappeared, leaving only the dim morgue before him. This deceptive scene made him only dare to put the tools back one by one. After finishing putting away the tools, he hurried to the stainless steel table where the incense burner was placed. He pulled out a stick of incense from under the table. Like the incense sticks, as soon as he held it, it lit up. Indu watched the wax melting from the incense and tried to tilt it towards his hand. A drop of wax, increasingly blood red against the green light, fell onto his arm. The high temperature made him feel a sting. Actually, he had already thought of a way to solve the current problem when the text appeared. From his earlier experience of breaking away from the illusion, as long as he sustained physical harm, he would break free from the illusion. So, he just needed to use the time it took for the wax to drip to ensure he quickly escaped the influence of the illusion, and the wax's damage wasn't significant. Using this method, Indu successfully gathered the remaining 3 paper figures toward the back door in a short time. However, a twist of fate occurred. When he opened the door again, he found that the paper figures originally standing in the forest were now getting closer to the back door. Indu quickly threw the 3 paper figures outside the door and shut it tightly. At this moment, he checked the time on his phone. Only 15 minutes had passed since he entered the morgue. He leaned against the door and waved his hands, the flashlight beam sweeping across the morgue. He had to say, thankfully he got this flashlight in the last side quest, otherwise, he would have to keep wandering around the morgue to ensure no corpses suddenly appeared in the corners.
While wandering, he also had to occasionally check whether the corpse on the table showed any movement.
After Ma Xiangjia talked about his dream, Indu actually came up with a new speculation. By focusing on the corpse, ensuring it couldn't move, he might not just be protecting the guardian spirit. Perhaps that briefly appeared talent in the morgue. It is also possible that the guardian of the body has violated the rules and completely turned into a corpse. Perhaps realizing that the previous move was ineffective, the time of guarding the spirit for Indu became unusually calm. This calm lasted until the corpse on the stainless steel table suddenly rolled off and fell to the ground. I struggled hard but was unable to move. I don't know how long it took, but I finally managed to move a bit, and as a result, I just fell from the table to the floor.
Ma Xiangjia's words echoed in Indu's mind. It was the same situation again. Who was it this time? Indu had no time to think more. He hurried to the edge of the table and lifted the corpse back onto the table. While moving it, he discovered something. The corpse looked like him, but it was very light. He easily moved it back onto the stainless steel table. Indu stared wide-eyed at the corpse while recalling the previous weight issue. Actually, it wasn't just the weight of the corpse that was questionable, the weights of those paper figures earlier were also strange. In a copy with 6 family members, he had once moved a paper figure. That paper figure was so light that even as a child, he could easily lift it. But the 4 paper figures he had just discarded all had some weight. It seemed that there was something hidden inside the bodies made of paper. Chapter 106, The Black Notebook.
While Indu was staring at the corpse and thinking about what might be wrapped inside the paper figure's body, he suddenly noticed something protruding from the chest of the corpse he had just moved back onto the table.
It looked like it was hiding something.
Indu raised an eyebrow in confusion, then carefully approached and uncovered the white cloth he had hastily wrapped earlier. As the wrinkled white cloth was removed, the protrusion became more evident. He hadn't looked closely before, now he noticed that this corpse seemed to be untouched, even its clothing was a regular suit. And that strange object was covered underneath the coat, appearing to be a hard object with angles. Indu cautiously lifted the coat, and immediately, a black object fell to the ground.
He looked down and saw it was a black notebook.
At the moment he saw the notebook, Indu felt a bit annoyed. He had overlooked this, he never expected that there would be clues on this corpse they were guarding. This was supposed to be one of the easiest clues to find.
Indu quickly picked up the black notebook.
After lifting it, he didn't rush to flip through it but used a flashlight to check the morgue again. Once he ensured everything was fine and there were about 4 minutes left until he finished guarding the spirit, he picked up the flashlight and began to flip through the black notebook. As soon as he opened the notebook, Indu frowned in discomfort. Before he started reading, he was already put off by the crooked words on the pages, and as he struggled to decipher the words, he found that there were actually many misspellings. The village is about to see the miraculous saint again, and I often forget important things with all my strength. Indu thought that this notebook probably didn't have any corrupting powers, but his mind seemed to be severely polluted. Helpless, he could only adopt the stance of a primary school student reading a text, pointing at each word in the notebook as he read them one by one. Because I always forget important things, my phone was broken by a yun, so I decided to write down all important matters in this notebook, and later I need to have Xiao buy me a new phone. As Indu read this passage, his brow furrowed. The logic of this passage was fine, except it would have been better if there were no signs of erasure beneath the words a yun. The words circled in black were indistinguishable, but Indu guessed it could be Xiao Fong. The deceased Xiao Fong had come back and broke my phone, and I wrote it down to remind myself to let Xiao buy a new phone for me. So the identity of I was self-evident. In these past few days, there have been many new paper figures in the village. They are placed in various places, and the paper figures all have smiling faces.
It's more terrifying at night, often scaring me.
I went to the paper figurine shop to ask the boss if he put out these paper figures, but he clearly stood at the door and wouldn't acknowledge me. So, I smashed the paper figurine he had placed at the door and left. If he dares to come find me afterwards, I will definitely scold him to death. There are more and more paper figures, and those old guys from before never come out. They're really timid, truly useless as they grow older, back in the day. Perhaps the events of that time were too complicated, and it was hard for him to write with the characters he knew, so he couldn't write it down. That's fine, Indu wants to know about the paper figures now, and he doesn't want to understand Zhao Laosan's past at all. Strangely, when I returned tonight, it seemed like I saw the paper figures moving. Did I see it wrong? No, the paper figures really moved.
It's too terrifying. Many people in the village have disappeared.
This notebook belongs to Zhao Laosan, recording what he considers important, so there are no dates or times noted. He used the same pen, so Indu had no way of knowing when the paper figures mutated. He could only frown and continue flipping through the pages. On the later pages, even without looking at the content, Indu could feel Zhao Laosan's panic. Because his writing became more and more messy, and there were more and more things erased. And the records were also very chaotic. The blue paper figurine spoke. The black paper figurine had Zhao Shazi's voice. The yellow paper figurine was Zhao Ergo, and the red paper figurine was. They surrounded me. Do not go out at night, do not go out at night, it's very dangerous outside. The paper figures are all gathered outside the door, surrounding the door. They fear fire, yes, they fear fire, we need to burn firewood in front of the door at night. Ayun, Xiao Fong, Ayun is not Xiao Fong, Ayun is Xiao Fong. Xiao Fong, don't come over, don't come over. Back then, you also agreed, it was all an accident, just an accident. She's dead, Xiao Fong is already dead, I saw it wrong, only Ayun is at home, Ayun is about to give birth, giving birth is a good thing, a good thing. Zhao Shazi is talking nonsense, no other family's pregnancy is as good as Ayun's. From fear, jumping to the anticipation of new life, this change was too fast. So fast that Indu felt that by the end, Zhao Laosan had been blinded. After all, he had just written that many people in the village had disappeared, and it seemed they should have turned into paper figures. But later he began comparing pregnant daughters-in-law, it seemed he was conversing with the paper figures. However, Indu touched his nose and continued flipping further. Unfortunately, this black notebook only recorded up to this point, there was nothing more afterwards. Indu checked carefully under the flashlight's light and confirmed that the next page, where recording stopped, only had the imprint of the previous page, then decisively tore all the empty pages away. He didn't have time to sort out other content, but one point was very clear. Burning fire at the door is useful for driving away the paper figures.
As Indu tossed the torn records into the toolbox, the alarm reminding him to leave just rang.
He hurriedly took the still-lit incense candle to the back door. Before opening the door, he ignited the paper in his hand and quickly slipped it out through a crack in the door. After completing this series of actions, he cautiously pulled the door open. Outside, those paper figures were predictably getting closer to the door. But at least they stayed 5 meters away. However, there was one big problem: the outside was filled with paper figures, and the visibility was dim. Indu really couldn't determine whether the paper he threw out would blend in with this pile of paper figures after getting rid of its white cloth, sack, and mask packaging. But considering that lighting incense even without a body outside the back door is not against the rules, he still chose to light another stick of incense to insert it. Before leaving, Indu glanced at the incense on the incense burner inside. Although he thought lighting more incense wasn't against the rules, he always felt that this self-burning incense itself had made them pay a price. It can only be said that this price was lower. When Indu finished everything and walked safely out of the morgue, his livestream was actively discussing the current events. These paper figures are too strange. I just checked a lot of live streams, and there are no paper figures in them, nor that illusion.
Did Indu get contaminated too seriously to see these things? Did you not see enough?
As long as you've been to Spring Village, there are paper figures in every live stream.
But Indu's illusion is indeed one of a kind. So what happens in the morgue is related to the clues triggered.
It's obvious that having different progress isn't the first time this has happened. Actually, I'm more concerned about Indu's talent.
Why is no one focusing on that?
I almost forgot about this matter. Mainly, the amount of information in this half hour is just too much.
So, did that synthesis succeed or not? What did Indu actually get?
I really can't imagine what kind of thing could be synthesized from a drill, an MP3, and a paperweight. But the success rate of synthesizing these three is 80%, which is quite high.
Isn't anyone discussing the things recorded by Zhao Laosan? It seems that the paper figures are actually villagers, so what exactly happened? Chapter 107, Nightmare Attack.
Indu quickly walked out of the morgue and then pulled Ma Xiangzhe, who wanted to enter, with one hand.
Wait a minute, we need to find something to burn before going in.
Finding something to burn was not difficult, as there were many dry branches near the morgue. Soon, the two had collected a large number of dry branches. At this point, Ma Xiangzhe finally reacted and asked, "Why are we picking up things to burn? There are a large number of paper figures surrounding the back door, and I found clues about their paper figures," Indu said, taking out the black leather notebook left by Zhao Laosan. In Ma Xiangzhe's eyes, the font in the black leather notebook changed to Korean. Korean is actually phonetic, so it was much easier for Ma Xiangzhe to read this record than for Indu. He quickly skimmed through it and then picked up the dry branches to walk into the morgue. After Ma Xiangzhe left, Indu did not rush back to the car but began to pull out his electric drill. He actually remembered the matter of item synthesis. After all, just moments ago, 2 of his items had disappeared from his hands. But he had been too eager to solve the immediate trouble to pay any attention to it. Indu leaned against the wall of the morgue, and a drill suddenly emerged in his hand. Upgraded vanishing electric drill. When using the drill, it will emit sounds from built-in tracks, exerting respective track abilities, and due to the drill's intimidation, the eerie beings that hear the drill sound will be suppressed and unable to move.
Usable time, 10 minutes. Charging time, 10 hours.
Currently selectable tracks, unbinding spell, playing can purify pollution value. Indu had just finished reading the explanation of the drill's new function and hadn't even had time to feel happy about the cooldown refresh when he heard the announcement from the Strange Tale world. Inputting new talent information, Toolbox, Level 2. The Toolbox has added electric tools. Electric drill can synthesize items.
Tool information in the Toolbox has been updated.
The previous talent information input was nothing special, but the update on tool information caught Indu's attention. He thought for a moment and took out the bear plush toy that had barely recovered. But when the bear toy was in hand, it still only showed the cooldown time as before. Indu raised an eyebrow and then rummaged through his other tools. Sure enough, he found the changes. The desk lamp and flashlight both updated a line of information attribute, consumables. It seems that only the electric tools obtained after upgrading can be synthesized. And the synthesized consumables are usually electrical. No, the paperweight is not an electrical item.
So what is the principle of this synthesis? How can an MP3 and a paperweight integrate into the drill? It makes no sense at all.
Indu sighed and patted his overworked head. He actually dared to seek principles and reasons in the world of bizarre rules. He was indeed crazy. Gathering the props at hand, Indu slowly moved towards the van. When he approached the van, he sensed something was wrong. The two people who often stuck together during the day were now one slumped in the passenger seat and the other curled up in the back seat. The person in the front seat had disheveled hair, making it hard to see their expression. But the person in the back seat had a pained look on their face, mumbling something, resembling the earlier state of Ma Xiangzhe.
If he hadn't also rested in the back seat of the van, Indu would have almost thought there was a strange rule about the back seat. For example, no sleeping, otherwise you will have nightmares. Emily? Emily? Indu knocked on the back window. After a few taps, he saw Emily's body shudder slightly. He hurriedly called out, "Emily, Emily." Emily had gone to the back seat of the car to rest after Indu entered the morgue. At that time, He Shangcheng walked behind her, and after wandering outside for a moment, got into the passenger seat. Emily didn't think much of it, assuming He Shangcheng felt it was uncomfortable for the two of them to squeeze in the back seat together. After all, Indu and Ma Xiangzhe had already rested in the car, and during the vigil, they shouldn't get in the car, so it was more spacious for the two of them to rest in separate spaces. Emily reclined the back of the seat in the back and leaned against it, closing her eyes. Perhaps too much had happened during the day, she quickly felt tired and her eyelids grew heavier. During this time, it seemed she heard He Shangcheng calling her. With a soft Japanese accent and a hint of firmness, she wanted to respond, but her fading consciousness wouldn't allow any reaction. Not knowing how long had passed, she suddenly heard another voice calling her name. This time it wasn't He Shangcheng. It was Amy, Amy. It was her mother. Emily wanted to follow the voice but found she couldn't move at all. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that she was in the world of bizarre rules, resting in the van. Her mother was not in this world. This realization made her more aware. But becoming aware did not wake her up, she found she couldn't open her eyes or move. Amy, Amy. That voice, just like her mother's, grew closer, finally seeming to whisper in her ear. A voice that should have brought her comfort now filled her with fear. Emily struggled with all her might, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape this nightmare until she heard a knocking sound on the glass above her left side. She knew someone was knocking on the car window. If it were something eerie, it could never knock on the window so politely. The person outside should be her teammate. Emily strained to struggle even harder, trying to move toward the source of that sound. After several attempts, she finally heard a muffled call. Emily. A somewhat serious tone, typical of the summer country dialect. The person outside was Indu. Once she confirmed the identity of that person, Emily felt a wave of relief wash over her. She stopped her useless struggles and desperately hinted to herself to open her eyes. Opening her eyes would free her from this nightmare. A few seconds later, she finally managed to open her eyes. The moment her eyes opened, she looked toward the window. It was dark at night, and when she first opened her eyes, she could only vaguely sense someone outside. Even when the surroundings brightened, the person outside was just a silhouette. But even so, she felt at ease. In the dim light, Indu clearly saw the lingering fear in Emily's eyes. Indu didn't rush to open the car door. He asked through the glass, "What happened?" Emily rolled down the car window. "I just fell into a nightmare. My consciousness was clearly awake, but just couldn't get up." "Call He Shangcheng, she seems to be stuck in a nightmare like you." He Shangcheng was sleeping on her stomach, and Indu couldn't see her expression. But the noise he made just now calling Emily was not small. He Shangcheng still hadn't responded after so long, which clearly indicated she was also unable to wake up. Hearing this, Emily didn't care about her still slightly dizzy head, pushing her upper body forward to wake He Shangcheng. "Chang? Shang!" Emily shook He Shangcheng vigorously until He Shangcheng's head, knocked from her arms, hit the car but still didn't wake up, and Emily completely realized something was wrong. She anxiously turned to look out the window at Indu. She seems unable to wake up. Outside the car, Indu's gaze was obscure. With Ma Xiangzhe in front, he now clearly understood Emily's situation. Just now, the power drill that had completely refreshed its cooling time from synthesis could help Emily. But at this moment, he chose not to take it out. Unlike Ma Xiangzhe, He Shangcheng did not have a spirit guarding task next. Moreover, her current situation could also help him verify whether sleeping in this sublevel could, to some extent, eliminate pollution. Having made up his mind, Indu calmly told Emily, "Guarding the spirit in the mortuary will cause pollution. If the pollution is too deep, one will fall into a nightmare and cannot wake up. However, this is not without benefit. Although she is having a nightmare, sleeping helps to eliminate pollution, so as long as the pollution lowers to a certain extent, she can wake up from her nightmare." Indu spoke the unverified guess without feeling guilty and brought up Ma Xiangzhe to enhance his persuasiveness. "Just now Ma Xiangzhe fell into a nightmare as well. We've confirmed this has no danger to life." Emily remembered her recent nightmare and her state of struggling but unable to wake up, fully believing Indu's words. "Chang, don't be afraid, you'll wake up." She affectionately stroked He Shangcheng's hair and took the pillow from the back of the seat to give to He Shangcheng. He Shangcheng was only a few years younger than her daughter, and looked even younger than her daughter. In her eyes, He Shangcheng was a pitiful, unfortunate child, and she couldn't help but feel more sympathy for this girl. In fact, since entering this world, she had been grateful that it was her who entered this world, not her daughter. She couldn't even imagine how heartbroken she would be if her daughter entered this world. Fortunately, it was her who came here.
It was just that outside there probably were many other heartbroken mothers.
Chapter 108, Guesses and Odd Feelings.
When Ma Xiangja came out of the mortuary, He Shangqing still hadn't woken up. However, Ma Xiangja brought two pieces of news for Yindu. First, while he was guarding the spirit this time, the corpse moved, and the corpse was inexplicably light, at least 2/3 of his weight had been taken off. Second, when he opened the back door to dispose of the body, he didn't see the paper man. The difference outside the back door from the daytime was merely that the darkness had become somewhat eerie and terrifying. Yindu had already guessed the reason for why the corpse was so light. As for the second piece of news after listening, Yindu also felt confused, but he had no time to think about the reason. They had already wasted some time going to collect dry branches, so to save time, he quickly walked back into the mortuary after listening to Ma Xiangja's words at the door. Once inside the mortuary, he saw the branches Ma Xiangja piled next to the back door. It looked like they hadn't used much. It was likely that Ma Xiangja stopped moving after seeing there was no paper man after starting the fire. Yindu repeated the previous operation of guarding the spirit, during which the corpse on the table moved again. This time Yindu didn't wait for it to fall off the table but kept his eyes fixed on the corpse to ensure it wouldn't move. He didn't know what situation Ma Xiangja had during his spirit guarding, but he had been quite busy for this half hour. In the corner, paper figures occasionally sprang to life. To ensure that the paper figures near the back door wouldn't get too close, he had to keep adding firewood to the flames at the back door. It's worth mentioning that Ma Xiangja said he didn't encounter any paper figures while keeping watch, but as soon as Yindu opened the back door, he found that the paper figures had resumed their assault on the door, returning to the progress from the last time he left. No, upon closer inspection, this time they were even a bit closer than before. It seemed that once he entered the morgue, these paper figures returned to their original positions. It appeared that the saying, guarding the vigil at night is more dangerous, was only proven true during his watch. While busy, Yindu pondered the reasons in his mind. He had spent much of the day with Ma Xiangja, and the only differences between them were two small things.
Moreover, both had happened during their time in Xuansuan. Yindu exhaled. The white mist made the scene in front of him a bit blurry. He inserted a new stick of incense into the incense burner, then turned and left the morgue. As he stepped out of the morgue, the instant of switching from cold to warm, Yindu felt a sharp pain in his head, and the fatigue made him drowsy. It was already 10:30, and after a full day of intense focus, feeling tired seemed normal. All he needed was to rest a bit. Just as he thought this, the moment he looked up and saw Ma Xiangja, Yindu instantly became fully alert. Feeling exhausted after keeping watch and wanting to rest, this behavior felt too familiar. First Ma Xiangja, then Emily and Kawashima. Now it was finally his turn. Yindu rubbed his head hard. Clearly, while in the morgue he was still thinking about reviewing Zhao Laosan's black notebook after coming out. Leaning against the morgue, he looked towards the bread truck. At this moment, Kawashima was still slumped in the front passenger seat. Emily, probably frightened awake from the nightmare earlier, sat in the back seat, observing Kawashima and occasionally clasping her hands together in prayer. After observing the two, Yindu suddenly felt as if something was staring at him. He hurriedly searched, but only saw the moment the door closed. That was the lounge. Ruan Wenjun had guarded the area for 3 hours without falling into a nightmare like Ma Xiangja and the others, thanks likely to his pollution purification talent. But why did he suddenly want to peek through the door to see what was happening on their side? Feeling even worse, with a headache and exhaustion, Yindu was troubled by this thought. To him, Ruan Wenjun was just a ticking time bomb. If he could, he would want to get rid of this guy. Yindu knocked on his head hard, reminding himself not to be troubled by problems he couldn't solve right now, then took out the black notebook he had torn nearly in half. Going to the paper figures shop, he heard them talking and interacting before they surrounded the door. Both of these events took place before the paper figures closed in on the door. And these were things Yindu had done that Ma Xiangja hadn't. But which of these actions would lead to the paper figures surrounding the door? Or perhaps, did both actions together lead to this result? Regardless of the answer, it proved one thing: the source of all issues in this instance was Xuansuan. Or perhaps, the source of the problem was Zhao Xiaofang. Yindu put the black notebook away and pulled out the hand bone and red string he had stored earlier. Initially, he was unclear about the ownership of these two items, but after seeing Zhao Xiaofang during the day, he had guessed who they belonged to. The deceased Zhao Xiaofang's remains should be in that river. At that moment, he had already planned 2 search paths for tomorrow. Zhao Xiaofang's home, or rather Zhao Laosan's home, was quite dangerous for him. He definitely wouldn't go there again unless necessary. Therefore, to obtain more clues from Xuansuan, he had to explore other homes. The other search path? Just go and find Zhao Xiaofang's bones. If the customer who hired them to watch over the body was really Zhao Xiaofang, then in the simplest of thoughts, what could truly satisfy Zhao Xiaofang should be to bury her bones peacefully, not Zhao Laosan. No matter how you look at it, Zhao Laosan should be considered Zhao Xiaofang's enemy. Wait, saying that, there's actually a question that has been troubling him since daytime. Why did Zhao Xiaofang hire them to watch over Zhao Laosan? Wouldn't it be better to just let Zhao Laosan's body lie in the morgue so he cannot rest?
From what Zhao Xiaofang said during the day, it's easy to guess that Zhao Laosan will return home after 7 days, so their purpose for watching over him is to make Zhao Laosan come back to life. This also fits with the name of this scenario, Night of Resurrection. So, the question becomes, why does Zhao Xiaofang want Zhao Laosan to be alive again? Is it just to let him know about his son Zhao Lei's death and get a bit of a shock? But to shock Zhao Laosan, wouldn't it be better to let Zhao Lei die while Zhao Laosan is still alive and have Zhao Lei's body sent directly back to Quan village? Wouldn't that have a better shock effect? When lost in thought, time always flies by quickly, and without knowing when, Ma Xiangjia had already come out of the morgue. Yin Du took over and walked into the morgue. As he passed by Yin Du, Ma Xiangjia yawned, "It's 11 o'clock now, if we switch again, we can finish today's work." Yin Du nodded and reminded, "You mustn't fall asleep." "Don't worry, I know if I sleep, I'll definitely have nightmares. However, although I am tired, it's different from that kind of fatigue I felt earlier. Just now, I didn't even want to move. Just remember that." Yin Du was still relatively at ease with Ma Xiangjia, so before stepping into the morgue, he also instructed one more thing: "While I was waiting for you here, that guy opened the door and looked over here. You need to pay more attention to what's going on over there." Ma Xiangjia looked over at the resting area across the way, giving Yin Du an okay sign without turning his head. Yin Du walked into the morgue once again, just like in the previous few times. He lit incense and checked the body, then set an alarm for 11:29 on his phone. Once the time was set, he frowned while looking at his phone. He felt something was strange, but for a moment, he couldn't figure out what was wrong. And the paper figure that suddenly appeared in the morgue made him put aside this slight suspicion and start repeatedly performing the numb action of throwing the paper figure. Chapter 109, Time on the Phone. When Yin Du walked out of the morgue and made eye contact with Ma Xiangjia, he could feel that Ma Xiangjia was obviously much more relaxed, that kind of relief you often see in the real world when the heavy burden on your shoulders can finally be temporarily put down as you near the end of the workday. Compared to Ma Xiangjia, Yin Du appeared even more fatigued than before. It was clear that every time he entered the morgue, he became contaminated, and as time went by, the pollution on him was also considerable. It could be imagined that once he fell asleep, he would probably fall into the same predicament as He Shangcheng. Ma Xiangjia noticed his tiredness and, as he passed by Yin Du, patted his shoulder, saying, "You should go rest a bit, I will wake you up when I come out, and then we can discuss the night watch." Yin Du nodded slightly, watching him enter the morgue. He really should take a break, his overworked brain had become extremely dull at this point. Yin Du walked heavily toward the van, his mind constantly replaying all the details, trying to find the problems he overlooked but hadn't forgotten in his subconscious. When he reached the side of the vehicle, he pulled open the door, and his whole body seemed drained of strength as he unceremoniously occupied the back seat space, leaning against the seat and closing his eyes. Originally sitting in the back seat, Emily saw this and got up to move to the driver's seat. Through the rearview mirror, Emily looked at Yin Du. Seeing someone with their eyes closed but brow furrowed, looking burdened with worries, couldn't help but feel a bit concerned. After an unknown amount of time, Yin Du's brow finally relaxed a little. She thought for a moment, then carefully turned off the lights in the car. But in reality, Yin Du just wanted to rest her eyes for a bit. She was not preparing to let herself fall unguarded into a nightmare, especially when others did not have the ability to purify the pollution. Unfortunately, her tired brain clearly had its own ideas, pulling Yin Du towards sleep. As Yin Du's mind gradually relaxed and was about to fully sink into an unconscious state, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. This unexpected thump quickened her heartbeat and made her breath chaotic. Yin Du suddenly opened her eyes wide. At that moment, the lights in the car had already been kindly turned off by Emily, and darkness and silence enveloped Yin Du. Yin Du's hand rested on her chest as she let out a breath, then she opened the car door and got out. Hearing the movement in the back seat, Emily also got out of the car. "Aren't you going to rest for a bit?" Yin Du did not turn to look at her but shook her head slightly. "I'm actually quite afraid of having nightmares." "Ah?" Emily didn't immediately grasp the meaning behind Yin Du's words. After a moment, she recalled that resting now greatly increased the chance of falling into a nightmare. To be half awake yet unable to control her body, for someone like Yin Du who was used to being in control of everything, was the most terrifying state. Emily reached out and pat Yin Du's shoulder, no longer persuading her. "But I feel like you still have worries. You seem troubled ever since we came out of the morgue? Is it that obvious?" Yin Du murmured. She considered herself not someone who usually laid her worries and emotions bare. "No matter how careful you are, exhaustion will reveal your vulnerability," Emily said with a smile. "Maybe you can tell me what's bothering you. I always feel like I've missed something important." Yin Du leaned against the car, her gaze fixed on the morgue ahead. "But I've gone over all the known clues and rules carefully and couldn't find that nagging point that keeps bothering me. Maybe I can help you." "How so?" Yin Du finally looked at Emily. Even in the dark, there was a sparkle in his eyes. Meeting Yin Du's gaze, Emily suddenly realized she had misunderstood something. Yin Du might be tired due to unavoidable physical factors, but he had never been weary in spirit or will. I think maybe the point you've been unable to think of is because it was placed in an unimportant position from the start,"
Emily said.
"So, discussing it with me might help you find that overlooked point more easily." When Indu heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he looked at Emily. In fact, he had been somewhat surprised since Emily took the initiative to talk to him, but it was only when Emily said this that he realized he had underestimated her all along. No, or rather, he had never taken the time to understand her seriously, naturally leading to incorrect evaluations. In reality, he was someone who was used to being independent. Even in the world of strange rules, he often solved problems on his own. Even someone like Ma Xiangjia, whom he had seemingly placed in a collaborative role, to be honest, was more often regarded by him as a pawn. Even though he knew that Ma Xiangjia, who had survived so many challenges, was no simple character. "You're right, I do need help right now." When a person can't solve a problem alone, asking for help and time is also a form of wisdom. "Then let's talk about what problems you're likely to overlook," Emily said with a smile as she pulled out her phone. Indu watched her actions, the sudden light making him a bit uncomfortable, and he instinctively squinted.
Perhaps this action led Emily to misunderstand.
She deliberately began to explain, "I know the things on the phone might be altered, but without paper and pen, I can only rely on it to assist my memory." "I understand, I'm just saying we need to be cautious about the authenticity of the content on the phone. I never said we couldn't use it." He said this while taking out his own phone and turning it on. "After all, I also rely on it to keep track of time." Indu paused suddenly, his gaze fixed on the 23:53 displayed on his phone. Emily immediately understood what he meant. She swiped her finger across her phone a few times and said, "You mentioned that the information on the phone can be modified. What you see is just what it allows you to see."
"So, is the time on the phone also within its range of modifications?" Indu nodded.
He had speculated before that the notifications in their phones were uniformly entered by it. With such capability, changing the phone's time was no challenge. Of course, while altering the phone, it also had to affect their perception. Only when he realized there was an issue with the phone's time did he remember that he had only kept vigil 3 times tonight. But tonight, he and Ma Xiangjia should have been on watch 4 times each.
The vigil time isn't over yet.
Not only was the vigil time still ongoing, but Indu couldn't even be sure how much time they had lost. He had long understood that he shouldn't trust any information on the phone, nor did he believe he would trust the content delivered by the phone. But at the same time, he had grown accustomed to relying on the phone to track time, automatically excluding the phone's time from suspicion.
Such contradictions led him unknowingly into a trap.
"We need to rely on other things to keep time," Emily said firmly, "but what can help us keep time?"
"There are many," Indu responded.
In this copy, the best timing method was to utilize the incense in the mortuary.
In the same environment, the time of a stick of incense is fixed.
And for him, there were even more ways to keep time since he had an alarm clock in his toolbox.
Unfortunately, he hadn't specifically remembered the alarm clock's time upon entering.
Indu smiled bitterly at Emily. "I think we'll have to waste a hint opportunity to obtain the correct time."
"It's fine, even if we use one hint, we still have 3 chances left." Chapter 110, Pay Attention to Xia. "It's fine, even if we use one hint, we still have 3 chances left."
Emily knew Indu said this deliberately, hoping that her country would use the hint opportunity. And she tacitly accepted this plan. Now, in their team, Indu was the backbone. Most of the dangerous tasks were performed by him, and the 3 seconds of pause time that accompanied the hint might help Indu at times. Neither of them stated which country would provide this hint, but every country that sent out teams to assist the gifted ones were all smart people.
A few minutes later, the hint from Kangaroo Country arrived.
Emily clearly felt everything around her come to a halt. While she felt it, she couldn't move, only able to watch the words floating in front of her. "The time on your phones is 1 hour ahead of the real time. It should now be 22:58. Additionally, pay attention to Xia. The clues you have received are the most among all the live rooms, and we cannot provide further assistance. Good luck."
As soon as the pause ended, Emily immediately conveyed the received hint verbatim to Indu. Indu adjusted the alarm clock time first, then turned to Emily. "The hint says to pay attention to Xia?"
Yes, Emily recalled, that sentence structure is quite strange. I feel like there is more content behind it. It seems that in this copy, hints can also be discounted. Indu turned to look at Xia, who was still slumped in the passenger seat. Furrowed brows, "I'm afraid any hint related to the core of this copy will be blurred." Emily followed Indu's gaze, showing concern. "Kawashiro has been with me during the day. If there's anything unusual about her, it should have happened during the night vigil." Speaking of Kawashiro, Indu recalled the increasingly strange morgue.
Initially, he suspected why Kawashiro didn't mention the morgue's anomalies when she came out.
But when Ma Xiangjia came out again, he no longer had that question. Because what Ma Xiangjia saw in the morgue was dim but not more unusual. Thinking back, it was still somewhat odd that Kawashiro hadn't mentioned it. From their daytime interactions, although Kawashiro was not very bold, she would directly ask any questions and would be brave enough to express her thoughts after some contact. "She must be hiding something from us," Indu said.
As soon as he finished speaking, a voice interrupted, "What's being hidden?"
Indu turned to see Ma Xiangja walking out of the morgue, his face relaxed as if he thought today's work was over.
Unfortunately.
Let's talk about Kawashiro later, I have to go keep the vigil, Indu said to Emily.
You help explain the situation to Ma.
Indu said as he quickly stepped into the morgue, leaving Ma Xiangja to Emily.
Hey, what's he going in there for? According to the rules, we can't enter the morgue right now.
Ma Xiangja didn't react at first, but when he did, he could only see the closed iron door. Emily looked at the somewhat silly but adorable Ma Xiangja, who didn't understand the situation, and sighed silently.
We just realized something. What?
Before Emily could finish her sentence, Ma Xiangja interrupted anxiously. Everything on the phone could be altered, so the time on the phone is also unreliable, Emily said.
Hearing this, Ma Xiangja immediately reacted, so the vigil isn't over?
Right, there's still an hour left, Emily said.
But can you confirm when the time was changed, and who inside hasn't completed their vigil? Ma Xiangja asked again. Emily was taken aback. We haven't discussed this.
According to the rules, one person's vigil shouldn't exceed 2 hours. So, the time chaos not only posed the danger of someone not completing their vigil but might also lead to someone exceeding the originally stipulated time. The hints from her country didn't mention when they messed up the time.
We forgot to consider this issue. The country hasn't provided any clue.
As Emily said this, she quickly looked towards the morgue, but by that time, Indu had already been inside for a while, and they seemed to be able to do nothing.
Strangely, Ma Xiangja did not panic. He shook his eyes slightly. Just because you didn't think of it, and your country didn't think of it, doesn't mean that guy didn't think of it. His silence likely means he already knows the answer to the problem.
Ma Xiangja had a lot of trust in Indu.
And his trust successfully infected Emily.
Emily began to ponder what information she had missed that caused her thoughts not to keep pace with Indu's footsteps. After entering the morgue, Indu found that the scene inside, or rather inside the cold storage, had changed again. Now, the morgue didn't even have the faint green light, it was simply a sea of darkness. Without a flashlight, Indu could only fumble blindly. But having a flashlight wasn't necessarily a good thing. When Indu stood at the cold storage entrance and shone the flashlight forward, his heart skipped a few beats.
The entire morgue was crammed full.
It was hard to tell if it was humans, ghosts, paper figures, or some kind of corpse thing filling the whole room. Some were standing on the ground, some were floating in the air. Stuck to the wall, all of them were facing him. Indu held his breath, as if doing so would make them not notice his presence. But in reality, the flashlight's light had completely exposed him. Indu quickly recalled all the rules and clues in his mind. After entering the world of rule-based horror stories, he would repeat this behavior whenever faced with the unknown. By acting according to the rules, he could live safely within the constraints of those rules. Indu suppressed his fear and lifted his foot to walk into the morgue.
The first step: lighting the incense. Chapter 111, The Rules of Chaotic Time.
The morgue was originally not big, but now the distance from the door to the opposite side had become extremely far. Indu tried to ignore the presence squeezed inside the morgue, but he inevitably had to bump into some tangible entities. With no solution, he could only pretend that what he bumped into were dead objects. The morgue was too dark to see, so stumbling around was perfectly normal. After lighting the incense, Indu went to check the information of the corpses again. Originally, seeing the morgue so lively, he thought the corpses might cause some trouble, and he might have to find the corpse among the pile of things. But unexpectedly, everything went unusually smoothly. Lighting the incense and verifying the identity of the corpse were completed without any disturbance. These presences packed in the morgue, aside from giving him a shock and being in the way upon opening the door, seemed to become his physical labor. According to the rules, there could only be one corpse in this morgue. For now, not counting those things clearly in ghost form, both the paper people and the corpses had to be thrown out. This was quite a big task. For a moment, Indu even thought about directly setting fire to the paper people in the morgue. But he didn't dare to gamble, so he could only be a diligent corpse mover, dragging several corpses outside at once to speed up. By the time he cleared the morgue to just some untouchable forms, Indu was already sweating profusely. In the cold storage, the sweat quickly turned into ice crystals. The cold made Indu's movements begin to stiffen. To prevent the heat from leaving his body too quickly, Indu could only keep moving around in the morgue. As he moved, those originally floating, translucent unknown objects followed closely behind him. Perhaps it was due to the air currents. Indu comforted himself in his heart not to think too much, but he couldn't help but think that the reason it was so stable now was probably because it was still the first day. The true danger of the bazaar had yet to arrive. No, perhaps the true intent of the bazaar was never to make them die. Actually, there was one point that was very strange, a question that had been buried in his heart since he learned that time was chaotic, but at the moment he couldn't find an answer. Indu was circling in the morgue while feeling troubled. His continuous movement did have an effect, though perhaps it was a bit too much.
Now he only felt the cold gradually fading away, even feeling a slight warmth. Indu took out the alarm clock to take a look. He had only been in the morgue for 15 minutes. This time really felt both fast and slow. Fast, because he hardly did anything and the time had passed. Slow, because now only half the time had passed until he finished a round of vigil. But he could not stay in this morgue any longer. Indu quickly walked towards the back door, pulled out several dry branches piled at the door, lit them, and threw them outside before opening the back door. Opening the back door to check the outside conditions was just an act to meet the rules for him. After spending a second admiring various paper figures, Indu lit another stick of incense. Indu knew that continuously lighting incense to delay the costs was not a long-term solution, but he currently had no other choice. As he was leaving the morgue, he happened to hear Emily's excited voice. "I got it." The somewhat sharp voice startled Indu, sending a chill throughout his body. Of course, he understood that this chill was because he had shaken off the influence of the morgue. The warm illusion he had just felt disappeared, and the evening breeze made the moisture on him cause a rapid drop in temperature. Indu rubbed his arms and walked toward the two people who were still talking and had not noticed his arrival. As he got closer, he heard Emily say, "In our choice of the time for the vigil, the trick of chaotic time is only useful when used at the very end. Taking away 10 or 20 minutes in 2 hours is not easy to notice, but in half an hour, unless only a few minutes are taken away, it's easy to spot the problem. But using chaotic time just to take away a few minutes is too much of a waste, so it would choose to take away 1 or even 2 rounds of our vigil time. However, if it starts taking away time early on, those who have not entered the morgue or have entered only a few times could easily notice the problem with the counts, as they have not been contaminated or the contamination is not severe yet. So, it can only create chaos when everyone has gone into the morgue and has been contaminated." After hearing Emily's analysis, Ma Xiongja nodded and added, "So, the missing vigil counts will definitely be only for the last person who entered." "Exactly. And to make sure we don't notice the problem, it also has to ensure that the last one to enter the morgue is you, so during the chaotic time, it blurs out a whole hour." Indu, who had walked closer, supplemented. "Additionally, there's one more thing that validates my conjecture." Indu looked at Emily and said, "What?" Emily looked at Indu, puzzled, not understanding what she had overlooked. "It's the hint from your country." They didn't give any hints. Emily opened her mouth and instantly realized, no hint is a hint because the missing vigil time is precisely you who are still guarding. They took it for granted that you would continue the vigil, so that information was left out of the hint. "Exactly." Indu admired Emily while walking over to pat Ma Xiongja on the shoulder. "I had a little trouble during the vigil, now it's your turn to go in. You come out after half an hour to switch with me." Hearing this, Ma Xiongja lifted his leg and walked toward the morgue. Indu hurriedly pulled him back and handed him the flashlight. "Take this, just in case." Indu did not mention the situation he encountered earlier during the vigil. The completely dark morgue might very well be like a paperman, a special case for him. After all, he had triggered too many things now, and the contamination was likely the highest within the group. There was no need for him to let his encounter become someone else's psychological burden. Watching Ma Xiongja walk into the morgue, Indu pulled Emily to sit in the van. Emily looked puzzled but still followed Indu to sit in the back seat. Once seated in the van, Indu took out his magical electric drill. Seeing this, Emily felt even more confused, but the unwarranted trust she caught from Ma Xiongja kept her from asking her questions. Instead, she watched as Indu fiddled with the electric drill, and then she heard a mind-bending haunting sound, Ong Chi Lin Jinza Jinza Shang Jinza. This haunting sound also mixed with Little Barium, Distant Nightmare. Emily's face stiffened for a moment, looking incredulously at the electric drill in Indu's hand. Is this the sound an electric drill is supposed to make? A mind-numbing noise. As Indu listened to this sound, his face also began to go blank. He felt as if his ears had become contaminated. But strangely, he could clearly feel that his spirits had improved quite a bit. The original fatigue vanished under this haunting sound, even giving him the illusion that he could still fight for another night. So, is the power of this electric drill actually to defeat magic with magic? Indu not only felt a bit numb, but his hand pressing the drill button was shaken slightly. He looked down and found that he had mistakenly turned the drill speed to the maximum. The time to break the spell was 3.5 minutes. By the time the piece finished playing, he released his hand and put away the drill. At that moment, he noticed something moving in the shadow of his eye. He looked up and saw the seat in front of him trembling. Chang. Emily leaned forward from the middle to observe Shang Chang's condition on the river. As she got closer, she realized that Shang Chang, lying prostrate, was shaking particularly violently, mumbling continuously, "Go away, everyone go away." No. Chapter 112, Who is the one with the time of chaos? Chang, wake up, Chang. Seeing that Shang Chang was trapped in a nightmare with no sign of waking, Emily finally couldn't help but start calling out. Indu in the back seat watched the movements of the two. Under Emily's calls, Shang Chang seemed to struggle even more. No.
Suddenly, she screamed, her whole body leaning back violently, hitting the back of the seat. This intense reaction startled Emily, who was calling her, causing her to fall back onto the rear seat. Fortunately, after this episode, Xiangcheng finally showed signs of waking up. She leaned against the back of the seat, her body twitched twice, and then she suddenly opened her eyes wide, fearfully looking at Emily through the rearview mirror. Once she confirmed that the person beside her was Emily, she began to sob and calm down. But when she felt that there was another person in the back seat, her body unconsciously leaned forward. Emily got up again, moved closer, and gently patted her back to comfort her. Once she felt that Chang's body was no longer shaking so violently, Emily spoke, "It's okay, Chang, it was just a nightmare." Xiangcheng, upon hearing this, shook her head excitedly. "That wasn't a dream, it was definitely not a dream." As she said this, she stared straight at Emily. "It has targeted me, it won't let me go. What should I do? What should I do?" Xiangcheng shouted, reaching out to grab Emily with an extremely frantic demeanor. Emily was momentarily stunned by her behavior. She only snapped out of it when Indu was about to say something. Suddenly, she stretched out her left hand to press the back of Xiangcheng's neck while her right hand covered Cheng's eyes, pushing her back into the seat. "Be quiet." Emily spoke in an irrefutable manner. Xiangcheng seemed to be frightened by Emily, trembling twice but not making any sound. Emily did not release her grip on the back of her neck, and after a long while, she finally sighed and let go of Xiangcheng, then slumped beside Indu. Indu curiously observed the slumped Xiangcheng in the driver's seat through the rearview mirror and realized that she had actually fallen into a deep sleep. He looked at Emily with curiosity. "What was that move of yours?" "I just tried using my talent on her." "I've seen a stream before. Those who have the talent to break spells have only used it on the strange, and almost everyone thinks this ability can only be used on the strange. It's a bold attempt, but I remember that the function of breaking spells doesn't include making people faint, right?" "No, I used breaking spells just to help her relax. The ability to break spells reduces the target's attack power and increases the user's favorability. I speculate that reducing attack power actually means lowering physical performance, which naturally includes mental performance, and increasing favorability allows her to relax more next to me. As for how to make her fall asleep, I just used a little trick." Emily made a gesture that should not be compared in front of Ma Xiongxia. Seeing that Emily was not going to say more, Indu did not pursue the matter further and instead returned the topic to Xiangcheng. "Before you just woke her up. What is she mumbling about?" "At that time, she was only repeating the words no and go away," Emily said with a frown. Clearly, these two words alone were not enough to guess what Xiangcheng dreamed about on the river. "It seems we can only ask her tomorrow," Indu said, shifting his body to prepare to get out of the car. "The drill should have cleared the pollution from you, you can rest easy now. Tomorrow during the day, Ma Xiangxia and I will take over for you." As he spoke, Indu opened the car door and got out. Before closing the door, he added to Emily, "Tomorrow, find a chance to see if you can ask her what she experienced while sleeping." Although he had no interaction with Xiangcheng just now, Indu still had a keen sense that Xiangcheng was rejecting him. Emily nodded and watched as Indu walked toward the morgue. After Indu walked away, the car fell silent, and all Emily could hear was her own heartbeat and breathing. Sitting in the quiet car, she couldn't help but sigh. So much had already happened before the day was over, and she had no idea what would happen in the next 6 days. Most importantly, this quest didn't say that surviving 7 days would end it. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Emily knew this would affect her sleep, so she can only force herself to eliminate the distracting thoughts from her mind. Indu reached the morgue's door, and since Ma Xiangxia would take some time to come out, he leaned against the wall and took out his phone, opening the chat interface with the customer. The customer and he had only chatted in the group, and the private chat interface between the two had only one message, an add friend request. Since being confused by the chaotic time, a question had arisen in his mind. According to the rules of keeping vigil, the shorter their vigil time, the more dangerous Requiem night would be. In other words, a shorter vigil time meant failure in keeping the vigil, and failing to keep the vigil would lead to dangerous situations for them. But from the information he received when he met Zhao Xiaofang, the purpose of having them keep vigil should be to revive Zhao Laosan. And given Zhao Xiaofang's hatred for Zhao Laosan, even if Zhao Laosan did not revive, she would at most be unable to take spiritual revenge on Zhao Laosan and wouldn't necessarily resort to lethal force against them. So, what kind of danger would they encounter if they failed to keep the vigil? Furthermore, in keeping vigil, Zhao Xiaofang should be on their side, so who is obstructing their vigil and wishing for their failure? And based on this reasoning, his initial guess that the one controlling their phones was the customer, namely Zhao Xiaofang, now seemed less certain. Or maybe, aside from Zhao Xiaofang, there was someone else who could manipulate their phones. The boss is a rookie. What happens if we don't keep the vigil for a full 12 hours in the past 2 days? Customer, it's fine, as long as you last 7 days, you'll be okay. Indu looked at this message and became more certain of his guess. The Zhao Xiaofang he saw during the day would absolutely not say that insufficient vigil time was fine. Leaning against the wall, Indu's gaze shifted toward the lounge. He had some bad news, since the phone could be controlled by more than one party, who had confused Wan Wingjun. The boss is a rookie. Do we really need to last a full 7 days? This morgue is too strange. I don't want to keep vigil anymore. Customer, no, you must last 7 days. You all need to last 7 days. Now he had some good news. No matter who confused Wan Wingjun, they would make Wan Wingjun keep vigil for the full 7 days. So, currently, the only requirement for keeping vigil was to ensure they weren't misled, leading to insufficient vigil time. However, completing the 7-day vigil did not mean clearing the quest. Currently, the only known way to clear the quest was to have customer satisfaction exceed 80. Chapter 113 the next day. Perhaps all the available tricks had been used up, and in the final round, Indu didn't encounter any problems. When he walked out of the mortuary after the first day's vigil, although his body felt somewhat tired, his spirit was invigorated because he had completed a day's work. Moreover, he felt that the tricks he could use in the mortuary were roughly limited to what he had encountered today. Do you want to rest for a while? Ma Xiangja, who had been waiting outside, approached Indu while yawning. Indu shook his head and then took out a power drill. There is still something to do before resting. The charging time for the power drill was only 10 hours. If he used it now, it would cool down just in time for the morning activities tomorrow. It was much better than the old MP3, though the sound was a bit unpleasant. After Indu showcased the weird sound of the power drill while pulling Ma Xiangja to admire it by the van, Ma Xiangja, who originally wanted to discuss taking a break, instantly became alert. He looked at Indu with his bright little eyes, filled with admiration for the powerful function of the power drill that chased away drowsiness. Indu, with a smile on his face, put away the power drill and then said, "Tonight we will take turns keeping watch, for hours each, and tomorrow morning we'll switch to let them keep watch." Although it was not a fair allocation, Ma Xiangja had no objections. He knew that Indu trusted him enough to share the watch time equally. With Indu's personality, if the team were all people he didn't trust, he would rather not rest at all and keep watch for longer, arranging multiple people to keep watch at other times. In the end, the two decided that Indu would keep watch for the first half of the night. This was mainly because, compared to Indu, who was used to working at night, Ma Xiangja obviously looked more fatigued. Although he was somewhat awakened by the power drill, his eyes were starting to become dreamy again. Indu suspected that if he had him keep watch now, he might fall asleep while standing. Although there were 2 girls in the car, Ma Xiangja still followed Indu's suggestion and went to rest in the driver's seat, leaving only Indu wandering in the empty environment. The night in the suburbs was so quiet that even the sound of the wind could not be heard, forming a stark contrast with the nights in the neighborhood. Indu tightly clutched his jacket, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He felt this night was a bit cold. It was clear there was no wind, yet even his breath felt painfully chilly. Could summer nights really be this cold? Indu took a few steps away from the mortuary, but he did not feel any change in temperature. Staring at the cold storage door for 4 hours without any entertainment was tough, but fortunately, his previous work was quite compatible with this job. Relying on various time-killing methods he had learned before, he smoothly endured the 4 hours through this abnormal cold night. When it was time for Ma Xiangja to take over the watch, Indu took off his jacket and handed it to him. Although the material of the jacket was a bit small for Ma Xiangja's size, it was better than nothing. What is this for? Ma Xiangja looked confusedly at Indu as he received the jacket. It's a bit unusually cold tonight. I'm lending you my jacket for now. The time just before sunrise is the coldest time of the day, and Ma Xiangja, just awakened, had the lowest resistance to the cold. When he sat in the driver's seat, Indu felt that his idea was indeed correct. Because the inside of the car was too warm, the temperature difference between inside and outside was at least 10 degrees. But after Ma Xiangja got out of the car, he didn't seem to feel any change in temperature. Due to this doubt, even though Indu already felt somewhat tired, he didn't immediately sleep. Instead, he looked through the window at the solitary figure outside. Unlike him, Ma Xiangja chose to sit directly against the door of the mortuary. This was indeed a good idea. Even if he accidentally fell asleep, no one could enter the mortuary without waking him up. Indu took out the alarm clock and glanced at it, watching the time pass second by second, and finally, after 10 minutes, Ma Xiangja moved. He first frowned and rubbed his arm, then took off the coat that Indu had casually thrown over his shoulder and spread it out to cover his arms folded in front of his chest. It was obvious that the temperature outside was indeed abnormal. And one had to stay outside for a while to notice the change in temperature. Indu frowned. He couldn't understand why this was happening, nor did he know what kind of danger it contained. But for the sake of testing, he did not call Ma Xiangja back. No matter what danger was involved, this was only the first night, and the harm should not be fatal. At least, after he guarded for 4 hours and returned to the car, the temperature returned to normal. Indu didn't know when he had fallen asleep. By the time he woke up again, it was Emily calling him. He opened his eyes to look outside, and the light from Emily's golden hair made him squint uncomfortably.
Then he turned his gaze back inside the car. From the rearview mirror, he could see Ma Xiongja leaning against the back seat, resting with his eyes closed, while Li Shangchang, who had originally been in the front passenger seat, was no longer in the car. After adapting to the brightness, Indu turned to look at Emily. He said nothing, but Emily knew what he wanted to ask. However, she did not speak the answer that Indu wanted. Instead, she tilted her head to show Li Shangchang standing not far away, then shook her head at Indu. Indu nodded in understanding, then took out the alarm clock from the toolbox to check the time. It was now 10 o'clock. According to the time agreed with Ma Xiongja, he should have woken up Emily and Li Shangchang 2 hours ago. Emily had only just come to wake him, so they must have talked about quite a bit before. However, to avoid creating the same trust crisis that Emily experienced in front of Li Shangchang, it was not suitable for them to discuss anything related to Li Shangchang in his presence. There are still 2 hours until the vigil starts. I want to take a trip to Spring Village, Indu said. If I haven't returned within 2 hours, wake up Ma Xiongja and have him take over the vigil for me. Upon hearing Indu's words, Emily slightly frowned and then spoke. Are you going to act alone again this time? Hearing her words, Indu paused in counting the tools he was preparing. He silently stopped his movements, raised his head to meet Emily's gaze, and sincerely said, the only people here with life-saving means are me, Ma Xiongja, and Yi Shang. Ma Xiongja just fell asleep not long ago. He is too tired to accompany me. As for Yi Shang, Indu's eyes looked at Yi Shangchang, who was clearly observing the situation here while pretending to be indifferent. Her state is not suitable for any more stimulation. Emily hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but still nodded in agreement, then reminded, even if you have life-saving skills, be careful, that village is much more dangerous than here. I know. Indu lowered his head and continued to count his tools. Although the focus of this scenario seems to be on guarding the vigil in the mortuary, Spring Village is obviously the starting point of all the strange occurrences. Indu roughly understood what needed to be done to achieve the condition of customer satisfaction above 80, but he was never satisfied with just passing with the minimum requirements. Chapter 114, Strange Grain Collection Agreement. Since Ma Xiongja was still resting in the car and the trip from the mortuary to the village wouldn't take much time after he got familiar with the road, Indu simply walked there. This was just right. Moving around a bit made his mind clearer. Now, unlike last night, even without wearing his coat, he did not feel cold after leaving the car. This was not surprising. After all, before midnight last night, he had moved outside the car several times without feeling the temperature drop. As soon as Indu arrived at Spring Village, he felt the strange atmosphere of the village. It was as eerily silent as it had been the day before. Before entering the village, Indu deliberately glanced at the fake stone, confirming that the words on it had not changed before walking in. However, unlike his last visit, Indu did not pick up the paper and pen on the ground, nor did he pay attention to the paper person that suddenly jumped on his face. When the paper person bounced in front of him, he treated it as if it were blown by the wind, calmly taking it to the wall and securing it with a nail. While doing this, Indu couldn't help but be thankful for last night's experience in the morgue. Without that training, he would surely have panicked when he was suddenly attacked. After dealing with a few more paper persons, Indu finally arrived at his destination for this trip. The buildings in this village were all similar, but there was always one that occupied the most area, and its gate appeared to be the most upscale of all. To be honest, there was something very strange about this village, and that was the houses. It wasn't strange that all the houses in the village were similar, but it was very strange that everyone's standard of living seemed to be almost the same. In the rural areas he had seen before, regardless of the level of development, there would always be a few households that were empty because of moving away or having no heirs. Even rural areas developed for tourism were no exception. After this period of experience, Indu was fast enough to take the tools he needed from the toolbox, so he didn't hold any props and simply knocked on the door. When he knocked on the wooden door, it made a dull sound. Indu had intended to examine it further, but as he turned his head, he noticed several paper persons gathering towards him. He didn't choose to turn back. Instead, he lowered his head and knocked twice more, and seeing that there was no sound inside, he quickly used his skill to break the door open. As he closed the door behind him, Indu clearly heard his own heartbeat quickening. It was not because of the recent danger, but because he realized he had walked into a den of paper persons. Each yard here was not large, and this particular yard door opened directly into the first floor hall. After Indu entered, he looked forward and saw the paper persons standing in the hall. A quick glance revealed that there were at least 20 paper persons in the hall. Moreover, the clothing of these paper persons was different from those outside. Although they were also drawn on, they looked more like urban paper persons. What were these 20 or so paper persons gathered here doing? They are just paper persons, there's no need to pay attention. As long as he ignored the paper persons, they were just paper persons. Indu silently reminded himself and then walked forward. It was obvious that there was nothing hidden on the paper persons, and Indu began to wander around the house. In fact, there were some papers and document bags on the table in the living room, but he did not immediately look at those things displayed on the surface.
It was not that he thought clues wouldn't be placed on the surface, but under the watchful eyes of these paper persons, he found it really hard to concentrate, and he feared that a careless move might bring danger, forcing him to leave the house.
Indu turned around and went up to the second floor, then began rummaging through drawers.
The things in this house were quite chaotic, but there was one strange thing: the rooms didn't look like they were lived in regularly. There were hardly any clothes in the wardrobe.
After checking around, Indu didn't find any useful clues, so he went back down the stairs.
This time, he finally set his sights on the pile of paper on the table. He cautiously stepped to the edge of the table. His eyes barely had time to look a bit longer before his hands, faster than his mind, stacked the items together and put them into the toolbox. Fortunately, the paper persons did not attack him as he had feared when he moved the papers. Indu didn't have to be forced to leave immediately. From the moment he entered this room, it had only been about 10 minutes. He wasn't sure if the paper figures outside had left, and he didn't really want to go out right away unless necessary. Indu walked out of the hall and came to a quieter corner of the yard to start looking at the materials he had collected. First, there were scattered papers on the table, which included draft contracts. Indu glanced over them and saw that they seemed to be agreements for grain collection. In the village, having someone lead the effort to unify grain collection wasn't a bad thing, but after reading a few agreements, Indu furrowed his brows. The first agreement, 20,250 gene of rice sold for 60,000. The second agreement, 30,211 gene of rice sold for 50,000. The third agreement, 20,130 gene of rice sold for 100,000. The fourth agreement, 30,131 gene of rice sold for 90,000. Indu didn't know what the usual collection prices for grain merchants were, but the price differences on these contracts were too large. It was clearly problematic. No matter how rice prices fluctuate, they shouldn't vary this much. If they were different varieties, the agreements should specify the types. While Indu was pondering this, he suddenly realized that he was enclosed in a shadow he hadn't noticed before. His pupils slightly dilated, but he didn't rush to look up. Instead, he secretly took out his desk lamp and turned it on. Once he confirmed he was under the lamp's light, Indu finally looked up to observe his surroundings. At this moment, he had already been surrounded by the paper figures that were originally in the hall. Since entering the village, he had treated all the paper figures as ordinary ones. In this situation, although the paper figures could still move, their mobility was clearly restricted. For instance, they couldn't actively touch him. But now, Indu wasn't sure if these paper figures surrounding him would still follow that rule. In other words, he couldn't be sure if he had unintentionally triggered some kind of rule. After all, the reason these paper figures surrounded him should be that he triggered a certain rule related to the Spring Village or the paper figures themselves. Holding the lamp, Indu quickly retreated from the house and out of Spring Village. Actually, after leaving a certain distance from that house, the paper figures scattered and no longer surrounded Indu, but he still didn't dare to linger. Uncertain if looking at the materials would attract those paper figures, he now needed a safe place to check the documents he held. He had an idea in mind about this place. Indu walked back to the morgue at a much slower pace than before, and along the way, he even felt like enjoying the scenery by the roadside. As he passed the farmland in the village, he carefully examined it. Unfortunately, he hadn't dealt with crops in years, and he really couldn't glean any information from these plants. Perhaps Indu's actions were too swift, as the few people guarding outside the morgue looked at him with obvious surprise when they saw him.
"Why did you come back so quickly this time?"
"I was still hoping to snag the first incense," Ma Xiangja laughed boisterously.
"Why did you come back so quickly this time?"
"I was still hoping to snag the first incense." Hearing Ma Xiangja's teasing, Indu stopped his approach towards the group. He looked up at his surroundings. Just now, on his way back, he was so focused on those strange agreements in Spring Village that he hadn't thought much about anything else. Now that he sensed something was off, he realized it was abnormally quiet around them. Such a situation only happened near Spring Village.
"What's wrong with you?" Ma Xiangja walked forward in confusion.
Indu silently made a stop gesture and pretended to listen carefully.
"Do you feel something strange?"
"What's strange?" Ma Xiangja still looked puzzled. Indu stared at Ma Xiangja. Based on what he understood about him, the way he asked questions was annoying enough to irritate him.
Although Ma Xiangja might just retort a little, he definitely wouldn't be this patient in asking now. "When did I fall into this trap? What is the situation now?"
Indu had no thoughts in his head. The only thing he could guess was that he probably hadn't left Quan Village yet.
Everything around him should just be an illusion.
It's too quiet around here," Indu said, suddenly producing a flashlight in his hand and shining it directly onto Ma Xiangja's face. Ma Xiangja didn't block the glaring light like a normal person would. Instead, he let his face turn into a pale paper face under the flashlight, with a weird smile drawn on it. At this moment, Indu understood where he was. This paper figure was also wearing a black suit, just like one of the paper figures standing in the hall when he entered the house.
"How did you find out?"
Seeing that Indu had discovered his true identity, the paper figure had no intention of continuing to disguise himself, and even started chatting with Indu without any oppressive aura. This look made Indu think of one person, and that was Zhang Xuxing in the sanatorium. The weird intention to delay time could only have one reason: the rules he violated needed time to be enforced.
Didn't I say it's too quiet here? Indu said.
He looked at the person in front of him, not a bit flustered despite being in a difficult situation. He didn't know that those watching the livestream had already broken into a sweat for his situation.
Finally noticed something was off. I guess the country must have prepared to send a warning. Has anyone been keeping track of the time? How long has he been trapped in the illusion? It seems it's been almost 15 minutes. Indu didn't break any rules, so why is he trapped in the illusion?
Quan village is not small, the rules should extend beyond just the entrance.
Since Indu has realized, there must be a way to escape. Should we discuss the grain collection agreement? Why do you sound more confident than Indu himself?
Indu looks confident indeed, since he realized he was in an illusion and not really back in the morgue. He's not flustered at all. This illusion feels too real. If it weren't for the white mist markers in our livestream, we wouldn't be able to tell there was a problem.
How did Indu discover the issue? Right?
He kept saying it was too quiet, but he was quiet all the way back and didn't notice anything then. It must be because of what Ma Xiangja said.
What do you mean?
No matter how good a teammate Ma Xiangja is, he can't change the fact that he's Korean.
How could he possibly say first incense when he lit the first stick?
I really didn't expect that this would be the thing that exposed him. Indu is indeed amazing. If it were me in there, I could only wait for the country to send a reminder. The paper figure nodded in agreement as it looked around. It's too quiet, indeed too quiet. The old Quan village was not this quiet.
When did it become like this?
Indu sensed its lament but had no interest in exploring those questions at the moment. Instead, he took out a power drill with a hint of sadness. Originally, he used the lamp to save time with the drill, but he didn't expect that quick decision to waste the lamp. Indeed, the rational choice is not necessarily the best choice. It's better to follow one's feelings from the start. As soon as the drill started, the familiar brainwashing sound rang out, and the paper figure that wanted to say something instantly froze. In the distance, two other paper figures disguised as Emily and He Shangjiang returned to their original forms. As the brainwashing of the drill became more successful, the scenery in front of Indu changed, and he then realized that although the paper figures portraying Ma Xiangja and others were the ones in the room, his position was not inside the room. Not knowing when, he had already walked back to the village, and a large number of paper figures surrounded him. It seemed that all the paper figures in the village must be here. While Indu observed his surroundings, he keenly caught sight of a house nearby with its front door slightly ajar.
And I was secretly peering at him through a crack.
The moment the eye made contact with Indu's, it quickly closed the door. At this distance, he should be able to hear the sound of a drilling machine. Since it could still move, it was not strange. Indu hurriedly ran to the front of the house. His movements were not small, and the sound of the drill was still ringing in his hand. The person inside should have heard him approaching. Before he could knock on the door, a voice came through. "You should leave quickly. If you don't go now, you'll become one of them." It was a girl, and she sounded quite young. Indu understood that the other party strongly resisted him and did not push further. He turned to look at the paper figure still standing in punishment and asked, "As long as I leave the village, I'll be safe?" "Just don't let them find you within 30 minutes, the girl said, clearly closer to the door.
"During the day, they can't leave the village." "Thank you."
Although he could guess that the girl would help him, perhaps not out of kindness, but because it wasn't good for them if he got into trouble, Indu still sincerely thanked her. Another instance of a copy with faction relationships. Indu sighed and quickly moved toward the village entrance. Fortunately, his original position was not far from the village entrance, and he successfully ran out of Spring Village before the song of the drill ended. It seemed that without grasping all the rules of Spring Village, it was no longer suitable to go inside. This time, when leaving the village, Indu paid special attention to the sounds around him. As he passed by the river, the gentle sound of water reminded him that this time he was not in a hallucination.
How obvious the river sounded. How did he not notice it just now?
Indeed, after being polluted, no matter how vigilant one is, it is useless. Due to the time wasted in the illusion, by the time Indu returned to the morgue, it was already close to 11 o'clock. However, this time was still considered early. Emily smiled and welcomed him. "You're back quite early, the horse is still resting."
"By the way, the administrator just went into the morgue and hasn't come out yet."
Indu nodded upon hearing this and then walked closer to the van. He didn't get in the car, just opened the door and gently tapped Ma Xiangja's face. "Wake up." Ma Xiangja impatiently swatted his hand away. "Go away, don't disturb my sleep." "Very good, this really is Ma Xiangja." Indu closed the car door with peace of mind and leaned against the car to calm his emotions.
Chapter 116, Rules of Spring Village.
Since he did not need Ma Xiangja to be the first to enter the morgue, Indu had not awakened him and quietly squatted by the van.
The old man who entered the morgue before his return only came out close to midnight. Du found it hard not to think that the other party was up to something inside. After the old man returned to his room, Du approached Emily and asked, "Did he take anything into the morgue just now?"
Emily recalled and shook her head. But she also didn't dare to be certain and added, "He didn't carry anything in his hands, but I'm not sure if he hid something in his pockets."
Du nodded.
This answer was roughly equivalent to saying nothing. At this moment, Du really wanted to know if this old man had entered the morgue in other streams, to determine if the old man's behavior was related to his visit to Spring Village today.
But if another hint was used tomorrow, is it worth it? Du quietly tightened his fists.
Now he regretted even more that he had used the desk lamp earlier.
As he was torn, midnight arrived on the dot.
Du had no time to hesitate and could only enter the morgue first. However, what surprised him was that this trip to the morgue was quite calm. It also gave him a chance to see the data on his hands. In fact, paper figures could enter the morgue, just like he had encountered last night.
But just as the girl said, they can't leave the village during the day.
In this place where paper figures could enter and exit, looking at the information that likely led to rule breaking was undoubtedly a provocation. Du took out those grain collection agreements that he found very problematic again. These grain collection agreements are standard contracts, with the only differences being the quantity of grain and the total price. There seemed to be no problems with the grain collection agreement, and only then did Du begin to open the 5 file bags he had set aside earlier. As soon as he took out the materials from the first file bag, Du froze for a moment. He didn't look closely at the contents but hurriedly flipped through the remaining file bags. They contained mostly similar items. Each file bag was filled with a large stack of photos and health examination forms, and the bags seemed to be sorted by age. The file bag with the youngest year had the most information.
Du took a deep breath and stuffed everything back into the file bag.
These file bags were standard A4 brown paper bags, neither enlarged nor thickened, so it was not easy to fit the larger stack of documents back inside. Du's hands were a bit stiff from the cold, and when he pulled, he ripped a tear in the paper bag. He was already in a bad mood, and seeing the tear made him even more anxious, so he simply tore it open a bit more, planning to use the paper bag to wrap up the documents. But unexpectedly, this careless act led him to discover a new clue.
Rules of Spring Village, 05. Do not become a girl from Spring Village.
Inside the brown paper bag were rules he had never seen before. Seeing this, Du quickly opened the other sealed brown paper bags to inspect them.
Rules of Spring Village, 01.
If possible, please do not enter Spring Village. If you unfortunately enter Spring Village, do not attract the attention of the paper people, do not knock on the paper people's doors, do not touch the paper people's things. 02. Outsiders should not stay in the village for more than 3 hours. 03. If you have stayed for 3 hours, check yourself for any signs of becoming paper-like. If symptoms appear, immediately find a room without any paper people to hide.
04. If you unfortunately become a villager of Spring Village, dress like a girl, do not leave the house during the day, and go out at night. 05. Do not become a girl from Spring Village.
The rules of Spring Village. After reading all the rules, Du mentally sorted through them and let out a deep sigh. He got up and walked towards the corpse that had appeared in the corner at an unknown time, clenching his fist to vent his frustration. Shaking his slightly painful hand, Du wrapped up the body and threw it out the back door. After looking over the materials and rules, he felt as if some emotion was pent up inside him. Du was well aware that he was being influenced by something. He usually is empathetic, but empathy does not affect his actions. But this time, he chose to let himself be carried away by these emotions. As he walked out of the morgue, Ruan Wenjun was already standing at the door, waiting to enter. However, his gaze seemed a bit dazed compared to the day before. Du frowned slightly, scanning Ruan Wenjun but unfortunately finding nothing. It was only when Ruan Wenjun reached out to close the iron door that Du noticed a hint of a problem. Ruan Wenjun was not just dazed, his movements also appeared somewhat stiff. Anyone unaware would think he had just come out of the morgue himself. What could be causing this? Even if the person in the phone confused Ruan Wenjun, as long as he did not break the rules, he should not have issues. So, there must be rules they hadn't discovered here. Du turned to look back at the lounge. With sleeping bags available, resting in the lounge would definitely be more comfortable. But he had felt there was something wrong with the lounge yesterday, so he made Ma Xiangja and others rest in the car instead. It was more uncomfortable but better than breaking the rules. Now it seemed that there indeed were rules in the lounge that they hadn't found.
Is something wrong? Emily stepped forward.
Hearing Emily's voice, Du came back to his senses and turned to look at her, but his gaze met the wary expression of Kawamoto-cho behind her. Although he didn't understand why Shangqing was wary of him, the events from last night made it not surprising at all. I noticed Ruan Wenjun's movements were a bit stiff just now, so I was wondering if he might have broken some rule we don't know about. Ruan Wenjun had long been excluded from their group, and there was nothing to hide regarding their suspicions about him.
Are you saying there are rules in the lounge? Emily immediately understood Indu's meaning.
Indu nodded. However, if we don't go into the lounge, it won't matter much if we don't look into those rules. At least from the clues he had so far, the lounge didn't seem to offer any useful information. Indu didn't want to waste time there. He Shangcheng stood silently behind Emily, listening. When she mentioned the lounge, her gaze turned to it, and then she suddenly spoke in a somewhat melancholic tone. The lounge gives me a very bad feeling.
Hearing this, Indu looked at He Shangcheng with curiosity.
He wanted to ask, but when he saw the expression and color on her face, the words got stuck in his throat.
How should he describe He Shangcheng's current state?
She looked the same as the person he saw yesterday, but she seemed a bit different at the same time. While Indu was observing He Shangcheng, Emily asked the question that Indu had originally wanted to ask.
What kind of feeling? Nervous? Fear? Confusion? Or unwillingness?
He Shangcheng murmured, almost as if she were inquiring.
Chapter 117, The Secret of the Lounge. What is it? What is it?
Seeing He Shangcheng seemingly trapped in some emotion, Emily rushed forward, gently patting her back while hugging her hands.
Chang, don't think about it. Let's not think about these things.
Indu noticed that Emily's familiar demeanor suggested it was not the first time she had done this. This meant that He Shangcheng was not unfamiliar with falling into a trance-like state.
Had she not completely emerged from last night's nightmare?
But none of that mattered. What mattered were her previous words. It seemed that the existence of the lounge was more complicated than he had imagined. Indu suddenly changed his mind. Originally, he didn't want to investigate the lounge because he felt that the clues he had were already enough. He should focus on probing the key person, Zhao Xiaofeng, to find a way to pass with a high score. But now it seemed that the lounge might bring him more information. Indu was always decisive, and just at that moment, Ruan Wenjun had gone to the morgue and was not in the lounge, so no one disturbed his actions. Without further thought, he directly walked into the lounge. They had opened their eyes in this very room yesterday. The only furniture in the empty room was 2 chairs. In fact, this room had been thoroughly explored on the first day. There were no clues visible to the naked eye. This time, Indu wandered around the room again, exploring every nook and cranny, almost scraping the wall paint to check the wall structure.
Nothing.
Indu sat down on a chair, leaning back against the backrest. He looked up at the ceiling, which bore several cracks forming an irregular pattern. Staring at the ceiling, Indu's mind wandered, and when he turned his gaze away, he felt a bit dizzy, as if he had suddenly moved his neck. Indu pressed his hand against the back of his neck, and at that moment, he discovered that the chair across from him was gone, revealing the whole white wall in front of him. The afterimage left in his eyes when he was looking at the ceiling was projected onto the opposite wall, still showing that irregular pattern.
Indu froze for a moment. Where did the chair go? Had someone entered the lounge while he was lost in thought?
And even if someone had come in unnoticed, he wouldn't have failed to hear a single sound if the chair had been moved. Indu hurriedly stood up and began to check the room. At this moment, he discovered that, he didn't know when, there was an extra desk in this room, but it was empty, and there was nothing in the drawers. The strangest thing was that until now, no matter where Indu looked, the afterimage left by the ceiling still hadn't disappeared.
An afterimage shouldn't last this long.
In a moment of realization, Indu suddenly woke up. At that moment, he found that he was actually still sitting in the chair, looking up at the ceiling. If someone had walked in just now and seen him, they would probably think he was just lost in thought. Indu wiped away the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead and quickly got up to leave the lounge. He guessed that if he wanted to uncover the secret of the lounge, he would have to enter the state he had just experienced. No, it might require going even deeper, because there weren't many clues in the lounge he just saw. But how could he go deeper? When Indu walked out of the lounge, Ruan Wenjun's vigil hadn't ended yet. Emily and Kawashima Seiju were talking not far from the morgue.
It appeared that Emily was counseling Kawashima Seiju. This scene also reminded Indu of what Kawashima Seiju had just said. The lounge gives me a very bad feeling. Nervousness? Fear? Confusion? Or unwillingness? Kawashima Seiju also felt that there was something wrong with the lounge.
But he had come to this conclusion through rational analysis.
Kawashima Seiju seemed to have been influenced by something, or perhaps he was empathizing with something. Thinking of this, Indu fixed his gaze on Kawashima Seiju.
Maybe, Kawashima Seiju might touch upon the secret of the lounge. Emily and Kawashima Seiju sensed Indu's gaze and turned to look at him in unison.
Did you find anything in the lounge?
Indu shook his head, but I think I roughly know how to get clues about the lounge.
But I need someone to help.
As Indu said this, his eyes were still on Kawashima Seiju, not hiding his intentions at all. Seeing this, Kawashima Seiju shifted uncomfortably and hid behind Emily.
I'm not going.
Emily turned sideways, her gaze flickering between Indu and Kawashima Seiju, filled with hesitation and compassion. In her eyes, Kawashima Seiju's mental state had been poor since last night, and any further stimulation might lead to unforeseen consequences. You all know that the only conclusion we currently have is that we need to keep the customer's satisfaction above 80. But how to achieve that remains unclear.
You can't be optimistic and think we just need to finish the vigil to reach this goal, right? We need more clues to help us clear the game.
After Indu finished speaking, it was clear that Emily was somewhat swayed. But her change of heart didn't mean handing Kawashima Seiju over. Instead, she proposed, "Then let me try your way, maybe I can find some clues?" Indu did not refuse upon hearing this. What had just happened to him wasn't too dangerous, and having one more person to try wasn't a bad thing. Moreover, he suddenly remembered the rules of the Spring Village. There were 2 rules that mentioned female and girl. It was evident that in this scenario, women might be a special presence.
It's possible that Emily, holding a female identity, could indeed bring more clues. Alright, come with me.
Indu led Emily into the lounge and pulled her to sit on the chair together. You look up at the ceiling and observe the patterns on it. After saying this, Indu hesitated but didn't tell Emily the way to break free from the illusion. He feared Emily would be influenced and leave too quickly, missing any clues. After all, he would stay right by Emily's side, so if there were any problems, he could awaken her completely. Emily obediently looked up, her gaze focused on the patterns on the ceiling. But after looking for quite some time, she discovered that the pattern had not changed at all.
Did Indu make a mistake?
Emily thought, turning to seek confirmation from Indu, but as she turned, she was met with a sight that left her wide-eyed.
Chang, what are you doing here? Isn't Ian next to me? Chapter 118, Memories of the Lounge. Chang?
Seeing Hishang Chang remain unresponsive to her call, Emily softly called once more. However, Hishang Chang still did not acknowledge her, not even offering a glance, merely sitting numbly in the chair. At this moment, Emily felt a wave of unease wash over her. She hurriedly stood up, perhaps due to panic or her legs feeling weak from sitting too long. She stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Hishang Chang beside her caught her just in time.
"Sister, are you okay?"
A hint of concern showed on Hishang Chang's otherwise lifeless face. The more she looked at the person in front of her, the more certain Emily was that this was not Hishang Chang. Though Hishang Chang seemed to be in poor spirits today, he was definitely not at a point of being numb to everything around him. On the contrary, it was precisely because Hishang Chang was highly sensitive to everything that it drove him nearly to the brink of mental collapse. Moreover, Hishang Chang wouldn't refer to her as sister. With Hishang Chang's support, Emily slowly stood up. The tangible sensation reassured her that the person before her was absolutely not a figment of her imagination.
So who was this person wearing Hishang Chang's skin? Where was she at this moment?
Emily discreetly surveyed her surroundings. This room was just a lounge with some different decorations, so she was actually still in the lounge, just not in the original one? Emily pulled her gaze back and looked at Hishang Chang again. At this moment, Hishang Chang still stood beside her, cautiously holding her hand, seemingly worried she might fall again. Emily gently withdrew her hand and rested it on the back of Hishang Chang's hand, patting it soothingly a couple of times.
"I'm fine."
"That's good, sister. Let's go back and sit on the chair." Emily just prepared to nod in agreement when she suddenly remembered what Hishang Chang had said earlier, and she immediately lowered her head, saying to Hishang Chang,
"Chang, I have a very bad feeling here. I want to leave."
Upon hearing Emily's words, Hishang Chang's eyes widened in fear as he looked towards the door, then hurriedly covered Emily's mouth with one hand while making a shushing gesture with the other.
"Sister, don't say such things.
If they hear us, we'll be in trouble." After speaking, he waited for Emily to nod before releasing his hand from covering her mouth and continued, "Sister, don't be afraid. Just respond to them the way I told you earlier.
They definitely won't choose you."
Hishang Chang grasped Emily's wrist from behind. "We will be home soon." When Emily heard Hishang Chang say this last sentence with a tremor, she knew it was just the girl comforting sister.
So she asked, "Are we going home together?"
Upon hearing this, Hishang Chang trembled, a flicker of pain crossed her numb face, but she quickly forced a smile again.
"Sister will go home first. I will come back in a few months.
By then, the house should be completely built, and we will have our own rooms, planting the flowers we like in the yard."
Hishang Chang displayed a face full of longing, then suddenly turned to Emily and asked, "Sister, what flowers do you like? I can bring them back when I come home."
The rapid change from numbness and pain to joy and longing in her expression left Emily feeling as if she could not sense any true joy from Hishang Chang, only a deep, indescribable sadness. Unable to help herself, she opened her arms and embraced the person, tears flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks. Emily felt utterly torn. Her rational mind was calmly analyzing the current situation, dissecting Hishang Chang's identity. But her emotions did not belong to her. She felt sadness uncontrollably.
The heartbeat even brought a wave of pain.
When reason and emotion completely parted ways, Emily woke up. Then she realized she was still leaning against the back of the chair, staring at the ceiling full of cracks. Indu was sitting beside her, reaching out his hand to wipe her cheek without any personal space.
You were crying? Indu's expression looked very puzzled.
Emily quickly wiped her face, the damp feeling on her hands reminded her that she had indeed cried. But at that moment, she felt not a trace of sadness, that heavy emotion seemed to be just her illusion.
She looked up at Indu and calmly said, "It's not me who is crying."
Then she talked to Indu about her recent experience. I think what I saw just now really happened in this lounge at one moment, and I was playing the role of someone in the plot.
Emily said. And because I didn't know what the other person looked like in the plot, they automatically transformed into Chang's likeness.
Indu nodded. Your analysis should be right. But you received too little of the plot. In this village, there are illicit deals that profit by exploiting the women in the village. He had already caught a glimpse of this in the files. What he needed to know now was the role this lounge played in these plots. Ideally, he wanted a direct reveal of what that illicit deal was to better understand the deeper obsessions in the customer's heart. Emily nodded in agreement with Indu's words, then said, "From what I just experienced, being more immersed in the character's emotions might allow for deeper understanding. But, I think that is very dangerous." A hint of fear flashed in Emily's eyes. From the very beginning, I wasn't drawn into the emotions, I kept trying to analyze my own situation. But just like this, in the end, my emotions were still affected. If it weren't for the rapid emotional shifts giving me a sense of disconnection, maybe I would have really fallen into it. You said, if my emotions were really completely affected, could I wake up again? Chapter 119, Indu's Calculation. Indu understood that Emily meant it was not advisable to let Hishang Chang come in to explore. Indeed, if Emily almost fell for it, with Hishang Chang's current mental state, he would likely not be able to withstand that influence.
Is it necessary to risk a person for this clue?
Indu thought it was necessary, after all, he had always lived this way. But, seeing Emily's firm gaze, Indu nodded in compromise. Perhaps there are other ways to obtain clues about the lounge.
Now was not the time to have a fallout with teammates. Indu quietly sighed and walked out of the lounge.
Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out, he met Hishang Chang's gaze. Seeing him come out, Hishang Chang shifted his gaze.
It seemed he had been watching the lounge since they entered, perhaps worried he would harm Emily?
He was aware that Hishang Chang did not trust him and was on guard, but at this moment couldn't help but sigh. When hearts are scattered, it's hard to lead the team.
However, this point might be useful.
With an idea in mind, Indu immediately headed towards the van, but before he got close, the door to the morgue opened, and Ruan Wenjun walked out, emanating a chill. Perhaps he had provoked too much yesterday and found it uninteresting today. He didn't even look at Indu and directly walked toward the lounge. Seeing this, Indu could only give up his own plan and walk into the morgue first. 10 minutes later, he exited just in time to let Ruan Wenjun enter, while he went to the side of the van.
Brother Ma.
Indu reached out and nudged Ma Xiangja a couple of times. Awakened from a sweet dream, Ma Xiangja frowned irritably, and when he realized that the earlier call was Indu's special name for him, he struggled to open his eyes. Perhaps he hadn't slept enough, his eyes were bloodshot. His gaze quickly swept across Indu's face. Seeing that Indu's expression did not look like something significant was happening, he relaxed and asked, "What's wrong?" "I found some clues in the lounge," Indu said with a serious face. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiangja frowned, looking confused. Why did they need him to find clues? He only needed to receive conclusions and action plans. Indu saw his thoughts, and his original words got stuck in his throat. It took him a while to find his voice and said, "It's like this, I just explored the lounge with Emily, and it seems that everyone sees different clues, so I want you to try it too." Not far away, Emily and Kawashita Chang heard Indu's words. Kawashita Chang did not know what would happen when entering the lounge, but Emily knew very well. Just now, she also reasoned with Indu that the clues obtainable in this lounge should be related to the emotions each person invests. From analyzing the storyline she saw, the main characters in this plot were two girls. Under such circumstances, she was unable to fully engage, so how much emotion could Ma Xiangja sink when he entered? No matter how you look at it, Indu seemed to be doing pointless work. Upon hearing that he needed to take action himself, Ma Xiangja got out of the car without saying a word. "Tell me, what should I do?" "I'll tell you more when we enter the lounge," Indu said, deliberately glancing at Emily and Kawashita Chang, clearly avoiding something. What else could he be avoiding? Emily had just been inside, so the person he wanted to keep in the dark was obviously Kawashita Chang.
Kawashita Chang was not foolish and naturally sensed Indu's deliberate concealment. She immediately turned to Emily after Indu walked into the morgue and asked, "Emily, what clues did you find in the lounge?" Emily had already sensed trouble in her heart upon seeing the look in Indu's eyes. He was clearly trying to lure Kawashita Chang to participate in this matter. She had already decided before leaving the lounge that she would not tell Kawashita Chang everything she saw in the lounge, because she feared that just narrating the story would also affect Kawashita Chang.
After all, Kawashita Chang had hardly entered the lounge, yet was able to describe the feelings of those two girls about the lounge. It was evident that her connection with the lounge was much deeper than she realized. However, in a team, the most taboo thing is to be excluded from something alone. If she hid the clues she saw and Kawashita Chang noticed, Kawashita Chang would definitely lose trust in her and would try to explore the lounge on her own.
Emily looked at Kawashita Chang with obvious conflict in her eyes. Chang. Emily, I only trust you here.
Kawashita Chang's words became the final blow, and Emily opened her mouth to reveal everything that happened when she entered the lounge.
Chang, I'm telling you this just to let you know that you can always trust me.
Emily held Kawashita Chang's hands. As for what I just said about what happened in the lounge, don't take it to heart, that's all in the past and has nothing to do with you. That said, Emily knew that she could only pray that Kawashita Chang's aversion to the lounge would make her give up exploring its secrets. In fact, there was one thing she did not tell Indu. After walking out of that storyline in the lounge, she was filled with fear about the lounge. Moreover, she had a strong premonition that if Kawashita Chang entered the lounge, she would definitely not be able to come out.
I understand. Kawashita Chang could feel Emily's genuine care and concern for her from her words. However, some things cannot be accomplished simply because they are guaranteed. After listening to Emily's words, Kawashita Chang couldn't help but keep looking towards the lounge. This time, Indu took Ma Xiangja inside, and they entered quickly and exited just as fast. Emily felt dissatisfied with Indu's purposeful behavior, and didn't even spare him a glance when they came out together. But Shangqing was staring intently at Ma Xiangja, trying to see more information on his face. Unfortunately, Ma Xiangja's usual gloomy face revealed nothing at all.
Shangqing shifted her gaze back to the lounge, tilting her head slightly. Suddenly, she heard a voice. Shangqing quickly turned to look at Emily beside her, but at that moment, Emily was just staring blankly at the ground and didn't speak. However, the voice didn't disappear. She couldn't hear what it was saying, but she felt it was getting closer and closer.
What was it? What was it saying? What did it want her to do?
In a daze, Shangqing felt someone grab her hand.
Chang? What are you doing?
It was Emily. Shangqing blankly looked down at her wrist, which was being gripped painfully.
It hurts.
Shangqing suddenly showed struggle, quickly pulling her hand out of Emily's grip. Immediately, the voice that had been unclear finally became clear enough.
Hurry to the lounge, go quickly. Go quickly.
Shangqing didn't know what to do in the lounge, but she had an urgent thought in her heart.
She needed to go right away, or it would be too late.
Chapter 120, The Strange Change in the Lounge.
Emily ultimately couldn't hold on to Shangqing.
She and Emily entered the lounge one after the other, but before she could pull her back out, Shangqing came crashing down towards her.
Emily quickly caught her and yelled a few times.
But no matter how much she called, or how much she shook her, Shangqing didn't respond at all. Shangqing looked peaceful, appearing merely to be in a regular faint.
But Emily felt extremely uneasy inside.
It was as if once Shangqing fell asleep, she would never wake up again. To everyone's surprise, Shangqing didn't faint for long. When Indu and Ma Xiangja rushed in, Shangqing finally opened her eyes. It had only been about 2 minutes since she collapsed.
Emily, what happened to me?
Shangqing, who was lying in Emily's arms, asked in confusion. Seeing that Shangqing wasn't affected by the lounge, Emily breathed a sigh of relief and softly said, "It's nothing, you just sat for a long time, and when you suddenly stood up, you fainted." Indu looked at Shangqing, who had just woken up, and suddenly had a thought to look up at the ceiling. He saw that the ceiling, which was originally full of cracks, no longer showed a single fissure. However, he could vaguely see some red marks. Upon seeing this, Indu quickly turned his head. "Brother Ma, look at the ceiling, aren't there marks?" Hearing Indu's words, the other three all looked up at the ceiling.
"Yes, but it's too faint to see what it is," Ma Xiangja said. Emily, still holding Shangqing, nodded as well. These marks seem to be more regular than the original cracks.
Indeed, the original cracks were irregular and often crossed. But now the indistinct marks on the ceiling seemed to grow systematically in one direction, with only occasional small branches.
But what does this mean? Ma Xiangja scratched his head.
No one at the scene could answer this question. Indu stared at the ceiling and suddenly had a thought to tell Ma Xiangja, "Brother Ma, could you turn off the lights?"
Okay.
Where's the light switch? Ma Xiangja instinctively looked towards the door but didn't find the target. Indu, upon hearing this, turned to look at the walls inside the room. The lounge was very simple. They realized this from the first day they were there. But just yesterday, having spent time in the lounge, they had never noticed that this windowless lounge didn't even have a switch for the only light.
Then let's try closing the door.
Before Indu could finish his sentence, Ma Xiangja behind him, without a second thought, pulled the door with a bang, and it slammed shut, the sudden noise causing unprepared Emily and Shangqing to jump slightly. Then, the lights in the lounge went out, and a strange red light appeared from the ceiling. Indu held the electric drill and looked up at the ceiling. The previously unclear marks now glowed red as if they were about to spill blood, and the flat ceiling began to swell towards them. This eerie sight made everyone present hold their breath. Ma Xiongja had his hand on the door, ready to break it at any moment. Emily instinctively pulled Kawashita Akira towards the door, but she found that Kawashita Akira was frozen in fear and didn't move. The ceiling kept expanding until it reached a curve, then it shrank slightly, looking as if the ceiling had a life of its own, breathing. What is this thing? Emily's voice trembled. The ceiling gave her the sense that it was about to explode at any moment. Not sure, but it seems that there's no threat to us. It had been 5 or 6 minutes since the ceiling started swelling. If there was a threat, it should have shown some signs. Since this anomaly only happens when the door is closed, why not just open the door? Ma Xiongja suggested. Seeing Yingdu nod in agreement, he immediately pushed the door open. The expected resistance did not happen. The door was easily pushed open by him. As the door opened, all the strange occurrences inside the room disappeared, and the lights inside came back on. When the lights brightened, Kawashita Akira, who had been motionless, finally stood up from the floor. Let's get out of here, this place makes me feel uncomfortable, she said, pulling Emily to leave. Indu looked at Kawashita Akira. Her condition seemed to have improved, although her rejection of him hadn't decreased. We should also go out, although I didn't feel anything strange here, just thinking about that guy makes this place uncomfortable for me too, Ma Xiongja said. What is this thing? It's not terrifying, yet it's rather strange. This ceiling seems alive, it's still breathing. So what exactly is this ceiling? Is it strange? I don't know, even Indu and the others couldn't figure out the trick of this ceiling. We who are watching from behind the screen can't tell either. Compared to this ceiling, I think Indu is more dangerous, right? They've said the lounge gives her a bad feeling and they've schemed against her. What? Is it just Indu who needs to clear this copy, while everyone else doesn't need to contribute anything? Exactly. I also think Emily has a problem. Clearly, everyone is on the same team and needs more clues to clear, yet she pretends to be a good person, hindering Indu from finding clues. Isn't the biggest problem Kawashita Akira? She's so useless, can't help at all. Finally, there's something she can do, yet she pushes back at every turn. No one is perfect. Rather than convicting those delvers desperately trying to break through in this rules horror story, it's better to pay more attention to providing clues to the emergency bureau. Unlike the live chat that was looking for problems among them, there was no hostility between Indu and Emily due to Kawashita Akira's matter. After noticing that Kawashita Akira no longer excessively relied on her, Emily finally found the chance to pull Indu aside to talk. I have something to tell you, Emily signaled to Indu to get into the van. After receiving the signal, Indu turned around and let Ma Xiongja keep an eye on Kawashita Akira. Although it wasn't exactly a secret they were discussing, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt talking about someone behind their back. However, Indu never expected that as soon as he got into the van and hadn't settled down, Emily would drop a shocking piece of news on him. Kawashita said her hint has already been used. The hint the country gave her is that the strange things can disguise themselves as gifted ones. Hearing this, Indu finally understood why Emily had doubts about him acting alone earlier that morning. It also explained Kawashita Akira's distance from him after returning yesterday afternoon. But at that time, it was merely estrangement, not rejection. Is that only one hint? Indu asked. Emily shook her head. Cheng said that after that sentence, there were some jumbled letters, and she couldn't figure out what they meant. Those letters must be gibberish. Do you remember? You said last night that the hint you received made you notice how strange Cheng's words were on the river. Indu said calmly, leaning back in his chair. He has already guessed what these 2 hints were about. Yes, there is no word count for the hint. Logically, if the country wanted me to pay attention to Cheng, it should have spelled out the reason. Emily said. After she finished, she suddenly clapped her hands in excitement. I understand. At first, there were strange cases of disguising as gifted individuals in other live streams, so Cheng's country sent out a hint, but that hint was cut off midway. When we sought hints from the country, they informed us about this situation, but unexpectedly, this hint was also truncated, leading to our various prior tests. In fact, when Cheng mentioned that the strange can disguise themselves as gifted individuals, she also felt doubts and fears within her heart. Teammates who had been together day and night could turn into harmful strangeness at any moment, or might already be strange, like carrying a ticking bomb with her. However, she quickly calmed down. Strangeness and humans are ultimately different. Based on a whole day's interactions, she didn't think she could easily be deceived by strangeness. Yes, this is the reason to erase part of the hint. Leaving half a message is more suspicious than saying nothing at all. So, does that mean future hints can't be fully trusted? I've seen old guidelines on Strange Tales livestreams. This kind of tampering with hints has never appeared before, so it seems there must be restrictions on using this trick. After all, in the world of Strange Tales, hints may also have their own rules. Emily nodded. After a day of contact yesterday, she was convinced of Indu's judgment. Du was the smartest and most courageous among them. He always knew what he needed to do, calculating sacrifice and reward very clearly in such extreme environments. So when he needed clues, he would unhesitatingly calculate Chang to gain more information. All of this aligned with the logic of behavior that Du had always displayed. After all, he was someone who could sacrifice even himself. However, even understanding this, Emily couldn't just ignore Chang. Even in a terrifying place like the Strange Tales, she idealistically thought that even if they missed this clue, they could still clear the instance with other clues. But ultimately, wanting to care for Chang and protect her was her own matter, and she shouldn't impose these thoughts on Du.
Chapter 121, The Strange Chang on the River.
After the incident in the lounge, Du had no other arrangements for the time being, so the whole day was left with a dull but reassuring spirit guarding task. With plenty of free time, Du also began to calm down and organize the clues at hand. In fact, after watching the drama in the lounge, Du already knew what the previous doings in the Spring Village were that turned it into today's state. What the villagers of Spring Village were suffering now could only be described as a backlash of cursed power. Thinking of this, Du took out from the toolbox the handbone he had put away since yesterday, a girl of over 10 years old. He didn't know how many girls like her were buried in that river. Holding the handbone, Du felt a surge of emotion, and suddenly sensed a burning gaze. He quickly turned his head and collided unpreparedly with Cheng's deep gaze on the river. That one look seemed to pull him into an endless darkness. This is not the gaze that Shangqing should have. Du withdrew his gaze and looked back at the handbone, but thoughts from not long ago kept surfacing in his mind. Emily had said to him that the strange could disguise itself as a talent user.
No, that's not right.
After finishing his thoughts, Du shook his head to deny his guess. The hint from the other side was that the strange could disguise itself as a talent user, meaning the strange did not use the means of being possessed but rather replaced the talent user by pretending to be them. And he was quite certain that today Shangqing hadn't had the time for independent action. She couldn't have been quietly replaced by the strange. So, what exactly happened to Shangqing? And why was she staring at him? Du had a habit, when he thought, his hands would unconsciously play with whatever he had. By the time he realized it, he hurriedly put away the handbone and turned to look at Shangqing. Upon turning, he just happened to catch Shangqing turning her head. Du blinked and curiously took the handbone back and forth a few times. Shangqing's gaze also followed the appearance of the handbone, lingering on him like an interesting sensor light. Though this was quite unethical, to confirm, Du played with it a few more times before walking up to Shangqing and asking point-blank, "Do you want this?" "No." Shangqing glanced over, coldly replied.
Du nodded and put the handbone away.
Without the handbone, Shangqing no longer paid any attention to Du. Feeling neglected, Du retreated back near the van, but he occasionally raised his head to observe Shangqing. There was no doubt that something must have happened to Shangqing. Just yesterday, Shangqing had kept a respectful distance from the handbone. But now her attitude towards its presence had turned to care. Yet this handbone probably had no significant importance to her, so although she cared, she didn't seem intent on getting it. While observing Shangqing, Du noticed that there was another presence that frequently attracted her gaze. At first, he thought Shangqing was looking at the lounge frequently. He also thought she was only concerned about what was happening in the lounge. But after careful observation, he finally confirmed that the focus of Shangqing's gaze was actually that room which had never been opened. That room beside the lounge, which the old man bluntly said would lead to death if they opened it. Very well, he was increasingly curious about what was inside. Du thought this way and turned his gaze toward the mortuary. This was Yuan Wenjun's last shift today. To be honest, even with a power drill, they could easily complete the vigil for the next 5 days even if they were short one person.
In other words, Yuan Wenjun no longer had any value for use.
And concerning the strange replacing talent users, based on his previous conjectures, he even suspected that the main target of the strange wasn't to deal with talent users but to complete the vigil in the name of the talent users. In this instance, there were 2 factions, but regardless of what both sides' goals were, at least both factions needed them to keep vigil.
Moreover, in this situation, the strange can replace talent users also served as a warning. Don't assume that just because someone is needed to keep vigil, that vigil keepers cannot die, because as long as the strange successfully borrowed a name, it completely did not require the person to still be alive. Of course, this could also be Du overthinking things. He always liked to think too much. For now, he better think about how to make Yuan Wenjun help him probe that room. Chapter 122, Yuan Wenjun's Calculation.
Yuan Wenjun stood in front of the stainless steel table, staring intently at the stainless steel table before him. This was his last vigil today. Once today ended, starting tomorrow he could completely keep vigil for only 1 hour a day and then have a good rest. After all, he was different from that group of fools outside. Now that he has won the customer's favor, once the morning is over, no matter how the customer feels about the others, he will surely be able to meet the requirement of a satisfaction rating higher than 80.
Thinking of this, Yuan Wenjun couldn't help but smile smugly. No matter how many times Ma Xiangzhe clears the game, no matter how strong his martial power is, in the end, he can only dutifully guard the morning for him to reach his mission goal. Those fools too, only know how to flatter Ma Xiangzhe. If they followed him, he would definitely say a few good words about them in front of the customer. As Ruan Wenjun imagined the scene of He Shangqing and the others regretting and begging him for help, his phone, which was in his pocket, suddenly vibrated. Since entering the instance, the only people who could contact him through the phone were customers. Ruan Wenjun hurriedly picked up his phone to check the message. However, to his surprise, the message came from someone else. Boss is a fool, so I can't clear the game through normal methods anymore, but as long as I enter the room on the right side of the lounge, I can get clues for a high score clear, right? Boss is a fool retracted a message. Ruan Wenjun had just finished reading the message and hadn't even processed it yet when a message retraction notice popped up on the screen. Soon after, another message came through. Boss is a fool, my brother said, after you come out, we'll discuss the distribution of morning time for the next 5 days. Boss is a fool, I made a typo earlier, don't mind it. Ruan Wenjun clicked on the group named 7 Days of Soul Return Night. After confirming from the chat history that Boss is a fool was one of the talented players, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. This person, retracting messages, resending them, and even emphasizing it was a typo, clearly had something to hide. If he's not mistaken, this person should be the one from the Summer Kingdom, with the Toolbox talent. He couldn't believe it. The seemingly obedient waste, following Ma Xiangzhe, had secretly contacted the customer. Moreover, from that message, it seemed that each clearing method could only be used by one person. So from the very beginning, were they both teammates and rivals in this instance? Realizing this possibility, Ruan Wenjun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Now Ma Xiangzhe was going to fall. However, he couldn't let that waste get the high score clear method. It's June, not fungus, once I get out, we'll talk alone. Boss is a fool, why talk alone? The time distribution should be discussed by everyone together. Anyone who asks this question definitely has something to hide. Ruan Wenjun was even more certain of his guess, and his fingers quickly slid across his phone. It's June, not fungus, I already saw your retracted message, don't act dumb. It's June, not fungus, the high score clearing method must be mine. If you cooperate, I might consider saying a few good words for you with the customer, and then you can rely on the satisfaction rating to clear. It's June, not fungus, if you don't cooperate. I'm sure Ma Xiangzhe doesn't know about the clues you have for the high score clear, right? Ruan Wenjun quickly typed out a few threatening messages. Seeing that there was no reply from the other side, he wasn't in a rush. Because he knew that meant the other person had been frightened by him, and once he was out, he could press the other person harder, and they would definitely confess everything. As for the part about saying good things for the other person with the customer to help them clear with the satisfaction rating, that was completely impossible. After all, even if he got the perfect clearing method, he might not be able to achieve it. He absolutely had to keep this backup clearing method for himself as a fallback. That's precisely why, from the beginning, he had directly gone to the customer to ask to change his clearing method instead of trying to take advantage of that waste. He had the highest favorability among all the customers. If he wanted a high-scoring way to get through, the customers would definitely prioritize him. Chapter 123, Successfully Deceived. After receiving Ruan Wenjun's message, Indu stood not far from the morgue, waiting for Ruan Wenjun to come out. He chose to use his phone to send messages to deceive Ruan Wenjun, which was actually well thought out. Since yesterday, Ruan Wenjun had been in contact with the customer via his phone, and for him, it was not surprising that others were contacting the customer through their phones. In fact, Indu was not lying, he had indeed had private chats with the customer, just never about the topic of getting through. However, the success of his clumsy trick was still thanks to Ruan Wenjun's underestimation of him. If that loophole-riddled message had been sent by Ma Xiangzhe, Ruan Wenjun would not have easily fallen for it. Before long, Ruan Wenjun walked out of the morgue. As soon as he came out, he quickly found Indu and then signaled to him with his eyes. Indu immediately complied, putting on an act of struggling and reluctance, watching Ruan Wenjun walk into the lounge with satisfaction. Ruan Wenjun truly had no acting skills, with just that moment, except for He Shangqing, who was about to enter the morgue, everyone noticed the problem. The instant he entered the lounge, Ma Xiangzhe immediately raised his eyebrows at Indu, and Emily also cast a puzzled look. Indu reluctantly raised his hand slightly. Ma Xiangzhe and Emily gathered closer. After today, we can reduce our daily vigil time by 2 hours, meaning it won't be a big deal if we lose one person, Indu said coldly. Ma Xiangzhe and Emily exchanged glances. They had caught on to Indu's meaning but couldn't help but confirm, you are preparing? Nothing much, just planning to take advantage of his life. What? You plan to make that fool do something? He won't mess it up, will he? Ma Xiangzhe said worriedly. Losing a life isn't important, but accidentally botching the plan would be terrible. Indu turned to look in the direction of the lounge. Since yesterday, that door hasn't opened, aren't you curious about what's inside? Ma Xiangzhe shook his head without hesitation. I'm never curious about risky things.
He still remembered that strange old man saying that if they entered that room, they would all die.
Emily countered, does what's inside relate to our way of getting through? Whether there's a connection can only be confirmed after the door opens.
Before the door opens, everything is unknown. After saying this, Indu directly lifted his leg and walked towards the lounge. As soon as he entered, he saw Ruan Wenjun sitting on the bench with his legs crossed.
Without waiting for him to speak, Ruan Wenjun frowned and said, why did it take you so long to come?
At first glance, one would think Indu was his little brother. Indu lowered his eyes, trying to hide his emotions. Your look just now was too obvious. I waited outside for a long time before I found the chance to sneak in.
Ruan Wenjun rolled his eyes. What are you afraid of them for?
In his eyes, those people were all about to die. Seeing him like this, Indu tried hard to look worried and whispered, I talked to the customer. She said each way to get through can only be used by one person. If they find out that there's another way, my chances of getting through will be even lower. TCH Ruan Wenjun shifted his legs. Don't worry, as long as you don't say it and I don't say it, those fools won't find this out.
But, for me not to say. Ruan Wenjun looked at Indu's bulging pocket.
Indu bit his lower lip and hesitated.
Realizing Indu's reluctance, Ruan Wenjun immediately threatened, if Ma Xiangzhe knew that each way could only be used by one person, do you think you'd still have a chance to get through? Besides, high score clearing method, do you think you have the ability to complete it?
Indu helplessly took out his phone and unlocked it, handing it to Ruan Wenjun. As soon as Ruan Wenjun got the phone, he quickly opened the chat interface with the customer. But Indu's chat with the customer was completely blank, even the chat history had nothing in it.
What's going on? Are you lying to me? No.
Indu hurriedly said, because Ma Xiangzhe sometimes checks my phone, so I deleted the chats.
But I have screenshots in the album.
Ruan Wenjun, hearing this, suspiciously opened the album, and when he saw a locked album, he showed a sarcastic smile, still locked, very cautious.
The password is 818.
Ruan Wenjun used the password given by Indu to unlock the album, and inside were two pure black images.
This time, Indu didn't wait for him to question it and directly said, increase the brightness. After a series of smooth moves, Ruan Wenjun's last bit of doubt was completely eliminated.
He tossed the phone towards Indu and then stood up, didn't expect the way to clear the high score was right next door.
Without a doubt, Ruan Wenjun was also an action-oriented person.
He didn't care that Ma Xiangzhe and Emily were still outside and walked out of the break room directly to the door of the adjacent room.
Wait.
Indu, who followed him out, saw Ruan Wenjun's hand on the doorknob and quickly called out. But he was still a step too late. Ruan Wenjun's hand had already pressed down on the handle and pushed hard inside. The door didn't open, it was clearly locked. Seeing this, Ruan Wenjun's temper flared, pushing hard against the door.
As he pushed against the door, an irritated voice came from inside. Who? There are actually people inside?
Ruan Wenjun froze for a moment, cautiously stepping back 2 steps.
Can't no one be in there? You're opening the administrator's door.
Indu thought in his heart. But this was also his fault. Being outside all the time, he viewed the directions from the perspective outside the break room, completely opposite to the view of Ruan Wenjun who just stepped out.
2 seconds later, the old man opened the door with an impatient look. What do you want? Are you hiding something to give to me?
Ruan Wenjun, seeing the other party was not strange and seemed harmless, regained his composure and even directly stated his purpose. Not far behind him, Indu even felt grateful that he didn't directly say the 4 words clearing method.
The old man looked at Ruan Wenjun with a sinister glare. What do you want to give you? What do you want?
Hearing the old man's response, Indu's face changed. It sounded like the old man might be hiding something.
Ruan Wenjun wanted to continue asking, but Indu hurriedly pulled him back. It's nothing. He's looking for me.
Just came from the mortuary, my head got frozen, I took a wrong direction. After speaking to the old man, Indu whispered to Ruan Wenjun, you're in the wrong place, this is the room of the mortuary administrator.
If we anger the administrator, we won't be able to enter the mortuary.
Customer satisfaction is based on completing the vigil, and Ruan Wenjun immediately followed Indu's words and turned to leave. The old man saw the 2 of them leave and snorted, slamming the door shut.
Chapter 124, Kill at the Door.
While Indu was accompanying Ruan Wenjun in acting, Ma Xiangzhe and Emily were sitting in the van, observing their movements. After Ruan Wenjun's farcical mistake of entering the wrong room, he turned to look at the empty street.
Where is everyone?
They are resting in the van, leaving me to guard the mortuary.
That's how I found an opportunity to come to the break room to find you.
Indu lowered his head, speaking in a hushed tone, sounding quite gloomy. Hearing Indu's tone, it was clear he felt excluded from the team. Ruan Wenjun didn't turn around, yet he could guess what expression Indu had right now. After all, there were only 4 of them. Ma Xiangjia relied on strength to intimidate everyone. The two girls could use other methods to gain some favor, but this useless person had become the lowest tier in the team. Thinking about how Yundu's current situation was entirely due to his lack of support, Won Wenjun couldn't help but show a smug smile. While he was lost in thought, Yundu had quietly arrived at another room's door. Considering that opening the door might be dangerous, Yundu didn't even try to see if the door was locked. Of course, he wasn't willing to risk his life to test it. He only came here to provoke Won Wenjun to come over. Won Wenjun didn't waste Yundu's efforts. Upon noticing that Yundu had quietly approached the door, he finally snapped out of his imagination and hurried forward to grab Yundu's hand.
What? You want to go in by yourself, right?
He scolded with a shout and then roughly pushed Yundu away. Yundu complied with his strength and retreated several steps to a relatively safe position. After pushing Yundu away, Won Wenjun confidently adjusted his collar with his hand and reached out to open the door. The door opened smoothly. The imagined scene where Won Wenjun couldn't open it and then had to fake fear to smash the door with a hammer did not happen. But the sight that greeted him after opening the door sent chills down Yundu's spine. What made him even more terrified was that facing such a scene, Won Wenjun was actually overjoyed and was about to step inside. However, just as he lifted his foot, bright red blood instantly sprayed out. Won Wenjun's head snapped back, his backward-leaning head fixated on Yundu. His expression remained unchanged by fear or pain, still holding the smile he wore before entering. No, he even smiled wider when he noticed Yundu was watching him, slowly breaking into a grin.
Red liquid flowed back from his mouth. Crack!
With a crisp sound, Won Wenjun's body arched back, limbs on the ground, seemingly about to crawl towards Yundu. But the next second, countless strands of hair reached out from inside the room, dragging Won Wenjun into it.
Bang!
The door slammed shut with force. Yundu, who had originally stood frozen in place, finally moved. He cautiously walked to the door.
Why isn't there any blood? Yundu couldn't help but murmur to himself.
His hand glided over the door and floor. There was dust, but there were no traces of blood that Won Wenjun had just sprayed.
Could it be that everything he just saw was just an illusion?
If everything he saw after opening the door was a false image created by an illusion, then Won Wenjun, who walked into the door, might not really be dead.
Hey, what's going on? How long are you going to stand there at the door?
Ma Xiangjia patted Yundu on the shoulder. Yundu turned to meet Ma Xiangjia's worried gaze, brushing off the dust from his hands. Have I been standing here for a long time?
Yeah, after that guy opened the door, you walked to the front of the door, and then you both just stood there, frozen.
You both? Yundu looked at Ma Xiangjia in confusion. As he turned, he saw Won Wenjun standing not far to his left. Won Wenjun stood still in the sunlight, wearing the same eerie smile he had in Yundu's hallucination. Noticing his gaze, Won Wenjun's head turned mechanically, then he lifted his hand and waved at him as if greeting him.
Chapter 125, Illusion.
Yundu silently stared at the Won Wenjun in front of him, then turned to look at Ma Xiangjia. Seeing that Ma Xiangjia really didn't notice anything unusual, Yundu turned back to Won Wenjun. At this moment, the Won Wenjun who had just greeted him was stumbling toward the lounge. Seeing Won Wenjun swaying as if learning to walk for the first time, Yundu couldn't help but turn back to Ma Xiangjia. Ma Xiangjia felt uneasy under his gaze, so he simply walked over, put his arm around his shoulder, and patted him firmly. Why do you keep looking at me?
Don't you think there's something off about Won Wenjun? Yundu said.
Ma Xiangjia released Yundu and carefully recalled everything he observed after getting out of the car, uncertainly saying, except for you two standing at the door a little too long, there's nothing strange.
But why did you two just stand there without moving after you opened the door? Did you see something?
Yes, we did see something.
Yundu replied.
After piquing Ma Xiangjia's curiosity, he turned to look at the now closed door and asked Ma Xiangjia, you said we stood still after opening the door, who closed it?
Ma Xiangjia.
The door closed by itself, it fell shut not long after you stood there. I didn't see anything when I walked over, Ma Xiangjia said irritably.
Yundu walked back to the door and opened it again.
In the scene he once saw, there was blood splattering everywhere, but now there was no blood on the ground. It seemed like the scene Ma Xiangjia saw was the real one.
But if everything was just his illusion, how could he explain Won Wenjun's abnormality? Was that also an illusion? Yundu frowned tightly. What's going on? It's rare to see you like this.
Let me be quiet for a moment to think about whether I should tell you what I saw. Yundu closed his eyes and recalled the scene he had just witnessed. After hearing Yundu's words, Ma Xiangjia was quiet for a moment, then softly said, looking at you like this, it's actually fine if I don't know.
Yundu.
First of all, everything was real before Won Wenjun opened the door. The scenes that he and Ma Xiangjia saw began to differ the moment the door opened. In the scene he saw, Won Wenjun seemed to see something delightful after opening the door. And when he saw the surprised expression on Won Wenjun's face, he caught a glimpse of a pale, swollen face through the gap between the doorframe and Won Wenjun. Immediately after, Won Wenjun walked inside with a look of surprise.
That's where things got problematic.
Indu opened his eyes and quickly walked to the spot where he originally stood while waiting for Ruan Wenjun to open the door.
When Ruan Wenjun opened the door, he was sideways, so he could see both Ruan Wenjun's expression and the face in the gap. But when Ruan Wenjun walked inside, his body was certainly facing in, so how could he still see Ruan Wenjun's face? Clearly, everything he saw after catching that glimpse of the pale face was an illusion. So Ma Xiangzhe's vision must have been the truth?
Indu looked at the tightly closed door, then lifted his leg to move forward. At that moment, he had indeed been deceived by the illusion, but he had not moved at all. Illusions could not fully control his body, they had to guide him into action. So, he must have moved to the door after Ruan Wenjun's performance ended, intending to check for any blood.
Brother Ma, did you get out of the car immediately after seeing Ruan Wenjun open the door? Indu asked.
No, I got out after seeing you two standing still, and then as soon as I got out, the door closed. So, there was only one explanation. Actually, he was under the illusion for a very short time before walking up to check the door. Thus, the scene Ma Xiangzhe saw from the car was Ruan Wenjun opening the door, and then he stood still at the door. In this way, the points of contradiction between him and Ma Xiangzhe were basically explained. Finally, only one question remained.
Chapter 126, The Overjoyed Old Man.
Indu did not think that the strange Ruan Wenjun he saw was an illusion. The one who could not see the truth between him and Ma Xiangzhe was Ma Xiangzhe. And their difference lay in the fact that he had seen the ghost inside that room. That pale, swollen face floated back into his mind. Suddenly, that face broke into a joyful smile, just like the smile on Ruan Wenjun's face. It turned out that the one feeling delighted was never the Ruan Wenjun who opened the door, but it was the ghost trapped in the room. Indu suddenly looked at Ma Xiangzhe. Brother Ma, I think we need to find that old man.
Why? Ma Xiangzhe asked with confusion.
At that moment, he only felt pain in his brain from overthinking. Clearly, he wasn't thinking about anything or trying to solve the puzzles in front of him. Yet, still, he became confused by the back and forth with Indu.
I think I have released some terrible monster, Indu said.
Speaking of which, all his previous actions were like the protagonist in a cliché horror movie, recklessly opening a Pandora's box despite all the warnings.
However, its appearance may not be bad news. Although Pandora's box brought disaster, it also left behind hope, didn't it?
He only hoped that this disaster would merely use Ruan Wenjun's body as a sacrifice, without further costs. Because he hadn't figured out how to express it clearly, Indu walked slowly toward the control room. Instead, Ma Xiangzhe, who was called and still unclear about the situation, rushed and pounded on the door. At first, after a few knocks, the people inside did not respond, until Ma Xiangzhe knocked harder, almost breaking down the door, and the old man finally opened it, filled with resentment.
What is it? Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? After saying this, he looked at the big man Ma Xiangzhe, followed by Indu. Or did you get the wrong door again? We seem to have let out the monster from that room. Someone has indeed gone to be reborn.
Both spoke at the same time. Although Ma Xiangzhe didn't understand anything, it didn't stop him from repeating Indu's words. Meanwhile, Indu joked bitterly in line with the old man's words.
Fortunately, the old man before them, although old, still had a functioning mind and ears, successfully capturing the key information from the mixed words.
After fully digesting the key information, the old man's eyes widened in horror.
You opened that room?
Yes, we did. Ma Xiangzhe was about to reply, but was pushed aside by the old man. The old man wore an elderly shirt and loose slippers. As he hurried toward the room, his slippers even flew off. But he clearly didn't care about that at this time. Upon reaching the door of that room, the old man knocked in a regular rhythm.
Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Knock knock. Knock knock knock.
After finishing his knocks, he immediately bent down and pressed his ear against the door. Seeing his action, Indu and Ma Xiangzhe silently stopped walking towards him.
A few seconds later, the old man trembled as he opened the door.
Upon seeing the old man open the door, Indu instinctively pulled the motionless Ma Xiangzhe back 2 steps. After observing for a few seconds to confirm that nothing unusual had happened to the old man, he turned to Ma Xiangzhe and said, "You stay back for now." Then he stepped forward. Before getting too close to the room, the damp, rotten smell from the long-closed room made Indu slow his breathing. As he got closer to the old man, his gaze probed into the room. The light coming through the doorway only illuminated a small patch of ground nearby, where there was nothing.
Deeper inside was an impenetrable darkness.
This scene was not scary compared to what Indu had seen earlier. Yet, such a scene caused the old man beside Indu to directly collapse, falling backward.
Chapter 127 The Simple Old Man. Indu reacted quickly, pinching the old man's pressure point to force him awake.
The pain made the old man's body shudder, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Once he opened his eyes, he struggled to stand up, mumbling, "We can't stay here, we can't stay here." As he said this, he shook and wobbled toward his control room. Indu followed closely behind him, and this time he successfully entered the control room. The so-called management room is better described as a single room. But this single room continues the style of simplicity. Words reflect the person, and Indu seems to see a graceful and beautiful girl through the words. The school is closed, but I need to go to town for school and there are many procedures to handle. Teacher Zhang is worried that my grandfather and I can't manage, so he decides to stay an extra week to help me with the transfer. Now, I am the only student left in the school. My grandfather has also been looking glum these days, saying the school in the village is about to close, but our family has no money for me to attend school in town. I asked him how the others in the village make money and why we can't do the same.
My grandfather didn't say anything, just sat at the door smoking.
The number of students in the school is getting fewer and fewer, and teacher Zhang is worrying every day about how to persuade people to come back to school.
But the conditions in the village have clearly improved, so why aren't more people in school?
I went home and asked my grandfather, who said it's because everyone is going to school in town, and the village school will soon close down. Today, teacher Zhang suddenly burst into my home, pulled me and said she had to leave the village immediately and told me to pack my clothes and leave with her right away.
I asked, has the school in town been arranged?
Teacher Zhang helped me pack my clothes while saying yes. I said my grandfather went to work in the field and I had to wait for him to come back to leave together. But teacher Zhang said the bus to town had already arrived, and we had to go immediately. She would notify my grandfather later. I found teacher Zhang strange, she seemed reluctant to mention my grandfather. But teacher Zhang couldn't take me away because my grandfather came back early. Seeing my grandfather, teacher Zhang nervously grabbed my hand. Her usually warm hand felt a bit cold this time, sticky with sweat. My grandfather took teacher Zhang outside to talk. I didn't know what they said, but teacher Zhang left. The next day I learned that after leaving my home, teacher Zhang had immediately left the village. Xiao Xiaofeng, who told me this news, had already gone to school in town last year and doesn't come back to the village much. It seems she returned these days because her brother is getting married. As she turned to go home, she said something strange. We almost got to leave. Today in class, a representative from the village came to the school. He said there are no students left in the school, so it doesn't need to be open anymore. Right then, he paid teacher Zhang 6 months of overdue wages and told her to leave. Teacher Zhang pointed at me and said I still needed to go to school, that I had always been the best student in the school, and that I was going to take the college entrance exam next year, so I couldn't give up now. The representative said that I could soon go to school in town too. After hearing this, teacher Zhang gently touched my head and smoothed my clothes. I was happy to go to school in town, but I still couldn't bear to part with teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang comforted me, saying if I went to town, I might have a whole year to improve my grades. That night I didn't go home, I stayed with teacher Zhang at the school. We sat on the rooftop looking at the stars. There were so many beautiful stars in the sky. These papers had no dates, and the content was out of order, but it was not difficult to sort out. Indu quickly arranged the papers in order. He understood what was recorded on the papers, but the content didn't provide him with more useful clues. Several key figures on the paper. Zhao Xiaofeng is not to be discussed for now. My grandfather should be the old man in front of him, and the recorder should be in the bag held by my grandfather. As for teacher Zhang, her whereabouts are unknown. These people also could not provide any help. Indu turned his head to look at the table. Was there anything else left for him?
Chapter 129, Unlocking the Clue of the Copy.
Indu's gaze suddenly locked onto the flickering flame on the candlestick. When he observed the room just now, he felt puzzled. There was clearly no wind in this room, so why was the flame on the candlestick dancing so much? To test the flame, Indu prepared the electric drill and then turned to look at Ma Xiangzhe. The moment Ma Xiangzhe met his gaze, he quietly closed the door in unison. However, this level of understanding was still not enough, because Ma Xiangzhe had locked himself in the room. Why are you closing the door?
Let me out.
The old man, who was already blocked by Ma Xiangzhe and unable to leave, dared not speak due to Ma Xiangzhe's size. Now, seeing the door close, he instantly exploded. Ma Xiangzhe ignored him, calmly blocking the door. Faced with the strange situation, he dared to stand firm as long as he had conditions, knowing clearly that this old man was just an ordinary person. How could he be frightened? While the old man and Ma Xiangzhe were glaring at each other, Indu had already sat down on the bed. The flame on the candlestick not only did not calm down after the door was closed but instead grew more active, even expanding enough to illuminate the entire room. At this sight, the candlestick was clearly problematic, but when Indu reached out to hold the candlestick and even picked it up to check, he found nothing unusual.
Do you feel the room has become warmer?
Just as Indu was still investigating whether the candlestick had some mechanism, he suddenly heard Ma Xiangzhe's voice coming from afar. Indu's gaze shifted from the candlestick to the direction of the voice. At that moment, he discovered that the originally simple and narrow room had changed its appearance. The yellowed walls around him had vanished, transforming into vast fields, with an overall bright warm yellow tone that lifted Indu's spirits a little. However, there was also something out of place in this scene. Like Ma Xiangzhe, now standing beside the field, he was making a gesture as if holding the doorknob, which looked extremely awkward.
On the other hand, the old man who had originally been beside Ma Xiangja blended in quite well. For some unknown reason, he had walked into the field and was busy with farming, his face radiating hope and joy. When Indu turned back, he realized the bed he was sitting on had become a small stool, and the table in front of him was still the original table, just much shorter. No, it wasn't that it was shorter, rather, the legs of the table had clearly changed in appearance. What was called a table was actually just a plank placed on two stools, and evidently, this plank was clearly the same one used for his previous table. Indu reached out to touch the tabletop. The smooth surface felt somewhat rough as he rubbed it. He quickly leaned in to examine it, but could only see the wood grain. As Indu rubbed his fingers against the grain, the tactile sensation was completely different from the scene before him. Right, he was still in a hallucination. It was normal for what he saw and what he touched not to match. He needed to find a way to escape the illusion. Wait, where had he put his electric drill just now? Indu quickly reached out to feel the empty space on both sides, but found only the cold, hardwood board. The moment he felt the touch of the wood board, the beautiful scene before him vanished instantly, pulling him back to the cold reality of the cramped, oppressive room. Indu first lowered his head to check the table, but the tabletop was still normal, showing no traces that matched the feeling he had. Then he bent down to check the connection between the tabletop and the table legs. After confirming that the two were separate, he sat back up and looked towards Ma Xiangja. Did you see any scene just now? Ma Xiangja blinked, puzzled. Should I have seen something? Indu raised his chin, indicating for him to look at the old man beside him. The old man, who was originally half a head shorter than Ma Xiangja, was now even shorter, hunched over. Yet he maintained this posture, wearing a blissful smile on his face. He was like this shortly after you closed the door, Ma Xiangja said innocently. You just glanced over here. I thought you didn't say anything, so I didn't pay attention to him. As Ma Xiangja spoke, he raised his left hand. Do you want me to help wake him up now? Indu was speechless. No need. Let him be happy for a while. Besides, this way he won't run around. The old man lost in delusions no longer needed guarding. Indu picked up the candlestick on the table and beckoned to Ma Xiangja. Come help me flip this table. This old table was made of solid wood, not light in weight, but to Ma Xiangja, it was hardly anything. When the tabletop was flipped, Indu hurriedly brought the candlestick closer again. Unlike the previous side, this one wasn't painted or waxed, revealing the most original color of the wood, which appeared somewhat dull. Not only that, but there were many scratches on the tabletop. Deep and shallow, chaotic and disordered. Indu placed the candlestick back down and was about to inspect the scratches for any patterns when he suddenly saw black liquid oozing from those marks. He instinctively sat up straight, distancing himself from the table, and as he pulled away slightly, he noticed that the liquid flowing out was not only black but also included shades of lychee red, crimson, date red, and blush pink. The varying colors painted pictures on the table, and the more Indu looked, the colder he felt all over. He hurriedly stood up, wanting to distance himself from the table, but in the end, gritting his teeth, he sat back down. The only thing that could provide him with a sense of security now was the electric drill back in his hands. The merciless tool was the most trustworthy thing at the moment. The liquid on the tabletop continued to flow, as if an invisible hand was gathering them into the right place. So, Indu saw calm river water part to reveal numerous white bones. Within the closed house were vibrant lives trapped, and among the already motionless corpses, new lives could still be peeled away. He looked up in surprise at the person who spoke. No matter if the words of concern came from Ma Xiangja or Emily, he would not be surprised, but now, the one expressing concern was Xiangchang, who always kept her distance from him. Are you okay? Seeing Indu did not respond, Xiangchang repeated, Are you okay? Indu shook his head, I'm fine. Upon hearing this, Xiangchang said no more and quietly walked off to the side. But this brief interaction made Indu feel that Xiangchang's rejection of him had vanished. Indu did not know what standard Xiangchang used to judge whether a person was someone she needed to be wary of. All he was sure of was that his adventure today was far from over. The electric drill he had just put away was brought out again, and a flashlight that had not been used for a long time was also retrieved. As soon as Ma Xiangja saw Indu holding the electric drill, he immediately understood that Indu was about to take action again. Do you need my help? Ma Xiangja asked. Indu shook his head, raising his hand holding the flashlight to point at the room they had just opened. I just want to see what's inside that room. After a series of thrilling operations just now, the door to that room had been left wide open. From outside, a corner was illuminated by sunlight, but that was all. Hey, my brother, did Xiangchang come out from the morgue when you went into the room? Just before entering the room, Indu suddenly recalled this detail. It was Xiangchang's gaze that sparked his curiosity to explore this room. So after the room opened, did Xiangchang not move at all? When I went into the room, it was Emily who was outside, Ma Xiangja said. After hearing Ma Xiangja's words, Indu understood that unless he used a hint, it would be impossible to get an answer. After all, Emily, after taking over from Xiangchang, would not likely have the mind to pay attention to Xiangchang's actions. Indu stopped dwelling on it and turned on the flashlight to shine into the room.
The flashlight he had was powerful and had a wide range, proven true in the complex. It had also worked well in the morgue last night. But as he shone it into this room, the flashlight's light dimmed quite a bit, and the light quickly got blocked. In the areas where sunlight could not reach, it seemed something black was spreading. Indu's throat moved, cautiously moving forward. Just as he stepped a few paces and completely entered the room, the door behind him was suddenly slammed shut. Indu vaguely caught a sound of something rushing towards him. This room gave him a familiar feeling. But he didn't have time to think about where that feeling came from, nor could he turn back to check the situation. His hands acted more quickly than his brain, pressing the button on the electric drill directly. The hypnotic sound rang out, and the room gradually became bright under the flashlight's glow. This time, Indu finally succeeded in seeing the entire room clearly. But after seeing everything, he only felt a chill all over his body. A wave of helplessness made him want to leave this room immediately. Indu? Before Indu could calm himself down, he heard Ma Xiongxia's knocking on the door outside. The sound of knocking and shouting made Indu tremble slightly. Hearing Ma Xiongxia knocking more urgently, Indu understood that the door to this room must have been locked. Indu turned to open the door, but when he turned his head, he found that the door behind him had been completely sealed by black hair. Perhaps the door was not locked. The reason Ma Xiongxia could not open it was simply that the entire door was covered in black hair. Looking at those eerie black hairs, Indu dared not step forward recklessly. He could only try to respond loudly to Ma Xiongxia, "I'm fine, I'll be out in a bit." But his voice probably did not reach outside, as Ma Xiongxia's knocking did not stop. He got no response from it. It seemed he had to find a way to open the door first. Indu turned to look at the things inside the room. The room was filled with large and small skulls, covered in countless black hairs. On the ground, there were strange patterns made of red liquid, and in the middle, there was a large bundle of iron chains. Chapter 131 The Rules of the Room. Skulls, black hair, red patterns, gray-black walls. This room was completely a cult scene. And the skulls were one thing, but the distribution of hair was just too messy, tangled and scattered. If Indu wanted to walk towards the middle, he would inevitably touch the hair. Indu was very reluctant to move forward, but the electric drill had a time limit, and he knew he couldn't delay. Gritting his teeth, Indu crouched down and walked toward the center. His first target was that bundle of iron chains, which were almost as wide as his palm. Just lifting one end was not light. Indu initially thought there might be something hidden in the surrounded chains, but after moving them aside, he only saw the bright red liquid on the ground. However, after filling in this piece, the pattern on the ground began to form clearly in his mind. Not knowing what this pattern was for, Indu remembered it and turned to search for other places. As the electric drill neared the end of its tune, Indu's movements grew increasingly anxious. Before entering this room, he had already used more than 3 minutes of time on the electric drill. When this tune ended, only about 3 minutes of effective time would be left. Seeing this, Indu could only return to the door and try to remove the hair with physical means. But clearly, this hair was not ordinary. It couldn't be broken or cut, and it blocked the door like steel wire. Indeed, one should not hold on to lucky thoughts. Indu turned back to the iron chains. In the center of the room, even with skulls and hair as obstacles, he could still take in the entire layout of the room. As he scanned his surroundings, Indu finally spotted something unusual on the wall to the right of the door. When the flashlight shone on it, he faintly saw light red marks on the black wall. Finally discovering a clue, Indu hurriedly pushed aside the obstructive hair and moved forward. The upper part of the wall was blocked by black hair, but this hair only hung down about 10 centimeters from the ceiling, which didn't affect him much. He didn't pay much attention and directed the flashlight to the place where he just saw the marks. Under the strong white light, the light red marks became slightly clearer, and Indu finally discerned that this faint red mark spelled out the word rules in reverse. This wall had the rules of the room written on it. In other words, there was a way for him to leave the room. Indu shone the flashlight on it, word by word. But soon he realized this was completely not the way. Because apart from the 2 words rules, the other characters were too fine and too small, appearing incomplete in the flashlight's light, and the entire rules were written in reverse, making it even harder to recognize. After 30 seconds, Indu could only make out the 16 characters. Rule 1, absolutely do not open the door unless necessary, and helplessly shook his head. He had known this rule a day earlier than seeing it. He straightened up, pounded his somewhat stiff back, and then studied the lower wall again. The reason for the letters being written in reverse must have an absolute purpose. They couldn't really just be to torture their bodies with awkward positions of bending over and twisting their heads, right? And those faintly visible letters under the flashlight should have other ways to become clearer. Wait. Reversed letters, letters that can appear in the light, if that's the case. Indu moved forward, pressing down hard on the front and continuously testing. Finally, during one of the presses, he successfully heard a sharp grinding sound, and the wall tilted outward. He guessed right, this place was not a wall. It was a window that rotated around a central horizontal axis. After pushing the window open just a crack, sunlight successfully poured in. In an instant, Indu felt as if a gust of wind was behind him. As the window flipped outward, aided by the light, his gaze also successfully caught a glimpse of a new rule splitting in half to ensure one stays in a sunny place inside the room, otherwise.
Indu?
As Indu struggled to see the full rule, Ma Xiangzhe's voice suddenly popped out, startling Indu so much that he almost slammed the window down, hurting his ally. In fact, he had already let it down a little, but just stopped urgently when the window was about to tap Ma Xiangzhe on the head, which spared them a tragedy.
Brother Ma, don't stick your head under the window, get up and help me look at the rule, Indu said. At the position of Ma Xiangzhe's head, if Indu pushed the window close with force, it could completely break his neck. Chapter 132, The Invisible Rule.
Seeing Indu approach the door quickly shut. He hurriedly ran forward and shouted twice. Receiving no response, he anxiously tried to open the door, but no matter how hard he kicked and slammed, the door wouldn't budge an inch. He turned to see if there was a tool he could use to open the door, only to unexpectedly meet the terrified eyes of He Xiangqing. At that moment, He Xiangqing was curled up on the seat of the van, her hands unconsciously gripping the back of the seat. She appeared very scared, but her gaze was still fixed on the room.
Ma Xiangzhe quickly walked to the front of the van. Hey, do you know what's going on with the room? How do you open the door?
The sudden question startled He Xiangqing, who was already engulfed in panic. Her originally terrified gaze shifted to Ma Xiangzhe's face and then quickly turned away as she muttered, "Can't open it, can't get out, can't open it, can't get out." Seeing that He Xiangqing was completely unresponsive, Ma Xiangzhe could only rummage around in the van. Unfortunately, he found nothing. However, giving up was not his character. Ma Xiangzhe turned back to the door and continued kicking. After kicking for several minutes, Ma Xiangzhe felt a bit tired and paused to catch his breath again. But just as he stopped, he suddenly heard a sharp sound coming from the side of the house.
Ma Xiangzhe quickly turned his head.
He Xiangqing was still next to the car. That sound couldn't have come from her. He hurriedly ran toward the right side of the house. As he turned the corner, he saw a corner suddenly protruding from the originally even wall. When he got closer, he realized it was the window ledge that was sticking out.
Indu?
With the magic cover on him, he fearlessly stretched his head into the opening below to see Indu's situation. But before his eyes could adjust to the darkness inside, just as his ears caught a hint of the bustling yet reassuring sound, Indu's voice came from above.
Brother Ma, don't stick your head under the window, get up and help me look at the rule.
Hearing Indu's words, Ma Xiangzhe quickly pulled his head back from under the window. Even though he hadn't seen Indu yet, his unconditional trust made his gaze sweep across all the places he could see, but...
Rule? Where's the rule? On the window.
Ma Xiangzhe stood up straight and carefully looked at the window in front of him, but he saw no words at all.
What rule? I don't see anything. Isn't there anything on the window? Hearing Ma Xiangzhe's voice, Indu raised a puzzled tone. At this moment, the whole rotating window was almost about to flip completely. Just to ensure sunlight still entered the room, Indu had not let go of the window to let it close. According to his judgment, the rule was to be visible outside, under the sunlight. Indu flipped the window back, and when the window was horizontal, he could see a few lines of text closest to him through the sunlight. Due to the angle, the text in his vision had become compressed and unrecognizable. At this moment, Indu could see Ma Xiangzhe's head standing outside the window, and naturally, he also saw the aimless gaze of the other person sweep past the window. With little hope, he asked, "Can you see it?" Ma Xiangzhe shook his head, filled with confusion in his eyes. It seemed that in order to see the rules, other conditions had to be met. As Indu was thinking this, Ma Xiangzhe suddenly remembered something, and excitedly said to Indu, "Wait a moment, I will be right back." With that, Ma Xiangzhe left Indu's line of sight. Indu was not the type to sit still. Without knowing what Ma Xiangzhe was going to do, he compared the size of the window and checked if it could be taken down. The window, when rotated open, had only half its original size left, with a height of less than 20 centimeters. As an adult, he couldn't possibly flip out through here. Looking again at the window, it was clear that the window and frame were prefixed and then secured to the wall. To take the window out, he would have to dismantle the wall. After confirming these, Indu felt calmer. He looked back at the two rules he could clearly see and put away the electric drill in his hand. Black Room Rules. Rule 1, do not open the room door unless absolutely necessary.
Rule 2, if the room door is already open, be very cautious of people who have approached the room. Rule 3, never approach the room. If you unfortunately enter, make sure you are in a sunny spot inside, otherwise, you will be caught by.
Chapter 133 Black Room.
Indu had already thought it through. If Ma Xiangzhe really couldn't see the rules, he would use the standby doll to escape first. At that time, he would turn into a child and let the standby doll hand him out. By the way, he could also tie a rope to the standby doll, so when it turned back into a bear doll, he could pull it directly out, rather than risking going into the room again. Just as Indu was about to take out the standby doll to execute his plan, the just left Ma Xiangzhe returned. However, this time he did not come alone. Beside him was He Xiangqing, obviously filled with fear. It was clear that He Xiangqing had been forcefully dragged here.
What was going on?
Indu cast a puzzled glance at Ma Xiangja through the window.
I guess in order to see the rules of this room, certain conditions must be met.
I don't meet them, but she might, so I brought her to take a look. While saying this, Ma Xiangja pushed He Shangqing forward.
I haven't let you in, just let you read the rules. What are you afraid of?
As Ma Xiangja forced He Shangqing to look towards the window, Indu did not speak but quietly observed He Shangqing. To be honest, Indu did not understand her state at all. Clearly, when they came out of that old man's room, He Shangqing was in a perfectly normal state, and even her attitude towards him had softened slightly.
How had she become so scared now?
When He Shangqing was pushed by Ma Xiangja, her head, which had been lowered, involuntarily lifted, and she looked inside through the window. With the sunlight, she could see the skull hanging in midair, and the hair that seemed to wrap around her densely.
He Shangqing's eyes stared blankly for a few seconds before finally turning her gaze toward the observing Indu. You're alright, you haven't been. Haven't been what?
Indu looked puzzled at He Shangqing's moving lips. Unfortunately, he did not understand lip reading. Even if he did, he couldn't decipher Japanese lip reading. After a moment of mumbling, the fear in He Shangqing's eyes finally began to lessen. She slightly diverted her gaze and saw the faint red text appearing on the window.
Do you need me to read the rules out loud?
He Shangqing asked. Before receiving an answer, she continued, Rule 1, do not open the room door unless absolutely necessary. Rule 2, if the room door is already open, be very careful of the people who have approached the room.
Rule 3, never get close to the room.
If you unfortunately enter, make sure you stay in a sunny spot inside, otherwise, you will be caught by them. When he heard the third rule, a hint of curiosity appeared in Indu's eyes. He remembered very clearly that the two words in the third rule were blurred out. Rule 4, once a living being enters the room, darkness will gradually spread throughout the room. When the room becomes a black house, it will be completely sealed, and it will reopen after 24 hours.
Rule 5, the black house cannot accommodate any living being.
After reading the 5 rules, He Shangqing stopped. Indu saw her gaze still looking down but not speaking anymore and cautiously asked, Are the rules finished?
Finished.
He Shangqing's tone was calm and firm. Indu mentally reviewed the rules that He Shangqing had just read. Clearly, the 4th and 5th rules also did not specify how to open the door. The only thing certain is that before the darkness completely envelopes this room and turns it into a black house, he has a chance to escape.
However, what criteria determine this so-called consumption of darkness?
Indu looked at the sunlight that fell on his hand, or rather, could it be said that the so-called darkness refers to the dark after sunset? But if that is so, how could it be said that darkness spreads only after someone enters, and why is it said to reopen after 24 hours?
24 hours after sunset, it will still be the dark night without sunlight.
Indu turned his head and shined the flashlight into the room. The room still had those things, nothing had changed, skulls, black hair, red patterns, gray-black walls.
Wait a minute.
Indu suddenly thought of something and shone the flashlight toward the door. Although inevitably interrupted by the hair, he could still see the door wrapped in black hair. Even without specifically memorizing it, Indu could tell that the mass of black hair on the door had increased. Not just on the door, but when Indu looked back at the window, he found several strands of hair extending toward the window. Looking up, he discovered that the ceiling was already covered with hair, with strands of black hair hanging down from the walls around it. Indu did not see the hair moving or spreading, but each time he looked away and then back, he found the hair had increased. The black hair covered the gray-black walls at a very fast speed, trying to wrap the entire room. So, the hair is the spreading darkness.
And the only thing that can stop the spread of hair is...
Indu looked at the black hair that had stopped spreading near the window. Only sunlight can stop the spread of black hair.
Can sunlight only stop the spread of black hair, or can it also drive away the darkness? However, even if sunlight can dispel the black hair, how can he make the sunlight shine on the black hair on the door? Finding a mirror now is definitely too late. Moreover, even if he finds a mirror, does the sunlight reflected by the mirror have the same effect as direct sunlight?
Countless questions and possibilities flashed through Indu's mind, and he needed a lot of time to verify these possibilities.
But now... Indu, do you know how to get out? Ma Xiangja asked anxiously from outside the door. The sun is about to set. Indu looked outside.
The evening sunlight was gradually fading, and the light entering this room was also gradually decreasing. Once the sun sets, this window will be sealed, and the method of escaping with a dummy he originally thought of will also be useless. Perhaps he should not try to find other escape methods now, directly climbing out the window is the best solution. Indu no longer hesitated and took out the dummy.
After the dummy transformed into Indu's appearance,
Indu had also turned into the form of a child. Sister. This time, the substitute Indu had clear eyes, smiling as he picked up the child in front of him. Without words, as Indu's substitute, he understood clearly what Indu needed him to do at that moment.
I am a boy,
Indu said while winding the electric wire around his hand as he was handed over. The substitute Indu blinked without responding, reaching out to hand Indu to the waiting Ma Xiongzhe outside. Indu cooperated as he turned over the window, being carefully embraced by Ma Xiongzhe. Originally, Ma Xiongzhe intended to directly put Indu on the ground, but Indu stopped his movement, asking him to hold him up at the window. Even though the substitute doll replaced Indu's identity, it was still just a doll, not a living being. When the living creature in the room disappeared, the darkness would no longer spread. Indu shone the flashlight into the room and could see that large areas of black hair had faded. "Mr. Bear, go open the door and see if we can get out," Indu said to the substitute Indu in the room. After speaking, he looked at the rules on the window. There were a total of 5 rules, and apart from the 2 blurred words in Rule 1 recited by Hishang Chang, the others were identical. It seemed that Hishang Chang hadn't lied to him. But what was Hishang Chang looking at that time? Indu patted Ma Xiongzhe's hand that was holding him. "You can put me down now." Ma Xiongzhe carefully set him down, his eyes wide with wonder. "I'm just not used to seeing you like this." Indu stretched out his small hand, sighed. "I'm not used to it either." If it weren't for the fact that only a child could climb out of that window, he wouldn't want to act using a child's identity. Where is Hishang Chang? Indu looked around. Apart from him and Ma Xiongzhe, there were no other figures in sight. She left soon after finishing the rules. She should be back by the van. Chapter 134 Hidden Rules. After hearing Ma Xiongzhe's words, Indu stepped forward to run toward the place where Hishang Chang might be. Half a second later, Ma Xiongzhe overtook him. When Indu turned the corner and saw the van, he noticed 2 figures standing not far from the van. It was Ma Xiongzhe and Indu. At that moment, Indu belatedly turned to look at the room that had just trapped him. The door of the room had been reopened, and the last rays of the sun lingered at the doorway. If he were still in the room now, he would have been trapped. The speed at which the sun set exceeded Indu's imagination. Indu walked to his substitute and peeked toward the van. At this time, Hishang Chang had already returned to the van, the door still open, and she curled up in the seat, presenting a self-protective posture while also being ready to dart out at any moment. Indu tugged at the corner of the clothing of the person beside him. Without needing to say anything, the substitute Indu walked directly toward the van. Although he had only seen 5 rules, Indu felt that Hishang Chang must have seen other things. In the parking lot of the mirrored community, he had seen this situation where rules were not fully revealed. Moreover, just now, Ma Xiongzhe hadn't seen a single one of the rules in that room, indicating that there were conditions they didn't know to see the room's rules. Hishang Chang's level of integration into this copy exceeded theirs. She should be able to see more than he could. Hishang. Upon hearing the voice from inside the car, Hishang Chang's first reaction was her body unconsciously shaking. When she realized it was Indu's voice, she slowly turned her head. When she looked at Indu, her eyes still held some panic and confusion, but it was clear that these emotions were not caused by Indu. Hishang Chang opened her mouth several times, finally asking after a long while, "What's wrong? What were you looking at after you finished reciting the rules? Was there anything strange with that window?" Indu's face was calm, seemingly just asking a common question. "No, I didn't see anything. I was just thinking if there were any clues in those rules that could be used." Hishang Chang was clearly telling a lie. "Really?" Indu said with disbelief. "I think you should know, we are a team. If we want to get out of this copy, we shouldn't hide things from each other." Even though he himself was hiding quite a bit, it did not affect his calm demeanor as he said this. His action left even Indu stunned. Indu meant for him to go in and hint around, but unexpectedly, he went straight to the point, not hiding his intentions at all. "And in the end, was this a threat?" "Your substitute is better than you, quite direct," Ma Xiongzhe sincerely complimented. If Ma Xiongzhe were to name Indu's shortcomings, his tendency to beat around the bush instead of being direct would definitely be the biggest flaw. In terms of action, Indu was never indecisive, but when it came to people, he always thought too much. Clearly, what the substitute did was actually what Indu wanted to do the most. But when Indu himself took the stage, he would probably have to go in a big circle first before getting an answer that required analysis to understand. Indu opened his mouth, but could not find the words for a rebuttal. Because on the van, Hishang Chang truly answered the question of substitute Indu. "I did see other things. Those are other rules, different from the others, like someone dipping a finger in blood to write, crooked and messy. I think that might be fake, so I didn't say anything," Hishang Chang explained. As she spoke, Indu, standing beside Ma Xiongzhe, carefully observed her expression, catching her tone with every word. From Hishang Chang's tone and expression, it was easy to see that her later words were false. She did not believe those rules were fake, but chose to keep it hidden. Why was that? As thousands of thoughts flashed through Indu's mind, he heard the calm substitute, resembling him, say, "Whether it's true or false, we should judge together." "So, what is written up there?" Ma Xiongzhe gently patted Indu's shoulder and said sincerely, "I really like him more and more." Indu really wanted to ask, "Are these things that can be answered with a direct question?" But reality told him, Hishang Chang's mouth was indeed easy to pry open.
After a visible struggle, she finally spoke. Rule 6, please use your body to contain them. Chapter 135, Divergence. Rule 6, please use your body to contain them.
Xia Country's voice trembled, suppressing her fear, making her tone sharp.
Between 0 o'clock and 1 o'clock, stand before the door, the containment ritual will be initiated. Rule 7, after the containment ritual, this room will return to normal, and the dark room will no longer exist.
After Xia Country recited Rule 7, there was a silence in the room. After a few seconds, confirming there were no other rules, Indu was about to signal his substitute to say something to end this conversation when suddenly, he heard Emily's voice behind him.
What are you all gathered around for? Also, where did this child come from? Indu turned around, and at that moment, Emily, exuding a cold aura, looked at him curiously.
Not mentioning the substitute to Xia Country was purely because her mental state was unstable, and Indu was afraid he would have to spend time explaining after saying it. At that time, he was eager to know what other secrets were on the window. Now facing Emily, Indu directly revealed the existence of the substitute.
The substitute will be released in just over an hour, let him handle the following vigil for now.
The substitute was not a living person, but it seemed that the rules for the vigil did not require a living person, just because the vigil had a series of preconditions that required them to be able to complete those requirements.
The vigil should not be delayed, and after receiving the order, the substitute headed towards the morgue.
Emily looked at this substitute who looked exactly like Indu with some surprise. To be honest, if Indu hadn't spoken, she wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between this substitute and Indu. After the substitute walked away, Indu slowly began to talk about their earlier discovery. In the old man's room, the scene they saw, the rules of the dark house, and his guess about the way to clear the instance. That black sphere in the painting should be the product after containing the vengeful spirits in the dark house, and that black sphere will be the key to clearing the instance. Emily nodded in agreement with Indu's guess after hearing his words. But this is ultimately just a guess, just a possibility. Although your guess is very likely, do we really need to take the risk to create this method? No one can guarantee that containing that black sphere won't produce other dangers. When we entered the instance, it already gave a way to clear it. As long as the customer satisfaction is above 80, we can clear it, right? We have 4 more days, we can definitely continue to search for ways to achieve customer satisfaction. Hearing Emily's words, Indu fell silent for a moment. To ensure customer satisfaction is above 80, according to Indu's guess, it actually just requires them to meet the spirit guarding time required by the group. This guess came to Indu's mind when he realized that both sides they were opposing needed them to guard the spirits. Both sides needed them to guard the spirits, but the time required by each side was different. The customer needed a longer guarding time, while the other side needed a relatively shorter time. When the Day of the Dead arrived, if their guarding time met the customer's requirements, then the customer's satisfaction would be above 80. They could clear the instance. And to ensure the guarding time, it wasn't that difficult, they just needed to keep all team members alive and alert during these guarding days. However, using this method to clear the instance would render all Indu's previous adventures meaningless acts of self-destruction. Indu was not someone who loved self-destructive behavior. Everything he did was simply because he was never satisfied with clearing instances with the lowest score. There are still 4 days to find a way to achieve customer satisfaction. Indu whispered, repeating Emily's words. Then he raised his head, his eyes locking with Emily's. But how can you guarantee that when we find a method, we won't have already missed the conditions to achieve it? Although my proposed method is a bit dangerous, at least we already know how to achieve it. Standing next to Indu, Ma Xiangja sensed a feeling of being calculated against, and he instinctively crossed his arms. In an instant, he understood that Indu must already know how to make the customer satisfaction exceed 80. But to achieve his goal, Indu chose to hide it. In the end, Indu smiled and said, "Right?" Hearing Indu's final question, Ma Xiangja uncrossed his arms and agreed. Indeed, rather than searching without knowing if it has any meaning, trying everything we can now sounds better than an unknown future. It's better to have fate in our own hands. Even knowing that Indu was calculating him or even everyone, Ma Xiangja still stood on Indu's side. But after saying this, he couldn't help but pat Indu's shoulder with a sigh. So he said he preferred that substitute, someone who could speak directly. He really didn't want to think anymore. At this moment, Emily stood opposite the two, clearly not in agreement. She still felt that Indu's proposed method was too risky. Just hearing about that room made her feel creepy, let alone going to perform some containment ritual. Who could guarantee that the entity they contained wouldn't bring another kind of danger to them? Of course, there was one more crucial point, you all said. The rule says the body must be used to contain them. Who do you plan to use as the body? Chapter 136, You Can Use Mine. Emily's questioning tone immediately froze the air in the room. It was mainly Ma Xiangja who was caught off guard by the question. How should he respond? Whose body should be sacrificed to contain the entity? Of course, it should be Ruan Wenjun. But it's one thing to casually suggest such a sacrifice, and another to offer up a person as if they were a ritual offering.
He didn't mind doing so, but would the others accept it?
The others he was worried about didn't include Indu after all. It was Indu who insisted on attempting the containment. Ma Xiangja lowered his head and looked at the child beside him, signaling with his eyes. Indu seemed to sense the look and met Ma Xiangja's eyes. Ma Xiangja's eyes were large by Korean standards, but his face was so full of muscle that his eyes appeared smaller. At this moment, they were twitching strangely, which was unsettling.
Did your eyes spasm? Indu asked gently. Ma Xiangja took a deep breath, trying not to roll his eyes at his completely uncooperative brain.
At that moment, He Shangqing, who had been silently listening to their conversation in the car, spoke up.
If a body is needed to contain, you can use mine.
He Shangqing's voice was soft, almost like it was floating in the air, but in the still and empty space, it was so clear. Indu looked at her in surprise, impressed by her sudden boldness. However, He Shangqing's offer to use her own body for containment made Indu think of other things.
What nonsense are you talking about? Emily scolded. Using your own body to contain those things? It was terrifying to even think about.
Also, once someone becomes a vessel for containment, it was questionable whether they could still function normally. Facing Emily's scolding, He Shangqing wiped away her previous timidity. She lifted her head with determination.
I want to do something to change everything now. No, I must do something.
To change the situation now. He Shangqing spoke as she got out of the car, looking at the open door of the room, her fists clenched. In her eyes, there was still a trace of fear, but compared to the instinct to be afraid and avoid, there was clearly something else she wanted to do more. That obsession helped her overcome the fear. Indu sighed silently in his heart. It seemed that He Shangqing had been affected by this scenario far more than he had imagined. Before, he had only seen He Shangqing as overly emotional and constantly trying to avoid things, but at least her actions had been for self-preservation. But now, she was choosing to sacrifice herself to solve this puzzle. It seemed that, without realizing it, she had become one with the scenario, a participant in the game.
However, Indu had never considered sacrificing anyone among them for the containment.
He had always believed that in rule-based horror stories, there were no dead-end situations. Every scenario had its own correct solution, and if things went smoothly, no one would have to be sacrificed.
I say, can you guys stop thinking only about sacrificing one of us? We clearly have better options, don't we? Indu said.
Yeah, just let Wan Wenjun do it. As soon as Indu finished speaking, Ma Xiangja quickly added. Indu raised an eyebrow at the suggestion.
He wasn't planning to use Wan Wenjun's body.
Although he didn't like Wan Wenjun, had used him once, and probably caused some irreversible harm to him, compared to the uncontrollable Wan Wenjun, he had a better choice for the containment. A choice that didn't require sacrificing any of the five of them. Rule-based horror stories might tempt people to harm each other for progress, but it wasn't the only way to solve the problem. When necessary, Indu didn't mind using others, but if it wasn't necessary, talents were an important resource.
When did Indu get that stand-in doll?
I just thought he wouldn't come out. Luckily there was this stand-in here. I don't know when I got it, but this stand-in doll looks just like Mr. Bear in my brother's room. It is Mr. Bear, even Indu calls him that.
But I remember Indu didn't put Mr. Bear in the toolbox, right? Mr. Bear is not a tool either. Not just the stand-in doll, haven't you noticed that Indu's flashlight also didn't appear in the previous instance?
It's just that this flashlight isn't as eye-catching as the stand-in doll, so no one has paid attention.
Now that you mention it, could it be that there are bonus items for upgrading the talent? The notification for talent upgrade didn't mention anything like that.
Compared to a bonus from the talent upgrade, I suspect these items were obtained during the few days after Indu cleared the game.
Don't you find it strange?
Why is it that every time a talent clears, they don't broadcast the situation, like they are deliberately hiding something?
Exactly, and do you remember, Su Yongyan cleared the previous instance of Lost in just 2 days, but in the next instance, he got lost in less than 3 hours.
Right, Brother Su has cleared so many instances, I can't believe he would get lost in the instance so quickly.
Are you saying that when talents are not in the live broadcast, they are actually still in the rules of the creepy story? If they don't clear, they will be lost as soon as the broadcast starts? By your guess, these creepy rules don't even give a break, the talents would definitely be exhausted?
Stop discussing this, you all listen to what that woman from the establishment is saying.
What the heck? Using a body for containment? You're joking, right? The rules never joke with you. But, it can't be possible, right? With that skull and black hair in the room, if you really contained them, wouldn't the body explode? I think Emily is right, it's safer to clear the game using the satisfaction method.
But Indu isn't wrong either, they still don't know how to make the customers satisfied.
What if they unknowingly go against the customer's wishes before they realize it?
Hiss, I always thought this woman from the establishment was timid, but I didn't expect her to be this brave, willing to sacrifice herself for the team. As long as she goes up, I will support her as the new saint. Although sacrificing others isn't good, I think Ma Xiangje is right, just use Ruan Wenjuan. Anyway, it seems Ruan Wenjuan is already parasitized by some strange thing, so he is probably hopeless now, right?
Indeed, just let Ruan Wenjuan go. Chapter 137, Ready-Made Body.
I'm not talking about Ruan Wenjuan, Indu said as he turned to look at the morgue.
Everyone present followed his gaze to the morgue. Emily spoke as her eyes touched the cold iron door of the morgue. Are you saying?
Indu looked at Emily, just as he thought she understood his meaning and was about to nod. He heard Emily say an option he had never thought of.
We can use your stand-in?
Indu fell into a strange silence for a moment. If we say that, using the stand-in wouldn't be impossible either, although it feels a bit unfair to Mr. Bear. But thinking about it, it's probably not feasible. The stand-in only lasts for 2 hours. If we really use it for containment, when the stand-in turns back into an ordinary doll, we wouldn't know what will happen to those things contained within him.
That's too dangerous.
I'm not talking about a stand-in. Besides, the stand-in has an unstable usage time. Indu didn't keep them guessing anymore and directly revealed his thoughts. I'm talking about using the body inside the morgue.
The body inside the morgue? As soon as Indu's words fell, a trio of gasps followed.
Yes, Indu replied confidently, the rules only said that a body is needed for containment, it didn't say that the body had to be alive. Originally, I was thinking of using the body we fished out from the river on our first day for containment. The body had been soaking in the water for so long, it wasn't properly preserved, and its skin had started to peel off. I was afraid using it for containment might cause some accident.
But the body in the morgue is different.
It's been frozen there and is preserved quite well. But that's the body we need to keep vigil over, Emily said. Clearly, she was worried that disturbing the body would cause the ritual to fail. But Indu, who had already figured out the customer's attitude towards the body, wasn't as worried. He was about to share his analysis when someone else spoke first, someone he didn't expect. Yes, we can use the body from the morgue, He Shangqing said with a smile. This was the first time she had smiled since entering this instance. The smile was bright, as if something extraordinary had happened to her. Seeing her like this, Indu became even more certain about the idea of using the body for containment. Not to mention, He Shangqing was deeply affected by this instance and clearly sided with the customer. So her attitude, to some extent, reflected the customer's view on the matter. Using the body from the morgue for containment was something they were pleased to do. Neither the vigil rules nor the morgue rules say you can't take the body out during non-vigil hours, He Shangqing continued.
But the rules do say you can't enter the morgue during non-vigil hours. We can't take the body out, Emily pointed out. She was right. According to the vigil rule, the morgue is open from 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. As vigil keepers, they couldn't enter the morgue during non-open hours. According to morgue rule 2, they needed to ensure the body they were guarding was placed on the stainless steel table in the center of the morgue. With these two restrictions, no one could take the body out.
However, after hearing Emily's doubt, He Shangqing didn't back down. She quickly thought of a solution. My talent is resistance. Whatever the punishment is for entering after midnight, I can resist it for a while. I can go and move the body out. Seeing the usually timid He Shangqing so determined to ensure the containment ritual went on, Emily was stunned. Her eyes scanned He Shangqing up and down, then let out a helpless sigh, clearly resigning herself to it. Indu, listening to He Shangqing, had to reassess her. Although He Shangqing was influenced by the instance and became obsessed with containment, her cleverness in finding a loophole in the rules and figuring out a solution showed her intelligence. If she wasn't so easily swayed by the instance and had resistance as a talent, she could be a good partner. However, He Shangqing's approach overlooked one factor. You're right, we can't enter the morgue to take the body after midnight, but we don't need anyone to take the risk of violating the rules to do it. Indu's words made everyone turn to him again. Don't forget, the morgue has an administrator. He's not affected by the vigil rules. He had originally suggested the night watch because he was worried the old man would access the morgue while they were asleep. But it seemed no one else had remembered his concerns just now. This is a good idea. Let's do it. Tonight, we'll have the old man help us take the body out for the containment ritual. Ma Xiangje decided, slamming his hand down in approval. Chapter 138, Don't you want to get revenge? Ma Xiangje volunteered to play the role of threatening the old man. Actually, there was no need to threaten him. Because after the old man came out of the aftereffects of his hallucinations, he realized his cloth bag was missing. Indu didn't hesitate for a second, directly telling Ma Xiangje to use the cloth bag as leverage to get the old man to help them move the body from the morgue after midnight. Ma Xiangje stood in front of the old man, holding a cloth bag that was completely at odds with his image, looking as if he were a thug bullying a lonely elder. The old man clearly valued the cloth bag and felt some fear towards Ma Xiangje, but still did not agree to his terms. Old man, if you hesitate any longer, the deal will be cancelled. Ma Xiangje raised the cloth bag high and shook it. I won't make it hard for you. If you don't help me, I'll just throw this cloth bag into the river not far away, and then you can go fish it out. Past work experience told Ma Xiangja that negotiating conditions wouldn't get him what he wanted, so he naturally began to threaten. While Ma Xiangja was talking to the old man, Indu was watching the situation from the side. He could see that the old man was struggling. Logically, the bodies in the morgue had nothing to do with the old man. Why was he unwilling to trade a body for the cloth bag? Indu stepped forward and tugged at Ma Xiangja's clothes, making him stop shaking the hand with the bag. You don't want to move the body, do you? You can't move it? Seeing that the person talking had changed to Indu, and that Indu, though small, could restrain Ma Xiangja, the old man's fearful expression relaxed a bit. He nodded. As the administrator of the morgue, I can't harm the bodies sent into the morgue. After saying this, he cautiously glanced at Ma Xiangja, seemingly worried that his words might anger the other. Is it the administrator's rule? Can you show it to me? Indu asked. The old man shook his head. The rule was hanging at the door of the morgue, but it disappeared the day you guys came. I searched everywhere nearby and didn't find it. He emphasized as if worried the two wouldn't believe him. Hanging at the door of the morgue? Ma Xiangja repeated, then turned to look at Indu. Indu immediately thought of the sign that Ma Xiangja had taken down on the first day. But he clearly remembered that it only said morgue rules. Perhaps it was because of different identities that they could see different rules? Indu did not take out the sign he had put away. Instead, he continued to ask, do you remember what was written on the rules? There were 3 lines of text, but I can't read. The rules were told to me by my girl when I became the administrator here. The old man said, my girl told me that there were 2 rules for administrators. Rule 1, the morgue unconditionally accepts the bodies of villagers from Quan village, and only accepts bodies from Quan village. Rule 2, the morgue administrators must not harm the bodies sent into the morgue. Hearing this, Indu immediately laughed. If those are really the only 2 rules, then you don't need to worry about helping us take the bodies out of the morgue. After all, the rule says the administrator cannot harm the body. It doesn't say you can't take the body out of the morgue, right? You take the body out and hand it over to us. After that, any harm to the body is completely our business. It has nothing to do with you. Actually, this was somewhat of a sophistry because once a body leaves the low-temperature environment, it will start to decay. So moving the body out of the morgue was indeed a form of harm. However, Indu was indeed trying to deceive the old man, naturally picking words that favored him. But clearly, the old man was not as foolish as he thought, and even brought up another possibility that doing so might violate the rules. No, if I move the body from the morgue to you and you harm it, then I would also be an accomplice. The old man shook his head repeatedly. Saying this, he emphasized again, I would become an accomplice. I can't be an accomplice anymore. Can't be an accomplice anymore? Indu immediately caught the key point in the old man's words. Had the old man harmed someone when he was an accomplice? Indu instinctively looked at Ma Xiangja's cloth bag. Then he unhesitatingly tempted, but this time you are not being an accomplice. Don't you want revenge? Revenge. The old man's face turned pale, then his eyes widened. This is the first time someone has infused the concept of revenge into his mind. But who to take revenge on? Aren't those people already dead? He had seen them enter the morgue one by one, and then vanish one by one. Chapter 139, Night of the Spirits, Prelude. Revenge? They are all dead. What revenge can there be? The old man said with a confused expression. Yet, Indu did not agree with him. Who says you can't take revenge if someone is dead? Moreover, in the world of strange tales, living people are not really alive, and dead people are not really dead. I guess you must have come to this morgue with a heavy heart after her death, right? Indu guided him. The old man's family member was a girl still in school. As he thought, he could never have come to guard the morgue while she was still alive. Besides, Indu remembered clearly the contents of the illusion in the room. The old man was obviously living off farming. And the diary on the table proved that he was at home while the girl was alive. That's right. The old man nodded, then faced a moment of confusion. You should realize this now. Just now you said the rules of the morgue were recited to you by her, Indu said. She is dead, but she is still by your side. So what do you think the other dead people are like now? Will they come to find her? No. Suddenly, the old man erupted, scaring the unguarded Ma Xiangja. Indu was quite used to the old man's jumpy behavior. After all, he was stoking the old man's emotions. This old man had been immersed in illusions for years. His spirit was very fragile. Without their arrival, one day he would lose the ability to tell reality from illusion. You are alive and suffering, they are dead but might not be suffering. So, do you really not want revenge? Don't you want them to get the punishment they deserve? Indu continued to fan the flames. Yes, of course. The old man's eyes turned red. Then help us move the corpses out of the morgue tonight. Indu turned to the already open room. Let those wrongfully and tragically dead souls join in this revenge. If I move the corpses out tonight, can I punish them?
You just have to believe me.
As Indu spoke, he reached out and pulled Ma Xiangja's clothing again. Give him back the bag.
Ma Xiangja did not move.
So, Indu looked up in confusion. He saw Ma Xiangja staring at him intently.
Brother Ma? Oh, what's wrong?
Ma Xiangja said in a daze. But this time, before he could react, the old man had jumped up and taken the cloth bag from his hand. He wants you to return my girl to me. After getting the bag, the old man hugged the items tightly and walked back to his management room. Seeing the old man had agreed to his plan, Indu did not pay him any more attention. In fact, he wasn't afraid of the old man running away. The reason for using the old man to move the corpses was simply that he didn't want to sacrifice any of them. Even if someone among them had the ability to offset the danger, in his eyes, being able to avoid using talent was the safest bet. After all, it was best to use limited talents to ensure survival. But even if the old man wanted to run and not help, what He Shangqing had just suggested could still work. Even if He Shangqing couldn't do it, he could wait until Mr. Bear's cooldown was over and let Mr. Bear go move the bodies. At most, it would be waiting a day or two longer. There were always ways. Now, he just had to wait for night to arrive.
So, you've been staring at me since just now. Is there something unusual about me?
Trying hard to ignore Ma Xiangja's gaze, Indu finally could not help but speak.
Ma Xiangja ignored Indu's question and said rather sentimentally, I finally understand why you always like to speak in circles. Question mark.
This time it was Indu's turn to look at Ma Xiangja.
The more you twist and turn, the more you can wrap people in. This old man. I'm afraid you've been fooled. Indu. What I said is all the truth. Let's not talk about that now. Prepare for tonight's operation. If I'm not mistaken, after the ceremony ends tonight, we should be ready to leave here. Don't we need to keep vigil? Ma Xiangja asked in confusion. The body has been offered, we shouldn't need to keep vigil anymore.
He Shangchang, who had been quietly observing, stepped forward, her face filled with joy.
It seems she can't wait to end it all.
Chapter 140, Soul Returning Night, Containment in Progress.
The time waiting for the night's containment ceremony felt strangely long.
Perhaps even with decisions that were extremely certain at the time of planning an action, the waiting process inevitably gave rise to many worries. And these worries stretched their sense of time. Even Ma Xiangja, during the time he wasn't to keep vigil, couldn't help but start pacing back and forth at the door of the morgue. Meanwhile, several corresponding countries outside also seemed to catch the same mood as them. At 11 o'clock at night, the meeting that began after Indu and the others made their decision still hadn't ended.
Xia Country sat at the head, watching Indu calmly moving the bodies in the morgue, and couldn't help but repeat that question again, is there any information that can help us from our gifted ones?
The people sitting below exchanged glances and then shook their heads in tacit understanding. The largest exploration range in other live streams was just buying incense in the village, and even that learned from Indu and the others. Many people haven't even talked to the morgue administrator. The information we've collected mostly comes from Indu's live stream.
The guesses we can make are similar to Indu's.
Seeing everyone silent, the leader of the analysis group had to withstand the pressure and repeat the current situation.
What could he say? Should he say that what they analyzed was even less than what Indu had?
After all, this mission was more bizarre than previous ones. From the other gifted ones, it seemed that many aspects of this mission could even influence their emotions, and empathizing with the mission should help understand it. However, Indu, who explored the most places, had always shown only two expressions, making it impossible to tell what emotions he had received. Currently, the only useful information is that after receiving prompts from their respective countries, Amiri and the gifted ones from Chariot Country put forth a guess. They believe customer satisfaction is likely related to the vigil time.
As long as we ensure the vigil time, we can safely clear this mission. Upon hearing this, Xia Country finally moved.
But before he could speak, the analysis group leader continued according to the procedure. This point has already been sent to their gifted ones from Gali.
Right, we just discussed this topic. Xia Country sat back down, so? Ma Xiangja received the prompt, but hasn't said anything to anyone until now. Should we?
We suspect that both Indu and Ma Xiangja have already figured this out, but in order to get others to agree to tonight's containment plan, they purposely kept it hidden. Xia Country couldn't help but glance at the time. After another repetitive discussion, only 5 minutes had passed. The remaining 50 minutes still felt hard to endure. The conference room became quiet again as everyone continued to await their fate's judgment. Time passed second by second. When Indu walked out of the morgue, Ma Xiangja hurriedly ran inside. This was the last half hour. Emily sat in the van, her hands clasped in front of her as if in prayer.
Kawashima Chang, who usually appeared abnormal, had surprisingly bright eyes.
Tonight's main force, the old man, was sitting in front of the management room door, holding a cloth bag, mumbling to himself. Indu took all this in, then looked up at the sky. The stars in the sky are so many and so beautiful. Yes, when you... In an instant, a tear slid down from Indu's eye.
Ding ling ling.
The sharp sound broke the silence. New viewers flooded into the live streams from 4 countries. Ma Xiongja walked out of the morgue, standing at the door, his gaze fixed on the old man still sitting on the ground. Knowing the time had come, the old man gently touched the cloth bag in his hands, then walked solemnly to Indu and handed the bag over. She used to say she wanted to see the ocean, wanted to paint the ocean, can you take her to see it? Indu did not take the bag right away, he was silent for a moment before extending his hand and replying, I will do my best. The old man placed the bag in Indu's hand, then resolutely walked toward the morgue. He did not know what the punishment for disturbing a corpse would be, but he could guess that he would not have a good ending. Perhaps, this was his punishment. As he walked into the morgue, he smiled in relief. Having kept vigil at the morgue all this time, he had actually lost quite a bit of weight, but a farmer is never short on strength. Soon, the old man moved out a corpse that no one had seen before from the morgue. This should be Zhao Laosan's true appearance, but Indu and the others did not care. Ma Xiongja immediately took the corpse after the old man exited the morgue and moved it in front of the door. It was not difficult to position the already frozen corpse upright in the doorway with the help of 1 or 2 wooden sticks. After Indu and Ma Xiongja worked together to set the corpse up, they quickly retreated to a distance, fearing being accidentally harmed. Next, it was waiting. The rules only stated, between midnight and 1 o'clock, standing at the door will activate the containment ritual, but did not say how long the ritual would take. For now, they could only rely on their naked eyes to discern the situation. If nothing was revealed, they would have to wait until 1 o'clock to go forward and examine the corpse closely. Fortunately, this bizarre rule did not disappoint them. Soon, the previously shrunken corpse began to swell. The change in the corpse finally rekindled terror in Yishang Cheng's eyes, but this fear could not suppress the excitement in her gaze. Emily, who initially planned to get out of the car to keep warm with her, noticed her expression and opted to stay in the car, switching her position to the driver's seat while keeping the doors open. Indu and Ma Xiongja both took 2 steps back with their arms crossed. Seeing that Indu and he were on the same level, Ma Xiongja tugged at Indu and tilted his head back towards himself. Indu understood his meaning and silently stepped back behind him. The corpse swelled larger and larger, until it exceeded the size of a sumo wrestler and still showed no signs of stopping. At this point, calling it a corpse was no longer accurate, it was clearly a ball of flesh. Moreover, the previously lifeless ball of flesh was now crazily moving. No, it should not be said that the ball of flesh was moving, many things inside the ball were wriggling and continuously striking against the wall of the ball. A bit disgusting. Ma Xiongja, who had been silent, finally couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Indu silently moved a couple of steps to let Ma Xiongja firmly shield him. After all, the ball of flesh in front looked as if it might burst at any moment. The swelling of the ball of flesh did not cease for a long time, and when it was just about to block the door to the lounge, someone suddenly stepped out from inside the door. At this moment, everyone else's attention was focused on the ball of flesh and did not notice him. But Indu instantly caught his strange smiling face. Chapter 141, Night of the Soul, Containment Ritual Complete. What does this guy want to do? Indu furrowed his brows. He was not afraid of this guy causing trouble. After all, this is the world of bizarre rules. Unless there are rules to stop the containment, no one can prevent it. However, Indu is very suspicious if such rules even exist. Ruan Wenjun smiled at Indu before suddenly twisting his limbs and head on the spot. From his movements, it seemed he was doing a warm-up exercise. But this warm-up looked a bit too extreme for a regular person. Because he once again arched his head back at 180 degrees. This time, Ma Xiongja and the others finally witnessed this classic scene from a horror movie along with Indu. Ma Xiongja turned to Indu in shock and asked, is this guy possessed? Twisting his head like that, could he die? I guess he has been gone for a while, Indu calmly replied. When the door opened, the person who came out was no longer Ruan Wenjun. As for whether Ruan Wenjun was still salvageable, that was still up for debate. Are you saying? Ma Xiongja immediately recalled Indu's strange question from the afternoon, it seems you have already enjoyed this artistic performance. Indu nodded. But why is he coming out now? Won't he mess up our plan? Ma Xiongja asked worriedly. I don't know, but the containment ritual cannot stop. So, let's keep watching. As Indu spoke, his gaze turned to the side where Yishangqing was. At this moment, Yishangqing was still fixated on that large meatball, his eyes filled with emotions that Indu couldn't understand. He didn't even notice Ruan Wenjun's appearance. After a series of abstract warm-up moves, Ruan Wenjun lunged forward and hugged the gigantic meatball. His force was substantial, and the meatball was pushed into a dent. Immediately after, he was bounced back, his body twisted as he fell to the ground. This comical scene finally caught Yishangqing's attention, but soon enough, his gaze returned to the meatball. At that moment, Indu finally realized what kind of look Yishangqing had when he looked at the meatball. It was the gaze of a pilgrim, steadfast and sincere, moving toward the sacred land in his heart. While Indu was focused on Yishangqing, Ruan Wenjun had repeated the lunging action 2 or 3 times. Each time, his body became more twisted, but each time, he would collide with maximum strength. His originally distorted smiling face had changed. After each impact, his somewhat deformed face showed pain and fear, yet when he got up again, he would revert to a smile and passionately launch himself into the meatball's embrace. Noticing this scene, Indu realized that Wan Wenjun's own consciousness was actually still inside his body.
7 times. 8 times.
Indu heard Ma Xiangzhe counting softly. He also watched as Wan Wenjun's flesh gradually transformed into another smaller meatball with each repeated collision. This scene was extremely twisted, bloody, and terrifying, yet there were 2 people present who were transfixed by it. Yes, only 2 people. Emily need not be mentioned. After witnessing the first clash, she had already turned her head, her gaze fixed straight ahead at the empty front of the van. And Ma Xiangzhe had unknowingly closed his eyes, counting out loud, relying on the sounds of the impacts to keep track. To be honest, any mentally normal person would find it impossible to watch such a scene with indifference.
Indu took deep breaths, pulling away excessive complex emotions to analyze Wan Wenjun's purpose.
But it seemed there was no need for too much analysis. It was clear that Wan Wenjun was indeed a member of the Black Room, meaning he should also be part of the containment. Indu had thought of this the moment he saw Wan Wenjun crash for the first time. However, at this moment, overwhelmed by a visual shock and emotional overload, he could only churn over this one question in his mind.
If there is no problem, how to solve the problem?
Suddenly, Indu heard the sound of approaching footsteps. He turned his head warily. On the river, Chang'e was walking towards him. Seeing that Indu finally turned to look at him, Chang'e asked, "What can we do to help her?"
Help him? Help who? Is it Wan Wenjun?
Indu's mind processed this, then looked at the van. Use the car to ram into it, the impact should be greater. Hearing this, Chang'e's eyes lit up but quickly dimmed again. But I can't drive.
Actually, I have a better method.
With his eyes still closed, Ma Xiangzhe suddenly turned his head and spoke.
What?
Indu and Chang, he asked in unison. It has begun. This corpse is really brittle, can it be used?
We will find out if we keep watching. The corpse seems to be changing? It seems to be a little?
It has swollen, and the speed is getting faster. The head is buried in the body, how disgusting. Luckily it's not the gifted person who is going on stage.
I can't watch anymore, I bid you all farewell. This meatball is almost as tall as the house, how is it still not over? But it seems the speed has slowed down? Wait, that guy. He doesn't want to break %Yuan. Damn, what a ruthless person. What ruthless person?
It's clear that this guy has already been replaced by the strange entity.
No way, I can't watch anymore, I'm leaving. Actually, we can block the screen and just listen to the gifted person talk. Isn't the direction of this conversation also off? Indeed, what are they doing now? Sizzle. Bang. Sizzle. Bang.
Ma Xiangzhe sat in the van, driving frantically in circles. Every time he turned a corner, he heard a sound. But as long as the sound continued, he had to grip the steering wheel, gritting his teeth while constantly stepping on the gas and the brake. Finally, after an unknown number of times, he no longer heard the familiar sound.
Ma Xiangzhe trembled as he stopped the car. Chapter 142. The sun has risen.
After getting out of the car with shaky legs, Ma Xiangzhe immediately turned to look at the back of the car. The rope that they had tied was still hanging there, but the object at the other end had disappeared. Seeing this, he swallowed hard, preparing himself psychologically before turning to look at the huge meatball. However, the disgusting scene he had imagined did not appear. At this moment, the meatball had stopped moving, and the outside had somehow been stained black, gradually resembling the black ball in the picture. This appearance was much better than before. Brother Ma, we succeeded, you can drive the car over here. Indu, who had been hiding to the side during the execution of the plan, waved his hand. After saying that, he began to jog towards the meatball.
His goal was not the meatball but the room behind it. By rule, once containment is finished, the black room will disappear.
This is one of the signs to confirm if containment has been completed.
Indu bypassed the giant meatball and shone his flashlight inside the room.
The flashlight's beam illuminated the entire room without obstruction, an empty room with yellowed walls.
It looked like containment was successful.
Indu brought this news back to others.
Containment is over, but there's no clearance notice. What should we do next? Emily asked bluntly.
The body that needed to be vigilantly watched had already been pulled out and transformed into the giant black ball in front of them, so the vigil task was considered a premature failure. They had not completed the most basic task, making it nearly impossible to gain the customer's satisfaction.
Next, we wait for dawn.
Indu said, directly taking the passenger seat. Emily still had doubts about Indu's judgment, but now that they had come this far, they could only keep going. She turned to pull Chang'e, who was still staring at the black ball, into the back seat of the car. Once everyone was in the car, Indu looked at Chung-hee, who still had a dazed expression, through the rearview mirror. A few minutes later, he finally spoke. Instead of worrying about others, you might as well keep a closer eye on her.
What do you mean? Emily frowned.
Indu met Emily's eyes in the mirror, and his gaze revealed some rare fatigue. Let me give you a piece of advice. The most dangerous thing in the world of rule-based supernatural tales is there was never a murderous intent exposed on the surface. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Emily and closed his eyes to rest. Emily picked up her phone to check the time, and without realizing it, it was already 3 o'clock. During the day, she had been keeping vigil, and at night she had to endure the containment ceremony, so she was indeed a bit tired now. But thinking of Indu's words earlier, she could not find peace to rest. Before entering the world of the rule weird talk, she often paid attention to it, so she naturally knew that not everyone who disappeared from the live broadcast was due to death. Emily turned her head, her gaze towards Kawashita Saika revealing very complicated emotions. Finally the hand resting on Kawashita Saika's wrist tightened firmly. Because she was mentally tense, she couldn't fall asleep. Since she couldn't sleep, she simply kept her eyes open to watch the black sphere. It was the first time she had stared at this sphere for such a long time, and she could barely face the process of its formation. However, it was already night, and the car's headlights had dimmed. She could only make out the outline of the black sphere by the moonlight. As Emily stared, she gradually felt a trace of fatigue and instinctively grasped Kawashita Saika's hand, closing her eyes facing the black sphere. After Emily fell asleep, Kawashita Saika, who had not moved, finally shifted slightly. She carefully yet firmly pried open Emily's fingers. Indu, sitting in the passenger seat, caught that slight movement, opened his eyes, and his gaze was unfocused on the front of the van as he softly said, "We have done everything we can. Now we just need to wait until daytime to end this instance." Hearing his words, Kawashita Saika didn't lift her head but silently withdrew the hand that Emily had been holding. Then, she looked reverently at the black sphere. "It's meaningless, struggling in a world of constant pain. It's better to find a peaceful place to spend the rest of my life. Here, I will be sheltered by it and will no longer drift." At this moment, although the sun had not yet risen, the sky was already slightly bright. Indu shook his hands to fasten his seatbelt. When the first ray of light shone on the ground, Kawashita Saika unhesitatingly opened the car door and got out. The noise from her opening the door startled the other two awake.
"What's going on?"
Ma Xiangja, who was originally slumped over the steering wheel, jerked up against the seat back. Emily opened her eyes in confusion, and after several seconds, she finally realized that one person was missing beside her. This discovery instantly woke her up, and she turned to look at Kawashita Saika, who was walking further away after getting out of the car.
"Saika, where are you going?" Kawashita Saika did not answer, merely continuing to walk forward.
Emily gritted her teeth, just as she was about to get out of the car, but she heard Ma Xiangja exclaim again.
"What's going on with that sphere?"
This exclamation made her temporarily shift her attention back to the black sphere. At that moment, the black sphere, which should have stayed on the ground, slowly began to rise into the sky, and as it gained altitude, its position gradually overlapped with the newly revealed sun. From their perspective, the black sphere seemed to replace the sun, white light bursting out from around the black sphere illuminating the world.
"What's happening now?"
Ma Xiangja stared in shock at the black sphere, reaching out to poke Indu, who was in the passenger seat, and asked. After several seconds with no answer, he turned his head in confusion. In that turn, he finally noticed something unusual about Indu. At this moment, Indu was gripping his seatbelt tightly, his eyes open but unfocused.
What happened to him? Emily also noticed Indu's condition, her face showing disbelief. "I don't know either."
Ma Xiangja shook his head and then reached to press the seatbelt buckle. "All I know is, we can't let him leave like that, just like Kawashita Saika." Hearing Ma Xiangja mention Kawashita Saika, Emily finally reacted and looked in the direction Kawashita Saika had gone. But at that moment, there was already no sign of Kawashita Saika on the road. Where did she go? That direction, the direction she went. She must have gone to Spring Village. Ma Xiangja remarked as he looked back towards the black sphere. Spring Village? Emily deflated instantly upon hearing this. Last night, Indu had already reminded her to keep an eye on He Shangcheng, but she still failed to do so. However, He Shangcheng had just walked away. He shouldn't arrive at Spring Village so quickly. We should be able to catch up with her if we drive now.
No way.
Ma Xiangja rejected without hesitation. You should look at that black sphere in the sky first.
After Ma Xiangja's reminder, Emily lifted her gaze toward the sky again.
The next scene took her breath away. The once normal sphere was now sprouting countless tentacles reaching towards Spring Village. No, upon closer inspection, these weren't tentacles, because each tentacle had a head at its end.
What on earth is this thing? Countless resentments, a conglomerate of resentments.
Indu panted and said, those are all the souls that have died in Spring Village over the years. As he spoke, his hand reached for the seatbelt buckle, but instead pressed on Ma Xiangja's hand. Ma Xiangja turned to meet Indu's vacant eyes. Hold on a little longer, or you might as well take out that electric drill and play with it.
Electric drill?
It was as if the keyword had triggered something. Indu's tangled mind barely reacted. His fingers that rested on Ma Xiangja's hand clicked a few times, then his other hand, which was still gripping the seatbelt, flipped, and the electric drill appeared in his palm. It was useless. Reason told Indu that his current situation was not simply a pollution issue. Aside from the pollution, he was feeling influenced by an unknown presence, giving him a sense of belonging to this place, even feeling at ease. When he chose not to resist but tried to discern where this emotion came from, he inevitably began to sink into it. In other words, his attempt to explore the influencing factors behind assimilation almost led him to disaster. Indu released the grip on Ma Xiangja's hand and put away the electric drill he just got. At this moment, his eyes regained clarity, and he looked towards the black sphere in the sky. Now the tentacles extending from the black sphere were rapidly sweeping up various items to grow itself. In a moment, he suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled out 2 items from his toolbox. Clean hand bones washed by river water and a large stack of documents found in the village. Without hesitation, Indu directly threw these items out the window and watched as they were lifted into the sky by a gust of wind. It seemed this action reminded the black sphere of this place's existence. Suddenly several tentacles curled towards their direction and, in Emily's terrified gaze, ripped off the roof of the morgue. The immense wind force made the entire van shake, occasionally causing the heads of the tentacles to sway in front of the van as if trying to lift it up with them. Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, Ma Xiangja quickly started the vehicle to move away from the morgue. As he reversed, the walls of the morgue were torn open, exposing a makeshift operating room and an 8-person room to everyone.
That is? Emily opened her mouth, unsure of what to say for a moment.
At a glance, this was clearly an illegal workshop, but with the limited information she had at hand, she had never touched the core secrets of this instance, making it impossible for her to guess what it was for. Ma Xiangja didn't have much information either, but since he had mingled in the underbelly before, he could somewhat frame a sector based on what he knew.
However, he did not intend to guess the secrets of this instance unless absolutely necessary.
At this moment, the most important thing for him was to drive and avoid the flying debris caused by the chaotic wind.
Wait, where's that old man?
As he watched the car gradually distance itself from the morgue and the waiting room, Indu asked, somewhat belatedly.
Ma Xiangja shook his head.
Once the ceremony began, all his attention was captivated by the ever-expanding meatball, and after enduring a series of chaotic events, the old man's presence had long been cast aside in his mind. After he handed us the body, he went into his little room and hasn't come out since, Emily said. She had been paying attention to the old man's situation, mainly to see what kind of punishment people would get for breaking the rules in the world of bizarre tales. Unfortunately, after that old man handed the body to Ma Xiangja, he went straight back to his room. Since entering that room required passing by the meatball's location, she had never dared to go check. However, this question had become less important to her. She was now more concerned about another matter.
Instead of focusing on that old man, shouldn't we try to see if we can bring Cheng back?
Indu shook his head. It's meaningless. Even if you catch up to her, you can't take her out of this scenario. Getting out of the car has always been just a symbol. Once she decided to stay here, no one can take her away. Unlike the bewildered yet struggling state he had just been in, Shangcheng had already accepted this place as her home.
Clearing the game might not even be a good thing for her. Indu looked up at the black sphere in the sky again.
At least, as she said, here she could be sheltered. As the things it devoured grew, the black sphere also expanded, and gradually, the white light surrounding it spread inward. While Indu was observing its changes, someone suddenly knocked on the glass window beside him. He turned to look. Outside the car stood a woman whose face bore a strange overlapping sensation, as if possessed. She looked somewhat familiar.
Who is she? Emily's voice trembled from behind. Ma Xiangja frowned, gripping the steering wheel, ready to flee.
But Indu stopped his movements and rolled down the window before the shocked gazes of the two. He had already recognized who stood before him when he saw her bulging belly. He also recalled something he had forgotten. A contract was in place with Zhang Yun, Zhao Xiaofeng, and himself. But according to his assumption, once the black sphere was formed, he should have cleared the game. If that were the case, he shouldn't be able to stay here to fulfill the contract. Moreover, judging by the state of the black sphere, Zhao Xiaolei's body had probably been swallowed long ago. And according to the terms of the bizarre contract, the guaranteeing party could hold the breaching party accountable. As soon as the window opened, Indu pulled out the bizarre contract he had forgotten in the toolbox and tossed it to Zhang Yun outside the car. Zhao Xiaolei's body is by the river, if it hasn't been taken by the black sphere. Although he hadn't fulfilled the contract, Indu wasn't afraid. The contract was due 7 days later. By then, he would have long left this scenario. Zhang Yun threw the bizarre contract back through the window. I know her body has already been taken away by them. That's not why I came.
I want to ask you if you're interested in staying.
Using Zhang Yun's body, Zhao Xiaofeng asked with a smile.
Ah?
Indu was taken aback, not expecting their visit to have such intentions, and he froze without replying. However, Ma Xiangjia reacted quickly, leaning forward to roll up the window. He isn't staying. What a pity. Zhao Xiaofang didn't insist, then I can only wish you good luck. After saying this, she waved her hand and turned to leave. Once her figure was a distance away, a strange voice suddenly entered Indu's ears. To be honest, I still think you should stay. Places like this, steady and secure, are hard to find. Having initially looked away, Indu turned back to gaze at the direction Zhao Xiaofang had left, but what he saw was not Zhang Yun's back, but Zhang Yun and He Shangqing standing together, waving goodbye to him. At the same time, the voice announcing the rules of the strange tale began to sound. Congratulations to the talents of Xia Country, Gaoli, and Kangaroo Nation for successfully clearing the strange tale, Night of Resurrection. Successfully cleared plus 20 points. Clearance reward, the country can choose any city to eliminate the strange tale, and the talent level of the talents will be raised. The talent of Xia Country received the blessing of Zhao Xiaofang, a resident of the Night of Resurrection subcopy, increasing pollution resistance by 5%, currently pollution resistance is 10%. The talent of Ribben, He Shangqing, was lost in the strange tale, Night of Resurrection. As soon as he heard the announcement, Indu turned in surprise to look at the increasingly blurred Ma Xiangjia. Is there such an announcement every time you clear it? Unfortunately, at that moment, Ma Xiangjia seemed to be unable to hear his words. When the announcement ended, the scene in front of Indu changed, and he found himself taken to a narrow space. This looked like an elevator, and it was the kind with doors at both the front and back. At this time, two signs hung on the doors. In front was a sign with green glowing letters, Lounge. Behind was a sign with red glowing letters, Spring Village. Just as Indu wondered what he was supposed to do, both doors suddenly opened simultaneously, startling him. Please leave the selection room within 5 minutes. If you do not leave by yourself within 5 minutes, you will be randomly sent to the strange tale world. Hearing the announcement, Indu no longer hesitated and stepped toward a white light. Chapter 144, A Glimpse. This was Indu's first encounter with a situation where he could choose whether to enter a subcopy. Or perhaps there had been such situations before, but they were never shown in the live broadcast? Indu was very curious about what it meant to be able to choose a subcopy, but right now he had more important things to do. So without much hesitation, he directly entered the lounge. This room was somewhat different from the last one. Originally, there was only a window, but a door appeared in the corner. Indu, who was originally about to walk towards the table, instantly changed direction and walked to the door to try to open it. However, when the door opened, there was only a wall outside. It seemed that it was time to verify his guess. Indu returned to the table, picked up the only ornament on it. Previously, when watching the live broadcast, he had noticed that two talents with no intersection behaved extremely skillfully, and at that time, he suspected that while not being live, the talents could communicate with each other during breaks. However, during the live challenge, this aspect seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally concealed. At least in the broadcasts he had seen, no talent ever mentioned this matter. Indu adjusted the number on the ornament to 417, which was the number he had poked on Ma Xiangjia's hand while in the van. When he placed the ornament back on the table, an unnamed wind closed the door he had just opened. Indu was taken aback by this sudden event and hurriedly went to the door to open it. This time, outside was no longer a wall. From his position, he could see a black and gold corridor handrail. The light outside was much dimmer than inside the room, and visibility was very limited. When Indu stepped out of the room, he discovered he was on the second floor. Below was a hall with a round table in the middle. At this time, a familiar figure was sitting beside the table. Brother Ma. Indu greeted and began to walk down the stairs. Seeing him approach, Ma Xiangjia immediately said, "You gave this room number, why are you coming so slowly?" As soon as this was said, Indu understood that Ma Xiangjia had previously used this method to contact others outside of the subcopy. Indeed, this method of contact was not a secret. I didn't return to the lounge immediately after clearing, so it took a bit of time. What happened? Ma Xiangjia finally perked up and looked at Indu. After clearing the level, I entered a place that looked very much like an elevator room. The world of strange rules made me make a choice, to return to the lounge or to enter the Spring Village instance. Indu pulled out a chair and sat down. Once seated, he noticed a round ball in the center of the round table, its surface featuring 5 hollowed-out pieces. Spring Village instance? Isn't it the new instance that was mentioned in the reward announcement when we cleared the level? Ma Xiangjia asked. Indu nodded, it should be. No wonder, apart from this time, no one has ever opened a new instance before, so not seeing this situation is normal. Let's not talk about that for now. Do you know what this is? Indu stood up and touched the round ball. This thing has been placed here just like the ornament on the table, it must have some purpose. This is used to assemble a puzzle, Ma Xiangjia said, suddenly pulling out a broken red piece and pressing it into the gap on the ball. As one gap was filled, the round ball spun quickly for a few rounds, and a line of text appeared above. Old Customs World 1 out of 5.
This means that as long as we gather the 5 small pieces on the round ball, we can unlock this old customs world?
Indu squinted as he guessed while looking at the text appearing on the ball.
Theoretically, yes.
And I guess that as long as we clear this open instance world, we can leave the world of strange rules, Ma Xiongja replied. The reason for this guess was purely that it seemed the world of strange rules must have some significance in creating this situation. And he, most importantly, wanted to return to the real world. Every second in the world of strange rules, he hoped for this. Generally speaking, as long as the score exceeds 50 when clearing, some puzzle pieces will appear in my hands upon entering the lounge, Ma Xiongja explained. But I can't take the puzzle pieces into the next instance, so no matter how I clear the instance, I can't gather the puzzle pieces. Hearing this, Indu furrowed his brow. You mean, only those with the toolbox talent can collect puzzle pieces, but those with a toolbox won't get any puzzle pieces? Exactly, only the toolbox talent can possibly gather puzzle pieces. However, you might not have not received any pieces, you might have received them but just not realized it, Ma Xiongja said. After hearing Ma Xiongja say this, Indu hurriedly took out his toolbox. The toolbox is a relatively conceptual talent. To take out something, one must have a clear concept of it in their mind. So if there were indeed puzzle pieces directly placed into the toolbox and he didn't know, then it would be perfectly normal that he couldn't take them out. Trying this, he indeed successfully pulled out 3 puzzle pieces. 3? Have you cleared 3 instances already? Ma Xiongja asked in surprise. As far as he knew, Indu's first instance was clearly 6-person family. And Night of Return was his second instance, so he shouldn't have 3 puzzle pieces. Indu looked at the puzzle pieces in his hand, carefully recalling his earlier experiences. By the way, do you know the mirror world? He hadn't thought much about it before, but now recalling, 6-person family and mirror world, although related, were fundamentally not the same instance according to the settings. Ma Xiongja shook his head in confusion.
I didn't hear any announcement when I cleared the instance before. When I just heard the reward announcement, I wanted to ask you, but at that time, you couldn't hear me. Since he hadn't mentioned it, it was entirely because there were too many questions that he had temporarily forgotten about the announcement issue. Because there was no announcement, I once thought I had only cleared 1 instance. But now it seems that after successfully clearing the first instance, I was tricked into directly entering the second instance. When thinking he had cleared only to find it was a false joy. Normal people would feel disappointment and a sense of fatigue. Let alone. Moreover, the purpose of the new dungeon is to make me completely lose myself in the world of the rules and strange tales, which is why it deliberately created a world that is very similar to my real world. After hearing Indu's description, Ma Xiongja also reacted. This might be a level specifically designed for toolbox talent holders. I remember that before I entered the world of rules and strange tales, there was a talent holder with a toolbox talent. Wasn't he the one who got lost on the first day the second dungeon opened? Ma Xiongja asked uncertainly. Indu shook his head helplessly. I only remember that he got lost in the second dungeon. As for which day it opened, I didn't pay attention. He started to notice losing oneself because the country's previous talent holder had gotten lost in the dungeon. But just shortly after noticing it, he was selected into the dungeon and had no conditions to investigate the situation of the previous talent holders who had lost themselves in the dungeon. Forget it, talking about this now won't give us any answers. At least there's one good piece of news, you have brought back 3 puzzle pieces. We just need to clear the dungeon once more to unlock this orb. Ma Xiongja said optimistically. Unfortunately, Indu had to shatter his fantasy. These puzzle pieces have colors, and I think different colors may represent different worlds. While saying this, Indu placed the 3 puzzle pieces he held on the table. 2 blue, 1 red, each with different shapes. Ma Xiongja, not believing in evil, picked up one of the blue puzzle pieces and pressed it onto the orb. But there was not a single gap on the orb that could fit this puzzle piece. What a letdown. Ma Xiongja threw down the puzzle piece in his hand and picked up another red puzzle piece to try again. However, this time he still failed. What's going on? Ma Xiongja frowned. Indu didn't find it surprising. He stepped forward and took off the red puzzle piece from the orb, placing it in Ma Xiongja's hand. The 2 red puzzle pieces in Ma Xiongja's hand looked exactly the same. These 2 red puzzle pieces are both rewards for clearing Night of the Dead, but... You mean, the same dungeon will only reward the same puzzle piece? Exactly. Indu said as he pressed the blue puzzle piece he had onto the orb. Moreover, we cannot guarantee what color puzzle pieces each dungeon will give, so gathering 5 puzzle pieces is far from simple. Hearing this, Ma Xiongja seemed to deflate, leaning back against the chair. I hope I can last until that day. Indu also sat back down, his gaze fixed on the writing on the orb. Instead of worrying about when they could gather the puzzle pieces, he was more curious about why the rules and strange tales would have this kind of setup similar to a game level. According to Ma Xiongja's guess, as long as they cleared the open world dungeon, they could return to reality. But the real world was still suffering from the invasion of rules and strange tales. If they couldn't end the invasion, what would be the point of going back?
He always felt that Ma Xiongja was wrong. The rewards for clearing these dungeon worlds were definitely not to let them return to the real world. But Dean Du did not express his suspicions. After all, people must have hoped to keep moving forward.
Chapter 1 Extra, On the River, 1.
Kawagami Cho had not yet opened his eyes when he heard a strange voice ringing in his ears. Participant Kawagami Cho, welcome to the Rules and Strange Tales, Night of the Dead.
Minimum clear condition, customer satisfaction must be above 80. Note, this dungeon is a multiplayer dungeon.
Detecting that this participant is entering the world of Rules and Strange Tales for the first time, activating participant talent.
Participant talent activation successful. Participant Kawagami Cho's talent is resistance. This talent has been recorded. The talent holder will have resistance to pollution and strange attacks. Resistance shows as a red line on the wrist.
Finally, remember, in the world of rule creepypastas, everything follows the rules correctly in most cases. Follow the rules to survive.
Rule creepypasta?
Hekawa Chika's head, still fuzzy from last night's hangover, immediately cleared up. She knew about Rule Creepypasta. She had watched 1 or 2 live streams, but that was back when Rule Creepypasta had just begun. At that time, people fell into panic due to the sudden changes. The wealthy were watching the situation, too distracted to indulge in entertainment, which gave her time to rest. After people figured out the logic of Rule Creepypasta, society resumed functioning. At least, it appeared that way on the surface. And she began to struggle again to make a living. She never thought she would be chosen for Rule Creepypasta or had no time to think about it. Living every day in a world of bright lights and wine, her mind half drowned in alcohol and...
Are you okay?
Hekawa Chika wanted to escape, but the voice beside her forced her to confront the current situation.
Who was the person next to her?
Right, the voice just said this was a multiplayer instance. Maybe the person beside her was her teammate. Hekawa Chika gritted her teeth, opened her eyes through the fear, and saw a charming, mature woman beside her.
The woman's gentle expression and a hint of concern somehow made her feel at ease.
I am fine, Hekawa Chika replied, her voice trembling. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a vibration from her chest.
It was her phone. Hekawa Chika fumbled to take out her phone.
At that moment, the phone's screen displayed a message. August 18th, 11 o'clock reminder: other information except for public group info must not be shared. This message undoubtedly meant that she could not trust her teammates. Hekawa Chika quickly pressed a few buttons on her phone to delete the message, then nervously raised her head to observe her surroundings. Quickly familiarizing herself with the environment and reading people's expressions was almost ingrained in her soul. In just a few seconds, she had formed a rough judgment on the few people who might be her teammates. As for the environment, there was not much to say about this empty room. However, there were strange aspects to this room. For example, there were no windows, and the light came from lamps on the walls, but there was no switch in the room. For instance, there were obvious traces on the floor from objects that had been placed there, but now they had disappeared. Hekawa Chika lowered her eyes, thinking about what to do next, when a voice came from across the room. It was in Korean. 7 Days of Resurrection Night, this should be the group mentioned in the tips.
You all better check the information inside immediately. It was the gangster uncle speaking from across the room. After receiving the reminder, Hekawa Chika quickly opened her phone.
She skimmed through the information and was about to scroll up to note the rules when a cacophony of voices erupted.
This is the guardian rule of the mortuary, it must be. You suit this so well. Run quickly.
These voices had very strange tones, yet they seemed to echo around her ears. Hekawa Chika nervously raised her head to look around. The others were still looking at their phones and had not spoken. Right, it seemed that in Rule Creepypasta, such situations could occur. It was pollution, yes. Hekawa Chika quickly looked at her hand. She had a circle of red lines on her left wrist that she did not know when it appeared. At this moment, this red line had a gap of about 1 millimeter in the middle. Indeed, it was pollution. Hekawa Chika breathed a sigh of relief, just as she was preparing to continue checking the rules on her phone. The increasingly chaotic voices rang in her ears.
You shouldn't have come here. It's okay, it will pass. So painful, so painful. So cold, save me. As these voices grew louder, a surge of fear and despair welled up. Finally, Hekawa Chika could not hold back any longer. She screamed and covered her ears. Who is talking? Stop talking. She pleaded softly. This is just mental pollution. Currently, it doesn't seem serious, so there's no need to be too nervous. In the world of the Rule horror story, this situation is quite common. Across from her, the gangster uncle spoke again. When he started speaking, all the noisy sounds vanished. You should have seen the live stream. Last round, when the players looked at the family photo, they also got contaminated. The woman beside her gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. It seemed that as long as someone spoke up, those sounds would not attack again. Sure enough, when everyone looked back at their phones, the sounds returned.
Kawashita Haruka shivered, turned off her phone, and then checked the status of the red line on her wrist. Strangely, the gap in the red line had not grown larger.
This meant that all those sounds just now only caused a one-time contamination effect? While Kawashita Haruka was pondering, someone in the room began discussing the rules. She carefully listened, gathering the clues she hadn't noted down. When she heard someone suggest going outside to collect information, Kawashita Haruka hesitated. Although her skill could save her life, she was very worried that the previous situation would happen again.
I'll go with you. Before she could gather her determination, she heard the woman beside her speak. Seeing this, she quickly stood up. I want to go too. For now, only her female teammate could give her some peace of mind. Once she made up her mind, she held onto the woman next to her tightly, ignoring the conflicts happening among the other teammates behind them. Anyway, she would never use her phone casually. However, soon she began to regret choosing to go out. Not because of fear, but because of the bone-chilling cold wind that rushed in after opening the door. Clearly, in the lounge, she hadn't felt how cold it was. Why did it seem like she had entered winter once the door opened? Yet she was only wearing a thin performance outfit. The few people walking in front turned back to glance at her, probably noticing her outfit, but no one suggested she return to the lounge. However, that very sharp boy suddenly reminded her, if you really want to go back to the lounge, I won't stop you, but remember, don't play with your phone.
Huh? What was going on? Did the other party experience the same situation when using their phone?
Kawashita Haruka wanted to ask, but remembering the prompt on her phone and considering the number of people around, she ultimately didn't voice her question, only saying, okay. Once back in the lounge, Kawashita Haruka immediately felt a gaze she was extremely familiar with and thoroughly hated. It was the person who hadn't left the lounge.
Chapter 2 Extras Kawashita, 2. Kawashita Haruka didn't pay much attention to the other person and directly sat back on the long bench to rest. She wasn't afraid of the other party attacking her. After all, every action in the Rule horror story was broadcasted live. Now, what was most important to her was to take a moment to rest. Trying to block out the gazes that occasionally fell on her, Kawashita Haruka closed her eyes for a small nap. She didn't know how long had passed when the lounge door was opened again, and Kawashita Haruka hurriedly opened her eyes to look. Unfortunately, it was that sharp boy who returned. Fortunately, not long after, everyone came back.
After some analysis of the clues, they went outside to search for a body again. Kawashita Haruka had prepared herself to be frozen as soon as she stepped outside, but to her surprise, this time she didn't feel cold. The temperature around had seemingly returned to normal. After finding the body, or rather, preparing the items required by the rules, the group introduced themselves and discussed the arrangements for the vigil. Though it was called a discussion, it was essentially dominated by the boy named Indu. However, he was indeed a gifted individual with experience in passing levels, and from what Emily said, he seemed quite capable, so listening to him shouldn't be problematic, right? As for the conflicts in between, better not to mention them. She also didn't know why she was emotionally controlled by anger during that time. Generally speaking, she avoided men like Ruan Wenjun. Perhaps, as Indu said, the lounge had problems that could affect a person's emotions, just like that phone, which could easily bring back her fears. While Ruan Wenjun was in the morgue for the vigil, Indu and Ma Xiangja went to the village to buy incense, and He Shangqing could sense that Emily, who had been comforting her all along, was actually afraid. After all, being alone in a space with a corpse during the vigil made fear unavoidable. But all she could do was hold on to the other person's hand tightly. However, soon they had no time to be scared. As soon as Indu returned, he found them new tasks to do. When there was something to do, there was no time to think wildly. During the day, everything was relatively normal, and the only thing that made her uneasy was the alert sent by the country. The strange can disguise itself as a gifted person. Firks. This sentence was cut off halfway, and she didn't know what came next. But this sentence ultimately affected her. Even though she told herself countless times not to suspect anyone without evidence, she still inevitably remained wary of everyone except Emily. But when it was time for her last vigil, an unexpected event occurred. Not long after she had completed all the preliminary work step by step, the lights in the morgue suddenly turned green, and the entire space darkened several shades instantly. The change in brightness made it difficult for He Shangqing to see the environment inside the morgue. But she vaguely sensed that the corpse lying on the table seemed to sit up. He Shangqing was instantly scared silly, her mind blank. It was only after a few seconds that she remembered that there seemed to be a solution to this in the rules. Successfully recalling the rules, He Shangqing forced down her fear and stared straight at the corpse. As it sat up, the white cloth on the corpse slipped down, revealing a face almost identical to hers. The reason it was said to be almost identical was that the corpse's face was paler and thinner, making the difference clear at first glance. But staring at the corpse didn't make it stay still. On the contrary, He Shangqing watched helplessly as the corpse's head suddenly turned to her and then opened its eyes. Why? Wasn't she breaking this rule? He Shangqing trembled on her legs, trying hard to recall the solution, but the more nervous she got, the less she could remember that long list of rules. At that moment, the corpse moved again, stepping towards Xia, who couldn't move her legs. When the corpse was finally right in front of her, she suddenly felt darkness engulf her, and she passed out. She didn't know how long she had fainted. When she woke up, she was no longer in the morgue but sitting on a bench. But this was not the lounge. No, or perhaps it should be said that this was not the lounge she had been in before. This lounge had an extra white table, which was covered with papers. As Xia was about to step forward, a man suddenly walked into the room and looked at her with the gaze of a merchant, then coldly asked, "Are you 30131? What is 30,131? Xia was still confused, but her body uncontrollably answered, "Yes." The other party frowned in dissatisfaction after hearing her answer. She had seen this expression many times. It was nothing more than dissatisfaction with her as a product. But what was going on? Wasn't this the world of rule horrors? Why? I remember the person I wanted, wasn't you? But I have experience. Before Xia could figure it out, she heard another conversation. In a daze, the scene before her changed back to the morgue, where an unfamiliar corpse was now face to face with her. Ah! Xia couldn't help but scream and fell backward to the ground. But just after falling, she immediately reacted to the current situation. She had to throw the corpse out. Xia disregarded her pain and hurriedly pulled the corpse toward the back door. After throwing out the bodies, she uneasily checked the morgue again and found several more bodies. After clearing the bodies, it was almost time to switch shifts. When she walked out of the morgue, whether from mental relaxation or the sudden temperature change, Kawashita felt a bit lightheaded. At this moment, she just wanted to rest immediately. Emily clearly noticed that her face was not right and stepped forward to care. But for some reason, when Emily got closer, she felt uncomfortable and did not want anyone near her. After saying a couple of perfunctory words, following what Indu said, Kawashita got into the passenger seat of the van. But she didn't expect that as soon as she closed her eyes, she returned to the break room. Facing this situation for the second time, Kawashita was much calmer than last time. She didn't hesitate and quickly went to the white table to check what was above. When she saw the contents on the table, she frowned. It was a person's medical examination report and a stack of private photos. Even though her identity was not glorious, it was rare to be treated like this. 30131, is there any problem? Suddenly, a voice sounded from beside her. Kawashita was startled by the sudden appearance of the person at the table. Another man, older than the one last time, seemed more familiar with her. Moreover, Kawashita felt a fear that she did not sense last time. She was very afraid of the other party. Chapter 3 Extra Kawashita, 3. 30131, is there any problem? No, there isn't. If not, then go wait over at the operating room, the man said. As soon as he finished speaking, Kawashita realized she had changed places. She suddenly found herself on an operating table, with intense pain in her lower body and stomach. This time it went smoothly too. You can go back and come again in 3 months. Kawashita made a move to get off the bed, but before she could really get off, her vision went dark and she returned to lying down. This time, she felt as if her body was bound by something, and her eyes were also covered. She wanted to open her eyes, wanted to move, but found she couldn't control her body at all, only hearing a conversation. Let's keep 4 for observation. 4 is still a bit too dangerous, and not good for development. Let's keep 2 or 3. It's fine, as long as the nutrition is sufficient, keeping 4 is okay. And after a month or 2, we can reduce it by 2 more. She didn't know who was speaking and couldn't even feel what they were doing, but the feeling of being at their mercy was not good. Her heart was increasingly panicked, and when she felt something piercing her stomach, her entire soul trembled. But soon, she was free again. She found herself sitting in a courtyard next to a person, a gentle-looking girl. This time, although she felt unwell, there was no feeling of fear. This was someone she trusted. It's been 5 months, just hold on for a few more months and it will be over, Xiaofang. The girl held her hand, her eyes full of affection. Kawashita replied. But as she responded, a sense of panic rose in her heart. She reached over to touch her stomach, and at that moment, Kawashita realized she was sporting a large belly, looking like she was about to give birth. She was pregnant? Moreover, although she had never been pregnant, she knew this belly was not 5 months along. What's wrong with your stomach? Are you uncomfortable? The girl noticed her movement, carefully held her hand, and looked at her belly with concern. No, I just want time to pass quickly, to end quickly, Kawashita said. As soon as she finished speaking, she was instantly back in the operating room. This time, she was still lying on the bed, not restrained, and upon opening her eyes, she saw glaring lights, and beside her was a man's serious voice. What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to keep 2? Why are there 3? It should have been a death by medicine. No, it must be taken out, otherwise, it will affect the development of the other 2. What to take out? Before He Shangqing could react, a man wearing a mask came towards her with a scalpel. She wanted to close her eyes but couldn't control herself, only able to watch as the man cut open her belly. Pain instantly surged, causing her to tremble, amplifying her fear. But her body remained still, passively enduring all the pain. As the pain intensified, the scene before her grew blurrier. Just when she felt numb, a red filter suddenly stained her vision. Not good, there's bleeding. Quick, stop it, find a way, hurry. The pain seemed to hit her again. He Shangqing wanted to struggle, wanted to escape, but could do nothing. Moreover, her consciousness was gradually devoured by pain and fear, sinking into boundless despair. After an unknown amount of time, the pain hadn't lessened, but her mind seemed to clear a bit. She opened her eyes and found herself trapped in a bed again, which had a slight slope, allowing her to vaguely see her protruding belly and her hand hooked to and fore. At this moment, her condition was unprecedentedly good, without pain, and her thoughts were much clearer. Was this okay now? But when would this illusion end? She was really reaching her limit. Just as He Shangqing was thinking this, a sharp sound rang out, beep, beep, beep. Then came hurried footsteps. He Shangqing turned her head towards the sound and saw several men enter. They rushed towards the beeping instrument in the bed where He Shangqing lay. She can't hold on. It's okay, it's already 8 months, just take it out, don't worry about her. Hurry, prepare the scalpel. After a flurry of confusion, the masked man with the scalpel appeared again, and there was more than one of them. Get away, don't. Don't come closer. Get away, everyone. No. No. He Shangqing suddenly sat up, her body twitching twice. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the van. Through the rearview mirror, she saw Emily. Before she could feel at ease, she noticed there was a man beside Emily. The feeling of pain suddenly surged up, and He Shangqing shrank forward. It's okay, Chang, it was just a nightmare. Emily softly comforted her. That wasn't a dream, it was definitely not a dream. He Shangqing fixed her eyes on Emily and said, it has its eyes on me, it won't let me go. She must have violated the rules of the morgue, but they had already left, so why hadn't this nightmare ended? What should I do? What should I do? He Shangqing painfully grabbed Emily. The pain and fear had not left her just because the nightmare had ended. She felt like someone trapped in a swamp, struggling only to sink deeper. Quiet. Just as He Shangqing fell back into her emotions, Emily suddenly pressed her hand on the back of her neck, covering her eyes. For some reason, He Shangqing inexplicably felt at ease. Beside Emily, it seemed she didn't have to be so fearful. In this sense of peace, she felt her spirit gradually drifting away. But unlike in the nightmare, this time it was a sense of relaxation. A night without dreams, she opened her eyes again because sunlight shone into them. The sun had risen. He Shangqing leaned against the back of her chair, her gaze looking through the window towards the morgue. When her sight landed on the 2 rooms next to the morgue, her body involuntarily shook. That should be the operating room. He Shangqing withdrew her gaze and opened the car door to get out. Although the final dream had been cut off, she was very clear that she had died inside. To be cut open without anesthesia. Thinking of this, a surge of hatred rushed up in her heart. She wanted revenge. She had to take revenge on these people, making sure they never found peace. Chang. A familiar voice interrupted He Shangqing's rising emotions. Emily, are you awake? He Shangqing smiled as she greeted Emily. Are you all right? Did you have any nightmares last night? No, I slept very well last night. I'm sorry for scaring you, I must have had nightmares because I was too tense yesterday, He Shangqing said, pretending to be relaxed. It's good that you didn't have nightmares. After tricking Emily, He Shangqing raised her hand. At this moment, the red thread in her hand had turned into a semicircle, and the area under her palm was clean again. Last night, she was deeply caught in her emotions, and for a moment, she forgot her own gift. With resistance, even if she violated rules last night, both fatal damage and pollution could be blocked. So why did she still have such nightmares? He Shangqing looked confused at the morgue. Could it be that she was really targeted by something? By the way, Chang, I have another question to ask you. Emily pulled He Shangqing, who was about to sink into her emotions, to the side. What is it? Can you tell me what your nightmare was about last night? Emily asked. Seeing that He Shangqing hesitated, Emily continued, I don't mean anything bad, I just think dreams might reflect some things you haven't noticed, but your subconscious remembered them, which turned into dreams. Listening to Emily's words, He Shangqing felt an urge to immediately share her experiences. But soon this impulse was suppressed. She looked up to meet Emily's gentle yet serious gaze, realizing that she couldn't just brush it off. After some thought, she said, yesterday afternoon my country sent me a reminder, and it was that reminder that made me uneasy. After chatting with He Shangqing, Emily kept an eye on the time, ready to waking do. He Shangqing remained silent by the side, no longer looking at the morgue, afraid that she would be influenced again by that strange emotion. However, she ultimately couldn't escape the fate of being influenced by emotions. Because when Indu returned from the spring village, she felt a strong malice surrounding him, igniting her hatred. If yesterday afternoon she was on guard because of the reminder from her country, and in the evening she felt fear because of that nightmare, now, she genuinely wanted to eliminate the person in front of her. Why, could he have been replaced by those guys? Trapped in her thoughts, she hardly listened to what Indu and Emily were saying until she heard them mention the lounge. Her attention was drawn in. Right, everything began yesterday in the lounge. Xiangcheng turned her gaze towards the lounge, and the feelings brought up by last night's dream surged again, and she involuntarily said, "The lounge gives me a very bad feeling." "What kind of feeling?" Emily asked. Hearing Emily's voice, Xiangcheng instinctively replied, "Nervous? Fearful? Confused? Or reluctant?" "No, none of those." "What is it?" "What is it?" "It's hatred." "Cheng, don't think about it, let's not think about these things." Emily seemed to sense the hatred surging within her and suddenly hugged her tightly. Xiangcheng hugged Emily back, pushing down those negative emotions in this embrace. But such relaxation didn't last long. When Indu came out of the lounge, he wanted her to also take a trip to the lounge. To be honest, she felt very conflicted. She really wanted to go into the lounge and take a look, but there was a voice in her heart telling her, once she went in, there would be no turning back. In the end, the instinct prevailed, and Xiangcheng hid behind Emily. I won't go." Xiangcheng forced herself to suppress the thought of entering the lounge, but when Indu, Emily, and Ma Xiongzhou all went into the lounge, she kept wavering. She looked at Emily, who had already entered the lounge, and asked, "Emily, what clues did you find in the lounge?" "Chang." "Emily, I only trust you here," Xiangcheng said seriously. Under her insistence, Emily shared what she had seen and heard in the lounge. Xiangcheng immediately realized that it was a plot even earlier than her dream last night. Upon hearing this story, when Indu and Ma Xiongzhou walked out of the lounge together, Xiangcheng couldn't help but observe the expressions of others. How much did they know? Not seeing any clues from Indu and Ma Xiongzhou's expressions, her gaze turned back to the lounge. But just that glance made her feel as if she had auditory hallucinations. A voice constantly echoed in her ears. What voice? What voice? Xiangcheng stood up and moved closer to the voice. "Chang? What are you doing?" Xiangcheng lowered her head blankly to look at her wrist, which was being painfully gripped. "It hurts." Xiangcheng suddenly remembered the scene of being tied to the bed last night, as if her whole body started to ache at that moment. At this time, the vague voice that had been in her ear finally became clear. "Quickly go to the lounge, hurry. Hurry. Otherwise, it would be too late." Xiangcheng stepped into the lounge. As soon as her eyes went dark and she opened them again, she found herself running toward the lounge. As soon as she entered the lounge, she saw a body covered with a white cloth lying on the floor. She felt her whole body tremble, her hands tensed and twitched. Just as she was about to lift the white cloth, a man walked in. "Who are you? What are you doing?" The man grabbed her wrist without a word and pulled her away from the body. Xiangcheng wanted to resist, but the difference in strength was too great, and in the end, she was pushed down to the ground, her head hitting the wall, and her consciousness began to blur. At that moment, another man's voice came, "The vehicle has arrived, hurry and take the body to throw into the river, don't let it stink here." Xiangcheng struggled to open her eyes, watching the two men lift the body covered with the white cloth. Finally, she only saw one hand sticking out from under the white cloth, a red string on that hand. Xiangcheng opened her mouth, silently calling out, Feng. Then, she lost all consciousness, and when she woke up, she was already by the river. The river where they discovered Zhao Xiaolei's body. Before Xiangcheng could react, her body jumped and fell directly into the river. The spot near the shore was not deep, but at this moment, without any thoughts of survival, she sank down without resistance. But at that moment, something lightly lifted her up. Xiangcheng turned her head, and a pale face emerged from behind her. That lifeless face should have frightened Xiangcheng, but for some reason, she felt joy. Feng. "Sister, I'll take you back to the shore," the ghost supporting Xiangcheng from behind said softly. Xiangcheng shook her head. Feng, I already know everything, you don't have to hide it from me anymore. Even if I survive now, I will only become a tool for them to make money. Sooner or later, I will also be thrown into this river. It's better to let everything in now. Before, I read a sentence in my textbook, saying the river is our mother that nurtures us. Compared to living in that terrible village, it's better to plunge directly into the arms of this great river. Xiangcheng shed tears, and a wave of despair surged inside her. Sister, it won't be like that. Starting from today, everything will change. As soon as the ghost supporting her body finished speaking, Xiangcheng saw countless heads emerging from the river. Most were infant-like, and a few were girls like Feng. And those infants were all blackened, looking extremely terrifying. This made He Shangqing feel very fearful. Clearly, at this moment, the character she portrayed was also very terrified of all this.
Sister, don't be afraid.
They are all sisters who have been suppressed here. With their help, we can break free from their control. He Shangqing felt as if she was about to speak, but before she could move, the girl who had been supporting her changed her expression and instantly pushed her onto the shore.
Hello, I am Zhao Xiaofang, the girl said, returning to her normal appearance and greeting her with a smile.
He Shangqing was taken aback for a moment, and it took her a while to realize that she had already escaped from that uncontrollable body. After calming down for a moment, she said, I am He Shangqing. I know you were with me last night, Zhao Xiaofang said as she stepped forward to embrace her.
I'm sorry you had to go through such an unpleasant experience.
He Shangqing fell silent, her eyes inevitably turning a bit red.
So, the story she saw last night, did it really happen to this girl? Don't feel sad for me.
At least after I die, I gained the power to resist. Zhao Xiaofang saw her emotions and comforted her with a smile. However, her smile only lasted a few seconds before she said faintly, but, as more and more people die, they also start to have the power to fight back against us. To buy some time, we decided to use external power.
Actually, these 7 days of vigil is to use your anger to suppress them.
If everything goes well, they will be controlled by us again, at least for the next few years. They won't be able to stir up trouble.
But if we fail, your anger will also become their nourishment, helping them break through our blockade faster.
He Shangqing was not foolish. She immediately heard that Zhao Xiaofang was not satisfied with the method of the vigil, and Zhao Xiaofang had other plans. What she experienced yesterday was just a preparation for this moment.
But why her?
Zhao Xiaofang seemed to see her question from her expression. She gently took He Shangqing's hand and traced her thumb over her wrist.
The cleaner a person is, the more truths they can see.
He Shangqing looked at Zhao Xiaofang's face and recalled the resentful spirits that almost filled the river.
Taking a deep breath, she asked, what do you need me to do? Our people outnumber them, but most have been suppressed.
It's the room next to the lounge.
The solution to all this must be in that room.
When she opened her eyes again, He Shangqing saw the lounge filled with strange phenomena. From Zhao Xiaofang, she already knew that there were no rules in this lounge. The discomfort and the current anomalies were caused by the room next door. But looking at the abnormal ceiling, she still felt extremely uncomfortable.
Let's get out of here, it makes me feel uneasy.
As the door reopened, she quickly got up and pulled Emily beside her to leave. After leaving the lounge, knowing most of the truth, she no longer lingered with Emily, but shifted her attention to that room that had been sealed off. She knew very well that she did not have the ability to explore the secrets of that room or fulfill Zhao Xiaofang's purpose. But she also knew who could do it. On the third day, He Shangqing kept glancing at Yindu, especially when she sensed a familiar aura coming from him. After yesterday's events, she already knew that the finger bone which Yindu had placed above her for comparison belonged to Zhao Xiaofang. This made her fall into memories whenever she saw that finger bone. Noticing her oddity attracted Yindu's attention, He Shangqing decided to use this to turn Yindu's focus toward that room. As long as Yindu helped her, everything would come to an end.
Chapter 5, Useless Chatter Chapter.
Because I accidentally sent the chapter of Volume 3 here, the volume can't be changed after selection, so I'll replace it with some known settings from the text here. The natives of the Rule horror story are strange beings, eerie beings, and humans. Humans are generally already tainted, just to varying degrees. The ending for humans in the world of Rule horror is not solely death or becoming eerie, as long as they follow the in the room. Apart from him, no one else initiated a conversation. From his description, it was just a small group of people huddling for warmth, with no grand goals, but as the number of people returning to the room decreased, it felt like a countdown to death taking shape. Yindu could hear a faint sense of despair in Ma Xiongji's tone.
It was as if it was a premature warning, preparing Yindu for farewell.
Yindu lay on the bed, just digesting his emotions when the system's announcement arrived as expected. Participant Yindu from Xia Country, Talent, Toolbox, Level 3, welcome to the Rule Monster Story Awareness Night School, minimum pass condition. On the 7th day, the overall score for the mini-exam must be B.
This instance is a multiplayer instance. Another multiplayer instance, Yindu thought tiredly. Compared to overcoming challenges, occasionally dealing with people was even more exhausting for him.
But at least there was one good piece of news: this instance didn't require cooperation with other talented individuals. Yindu sat up and opened his eyes. What met his view was an 8-person dormitory. There were 4 bunk beds in total, with a long table in the middle and 4 chairs on each side. It was a very simple dormitory, even lacking an air conditioner, and Yindu felt a faint heat rising. At the same time, he could sense several gazes on him. There were others in the dormitory, and unlike him, who was sitting at the table, they were currently sprawled on their beds. In the 4 positions directly in front of him, there were 2 beds with raised blankets, one on top and one below. As for the beds behind him, he hadn't dared to turn around to check. Since this was a multiplayer instance, he couldn't immediately determine the identities of the people in the dormitory, he could only discreetly examine his surroundings, trying to find the dormitory's rules. Of course, the life-saving bedside lamp was already clutched in his hand. Fortunately, the rules of the dormitory were not deliberately hidden, they were directly posted on the back of the door. It was a very noticeable red paper, with the 4 large characters dormitory rules occupying 1/3 of the paper. Indu stood up and walked toward the door, glancing back at the 4 beds behind him. The top 2 beds had their bedding raised. He wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but Indu felt the most intense gaze coming from the bed furthest from the door. He remained calm, approaching the door to begin reading the rules. Dormitory rules. The rules were not many, easy to remember. The problem was that 2 of the rules required making a call. But he didn't have a phone on him, nor did he have those 2 teachers' phone numbers. If a problem arose, how would he make the call? There were no lockers in this room, and the table was empty. Perhaps his phone was on his own bed? Thinking of this, Indu recalled another thing. From where he was sitting earlier, his bed was likely one of the beds behind him. However, among the beds behind him, the 2 upper beds were already occupied. Now, assuming he was a freshman, didn't that mean his bed had already been taken? In other words, if he was a freshman, he would have to follow Rule 1. But how could he determine if he was a freshman, and how would he get his phone? Indu tightly gripped the bedside lamp in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the rules once more. The requirement of Rule 1 is not to call immediately, but to not converse with anyone inside the dormitory and dial the dorm supervisor's phone number. So, even if his spot is indeed occupied, as long as he doesn't speak, he will not violate the rule temporarily. Moreover, this rule does not state that everyone can only occupy their own bed, it only requires freshmen to be on the upper bunk. In other words, if his bed is actually taken by someone else, in the case there are vacancies in the room, he can choose to occupy an empty bed to secure his position. Thus, the responsibility of addressing the excess person in the dormitory falls onto the one who has no bed. In an instant, countless possibilities and solutions flashed through Indu's mind. But in the end, he mustered his courage and approached a bed that was closer to him. He first checked the lower bunk. The blankets and a few pieces of clothing on these 2 beds were neatly folded into tofu blocks, and just by feeling around, he could confirm there were no hidden phones. The best outcome did not appear, but while searching for the phone, he discovered another thing. Each bed's iron bar at the head was painted with a red number. The 2 beds he just searched were numbered 3 and 4. Since the bed positions were specifically marked, there should be a bed arrangement. So why is the rule so lenient about this point? As he thought this, Indu reached up to check the upper bed. At this point, he was examining the upper bed of bed number 4. Due to the obstruction of the blankets, he could only see a semicircular red mark on the railing, which he guessed was the number 8. Indu suspected that this was indeed his position. Because the person on this bed was the source of that scorching gaze he had just felt. His hand fumbled around the pillow, not finding what he wanted, but instead feeling a rapid breathing. This display certainly did not seem like someone maliciously occupying his bed, right? In an instant, Indu gained some courage. He grabbed the bed railing with one hand, stepped on the lower bunk, and flipped the person's blanket aside. As he flipped the blanket, the youth on the bed shrank back forcefully, his back slammed against the wall, causing the entire bed to shake. Could it be that this guy is a gifted individual who just entered the world of rule weirdness? Indu really wanted to ask, but to ensure his safety under the rules, he chose to remain silent. After confirming that the person in front of him posed no threat to him, Indu quickly searched the entire bed, including the boy's body. However, he found neither a phone nor any other useful items. The bed where the boy lay, just like the 2 lower beds, contained only a pillow, clothes, and blankets. This is too strange. In a school, even if it is a night school, how could there be no study-related items in the dormitory, and obviously no personal belongings? Chapter 146, Please choose your student number. Seeing that there were no other useful clues in the dorm, Indu simply walked towards the dormitory door. Hey, wait, buddy, you're a gifted one, right? If you're going out, let's go out together. Before Indu's hand could touch the doorknob, a voice came from the upper bunk, speaking in English. Indu turned his head and saw a young man popping his head up from the upper bunk. With golden hair and sharp features, he had the typical looks of a Germanic person. Indu did not respond, pointed to the rules, then opened the door and stepped outside. Once outside, he turned around and saw the dorm room number plate 404 and a note posted on the door. The note contained a schedule of dormitory personnel and a regulation about bed assignments. C119, C120, C121, C122, C123, C124, C207, C208. Bed assignment rule, please absolutely check in according to student number, and bed checks will be conducted after lights out. No name, only student number? Then which student number does he have? Indu frowned. As he pondered the purpose of this arrangement, the door in front of him was opened once again. It was the young man he had just seen. The other smiled and waved at him, then closed the door behind him before speaking. "Thanks, buddy, if it weren't for you, I might have fallen into the trap." "If the rules would really trigger, then we would both fall into the trap, so no need to thank me," Indu replied gently. He then gestured for the other to look at the note on the door.
"But I now suspect that we wouldn't be breaking any rules even if we spoke just now. Because we don't even have student numbers."
The youth followed Indu's gaze to the note on the door, and after reading the perplexing bed allocation, he widened his eyes and asked, "So what do we need to do now?" "Since we are in the dormitory, we should go ask the dorm manager first." Indu swept his gaze around. This was a corridor with no windows, not long, with 3 rooms on each side, each door displaying a bed allocation chart. At both ends of the corridor stood 2 double doors. One looked like a fire door, the other was a regular iron door.
Throughout, Indu didn't ask the youth's nationality or talent.
This scenario didn't require team cooperation, he wasn't planning to have too much interaction with others. After all, he couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be competitive situations later on. However, it was still just the exploration phase, so bringing the other along wasn't a big deal. Indu lowered his gaze. It was like how he would bring his brother into the kitchen. "We need to find the manager, so let's hurry," the youth decided without a hint of hesitation after hearing Indu's words. After saying that, he headed towards the fire door. Indu slowly followed behind him. They were on the 4th floor, and behind each floor's fire door was a green-lit floor indicator. The stairwell had no winding rules, and soon they reached the 1st floor. On the 1st floor, the dorm manager's office was situated in front of the dormitory entrance. The transparent window allowed them to see the middle-aged woman inside, currently bent over looking at her phone, completely unaware of their arrival. Indu didn't approach immediately, instead, he quickly scanned the surroundings.
Not knowing the dorm's orientation, he could only confirm that it was daytime by the sunlight at the door.
And in this space, at least on the surface, he didn't see anything indicating rules. This time, there was no need to protect his companion, so Indu turned to try and deceive the person next to him, suggesting he go first. But before he could speak, the youth had already stepped forward eagerly. "Teacher Chi, hello, I am a student from room 404, Fan and I." The youth spoke respectfully, wearing a warm smile that instantly made one feel close. He was definitely not an ordinary character. Indu walked up beside the youth. He glanced at the name tag on the chest of the woman in the dorm manager's office before he spoke. "Hello, Teacher Chi, I am also a student from room 404, my name is Indu." 404? Teacher Chi raised her head and glanced at the two, then lowered her voice and asked, "Are you sure you are from 404? Hearing her question, Indu blinked, secretly cursing in his heart. "If you ask like that, then I'm not so sure anymore." Indu observed the person standing slightly ahead with his peripheral vision, and seeing that the other had no intention of moving, he spoke first. "Yes, we are students assigned to room 404. According to his guess, they currently had not been assigned student numbers, while the dormitories and beds were arranged based on student numbers. So, although they started the scenario in room 404, it didn't mean they had to stay in 404. They could totally take the student number from another dorm and live in another room. But Indu wasn't planning to do that. Since the choice of student ID number has been given, the student ID must have its purpose. Before knowing the specific purpose, Indu felt that having a student ID in the middle position was quite good. Moreover, since the student ID has a special meaning, there should be opportunities to change it later. When Teacher Chi heard him confirm he was from dorm 404, her expression instantly became much colder. She stretched out her hand to open the drawer, took out 8 card phones, and threw them on the table. "Take your own student number." Indu ignored her suddenly worsened attitude, automatically translating her words in his mind. "Please choose your student ID." He looked down at the card phones, and at this moment, the screen of the phone was lit up with the corresponding student ID. Without much hesitation, Indu reached for the phone displaying C207. As long as he had seen the dormitory rules and bed assignment chart, it was not difficult to guess that the 2 student IDs starting with 2 belonged to new students. He did not know what identities new students and season 1s would face, but due to the consideration of gathering information, he chose the side with fewer people. As Indu picked up C207, Fan and I blinked and finally picked up the phone showing C121. Seeing this, Indu raised an eyebrow, his gaze toward Fan and I filled with curiosity. It should be noted that the bed for C121 was directly below that of C207. Fan and I seemed uninterested in Indu's gaze. After holding the phone properly, he smiled and asked Indu, "Buddy, I see you're also a smart guy. Want to consider teaming up with me?" "How to cooperate?" Indu asked. Fan and I shook the phone in his hand. "Our identities are different now, so the information we gather might also be different. The government's hints are only given once, and it's impossible to convey all the information. So, how about a cooperation for information sharing?" Indu shook his head. "None of us can guarantee that the information given by the other is true, such cooperation has no meaning.
Oh, what a difficult guy. Fan and I shrugged helplessly.
Indu didn't care about the others' complaints and began checking the phone. This phone had no password, pressing any key would take the screen to the menu interface, with the time displayed at the top.
It was now 11 a.m. Chapter 147, The Awakening of Night School Students' Rules.
The screen of the card phone was small and could only be operated by buttons, making it unfriendly for those who had been using smartphones for a long time.
However, when he saw the first option on the menu, he pressed the confirmation button without a second thought. Awakening Night School Student Rules.
The student rules are the criteria for students learning and living, aiming to create an orderly and positive campus environment. Below are the student rules of our school, hoping every student can strictly abide by and practice them.
1. General Principles.
1. Students are part of the school and must take care of all school facilities.
2. Outstanding students will be favored by teachers.
3. Students must respect teachers and address all staff as teacher.
2. Learning Guidelines, C2. 1. Class time is from 18 to 20 hours, and being late is strictly forbidden. 2. You must carry your card phone when entering the teaching building.
3. No animals are allowed in the teaching building. If found, please immediately call Teacher Ning from the security department.
4. Talking is strictly forbidden during classes.
Because the card phone screen was too small, Indu could only see one rule at a time. Looking at the rules this way was very slow, and when he saw two rules that clearly conflicted, he began to feel annoyed. Indu pressed the down key forcefully.
3. Living Guidelines, C.
1. In the dormitory, it is best to carry the card phone, but unless necessary, do not use the card phone.
Please try to minimize its use.
2. To cooperate with teaching arrangements, the dormitory curfew is from 18 to 20 hours daily, and students are strictly forbidden to linger in the dormitory building during this time.
3. To ensure sufficient nutrition, students must eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. 4. To ensure safety. Outside the dormitory, do not linger in the dark for more than a minute.
Indu pressed down a couple of times, confirming there were no other rules, and then stepped out of the dormitory. Seeing him leave the dorm, Vanny, who hadn't finished reading the rules, immediately followed.
Why are you in such a hurry?
Indu didn't hide it and replied directly, the rules say to use card machines less in the dorm. He had just felt a sudden unease, which he believed was due to breaking that rule. Hearing Indu's words, Vanny showed an enlightened expression. No wonder I felt I couldn't get into those rules.
Have you finished reading the rules? Can you? Indu ignored Vanny, who was chattering away.
He looked around, confirming that nothing unusual was happening, and continued checking the card machine. The recent rules mentioned the issue of making phone calls. He needed to check if he had saved any phone numbers on his phone. This phone menu had only 4 options: rules, contacts, alarm, settings. When he opened the contacts and saw the saved numbers, Indu felt for a moment that this school was quite merciful. However, there were too many phone numbers, 24 in total.
Surely he wouldn't need to use them all?
Moreover, this card machine could only show 2 numbers at a time. If he encountered danger, he wouldn't be able to find the right number quickly.
Right, a button phone should be able to set speed dial.
Indu fiddled with it, temporarily setting Teacher Chi, Teacher Wu, and Teacher Ning's numbers on keys 2, 3, and 4. After everything was ready, Indu raised his head again. At this moment, Vanny was still examining the rules. Indu ignored him and turned to look at the main door of the dormitory. He had noticed that there was a brass plaque next to the door. Curfew, 18 to 20 hours 23 to 7 o'clock. This curfew was an extra rule compared to the student guidelines. Although the curfew time was not mentioned in the previous rules, according to the dormitory rules, lights must be out at midnight, and he needed to be in bed before that.
Indu analyzed this but quickly rejected his own thoughts.
The dormitory rules applied to those inside. If he didn't return at night, not being in bed when the lights went out shouldn't count as breaking the dormitory rules, right? However, many places in the school would be dark at night, and a slight lapse in attention could lead him to violate the last guideline of life.
It would be safer to stay in the dorm.
Indu's reaction is really quick. Indeed, he must be the first to realize he needed to go to the dormitory office to pick up his student ID. It's probably because he had more props in hand. With more chances to try, he was bold. Others dared only to test cautiously, taking a long time just to step outside the dorm. No, I have watched Indu's 3 live broadcasts. I can prove he was also brave without props.
I am still quite curious about this gifted person in Indu's dorm. Is he a new gifted one? Seems quite bold. Does anyone know where he's from? You might not believe it, this guy is not a new gifted one.
I specifically came here to see if anyone would discuss her. I didn't expect that after so long, no one has mentioned her identity.
What's wrong with him?
Other than being a bit annoying, his current performance seems unworthy of discussion. Let's put it this way, everyone go check out the live broadcast from Amelie, and you'll understand what's going on.
What's happening? From observation, this school seems to be an awakening boys' school. Only one phone, doesn't want to switch live rooms, can someone explain the situation? Nothing major, just that all female gifted persons turned into boys. Right, and this Vanny in front of Indu is actually called Vanny. Vanny? Sounds a bit familiar. Vanny Tracy, an American talent user, is currently the one with the most clearances. Does this guy have ill intentions towards Indu? Shouldn't the country give a warning? I just thought he was foolish, now I only feel foolish. This guy has been acting from the start, hasn't he?
Not really, this American talent user has always seemed lively and cheerful, but her previous image only made people feel she was sweet. The other side hasn't done anything yet, it's not worth using a warning for such a small matter. To be honest, there are no competition requirements in the current rules, they're not foolish.
Framing someone for no reason is simply a thankless task. Hiss, now that you mention it. So, it's better to give a warning after all. I say, what are you all in a rush for? Whether that American talent user has bad intentions or not, Indu doesn't seem to trust her, right?
Exactly, just now she said to cooperate, and Indu directly refused, clearly, he is wary of her.
Chapter 148, Cafeteria and Teaching Area. After finding no clues near the dormitory, Indu decided to check other places. It's about lunchtime now, if he had a choice, Indu would definitely want to go to the cafeteria. Unfortunately, he didn't have a map, so he could only walk step by step, with his target being the building closest to the dormitory. The building directly opposite the dormitory is 3 stories tall. From his position, he could see the open door but no signboard. Out of the corner of his eye, Indu glanced at the person beside him. He hadn't called out, but as he walked forward, he deliberately made some noise. As expected, the person who was previously reading the rules followed him. No matter his purpose for following Indu, for Indu, his only function was one. Passing through a path lined with green shade, Indu finally reached the building's front and saw the nameplate and the words, Cafeteria. It was a black sign, the letters were made of transparent acrylic, which is why he couldn't see the sign from a distance. However, the 3 floors, although he still hadn't got a glimpse of the entire school, made it clear that with the dormitory size, there couldn't be many people, so they shouldn't need such a big cafeteria. Indu didn't rush in, instead, he walked around to see if there were any rules about the cafeteria. Unfortunately, he saw nothing, only realizing that there was a passage on the left side of the cafeteria, and looking down that passage, the playground should be behind it. Opening a new area under uncertain conditions, Indu sighed in his heart, gripping the small lamp that was his lifeline tightly. Fortunately, this version didn't play a treasure hunting game. Upon entering the cafeteria, Indu immediately spotted a sign with the rules posted on it. Cafeteria precautions. Teacher window, a student window, C student window. According to our student numbers, we should be C students. But what about B students? Vanny said. Indeed, where are the B students? It can't be that there aren't any B students. Or are B students not allowed in the school? Before Indu could think clearly, Vanny spoke again. Hey, office, bathroom, why is there no staircase leading upstairs? That deliberate tone. This guy is doing it on purpose. However, Indu still followed his words and looked up to observe his surroundings. The cafeteria's layout was very simple, one could easily see the office and bathroom in the corner. But indeed, there were no stairs or stairwell-like places to be found. Deliberately hiding the stairs, does that mean there is something wrong with the 2 upper floors? Indu looked at Fan and I, whose gaze of observation was too obvious. Fan and I endured for a while but still couldn't help but turn his head to avoid Indu's gaze. Seeing this, Indu didn't linger too much and walked directly toward the window. Perhaps because the meal hadn't started yet, the window was still closed. At this moment, through the glass, he could only see the operation table and the not-so-large operation area inside. After walking around each counter and finding no differences, he headed toward the office. There were no posted rules at the office door. For now, it seemed the cafeteria regulations were just those on the sign he had seen earlier. Indu took out the card machine, noting there were about 20 minutes until mealtime. Since there was still time, Indu didn't linger in the cafeteria and directly walked toward the passage he had just discovered. This passage was blocked on one side by a 3-story building and surrounded by tree shade. Even though it was nearly noon, it was still relatively cool. Indu looked around and noticed that the only light in this passage was a lamp at the rooftop of the cafeteria building. If it were night, that should be the only light source for this passage. Upon passing through the passage, he was greeted by a playground resembling a soccer field and a 6-story building. On the building, the 3 large characters teaching building shone with golden light under the sun. However, these 2 places were currently separated by an iron fence. On the gate of the iron fence was yet another paper with rules. Teaching area regulations. 1. The teaching area is designated for teaching purposes, which includes the teaching building and playground. The teaching building is 4 stories high. The playground consists of 3 basketball courts, 2 badminton courts, and an 800-meter circular track. Please keep the appearance of the teaching area in mind.
2. If you enter an area that doesn't match the description of the teaching area or suddenly find that the teaching area doesn't conform to the description, please immediately open your card machine, silently recite your student ID for 10 seconds, and then reopen your eyes. 3. If Rule 2 does not allow you to return to the normal teaching area, please call the security department, teacher in, to explain the situation. 4. If you miss class due to the aforementioned issues, please go to the 4th floor student affairs office to get a leave of absence slip before going to class. 5. Please remember, the teaching area that does not match the description is merely a hallucination caused by great learning pressure. 4-story building, basketball courts, badminton courts? Indu frowned. Fan and I, do you think the current teaching area looks normal? Indu asked while seriously noting down this teaching area, which did not match the rule's description. But Fan and I thought he was looking for differences. Normal, we haven't entered the teaching area yet, so we shouldn't see anything different about the teaching area. Yeah, clearly he hadn't entered the teaching area, so why was the area he saw different from the description in the rules? The regulations for the teaching area did not specify the time for entering or exiting. Indu thought for a moment and then directly pushed open the iron gate to walk inside. But as soon as he pushed the door open, he was stopped by Fan and I beside him. It's almost mealtime, let's head back to the cafeteria to eat first. Otherwise, if we miss the mealtime for some reason, we'll be violating the rules. Actually, Indu wasn't planning to explore the teaching area right now, he just wanted to see if it would change to the appearance described in the rules after he walked in. But he wasn't ready to reveal that he saw the teaching area was different, so he followed Fan Ni's words and let go of the iron gate he was pushing. You are right, we can come after finishing our meal. Indu followed Fan and I and turned to walk towards the cafeteria. By the time they returned to the cafeteria, the windows were still not open, but through the glass, they could see someone serving dishes in the operation area, and some windows had lights on.
7 windows. Fan and I noted.
There were 7 windows in total without lights, 1 blue light, and 2 green lights.
Currently, the windows without lights were the most. Doesn't that also mean that the C-level students at this school are the most? Chapter 149, Strange Classmate Chin.
The cafeteria's mealtime was very punctual. At 11:30, all windows opened at once, with employees wearing white masks, dressed in green and blue uniforms, standing in the operation area. This scene seemed fine, but those employees who only had their eyes exposed always gave Indu a strange feeling. While he was observing, Fan and I directly walked towards a window without a light. Indu followed behind Fan and I, watching him serve the food. He had a feeling that Fan and I was intentionally leading the way for him. Could it be because of his talent? After all, Fan and I looked like he wasn't a newbie, he probably knew about the puzzles. More than half of what's inside is meat. Fan and I quietly reminded him as he walked past Indu with his meal. But this guy seemed to think too lowly of him. Living people can only eat beef, vegetables, and grains. This was the rule given in the first instance he entered in the strange talk of rules. At first, he thought this rule without a title applied to all instances, but now it seems it should be aimed at instances with a similar theme. Thus, the saying that living people can only eat beef, vegetables, and grains must be specific to the perfect world instance. But how can one know what theme corresponds to each instance? From this perspective, Fan and I knew much more than Ma Xiangzhe. But why has no talent revealed this information during the live broadcasts? Is it intentional concealment or simply something that can't be conveyed? Thousands of thoughts flashed through Indu's mind, but his action of serving food didn't stop. As Fan and I said, half of the food on the counter was meat. Food other than beef, vegetables, and grains should lead to pollution. After feasting for a few days in the lounge, Indu didn't crave meat that much, he casually chose 3 types of vegetables, and spent the remaining time observing the serving staff. The staff were wrapped from head to toe, with only their eyes exposed. Even more strangely, their gaze never looked at him. Indu tried calling out teacher a few times but received no response. These serving employees seemed to only know how to serve, with no other awareness. Seeing no way to test anything further, Indu had no choice but to leave. He took his plate and sat next to Fan and I. No words during meals. The two of them finished their meal in silence, and after returning the plates to the recycling area, they finally sighed in relief. This meal was too oppressive. As soon as they exited the cafeteria, Fan and I couldn't help but complain. Why make such a rule of not speaking during meals? Indu was rather curious. This rule had no strict restrictions, violating it probably wouldn't have severe consequences. He always felt there must be a reason it was established. Do you think it's because there's something upstairs in the cafeteria that shouldn't be disturbed? Fan and I speculated. But in that case, shouldn't there be a rule not to talk as soon as you enter the cafeteria? Indu countered. Fan and I waved his hand and said, I don't know. Indu looked up at the 2nd and 3rd floors of the cafeteria, not knowing what secrets were hidden inside. Let's go check out the teaching area, we have classes tonight. In places that must be visited, Indu felt uneasy without having clarified all the rules in advance. Moreover, before even entering the teaching area, he had already seen something unusual about it.
Indu quickly walked towards the teaching area. But this time, as soon as they turned into the corridor, they encountered someone. Classmate, the sun is so strong at noon. Why are you still at the playground? A gentle-looking man stood in the middle of the passageway. Uncertain of this person's identity, Indu and Fan and I exchanged glances, and in the end, it was Fan and I who stepped forward. Hey there, we just had a big lunch, so we wanted to take a walk at the playground to help digest. Fan and I greeted him with enthusiasm, showing no fear at all. If it weren't for the fact that he knew this guy was also a new talent entering this scene, Indu might have thought he was a senior student at the school. Oh, I see. It's good to have the habit of exercising after meals, the man said, his eyes narrowing slightly, with a constant smile on his lips that made it hard to feel any dislike, even knowing the other person was from this scenario and might even be strange. However, if you go to the playground, I hope you can remember one thing. What? If you hear music playing on the loudspeakers at the playground, you must leave immediately. You must remember. The man had a serious look when he said this, with an air that made it hard to refuse. As soon as he finished speaking, Indu and Fan and I heard a set of footsteps approaching from behind. The man seemed to sense someone was coming, and he immediately turned around, walking towards the playground. Indu and Fan and I exchanged glances and quickly maintained their distance as they also headed towards the playground. The footsteps behind them grew increasingly hurried, but the target was not them, it was heading towards the man in front. Classmate Chen. After the person called out, the man turned around. He still wore a smile but now appeared a bit more formal. Mr. Lee, it's you. What can I do for you? Classmate Chen, didn't we say a few days ago that there will be a new student meeting tonight, and you were supposed to prepare a speech? Why haven't you submitted your draft for the principal's approval today? Did you forget because you were too busy? Of course not, I just have been really busy these past few days. I just finished writing the speech this morning. I was planning to take it to the principal this afternoon. If it's urgent on the principal's side, why don't you come with me to the student activity room to pick it up? That would be great. After a brief conversation between the man and Mr. Lee, they walked towards the teaching area together. At this moment, Indu and Fan and I, who had been eavesdropping as they walked, had just exited the passage. When they reached the front of the teaching area, they were still reviewing the rules, while classmate Chan and Mr. Lee had already pushed open the iron gate and entered the teaching building. Do you think we can trust that man's words? Fan and I asked, looking at the two figures that had disappeared into the teaching building. Indu shook his head. He looked at the teaching area rules and said, but I feel that there can't be just these rules, the playground and the teaching building should have their own set of rules. Let's go in and have a look, Fan and I said. If we can find the playground rules, we'll know whether he was telling the truth. Indu took a deep breath, holding his card machine tightly in his hand, and said, let's go. They pushed open the door and entered the teaching area. Once inside, Indu noticed that the scenery in front of him was exactly the same as what he saw outside, so he quickly turned on the card machine and silently recited his student number. 10 seconds later, he opened his eyes again, and the teaching building and playground finally aligned with the rules description. No way, you were hit as soon as you came in? Fan and I exclaimed in surprise. Yeah. He was hit before he even came in. Good thing rule number 2 is useful. He didn't want to summon a teacher for help yet, but this reminded him that he seemed to have forgotten to add that teacher An's contact info to his speed dial. Indu frowned and quickly pressed a few buttons on the card machine. By the way, over there, could it be the playground rules? By the way, over there, could it be the playground rules? Hearing Fan Ni's words, Indu put away the card machine and looked in the direction he was pointing. That place. Indu looked up and down, examining carefully. Only a strange lamp was found in the corner. The reason it's called strange is because it is actually lit during broad daylight. However, in the daytime, this lamp's brightness is really not eye-catching. If it weren't for Vanny pointing it out, he would never have noticed the lamp's oddness. And, it seems like the lamp emits green light? Is there a rule over there? What does it say? Indu, for a moment, thought that there might be some rule visible only under specific conditions again. And he chose not to hide the fact that he couldn't see it. This wasn't because he trusted Vanny so much, but simply because he believed Vanny still had intentions for him. In a situation where there are intentions, as long as there's no major conflict of interests between them, Vanny would temporarily not stand against him. Yes, Vanny pulled Indu to the lamp. This lamp should be a projection lamp, and the rule is projected on the ground by the lamp. So, you mean I can't see it because it's too bright right now, and I can't see the rule projected by the lamp? Indu frowned. But, his ability to distinguish colors was already at the peak among ordinary people. In this case, he still couldn't see the rules even when he got this close. How did Vanny manage to notice the rules from that distance by the gate? He felt puzzled in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He just continued to ask, so, what does this rule say? Playground Training Manual.
1. The playground is a place for students to exercise. Fighting or harming fellow students is strictly prohibited on the playground. 2. The playground broadcast will occasionally play soothing music. Listening to more music will help improve grades. 3. Excessive exercise can harm health. Do not spend more than 4 hours on the playground each day. Just 3 rules, nothing more. Vanny quickly finished reading the rules.
Indu pondered over the rules and then raised a question. The second rule says that listening to the playground broadcast music helps with studying?
The student Chen they met in the hallway had told them that once they hear the playground broadcasting songs, they must leave the playground immediately. Although this playground training manual did not require listening to music, so Chen's words did not contradict the manual.
But the only known condition for passing was improving grades. Vanny shook his head. It's not about helping with studying, it's about helping to improve grades. Hearing Vanny's emphasis, Indu instantly understood what he meant.
Studying is just the process, grades are the result. In terms of the known conditions for passing, the temptation to improve grades far outweighs studying. Furthermore, there are many ways to achieve the result of improving grades. We don't necessarily need to use this method to improve grades, until we're sure about what that student Chen said. Let's avoid it first.
That makes sense. Vanny nodded and then raised another point. Fighting or harming fellow students is strictly prohibited on the playground. Banning harm to fellow students is a rule that doesn't even appear in the student manual. Do you think this playground counts as an alternative safe zone? Indu continued. Are you suggesting that there will be things that force students to harm each other later?
As soon as he heard this rule, that guess had already popped into his mind. It seemed Vanny had thought of this too. While they were discussing, more and more people gradually gathered in the playground. Then, a gentle prelude sounded. Indu and Vanny exchanged glances and immediately walked toward the teaching building. To be honest, this scenario, up to now, only feels full of puzzles, but lacks any sense of danger.
The killing intent seemed to be completely hidden away.
Indu thought, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. There was no door at the entrance of the school building. The two walked freely into the hall. The hall on the first floor was very spacious. In the center was the staircase, and on both sides, the signs read Library and Graduation Project Exhibition Hall. At that moment, only the door of the library was open, and a female teacher was sitting at the front desk reading a book.
No rules, Vanny glanced around and said.
Indu nodded. By the way, it seems we don't know where our classroom is.
Should we go upstairs to take a look now? Vanny said with an indifferent look.
Indu looked at the stairs in front of him, then at the person beside him. Speaking of which, we haven't introduced our talents yet, have we? He raised the small lamp in his hand. But I think you should already know what my talent is.
May I ask, could you tell me what your talent is? Indu asked.
When Vanny heard this question, he showed a rare look of difficulty. I don't want to lie to you, what I can tell you now is that my talent is resistance.
Resistance? Indu raised an eyebrow.
This talent is not a common one. In fact, he encountered 2 people with it in just 2 copies. Before he came in, it seemed that the only holder of this talent was the talented Amarilla.
Furthermore, what Vanny meant by this was that his talent is more than just that.
Vanny stretched out his hand. The red line on my wrist is my lifeline. Indu looked at the red line on Vanny's wrist. It was intact, indicating that during the time they had been inside, they had not been contaminated at all.
Does this also mean that seeing anomalies in the teaching area is unrelated to the level of contamination? Also, the music from the broadcast on the playground does not increase pollution?
However, the lack of pollution from the playground's music might also be because they didn't stay long, just like watching the card machine in the dorm.
Since it's resistance, it means you have the ability to protect yourself. In that case, why don't we check the situation in the teaching building separately?
This normal teaching building has 4 floors, although not large, it would still take time to explore thoroughly.
Okay, let's split up. Vanny readily agreed.
I'll take the upper 2 floors, and you take the lower 2 floors, Indu said. The layout of the first floor was already apparent. The only place available to check was the library. For the second, third, and fourth floors, the only information they currently knew was that the Student Affairs Office was on the 4th floor. And because the Student Affairs Office is on the 4th floor, Indu assigned himself to that floor.
After all, given the current situation, the possibility of him seeing an anomaly in the teaching area was very high, and in the coming days, he would probably have to frequently visit the Student Affairs Office to get leave slips.
Vanny nodded in agreement with Indu's arrangement, then suggested they explore the library last, so they decided to go up to the 2nd floor together before splitting up. However, they had just turned around the large platform between the 1st and 2nd floors when they involuntarily stopped in their tracks. Because, on the stair platform of the 2nd floor, there was a man in a uniform, wearing a strange smile and staring at them. He looked almost human, just waiting for them to step forward. No, a dangerous alarm rang wildly in Indu's mind. This man was just staring at him, waiting for him to come closer.
Had he forgotten something? Chapter 151, The Strange Teaching Building.
In a moment of panic, Indu suddenly reacted and hurriedly took out the card machine he had placed in the toolbox. The instant Indu held the card machine in his hand, the teacher's expression changed to confusion, finally fixating on the card machine in Indu's hand. Then his smile finally became more human-like. The feeling of oppression instantly disappeared, but Indu's heart was still racing wildly. The student regulations stated that one must carry a card machine when entering the teaching building. But clearly, being in his toolbox did not count as carrying it with him. He almost fell into danger because of such a small mistake. It was really too careless. Indu had a hunch that if it weren't for Vanny standing in front of him with the card machine, that guy might have attacked him. That guy is not ready to reveal their true identity to the students. But, this acting is really poor, smiling even more terrifying than someone about to stab you.
Classmates, this is not class time. Why are you here in the teaching building? Are you hoping to get extra tutoring from the teacher?
The man on the stairs smiled more naturally, looking just like a teacher who cares about students' learning. There are no rules now, and I don't know if this so-called tutoring has any issues, so Indu naturally would not agree. He steadied his emotions and said, "Hello, teacher, I am a new student. I came to the teaching building to have a look around first." Fortunately, he had just met that strange Chen classmate in the corridor, confirming that they, the new students, only entered this school today. As a new student, having not attended a single class, there was no need for tutoring.
After listening to Indu's words, the teacher naturally turned his gaze towards Fan and I, eagerly wanting to pull a student back for tutoring. What a good teacher!
Fan and I was quick to respond, immediately finding a good excuse as soon as the teacher looked at him. "I am taking him to tour the teaching building."
After saying that, he glanced at Indu. Indu naturally nodded.
After all, this teacher was brought here by him, it was only right to help out. However, this teacher clearly did not plan to let them off easily. Seeing him about to speak again, Indu preemptively said, "Teacher, we will go look around elsewhere first, we won't disturb you." After finishing, he dragged Fan and I upwards without waiting for a response. Without knowing if there was any unbreakable rule in the teaching building that one couldn't refuse a teacher, he didn't want to stay with such a strange teacher even for a second. As they hurried past the teacher, Indu's hand remained on the lamp switch. Only when they reached the third floor and confirmed that the teacher did not follow did he breathe a sigh of relief. "We can wait to check the second floor together later. I'm going to the fourth floor now, you." Indu said, looking at the increasingly dark corridor leading up.
"Let's go together." Fan and I also saw the fourth floor seemingly hidden in darkness and frowned, interrupting Indu. Indu understood he was worried.
According to the rules, outside of the dormitory, one cannot remain in darkness for more than a minute. And looking at the fourth floor, it seemed to be in darkness, the danger level undoubtedly incomparable to other places. However, there's no need for two people to take risks together. Besides, since the rules mention going to the fourth floor to get a leave slip for being late to class, then there definitely won't be any insurmountable danger up there.
Indu pulled a flashlight from his toolbox.
"I have a flashlight to ensure I won't be in the dark.
But if we act together, once we get separated, you'll be in danger." Fan and I was persuaded, waving his hand, "Then I will look around the third floor first."
Indu nodded, turning on the flashlight, and stepped onto the stairs to the fourth floor. Clearly it was daytime, but because of the layout of this teaching building, if the lights were not on during the day, it would still fall into darkness. However, there were safety signboards in the corridor, so as soon as Indu reached the fourth floor, he saw a faint green light glowing from the direction of the corridor. Additionally, on the fourth floor, the staircase did not end but continued upward. If this teaching building really only had 4 floors, then this part should lead to the rooftop. But, the image of that 6-story teaching building popped into Indu's mind.
Could it be that this teaching building actually has 5 or 6 floors up?
With not enough clues at hand, Indu didn't dare to go up recklessly, and could only remember this matter in his heart. Deciding to continue exploring the fourth floor, Indu turned around and looked for the light switch near the staircase. Normally, the switch for the corridor lights should be set near the entrance. But obviously, this place was very abnormal. After finding no switches on the wall, Indu could only hold his flashlight and shine it towards the nearest office door. However, he did not expect that the office closest to the stairs actually had a sign saying Student Affairs. Indu did not hesitate much and slowly approached the office with his flashlight. As he got closer, a figure suddenly appeared at the office door, startling him. He quickly pointed the flashlight at the office door. This time he noticed that the office door was divided into 2 layers. The outer layer was a piece of glass, while the inner layer was made of solid wood. The figure he had just seen must have been his own reflection in the glass under the flashlight's beam. But just as his tension eased with this thought, the inner layer of the door was suddenly opened. Although it didn't press against his face, he still stumbled back a few steps from the fright. Once he steadied himself, he quickly observed the person standing inside the office door. He intended to wait for the other person to act first before responding. But strangely, the person who opened the inner door stood still after that, remaining behind the glass door with eyes that seemed unfocused. If it weren't for their average build, they would look just like a mannequin from a clothing store. This truly put Indu in a tough spot. With no rules to follow and not knowing why the other person was acting so strangely, he dared not step forward rashly. After hesitating for a few seconds, Indu decided not to act impulsively. There were still many places in the teaching building he hadn't explored, and there were still 2 hours of classes left tonight. He needed to keep some tools for self-defense. Indu turned to look at the dark hallways on both sides and walked to the left while continuing to shine his flashlight at the figure at the Student Affairs office door. After walking a few steps, he moved the flashlight beam away, and at that moment, he noticed from the corner of his eye that the person inside the office seemed to move. Startled, he quickly directed the flashlight back at the Student Affairs office door. At this time, the inner door of the Student Affairs office had already been closed again. But after a few seconds of shining his light, that person opened the office's inner door once more, standing at the entrance like a mannequin again.
Chapter 152, Strange Topic Notes.
The beam of the flashlight trembled slightly on the glass door. Indu's arm holding the flashlight started to ache, and after a while, he tried to move the flashlight beam away from the office's glass door. The moment the light shifted, the person in the office immediately moved back. The term move back was used because the other person's movement was clearly not a walk.
Then, with a click, the inner door closed again.
Indu unconsciously rubbed the flashlight with his fingers, his gaze still fixed on the office door. It seemed like this thing was controlled by light.
Unfortunately, there were no rules here to give him more clues.
Indu decided not to linger any longer and continued to walk forward. Next to the Student Affairs office was the Academic Affairs office. When his flashlight pointed at the door of the Academic Affairs, the abnormality from the Student Affairs did not reappear. Seeing this, Indu gathered his courage and walked toward the Academic Affairs office. The door of the Academic Affairs office was different from that of the Student Affairs. It was a frosted glass door. Through the glass, he could see that the lights inside the Academic Affairs were not on, but there seemed to be a faint light source. Indu glanced down and saw that the door lock was just an ordinary A-level lock.
Wasn't this an obvious temptation? It was really unreasonable to go in.
As Indu thought about this, he began to take out his tools, but at that moment, footsteps came from the other end of the corridor. Hearing this sound, Indu quickly abandoned the search for tools, gripping the table lamp tightly in his other hand, and then quickly turned around, shining the flashlight straight ahead. In the dark corridor, a figure was exposed in the light. The other person blocked the direct light shining on their face, smiling as they asked, "Classmate, could you please not shine the flashlight on my face?" This voice, this shadow. Indu moved the flashlight slightly down and, after confirming again, cautiously spoke, "Chen classmate?"
"It's me." "Who is this classmate?"
Indu turned the flashlight back towards himself, shining it from below. His intention was to let Chen classmate, who was just in the bright area, see his appearance clearly, but as he shone the light, he realized that the footsteps from Chen's direction were coming closer and closer.
Chen classmate was approaching him. Indu quickly turned the flashlight back towards Chen classmate.
In just that moment, Chen classmate had already appeared less than 5 meters away from him. Clearly, the footsteps didn't sound fast. Since Chen classmate was closer, this time Indu aimed the flashlight slightly down, and Chen classmate could see him clearly too.
"Oh, so it's you, classmate."
Chen classmate still wore that familiar smile from Indu, but because of what had just happened in the dark, this time, he didn't find the other person friendly. Indu watched Chen classmate warily. Such an obvious action, Chen classmate naturally could not fail to notice, but he still smiled. "Classmate, it's not open time for the 4th floor now, it's best not to stay here.
Let's go downstairs together first."
Saying this, he began to walk towards Indu, who awkwardly took 2 steps back. But thinking about the other person's behavior all along, he tried to calm himself down. He looked at the surrounding dark environment and nodded, "Okay, let's go downstairs first." He didn't plan to give up on exploring the 4th floor. But considering that Chen classmate seemed dangerous in the dark, he didn't dare to continue exploring while the other was still around. However, Chen classmate had just said he was going to the student activity room, so he was walking towards the student activity room? Indu thought carefully as he cautiously backed away towards the stairs. In the end, the two walked all the way to the 3rd floor. The hallway on the 3rd floor was brightly lit, and as Indu came down the stairs, he saw Fan and I, who was looking at a piece of paper.
"Fan and I?" Fan and I looked up at Indu, ready to speak, but he caught sight of the shadow following Indu.
He quickly hid the paper and smiled, saying, "This seems to be all classrooms. It's not class time yet, so the classrooms are all locked.
I guess they'll open around 8 in the evening."
Indu naturally saw this series of actions and understood who he was guarding against, so he nodded. But soon he realized something was off with Fan Ni's words.
The classrooms won't open until 8 in the evening?
But he remembered that in the manual of the card machine, the class time was from 18 to 2000 hours.
In that case, the classrooms must be opened before 6 o'clock or he would be late, right? Could it be that the class times in Fan Ni's manual were different from his?
Indu really wanted to take another look at the card machine, but since Chen classmate was still around, he could only give up that idea for now. He leaned against the wall opposite the stairs. Chen classmate, you just said now is not the open time for the 4th floor, so when can we go up? Chen classmate stood in the bright 3rd floor, and his smile made Indu feel a little more at ease. The lights on the 4th floor are set to a timer. They will turn on from 5 to 10 in the evening. At other times, they are off. If you need to go to the 4th floor, it's best to wait until the lights are on. Chen classmate explained. I see. Indu lowered his head. But when the lights on the 4th floor are on, doesn't that also mean there are teachers working? Would it really be suitable to explore then? In any case, it's best for you to follow the student rules and not go to dark places. After Chen classmate finished speaking, he raised his hand to check his card machine. It's already this time. I have other things to do now, so I'll leave first. Saying this, he walked downstairs. After taking a few steps, he turned and reminded, by the way, you must not forget what I said. Goodbye. After classmate Chen left, Indu still did not move. He looked at the stairs, listening as the footsteps gradually faded away. Confirming that classmate Chen had truly left, he then walked towards Fanny. What were you just looking at? Fanny took out the note again, her face serious. It looks like class notes, but I always feel something is weird about it. Let me see. Indu leaned closer, looking at the paper in Fanny's hand. October 7th class notes. A short class note, yet it left both Indu and Fanny stunned. So, the class we attended wasn't. Actually, I was just thinking, do we use models in class or? Indu took the paper from Fanny's hand, flipping it back and forth. It doesn't seem to have bloodstains, at least when this note was recorded. The recorder wasn't really doing any dismembering. But I still feel uneasy. Look at what's written here. This is definitely not something a normal person could write. Indu nodded. The paper didn't have much written on it, but it conveyed a sense of the recorder's disdain. It seems to know more. We'll have to wait until class tonight. By the way, speaking of class, what time does your handbook say class starts? Indu asked while putting the paper into his toolbox, then pulled out his card machine from his pocket. Class starts at 8 to 9, right? Fanny replied. Upon hearing this, Indu silently opened his handbook, reconfirming his class time in the study guide section. So it seems, our class times are indeed different. From the very start of looking at the student handbook, Indu had noticed that next to the study guide was a small note marked C2, while beside the life guide was marked C. This clearly corresponded to the regulations given by their student numbers, so it wasn't surprising that the class times differed. Chapter 153, The Strange Changes in the Teaching Office. What now? The classroom here can't be entered, and the 4th floor isn't open right now. Should we check the 2nd floor? Fanny asked Indu, who was still fiddling with the card machine. Indu didn't reply but opened the call interface. Do you think this card machine can let us contact each other? Fanny took out her card machine too. It seems to have normal phone capabilities, but we don't know the numbers. However, in the world of strange rules, these communication devices aren't very reliable either, Fanny said. Looks like you want to try using the card machine to contact that classmate Chen, right? Indu nodded without hiding it. Actually, it was easy to guess. After all, he and Fanny had spent so much time together since leaving the dormitory, yet had never mentioned using the card machine to communicate. And yet, after the latest encounter with classmate Chen, he began fiddling with the card machine. I'm just afraid he wouldn't dare casually say things on the card machine. True. Indu resignedly put away his card machine, gazing at the 4th floor. As for what you just said, it's just that the 4th floor has no people, which makes it easier for me to find clues. The 2nd floor is up to you. Fanny raised her eyebrows. I thought you didn't hear what I said earlier. Indu blinked. I always listen to people's opinions. How could I not hear what you say? Then if I say exploring the 4th floor doesn't need to be rushed, it's better if we look for clues in a safer place. What do you think of that suggestion? Fanny asked with a smile. Sounds good. Isn't that just sending you to the safer 2nd floor? You really are. Alright, I won't argue with you. I'm going to check the 2nd floor. Fanny said, then walked downstairs. When he reached the large steps in the middle, he turned back, his expression serious, and said, but if it's too dangerous, it's better to give up first. It's so hard to find one again. Indu didn't hear the following words clearly, but he guessed the other person was probably talking about his talent. He turned on the flashlight again and headed towards the 4th floor once more. This time, his goal was clear, the Academic Affairs Office. The lock on the Academic Affairs Office was easy to pick, and within 10 seconds of ascending to the 4th floor, Indu had already opened the door to the office. Indu quickly glanced around, confirmed no one was inside, and hurriedly entered, closing the door behind him. At this moment, he finally had the time to observe the layout of the Academic Affairs Office. The faint light he had seen at the door was actually emitted from 4 50-inch displays inside the office, all showing gray-black images. Opposite the displays were 2 desks. Strangely, while the desks were equipped with computers, the entire surface was kept very clean, showing no signs of work at all. Indu stepped forward and opened the desk drawers, but found nothing inside them. Only on the wall was a yellowing A4 paper attached with a printed note. Friendly reminder: 1. Working hours are from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., with a 2-hour lunch break. Please remember to lock the door when leaving. 2. If any equipment in the office malfunctions, you can call Teacher Wang from the General Affairs Office for help. Indu peeled off the paper. The working hours were from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.? Doesn't that conflict with their class times? Moreover, this note really looked like a regular reminder, not a rule of any sort. Could it be that this note was left from before and this office was already abandoned? But that seems too strange. If it's already abandoned, why are there computers and still connected to surveillance? Speaking of which, what is this surveillance monitoring? Indu shifted his gaze back to the 4 large displays, and upon closer inspection, he was startled. In each monitor, dozens of people stood still. At this moment, they were all facing the surveillance, and from Indu's position, it seemed as though they were staring right at him. Indu swallowed hard and ignored those intense gazes, striving to look for other clues in the monitors. From the information displayed on the surveillance, it appeared to be in infrared mode, meaning those people were in darkness. Since it was daytime, being in darkness naturally meant those people were indoors. Yet, these places did not look like ordinary classrooms. And who were they? Why were they standing motionless in a room? Just as Indu was pondering this, he suddenly noticed that the people in the picture seemed to move a step closer to the camera. He opened his eyes wide, not blinking as he stared at the screen. A few seconds later, while the people in the monitor didn't move, they had indeed gotten closer to the screen. What's going on? A sense of crisis began to rise in Indu's heart. He quickly tucked the note into his pocket, prepared the lamp, and searched swiftly around the room. But I must say, this room was kept very tidy. He found nothing at all. Looking up at the screens again, the people on each display had crowded together, moving closer to the screens. It was at this moment that Indu noticed their eyes were actually glowing in the screens. However, now was not the time to study these strange phenomena. Indu hurriedly darted to the door, wanting to open it and leave. But when he grasped the door handle to pull it open, he found the originally normal handle had now turned into a C-shaped handle. This sudden change made Indu realize he had fallen into a trap. If he opened the door now, perhaps the outside is not just an ordinary hallway. But now, he doesn't even know what rule he has violated, and seems unable to figure it out. Indu turned to look at the screen. At this moment, the person in the screen was practically pressing their face against it, as if they were about to crawl out at any second. It was then that Indu realized that the entire office had changed its appearance. Originally, there was only a double desk, but now it had turned into 2. And many documents were placed on each desk. 4 filing cabinets were also set up against the wall. And the originally white walls had now turned a bit yellow. What's going on? This place looks even more like a normal office. But oddly enough, the person about to crawl out of the monitor made this normal place feel abnormal. Indu had no choice but to open the door to the Academic Affairs Office. Compared to the unknown outside, he felt that those people about to crawl out of the screen were even more dangerous. He opened the door and stepped out of the Academic Affairs Office. Sure enough, the hallway outside had changed a lot. The originally dark corridor was now lit by constantly flickering lights. These lights were indeed better off not being there. And because of the flashing lights, he could see a group of people moving closer to him from both sides of the hallway. It seemed that the outside was no better than the inside. Indu hurriedly turned on the desk lamp to place himself under the light, then walked down the stairs. By his guess, he should be in some kind of illusion, rather than in a different space. Perhaps by leaving the 4th floor or the teaching building, he could walk out of the illusion. Or maybe he needed someone to wake him up. Indu ran to the 3rd floor and noticed that the hallway on the 3rd floor was just like that on the 4th. He didn't stop but continued to run down. The 2nd floor, however, was different. It had neither flashing lights nor people getting ready to surround him like on the 3rd and 4th floors. But after calling out Fan Ni's name a few times with no response, he understood that he had not yet escaped the illusion. So, he could only keep running down. Chapter 154: Help from the Other Side of the Phone. When he reached the 1st floor, his eyes fell on the library, but unfortunately, the teacher who was originally sitting inside was also gone. It seemed that in this illusion, all the people had been emptied out. So what should he do? Indu turned to look at the stairs. Those people did not run but moved at a certain speed. So they had not caught up with him yet. But he couldn't leave the school. Under these circumstances, there would always be a time when he got caught. Sure enough, he still needed to figure out how to solve the current problem. Indu quickly recalled all the clues he currently knew. The rules he mastered, aside from the dormitory, included only the student code, and there was no way in the student code to deal with the current situation. However, speaking of which, it seemed that the solution to problems in both the dormitory rules and the student code was always to call a teacher for help. Does that mean his current situation could also seek help from a certain teacher? Right, Indu pulled out the note he had casually tossed into the toolbox earlier. If there is a problem with the equipment in the office, you can call Teacher Wang from the General Affairs Department for help.
Earlier, the situation with the monitor in the academic affairs office could be considered a problem with equipment, right? Indu took out his card phone and quickly flipped through the contacts to find Teacher Wang. As soon as the call button was pressed, the phone was immediately answered, as if the teacher had been waiting by the phone for this call every second. Without waiting for the person on the other end to speak, Indu looked at the feet already visible at the corner of the stair platform and spoke first. Teacher Wang, there's a problem with the monitor in the academic affairs office on the 4th floor. After he finished speaking, there was still silence on the other end, with no response at all. After a few seconds of silence, seeing the feet now appearing on the platform, Indu's heart also started beating faster. Teacher, something is crawling out from the screen. At this moment, a voice finally came from the other side, a very slow, mechanical voice that didn't sound like a normal human, and it only kept repeating one word. Return, dormitory, return to dormitory, dormitory, dormitory. Indu heard this and wanted to say something, but the voice suddenly became normal. A clear and gentle voice came through. Hello, classmate, is there any problem that needs assistance? This sounded distinctly different from the previous mechanical noise. Indu pulled the card machine away and took a glance, confirming there was no abnormality in the call duration before lying. May I ask if this is Teacher Chi from the dormitory? I would like to inquire about the bed situation. Sorry, classmate, you dialed the wrong number. This is Teacher Wang from the General Affairs Office, not responsible for dormitory matters. After finishing, they immediately hung up the phone. Indu ignored the other side at this moment, just clutching the card machine and sprinting toward the dormitory. At this moment, the lamp in his hand began to flicker, but he didn't encounter anyone else along the way. Indu ran wildly into the dormitory. As he entered the dormitory, he finally saw the first normal person after the strange occurrences. Inside the dormitory management room, Teacher Chi was calmly scrolling through her phone, only lifting her head to glance when she heard him come in. Upon recognizing him, she coldly lowered her head again. The student handbook mentioned, excellent students will be favored by teachers. Conversely, students who are not excellent will naturally not receive teachers' favor. Indu didn't care much about her attitude, just stood at the door, swapped the extinguished lamp for a power drill, and squatted by the door to see if those things would follow him. He stood guard at the dormitory entrance for half an hour, during which dormitory students came and went, but those strange people did not appear. It seemed that the crisis should have been resolved. Indu breathed a sigh of relief, but he still dared not put away the power drill, carrying it as he set out toward the teaching building again. Of course, he did not plan to take the risk of going back to the 4th floor, just wanting to find Fan and I to regroup. When he arrived at the teaching building, Fan and I was already waiting in the lobby on the 1st floor, and when he saw Indu walk in from outside, he asked in surprise, "Why did you go outside?" "I encountered something just now, so I went to the dormitory to take refuge." "Take refuge in the dormitory? What happened?" Fan and I asked with concern. I had ventured into an office without knowing the rules. Compared to Fan Ni's heavy expression, Indu seemed like nothing had happened. Of course, anyone who had seen him move would know how dangerous this time was. However, his substitute doll hadn't been used yet, and if that phone call hadn't found a way to resolve the crisis for him, he would naturally use the substitute doll to escape. He just didn't know how badly this dangerous situation would hurt the substitute doll. Moreover, using it so early would definitely limit his actions later. Indeed, if there could be a function like Magic Shield, that would be good. Indu was really too reckless this time, almost triggering a game over ending. Isn't it fine? He still has plenty of tools left unused, so nothing will happen. But I still think it's not worth it. Look at how many risks he took, and in the end, the clues he got aren't as many as Fan Ni's just walking around the 2nd floor. Really, I also think it's not worth it. It would have been better to go to the 2nd floor with Fan and I. Didn't you watch Emiliaka's live broadcast? What was on the 2nd floor? Regular classrooms and the corresponding rules. Isn't that just ordinary clues? That's still better than getting nothing and wasting the lamp's usage. By the way, during this long time, didn't Fan and I go to the library at all, just looking at the 2nd floor? It's not that he doesn't go to the library is only open to A-level students during the day, and C-level students can only enter after 6 p.m. So this school really doesn't have B-level students? Maybe B-level students just get eliminated. Killing a ghost, did you forget that all B is the condition for leaving the instance? Could it be that all B-level students have been taken away? Indu and Fan and I began to exchange information in the hall. Indu did not reveal his entire experience, he only mentioned the abnormality of the surveillance footage and that the strangeness disappeared after returning to the dorm. Fan and I had nothing to hide, the 2nd floor was all ordinary classrooms, and they were all open to the outside. Indu just needed to take a walk up there to see if he was hiding anything. As for the library, Indu could tell whether he was speaking the truth just by taking a couple of steps forward. So, did you remember those rules for the classrooms? Ordinary classroom behavior regulations. 1. There are single desks in ordinary classrooms. If you find your desk is a double desk, place the card machine in the top left corner and sit in the left seat. 2. During class, you cannot speak unless the teacher asks a question. 3. Regardless of what happens in the ordinary classroom, you absolutely cannot leave the classroom during the first 30 minutes of class. 4. Teachers in ordinary classrooms will not wear protective clothing. If you see a teacher in protective clothing enter the ordinary classroom, leave immediately and go to the security department on the 4th floor to explain the situation. Wait for the security department teacher to confirm you can return to class before going back. 5. If you violate the 3rd rule due to the 4th rule, you can go to the student office to get a leave application form. Chapter 155, The Bathroom and the Hot Water Room. Ordinary Classroom Behavior Regulations. That name sounds like there are other classroom regulations as well. And this regulation is pretty good, it even provided a solution for conflicts. As Indu pondered, scenes from the surveillance footage emerged in his mind. If there was any place in the school that was a closed space with so many people, it seemed to be the classroom. But the arrangement of that place. Indu tried hard to recall the images that had captured all of his attention, drawn in by those strange people. The room they were in seemed to have quite a number of narrow stainless steel tables. In the corner, there seemed to be a tool cabinet. While Indu was thinking, Fan and I suddenly patted his shoulder. If you're not planning to go to the 4th floor again, why don't we head back to the dorm? We haven't finished exploring over by the dorm. Indu nodded. Indeed, their dorm rooms were too simple, lacking any function other than resting. And on their floor, there was still one place they hadn't been to. As for the other floors, Indu didn't even dare to ensure that the layout would be the same as their floor. On the way back to the classroom, they encountered Chen classmate again in that corridor. Indu and Fan and I did not approach but instead subtly hid to the side, observing Chen classmate's every action. Standing under the shade of trees, Chen classmate warmly greeted some classmates passing by. A couple of people hurried past without speaking to him as soon as he started talking. However, those who did engage in conversation always brought up the issue of not listening to the playground broadcast music. After a few dozen minutes, the number of people he spoke to was about 20. Who are the people he is addressing? Could it be all gifted students? Fan and I pondered thoughtfully. But can there really be that many gifted students in one instance? Perhaps he is reminding all C-level students, Indu said, but couldn't help shaking his head afterwards. But logically, aside from the gifted students posing as seniors, original seniors should have already spent some time in the school. If he needed to remind these students, he should have done so long ago. Indeed. Unable to come up with an answer, the two could only walk past the corridor nonchalantly. During this time, Chen classmate simply greeted them casually without saying much more. Indu and Fan and I returned to the dormitory like this. Although the dormitory's management office had a supervisor, it was clearly visible due to the open window, and there were no clues on the surface. After the crisis in the teaching building, Indu no longer had the energy to explore other unknown areas. The two just returned to the 4th floor. Speaking of which, this dormitory, like the teaching building, only had 4 floors, meaning they lived on the top floor. However, the dormitory was different from the teaching building, as the stairs ended at the 4th floor without going any further. After entering the 4th floor corridor, Indu and Fan and I first returned to room 404. They left in a hurry in the morning, and still on high alert, they had not properly searched the dormitory. At this moment, apart from the people in the room still not gathered, the student who was hiding under the quilt when Indu left in the morning was still hidden inside, and it was unknown whether he had gone to collect the card machine and eat. At this time, Indu suddenly remembered something. He turned to Fan and I and asked, if he never goes to collect the card machine, does that mean he isn't a student of the school? Fan and I looked toward the rules on the door, but the rules don't say how to handle this situation, let's not worry about it. True. Indu climbed onto his bed, checked the things on it, and then sat on the upper bunk, looking down at the entire dormitory. This dormitory only had one door, and there were no windows. However, the wall opposite the door seemed a bit off in color. It looked like it had been repainted at some later time. Indu recalled the dormitories he had seen outside. He hadn't specifically looked up at that time and couldn't remember if there were windows outside now. Fan and I searched under the bed, and finally said, there are no toiletries and no water for daily use, everything should be in that space we haven't been to yet. Indu nodded and jumped down from the upper bunk. Let's go check that place, I'm feeling a bit thirsty now. The iron door at the corner of the hallway was not locked, and Indu and Fan and I easily walked inside. On the left side of this space, there were 8 compartments split into 2 rows, while the right side had a closed glass door, with a sign indicating it was the hot water room. 2 large exhaust fans were running overhead, and the ceiling lights were all on. As they entered, they could hear someone using one of the compartments. Indu turned around and quickly discovered 2 KT boards on the wash basins on either side of the entrance. The rules on the 2 KT boards were few, with only 5 lines combined. Restroom precautions. 1. The soundproofing in the compartments is poor. It is normal to hear sounds from outside or the next compartment during use, so there is no need to pay attention to it. 2. If you enter the compartment for washing, please first swipe your card on the card machine to check the water temperature displayed. You may only close the compartment door for use if it is between 30 to 45 degrees. Hot water room precautions. 1. Please collect a cup from the cup rack according to your student number. The school provides standardized stainless steel cups. If you find your cup is a glass one, please leave the hot water room immediately. 2. If you leave the hot water room due to item 1, please do not leave the restroom. You must stay in the restroom until you hear the sound of glass breaking coming from the hot water room before you can re-enter it. The sound of glass breaking usually occurs within an hour. If you wait in the restroom for an hour and still do not hear the sound, please leave immediately. 3. If you leave the restroom due to item 2, please go to the dormitory management office right away and inform the dormitory supervisor of the situation you encountered. This hot water room seems much creepier than the restroom, Fan and I remarked after reading it. Indu nodded and then lifted his leg to walk toward the hot water room. Since entering this space, he hadn't had a single sip of water. In the hot water room, in the corner diagonally opposite the door stood a stainless steel cup rack. Indu glanced at it, and at that moment, it held nothing but normal-looking stainless steel cups. Indu found his student ID, took out his water cup, and then walked over to the faucet for filling water. At this moment, he noticed an A4 piece of paper still taped to the wall. 1. The hot water room only provides drinking hot water. If you find cold water flowing from the faucet, please call Teacher Zhuang from the General Affairs Department, and wait for him to come and handle it. 2. Please do not take the water cup out of the hot water room. So many rules in this hot water room, Indu thought while turning on the faucet. Watching the hot water steam as it flowed out, he felt reassured and brought his cup closer to fill it. At that moment, he heard Fan Ni's voice beside him. Let's go back to the dorm after we fill up. It's all hot water, it has to cool for a long time before we can drink. Chapter 156, The Participant. Hearing Fan Ni's words, Indu felt a jolt in his heart. What is this? Just as he saw the rules, they were testing his memory? Not knowing whether the person beside him was human or something strange, Indu didn't reply and continued to fill his water cup with his head down. With his other hand, he secretly activated the electric drill. The rushing sound of the water couldn't drown out the noisy sound from the drill. Indu discreetly observed Fan and I. His performance seemed normal, except for a few times he hesitated to speak, clearly wanting him to turn off that strange noise. Seeing this, Indu stopped torturing his ears, releasing the drill and focusing on his water cup. As the water filled the stainless steel cup, he suddenly thought of a possibility and quickly turned his head to stare fixedly at Fan and I. Fan and I was startled by his gaze, trying to appear calm as he made eye contact with Indu. But after a few seconds, he still admitted defeat, saying, "You were just observing me, and now you're staring at me. Do I have a problem?" Fan and I didn't seem strange. Based on his time getting to know Fan and I, he wasn't stupid. He couldn't be outsmarted with such simple tactics. So now there was only one explanation: the rules seen by the other party were different from his. Indu thought this but didn't express his thoughts directly. Instead, he asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" When Fan and I was looking at him, his eyes clearly showed some guilt. It looked as if he had something to hide from him. Don't you think sometimes it's not necessary to dig too deep into some matters? Fan and I blinked. I don't think so. Once I have unresolved issues, I easily lose my appetite and sleep at night, tossing and turning. So, all along, I solve problems on the spot. Indu replied seriously. Fan and I fell silent for a few seconds, then turned around, sighed, and said, "By the way, have you noticed that this school is all boys?" Indu paused for a moment and then said, "Stop, this topic ends here. Some matters can be treated as if they don't exist, even if not fully stated." After a round of self-hypnosis, Indu pointed to the A4 paper on the wall. "Come on, brother, read the rules on this note. The hot water room only provides drinking hot water. If you find cold water flowing from the faucet, please call Teacher Zhuang from the General Affairs Department, and wait for him to come and handle it." Is that all? That's all what? Is there a rule I didn't see? Fan and I immediately reacted to Indu's deeper meaning. Indu nodded. I saw a rule stating that I shouldn't take the water cup out of the hot water room. What's going on? Have I fallen into a trap? Fan Ni's brows were tightly furrowed. I think it's more likely that the rules seen by freshmen and seniors are different. Indu said. But for safety's sake, you'd better not take the water cup outside. Fan and I accepted Indu's advice, and so the two squatted in the hot water room waiting to drink their water. The stainless steel cups provided by the school also had insulation functions, so to take a sip of water, the two wasted a full half hour in the hot water room. At first, they could still talk about what happened in the teaching building, but later, they could only silently stare at their water. It seems we need to schedule our water drinking time, Indu said after finishing his drink. There are set times for class, meals, and lights out. If they broke rules because of the hot water room's regulations, it wouldn't be worth it. This mission really is troublesome, Fan and I complained. The two of them walked out of the hot water room, and when they came out this time, the restroom had a few more people.
Those people were standing in front of the rules, looking cautiously. Someone noticed them coming out of the hot water room and peeked inside. In the world of the rule horror, everyone must follow the rules. As long as the outside doesn't give reminders, it's not easy to confirm everyone's identity as a gifted individual. Indu wasn't interested in forming any small groups, so he ignored them and left directly. Fan and I glanced around, confirmed there was no one he knew, and followed Indu out. Back in the dormitory, Indu checked the card machine. Unknowingly, it was already past 4 o'clock.
If we rest a bit more, it'll be time to eat. It's the first time I've scheduled my time this tightly, Fan and I sighed while lying on the bed.
Let's wait until 5:30 to eat, Indu said while fiddling with the card machine from the upper bunk. The stairs for getting up and down the bunks were ladders, and it was quite annoying each time they had to go up and down. By the way, are you asking me like this to decide to cooperate with me? Fan and I asked after getting up and knocking on the board of the upper bunk. It's temporary mutual help, not cooperation, Indu replied. Rest time always goes by quickly. When the lyrics of the card machine rang out, Indu slowly opened his eyes. The light of awakening pierces the foggy ocean, rules forge glory, evolving and growing in the dark night, breathe and sink and tremble, raise your hand and swear an oath, we will ultimately become the never-extinguishing light of awakening. Indu lay on his bed quietly listening to the entire song. What's wrong? Is there a problem with this song? Fan and I on the lower bunk noticed his unusual behavior and knocked on the railing to ask. I don't know, at least while listening to this song, I didn't feel anything particularly unusual. As for the feeling of irritability, it was exactly the same as when he used the card machine to read the rules at the dormitory manager's door. This was more like because using the alarm also counted as using the card machine, which made him violate the life guidelines in the student code. However, from his observation, using the card machine in the dormitory does not increase pollution, it only makes people irritable and anxious. Or perhaps, it needs more time to increase pollution. Not finding any anomalies, Indu put away the card machine and climbed down from the bunk. However, it's better not to keep the alarm on all the time. The rules say to avoid using the card machine as much as possible in the dormitory. Saying this, Indu walked out of the dormitory. When they arrived at the cafeteria this time, there were people lined up at every window. However, there weren't many people in the school, so no line was very long. Indu looked at the A-level students' window. The students lined up there didn't seem much different from ordinary students in appearance or behavior. No, there was a difference. The space between them seemed too uniform. Indu frowned as he observed those students. Just then, Fan and I stepped in front of him, blocking his view. What are you doing? Your gaze is too obvious, they noticed you over there. Fan and I reminded him. Taking advantage of Fan knees cover, Indu peeked in the direction he pointed. It was a person occupying a whole table by themselves. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be a teacher. Looking at the A-level students line can be completely understood as my desire to become an A-level student. Indu chuckled and patted Fan and I on the shoulder, but thanks for the reminder. Fan and I gave him a meaningful look. If I had known you were doing it on purpose, I definitely wouldn't have reminded you. But won't this really put your situation in danger? There is no way, those who do not enter the game cannot find the answers. Indu lowered his gaze, but his mind floated to Yishanqing, who was waving goodbye to him on the river. Chapter 157, Missing Rules and Speeches. Indu took 10 minutes to finish dinner. His class time was from 6 to 8, different from Vanny. Unlike him who rushed to class, Vanny could definitely stay a little longer in the canteen, observing the students and teachers coming and going. Then, he could take a stroll around the library. When Indu arrived again outside the teaching area, he saw the same 6-story teaching building. Now aware of what he would face, he prepared the card machine before entering the teaching area. As soon as he entered the teaching area, confirming that the anomaly hadn't disappeared, Indu immediately recited his student number into the card machine. This trick worked again. He still didn't know under what circumstances he needed to make a phone call. After things returned to normal in the teaching area, Indu looked toward that orderly corner. Though the sky was not fully dark yet, the lights there had already turned on. Indu did not rush to check the rules over there but went directly to the second floor of the teaching building. According to Vanny, there were door signs and seating charts at the entrance of the classrooms on the second floor. His classroom was located at the far west side on the second floor, with a seat in the first row. Although he already knew this, Indu still took some time to wander around the second floor. On one side of the second floor, there were 4 classrooms. On the eastern side across from the stairs, there were 2 larger classrooms for A-level students, each with 12 seats, while the remaining classrooms were all of the same size. However, there were 4 classrooms for C-level students, each with 9 seats, and only 2 classrooms for freshmen, each with just 6 seats. Counting this number, it seemed that their dormitory floor was already full of all C-level students. But if this was the case, did the remaining 3 floors of the dormitory house only A-level students? Could it be that A-level students had single rooms? If there were 18 people and 6 rooms on each floor, the numbers would match up. Or were there also teachers living in the dormitory? Indu pondered while walking to the farthest west side. Behind their classroom, there was an even larger warehouse. The door was locked with a B-level lock, and there was also an anti-theft lock on it. From the marks on the door lock and the dust on the anti-theft chain, it was clear that this warehouse had not been opened for a long time. Unfortunately, class time was approaching, and Indu had no time to investigate the warehouse. Speaking of which, this classroom probably didn't have 2 doors due to the small number of students. Indu walked back to the classroom door. As soon as he entered, he saw the rules written on the blackboard as well as the clock and 2 black speakers hanging on it. At this time, there were about 10 minutes left until 1800 hours. The rules on the blackboard were the same rules Vanny had mentioned to him in the afternoon, just slightly different. General Classroom Code of Conduct. 1. Every general classroom is equipped with individual desks. If a double desk is found, students must place the card machine on the upper left corner of the desk and sit in the left seat. 2. During class, students may not speak casually without the teacher's prompting. 3. Regardless of what happens in the general classroom, students may not leave the classroom within 30 minutes before class begins. 4. Only cultural teachers conduct classes in general classrooms. Cultural teachers will not wear protective clothing while teaching. If anyone wearing protective clothing is found entering a general classroom, students should leave the classroom immediately and report the situation to the security department on the 4th floor. This rule had only 4 points, one less than what Vanny had told him. Rather than suspecting that Vanny had deceived him, Indu believed more that the 5th rule Vanny mentioned was something only senior students could see. But why was that? Speaking of which, there were rules unseen in the hot water room as well, so if there was any commonality between these two. Maybe that's just what upperclassmen can do, clearly more things. In the dormitory, C-level upperclassmen can take their cups back to the dorm. In the classroom, when upperclassmen have to break the rules due to regulations, they have ways to solve problems. But, is this a good thing? Indu turned to look at his desk. On the surface, it really was a single wooden desk. However, Indu carefully walked around to the side of his seat, confirming that there was only one drawer before he felt at ease to sit down. He didn't arrive early, but excluding him, there was only one other student in the classroom. The other person sat in the corner, and from the number, he should be C212. The last one among the new students. Probably noticing that Indu was looking at him, the other person nodded slightly at Indu. However, his expression was very indifferent. Out of politeness, Indu also nodded back, then quietly sat in his seat. A few minutes later, 3 more people came into the classroom, and only the C211 seat remained empty. And the time had already reached 6 p.m. For those who hadn't come, if they had already become students of the school, then they were already late. While Indu was thinking, the speaker on the blackboard made a static noise, followed by a man's voice. Dear students. Hello everyone. I am the principal, Shi Chang. First of all, on behalf of all the teachers and students, I welcome each new student to join the Awakening Night School family. Here, you will embark on a brand new learning journey, gaining knowledge and undergoing transformation. Become a new, useful talent for the world. To help students achieve transformation, our school has carefully arranged 6 subjects. First are 3 basic courses. Literary Study course, this course will help students understand the world. Music Appreciation course, this course can help students relax in their busy lives. Physical Education course, this course can help students strengthen their bodies and improve physical functions. Indu listened carefully to the principal's speech, but so far, there didn't seem to be anything unusual. Then there are 3 specialized courses. Structure Principles course, Structure Practice course, Special Practical course. The specialized courses are more complex, students need to understand them during study and experience them in life. After the introduction of the 3 specialized courses, there was a string of clichés, basically nothing unusual. On the surface, this long speech seemed like just the principal's routine talk at the start of school. But, when Indu heard about those 3 specialized courses, he recalled the paper fan and I found on the 3rd floor. Human Anatomy, Belly Excavation, Chest Opening. Could it be that the content of the Structure Principles course, Structure Practice course, and Special Practical course? If that's the case, does the Special Practical course require real people? Thinking of this, Indu couldn't help but frown. He always felt that things weren't that simple. At the same time, the broadcast came with a voice he was very familiar with. Honorable Principal, teachers, dear students, hello everyone. I am the Student Council President, Chen Rong. First, welcome all new students to join the Awakening Night School family. I hope here, you can gain knowledge, friendship, and growth. As your senior, I would like to share some experiences and advice to help you adapt better to school life. Please make sure to read the Student Code of Conduct carefully. Follow the rules to make our learning in life smoother. Grades are an important benchmark for measuring our learning achievements. Grades not only represent your efforts but also represent your contributions to the school. Contributions? In a pile of boring nonsense, Indu suddenly caught a somewhat abrupt word.
Although good grades for students are certainly beneficial for the school, which school would so blatantly say that you have to have good grades to contribute to the school? The principal's speech was quite normal, focusing on what the school can offer students, rather than what students need to give to the school. Chen classmate, did he overthink this, or were there indeed hidden meanings in this speech? The pace of school life is fast, and everyone must learn to manage time wisely. Fast? With only 2 hours of class a day, it might be better to say that the requirement to raise grades to a B within 7 days forces those with talent to quicken their own pace of learning. No, although this 7 days is the minimum requirement given by the dungeon, from previous experiences, this time also marks a certain event in the dungeon. So, after 7 days, something should happen in this school. I hope everyone can help each other and make progress together. Remember, the power of unity is limitless. No matter what difficulties you encounter, maintain a clear mind. Do not be misled by external distractions, and stick to your original intention to go further. Chen Ron's speech was not shorter than the principal's. But since feeling that there was something behind Chen Ron's words, Indu no longer found it to be empty talk. After all, Indu could always find some key points among his verbose statements. By the time the principal and Chen Ron finished speaking, an hour had already passed. At this moment, a woman with a gentle and sweet appearance, dressed in a professional half-skirt, hurriedly walked into the classroom, stepping onto the podium in her beige low-heeled shoes. Dear students, hello everyone, I am the school's physical education teacher and also your class teacher. My name is Xiang Yi. There are not so many rules in a teacher's class. Any student can raise their hand as an indication of a question or speak freely. Teacher Xiang Yi elongated her words, giving off a bright and cheerful feeling. Indu couldn't help but be drawn to her. How could there be such a person in a strange dungeon, and besides, this image doesn't match a physical education teacher at all. After teacher Xiang Yi finished her self-introduction, the whole classroom fell into an odd silence. The atmosphere stiffened for a few seconds, and teacher Xiang Yi awkwardly clapped for herself before continuing. It seems like our class students are quite shy. I guess everyone hasn't introduced themselves. How about we introduce ourselves to each other, okay? This time, someone responded. Teacher, can we not waste time? We came here to learn, not to get to know each other. The voice came from directly behind Indu. He remembered that C209 and C211 were behind him. Since C211 had no one, the speaker could only be from C209. Indu looked at teacher Xiang Yi, who was choked by C209 and didn't know how to start, thought for a moment, then raised his hand, and as teacher Xiang Yi looked over, he helped to ease the situation saying, Teacher, there are only 6 of us in total, we can get to know each other during break time if we want. How about you directly go into the main topic and talk about the course arrangements? I just heard the principal say we have 6 courses, but according to the student rules, there are only 2 hours of class. Is that really enough time for us to learn 6 courses? With a way out provided, teacher Xiang Yi smiled again. Alright, then let's go straight to the main topic and talk about everyone's study arrangements. Although students only have 2 hours of class each day, the actual study time is a whole day. First, let's talk about the teacher's physical education class. The arrangement for physical education classes is that students must exercise on their own every day, and the exercise time should not be less than 20 minutes. The school's A-grade students have a daily exercise time of over 1 hour. Exercise on their own? Isn't that equivalent to not needing a teacher? Speaking of which, this teacher mentioned she was the school's physical education teacher. Could it be that this school only has her as the physical education teacher? Literature research class, each day go to the library to borrow a book for literature study and read. 10 minutes before the end of class every day, there will be an exchange of learning results. In the music appreciation class, the broadcasts during class time will take you on a journey through the world of music. Teacher, does that mean all 3 basic courses will rely on self-study? C209 spoke again. Yes. Teacher Xiang Yi smiled and said, Isn't it great? This not only trains students' self-learning abilities but also stimulates their motivation to learn. Hearing teacher Xiang Yi's elongated tone on the words learning motivation, Indu raised an eyebrow. Noticing his expression, teacher Xiang Yi turned to look at him. Student C207, do you have any questions? Teacher, if all 3 basic courses rely on self-study, how are the grades determined? Indu asked. Of course, the longer you study, the better your grades will be. If you want to be as excellent as the A-level students, you can observe their study habits. Then, teacher, when do A-level students have class? This time, it wasn't Indu or C209 speaking, the voice came from the position of C212. A-level students, except for special combat classes every 3 days, do not have scheduled class times. They rely entirely on self-study. Yet, they still maintain excellent grades, isn't that great? Teacher Xiang Yi said. Special combat class. Indu muttered, about to ask another question, but was interrupted by teacher Xiang Yi. Alright, I know everyone wants to become an A-level student, but for now, let's listen to the arrangement of the professional courses. This will help with your future studies. According to the school's schedule, each professional class lasts 35 minutes. Today, you will have your first structural principles class. Starting tomorrow, you will have 3 professional classes in sequence: principles class, practical class, and combat class. So, for those curious about the combat class, you will know the content tomorrow. Teacher Xiangyi quickly finished speaking, then looked at the time and continued, "If anyone has more questions, you can come to the teacher after class. There is only 1 minute left before the principles class, so please take out the A4 paper from your drawers for note-taking." After finishing, she quickly dashed out of the classroom, and from her movements, she seemed a bit flustered. Du looked up. Only 9 minutes had passed since this chaotic teacher entered the room. That means there are about 50 minutes left until class ends today. Just as Du was staring at the clock, a smell of formaldehyde wafted in. He looked toward the only exit in the entire classroom. Chapter 159, the first class. At 7:10, a container filled with a transparent liquid and an open-body specimen was pushed into the classroom. Behind this container stood a man in a suit. The container was a bit bloody, but Du didn't look at it for long. Instead, he focused on the man behind it. Very familiar, it seemed to be the one who blocked him at the stairway. That man had a stern face and looked rather unhappy. His gaze scanned all the students in the class, and with a cold expression, he said, "How unfortunate to draw you garbage class." As he spoke, Du noticed a classmate seated next to him shudder slightly. Du couldn't see the students behind him, but he could feel the heavy atmosphere in the classroom. At this moment, even the somewhat arrogant C209 student behind him did not dare to question the definition of garbage class. As the man in the suit looked at them, his expression was disinterested, but when he turned to the container beside him, he revealed a smug smile. However, it's not entirely unfortunate. While saying this, he moved the container to the podium and then formally introduced himself. "Hello, Waste, I am your teacher for the Structural Principles class, Frank Arnold." The attitude of this speaker was really unpleasant. But given the specimen beside him that looked very fresh, no one dared to refute. "Today is your first class on the principles of anatomy. I don't like to waste time, so let's start our lesson directly now." Frank turned around and wrote the 2 big characters anatomy on the blackboard. Our anatomy class mainly serves practical lessons, so the most important thing is to memorize the structure of the human body well. As he spoke, he turned around and took out a pointer to point at the container. "This is a collection I unexpectedly obtained today, and it is also my teaching tool for today. When I caught him, he was shivering in the blanket, and he died when I cut open his chest and took out his heart." Du had originally kept his head down, but he raised it to look at the container when he heard this. Hiding in the blanket? He looked at that face and took a long time to confirm that this guy was the boy who used to lie in the bed number 8 of dormitory 404. So, the price of not becoming a student in time is being made into a specimen? When he heard Frank say he had taken the other's heart, Du moved his gaze down. Sure enough, the heart was missing next to the left lung. So, can someone tell me where the heart was supposed to be? Frank's gaze looked back at all the students again. Du quickly lowered his eyes and did not make eye contact with him. At this moment, C209 behind him seemed to regain some courage. "Teacher, I know." Although his voice trembled, Du still silently thanked him in his heart. After all, that Frank had seemingly locked his gaze on him in the end. Could it be because his student ID number was one of the highest in the class? Okay, then C209, come up and point out where the heart was originally located. Probably not expecting this, C209 got up and was already flustered to bump into the slanted desk. Feeling his agitation, Du turned to look at C209 for the first time. He was a somewhat mature-looking white boy, whose build was just slightly smaller than Ma Xiangzhe, but appeared to have more flab. Under Frank's cold gaze, he shook his legs and walked up to the podium. At first, he looked at Frank's pointer in his hand, but under Frank's intimidating gaze, he could only point with his finger to a spot next to the left lung in the container. Teacher, it's here, the heart should be here," he said, looking at Frank. "Wrong." Frank said, "Is your heart in front of the left lung? And isn't it external? Do you want me to help dig out the heart and place it in the right position so you can try if you can still live under these circumstances?" C209 was so frightened by him that he trembled, and his finger directly poked through the container into the left lung. The strange sensation in his hand made him freeze on the spot, his head stiffly turning towards the container. When he found that he really touched the left lung of that corpse, he screamed and fell to the ground. Du, not far away, felt as if his eardrum had been shaken, followed by a buzzing in his ears. Seeing C209's frightened performance, Frank said unhappily, "You're scared just by pointing out the position, truly a waste, go down." After he finished speaking, he reached his hand through the container in front of the whole class, finally pointing his index finger at a spot next to the left lung. "Here is where I dug out his heart. Did you remember it now?" The first class was so intense, who could forget? Du complained in his heart. But now, even though he remembered the positions of the left and right lungs in the heart, it seemed he had scared away the positions of the other organs.
Next, the whole class turned into a stage for Frank to perform, pointing around the specimen, but he did not do anything to harm the specimen. It seemed that he really treasured this specimen. But thinking that this specimen had just been in the same dormitory with him a few hours ago, Indu felt a wave of nausea. He could only numbly listen and then, in the last few minutes, draw the human anatomy on A4 paper as Frank requested. At 7:45, Frank left the classroom without saying a word, dragging his collection behind him. After he left, Indu finally let out a breath. He looked down at the thing he had just drawn, his eyes trembling.
What is going on?
He clearly remembered he only drew a simple human anatomy chart, without labeling the organs, which meant he hadn't written a single word.
But why was there writing on the paper, in his handwriting?
Indu tried to recall the details of the anatomy chart he had just drawn while staring at the A4 paper. At that moment, a piece of paper was placed on his desk. Indu instinctively looked up, and the visitor was C212, who had given him another A4 paper for class notes. Just like his notes, C212's paper had a sentence written on it.
Slice open the chest and take out the heart.
And in the corresponding human anatomy chart they drew, there was no heart. Indu took a deep breath. It was clear that this school had serious problems.
Attending classes was merely accepting pollution, and during this pollution, they might even face memory or cognitive issues.
It was likely that during the class, Frank had insisted they draw an anatomy chart identical to the specimen and note the cause of its death. However, due to memory or cognitive problems, their memories remained only of drawing an ordinary anatomy chart. Indeed, the deviation in these two memories was small, but the significance of it made one feel lost and uneasy.
It seems you've noticed the problem too, C212 said. Indu turned his gaze back to him.
C212 was a fair-skinned boy with narrow eyes. He gave off a smart feeling, clearly of Asian descent. Moreover, he spoke standard Mandarin. But this wasn't surprising. Although he hadn't observed closely, he realized while squatting with classmate Chen that this world had a variety of ethnicities, with languages mostly being Chinese, English, and Spanish. This guy might be just like classmate Chen, with his country serving as his background. Noticing Indu's curious gaze, C212 smiled and said, "Hello, I am C212, Susho." "Indu, student number C207, Indu said to him seriously. Upon hearing Indu's words, Susho was taken aback and then said, "Right, I should say my student number is C212, name is Susho."
Susho, hello, nice to meet you. Chapter 160, must become an A-grade student.
After introducing themselves, Susho didn't speak more and directly returned to his seat. It seemed he came over just to provide Indu with clues.
What a strange person.
However, in this bizarre world, nothing seemed too strange. Indu collected the two pieces of paper into his toolbox. At this time, there were still more than 10 minutes left before class ended, but no teacher entered the classroom again. With uncertainty about whether a teacher would come, no one dared to leave. Everyone just sat in their seats calming their spirits. To be honest, the shock Indu felt throughout the class was not as strong as the final realization that his memory had been altered. The open display of blood had long ceased to scare him. However, the person behind him was now mumbling, apparently terrified. When the classroom quieted down, his barely audible words were like some kind of incantation, making it hard for Indu to calm down. Just as Indu was about to get up and change places to get some fresh air, he saw teacher Xiangyi hurriedly walk into the room. "Students, I'm sorry, I just rushed out and forgot to tell you. Since today is your first day of class, there won't be the last 10 minutes of literature seminar, you can leave early. But I can't be blamed for this, after all, Teacher Arnold is just too scary." After teacher Xiangyi finished speaking, without waiting for them to respond, he quickly left the classroom. Every time he comes and goes in a hurry, it's really strange. It was as if something was chasing her. After she left, a few people rushed out of the classroom immediately.
"Class is over, shall we go back to the dormitory together?"
Susho asked Yundu as he walked to his side. Yundu shook his head. "I want to go to the library first." Hearing Yundu's words, Susho looked at him strangely. "Do you want to become an A-grade student?"
"Becoming an A-grade student is not everyone's common goal?"
Yundu replied with a smile. Although Susho had just shown kindness to him, and he felt an inexplicable affection for Susho, he was still a person from the world of strange rules. Yundu still stayed alert. But he never expected that after his question, Susho would actually say, "But my intuition tells me that it's not bad to always be a C-grade student in this school." This time it was Yundu's turn to be surprised. He looked at Susho. "What do you mean?" "I don't know, even though my memory tells me I entered the school to become an A-grade student and have a better future."
Susho frowned.
"But since this morning when I opened my eyes in the cafeteria and saw the rules of the cafeteria," Susho said halfway through, his hand suddenly pressed on Yundu's desk, his face full of pain and struggle. He shook his head hard, his eyes gradually losing focus, but still weakly continued the unfinished words. "A voice in my heart tells me it's best to always just be a C. But before he finished speaking, his expression changed. He suddenly stood up straight and said vacantly, "Must become an A-grade student, must become an A-grade student, definitely." Halfway through, he started shaking again like a robot that had malfunctioned. While Yundu was thinking whether he should lay him down, he suddenly grabbed Yundu's wrist, his gaze sharp. "Do not become an A-grade student." After saying that, he slumped down. Although Yundu was stunned by his strange behavior, he still managed to catch him in time. He leaned him against the desk and then cautiously nudged him. Susho? Are you all right?" Susho leaned against Yundu's desk and took a while before letting go of Yundu's hand. But once his mind was completely clear again, he looked at Yundu in confusion and asked, "What just happened?" Yundu carefully observed Susho's expression. He could confirm that the other was not acting. His earlier performance was as if his original memory had been erased and then implanted with a command. This command made him see A-grade students as his target. But something must have gone wrong. It seemed Susho had escaped the command, which was why he chose C212 as his student number. However, as long as he wanted to carefully investigate the source of his thoughts, to study the oddities in his memory, he would definitely touch that command. But the way this guy looked at him in the end. To prevent Susho from going through that again, Yundu didn't reveal everything but just said, "You were just asking me if I wanted to go back to the dorm together," then suddenly covered your head. "Are you feeling unwell? I don't even know if this school has a medical room," Yundu said with concern. "Oh, I see." Susho rubbed his temples. He indeed still felt some pain in his head. What a familiar feeling. "Headaches have always been my old problem, just need a bit of rest," Susho said weakly. Because of Susho, Yundu temporarily set aside his plan to go to the library, and he helped him towards the dormitory. Around 8 o'clock, the sky had already darkened, and streetlights were lit up around the school. As soon as they stepped out of the teaching building, Yundu heard a burst of music. Susho, who had originally been walking slowly, hurried his pace upon hearing the music. But he still hadn't fully recovered, and his movements were unsteady, so Yundu could only do his best to support him. After escorting Susho back to his dormitory, Yundu then set off to walk back to the teaching building. So bloody, this person was just cut open. Is this person a gifted one or an NPC in the instance? It's a gifted one. Their country only has one city left. Now it's just gone. In fact, the violent and bloody scenes are not bad. After seeing a lot, they no longer seem scary. Indeed, this class is not nearly as frightening as when Indu broke into the academic affairs office. What happened? Did Indu just write on the diagram? Don't ask, the people watching the live broadcast saw the same scene as Indu. He was stunned himself. What is this Susho situation? Is he a talent user? He is not a talent user, he is an NPC in the instance. That's really rare. An NPC directly provides clues from the start. Is this Susho a fixed storyline character in the instance? Have other talent users encountered him? Could it be that he is just trying to get closer to the talent users with clues, and in the end, betray them when they trust him? I watched other live streams, only Indu met Susho. I also watched other live streams. In this instance, only school staff and classmate Chen exist as fixed NPCs, every student is different. Then Susho is quite special. Not necessarily, maybe other instances also have students with settings like Susho, but the talent users there didn't trigger the storyline. I also lean towards the idea that Susho is not special. This time when he returned to outside the teaching area, the scene Indu could see finally matched the description in the rules. When he walked into the teaching area, he also saw the normal teaching building and playground. The music he and Susho heard just now had also stopped. Seeing that the playground was normal, Indu walked to the green projection lamp nearby. Playground Training Manual. 1. The playground is a place for students to exercise their bodies. 2. The playground broadcast will play soothing music from time to time. Listening to more music will help improve performance. 3. Excessive exercise can harm health. Do not exceed 4 hours on the playground each day. Chapter 161, Fan Ni's First Class. Sure enough, the rules he could see were different from Fan Ni's. The first rule was missing half. He remembered the rule Fan Ni read to him that day. The second half of the first rule was, "It is strictly forbidden to fight on the playground or harm classmates." Indu silently recited. Why? Why emphasize this rule to old students but not restrict new students? This was completely different from the previous 2 times. Unable to understand, Indu could only set this question aside for now. He walked straight into the teaching building and headed for the library. At this moment, the library was nearly occupied with students at every table, and it was very quiet. Just standing at the door affected Indu, making his footsteps lighter. When Indu walked in, the teacher sitting at the counter just glanced at him and then ignored him. The library rules were right behind that teacher. Library rules. 1. Opening hours, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. During the day, the library is only open to A-rank students. C-rank students can only enter after 6 p.m. 2. Lending restrictions. 1. A-rank students may borrow up to 3 books at a time, C-rank students may borrow 1 book at a time. 2. Books borrowed must be returned within 24 hours. 3. Any book must be checked out at the counter before it can be read. 4. Books marked with red blood drop indicators are prohibited from being borrowed. 3. Reading rules. Talking is prohibited in the library except for library staff. 4. Notes. 1. The library has only 2 administrators who take turns. If you meet a person who claims to be a library administrator that is different from the one you encountered at the counter, please ignore them. 2. Copying of library books is strictly prohibited. Aside from the books marked with red blood drop indications and the last 2 notes, the rest of the library rules seem relatively normal. After reading the rules, Indu walked toward the first row of bookshelves. To be honest, just looking at the names of the books on this shelf made Indu feel no desire to borrow them. The books on the first row of shelves looked very academic. Reconstruction of morality in a rule-based society. The perfect world under rules. Indu walked all the way to the 3rd row before he found a book that interested him. Efficient use of parts. He noted the book's position and continued to check the rows behind. Although the rules said that books marked with blood drops could not be borrowed. The more they said that, the more Indu wanted to see them. He didn't intend to break the rules by flipping through these books, he just wanted to see their titles. Unfortunately, after browsing, by the time the librarian announced closing, he had not seen a single book marked with blood drops. Back at the 3rd row, he took efficient use of parts and walked toward the counter. The borrowing procedure was very simple, all it took was a swipe of his card. As Indu walked out of the library with the book, he happened to see Fanny standing outside the teaching building. "I knew you went to the library to borrow books," Fanny said with a smile, waving at him. "How was your first class today?" Fanny asked. Seeing Fanny deliberately waiting for him there and suddenly bringing up class, Indu understood that he actually wanted to talk about himself. Indu walked up to Fanny. "My class was basically just listening to the principal, student council president, and our homeroom teacher talk, nothing special." "What about you? Did you discover anything?" Fanny smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I kind of regret choosing the old student role now. To be honest, I have absolutely no impression of that hour-long class. My last memory was of a man stepping onto the podium, introducing himself as our homeroom teacher and saying that we were having a practical class. After finishing, he raised his wrist. At this point, there was a 1-finger-wide gap in the red line on his wrist. I don't know if it's because of contamination or injury, when I came to, the red line looked like this already. I checked my wrist before entering the classroom, the red line was intact then." Indu looked at the red line on his wrist and asked, "Why do you suspect it was an injury?" Fanny said with a distressed expression, "Because, after I came to, I found that one of my classmates had their left hand severed. That hand was left in the classroom. After others escaped, I went forward to look at that arm. From the gap, it seemed like that hand was initially chopped once but not fully severed, then it was forcibly ripped off. Then I checked the traces in the classroom. It was obvious that a fight had occurred there, and there were signs of someone fleeing the classroom. Outside the entire 2nd floor, there were signs of fighting and blood. But just when I wanted to check other areas downstairs, I found that all traces had disappeared. I rushed back to the 2nd floor, but the evidence there had also vanished." Fanny sighed. "Everything felt like a dream. If it weren't for the severed hand's mark and the vividly memorable smell of blood, I would even doubt everything I saw was an illusion caused by contamination. However, my talent is resistance. I can't possibly experience hallucinations from contamination." After hearing Fanny's words, Indu wanted to reach out and pat his shoulder to comfort him, but suddenly remembered something and withdrew his hand that was frozen in midair. He touched his nose and said, after experiencing so much suddenly, "You must be tired too. Why don't you head back to the dorm to rest for a bit? I'll check the 2nd floor for any traces." But this time, Fanny did not watch him leave. Instead, he grabbed him. "The teaching building's lights are about to go out, better not take the risk." "How do you know the teaching building's lights out time?" Indu asked. "It was just announced, didn't you hear? The entire teaching building's lights will be out at 10:10 p.m. Please students leave the teaching building as soon as possible. Also, the street lights outside will be turned off at 10:30 p.m. In other words, soon the whole school, except for the dormitory, had no safe place for them." Indu nodded. "Maybe it's because the library doesn't have any broadcasts, and the soundproofing is pretty good." "I didn't hear the broadcast in the library." As soon as he finished speaking, the two heard a crack from the teaching building behind them, and then darkness enveloped them. At the same time, a voice came from the playground. "Students, the teaching building has turned off the lights. The street lights will turn off at 22:30. Students staying on the playground, please go back to the dormitory to rest as soon as possible." Indu's surprised expression when he heard the broadcast was too obvious. As he turned his head, he heard Fan and I ask, "What happened with the broadcast? Why do you look so strange?" If I heard correctly, that should be my homeroom teacher, Teacher Xiangyi's voice.
To be honest, I think my homeroom teacher is a bit strange too. During class, it feels like they are hurrying us. Indu said.
Fan and I nodded. Then I'll be honest too, I really don't want to hear the word homeroom teacher right now.
It makes me think of what just happened. So, let's hurry back to the dormitory. Chapter 162 Fan and I.
Fan and I was very curious, he had become too quiet. On the way back to the dormitory, Indu often felt him distracted, and from time to time let out a barely audible sigh.
But Fan and I was no longer a novice. Was a bit of blood and disordered memories really worth such tension and fear? Unless, there was still something hidden in his description, something that terrified him. After returning to the dormitory, Fan and I immediately took his clothes to the bathroom.
Indu's gaze fell on the bed in C208. At that moment, it lay a student who sat next to him in class. Thinking of the boy who originally lay there, the image of a specimen in a container filled Indu's mind.
He sighed and turned to rummage through the room again.
To die meant that boy had broken the rules, but he did not have any rules that matched his situation. After searching through everything, Indu had to admit that there really were no hidden rules in this dormitory.
Just as he resignedly sat down wanting to rest for a bit, Fan and I, now changed into new clothes, walked back into the dormitory.
Indu immediately picked up the clothes he had prepared and walked toward the door.
But Fan and I stopped him.
You won't believe what I found in the bathroom stall. As Fan and I spoke, he waved a piece of paper in front of Indu with 2 fingers.
Indu looked over. It was an A4 size flyer. At the top, it read 8 large characters, Enlightenment Night School Enrollment Guide.
Indu took the guide from his hand. This guide mainly contained the school map. The complete school map was a very regular rectangle, surrounded by solid lines, with no school gate marked. Only a few lines of small print in the corner listed precautions. Enrollment precautions: 1. After entering the school, please go to the dormitory management room to receive your card machine.
2. After receiving the card machine, please read the student code of conduct immediately to avoid violating school rules. 3. The school will regularly clear out outside personnel every day. It seems that the student's violation was exactly what was stated in the guide. But why did this enrollment guide end up in the bathroom? Indu asked.
This thing clearly should have appeared in front of them when they entered the instance.
Fan and I shrugged. I don't know either.
When I was about to throw my clothes into the laundry basket, I found this paper in the trash bin in the corner.
The trash bin.
Indu instinctively loosened his grip.
What's wrong? That trash bin isn't very dirty.
Despite saying that, Fan and I still used 2 fingers to pick up the guide from the ground and threw it into the dormitory's trash bin.
To be honest, this instance environment was already much better than the previous one.
However, this does not stop Indu from having a bit of a cleanliness obsession under certain conditions.
Ahem, it's getting late, I'm going to take a shower first. Wait a moment, let me wash my hands first. Fanny dashed ahead, and a few minutes later, he re-entered the dormitory.
After he came back, Indu then walked into the bathroom. He didn't rush into the stall, instead, he walked to the corner of the bathroom. When they came in the afternoon, they didn't walk further because one of the stalls was occupied, so they didn't notice there was another space behind the stall. In this space, a trash can was on the left and a stainless steel rack with a dirty laundry chute entrance was embedded in the wall on the right. At this moment, there were 4 or 5 enrollment guides in the trash can. Judging by the messy appearance, it didn't look like a whole stack was thrown in there.
Could it be that someone collected all the enrollment guides and threw them here before they entered the instance? Or is this part of the rules that were deliberately hidden in the instance?
Most people tend to search for clues starting from nearby places when entering an unfamiliar environment, so the talent users in this instance, if they took the action to seek rules, should normally have found this guide before the dormitory entrance was locked. That boy mainly did not act due to his fear, which caused his death. Indu shook his head, pushing away the thoughts that surfaced in his mind, then turned to enter the stall. He tested the water temperature and only closed the stall door after confirming that hot water would come out.
As soon as the door closed, Indu noticed a note on the back of the door. Washing guide. 1. Each person's washing time must not exceed 20 minutes.
2. Please take your dirty clothes to the laundry chute in the corner and drop them after swiping your card. 3. Please check the clothes hanging on the rack the next morning. If you find any bloodstains on your clothes, immediately call Teacher Chi to report the situation.
Another set of rules. However, it was probably because of this rule that Fanny found that guide, right?
Due to the 20-minute limit, Indu worked quickly and emerged from the stall in about 5 minutes. According to the regulations, after throwing his clothes into the laundry chute, Indu stood nearby and listened. But the sound of the clothes falling was too light, and he couldn't hear anything significant.
He could only confirm that the clothes were indeed dropping down.
He didn't know if they fell to the first floor. Indu stretched out his hands to measure the size of the laundry chute and confirmed that even if he turned into a child, he couldn't go down from here, before leaving the bathroom. After a whole day, he hadn't explored the dormitory yet, and he didn't know if there was a laundry room on the first floor. Maybe he should prioritize this tomorrow.
Moreover, he would also have practical classes tomorrow and didn't know if he would encounter a situation like Fanny's. As Indu lay on his bed thinking, Fanny knocked on the bunk below. Indu poked his head out to look at the lower bunk. "What's up? Did you notice that there is no school gate on the map of this school?" Fanny leaned forward and whispered. "Of course I noticed. Although the minimum pass conditions have nothing to do with whether the school gate exists or not. However, such an anomaly cannot be ignored by anyone who has seen the map. But Indu's current goal is not to find the school gate. Or rather, because he has no clues about the school gate at all, he is temporarily not preparing to spend energy on it." However, did Fanny suddenly bring up the school gate because he had discovered something? Indu focused his attention on Fanny, ready to hear his insights. But Indu didn't expect that Fanny's next sentence directly shifted the topic. "If what we do in class isn't controlled by us, then how can we ensure that we get a B grade?" Fanny said quietly. "So what if we can't get a B? I thought you, like me at first, wanted an ending that is definitely not the minimum pass method." Indu looked at Fanny. "Otherwise, why would you venture with me to clues?" At that moment, Indu suddenly realized that Fanny had just mentioned the school gate for a reason. It turned out to remind him to find the school gate. Perhaps leaving the school could count as clearing the level, right? "That's right, if I could, I would definitely not choose the guaranteed method to clear the level." Fanny sighed. "What I'm afraid of is that with the current situation of this dungeon, not many talented individuals can meet the requirements for the guaranteed clearance." Hearing Fanny's words, Indu was stunned for a few seconds. He hadn't thought that Fanny was actually worried about this issue. After a while, he spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. "If this is your concern, we can definitely find the secret of this school as quickly as possible and find a way to clear the level early. That way, they can clear the level according to the guide. Although this method wouldn't help those who used up their hints in the early stages, it could assist those who had a better chance of survival in the dungeon." Fanny gave a wry smile. "How could I not know this? But from the dungeons I participated in, the deadliest threats have always appeared in the very beginning. The dungeon filters out a batch of talentless individuals right at the start who are not suitable for survival in this world. The remaining talented individuals, even if they fail to clear the level, generally become contaminated or lost. But this time the dungeon is different. Threats might appear every day from now on. In this situation, whether it's a guaranteed clearance method or a more advanced clearance method, they won't survive to complete it." Fanny couldn't forget the scene in the classroom. He couldn't forget the severed arm he held in his hands. Now, all he needed to do was close his eyes, and he would return to that scene, the smell of blood filling his nose. The impact of that class had not ended even now. At this rate, perhaps he would inevitably become an A-grade student. "Do you remember what you said?" "What?" "You have to enter the game to clear the level," Fanny said. Chapter 163, The Anomaly After Lights Out. After Fanny said he was willing to be the one to enter the game, Indu didn't reply. He silently lay back in his position and thought for a while. He had to admit, he was a bit tempted. If Fanny voluntarily entered the game, it would only be beneficial for him. But it was too dangerous. He could tell right away that Fanny's idea of entering the game was different from his own. Originally, he just wanted to pretend to be a student eager to become an A-grade student to attract attention. But Fanny meant that he really wanted to go down the path of an A-grade student. The clues gathered by an A-grade student would be absolutely different from what these C-grade students could gather. But becoming an A-grade student might mean never being able to leave this dungeon again. Although he didn't have any particular feelings for Fanny, why should he let someone make sacrifices for no reason? Indu sighed, just as he wanted to talk to Fanny about this issue and discuss his new thoughts. The dormitory light suddenly went out. Was it already time for lights out? Had it really reached midnight so quickly? To avoid breaking the rules, Indu had to suppress all his thoughts. He yawned, turned over, and took his alarm clock out of the toolbox, placing it by his pillow. Just after finishing these actions, he felt as if another body was lying behind him. The cold touch made him jerk awake, fully alert. At that moment, a scream came from the position of the bed opposite him. Indu's heart stopped, he stiffened and didn't dare to move. And that scream abruptly stopped, as if it had been abruptly cut off by an invisible hand. Indu's heart leaped to his throat. The darkness made everything unknown seem more terrifying. He wanted to see what had happened on the opposite bed, but he was afraid of making a noise and violating the rules, so he could only remain frozen, barely daring to breathe. At that moment, he felt the cold body behind him seem to move slightly. Immediately, there were faint rustling sounds coming from the darkness. Finally, the dormitory door creaked open and then closed, as if someone had entered. Then, the entire dormitory fell back into complete silence. In the quiet dormitory, the sensation from behind became more pronounced. He calmed down and recalled all the rules, confirming he hadn't violated any, and forced himself to ignore the presence behind him after it couldn't harm him. At some point, sleepiness washed over him again, and Indu fell asleep. The next day, Indu woke up to the sound of the alarm clock. He turned off the alarm and took out his card machine to check the time. It was now 6:50 in the morning.
Recalling the memories from last night, he quickly looked over at the bed next to him. The beds there were all neatly arranged, and there was not a single person around.
Indu tidied up his bed and then got out of bed.
After getting off the bed, he realized that both lower bunk positions were also tidied up, and all those people were not in the dormitory. At that moment, he heard a sound from the upper bunk. A classmate from his class had just pulled back the blanket and was sitting up, looking bewildered. Just as Indu was about to leave the dormitory to find someone, Vanny walked in carrying a basin from outside, and upon entering, he spoke first. "There are more toiletries in the bathroom, you should go wash up."
Indu ignored this statement and asked about last night's situation. "Did you hear any noises after the lights went out?" "What noises?"
"I fell asleep right after the lights went out," Vanny replied while placing the basin down on the table. Only after putting the basin down did he freeze momentarily, turning his head to look at Indu in disbelief. His face turned grim as he said, "If you hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't have realized. Why did I lose consciousness as soon as the lights went out? Also, at 6:30 in the morning, there was no alarm clock and no sounds, yet all of us woke up on time. This situation feels just like that class yesterday."
Indu's expression turned serious upon hearing this. "Now that you mention it, it feels like the old students have been implanted with some kind of program. And there are two triggers, one is the class, and the other is the lights going out."
At this point, Indu no longer struggled with what had happened last night. After all, the fact that the people in the dormitory were fine indicated that last night's events were probably just meant to frighten him into breaking the rules. "What's even worse is that after being controlled, I didn't even notice anything unusual." Vanny clenched his fists. "It seems I am inevitably becoming a part of this game." He didn't want to lose himself in confusion and become a mere puppet in this strange scenario. But if he had no way back and this was the only method to break the situation. "Don't be so discouraged, I won't let you head toward that ending," Indu said.
"Do you have a way to solve this problem?" Vanny asked. "Didn't we figure it out yesterday? The identity of new and old students is decided by their student numbers.
In other words, taking a new student's number means being a new student, and taking an old student's number means being an old student." Indu waved the card machine in front of Vanny.
Vanny's head turned along with Indu's hand. "So?
We're missing one student from our class, that means there is currently a student number without a student." Indu put away his card machine. "Maybe that unissued card machine is still in the dormitory office. You remember, the dormitory teacher took it out from the drawer."
"Do you mean I can change my student number?"
Vanny took out his card machine and held it in his hand. Although he framed it as a question, he actually already accepted Indu's method in his heart. The card machine represents the student number, and this school only recognizes student numbers. This has been clear from the very beginning. According to the rule in the dormitory, it is best to carry the card machine with you. The school does not prohibit students from grabbing card machines from each other or swapping their student ID numbers. So the rule only reminds students to take care of their own card machines, not that they can't fight for card machines.
"Right," Indu said.
But he still hadn't thought about how to get into the dormitory management room, and recklessly entering without knowing the rules could be dangerous. Maybe he could find a way to distract the dorm manager, and then force his way in with a lamp.
"So how are we going to get into the dorm management room?" "That's a good question. So now?"
Indu raised his hand and waved, then walked towards the dorm entrance. "I need to wash up first, then go eat breakfast, and think about how to get into the dorm management room."
Fan and I.
After Indu left, the other students in the dorm also didn't return, and the whole dorm fell into silence. He looked down at his wrist. From last night until now, the length of the red line on his wrist hadn't changed. Maybe he could rely on his talent to force his way in. But if he really swapped the card machine, it would mean giving up the clue related to the senior students.
Should he really do this? Chapter 164, First Floor of the Dormitory.
Indu finished washing up, and then he and Fan and I went to the cafeteria for breakfast. The windows in the cafeteria were the same as yesterday, but in the morning, these windows only sold soybean milk, bread, and sandwiches. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the dorm. This time, as they passed by the dorm management room, they both observed it without planning to. Behind the glass window, Teacher Chi was still looking down and scrolling on her phone. In the simple room, there was a single bed, but the items in the room didn't seem suitable for long-term living. Indu glanced at the door of the dorm management room. It was just a regular ball lock, which could be easily pried open. So the most difficult part now was indeed finding a way to distract Teacher Chi. They had no understanding of Teacher Chi at all, and the two known rules about her wouldn't help to get her out of the dorm management room. He also didn't know if there were other rules that could drive Teacher Chi away, so it seemed he still had to stick to his plan from last night and investigate the dormitory building.
"What, have you thought of a way?"
After returning to the fourth floor, Fan and I asked Indu, who was still in a daze. "No, I was just thinking about where to start searching this dormitory building, but on second thought, it's indeed better to start from the first floor," Indu said. He still wanted to see if there was a laundromat on the first floor. If not, what would it look like?
Then this time, should we split up, one person checking one floor?
No, Indu shook his head, not knowing how to get teacher Chi out of the dorm management room. Perhaps we could still work on her daily habits. So, we need to leave one person to observe her routine. Maybe she will leave the dorm management room at a certain time. Learn from experience. In the first copy, I acted too rashly and didn't even consider observing that monster outside the door.
Fan and I nodded. That's true,
but I think you should observe this teacher while I check out this dorm.
After all.
Fan and I waved his wrist with the red line in front of Indu. My talent can save my life. Your life-saving talent decreases with each use. Before we get a new card machine, it's better to save it for the night class. Indu said as he took out his electric drill. Compared to your talent, my tools are more useful. Saying this, he directly walked out of the dormitory door.
This time, Fan and I didn't say much.
He knew that Indu wanted to investigate the whole dormitory, not just to help him.
Moreover, Indu didn't fully trust him. Any clues Fan and I found would likely be analyzed by Indu with the consideration that they might be false.
Thinking of this, he chuckled softly and walked out of the dormitory.
Indu moved quickly.
As Fanny stepped out of the dormitory, he was almost down to the first floor. Before reaching the first floor, he stopped and looked at the tightly closed fire door on the first floor. Speaking of which, since yesterday, he seems to have not seen anyone open this fire door on the first floor.
Not just the first floor, it seemed he hadn't seen anyone open the doors on the second and third floors either.
Where do those A-class students live? Indu thought this and simply crouched in the stairwell to see if any A-class students would come back. At that moment, Fanny walked down from upstairs. Seeing Indu leaning against the wall, he asked curiously, "Have you changed your mind?" "No, I want to see which floor the A-class students live on," Indu replied. "I just went up and down, and the handles of these fire doors have no dust on them. They don't look like they haven't been opened for a long time. And none of them are locked. If you want to know which floor the A-class students live on, it might not be useful just standing here. According to my observations, those A-class students seem to go to the library or the playground during the day. Sometimes they wander around campus, but they just won't come back to the dormitory," Fanny said, then took a few more steps down. His task was to watch the dormitory manager, and standing on this step, he couldn't see the dormitory management office at all. Hearing Fanny's words, Indu remembered what the homeroom teacher had said during class yesterday, that the A-class students had no scheduled classes and would learn independently. Combining it with Fanny's situation, perhaps these A-class students had long been manipulated, and what to do at every moment every day had already been fixed. Confirming that he couldn't find any clues by crouching, Indu no longer hesitated, picked up an electric drill, and walked toward the fire door on the first floor. He confirmed that the dormitory manager hadn't noticed him, and then carefully opened the fire door. The sharp friction sound made him feel a tingling sensation all over his body. But after opening the door, he stopped moving because, through the crack of the door, he found that the entire first-floor corridor was dark, and there were no lights on inside. However, in the dim corridor, it seemed there was no one around either. Indu took out a flashlight and shone it into the corridor through the crack of the door. Only something seemed to be reflecting light in the distance at the corner of the wall.
Was that a metal door?
Indu cautiously pushed open the fire door and stepped into the corridor, the beam of the flashlight swaying in the darkness. The full view of the first floor finally revealed itself to him. Like the fourth floor, this first floor also had 3 rooms on each side. However, the dormitory doors on this floor were all rusty metal doors, with locks made of lock plates and combination locks. And this entire set was also rusty. Because there were no ventilated windows, the first floor corridor was extremely damp, and as soon as Indu walked in, he smelled a mix of mold and rust. This place can really house people? But on the floor, while it wasn't all dust, there were footprints from people coming and going. Indu walked to a door and picked up the rusty padlock. The scratches on it also proved that this room had been opened recently. He thought for a moment and did not take action on this lock, but instead took 2 steps back and turned to look at the metal door in the corner, just like on the 4th floor. That door was also covered in spots of rust. Indu decided to go there first to resolve the doubts he had since last night. But just then, he suddenly heard a sound of footsteps behind him. Indu hurriedly turned around with the flashlight, but behind him, there was only the fire door less than 2 meters away. At that moment, the sound of footsteps reappeared behind him. Indu quickly pressed himself against the wall, swinging the flashlight from side to side. This time the footsteps disappeared, but a drop of red liquid fell onto Indu's hand. Indu looked at the liquid on his hand, feeling a shiver in his heart. He quickly shook his hand to get rid of the liquid and kept warning himself in his heart that not being attacked means he hasn't violated the rules. He must not lose his composure at this moment. Since I couldn't find it, it's fine, I might as well just ignore it for now. Indu prepared the electric drill and then continued towards the iron door in the corner. The sound of footsteps echoed behind him again, and this time, he finally noticed that the footsteps were not only behind him but also above his head.
Chapter 165, School Forbidden Zone.
Indu's palms were sweating as he carefully moved forward. With each step, the footsteps above him closely followed him. When he reached the middle of the hallway, a piece of white paper slipped out from the crack of door 106.
What's that? Is there someone in that room?
Indu's breath paused for 2 seconds, and the footsteps above him also stopped for 2 seconds. He raised his flashlight to shine towards 106 and noticed that the door to this room was not locked. Sure enough, there was someone inside, and they knew someone was in the hallway at that moment. He quickened his pace, and the footsteps behind him also sped up, as if they were chasing him. These footsteps felt like some strange accompaniment, causing Indu's heart to race as well. Although it wasn't slow to begin with. Indu stood in front of door 106 and pulled out the white paper. Flipping it over, he saw 2 large red characters, "Run fast." As soon as those words appeared, Indu instinctively pressed down on the electric drill. When that eerie sound emerged, he felt he was overreacting, but his fingers were tense and couldn't let go of the drill. He turned the hand holding the white paper back and forth, confirming there were no other clues. The red letters were merely paint used in oil paintings. This discovery eased his emotions a bit. He glanced down at the electric drill that was still running, hesitated for a moment, but did not look up to investigate what was above his head. Instead, he quickly walked into the restroom. The smell of mold was stronger in the restroom than in the hallway, and dirty water was pooled on the floor. Amidst the moldy smell, Indu couldn't determine if it was the scent of rust or the smell of blood. However, he was certain that the layout of this restroom was similar to the one on the 4th floor, except that the stalls on the 4th floor were fully enclosed, while here, the stalls could only block the lower half of the body. Thus, he didn't even need to get close to see the laundry trough in the corner. Since there was a laundry trough on the 1st floor, didn't that mean this building also had a basement? Indu quickly walked to the laundry trough, then pulled out an iron nail and dropped it. The sound of the iron nail rolling down in the iron bucket came from the opening of the laundry trough, and soon that sound disappeared, followed by the sound of the nail landing on the ground. From that sound, it was clear there must be another layer below. Indu turned around and quickly swept his flashlight around, then went to the boiler room, confirming there were no other clues before he quickly headed out. As he passed by 106, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't try to pry open the door. Such old-fashioned doors usually had a bolt on the inside. It would be troublesome to pry it open if someone was inside. He took a couple of steps toward the fire escape door, and at that moment, he noticed that the previously only door not rusted had now lost some of its paint. And on it, large red characters were written with some liquid, "School Forbidden Zone." Upon closer inspection, the door seemed to vaguely show other characters. But at this speed, he didn't know how long it would take for all the words to appear. Indu didn't dare to bet on whether his drill's battery would last until all the words were revealed. He could only first retreat from the 1st floor hallway. As he left the hallway, his flashlight swung, and the teacher Chi, who was sitting in the dormitory office, inevitably noticed him. But even upon discovering he had come out from the 1st floor, she made no response. Indu looked up at the steps. At this moment, Fan and I was still sitting on the steps. Noticing him come out, Fan and I immediately looked over, and when he walked up beside her, Fan and I quietly asked, "So, did you find anything?" Indu shook his head and handed her the white paper in his hand. "This is all I have for now." Fanny took the white paper and saw the words "run away" written on it, his brows slightly furrowing. "Where did you find this? Also, does this mean you need to leave the 1st floor quickly?" Indu shrugged, indicating he wasn't sure either. "I'll go check the 2 floors above." He didn't mention that there might still be space underground. Anyway, he hadn't found a way down yet. Arriving at the 2nd floor, Indu cautiously opened the door a crack. When he saw light coming through the crack, Indu pushed the door wide open. The 2nd floor was much brighter than the 1st, and its layout and decor were identical to the 4th floor. Indu took a look around and confirmed that even the rules posted in the bathroom were no different from those on the 4th floor. He then went up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was also nothing special. It seemed that this dormitory was only strange on the 1st floor, with that unknown underground area. Or, this area could be called the school's forbidden zone. And if he wanted to find more clues, it seemed he could only go there. Preparing for the adventure, Indu began checking the tools in his possession. His electric drill had about 6 minutes left, and the cooling time for the lamp was still over an hour. As for the substitute, no need to say more. After understanding this school's operating rules, he found other uses for it. It seemed that the plan to explore the 1st floor had to be postponed. After finding nothing else, Indu returned to the dormitory to rest for a while. At this moment, only C208, who lived in bed 8, was left in the dormitory. He was leaning against the bed, flipping through a book. Seeing him, Indu suddenly remembered the book he had brought back from the library yesterday. Efficient Use of Parts. This book had been thrown on the bedside since he took it yesterday. Indu climbed onto the bed and opened the book. The book didn't even have a table of contents. Opening it directly led into the main topic. Part Brain. 20 Uses of the Brain. 1. Edible Value. The brain consists of the cerebral cortex, medulla, basal ganglia, and lateral ventricle, rich in Indu blinked and shut the book, then looked at the book title again. It was indeed efficient use of parts. But this part was clearly not the same as the parts he imagined. Indu sighed and set the book down. Reading this would definitely be problematic. He also wondered if there would be any issues with the literature class tonight since he hadn't read. Because he had only fallen asleep after midnight last night and got up early for breakfast, when he lay back on the bed, weariness surged up uncontrollably. He closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep amidst the sound of book pages turning from the nearby bed. When he opened his eyes again, he found his dormitory had completely changed. The originally white ceiling was now covered in mold, and it was less than a meter away from him, the moldy smell making him feel extremely uncomfortable. And upon careful examination, it seemed that this bed he was lying on didn't even have a mattress. Indu listened carefully and confirmed that there was no sound in the room before cautiously turning his head to look at the opposite bed. On the upper and lower bunks over there were no beddings, and the exposed bed was completely gray. Moreover, the bed frames had peeled paint and were rusty. Indu took a glance and quickly got up. He looked down at his bed, and the wooden board was not only covered in dust but had also gone moldy. This discovery made him feel itchy all over. Indu quickly climbed down from the bed, and when he hit the floor, he found the dormitory door had also changed. But he was not unfamiliar with that door, as it looked exactly like the dormitory door on the first floor. Chapter 166, Don't Sleep. What's happening? Did he fall asleep and end up on the first floor? Or did he trigger some rule that pulled him here while he was sleeping? Indu's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He hurriedly tried to take out the electric drill. Fortunately, even in this unknown place that might be a dream, his toolbox was still usable. He walked towards the dormitory door. The lock on the dormitory door was just as he guessed. Inside the room was just a regular bolt. However, the bolt in this dormitory was not engaged. Wait, could it mean that? Indu stepped forward and pulled hard at the dormitory door, hearing the sound of metal clashing from outside the door as expected. Sure enough, this dormitory was locked from the outside. There were no windows in the room, and he seemed to have no choice but to break the door to get out. But the hinges of this dormitory door were welded, so it wouldn't be easy to take it apart. Indu looked around, temporarily giving up on struggling with the door, and turned to search the room. Since there was nothing on the bed in this room, searching was much easier than in his own dormitory. So, he quickly confirmed that there were no written rules in this room. However, he did discover some new clues. After sweeping off the dust, he found some scratches revealed on the bedboards. And the mold spots he saw earlier, upon closer inspection, showed a spraying pattern. And there were layers upon layers, dust covering mold, and mold covering dust, as if many things had happened here. Just as Indu was thinking this, there came a sound of footsteps from outside the door. Accompanying those footsteps was the sound of metal dragging on the ground. At that moment, an image of a killer dragging a large axe popped into Indu's mind. Indu immediately gripped the electric drill in his hand and looked towards the dormitory door, ready to face the impending battle. And just then, a familiar yet strange voice sounded in his ear. Classmate, Indu, wake up. Whose voice is this? Indu, wake up. Suddenly, Indu felt his body being shaken vigorously, and then a pain shot through his palm. Exclamation point. Indu suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring intently at Susho, who was sitting on his bed and pinching his palm. Seeing that he was awake, Susho quickly released his grip. You're awake. Indu ignored Susho and turned to look at the dormitory, confirming that this was room 404 before he looked back at Susho. How did you get to my dormitory? He asked, his gaze fixed firmly on Susho. It's almost time for lunch, so I came to call you to eat. Susho replied. Why did you suddenly think of calling me for lunch? Indu looked at Susho suspiciously. At this moment, he couldn't be sure if he had truly returned to dormitory 404 or was trapped in some kind of dream. Adding to that, Susho was a person from the copy, making it even harder for him to believe easily. Actually, I came to find you this morning too, but when I got here, you were already gone. Susho said as he climbed down from the bed. Seeing Susho get off the bed, Indu finally sat up. Just as he got up and hadn't had the chance to feel the discomfort in his body, he heard Susho say, but instead of asking me why I came over, shouldn't you be exploring the oddity on you? My oddity? Yeah, when I just came in to call you, no matter how I called, I couldn't wake you. When I climbed on your bed and took a look, your whole body was covered in cold sweat, frowning as if you were having a nightmare. I called you for a long time, and seeing you still wouldn't wake up, I had to use my secret weapon. Susho raised his hand, mimicking pressing a thumb down. Is that so? Indu said dully. No wonder as soon as he sat up, he felt sticky all over and a bit cold. It seemed he had sweated too much from being scared in that old dormitory. What on earth is wrong with you? You don't seem like you're just having a normal nightmare. Susho looked at Indu. His gaze was clear, with no trace of deceit. Strangely, Indu always felt a natural trust facing him. Indu lowered his gaze, recalling the details of the dream in his mind. To be honest, when he found himself trapped in the dormitory, he wasn't that terrified. What truly made his heart race uncontrollably was the sudden footsteps and the sound of metal scraping. He always felt that his memories seemed to have been cut off. Because when he heard footsteps and friction sounds, although his heart raced and he sweated a lot, he was not scared enough to be soaked in sweat all over. Indu patted his head and asked the person standing under the bed, "What time is it?" "It's about 11:30. "Then we still have time. I'll go take a shower first." Indu got up and climbed down from the bed, taking the clothes he retrieved from the bathroom in the morning.
Susho nodded, "Then I'll wait here for you to come back." Indu's mind was still a bit confused, so he nodded absent-mindedly and left the dorm.
Naturally, he didn't see Susho behind him, staring at his back, seemingly deep in thought. Indu washed up quickly, and after handling his dirty clothes, he hurried back to the dorm. Susho was indeed still in the dorm as he had said earlier. However, his expression was no longer as relaxed as it was before Indu left.
When he saw Indu enter, he looked at him seriously and asked, "Indu, have you been to the school's forbidden area?" Hearing his words, Indu stopped the action of calling someone to eat. "How do you know?"
He only learned the term forbidden area this morning when he went to the first floor of the dorm, so how did Susho know? However, based on yesterday's behavior, Susho was indeed not an ordinary freshman. He probably was originally a student of this school but had some memory problems.
But did his altered memory also contain the existence of the school's forbidden area? "How did you go to the school's forbidden area?"
Susho stepped forward and anxiously grabbed Indu's hand.
"Were you targeted by those guys?" "What guys? What are you talking about?" Indu frowned and pried Susho's hand off.
"Those who call themselves the Guardians," Susho hurriedly tried to explain, but before he finished speaking, his gaze drifted, becoming hollow like yesterday. Then in the next second, he relaxed his expression and said to Indu, "You're back.
Let's go have lunch."
Indu looked at Susho, who seemed to want to say something several times but ended up sighing helplessly.
"Let's go. We're going to have lunch."
He realized that Susho, whose memory had been altered, seemed to have a dual personality, but that personality with complete memories could only appear for a short time each time.
Moreover, once important clues were touched upon, the suppression process would accelerate. If he could let Susho regain his complete memory, would he be able to obtain more clues?
Just as Indu was thinking this, he suddenly heard Susho's serious voice, "Don't fall asleep." Indu turned his head in confusion but only saw Susho walking forward with a focused expression.
Chapter 167, Observations in the Cafeteria.
As the two approached the first floor, they ran into Fan and I, who was still lurking.
Hearing the footsteps, Fan and I immediately looked up at Indu as he approached.
When he noticed that there was someone he didn't know standing next to Indu, he raised his eyebrows and gave Indu a puzzled expression.
"My classmate, Susho. Roommate, Fan and I."
Indu stood between the two and introduced them. Susho and Fan and I exchanged glances, and then both smiled and shook hands. Watching the two, one laughing with no humor and the other grinning without sincerity, neither wanting to let go, Indu placed his hand on their handshake. "All right, no need for formalities." Indu separated the two and then said to Fan and I, "Now, Susho and I are going to eat first, and we'll switch classes when we get back."
Hearing Indu's words, Fan and I stared closely at Susho.
"Okay." He wanted to remind Indu not to trust the people in the instance too easily, but since Susho was still there, he had to suppress his words for now.
However, after walking out of the dorm with Indu, Susho no longer had this concern.
Once they were out of Fan Ni's hearing range, he immediately said, "I think that person has ulterior motives towards you." Indu nodded upon hearing this and reassured, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Hearing Indu's words, Susho didn't feel reassured. He frowned, "But I feel like you're not someone who knows what they're doing."
"How could that be?"
This time, it was Indu who couldn't smile. To quickly end this topic, he pulled Susho and hurried to the cafeteria. This time, the cafeteria's windows had changed. There was one more window for grade A students, while there was one less window for grade C students.
This won't mean they're planning to reduce one every day, will it? Indu frowned.
However, even if one were reduced each day, there would still be one window for grade C students by the 7th day. The minimum completion method given by the game was to achieve all B grades within 7 days. If the 7th day was destined to violate the rules regarding dining, that would be quite a trap. Moreover, Susho, who had no idea how long he had been here, dared to decide to remain a grade C student forever. This should mean that the school wouldn't completely eliminate grade C students. Thinking of this, Indu relaxed a little. But Susho's next words made his heart race again. "I always feel like they won't just reduce one window a day." Susho, with no memories, didn't understand why he had such a strong intuition. In the end, not giving grade C students food and forcing them to work hard to become grade A students would benefit the school, right? Susho added. His tone was flat, completely unaware that his speculation or intuition would cause a commotion. Hearing this, Indu simply lowered his eyes to think of a response, but in the live stream, a discussion had already started about this guess.
It's our turn. Su-shou, walking behind Indu, reminded him by patting his back, which was still in a daze.
Indu hurriedly took 2 steps forward and immediately saw the crispy mushroom dish sitting at the window. It looked delicious and smelled delightful, but it made him quickly take 2 steps back.
What's wrong?
I need to go to the office for a moment, Indu said with a straight face.
Upon hearing this, Su-shou understood what he meant. He turned and took a look.
There were quite a few windows in the cafeteria, and with the number of students in the school being low, even if one window for grade C students was gone, there were still not many people at each window. Then I'll wait in line at window 7, Su-shou said. Indu glanced at the window number, nodded, and then turned to walk towards the cafeteria office. At that moment, the door to the cafeteria office was half closed, and he could vaguely see a man in a white shirt sitting at the desk.
Indu knocked on the door. Teacher, may I come in? Come in.
Upon hearing the response, Indu pushed the door open. There were only 2 desks in this office, but there was also a sofa set behind the desks. On the left of the sofa was a door. Once entered, Indu noticed there was another person sitting on the sofa in this office. The woman he had seen at the desk was wearing a sweatshirt with colorful patterns on the front. The man sitting on the sofa wore a plain white shirt under a black jacket. The small tricks of this game are not particularly clever, but they are indeed disgusting. Strictly speaking, neither of these 2 people can be considered to be wearing white clothing. If there was no choice, meaning if there was only one person in this office, ordinary people would doubt whether this person was the answer they wanted. But when a situation arises that requires a choice, people tend to be misled into thinking that one of the options must be correct. However, no one has ever said that there must be a correct choice among the options. Student, is there something you need? The person sitting on the sofa asked kindly. Teacher, is there a teacher here wearing white clothing? Upon hearing Indu's words, the man reached into his pocket and pulled out a walkie-talkie. Lao-san, someone is looking for you.
Indu could read a hint of disappointment from his expression.
After a while, a slightly older man dressed in a pure white lab coat walked out from the door next to the sofa. As he walked past, Indu vaguely saw something that looked like stairs behind him. But it was too dim, and Indu wasn't sure if it was really stairs when the man who had come out closed the door. At this point, Indu could only shift his gaze to the newly appeared man. The man had an ID badge clipped to his chest, and as he got closer, Indu saw the name and title written on it.
Name, Sun Ji.
After confirming that the person was trustworthy, Indu spoke first. Teacher Sun, hello, I found that there are fried foods at window number 8.
Oh really?
I'll go take a look. Sun Ji said seriously, walking back into the door he had just come from.
Question mark.
Indu stared at that door.
Aren't they supposed to check the window? Why did he walk back? Student, if nothing else is happening, you can go to the other windows to get food. Old Sun will handle the problem at the window.
Okay, teacher. After Indu finished speaking, he walked out. He pushed the door shut halfway and glanced down before leaving. The lock on this office wasn't an ordinary ball lock, but it was just a grade B lock.
Maybe I can find a time when no one is around to take a look.
However, this office was fully enclosed, so it would be hard to tell if there was someone inside when I wanted to come in. After Indu left the office, he turned his head to scan the canteen, and when he saw Su-shou had already found a seat and started eating, he walked towards the empty number 7 window. At this time, window number 8 was still open, but there was no one in front of it. Indu looked through the glass and saw Sun Ji walk in from the door behind the operation area. As he entered, the food server at window number 8 suddenly froze in place. He walked around the server, glanced at the dishes, and then turned to grab the server's head beside him.
In an instant, blood spattered out.
As the smell of blood spread, Sunny smiled and opened his mouth to start biting the head in his hand. There were not many people in the canteen, and even fewer noticed this scene, while those few who did chose to ignore it. Indu was mesmerized by this scene, and at that moment, a voice came from in front of him. Student, if you're not getting food, please step aside.
I will.
Indu turned his head to look at the window in front of him and raised his hand to point at a few dishes. At this time, the server inside seemed to not notice the oddities happening nearby and was seriously serving the dishes.
Chapter 168, Su-shou's card camera.
Holding the tray, Indu sat down beside Su-shou and tentatively said, to enter the kitchen, it seems we can only go in from the office.
Kitchen?
Su-shou looked up at the window. From the outside, it really does seem like there isn't a door to get inside. We should only be able to get in from the office. Seeing that Su-shou didn't have any effective suggestions, Indu glanced at the window that had been covered with a black cloth and had a closed sign on it, and tentatively asked, if there are no windows later, do you think we could go to the kitchen to find something to eat? Su-shou thought for a moment and then shook his head, but I don't think what's back there will be a normal kitchen.
He poked at the nearly empty plate with his chopsticks and then said, I think instead of risking going to the kitchen, it's better to pick something to eat outside. Question mark. Exclamation point.
Indu's chewing stopped, and he looked at Susho in disbelief.
What's wrong with you?
Indu quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and shook his head. Nothing, nothing.
It's pretty good, pretty natural. Seeing Susho's serious look, he thought that if he managed to survive until the end in this school, it was probably thanks to the pure natural things outside. He just didn't know what was out there. Thinking about it felt quite pitiful. Just as he finished thinking this, Susho smiled and said, I saw strawberries outside yesterday. There are actually strawberries? But we can't eat strawberries, right?
Indu said subconsciously. After he finished speaking, his actions paused.
Wait, that rule applies to this copy too, doesn't it? Does that mean the living people in this copy can only eat beef, vegetables, and grains? But
Indu looked at Susho's plate. He remembered that one of the dishes Susho ordered seemed to be partially meat.
Although in his judgment, eating other things would only increase pollution, even if the people in the copy ate other foods, would they still become strange if the pollution level rose too high?
And not just Susho, all the non-gifted students and teachers in this school seemed to eat other meats besides beef.
How many of them, accepting daily pollution, had already turned strange?
But compared to those classmates, it seemed that Sunji was more like a strange one. While thinking, Indu casually brought food to his mouth.
You can't eat that either, it's just strawberry leaves that haven't grown into strawberries yet, Susho said.
However, there are wild vegetables outside, and some tree leaves can be eaten.
Wait, if that's the case, then maybe strawberry leaves can be eaten too? That still sounds pretty miserable. It's better to go check the kitchen anyway.
Feeling that his appetite was dwindling with every word, Indu quickly finished his meal, then stood up.
It's getting late, I must go back and switch Fan and I for dinner. If you're fine, take a look around. Susho nodded, then followed Indu to return their plates before leaving the cafeteria.
When the two reached the dormitory entrance, Susho stared blankly at the fire door on the first floor, then murmured softly, run away.
His voice was very soft, and the environment wasn't quiet enough.
Indu, walking ahead, didn't hear him.
Fan and I, hurry and go eat.
Indu said to Fan and I as they walked up the stairs.
Fan and I nodded, but before he left, he said to Indu, that teacher Chi will go to the cafeteria to get food at 12 o'clock, but she will only be away for 5 minutes.
At these words, Indu looked at teacher Chi, who was already sitting in the dormitory manager's room eating. It seems that teacher Chi must have gone to the cafeteria while he was in the office, otherwise, he wouldn't have missed her. However, if she's only getting food for 5 minutes, then when she goes to get food at night, they will only have 5 minutes of active time.
Unless something unexpected happens, 5 minutes should be more than enough.
But no one can guarantee what might happen during a strong break-in to the dormitory manager's room.
Maybe he can use a small desk lamp to quickly go in and out and take the camera? What are you two watching teacher Chi for? Susho, hearing their conversation, tilted his head to look at Indu. It's nothing. Fan and I replied coldly, then turned and walked away.
Seeing Fan and I say this, Susho stopped questioning him, shrugged his shoulders in a helpless manner, and walked upstairs.
Indu shook his head at the two who were leaving.
However, once Fan and I completely left, Indu looked up at Susho, who was still standing on the stairs.
Susho looked down at Indu with some confusion in his eyes. Why are you just staring at me instead of resting?
Indu stepped onto the middle step, leaning against the wall as he asked.
Susho jumped down the steps to stand in front of Indu. That person is in the same dormitory as you, but the one in the same dormitory C208 is not him, so he is an old student, right? Right. Did he also realize that becoming an old student would lead to something strange happening, so he wants to use you to help get a new student's camera?
Susho asked, arms crossed and leaning his chin on one hand. After all, the C211 that should be in the same dorm as me has no one there now, which means there's still an unclaimed camera from C211. We do want to get the camera, but he's not really using me because this idea was mine, and I also want an extra camera.
Indu said honestly.
No matter how you think about it, I must advise you, it's better not to touch the remaining camera.
Susho said. Why? Think about it logically. If you lost something you were in charge of, what would you do? Once the card machine is lost, the dorm supervisor might not let it go that easily. If you really need a card machine, there is obviously a simpler way. Susho took a card machine from his pocket and threw it to Indu. Indu hurriedly caught it.
Tightly holding the card machine in his hand, he sighed, I know, of course. Since the rule suggests to keep your card machine safe, it naturally means that anyone can take someone else's card machine.
But you still can't bear to do it unless necessary, right?
Susho said with a smile.
No, it's just that I didn't consider it properly. Compared to not being able to bear it, I would rather not take risks. If taking the dorm supervisor's card machine could lead to danger, then I would definitely go after another classmate's.
Indu said, extending his hand to offer the card machine back.
But taking someone else's is not the same as taking yours.
Susho shook his head with a smile, ignoring his gesture and turning to walk upstairs. As he walked, he said, although I don't know why, I always feel you have more important things to do this afternoon.
You keep the card machine.
Anyway, I will soon have a new card machine. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned a corner and disappeared from Indu's view.
Chapter 169, Welcome to the Forbidden Zone.
After Susho left, Indu stood on the steps waiting for Fan and I. However, his thoughts kept returning to Susho's words.
He has more important things to do this afternoon?
Then recalling the earlier phrase don't sleep.
Does this mean he must solve the issue of going to the first floor after sleeping this afternoon?
Furrowing his brows, Indu looked at the fire exit on the first floor.
Before long, Fan and I returned to the dormitory.
He looked up in confusion at Indu, who was lost in thought on the platform. Indu. Hearing Fan Ni's voice, Indu snapped back to reality. Oh, you're back.
Fan and I walked up quickly. What were you thinking just now? Also, standing here, you probably can't see the dorm supervisor's office, right? Because we no longer need to monitor the dorm supervisor's office.
Indu replied, taking out the card machine in his hand, because we already have extra card machines.
Fan and I raised an eyebrow and took the card machine. This is the card machine from C211?
Indu shook his head. No, this is Susho's card machine.
What? Fan and I froze for a moment. His card machine? He doesn't have some other purpose, does he?
Indu did not tell Fan and I about his inexplicable trust in Susho, even exceeding his own trust, and could only respond casually, don't worry, he's not capable of messing with the school's card machines.
Fan and I examined the card machine closely.
Although he still had many doubts in his heart, as long as the card machine was fine, he certainly wouldn't refuse something beneficial to him. He did not ask what Susho would do without a card machine but simply replaced his own card machine, so how should this card machine be dealt with?
Give it to me, I have another use for it.
Indu said, touching the card machine, storing it in his toolbox.
Since we don't need to enter the dorm supervisor's office anymore, do you have any other plans this afternoon? Fan and I asked.
Upon hearing this, Indu looked once again at the fire exit. I need to go in there one more time. Fan Ni's brows furrowed tightly. This time I will go with you.
It's better not to. That place is problematic.
There's no need to take risks together until we find the rules.
Besides, it's easier for me to act alone.
Fan and I was silent for a moment and finally said forcefully, the reason you refused me in the morning was that I needed to save my talent for tonight's class, but that reason no longer stands.
I have the talent to protect myself. Moreover, if there is danger, I will prioritize your safety.
The determination in Fan Ni's eyes made Indu's heart tremble. Even though he already knew how important his talent was, when he heard Vanny say he would sacrifice himself to protect him, Indu still felt shocked. It seemed he still underestimated the hope his talent gave to others.
Indu took a deep breath, then let's act together.
But before we act, I need to tell you about what happened to me after I left this morning. Indu quickly and simply told about his dream.
So what you're saying is, once you enter, even if you leave, you'll be pulled back, and there's danger? That's right, so are you sure you still want to go together? Why not? It sounds quite interesting.
Vanny said it was interesting, but his expression was extremely serious, eyes revealing a sense of earnestness. Seeing that Vanny was not frightened off, Indu raised his eyebrows. If that's the case, then let's go now.
The two went down the stairs towards the fire exit.
Indu opened the door slightly and turned to glance at the dormitory office, then through the glass, his eyes met Teacher Chi's. At this moment, Teacher Chi was looking at them with a blank expression. She showed no intention of stopping them, her eyes cold to the extreme, as if she were looking at two dead people. Indu's heart trembled, but he remained expressionless.
He turned on the flashlight and walked into the corridor.
Vanny grabbed his arm, closely following his pace. In the dark, they took 2 steps, and footsteps echoed from the ceiling. Having heard Indu's account, Vanny had little reaction. He tugged at Indu's arm and tilted his head towards the fire exit. Not yet clear about the rules here, he dared not speak carelessly.
Indu silently turned the flashlight towards the fire exit.
At this moment, on the fire exit that only had the words "School Restricted Area" written in the morning, many words had already appeared. It seemed that the words on this door had not ceased to appear since he entered.
School Restricted Area Action Guidelines 1. 1. When you enter the school restricted area, remember not to look up. 2. When you hear footsteps following you, please keep moving to avoid the marks from it. 3. Once you have been marked, even if you exit the restricted area via the same route, you cannot completely escape. Whenever you sleep, you will return to the restricted area, it will find you and kill you. Whenever you wake up, you will temporarily leave the restricted area, evading its pursuit for a moment. 4. When you are marked, you can try to leave the restricted area using the following methods. 1. Use a mirror or any object that can reflect clearly to shine it on yourself, transferring the new mark to that object.
causing the old mark to disappear from you. 2. You can temporarily leave the restricted area from where you came and, before you sleep, find a replacement to transfer your mark to them, allowing you to leave safely. 3. You can temporarily leave the restricted area from where you came, then upon sleeping and re-entering, escape the restricted area by following the previous route. But remember, this method only allows you to temporarily escape. The next time you dream, you will return to the restricted area. 5. Welcome to the school restricted area. If you are not marked and wish to join us, please go to room 106 to collect a club application form. 6. If you have accidentally entered the school restricted area. 7. If you lose your student identity, you need to. This rule only revealed half, but the two had already seen the way to solve Indu's problem. Vanny patted Indu and then pointed to himself. Indu understood Vanny's meaning, shaking his head. However, the mark mentioned in this rule must be the red liquid that dripped onto his hand after he came in this morning, right? He remembered that he was marked because he stopped moving to observe the position of the footsteps. But now, clearly they had not moved, so why had no new marks fallen? It was because the two people did not move at the same time, so he could not determine the target to select, so he did not leave a mark, or because there was a marked person, he would not leave a mark? No, if there was a marked person, he would not leave a mark, then it would be impossible to use a mirror to replace himself being marked. In other words, as long as two people enter this place together and act synchronously, it is possible to avoid the mark even if they pause. Chapter 170 Ambush. Indu raised his hand to signal Vanny to look at the guideline. Vanny's gaze followed the direction of Indu's hand and landed on the 5th guideline. After reading it, he furrowed his brow and pulled Indu, indicating they should go out first. Indu nodded, and the two walked out of the corridor together. Back in the bright corridor, Vanny, who had been hesitant to speak, let out a sigh of relief. He wanted to ask Indu's thoughts but noticed the gaze from the dormitory office, so he quickened his pace and walked upstairs with Indu. When they reached the big stairs on the 4th floor, the two did not enter the corridor but stood directly at the fire exit to talk. You're not still thinking about joining that club, are you, without any information and with your mark still on you? Indu blinked innocently. Don't you think this club will help us uncover more secrets of the school? Moreover, when he first entered the Forbidden Zone, he had been tricked by the other party, which made him even more curious about who was on the opposite side. Vanny was silent for a moment. He could not refute Indu's words, so he could only warn softly, it's too dangerous. Indu, you should be thinking about how to remove the mark on you now. Removing the mark is simple. Indu said. As soon as he saw the solution, several ideas popped up in his mind. Using a mirror or similar objects to replace being marked is too troublesome. And it is hard to predict when that thing hiding in the ceiling will mark and where it will drip. The best method is still to find a scapegoat. Currently, teammates Susho and Vanny naturally cannot be touched, but the person he thought of was the one whose card camera had been taken by Susho. If he really cannot catch the other party, then he would use Mr. Bear to accept the mark on his behalf. According to the principle that a mirror can reflect himself as a substitute, Mr. Bear should achieve the same effect. Once the time is up, Mr. Bear turns into an ordinary doll. Any mark dripped on him would be like dripping on an inanimate object. However, the best method is still to find the student targeted by Susho. After all, without a card camera, death is inevitable, and helping him out before dying can be considered dying appropriately. I just need to go find Susho, and it will be solved. You want him to replace you? Vanny immediately asked. Indu. Although I know you have some opinions about him, he really has other helps for me. He just gave us the card camera. All right. Vanny shrugged, so what do you want to find him for? He gave the card camera to you, so he needs a new card camera. Indu said. Vanny immediately understood, then let's go together. I think that innocent student who lost the card camera probably wouldn't voluntarily enter the Forbidden Zone. That's fine. Although Indu thought that he and Susho together could handle one student, he did not refuse Vanny's kindness. Before looking for Susho, Indu and Vanny decided to tidy up some things for Vanny to switch dormitories and then replenish their fluids. But just as they entered the dormitory, they encountered their target, Susho. What are you doing here? Vanny frowned and asked. I'm a student in this dormitory, of course I'm here. Susho showed his card camera. His new card camera only displayed the current time. Unknowingly, the time had reached 1:30 in the afternoon. Looking at the time, Indu felt a bit dazed. Now it was already afternoon on the second day since he entered this copy. And he didn't even know how he managed to get all B's in his grades. After sighing about his own progress, he finally realized that the one who was truly unlucky was his former roommate and classmate. Where is he? Indu went straight to the point. I just stole his camera in the hot water room. He should be back after he finishes drinking water. Susho said as he put away his own camera. So he really did it by stealing? Indu was a bit surprised. Of course it was stolen. Not to mention whether I can beat him or not. If I really attacked him to take his camera, he would definitely harass me until the school found out. Oh, right, the person in front of him wasn't Ma Xiangzhe, so he shouldn't use Ma Xiangzhe's behavior pattern to analyze this. But to be honest, if Ma Xiangzhe were here, he could easily and casually capture someone who was unconscious. Thinking about this, he indeed missed Ma Xiangzhe a bit.
Fan and I didn't care what Su Shou did.
Once he knew that person was in the hot water room, he urged, since he's in the hot water room, let's go there now.
What do you want to find him for? Su Shou asked Indu. I've been cursed and need someone to be my substitute. Indu said. Indu, don't waste time. Don't forget that this school regularly removes outsiders. And that student who had his camera taken had already become an outsider.
Hearing Fan Ni's words, Su Shou said slowly, don't worry, during student-free activity periods, the school won't check identities.
Why? Fan and I asked, frowning. Because it's too exhausting.
Su Shou replied without turning his head.
Then he asked Indu, do you need my help? If possible, that would be best.
Su Shou's earlier words reminded him that he shouldn't underestimate people's fighting abilities in this world. Without someone like Ma Xiangzhe's fighting power, it would be better to have absolute numerical superiority. Although Fan and I was still a bit resistant to Su Shou, he knew that more people could offer a form of assurance. Anyway, since Su Shou was the one who took the camera, he couldn't possibly stand on the same side as the other. So the three of them marched grandly to the bathroom. To prevent directly knocking the other person out, Indu took out a rubber hammer from his toolbox. While pulling out the rubber hammer, he discovered that this toolbox was quite stingy. He could only take out one rubber hammer at a time, and even if he changed sizes, he couldn't take out a second one. Since there was only one, Indu decided to hide at the door.
Su Shou stood behind Indu.
Seeing that there was no other spot at the hot water room door, Fan and I could only stand by the sink, pretending to wash his hands. The poor guy had probably already been in the hot water room for quite a while before they arrived. Indu squatted for a while when the other person finally opened the door of the hot water room and walked out. Indu quickly struck, and the rubber hammer hit the target's head with accuracy. The other party reacted with a loud shout, then looked at Indu with red eyes. His hands were bulging with veins as he threw a punch at Indu. Indu deftly dodged the attack, and Su Shou seized the opportunity to kick towards the person's abdomen. But this blow surprisingly failed to make the other person budge an inch. The two saw that the unlucky guy just tilted his head and then locked his gaze on Su Shou.
Is this defense value too high?
Indu quickly switched to an iron hammer and threw a wrench to Su Shou. Unfortunately, while dodging the other person's attack, Su Shou had no time to grab it. Seeing this, Indu hurriedly went up to help, but even when the two occasionally hit the other, they still couldn't inflict any damage. Even when the iron hammer hit the head, it seemed like the other didn't feel a thing. Instead, the other guy kicked Su Shou away with a single blow. After Su Shou fell to the ground, Indu faintly heard Su Shou's weak voice, I told you, things that can be solved with brains.
Don't move your hands around.
Beside them, Van Ne, who couldn't join due to space issues, quickly picked up a wrench he had just found and struck the other person's head from behind. Immediately, the person fell to the ground with a thud, motionless.
Seeing the person knocked out in one hit, Van Ne cast a complex look at Indu and Su Shou. Chapter 171, The Club.
Ignoring Vanny's gaze, Indu stepped forward to check if his unfortunate former roommate was still breathing, and then pulled out some wire to tie him up. At this moment, Su Shou was slowly sitting up from the ground, pressing the spot where he had been kicked, inhaling sharply.
Are you okay? Indu asked with concern.
Su Shou shook his head, I'm fine, but I won't help move him downstairs. It hurts whenever I use any strength now.
Don't worry, it's just moving a person. The two of us are enough. Indu replied. Stop chatting, let's hurry and get him downstairs.
Van Ne tried to pull the person, let's drag him to the stairs first and then move him. Saying this, he started to drag the person out alone. Seeing this, Indu simply supported Su Shou and headed outside.
Su Shou chuckled, I'm starting to regret getting involved in this. We could have handled it without him.
Indu shook his head, I didn't expect this guy to be so strong in a fight. After all, not everyone in this world is ordinary. As Su Shou finished speaking, he paused again, seeming unsure why he had said such a thing. Indu also noticed the oddity in his words, but he didn't press the issue and quickly followed after Van Ne, who had already dragged the person down the stairs. Having realized that even forcefully dragging the person wouldn't wake him up, Van Ne managed to pull him to the second floor by the time Indu caught up. Van Ne stopped on the second floor and, seeing Indu chase down, asked, Is it really okay to just throw him in the first floor hallway in front of the dorm manager? Indu patted his shoulder, mimicking his tone from the first day, Buddy, don't worry. This guy is just an outsider, the dorm manager won't protect him. Dragging a person down the stairs did attract attention. As they reached the last step, the dorm manager's eyes locked onto them. However, she seemed to ignore their act of dragging one person and throwing another into the first floor hallway. After tossing the person inside, Indu said goodbye to Van Nay and took a flashlight into the first floor hallway himself.
He needed to see the mark on his former roommate's body to feel at ease. Also, he wanted to go to room 106 to get the application form. He wanted to see who was inside room 106. The first floor hallway remained damp and dark. Indu aimed the flashlight at his former roommate on the ground, moving it from side to side while catching sight of the new rules appearing on the door. 6. If you have just accidentally entered the school's forbidden area, please do not venture deeper. The last line still hadn't fully appeared, but he could guess which room it was already. After all, there was only one dorm room door open in this forbidden zone. Having confirmed the mark was on his former roommate, Indu set off towards room 106. However, this time, there were no footsteps following him. Unable to look at the ceiling, Indu couldn't tell if that guy was lurking next to its new prey or had entered that strange dreamlike forbidden area to catch its prey. Indu approached room 106 step by step. At that moment, an A4 paper slipped out from the door crack of 106. Indu stepped forward to pick up the paper, reading, "Run away." It was the same old trick. The person inside seemed ready to scare him again. Indu tucked the paper away and knocked on the door. After only 2 knocks, the door slowly opened, revealing a small gap. The person behind the door only revealed a few fingers. Who is it? You could tell from the voice. Her voice was disguised, slightly shrill from the intention, but it could still be heard that the speaker was a girl. "I am a student who wants to join the club. Give me your card camera," the person inside the door said. Indu raised his eyebrows at this. If he had only one card camera, he certainly would not feel at ease handing it over. Fortunately, he had an extra card camera on hand right now. Without much hesitation, Indu directly passed the card camera he had just received from Fan and I. The person inside took the card camera and then closed the door. Seeing this, Indu did not rush and just leaned against the door waiting. During this time, he deliberately pointed the flashlight towards the fire exit. Not far from the fire exit, his former roommate lay still on the ground, making it hard to tell whether he was alive or dead. After more than a minute, the door opened again, and the person inside asked, "Are you an old student?" Indu replied calmly, "Yes, my student number is C121. The person inside handed back the card camera. "Congratulations, you passed the first round of the test, but it is not enough to join the club. Then, next, please follow the application form." The person inside handed out an A4 paper and did not wait for Indu to reach out before shutting the door again. Indu quickly picked up the application form. This application form had basic information to fill out at the top. In the middle were 4 strange boxes, and at the bottom were a series of processes. 1. Please fill out the information correctly, confirm the information is accurate. Indu frowned at the application form. Process 1 and 3 seemed okay, but wasn't process 2 cutting down too much? What exactly are the school restricted zones 1, 2, 3, and 4? Who are the 4 club founders? However, the notes were much more interesting. Not to be discovered by other teachers or students in the school? Does this mean that among the 4 club founders, there are both teachers and students? Indu looked up at the dorm door in front of him. But, it seems that the person inside this dorm should be one of them, right? Making the club entry process so complex, deliberately filtering who can join, how could they easily hand over the first test to someone else? Indu took out a pen and quickly filled in the information. Name, Indu. After filling it in, Indu knocked on the door again. Who is it again? The door to room 106 opened a crack again. "Hello, could you please stamp your signature?" Indu slid the application form through the gap. The person inside was silent for a while. "You were very clever, congratulations on passing the second test." She took the application form, and a second later handed it back out. "Let me give you a hint, the school restricted zone 2 is a place related to the number 2 on the surface. I sincerely hope you can join us. After you join, we will meet again," she said, and closed the door again. The soundproofing in the dormitory was poor, something that Indu deeply felt in his dream. So he clearly heard the sound of something scraping from inside dorm 106. It seemed like some heavy object was being moved. Chapter 172, Midday Break. Indu looked down at the application form in his hand. Only then did he notice that the so-called signature seal was a pure red print, with an imprint that was vaguely visible, but the name could not be seen at all. Indeed, it was cautious enough. From this, it seemed his earlier guess was correct. The club and the school were in opposing camps. Only this club was too weak, daring only to hide in the shadows and operate secretly. Indu tucked away the application form and slowly walked toward the fire exit. Before he could fully approach the fire exit, he heard footsteps behind him. He immediately realized that the thing was targeting him again. Indu continued to walk forward, getting closer to the person on the ground. He noticed that the person had already stopped breathing. It turned out the last prey had already gone cold. No wonder this thing came back to find him.
Indu quickened his pace and opened the fire door to leave the first floor. At the moment he stepped outside, he felt a gaze coming from the dormitory office. Indu looked up and smiled, nodding at Teacher Chi, who was in the dormitory office. After greeting, he turned to look at Vanny, who was standing on the steps waiting for him. Considering that speaking here would be heard by the dorm supervisor, Indu gestured with his eyes for her to go up first. As they walked up the stairs, Indu spoke first. "Let's go to the water room for a drink. We've been busy all day and haven't had a sip of water."
Vanny nodded.
When the two entered the water room, they immediately noticed the glass cup on position C207. Indu nodded at Vanny. "I'll go out first."
Vanny gave him an okay gesture.
After Indu walked out, he quickly stepped forward, grabbed the glass cup from position C207, and then let go.
Bang!
The crisp sound of shattered glass echoed in the water room. Vanny looked at the glass shards on the ground when the door to the water room was reopened.
Vanny didn't turn around and directly asked, "Do we need to clean up the shards?"
"There are no cleaning tools here, and the rules don't specify, so let's not bother," Indu replied. After speaking, Indu looked at position C207, where his stainless steel cup was now securely placed.
He looked down at the ground, the glass cup had disappeared.
Indu stepped forward and picked up the stainless steel cup. "It's fine, let's drink some water."
Vanny nodded and picked up the cup from C212.
The two approached the faucet, and Indu began to fill his cup with water while Vanny rinsed hers with hot water.
While rinsing, he asked, "You were in there for so long, did you go to 106?
"Yes," Indu said. Seeing that Indu didn't continue, Vanny stopped asking and silently filled her cup.
After a long while, Indu finally spoke. "Actually, going to 106 isn't a big deal, you just get a club application form.
And the process of joining the club is very troublesome. We're worried about really joining, and they're cautious about letting anyone in."
Hearing Indu bring up this topic himself, Vanny asked, "So, is there any lead?"
"What we can confirm for now is that the restricted areas of the school are not just the first floor of the dormitory. Also, the Resisting Schools Club has both teachers and students," Indu said. When he mentioned that it had both teachers and students, Indu paused for a moment. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now he realized that if there were students involved, the choices would be quite obvious. For the opposing school, forms must be delivered to the student activity room without being discovered by other students or teachers, so Chin Rong, who uses the student activity room as the main venue, is undoubtedly the most suspicious.
If he isn't a club member and submits the club application form there, wouldn't the risk of the club being exposed greatly increase? How could such a cautious club make such a fatal mistake?
Sensing Indu's strange pause, Vanny looked intently at the water flowing from the faucet and slowly said, "What's wrong?
Do you have guesses about the club members?"
"This still needs to be verified," Indu replied. Seeing that Indu didn't want to discuss it further, Vanny stopped pressing. After they finished drinking water, they walked out of the water room toward the dormitory. They had been active for most of the day, and their only rest time was spent in fear, one of them squatting nervously in the dormitory office for a whole morning. They had just fought, and now they felt a bit tired. Not mentioning the next steps also meant that the two of them tacitly agreed to rest for the time being. Vanny habitually followed Indu to the door of 404, and then only realized when Indu opened the door, "My dorm is 406 now." Indu also just remembered that Vanny had switched rooms with Su Shou.
"However, it seems we didn't tidy up the beds just now." "Oh right, I almost forgot." Fan and I followed Indu into room 404. The older students in this school seemed to be hardworking, but no one knew where they had gone to study. In the entire 404, only Su Shou was lying on his bed. Su Shou was different from the previous occupant of C208, he had turned the head of his bed towards Indu's position. Hearing the sound of Fan and I and Indu opening the door, Su Shou instantly sat up and turned his head to look at the dormitory door. When he realized it was Indu who had come in, his caution faded. Then he lazily lay back on the bed. "You're back? How did it go? Has the curse been lifted?" According to the rules, only those not marked could take the application form. Since the people from 106 would give him the application form, it proved that he was no longer marked. "That's good." After Su Shou finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. It was clear that he had decided to lay back and stay a C-level student in this school. Fan and I simply tidied up his bed and said to Indu while holding his things, "I'm heading back to the dorm. Let's meet again at 3:30. After Fan and I left, Indu climbed onto his bed and shifted its position. Just when he thought Su Shou had fallen asleep, Su Shou suddenly spoke up, "Don't join a club." "What?" Indu didn't quite hear him and asked out of curiosity. But Su Shou, disturbed, only muttered in confusion, "What? What?" "It's nothing, just rest," Indu whispered. After it got quiet again on Su Shou's side, Indu took out the class notes Su Shou had given him earlier from his toolbox. "Can I verify this handwriting?" he muttered softly. After displaying the class notes for a moment, he put the paper away and took a glance at the application form. The school's forbidden area 2 is a place related to number 2 on the surface? Currently, Indu could identify 2 places that matched this statement. Perhaps after waking up, he could check those 2 places. If he remembered correctly, the rules of the forbidden zone in the dormitory building didn't have a number, so it should be universal, right? Indu closed his eyes amidst a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. And with his eyes closed, he naturally didn't know that Su Shou on the neighboring bed suddenly sat up. Chapter 173, Su Shou's Props. Amid the loud noise of the alarm clock, Indu struggled to open his eyes. This nap in the afternoon was the deepest sleep he had since entering this instance, which made his mind a bit sluggish. It took him a while to realize that he seemed to be holding something in his hand. Indu sat up and brought the item closer to his eyes. Freezing earrings can freeze the progress of the bizarre transformation. Note, cannot eliminate or freeze pollution progress. Seeing this description, Indu's eyes widened in disbelief. These earrings could almost be considered a divine artifact. Although generally, talented individuals couldn't take items when leaving an instance. But with this item, at least in this instance, he could completely ignore the pollution. It could be said that, apart from those with resistance talents, this item was a treasure for others. And for him, as someone who could take items, although he had to remove the earrings and put them in his toolbox, causing their effect to fail. In situations where he had items to eliminate pollution, he could totally use these earrings as a way to postpone the pollution cleanup. These earrings combined with a power drill were also a divine artifact. But why did this item end up in his hands? Was his vigilance so low that someone could enter his dorm and shove something into his hand without him reacting at all? Unless, this person was right beside him, and he subconsciously trusted this person. Indu turned his head to look at Su Shou's bed. At that moment, Su Shou still had his eyes closed, and judging by his expression, he seemed to be sleeping rather soundly. Su Shou? Indu reached out and pushed Su Shou a little. Faced with his disturbance, Su Shou furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction, then turned over and pulled up the quilt to cover himself. It seemed like he had no intention of waking up at all. He recalled that when he and Fan and I entered through the door earlier, that guy immediately sat up warily. It appeared that he was not willing to give any explanation and had chosen to escape by sleeping. Indu shook his head and was about to get out of bed when there was a knock on the dormitory door. Come in, Indu said. Fan and I opened the door and walked into the dormitory. Indu felt the body of Su Shou on the other bed move slightly, but he still lay under the quilt with no intention of getting up. Fan and I didn't care what Su Shou was doing. He directly said to Indu, "Shall we go to my dormitory to discuss the action plan for the afternoon?" There's no one there. Indu actually didn't mind Su Shou hearing his upcoming actions, but he still nodded in agreement to Fan Ni's suggestion. Clearly, Su Shou did not want to get involved in his matters. Being able to hand him a tool was already rare. When they arrived at room 406, Indu glanced around the layout, which was almost the same as 404, then sat down in a chair and asked, "What are your plans for the afternoon? Didn't you say there are multiple forbidden zones?" So, I was wondering if the second and third floors above the cafeteria could be a forbidden zone. You want to go to the second and third floors of the cafeteria? Indu said, somewhat shocked. To be honest, he didn't even dare to go up there right now. After all, he had seen that Sunji turn into a strange, man-eating form. Although he knew that as long as he didn't break the rules, there wouldn't be danger, he still felt a bit lost in his heart. Yeah, Fan and I said. Do you know how to get to the second and third floors now? Indu asked in surprise. Although he saw that there seemed to be stairs in the back room of the office at noon, he didn't want to take the risk since there might be people in the office. I walked around the cafeteria during lunch. I found that there is an external water pipe on the left grass that goes directly to the roof, Fan and I said. I thought maybe we could go down from the top floor. This really showed boldness along with skill. Indu sighed in his heart. Moreover, it had to be said that the resistance talent suited Fan and I quite well. As long as he pays attention to the pollution situation, with the abilities he has shown so far, he should be able to explore quite a few places in the early stages. However, once only a third of the red line is left in hand, he should act cautiously. Okay, then you try to see if you can get into the second and third floors of the cafeteria. But remember, don't be too aggressive. If there's danger, come out first, and we'll discuss how to deal with it, Indu instructed. Fan and I nodded and then asked, what about you? Do you plan to go to the fourth floor? Indu shook his head. I want to check the locked warehouse on the second floor. Warehouse? Fan and I reacted. Are you talking about the warehouse behind your classroom? Yes, that warehouse looks like it hasn't been used for a long time. So comparatively, he felt the second floor of the cafeteria was more likely to be the school's forbidden zone too. But because of this, he was even more curious about what kind of existence that warehouse was. After being sealed off for so long without being opened, what would be inside? Alright, then we'll split up, meeting at the cafeteria at 5. Fan and I said.
Indu nodded, and after thinking for a moment, he added, "At that time, no matter who it is, if the other person hasn't arrived by 5:30, then don't wait any longer. Hurry up and eat, then let's go to the classroom." This school has many time restrictions, which is also the reason why his search progress has not been increasing these past 2 days. There were some places he wanted to go, but he gave up out of concern for being trapped and violating the time regulations. By the way, if you can find something to eat, take it with you. After all, the rules only say to eat on time, not that you must eat in the cafeteria. Fan and I expressed understanding. But it has to be said that aside from the cafeteria, this school doesn't have other places that provide food, right? The cafeteria does not allow leftovers, and there is simply no way to take food away. If I really want to prepare food, it seems I have to find a way to check the kitchen. I wonder if it's possible to get down to the kitchen from the second floor. Arriving outside the cafeteria, Indu did not rush to leave, but instead followed Fan and I, stepping on the grass to circle around to the side of the cafeteria. Fan and I reached the white water pipe and swiftly climbed up along the pipe. Indu watched Fan's movements carefully, and after confirming that this was not a skill he could light up, he quietly circled back to the other side of the cafeteria and headed towards the teaching area. Speaking of which, since last night, the teaching area he saw seemed to have always been normal. Indu walked into the corridor on the second floor, instinctively checking the hallway. Last night Fan and I had said that the hallway and the classrooms he saw were filled with bloodstains and signs of fighting. But the corridor that appeared before him was really clean, the walls were spotless, and not only were there no bloodstains or signs of fighting, but not even a speck of dust. So, was everything Fan and I saw just an illusion? Indu felt puzzled in his heart, but his feet didn't stop as he arrived in front of the storage room. During this time, he noticed that there were still students sitting in the upperclassmen's classroom, reading books. It seemed they chose to self-study in the classroom because they couldn't go to the library. Fortunately, these classrooms had no windows, and the doors opened in the front, so as long as no one came out, nobody would notice him. The lock on the storage room door was covered in dust. Indu looked around to confirm that no one was moving about before carefully prying the lock. Chapter 174, Storage Room. In this University of the Tale of the Rules, Indu's lock-picking skills had become increasingly exquisite. Even though this storage room had 2 locks, and he was occasionally distracted by the surroundings, he still successfully unlocked both locks within 5 minutes. He gently pushed the storage room door open a crack with one hand holding the drill, while the flashlight in his other hand was already prepared. But after opening the crack, he discovered a burst of light coming from behind the door. That light was not from a white lamp, but rather natural light. Does this storage room have windows? This question suddenly popped into Indu's mind. In this school, windows were truly a rarity. No matter in the dormitory, cafeteria, or teaching building, he had never seen a window that faced outside. Thus, the indoor light in this school was also controlled by the school. Indu cautiously widened the door crack, confirming there were no strange figures or monsters in sight before he carefully stepped into the storage room and disguised the external lock through the crack. The light in this storage room was very good. Sunlight poured in through the window. Looking at this large window that was at least 3 meters wide, the concept of windows deepened in Indu's mind, and he suddenly realized a problem. Speaking of which, when he looked at the dormitory, cafeteria, and teaching building from the outside, did he see any windows? Indu carefully recalled, but he simply couldn't remember. Logically speaking, if a building had no windows visible from the outside, he would definitely have noticed this anomaly. But how could it be? How could he have no impression at all? Clearly he had noticed many times that there were no windows indoors. Why had he not paid any attention to the windows when outside? Even just now, when Fan and I said to climb up to the cafeteria roof through the pipe, he hadn't even thought about whether he could get in and out of the second or third floor of the cafeteria through the windows. His thoughts seemed to be manipulated by some kind of force, ignoring the existence of windows. It wasn't until now, in this storage room with windows, that his mind felt like it had been cleared of fog. Indu took a deep breath. He was uncertain if he would remember this question after leaving the storage room, so he could only take out a piece of paper to write it down, reminding himself to observe these buildings after he went out. After putting away the note, he began to carefully examine the storage room. In this warehouse, there are 6 black shelves, neatly arranged with transparent storage boxes. Inside the storage boxes are some office supplies, some cleaning tools, and even bottled water and instant noodles. Indu hurriedly stepped forward, not caring whether the instant noodles had expired, and directly took the storage box containing bottled water and instant noodles into his toolbox. Looking around again, it seemed there was nothing else useful in this warehouse. However, while searching for clues, Indu found a piece of paper on the ground. This paper was supposed to be a promotional flyer, but it had already faded. Indu could only vaguely see that the paper was originally yellow, and the content below was no longer visible, but he could still make out the big words at the top: Juewu Middle School enrollment flyer. So, it seems this school was previously Juewu Middle School? Indu folded the paper and walked to the window. The warehouse's window opened at the back of the school's teaching building, and looking out, he could clearly see the scenery behind the teaching building.
Unfortunately, the back of the school seemed to be a large area of woods, so if he wanted to escape, he couldn't go that way. Indu retracted his gaze and turned to walk toward the warehouse door. Just as he was about to push open the warehouse door, he faintly heard footsteps outside. This sound made him immediately stop his movement, cautiously lean close to the door, and hold his breath. The footsteps were getting closer to the warehouse. The warehouse was at the end of the corridor, and the door to the last classroom was about 4 meters away. Normally, people going to class wouldn't need to come this way. Indu's heart began to race as he tightly gripped his electric drill. The footsteps stopped right in front of the warehouse door. Indu was almost prepared to confront whatever was outside, but suddenly heard a woman's voice. How did I end up back here again? Then, the footsteps gradually moved away. Indu let out a breath of relief. However, the person's words echoed in his mind. In this school, he only knew 2 female teachers. One was his homeroom teacher, Xiang Yi, and the other was teacher Wang, whom he had called yesterday. And that voice just now definitely did not sound like his homeroom teacher Xiang Yi. As for teacher Wang's, to be honest, he didn't remember clearly, and the voice on the phone might have been somewhat distorted, making it hard to compare. Indu crouched behind the warehouse door for a while, confirming there were no more sounds outside before carefully pushing open the door a crack. Seeing there was no one outside, he quickly slipped out, locked the door again, and left in a hurry. The whole process was smooth, and when he arrived at the first floor, he realized this adventure had only taken about 20 minutes. Now, it was just a little past 4 o'clock. There was still an hour until the meeting time he had agreed upon with Fan and I, and Indu was unsure whether he should go to the 4th floor to take a look. In hesitation, he slowly walked to the main entrance of the teaching building. As soon as he stepped out of the teaching building, a burst of music entered his ears. The playground was playing music again. Indu looked in the direction of the sound, and there were quite a few people on the playground sweating it out. He couldn't tell which ones were A-level students and which were C-level students, but he could see that those exercising were very serious and immersed. Although he could quickly pass through the playground to avoid the influence of the music, Indu felt that this music was a kind of signal. He should go to the 4th floor for a walk first. No longer hesitating, Indu quickly stepped up the stairs. At this time, the lights on the 4th floor hadn't turned on yet. Because of the shadow left by the Academic Affairs office yesterday, Indu chose to move in the opposite direction this time. After taking a few steps, Indu saw the office door marked for the General Affairs office. This door was also a glass door like the Academic Affairs office door, but it was transparent. After being shaken by his own shadow, everything inside came into clear view. In the dark room, there was no one, only 2 desks facing each other and computers placed on them. Unlike the academic office, these 2 desks were filled with numerous documents, appearing quite messy. Additionally, there were 2 file cabinets in the corner, covered with archive boxes. Indu felt a stir in his heart and looked down at the door lock. This door lock was not hard to open, it could be done in at most 10 seconds, and he was somewhat eager to go in. But just as he thought this, a light came from the end of the corridor, followed by an elongated shadow. What's happening? Indu quickly looked over. In that direction, there was a person standing at the doorway of a room, backlit. According to the layout of the 2nd floor, that room was directly above the warehouse. Chapter 175, The Abandoned Office. Indu clenched the desk lamp tightly, then turned his wrist and directed the beam of the flashlight straight ahead. The sudden blinding light made the person instinctively raise their hand to shield their eyes. However, Indu recognized him at once. Chen, is that you? After Indu slightly lowered the angle of the flashlight, Chen Rong slowly lowered his arm. He stood at the doorway, looking towards where Indu was, then revealed a warm smile and cheerfully greeted, "It's you, classmate." Up to this moment, Chen Rong maintained a friendly and gentle demeanor, even seeing that Indu had not listened to his advice and still trespassed on the 4th floor during restricted hours. His face showed no signs of displeasure. "What are you doing on the 4th floor?" Seeing it was Chen Rong, Indu's heart, which had been racing, calmed down a bit. Based on his observations from yesterday, as long as Chen Rong was not in darkness, he would show no signs of aggression. Indu's mouth curled up slightly, as if jokingly replying, "I'm playing a school adventure game. Look, I just explored my way to the 4th floor." "This school feels quite odd, don't you think?" Indu asked with piercing eyes. Chen Rong clearly didn't expect Indu to be so straightforward. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. He had originally planned to come out and advise those reckless students who trespassed on the 4th floor to leave. But standing here was unexpectedly Indu. He had already advised Indu yesterday, and to see him here again today clearly indicated that Indu was not someone who listened easily. Moreover, it seemed that Indu had ways to protect himself. Not wanting to get involved further, Chen Rong turned to return to the room behind him, but just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back to remind, "Some offices on the 4th floor have long been abandoned, they're very dangerous inside, you better not go in." Even with the flashlight shining on Chen Rong, Indu couldn't see his expression clearly due to the distance. However, he could sense some seriousness from the other person's tone.
After Chen Rong spoke, he immediately closed the door, and the corridor instantly returned to darkness.
Abandoned offices? Was he referring to the academic office he had entered yesterday?
Memories from yesterday surged back, making him feel it was very likely. After all, the office of the academic department certainly looked as if no one was using it anymore. Indu raised his lowered eyes. At that moment, his flashlight still shone on the door Chen Rong had closed. He cautiously stepped forward, and when he reached about 5 meters from the door, he finally saw the words on the doorplate: Student Activity Room, Student Council. Indeed, Chen Rong mostly stayed in the Student Activity Room.
The application form suddenly flashed in Indu's mind.
Chen Rong spent most of his time on the 4th floor regardless of whether it was open or not. If he went inside to submit the application form, it would be nearly impossible to avoid him. The 4th floor of the teaching building is not an absolute forbidden zone in the school. At this moment, even if he takes the application form to find Chen Rong, the other party may not admit anything. Indu turned around to walk back, but just then, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Both sides of the teaching building are offices, but the layout does not seem as symmetrically opposite as the classrooms on the 2nd floor. Instead, it appears somewhat scattered. Like the direction he walked yesterday, there are 2 offices on the east side, which are the Student Affairs Office and the Academic Affairs Office. Although he did not look closely at the west side, he could vaguely see 2 doors out of the corner of his eye. But in the direction he was walking now, the General Affairs Office directly occupied the entire west side, while the other side had 2 adjacent offices. However, the General Affairs Office that he had just glimpsed through the glass door was only a small office similar in size to the Academic Affairs Office. It should not occupy such a large space. Thinking of this, Indu hurriedly walked back to the door of the General Affairs Office. Unlike the Academic Affairs Office, the General Affairs Office does not look like an abandoned office at first glance. Looking in from the direction of the door, he could indeed see the wall behind the desk. Could it be that there is hidden space inside the General Affairs Office? This time, no one came out to stop him, and Indu quickly pried open the door of the General Affairs Office. But at the moment the door swung open, his footsteps suddenly came to a halt. He saw that the originally dark General Affairs Office was instantly illuminated as he pushed the door open, exposing the entire office clearly to the light. Chapter 176 Record of Use. Indu stood at the door for a few seconds, and once he confirmed that there were no other movements inside the General Affairs Office aside from that suddenly lit lamp, he cautiously began to move his feet. He tried to step lightly with each step, fearing that he might disturb something. Fortunately, there was no horrifying face-to-face kill in this office, only the ticking of the clock on the wall sounded particularly clear in this silence. Indu immediately directed his gaze to that wall, half of which could only be glimpsed from the door. Sure enough, he saw a door on that wall. That door was also made of glass and was tightly closed, with a sign next to it that said warehouse. Another warehouse. Through the glass, Indu could see that it was filled with all kinds of containers and carts. Among them, one type of container looked particularly familiar, just like the container their construction principal's teacher pushed into the classroom. Clearly, this was the true warehouse of the school now. And the one he had visited earlier had already become an abandoned and forgotten corner. Indu paused briefly at the door but ultimately did not push this door open. Instead, he turned to examine this office. At this moment, he discovered a red paper posted next to the door he came in. 4th floor notes. 1. There are 7 offices on the 4th floor, along with 1 student activity room. 3 of these offices have been abandoned, please do not enter. 2. The offices currently in use on the 4th floor have clocks hanging, please ensure that you enter an office that has a clock. 3. The hallway lights on the 4th floor turn on at 5:10 p.m. daily. It is not recommended for faculty and staff to go to the 4th floor offices when the lights are off. 4. If you are misled and accidentally enter an abandoned office, please hide back in the living area before they catch you. 5. Please try to keep quiet before reaching the living area. 6. Without the permission of the student council president, faculty and staff are not allowed to enter the student activity room. 7. Do not doubt, your work is great, everything is for the students, for a more perfect world. Indu looked at these notes, his brow furrowed. The rules listed on this red paper are clearly set for faculty and staff. The abandoned offices are probably traps specifically aimed at faculty and staff. However, once you accidentally enter, regardless of your identity, it is hard to escape those people's pursuit. He read through it twice repeatedly. Finally, his gaze landed on the 7th item. This method was indeed too familiar. Indu scoffed, withdrew his gaze, and quickly began to search through the office. He first looked through the materials on the desk, most of which were records of item usage and repair logs. There were only 2 item usage records. Frank Arnold had taken a human container from the warehouse, and Giddy Carter had taken a limb container, dated Sunday, May 12, 2024. Comparing this to the experience he had with Fanny yesterday, he confirmed that yesterday was indeed May 12, 2024. There were about 4 or 5 repair records, but most were for routine maintenance of office equipment. Only one was for a dormitory. Room 201 on the 2nd floor reported a problem with the water heater last night. This information made Indu pause. If he recalled correctly, the layout of the second and fourth floors was the same. Bathing should have been done in the bathroom stalls, so why was there a water heater in the dormitory? Could it be that the second floor dormitory he saw was not the same as the actual second floor? Unable to think of the reason for this, Indu put down the maintenance records and began to search the drawers. After rummaging through several drawers, most were filled with messy office supplies, but one thing caught his attention, a work ID card pressed at the very bottom. Juewu Middle School name, Wangshoumeng Department, General Affairs position, Material Manager date of employment, August 22, 2014. Indu stared at the name and position on the ID card, suddenly recalling the sounds he heard downstairs in the warehouse. Evidently, this school was established on the foundation of Juewu Middle School, and even the staff had been inherited. Indu tucked the ID card away and walked towards the file cabinet. This office had plenty of materials, fortunately organized by category and archived by date. The documents dated from September 2023, but when he opened them, he found that several file volumes were empty, with the first documents appearing in the file labeled April 2024, and these documents started from April 21. Indu quickly flipped through the usage records. On April 21, Sunday, there were 6 usage records, belonging to 6 teachers, all of whom used human containers. On April 22, Monday, there were 3 usage records, which were for limb containers. On April 23, Tuesday, there were 6 usage records, including 1 human container, 2 organ containers, and 3 limb containers. Indu continued to flip through, and each subsequent day had some level of container usage, usually the human containers being the least used. But it was clear that every Tuesday and Friday, the number of containers taken was always the highest. Thinking about what these containers held, Indu couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. The boy who was put into the human container yesterday might have violated a rule, but what Fanny faced in the classroom undoubtedly showed that the so-called practical lesson would surely result in casualties. And tonight was the first practical lesson for their new students. At this moment, Indu recalled his former roommate, who had been secretly scheming against him in the water room. If his classmates were all at that level, could he and Susho really survive this 35-minute practical lesson? No, wait. Susho's combat ability seemed even worse than his. How had this guy managed to get through the practical lesson? It seemed he needed to pay more attention to Susho tonight. Despite his amnesia, this guy always seemed to remember something in a crisis, and following him might help him avoid a lot of danger. Indu searched a little longer, confirming that he could find no other useful clues in this office, and then looked up at the clock. At this point, the time had come to about 4:40, and it seemed that reviewing the materials had taken up a lot of his time. 5 o'clock was the time he agreed to meet Fanny, and at 5:10, a teacher might come to the 4th floor office. He had no time to linger any longer. Indu hurriedly restored the documents he had messed up, then reopened his flashlight, exited the office, and locked the door behind him. After leaving the office, he suddenly felt as if something was watching him. His hand holding the desk lamp trembled slightly, and he quickened his pace towards the stairway. A rapid sound of footsteps approached him from behind. That damned familiar feeling, could it be Chin Rome again? Indu quickly turned around and shone his flashlight in the direction of the footsteps. But this time, what appeared under his flashlight was not Chin Rome, but a woman with long hair. When the light hit her, the woman looked confused, and after a moment she asked seriously, "Classmate, what are you doing here?" Chapter 177, Irresistible Change. "Hello, teacher." Seeing that the other person did not react under the light, Indu felt a little relieved and politely greeted with a smile, while quickly devising a story in his mind. "Teacher, I was originally planning to find President Chen to discuss some study-related matters. But when I got up here, I realized it was dark, and it looked quite dangerous, so I was just about to leave." The teacher listened and remained serious, expressing some dissatisfaction. "Did you not notice that the stairs were dark when you went up? What does the student handbook say? Dark places are dangerous for you, why did you go up?" Indu awkwardly smiled and explained, "I was thinking about something and didn't pay attention to the lighting on the stairs. I only realized it after going up, it was my oversight. Quickly go back down, and don't make this kind of mistake again next time." "Yes, yes." Indu responded, still pointing his flashlight at the teacher, and then turned his back toward the staircase to move down. It wasn't until he walked down the stairs and encountered the light of the 3rd floor corridor that he breathed a little easier and quickened his pace to dash down. When he reached the 1st floor and saw the big door bathed in sunlight, Indu finally relaxed completely. When he walked out of the teaching building, unsurprisingly, the music on the playground had not yet stopped. It seemed that for the next few days, every time he passed the playground, he would have to be accompanied by this music. Indu jogged away from the teaching area and only slowed down once the music faded away. Upon reaching the entrance of the cafeteria, he found that Fan and I was already waiting there. However, standing at the door, Fan and I gave Indu a sense of danger until he looked up and revealed a warm smile like the first time they met, which made that odd feeling disappear. Indu pretended to be indifferent as he walked over and asked, "How's it going? Did everything go smoothly?"
Fan and I nodded and said, you can indeed get down from the rooftop to the third and second floors. Moreover, those 2 floors should be school's restricted areas. After I got down to the 3rd floor, I felt something following me from the ceiling. I walked around there, and the 3rd floor was filled with club activity rooms. The 2nd floor consists of laboratories and computer rooms. Listening to Fan Ni's words, Indu felt like there was something wrong with what he was saying. He looked up at the 2nd and 3rd floors of the cafeteria, feeling like he had overlooked something. The functions of the 2 upper and lower floors are obviously different. I guess they correspond to Restricted Area 2 and Restricted Area 3 in your application form, Fan and I said. Hearing this, Indu nodded. If the 3rd floor is the club activity room, then it should correspond to Chinrong, but he did not know who corresponded to the 2nd floor. Indu looked up at the rooftop, recalling the agile figure of Fan and I when he went up just now, and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. He clearly could not go to those 2 restricted areas like Fan and I. However, did he really need to go up? From Fan Ni's description, it seemed there were no clues up there. At most, when getting the stamp for Restricted Area 3, he might get a clue for Restricted Area 4. While Indu was pondering, Fan and I suddenly patted him gently on the shoulder and said, dinner is ready, let's go in and eat first. Hearing this, Indu looked up through the door and peered inside. From their position, they could faintly see that someone was already at the window directly opposite the door. Indu nodded, and the 2 walked into the cafeteria together. As soon as they entered the cafeteria and their view opened up, he immediately looked at window 8. At this moment, that window still had a sign saying closed for business. This meant that now there were only 5 windows available for Class C students. And it was highly likely that this window would be reduced tomorrow. At this time, the cafeteria had just opened for dining, and there were not many students eating inside, so Fanny and Indu both went to a window without a line to get their meals. After finishing their meals, they originally planned to go to the classroom together, but Indu suddenly remembered that he had left the book Efficient Use of Parts in the dormitory, and he parted ways with Fanny. As a Class C student, he only had 24 hours to borrow the book, and he had to return it tonight. Furthermore, their class still had 10 minutes of literature class left, so he should probably bring the book to class. When he returned to the dormitory, Su Shou was just rubbing his sleepy eyes and sitting up in bed. Seeing Indu enter, he smiled and greeted him. This guy could be said to be the most leisurely person in school. He was neither one of those students who tried everything to get all B grades nor a diligent student aiming to become an A student. Most of his day was spent glued to his bed. Hurry up and eat, class is about to start, Indu said as he climbed onto his bunk and pulled out the book he borrowed from the library. Su Shou glanced at the book in his hand, raised an eyebrow, and then pretended to hug his arms tightly, saying, "Why are you reading that kind of book? Planning to eat people?" Indu ignored his coyness and curiously asked, "Have you read this book?" If he hadn't read it, how could he know from just the title that it was a cookbook? Startled by the question, Su Shou paused, then scratched his head, saying, "I haven't read it, but the title makes it obvious, doesn't it?" Indu looked at the book in his hand, flipping through it and utterly failing to see how the title indicated it was a cookbook. Parts, isn't that just referring to the parts of our bodies? Seeing Su Shou unknowingly say something shocking, Indu sighed and continued to ask, "Do you think human organs are parts?" Perhaps sensing Indu's seriousness, a touch of confusion began to show in Su Shou's eyes. Indu said nothing more, just climbed down from his bunk and reminded him, "You need to go eat, it's almost class time." Ah, right, Su Shou quickly climbed down from his bunk, too. Indu and Su Shou walked towards the cafeteria together. Since they had just killed the conversation, they didn't say much along the way. Though they didn't speak, Indu occasionally observed Su Shou's expressions. Clearly, even now, the other party didn't think there was anything wrong with their previous conversation. This meant that in this school, even if he always remained a Class C student, his subconscious would gradually be changed. Maybe one day, when he woke up, Su Shou would inevitably take becoming an A student as his goal. At the entrance of the cafeteria, just as Indu was about to turn onto a side path, Su Shou suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I forgot to mention, after you interrupted me just now. If you don't plan to become an A student, it's best not to bring library books to class. If you want to become an A student, remember to let me know first." "Why do I need to tell you?" Indu asked curiously. "So I have a chance to escape first," Su Shou replied matter-of-factly. "Anyways, there are so many Class C students in the school, you shouldn't need me specifically to practice on, right?" The implication of his words was too obvious, clearly suggesting that the school's courses would eventually turn into a real-life battle. Although he had suspected this already, Indu's emotions were still somewhat complicated. Even though this was his 4th instance he had experienced, it was still the first time he faced a situation where people could eat each other. Indu looked at Su Shou. Seriously said, "I don't plan to be an A student, I would rather be a B student." "B student? Are you serious?" Chapter 178, Scrap Processing Factory. "B student? Are you serious?" Su Shou's eyes widened in disbelief. "What's wrong?" Indu asked, confused. Susho leaned closer to Indu and lowered his voice, saying, "Don't you know that a so-called B student is just scrap? Those marked as B students are all sent to the processing factory." Processing factory? What kind of place is that? Indu asked in a low voice. "I'm not really sure. Anyway." Susho frowned, mumbling indistinctly in his throat, his gaze wandering for a moment before he said, "Anyway, that's not a good place." Indu always felt that Susho had more information to share. Just as he was about to ask further, Susho turned his attention towards the cafeteria. This attitude clearly indicated he didn't want to continue the topic. Seeing this, Indu stopped pressing and said, "Let's go eat." Susho nodded and said, "See you later in the classroom." Indu's gaze fell vacantly on Susho's back, but his mind was filled with questions. The fate of B students is to be sent away from the school, to the processing factory. In other words, this means leaving the school. So the minimum requirement for passing is AB in all subjects. But if the fate of B students is to be sent away while C students are brainwashed and continue to be trained, then what is the purpose of the A students carefully cultivated by the school? Where will these A students who remain in the school ultimately end up? Indu stood in place for a long time, unable to sort out his thoughts, and finally lifted his legs to walk toward the teaching area. As he walked past the singing playground into the classroom building, he immediately returned his book to the library. The librarian still had that cold demeanor. Before leaving the library, because of the tangled questions in his mind, Indu subconsciously turned to look at the self-study area filled to capacity. From the surface, it was impossible to tell who was an A student and who was a C student. Apart from the identity card in hand, where exactly is the difference? Is it in the performance in life and class? How are B students distinguished? Going up to the second floor, Indu headed straight for his classroom. After the baptism of yesterday's class, everyone arrived very early today. When Indu entered the classroom, there were only 3 empty seats left. At this time, Fan and I was sitting in the back row, occupying Susho's original spot. However, facing this suddenly appeared new face, apart from C209, the other classmates completely ignored him. Judging by this, C209 should also be a gifted student. Indu did not intend to recognize this unfamiliar gifted student and pretended to sit back in his own seat nonchalantly. Maybe it was because he delayed for a while. Not long after he sat down, Susho walked into the classroom. He sat down in the seat next to Indu. Although they did not communicate after Susho came in, the stagnant air between them still made Indu feel Susho's cold attitude. From the first day, all the communication between them had been initiated by Susho. This sudden change made Indu a little curious. Did Susho change his attitude because he mentioned B students? Just as he was about to speak to test the waters, he saw their structure principal's teacher, Frank, pushing a container into the classroom. It was the same container as yesterday, but inside it was a different corpse. The body in yesterday's container was handled very neatly, only the chest was opened, and it was basically complete. However, this one was missing hands and feet, and its abdomen looked as if it had been ransacked, with intestines messily stuffed inside. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the intestines were already cut into many sections. Today, Frank did not introduce his collection. Instead, he started the lesson directly. It seems this was not one of his beloved treasures. Today's lesson requirement was to restore the abdomen. Seeing the requirement written on the blackboard by Frank, Indu frowned at the somewhat complicated abdomen. Frank's gaze scanned the students in the classroom, then he sneered, "I know you poor students can't restore this directly, so I'll demonstrate once." Saying this, he took out the intestines right in front of everyone, then separated them by size and placed them back into the abdomen, piece by piece. After finishing, Frank casually took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands and said, "What are you waiting for? Did you take notes on the steps? Is your diagram ready?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of paper flipping immediately filled the classroom. Indu hesitated, holding the paper, wondering if he should take out the electric drill. He still clearly remembered the jumbled memories from yesterday. He didn't know what would happen this time when taking notes. But considering that the range of the electric drill might cover the entire classroom, and there were possibly 2 more dangerous classes coming up, he ultimately decided against taking it out. Although this class was bizarre, it was not deadly. Moreover, Indu looked at Susho, who had already started drawing the diagrams. Since the school still had C-level seniors, it meant that this class alone couldn't make them A-level students. Indu carefully drew the abdominal structure diagram based on the person in the container, and just as he was finishing, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did his hands suddenly become sticky, and there was a nauseating smell? Indu looked dazedly at his hand, where a layer of transparent liquid was forming. Under his gaze, the clear sticky liquid oozing from his fingertips wound along his palm and dripped down. Then he turned his gaze to the white paper, which was already covered with mottled water stains. There were no traces of any drawing on the paper at all. This situation again. Indu was about to turn to observe Susho's condition when a sudden scream came from behind him. "What is this?" The sound startled Indu, making him feel uneasy. It was definitely from C209, who was so close. Yesterday, C209 had touched the corpse in the container while awake, and he couldn't believe the reaction was still this strong. Then he realized, C209 had broken the rules. Speaking out in class without the teacher's permission is forbidden. This sudden abnormal response would not go unnoticed, even by the natives in the rules and ghost stories. If they were not afraid, someone should have raised their hand to answer Frank's question before C209 did yesterday. The reason no one reacted was that they still remembered the rules. You spoke up. Frank, standing on the podium, finally showed a pleased smile. He slowly walked down from the podium, each step echoing crisply in the classroom, surrounded by an air of danger. Indu's gaze unconsciously followed him, and as he turned his head, he unexpectedly met Susho's hollow eyes and woke up suddenly. But to avoid being noticed by Frank, he kept his eyes glued to Frank. Until he saw Frank easily twist off C209's arm, he felt warmth spread from his cheek. Indu instinctively leaned back. At that moment, Frank's gaze immediately locked onto him, then he leaned closer and said, "Classmate, you look a bit off." Indu quickly pretended to be dazed, his blank eyes fixed on the severed arm in Frank's hand. If he wasn't mistaken, C209, whose arm had just been severed, seemed to have no intention of resisting at all, but was instead immersed in Frank's performance like the other classmates in the classroom. Chapter 179, Congratulations. Indu's acting skills weren't considered excellent, but he didn't feel worried about it. After all, he asked himself if he had violated any rules. Frank stood in front of him, and they faced each other for a moment. Just when Indu thought Frank was about to give up on targeting him, Frank suddenly reached for his pocket. Indu instantly realized that Frank's target was the card machine in his pocket. This might just be a test. A completely controlled person. It should have had no reaction. Despite this speculation in his heart, Indu still reached out to press down on his pocket. Inside the teaching building, losing the card machine is a violation. And until this moment, he still wasn't sure if there was a rule about teachers not being able to confiscate students' card machines. You lost. Frank squeezed out a sentence from his throat. As Indu shifted his gaze to his face, he suddenly burst into a fit of mad laughter. You lost, you lost. Ha ha ha. Then he looked up, no longer sparing Indu a glance. This state of ignoring others made Indu frown slightly. In fact, Frank usually looked at them with disdain, as if examining a pile of trash. But at least before, there was still a shadow of them in his eyes. Congratulations, you can stop attending this course from now on. Frank held his head high, casually tossing a shiny object onto Indu's desk. In an instant, Indu felt his desk beginning to move, and in the next moment, he was already in the hallway. He turned to look at the classroom but found that the doors to the classrooms in the hallway had completely vanished. What is going on? Has he been expelled from the classroom, or is all of this just his illusion? Indu quickly looked at the spot where Frank had just thrown the object, but there was nothing there. He cautiously took out his electric drill and slowly stood up to investigate this hallway. After walking around, he found that this was a completely enclosed space. Even with the electric drill on, the environment before him did not change at all. Clearly, he was not locked in here due to pollution. He walked back to the only landmark in this space, his desk. Sitting back in his seat, Indu took out the card machine to check the time. So far, this space seemed flawless. If he ended up here because Frank declared he no longer needed to attend the Principles of Structure course, then as long as he waited until class was over, he should be able to leave. It was now 18:28, a class was 35 minutes, and there were 7 minutes left until it ended. 7 minutes, he could wait. During the waiting time, Indu began to check the items in his toolbox. At first, he naturally checked the props he had on hand. Today, he had an extra prop, a freezing earring. This was given to him by Susho while he was napping. At first, he hadn't given it much thought, but now because of Susho's attitude, he had to think more about it. Speaking of which, it seemed that Susho's attitude change began right after he gave him this earring. After all, which of the adventurous moves he had made before was safer than wanting to become a B-level student? His own desire to become a B-level student wouldn't affect Susho's plan to remain a C-level student. It was essentially no different from the previous school adventure, so why should Susho suddenly distance himself from him? Moreover, why did Susho suddenly give him this earring? He didn't give it to him earlier or later, but right after he resolved the issues in the restricted area. Was it because it might become strange after entering the restricted area? Additionally, how did Susho come by this earring? Could it be? Indu held the earring in his hand. Although it worked well with the electric drill, he didn't necessarily need it. After sorting through the props in his toolbox, Indu continued to look through other items. As he flipped through, he suddenly found among the pile of notes pressed in a compartment a note with fresh handwriting, and the letters were particularly prominent. You must check the windows of the school buildings. This was clearly his own handwriting. It was a note he had written to himself. Windows? Didn't the school buildings always not have windows?
No, wait, it seemed that there were windows in the abandoned warehouse on the second floor.
Thinking of the abandoned warehouse on the second floor, a vague memory was awakened.
Indu was just about to stand up. Suddenly, he felt his desk being moved again. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the classroom. At the door of the classroom, Frank's back was slowly leaving. This class was disgusting. Fanny complained as he used a piece of white paper to wipe his hands while walking to Indu's side. I ended up getting something on my hands without even noticing. Indu listened to Fanny's complaints and quickly realized the problem.
Fanny seemed unaware that he had ever left the classroom. Was it because he never truly left the classroom, or because Fanny had been confused ever since Frank left the podium, never waking up?
Indu didn't ask more questions, he had more important things to do than to explore what state he was in just now. He casually reminded Fanny to prepare for the next 2 classes, then got up and walked toward Susho. In Susho's puzzled and resistant gaze, Indu opened his tightly clenched left hand. In his hand was a round earring shining with blue light.
Is this, for me? Susho's pupils trembled slightly, his gaze focused on the sapphire earring in Indu's palm.
This thing felt very familiar to him, but he had never seen it before.
This is what you lent me, and now it's returned to its owner.
Indu glanced at his earlobe. Susho's earlobe was smooth and new, without even a needle-point-sized scar, clearly indicating that this guy had not pierced his ears. It was also possible, if Susho had pierced his ears, he would have noticed on the first day.
But he couldn't help but wonder where this guy usually kept it. But I don't need it now.
Because he indeed had an impression of this earring, Susho reached out and took the earring from Indu's hand. The moment he touched the earring, he suddenly remembered something and pulled out a rope from his collar. It was a rough, hand-braided red string, with a noticeably worn wooden block hanging from the bottom. Susho firmly inserted the earring above the wooden block. No wonder I felt this necklace was missing something these past 2 days.
But when did I lend it to you?
Susho's words were interrupted by footsteps coming from the classroom door.
Classmates, your next class is the structure practice class. I am your teacher for this class.
A person wrapped in heavy protective clothing walked into the classroom, the breathing valve of the gas mask heaving with a hoarse female voice. The moment Indu saw this teacher, his back instantly tensed. He instinctively looked at the blackboard.
But at this moment, there were no longer any markings on the blackboard.
At this time, everyone in the classroom reacted and began to move toward the door. But Indu, Susho, and Fanny did not rush. They chose to stay behind and observe the situation first. After all, the teacher who just entered was still by the door.
Uncertain if the danger came from this teacher, they didn't dare to get too close.
The first to move towards the door was C210. C209 was perhaps slowed down by an injury, taking a step later. But then he had to be thankful he was slow. Because before C210 could rush out the door, the teacher in protective clothing grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Student, skipping class is not a good habit.
A sticky laughter came from under the protective suit.
Humans are not cats. The skin at the nape of the neck is fused together, and C210 inevitably felt his flesh torn apart by gravity due to this action. At this moment, C210's emotions were completely overtaken by fear, and he struggled violently. Not answering the teacher's question and resisting only intensified her anger. Her hand, originally wrapped in the protective suit, suddenly broke through the material, and sharp black nails pierced into C210's neck.
Red blood oozed from C210's neck.
Seeing the scene before him, C209, standing closest, had already collapsed to the ground, his legs giving out. Indu, however, was not as terrified. Due to the speed of the bleeding, it is clear that it hasn't harmed the major artery. In other words, this teacher isn't planning to strike with full force just yet.
Oh no, someone's hurt.
The teacher gazed intently at C210, or more accurately, at the flowing red blood. Her face slowly drew closer. Seizing this moment, Indu signaled to Fanny and Susho with his eyes. The 3 of them quickly dashed out of the classroom.
The security office is on the 4th floor.
Indu and the others ran up to the 4th floor. It was still Indu's first time being here during open hours. As they reached the top, they faced a man standing at the office door, his face frozen in a stiff smile, motionless. Even with the presence of light, both Indu and Fanny momentarily paused upon seeing him. Especially after realizing that the man was mechanically turning his neck, his button-like eyes slowly shifting with their footsteps. Susho, however, showed no reaction and simply ignored the man, turning left instead. With the bright light, Indu finally got a clear view of the overall layout of the 4th floor. The whole 4th floor has 6 offices and 1 student activity room. On the east side are 3 offices, the student section, the academic affairs section, and the security section. At the end, what he thought was another office turned out to be a bathroom. On the west side are the general affairs section, the teaching research room, and the conference room. The furthest corner is the student activity room. From the light conditions, it seemed that the academic affairs section, teaching research room, and conference room were all closed, and their doors were also shut.
Perhaps these few offices are abandoned.
Indu looked at this layout and immediately recalled the rule note inside the General Affairs section. According to the rules, there should be 7 offices on the 4th floor.
In other words, there is still one office hidden away? Isn't the security section over there? Why are you heading this way?
Fanny caught up and patted Indu's shoulder, who had turned unexpectedly. Indu shook his head. No, I'm just memorizing the layout of the 4th floor offices.
Come on, we should go to the security section now.
As they walked toward the security section, Su Shou stood against the wall opposite the security office door. When he saw them coming, Su Shou waved and smiled. Hurry, you should report the situation to the security teacher. This version of Su Shou was the one Indu was familiar with.
Why don't you go report it yourself?
Compared to the slight relief Indu felt at Su Shou's return to normal, Fanny, who hadn't noticed any issue with Su Shou, responded to him as usual.
If you want to become a C-level student, you naturally shouldn't attract too much attention from the teachers, Su Shou replied.
Then he looked at Indu. If you want to become a B-level or A-level student, you can appear more often in front of the teachers. Although Su Shou didn't finish his sentence, Indu still understood the meaning behind his words. Whether aiming to be a B-level or A-level student, one must leave an impression on the teachers, but the impressions given for both would surely differ. And he had just successfully left an impression on Frank during the last class, being announced that he no longer needed to attend the structural principles class. From Frank's attitude just now, it was clear he didn't view him as a good seed. So did this mean that his structural principles class had achieved a B-level grade? How had he caught Frank's attention just now? Indu pondered while knocking on the security room's door.
Chapter 181, Structural Practice Class.
As Indu knocked on the door, the lights in the security section flickered a few times before a young male teacher opened the office door.
The male teacher frowned slightly, scanning Indu's face. Student, is there a problem?
Teacher, a teacher in a protective suit entered our classroom. Indu paid little attention to the teacher's attitude. He was now clearly a troublemaker. It is quite normal for the teacher to have no good feelings about him.
The classroom on the 2nd floor?
Yes.
At this time, shouldn't you guys be in class on the 3rd floor? How could you meet a teacher in protective gear in a 2nd floor classroom?
The male teacher frowned tightly, looking untrusting. Indu didn't expect that being a troublemaker would have such a big impact, but he didn't explain much, just silently took 2 steps back to indicate Fan and I to step forward.
Fan and I calmly explained, Teacher, no one informed us that we needed to go to class on the 3rd floor.
After Teacher Frank left, we stayed in the 2nd floor classroom until that teacher in protective gear came in.
Frank, again Frank.
Hearing Frank's name, the male teacher's expression became even more displeased, but he tried to suppress his emotions when looking at Fan and I, saying, You go to class on the 3rd floor immediately.
I will handle the situation on the 2nd floor.
After saying this, the male teacher returned to the office, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and hurriedly left. Before leaving, he instructed Fan and I again, go to class on the 3rd floor right away.
Yes, teacher, I will go immediately. Fan and I responded repeatedly.
Once the male teacher's figure disappeared at the stairwell, Fan and I turned to Indu and said, from what he meant, we should have gone to class on the 3rd floor right after finishing the structural principle class. Indu took out his card machine and took a look. It's already 42 minutes, we're probably at least 5 minutes late. The teaching building is not big, moving up and down doesn't take much time, so the school probably wouldn't give them much buffer time.
We're late already, what are we chatting about? Let's hurry.
Su Shou, who had been watching the drama from the side, urged.
Indu nodded and turned to walk towards the stairs with Su Shou.
Wait, Fan and I caught up with the two, we came here to report, according to the rules, can't we go get a leave slip? As he said this, the 3 of them happened to reach the door of the student affairs office, and turned to meet someone who looked like they had a tracking feature installed. I forgot to tell you, there's nothing in the freshman rules mentioning that leave can be requested. Indu showed no sign of stopping. Hearing this, Fan and I was stunned, and then he quickly followed the pace of the two. The layout on the 3rd floor looked similar to the 2nd floor, but the classrooms on this floor had all been locked earlier, nobody had seen the inside of the classrooms. Now, all classroom doors were wide open. Just after reaching the 3rd floor, they clearly saw a mannequin standing in a classroom, its whole body glowing white. It was called a mannequin because these things looked human-like, but upon closer inspection, their eyes were hollow and lifeless, their skin showed an unnatural whiteness, and bluish veins faintly showed beneath the skin. It overall looked abnormal.
Indu stopped and frowned. What are these?
The 3 of them tried to ignore the presence of these mannequins.
Which classroom is ours? Fan and I asked.
There is another class for C-level freshmen, let's first see if there are any classes already in session.
Indu said.
Fan and I nodded, and then the 3 of them split up to check each classroom. In no time, Fan and I waved at the end of the corridor, and Indu and Su Shou quickly walked over. In the classroom Fan and I pointed at, a woman stood at the podium, dressed in a black business suit, looking impatient. And below the podium, there were only about 2 or 3 mannequins, fewer than in the other classrooms.
Strange, why is there only one classroom with a teacher? Could it be that this class was mixed in? Indu frowned in thought.
But that doesn't make sense. According to what that security teacher just said, there was no reminder to go to class on the third floor. It seems to be just Mr. Frank's private action.
Fan and I said.
Su Shou, who had been quiet all along, spoke up, or maybe, when we enter the third floor, the only classrooms we can see and use are our own. But anyway, only this classroom has someone who looks like a teacher.
So our classroom can only be this one.
Indu nodded and took out a desk lamp, preparing to go in first to check.
Fanny noticed his action and pushed him aside, stepping into the classroom himself.
His talent is resistance, so even if there's danger, he can withstand it for a while. At the moment he stepped into the classroom, a cold wind rushed toward him, and the woman at the podium sharply scanned him. What's going on?
Why are you only coming to class now? It seems this woman is indeed the teacher for their practical construction class. What, am I not important for this class?
The teacher was imposing, but made no move, which left Fanny, who was ready to respond, somewhat stunned. However, he quickly reacted and hurriedly explained, "Sorry, teacher, we are freshmen and didn't know this class is held on the third floor."
Oh really?
The teacher snorted coldly, scanning the three of them, and finally stopping her gaze on Indu. "I see, you've been mixing with the poor students for too long, haven't you? Forget it, you, and the one behind you, go take your seats quickly." Indu had just been pushed aside by Fanny as he was about to enter the classroom, which made Su Shou, who had come up from the back, take his place directly behind Fanny.
Indu blinked innocently.
It seems what Frank had thrown at him and made him unable to see was likely some sort of poor student mark.
Hearing this, Fanny turned to glance at Indu and Su Shou.
After seeing Su Shou enter the classroom and Indu nodding to indicate he didn't need to worry about him, Fanny finally walked towards a seat at the bottom of the classroom. This classroom is different from ordinary classrooms. The tables are nearly 2 meters long, with a total of 3 tables, each equipped with 2 chairs on either side. According to their student numbers, Su Shou sat on the left side of the first table, while Fanny sat on the left side of the third table. After looking at the two who took their seats, the teacher spoke, "This class is very crucial, and we have already wasted 8 minutes, so let's get right to the point. Teacher, if the class is so crucial, can I come in to listen?"
Indu interjected appropriately from the doorway.
The teacher frowned slightly at being interrupted, shooting him a cold glance. "If you want to come in, then come in, just don't regret it." Hearing the teacher's words, Indu raised an eyebrow, his lifted foot hesitating slightly before he ultimately abandoned the idea of entering the classroom.
Indu stepped back and stood against the wall.
Inside the classroom, the teacher continued the lesson. "This class requires 2 people to work together.
Since there are only 2 of you, you will be a group for now."
Since the teacher said so, Fanny naturally stood up and moved to the table where Su Shou was sitting. As they seated themselves on either side of the table, the teacher spoke again, "Prepare the teaching tools." As soon as she finished speaking, a dummy awkwardly walked up and then lay down on the table. This dummy had stiff limbs and lifeless eyes, as if it were a soulless shell. Being this close, Fanny finally saw that, although the color was strange, the skin and flesh of this dummy were indistinguishable from those of a real person. The teacher's sharp gaze turned cold as she said, "For the first lesson, dig into the heart."
Chapter 182, Fanny's Secret.
For the first lesson, dig into the heart. Having prepared mentally and gone through the construction principles course, Fanny and Su Shou were not surprised by the teacher's words.
Fanny constantly brainwashed himself that this was just an ordinary medical class. Even if she is not a medical student, he doesn't know if medical students usually have such experimental classes. But thinking this way would make him feel a little better. "However, teacher, we don't have tools." After immersing himself in the identity of a medical student, Fanny instinctively looked for a scalpel. "Tools?" The teacher suddenly appeared in front of Fanny, startling him. The teacher grabbed Fanny's wrist and lifted his hand. "What is this?" "A hand."
Fanny hesitantly answered, locking eyes with the teacher's sharp gaze.
The teacher looked at him with disdain. "This is the tool."
As she spoke, her nail scraped against Fanny's wrist, and bright red blood slowly seeped out. Fanny bit her teeth tightly, but not a trace of pain was visible on her face. When the red blood flowed to her elbow, the newly emerged blood on her hands surprisingly turned blue. Standing nearby, Su Shou widened his eyes and quickly stepped back 2 paces, gripping his necklace tightly at his chest. The teacher, who had just grabbed his wrist, hurriedly let him go as if she had touched something filthy.
You are. Get out, leave my classroom now."
Indu, standing outside the door, carefully observed everyone's expressions. He was sure that Fanny was clearly shocked by her own strange blood. Blue blood, he had seen before. In the first instance, when his brother was beheaded, blue blood spurted out. This was strange blood.
But why did Fanny's blood change to this bizarre color?
According to the information he had gathered, only when the pollution value reached a certain threshold would a living being undergo a mutation and become strange. But Fanny's talent was resistance.
Why was she experiencing a mutation?
Before Indu could figure it out, Fanny had already been chased out of the classroom by the teacher. He stared blankly at his arm, finally leaning against the wall in despair, his hand drooping as the blue blood dripped. Seeing him like this, Indu tore a piece of cloth from himself and stepped forward to press against Fanny's wound. The cut made by the teacher was not deep. As long as it was pressed for a while, it could stop the bleeding. Once the blood stopped flowing, Indu finally asked, "What's going on?" Fanny's gaze was vacant, as if she was reminiscing, or possibly struggling with whether to tell Indu the truth. Indu did not press her but quietly watched her. "Have you seen the fourth instance I went through?" Indu recalled the livestream he had watched earlier. Fanny's fourth instance was actually the fifth instance of the chosen one, Su Youngyan, from their country. If he remembered correctly, the main setting of that instance should be some hospital. Without waiting for Indu to answer, Fanny continued, "I still remember the name of that instance, Hungsho Hospital. Staying there until the fifth day, there would be a blood transfusion treatment. To avoid breaking the rules, I had to accept that treatment. I originally thought that the blood transfusion treatment would be like the injuries I suffered in past instances, where my resistance would offset the damage." Fanny tore the cloth from her wrist, until in that family instance, at dinner time, I was actually tempted and ate with them. In short, after that dinner, my grandmother hugged me and cried, saying it was her fault that I started to mutate, telling me not to be afraid, that as long as I stayed at home obediently, she could guarantee my safety. But I am certain that on that day, I did not break any rules. Moreover, even if I did, with my talent, I should be able to offset the pollution. In other words, I had already started to mutate before entering the instance, I just had not realized it. Thinking carefully, the only thing that could cause my body to mutate was the blood transfusion treatment. And although I do not know the full situation of all the talented individuals, the ones I know who also participated in that instance have either fallen or merged and remained in the world of rule-related tales. I think, those who went through the hospital instance should only be left with me as the sole talented one. No, Indu interjected, I know another talented individual who experienced that instance and is still alive. If he remembered correctly, Ma Xiangjia's first instance was also Hungsho Hospital. As for whether Ma Xiangjia accepted the blood transfusion treatment on the fifth day, he was unsure because at that time, he mainly focused on watching Su Youngyan's livestream. If he remembered correctly, Su Youngyan had undergone blood transfusion treatment on the fifth day, but during the process, the gifted person would fall into a hallucination, and we, the spectators, would see everything through their eyes, unable to witness the treatment itself. Is he still alive? What is his talent? Fanny asked. Indu did not hide it, slowly saying, Ma Xiangjia, his talent is the magic shield. Magic shield. A hint of worry flashed in Fanny's eyes. The magic shield can withstand all physical attacks, but it has no resistance against pollution and the like. According to my observation, the resistance to pollution in those who have undergone blood transfusions decreases. If what you said is true about Ma Xiangjia undergoing blood transfusion treatment, then he would be more easily affected by pollution in the dungeon, with a high probability of falling. Upon hearing this, Indu frowned in thought, as Fanny's words reminded him of the clearance announcement from the last level. Are you saying that blood transfusion decreases a person's pollution resistance? Pollution resistance, yes, it's pollution resistance, Fanny said. Assuming each gifted person's initial pollution resistance is 1, after encountering pollution once, the red line on my wrist would lose 1 millimeter, but after undergoing blood transfusion treatment, the gifted person's constitution would change, and with each pollution encounter, the red line on my wrist would lose 2 millimeters. Indu's pupils trembled. That meant that those who underwent blood transfusion were suffering double the pollution effects. No, not only that, the blood replacement might have already caused them to mutate, just not visibly. With this information, he quickly recalled Ma Xiangjia's performance in the Soul Night dungeon. In Soul Night, the place most easily affected by pollution was the morgue. According to the rules of Soul Night, each person could only guard the vigil for no more than 2 hours, meaning that any pollution within those 2 hours was the limit at which these gifted individuals could remain unaffected. Due to the number of people, he could not arrange for Ma Xiangjia to guard the vigil for less than 2 hours. However, Ma Xiangjia only fell into nightmares on the first day due to exceeding pollution from violating another rule, and there were no signs of being affected by pollution on the second day. After recalling Ma Xiangjia's earlier performance, Indu speculated, if what you said is true, then I believe Ma Xiangjia did not undergo blood transfusion treatment in the hospital dungeon. But I wonder if Su Youngyan's final loss was also related to this blood transfusion? Hearing Indu's words, Fanny sighed. So, my previous statement was correct, everyone who underwent blood transfusion treatment, except for me, has been left in the rule-based talk. If my talent weren't resistance, giving me some ability to resist pollution, and I hadn't discovered the problem in time, perhaps I would have also been lost or fallen in some dungeon, Fanny said with a heavy expression. Upon hearing this, Indu reached out and patted his shoulder. It's truly not easy for you to have made it this far, dodging the traps of the rule-based talk. What worries me is that this rule-based talk will always have situations like the last dungeon, where entry into the pollution zone is a must. I think that's why you felt a sense of urgency because of the last dungeon. Fanny nodded. In fact, in my last dungeon team, there were 2 gifted people with the talent for pollution purification, allowing me to only enter the morgue for 1 hour each day.
Otherwise, even with my talent for resistance, I probably couldn't have survived that dungeon. I see.
Indu had thought Fanny had held on due to his resistance, but now it seemed he primarily relied on his teammates for protection.
Since entering the rule-based talk, I found that its purpose seems to be to keep us trapped in it.
Having come this far, there are actually not many direct killing moves in the rules, and they are mostly straightforward, making them easy to avoid. What is truly hard to evade is the subtle and insidious assimilation and the unpredictable pollution. You are right, although if you count carefully, the number of gifted ones who die in the rule horror stories is far more than those who remain. But as long as they have clearance experience, it should be said that as long as they can last for 3 or 4 days in the copy, their final outcome is basically to be left in the copy. Fan and I leaned against the wall, raising his wrist. Now that I think about it, the blood transfusion treatment in that hospital is actually a way to convert many gifted ones. After the blood transfusion, the body is partly transformed into something strange, and then the next class requires returning to the ordinary classroom. If you want to chat, it's better to walk and talk. Fan Ni's words were interrupted by Su Shou, who walked out of the classroom.
Class is over? Indu turned to look inside the classroom. Where is that teacher? He and Fan and I stood outside the door.
Even though they had been chatting, it was surprising to see someone come out. Moreover, the classroom was a bit strange. He remembered that there were only 3 dummies in the classroom before, but now there were densely packed with no less than 20. Su Shou shrugged. She disappeared after saying we needed to return to the ordinary classroom next.
Then the classroom turned into what it is now.
Just as Su Shou finished speaking, the lights in the hallway flickered a few times. The sudden change tightened the hearts of Indu and the others.
They no longer hesitated and quickly headed towards the stairs.
As they moved, the flickering frequency of the hallway lights increased. Indu noticed that as he passed the last classroom, the dummies inside had approached the classroom door, looking as if they were about to exit. "Quick, let's go downstairs," Indu shouted urgently.
Hearing his words, Su Shou and Fan and I instinctively quickened their pace, and the 3 ran downstairs.
When they reached the large step in the middle of the stairs, the lights on the 3rd floor suddenly went out. Indu turned his head instinctively to look at the 3rd floor. Those dummies were already at the entrance of the 3rd floor hallway. It was at this moment that Indu finally recognized that these dummies were the ones who had chased him the entire way after he entered the academic affairs office yesterday.
However, now their skin was even paler. Fan and I pulled along the still dazed Indu and ran down to the 2nd floor, with Su Shou closely following behind. The lights on the 2nd floor were normally bright.
When they entered the 2nd floor, those who had chased them from the 3rd floor stopped at the large step.
Now, should we go back to the classroom directly? That teacher in a protective suit shouldn't still be in there, right? After confirming they were temporarily safe, Fan and I stopped and spoke.
At that moment, Indu was still staring blankly at the people on the large step, not responding to Fan Ni's question.
Su Shou then said, "That security teacher said he would solve it, so it should be fine. And if we don't go to the ordinary classroom now, we might end up being late again in a while.
Although we still don't know the cost of being late, but it's definitely better not to be late."
Chapter 184, First Real Combat Class. Hearing Su Shou say this, Fan and I didn't refute, silently pulling the still dazed Indu towards the classroom. We've arrived at the classroom. We won't be driven out again, right? Standing at the classroom door, Fan and I looked at Indu.
His question pulled Indu back from his thoughts. Indu shook his head. "Not necessarily, I feel that for this class, there's a high probability they won't drive anyone out." "Why do you say that?"
Su Shou looked at Indu curiously. "Aren't you already aware?"
Indu's gaze was intense, as if he could see through everything. Su Shou felt a bit uncomfortable under his deep stare and awkwardly smiled, aware of what? The so-called combat class. Indu looked at C209 and C210 who were already sitting in their seats in the classroom. C209 had lost an arm, while C210 had a green bruise on his neck, both looking quite timid. It is to treat classmates as real combat targets to test what has been learned. And as a poor student, being used as a consumable in this kind of class isn't necessarily a bad thing.
There's no need to drive me out. As for you, you were kicked out of class just now, but your situation is different from mine. The teacher seems more dismissive of you.
However, apart from that failing student, with those C209 and C210's conditions, they can only be treated as training materials.
Fanny nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, her attitude seems more like rejection and fear. At this point, Fanny's expression grew even more puzzled. What is she afraid of? That teacher's nails just didn't look like an ordinary person's. As an anomaly, would she be afraid of someone like me who is half-altered?
Because she is human, and to her, you are an anomaly, Indu said in a deep voice.
Question mark. Fanny furrowed his brow. She is human? Can the teachers in this school really be human?
Fanny said in disbelief.
How could a monster that can easily rip open a belly be human?
To them, that's what being human is, Indu said calmly. Anomalies can alter, no matter how well they disguise themselves as human. Once their emotions are unstable, they will reveal their differences.
And for them, even if their abilities differ from normal people, they appear completely human.
Imitations, Susho, who had been silent, said softly, this is actually a school that trains people to become imitations.
Fanny looked at Susho in shock. What did you just say? It's time for class. What are you still doing standing at the classroom door?
Before Susho could answer, a soft female voice sounded from behind the three.
Indu turned around to see their homeroom teacher, Xiang Yi. Teacher, are you teaching this class? Fanny asked.
Xiang Yi smiled slightly, there are no teachers in the practical class, I am just here to share some notes about the class.
Fanny asked in confusion, notes?
Go ahead and go inside, Xiang Yi waved her hand. Seeing they couldn't ask anything more for now, the three followed Xiang Yi into the classroom. Xiang Yi walked to the podium and scanned the class, everyone seems to be in good condition. Upon hearing this, Indu almost turned to look at that one-armed fellow. However, in the end, he could only turn to look at Susho, who was seated next to him. Since the last class ended, he found Susho a bit strange. No, rather, ever since Fanny's blue blood flowed from his arm, Susho's gaze had turned particularly deep, looking heavily burdened. In the past, Susho's goal was clear, to ensure he could always remain a C-level student, so he wouldn't think too much. After all, he should have become quite adept at knowing how to be a C-level student. Now, let's discuss the arrangements for the practical class, Xiang Yi at the podium continued. Today is your first practical class, so only freshmen are participating, you don't need to worry about vast differences in abilities. However, starting tomorrow, the practical class will become a major class involving all students in the school. And the only thing I can remind you of is that on the playground, as freshmen, you will have privileges. Before Xiang Yi could finish her sentence, a noise came from the broadcast, followed by the principal's voice. It is now 19:15. I announce that the special practical class for freshmen begins now, with all C-level freshmen participating. Hearing the principal's broadcast, Xiang Yi hurried to the door. Good luck to you all. Her words coincided with the principal's, and it certainly didn't sound like a good blessing. As soon as the broadcast ended, Fanny quickly walked to Indu's side. All C-level freshmen, that includes students from another class. Indu nodded, then his gaze swept towards C209 and C210, who were hurriedly leaving the classroom. They knew the students of this class, and currently, the strongest in fighting ability seemed to be C208, who they had previously schemed against. The remaining C209 and C210 posed no threat to them at all. Clearly, C209 and C210 also realized that they could only become prey now. That C209, as someone with talent, didn't dare to approach them for recognition while in a disadvantaged position. This is fine, a talented person with such a mindset is not suitable to be their teammate. In the outside world, people instinctively divide gifted individuals by their countries. But once you enter the world of strange rules, you realize that gifted individuals opposing each other is actually a foolish act. They have no conflict of interest, on the contrary, many times they need the help of teammates to get through difficulties, just like now. The strange rules emphasize their national identities every time, probably to divide them. Moreover, this person doesn't look smart. If he runs out now, he will definitely pass by another class's door, which will only attract fire. Block the door first, Indu interrupted Vani, who was about to keep talking, and stepped forward to close and lock the classroom door. After hearing Indu's words, Vani pushed the podium forward to block the door. Once the podium was in place, he continued the words he hadn't said earlier. Apart from us as gifted individuals in Susho, this special guy, the other students likely received their cards based on their own abilities. Indu agreed with this. From the first day, Frank said that our class was made up of trash. Clearly, this school had labeled them from the very beginning, and our class. Our class was likely meant to be a sharpening stone from the start. This is both good news and bad news. The good news is that their chances of becoming A-level students are obviously very low, the bad news is that they are now in danger. As Indu was thinking this, he suddenly heard a sharp scream coming from the hallway, followed by heart-wrenching howls and pleas. His heart jumped sharply, and then he forced a relaxed tone, saying, "It seems we've lost 2 more classmates." He didn't know if those 2 could hold off the other class's people. Soon, the answer emerged. The sounds outside gradually diminished, ending with chaotic footsteps approaching them. Chapter 185, Vanna's first practical lesson. Amid the chaotic sounds, it was impossible to tell how many people there were. The only thing certain was that the ones howling earlier were likely gone. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Vani swallowed hard, his heart pounding like a drum. He looked at Indu, his eyes filled with questions. Can this door hold? Indu was unsure as well. At this moment, he had pulled out a power drill and was getting ready. If things really go wrong, I'll use the tool to hold them down first, then you knock them out. Hearing this, Vani nodded, his gaze steady. Give me a hammer or a wrench. He had witnessed Indu and Susho's fighting power, and it really needed to be him to knock these people out. Indu quickly handed over the wrench. At this moment, Susho, who had been motionless, stepped forward and spoke. Don't worry, this door can hold off these new students without difficulty. At these words, Indu slightly relaxed his shoulder against the door. Are you sure? Although he asked, Indu's demeanor clearly showed he believed Susho's words. Susho naturally noticed this and replied with a smile, definitely, but for tomorrow's practical lesson, this door will hold for at most a minute. Susho's words reminded Indu of Xiangyi's comment, tomorrow's practical lesson would be a large class involving all the school's students. In other words, tomorrow would actually be a hunting game for A-level students. In that case, the group of C-level students outside would also only be prey for others tomorrow, right? This school continuously adds new students. It couldn't just be for the purpose of being training materials, could it? Moreover, A-level students should already be finished products, and there's no need to waste manpower to train A-level students, right? All these questions swirled in his mind, and before Indu could come up with answers, the door was suddenly slammed, making the podium behind the door shift back slightly from the violent shaking. After failing to open the door in one hit, the sounds outside changed to chopping noises, one after another, as the door panel began to deform. Looking at this door, even with a backup plan, Vanna's heart was still in his throat. He turned to look at Susho. Are you sure this door can hold? Susho's expression was calm. Don't worry, this isn't my first time facing such a scene. This door, though simple, is more than enough to hold off a group of C-level newcomers for a while. Tomorrow is the real test. Unexpectedly, Susho openly spoke of his past experiences this time, almost admitting that he already possessed all his previous memories. Indu looked at him with a hint of confusion. Just a moment ago, when he inquired outside the classroom, this guy kept his mouth shut. Noticing Indu's gaze, a faint sigh flashed in Susho's eyes. He first glanced at Fan and I, then met Indu's gaze, clearly not wanting to discuss this matter in Fan Ni's presence. Fan and I was also a clever person. He let out a soft grunt and turned to watch the door. At this moment, the sound of chopping grew more urgent, and the door creaked, as if it would shatter at any moment. Seeing this, Indu stopped hesitating and directly opened another topic. How did you get through the second practical class before? From his observation, Susho's combat ability should be even lower than his. As an ordinary person, I naturally can't compete with that group of imposters, Susho replied calmly, his hand once again touching the necklace on his chest, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. In fact, just like teacher Xiangyi said, newcomers have privileges on the playground. As long as you can escape to the playground before being caught by an A-level student, you can avoid them. Indu followed Susho's gesture to look at the necklace, and then he realized what Susho hadn't finished saying. Indeed, reaching the playground can avoid the A-level students, but all C-level newcomers have privileges on the playground. Earlier, when Fan and I was a senior, he had seen the playground rules that required students to absolutely refrain from fighting or causing harm to classmates. But there were no such rules for newcomers. So, although tomorrow's practical class involves A-level students, the purpose is essentially to force all C-level newcomers to leave the classroom. As time passed, the door of the classroom became increasingly deformed, and finally, the hinges developed cracks. However, even so, the door still held up until the broadcast rang out once more. It is now 1945. I announced that the special practical class has now ended. The principal's voice echoed in the classroom, and the chopping sounds outside abruptly ceased. But suddenly, Fan and I turned pale, covered his head, and crouched down. Fan and I? Indu stepped forward to support him. Fan and I trembled. That sound, those words, I seemed to. Memories were suddenly awakened, and red veins surfaced in Fan Ni's eyes. He remembered what happened in yesterday's practical class. Yesterday, Fan and I was still using the C-121 card machine, sitting in the leftmost seat of the first row. When he entered the classroom, his mind was clear, and he had the energy to observe his classmates inside. But once the broadcast started, everything changed. The classroom door suddenly slammed shut, and they all stood up as per the broadcast's request. Then, everyone's nails began to grow long, sharp as knives. Fan and I felt a wave of intense pain in his head, and in his blurred consciousness, he saw his classmates going insane, attacking each other. To protect himself, he had no choice but to raise his hand, his nails digging into a classmate's shoulder, blood splattering. After successfully tearing off one person's shoulder, the classroom door was reopened, and everyone rushed out, including the classmate he had injured, stumbling away. Only he remained in the classroom. Later, he sat in the rightmost seat of the first row, while outside there came a series of heart-wrenching screams. I don't know how long I sat in the classroom, but the same broadcast voice rang out again, and then 8 people gradually returned to the door. They sat in the back. Looking back now, although the classmate who had just lost their arm was still there, at least 4 or 5 people in the classroom had changed their faces. Fan Ni's voice became softer and softer. After hearing Fan Ni's words, Indu furrowed his brow. According to you, C-level senior students will have their autonomy stripped away during practical classes, but that doesn't make sense? Based on their current experience, C-level freshmen actively participate in practical classes without being controlled, so why is it necessary to control C-level senior students? No, they hadn't even seen the state of students from another class. How could they know whether the others had also been stripped of their autonomy? If they exclude all of the above, it seems there's only one possibility left. Could it be that only our class will not have our autonomy stripped away in practical classes? But even if they used their class as a sharpening stone, wouldn't a sharpening stone with resistance be more useful? Su Shou, upon hearing Indu's words, lowered his eyes, lost in thought. Indu noticed his expression and called out, Su Shou? Su Shou? Su Shou didn't reply, not because he didn't want to answer, but was interrupted by the sound of knocking on the door.
Students, please open the door, the teacher is coming in for class.
Their homeroom teacher, Xiang Yi, called from outside the door.
Fan and I glanced at Indu, then swiftly dragged the podium back into position.
Indu opened the door and turned back, quickly walking back to his seat. In front of the classroom now populated by only 3 people, Xiang Yi showed no unusual expression and got straight to the point. Classmates, next is the last class of the day, the literature study class.
Did any of you read a book after you went home yesterday?
The classroom fell silent, a tense atmosphere creeping in.
Xiang Yi's gaze skimmed over Indu and the others before she smiled and said, It seems you all aren't accustomed to our school's self-study model. That's fine, let me share a book I recently read.
As she spoke, she pulled out a yellowed book from somewhere. Indu didn't have time to see the title before the book was laid open on the podium.
Sometimes your blood is like the moon, frozen in the boundless night.
Strangely, the book Xiang Yi took out seemed like a normal book, at least it didn't look like the one he borrowed from the library. After listening for a while, Indu began to feel a bit drowsy. He shook his head, trying to wake himself up, but his brain felt more numb. He wanted to turn and glance at Su Shou and Fan Ni's state, but he didn't even have the strength to turn his head, feeling extraordinarily tired. He thought he should take out a power drill, but it seemed he had already taken it out.
Ding!
A clear sound rang out, and Indu suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up straight, staring blankly at the arm resting on the desk. Inadvertently, he had actually fallen asleep at his desk. About 10 minutes had passed, yet it felt as if his brain had been rebooted.
Something was wrong.
This feeling was different from the effect of other classes on him.
Moreover, he just now realized that his homeroom teacher seemed unaffected by his bad student label and hadn't kicked him out. Well then, classmates, that's it for this class, see you tomorrow. Xiang Yi waved at the podium, then left the classroom before Indu and the others could react.
Indu watched Xiang Yi leave and stood up, heading towards the podium. Xiang Yi had come in without a book and was also leaving without one. So, the book must have been taken from the podium. Their classroom's podium was very simple, even lacking a drawer, just a small shelf formed by another piece of wood under the top board. Inside that small shelf was wedged a book. After pulling the book out, Indu confirmed it was the one Xiang Yi had just held. However, rather than a book, it was more like a notebook for excerpts. The originally white cover had turned beige due to time. Upon opening it, he saw elegant handwriting inside. This notebook did not record any clues, only some positive verses were copied. But this notebook itself is already a clue. In an unusual school, having a teacher recite normal poetry to students is itself abnormal. Fanny had already moved closer when Indu just took the book out from the podium. After looking through a few pages with Indu, he immediately said, Teacher Xiang Yi. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Su Shou, who stepped forward and took the notebook from Indu's hands. Indu, didn't you have a question to ask me?
Let's talk in the dorm.
As Su Shou spoke, he placed the notebook back beneath the podium. Fanny could feel that Su Shou had intentionally interrupted him. He raised an eyebrow and stopped speaking, merely watching Su Shou intently. Then he turned and was the first to leave the classroom. The hallway outside the classroom was clean and new, looking nothing like a place where a fight had occurred. Indu and Su Shou followed behind Fanny, leaving together. Music was still playing on the playground, and there were a few people walking on the track. Just looking at this scene, the school seemed like an ordinary school. The 3 of them hurriedly crossed the playground, leaving the teaching area behind. Once back in dorm 404, without saying a word, Su Shou casually brushed his arm across a sharp spot on the iron bed. Blue blood slowly seeped out. Knowing that Su Shou had always worn an item that could freeze the rate of mutation, Indu had partially guessed Su Shou's situation. However, he really didn't expect that all of Su Shou's blood had mutated into blue blood. Fanny stared intently at Su Shou's hand. The blue blood made him instinctively take 2 steps back. Why you are also. Su Shou looked at Fanny, his gaze cold. Actually, we met once at Hangzhou Hospital.
Fanny pressed his lips together, silently taking 2 more steps back.
Having met at Hangzhou Hospital, sharing the surname Su, and speaking in the language of Xia, these conditions led him to think of only one person. At Hangzhou Hospital, he had not yet figured out how to deal with the other endowed ones. Combined with the country's hints, he and Xia Su were completely in opposition. Both had their own little groups, although neither had directly harmed the other. They had done plenty to hide clues and allow others in their small groups to clash with each other. After one side quest, the 2 who had never met before had directly built enmity. By the time Fanny realized that to last long in the bizarre world of rules, he had to unite with more powerful endowed ones, he heard the news of Xia Su being lost.
However, Su's loss also brought him good news. The new endowed one of Xia had the ability of a toolbox. Su Yongnian.
Indu looked at Su Shou, his tone certain. Su Shou nodded. Actually, after constantly having my memories wiped, I only remember my surname Su. As for the character show, it's probably because subconsciously I always remember Hangzhou Hospital.
Hangzhou Hospital was an important node accelerating my mutation. Accelerating mutation?
Indu immediately caught the key point in Su Shou's words.
Yes.
Su Shou lowered his eyes, his gaze filled with helplessness. In fact, my ability has hinted at my end from the very beginning.
Mutation. Su Shou's ability was one reason he could connect 7 gates.
Becoming bizarre indeed allowed me to avoid some crises and helped me obtain some clues more easily. But as the number of times I became bizarre increased, I found my body also underwent some changes. On the surface, it's not noticeable, but my skin gradually became hard, pores and hair gradually disappeared, and the blood color is lighter than normal blood. Upon realizing something was wrong, I decided to reduce my use of this ability. But when I made that decision, I encountered Hangzhou Hospital.
Blood transfusion treatment.
Having heard Fanny's account, Indu naturally knew what had once again accelerated Su Shou's mutation. That's right, after the blood exchange therapy, I immediately noticed that the abnormality in my body worsened, and even my blood turned completely blue.
Since then, while I haven't had any mental anomalies in the face of pollution, the condition of my body's abnormality has gradually worsened. So you chose to voluntarily stay in the copy before you were completely transformed? But how did you end up here? I remember your lost copy was Wedding Banquet, right? Fanny asked. Chapter 187, The Origin of Enlightenment Night School. Wedding Banquet? Hearing Fanny's words, Su Yongnian looked confused.
Clearly, wedding banquet was a strange term to him. However, Indu also remembered that Su Yongnian got lost on the first day of the wedding banquet copy. I don't know about the wedding banquet copy. In fact, after going through Hangzhou Hospital, there was a door leading to Enlightenment Night School before I entered the lounge, Su Yongnian said. Upon hearing Su Yongnian's words, Indu couldn't help but recall scenes from his recent entry into the lounge. It seemed Su Yongnian had encountered a similar situation.
But what is the connection between Return of the Soul Knight and Spring Village, and how is Hangzhou Hospital related to Enlightenment Night School?
Later, when I realized I could hardly control my own transformation, I decided to explore this copy that I could voluntarily enter to provide more clues to the outside world, Su Yongnian continued. This time, Indu interrupted Su Yongnian, but when we watched the live stream from the outside, we didn't see you enter Enlightenment Night School, we only saw you lost in the copy on the first day after the wedding banquet started. So, the live stream that the outside world saw is not complete, Su Yongnian said with a grim expression. After all, he initially upheld the spirit of sacrificing the small self for the greater good, only to find that he had only moved himself.
Indu nodded, inwardly pondering that there was no guarantee that the live stream content would be entirely accurate. In the last Spring Village copy, there were even instances where hints were cut off. Hearing the conversation between the two, Fan Yi's expression changed slightly. He said sternly, if the live stream is incomplete, then the outside world's understanding of the copy may have serious deviations. The hints provided from the outside may not be reliable either. There's no need to worry about that. The live stream only covered up some information and cannot create something out of nothing, so the hints given by the state still hold reference value. It's just to completely resolve the rules oddities, we can only rely on ourselves, Su Yongnian added. Gathering more clues to help future seekers completely solve the rules oddities was the true reason Su Yongnian chose to enter the Enlightenment Night School copy. Unfortunately, these rules oddities are far more numerous than he imagined. However, after entering this rules oddity, I made a new discovery, Su Yongnian said, pulling out a necklace from his chest. I found this after entering the copy. It can effectively prevent me from becoming strange. So even if I successfully met the conditions for clearing later, I voluntarily got lost in this copy. Before you all came here, I had already spent 3 weeks. This is my 4th time as a freshman in this school. Even knowing that Fanny had the same situation as himself, Su Yongnian was not worried about the other taking his things. After all, non-toolbox talent holders cannot take items away unless Fanny is willing to stay and accompany him, otherwise, this item is only useful to him in this copy. Moreover, this item is not unique in this copy. If Fanny really wanted it, he could still provide clues for obtaining it. So, during the previous 3 weeks, did you discover anything? Indu asked. Su Yongnian nodded. Actually, there's one thing I just confirmed. Teacher Xiangyi should be from the Juewu Society. Juewu Society? Indu furrowed his brows tightly. It's not the Enlightenment of Enlightenment Night School.
Yes, Su Yongnian paused for a moment, then began to gesture randomly in the air. It's just the character for Wang beside the character for Jade.
Juewu? Juewu Middle School?
Indu immediately reacted and then took out a flyer from his toolbox. The flyer only had a few words left that were still readable. Fanny blinked as he looked at the flyer in Indu's hand, then said, I think I've seen this design before.
Where? Indu quickly asked.
It's on the walls of the second and third floors of the cafeteria building. There's a design with this character written inside.
Fanny said. Below the design, it says Juewu. That should be the school badge of Juewu Middle School.
In the instance, normally, all text would be translated into the native language of the gifted, but once the characters were designed into a logo, they became part of the design, which is why it hadn't been translated in Fanny's eyes.
And the so-called Juewu society should be the people who remain from Juewu Middle School.
Indu said as he switched the paper in his hand to an application for joining the group. Continuing his analysis, the school is a force that aims to turn students into pseudo-humans, while the Juewu society is another force, and its purpose should be to prevent students from becoming pseudo-humans.
Teacher Xiang Yi, as a member of the Juewu society, influenced our combat class to stop us from being controlled.
Wait, Fanny interrupted Indu's words, but she influenced the students to prevent them from being controlled, yet that also made the students, who weren't controlled, become more dangerous in the combat class.
Isn't that harming the students in the reverse?
Indu nodded. Yes, after all, from what we can see now, the goal of the Juewu society is just to stop students from becoming pseudo-humans, not to protect them. So, for the students of this school, it might be better to just be controlled and eventually become pseudo-humans. At least their lives would be saved. Fanny said coldly, crossing his arms. After all, they aren't gifted, they're destined to live in this strange world. To die awake or to live in chaos, I think most people would choose to live. After Fanny finished speaking, Indu clapped in agreement. You're right, and that's exactly why this school exists. For the natives of this world of rule-based strange tales, to survive, one must coexist with the endless rules and anomalies. In this situation, after professional training, it's clearly easier to survive by becoming a pseudo-human who can perfectly follow the rules and has some self-preservation ability.
Su Yongyan added, with this goal in mind, Juewu Middle School turned into an evening school of enlightenment.
But when executing this plan, inevitably, opponents appeared.
Strange beings aren't humans, so does that mean pseudo-humans are humans?
So, the Juewu society appeared. Rather than turning students from humans into pseudo-humans, it would be better to let them completely escape from this world.
Fanny frowned and said, but the people in the Juewu society shouldn't be ordinary people, right? Otherwise, how could they fight against the pseudo-humans in the school? Of course, they aren't ordinary people. Actually, their situation is similar to ours. Su Yongyan nodded, pointing to his necklace. I tricked this from them. You mean, the people in the Juewu society are half anomalous?
Indu said in surprise. He actually also thought that the people in the Juewu society weren't ordinary, but in his guess, they should have already turned into anomalies. It's just that they were anomalies that still retained their original memories and obsessions, like Grandma and Zhao Xiaofeng.
Su Yongyan nodded, then shook his head. Actually, saying they're half anomalous isn't entirely right.
Their level of anomaly is much more serious than mine, so they have combat power comparable to anomalies. But this also means that even though they have tools to prevent full transformation, they will still become uncontrollable in the darkness. This sounds even more dangerous than pseudo-humans. Fanny sighed, but anomaly transformation can improve combat power. Your level of deception is clearly higher than mine, yet your fighting ability is still so weak.
Chapter 188, Confusion.
Fan and I successfully killed the topic, but at this moment, Indu thought of more things. Everything they just talked about was merely speculation. If the purpose of the Juewu society was truly to physically destroy students who might turn into pseudo-humans, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. Every class in this school is dangerous, and the practice classes openly allow students to kill each other.
The Juewu society could easily cause more students to perish with a few tricks.
Moreover, according to the school's restricted zone rules, the Juewu society would also protect those who lose their student identities.
If someone really did lose their identity and sought protection from the Juewu society, what would happen to those students in the end? Would they just hide and continue living in the school's restricted zone?
Indu leaned against the bed frame, his thoughts in turmoil, when Su Yongyan suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said softly, "Stop thinking about it, it's time to shower. Otherwise, they'll turn off the lights soon."
Reminded by Su Yongyan, Indu realized it was almost 11 o'clock without him noticing.
After quickly finishing his shower, Indu lay on the bed and began to check his toolbox. After confirming that the school would occasionally affect students' thoughts, he made checking the toolbox a required daily task. As his talent, the items in the toolbox could only be touched by him, making it more reliable than his mind, which could be influenced at any time. The props were still the same, with no major changes. Indu took out the little girl doll he had retrieved from the hospital, squinting at it for a moment before quickly putting it back in the toolbox. After putting the doll away, he took out all the papers in the toolbox. Most of the school's rules were public, and he hadn't recorded them specifically, so there weren't many notes related to the school. Indu flipped through the papers and soon found a line of handwriting he had written.
Window?
Indu suddenly sat up.
Window? What happened with the window? Su Yongyan, in the next bed, sleepily asked. Nothing, go back to sleep. You should sleep early too. Otherwise, after midnight, you might be forced to have nightmares.
Su Youngyan said, then fell asleep again. It seemed he had long been accustomed to sleeping before 12 o'clock to avoid being disturbed by nightmares. Indu gave a perfunctory response before his gaze returned to the paper. This was not the first time he had seen this note, which also meant that he had been influenced more than once, forgetting to check on the window issue. The dormitory curfew was 10 o'clock, so it was naturally impossible to go out to check on the window situation now. By tomorrow morning, he feared he would forget about it again. However, forgetting to check the window did not mean he could not remember to check the toolbox.
He just needed to remember to check his toolbox after leaving the dorm tomorrow.
Indu took a deep breath, put away the paper, and lay back on the bed, constantly repeating the tasks he needed to do tomorrow in his mind.
First, check the toolbox immediately after leaving the dorm. Second, discuss with Su Youngyan and the others about the possibility of infiltrating the Juwu society.
Initially, he just wanted to see if he could obtain some clues from the application process when he took the application form. But now it seemed impossible to find more clues without getting deeply involved. There are two ways to enter the Juwu society. One is to apply and become a member, and the other is to seek protection from the Juwu society after losing student identity. Whichever way, it is extremely dangerous. But Indu felt that he could try both approaches. He currently had an extra card machine on hand. In this school, where identity is marked by card machines, as long as he operated it correctly, he could use another student number to act as an ordinary student. And with the toolbox at his disposal, as long as he stored the card machine in the toolbox, he could easily disguise himself as someone who had lost their student identity.
Indu closed his eyes, silently reciting his plan.
It was like hypnosis, and soon he felt a dullness in his head. During this time, it seemed something pressed against him from behind, but he didn't even have the strength to explore it. It seemed that the situation should be similar to last night, when the nightmare after the lights went out, as Su Youngyan mentioned, was coming.
The amount of information today is a bit overwhelming. Isn't the death rate a bit high? Half of the people die after one practical lesson.
Someone on the internet has calculated that the death. After the heaviness in his head eased a bit, he suggested to himself in his heart that there was a window in front of him, and what he had just seen was not an illusion. After reminding himself a few times, he finally opened his eyes again. This time, the window reappeared in front of him. Indu took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and looked out the window again. The scenery outside was still the same. He was sure that both the window and the view outside were not his illusions.
Su Youngyan noticed Indu's strangeness but didn't rush to ask further, instead quietly watching him.
When he saw Indu step away from the window, he gently spoke, "What's going on?
Is there a problem with this wall? I think either I have a problem, or I have had a problem since I entered this school."
Indu frowned and said something rather complicated.
Fortunately, Su Youngyan successfully understood his meaning. "You mean that something might be influencing you to create an illusion, or you have broken through an illusion?"
Indu shook his head. "No, this is not an illusion." It should be said that every kind of animal sees the world differently. The world seen by humans, semi-humans, and the strange is not the same. Indu looked at the window. Su Youngyan immediately grasped his meaning and walked to the white wall where Indu had just been standing.
"This wall, does it now look like a window to you?"
Indu nodded, "But just when you spoke, I had a moment where I saw the wall again." Su Youngyan stared at the white wall for a while and finally shook his head helplessly. "No matter how I look at it, it's just a wall." After saying that, he reached out to touch it. "It feels like a wall too." Indu placed his hand over the spot Su Youngyan had just touched. It was a piece of glass warmed by sunlight. Su Youngyan looked at Indu's hand resting on the wall and spoke, "If the sea-level students of this school are semi-humans in training, leaning towards the semi-human vision, then you, who can see the window, should be moving closer to a human identity." As he spoke, he paused, his eyes deepened. "But why have you undergone such a change?"
"The biggest difference between us is probably that I was expelled from the classroom yesterday,"
Indu said. "I felt that the teachers were treating me as a problem student, but now it seems their intention is to no longer recognize my student identity."
Su Youngyan's gaze flickered. "B-level student.
You have already been marked as waste by the school." "No," Indu took out his card device. "According to my current student ID, I am still a C-level student. The teachers who currently do not recognize my student identity are only 2, which means I only have 2 subjects where I have a B."
Indu analyzed.
Hearing this, Su Youngyan nodded in agreement with Indu's deduction. If Indu had truly become a B-level student, he couldn't possibly be standing here safe and sound. However, there are only 3 teachers in our class, which means that if Teacher E also no longer recognizes your student identity, you will completely become a B-level student.
B-level students have no space to survive in this school, Su Youngyan said. Indu understood this point as well. He could roughly glimpse the treatment of B-level students from his experiences yesterday.
Moreover, the cafeteria doesn't even have a window for B-level students. In other words, in this school, B-level students are even stripped of their basic survival rights. But he remembered that the minimum passing condition for this scenario was to achieve all B grades in the small test on the 7th day.
If B-level students cannot survive in the school, how could those who achieve all B grades live to the 7th day and participate in the small test? And what exactly is this small test?
According to the school's subject setup, it wouldn't turn out to be a brutal battle, would it? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that meeting this minimum passing condition wouldn't be simple. Indu frowned and asked Su Youngyan, "What were the passing conditions given to you when you first entered this school?" Su Youngyan frowned as he recalled the minimum passing condition.
To be honest,
although only a few weeks have passed, his memory of the graduation requirements has already become blurry.
I remember, it seems like it's about finding someone and getting a leave permit. Finding someone? Indu continued to ask. Su Youngyan thought for a long time before uncertainly saying, "It seems like it's the principal."
The principal. Indu's only impression of the principal was the voice in the announcements. Although the impression was not much, Indu really did not think the principal would grant a leave permit to students. Perhaps when Su Youngyan first entered this school, it was still possible to get a leave permit from the principal, which is why there was such a requirement. But now it was no longer feasible.
Do you know if there is a small test on the 7th day? 7th day?
There are no classes or exams on the 7th day, just a graduation ceremony in the morning, Susho said. That day, all students' card machines will be collected, and it will be announced which students are promoted to A level.
This is it, Indu said. To be recognized as a B-level student during this graduation ceremony is the key. Being recognized too early as a B-level student would lose survival space. But how could one precisely be rated as a B-level student during the graduation ceremony?
Indu suddenly felt the malice of the rule-related stories. Every time the rule-related stories provide a safety pass method, it requires the talented individuals to stay in the copy for a full 7 days. However, the longer one stays in a copy, the higher the chance of being polluted and assimilated, and the shorter the rest time becomes.
Chapter 190, Touching Su Youngyan.
Even knowing what the so-called small test was after 7 days, it did not stop Indu from being confused about how to be recognized as a B-level student on that day. Unable to sort out his thoughts, Indu could only wash up and then meet Su Youngyan and Fan and I to head to the cafeteria together. As he predicted yesterday, the window for C-level students was one less, and the previously problematic window number 8 had not reopened. Also, he didn't know if it was just a psychological effect, but Indu felt that the server today was particularly focused on him. Moreover, the server's hands shook quite severely, giving Indu a sense of déjà vu. The lady in the cafeteria at his old school did the same, shaking as she served food. But now it was morning, and even serving soy milk, she spilled half of it. Wasn't that a bit too much? Muttering in his mind, Indu silently held his reduced breakfast and sat down beside Su Youngyan and Fan and I. There were no classes during the day, so the three of them took their time for breakfast, silently observing the comings and goings of people in the cafeteria without needing to speak. Su Youngyan mainly watched the windows for A-level students, while Indu was looking at figures resembling teachers. Fan and I was particularly serious, scanning the area. As breakfast was nearing its end, Su Youngyan said to Indu, "Many of my former classmates are now A-level students. I didn't expect them to still be in school." At that moment, Indu was scooping a mouthful of air to his mouth. "Which classmate of yours?" "From the first 3 weeks, there are quite a few, but I only saw one from the second week," Su Youngyan said without hesitation. "The first 3 weeks?" Indu pulled back his gaze to look at Su Youngyan. "This span is too long. Could it be that A-level students do not leave the school?" "But if A-level students do not leave the school, there shouldn't be this few students in the school. Unless this school just recently became a night school for awakening. Considering this, it seems the probability of this school upgrading to A-level students is not low," Su Youngyan frowned and said. Indu nodded. "It makes sense. After all, the purpose of this school is to cultivate pseudo-humans, not to harvest students as trophies." From Su Youngyan's situation, apart from the students who died or became B-level, the other students go through rounds of brainwashing until they become A-level.
What truly leads to students' deaths is the awakening society, which wakes students from numbness and ultimately puts them in danger.
Fanny slowly drank the cold soy milk from the bowl, and when Indu finished speaking, he opened his mouth. "When we came over, the cafeteria had just opened for meals. I counted the people queuing at the window just now. There are a total of 24 A-level students, and with us, C-level students, there are 44 in total." Indu and Su Youngyan turned to look at Fanny, both with disbelief in their eyes. "Are you sure you counted right?" Su Youngyan asked first. Indu's expression was also heavy. Fanny nodded. "I just counted. I definitely did not count wrong. And I can assure you, nobody got food twice. There are only ordinary classrooms on the second floor of the entire school. According to the layout of the classrooms, there are only 44 C-level students in total," Su Youngyan said in a deep voice. "We can't determine the situation in other classes, but in our class, we lost one person on the first day, and 2 people on the second day. There's still one card machine from an old C-level student in my hands." Even if there are no reductions in the other classes, there should only be 40 C-level students.
Indu continued the conversation. What about the 4 extra people?
The 3 of them looked at each other, a chill creeping up their spines.
Tonight's class might be more dangerous than they originally expected. Let's go back to the dormitory. I need to discuss something with you.
Indu glanced at the window that had already started to clean the operation table, stood up with his utensils.
Fanny and Su Youngyan quickly followed, and the 3 of them brushed past other students, walking briskly towards the dormitory.
Indu turned to look at those shadows walking toward the small path, taking a deep breath. When they got back to the dormitory, he immediately started checking all the dorms on their floor without saying a word. They had not received the dormitory keys since entering the school, so as long as no one was inside, the dormitory could not be locked. And now, all the dormitory doors were unlocked, in other words, only they remained in the entire 4th floor dormitory. It's the 3rd day, it seems that apart from us, the classmates have already settled in.
Su Youngyan sighed. But, I must say, this is the first time I've seen someone fill a vacancy during the week. In the first 3 weeks, missing student numbers would remain empty until the next week.
Indu's eyebrows raised, jokingly said, perhaps this indicates that our school's enrollment ability has improved, managing to recruit new students midweek.
No joking, I think it's because the school's ability to assimilate students has become stronger.
Originally, it would take a week to complete 1 round of assimilation, but now it might be done in 3 or 4 days.
Su Youngyan said.
Fanny nodded, a flicker of worry in his eyes. If Su Youngyan's speculation is true, then the situation for all talents entering this instance might be far more dangerous than he imagined. Indu immediately saw through Fanny's thoughts. He patted Fanny's shoulder. I think, this level might be harder to ensure a pass, we need to find other ways. In previous levels, the methods to ensure a pass were relatively simple because they didn't require deep exploration of the instance. But this time, the instance was nearly relentless, and after 7 days, the question of whether one would still be human was uncertain.
Fanny heard Indu's words, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. Then tell me, what are we going to do next?
He knew that if Indu dared to say this, he must have had a concrete plan.
Start with the Juewu Society.
Indu said decisively, the real requirement to pass this instance should be to leave the school. The Juewu Society, as an organization left behind by Juewu High School, must have a way to leave the school with their understanding of it.
So are we going to find teacher Xiangyi now? Fanny frowned. Although he asked like this, he felt that if they approached Xiangyi like this, she might not admit her identity with the Juewu Society.
No, what I mean is, I want to join the Juewu Society.
Indu said casually, as if it was just a trivial decision. No way.
Su Youngyan immediately retorted, this is too risky, you have to know that you are carrying not just your own life. Indu knew he was taking a risk, but either be assimilated into a false person by the school or be assimilated into a monster by the Juewu Society, there is no turning back.
Su Youngyan fell silent for a moment but still said, no. If you want to go. Su Youngyan's tone was heavy. Could it be? Indu's eyes were complex.
Though being trapped in this copy was also hopeless, at least he could survive in a compromising way.
For Su Youngyan, doing nothing was clearly the safest move.
But he remembered Su Youngyan had once said he entered this copy with the thought of sacrificing himself. Indu lowered his head, a prop from his toolbox flashing through his mind. If Su Youngyan sacrificed himself to help him clear the level, he couldn't bear it. Just as he made his decision, Su Youngyan finally gathered the resolve to speak again. If he's going, let him go. After all, he's about to become a monster. Joining the Juewu Society is just right.
Su Youngyan pointed at Fanny, and if I'm not mistaken, the card machine you showed to the Juewu Society originally belonged to him, right? Indu. Fanny, huh? Chapter 191 Action.
Su Youngyan wore a look as if it was a matter of course, as if he wasn't deciding someone else's life. Indu could see through his inorganic gaze that this was his true thought. Though he could also sacrifice, he had a set of value standards in his heart, and among the 3 of them, Fanny was last. Indu shook his head, he can't go.
Why? Su Youngyan frowned, visibly displeased. If neither Indu nor Fanny could go, then it could only be him, right?
Indu was certainly not protecting Fanny, namely, if he turns into an enemy, it will be hard for us to beat him. Now that Brother Ma was not around, if Fanny mutated, their danger would significantly increase.
Su Youngyan's brows furrowed at these words, and he did not refute.
It must be said, Indu's reasoning was sound. They had seen Fanny's fighting ability, but he also couldn't let Indu take the risk.
Fanny stood by, silently rolling his eyes at the 2 who were silent. One of you is passively sacrificing me, and the other is passively assuming I will be recruited. Isn't this a bit too much?
Hearing Fanny's words, Indu innocently said, you know the means of the rules and strange talks better than I do, not to mention you are already half mutated.
That makes sense.
Fanny turned to Su Youngyan, squinting his eyes and snorted lightly, forget it, this guy already had a grudge against him, suggesting his sacrifice was quite normal. Su Youngyan did not care about Fanny's attitude. He reached out and touched the necklace on his chest. After pondering for a while, he said, "Give me the card machine, I will join them." As he spoke, his face showed no extra expressions. Indu did not refuse and straightforwardly handed over the card machine and application he had originally taken from Fanny.
Today was already the third day they entered the Awakening Night School.
Looking at the remaining time, it seemed long, but based on yesterday's situation, any day ahead could be a trap. It was either death or being left in this hellish place. Su Youngyan looked at what he held in his hands, his brows raised. "Though I've entered the forbidden zone, I've only been in the first floor dormitory. Where do I get the next few stamps?" "The second and third should be on the second and third floors of the cafeteria," Indu said. "We haven't found clues for the fourth one yet, but while you go to sign for the second and third, you should be able to get hints."
Since the Ju Wu Society would recruit people, it would certainly leave some guidance.
Su Youngyan took a deep breath, gripping the card machine tightly, determined not to let his hesitation affect his judgment, and strode out of the dormitory.
Watching his back, Indu lowered his head. He had a premonition that Su Youngyan would not return tonight.
Fanny looked at the figure disappearing at the door, quietly saying, "This is another significant reduction in personnel in this copy.
You cannot make it to the end of this copy by just surviving."
Indu nodded, and this copy was not just about personnel reduction. Even if he could pass the test, the assimilation of the pseudo-human might still leave an impact. He did not express his guess, saying it now would only add to the troubles. Fan and I, after all, is an experienced talent and did not let himself remain in emotions for too long.
He went to the Ju Wu Society to find clues. "What should we do?" "What about you? Do you have any plans?" Indu retorted. Fan and Indu locked eyes.
He could see immediately that Indu had an idea, but perhaps that idea needed him to do something. Subconsciously, he crossed his arms.
"I was thinking of following that guy." Regarding Su Youngyan, he could not fully trust him.
When the other party was aware, he might not reveal all the information to him.
If he was influenced, then he could not provide any clues at all. No matter how he looked at it, following Su Youngyan was the only way to ensure he didn't miss any clues. Fan and I did not hide anything and directly expressed his thoughts. Indu nodded in agreement. "Then you can go." Although Su Youngyan would definitely not keep anything from him when he was clear-headed if something went wrong. Indu instantly remembered Su Youngyan's distant attitude towards him after losing the earring yesterday. "Huh?" Fan and I tilted his head, clearly not expecting Indu to let him follow Su Youngyan without objections. Didn't this guy still need him to do something? "So what do you plan to do?" Indu shook his head. "Not sure yet."
As he was pondering what else he could do, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. He needed to check the toolbox outside. Although he didn't know why he had such a thought, he was the only one who could move the toolbox, and it definitely contained clues he had left behind. He needed to see the toolbox first to determine his next actions. As for Fan and I, if he hadn't insisted on following Su Youngyan, he would have suggested that he go too. Fan and I could climb into the cafeteria barehanded. He couldn't do that. Chapter 192, The Awakening World. Walking out of the dormitory with Fan and I, Indu stopped at the dormitory door, his eyes closely following him as he walked step by step toward the cafeteria until his figure gradually disappeared from view. After Fan and I left, Indu found a place to open the toolbox. The toolbox held props that went without saying, still those familiar items he knew all too well. His gaze lingered on the doll that looked like a little girl for a few seconds before he packed all the props away again. After checking the props, he rummaged through the crumpled notes that were piled together. The moment the note touched his hand, even before he started to read it, Indu recalled something he had forgotten. His brows slightly furrowed, then he lifted his head to look at the dormitory building. At this moment, the sunlight was shining through the glass reflection, piercing his eyes painfully. Indu instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, and in that moment, he suddenly realized he was looking at the window. Upon realizing this, the scene before Indu's eyes changed instantly. The dormitory building, which was painted freshly, seemed to be under a spell, suddenly covered by a layer of yellowed filter. And the environment around him changed dramatically. The previously neat greenery had completely vanished, revealing a large area of gray land, looking desolate and dilapidated. Indu warily surveyed his surroundings, confirming there was no danger before he began to move slowly, starting to stroll through this entirely new campus. The actual boundaries of the school had not changed, but the area that was once covered in greenery felt exceptionally spacious and unsettlingly empty when it turned into flat land. Indu walked quickly towards the direction of the cafeteria, and from a distance, he saw the somewhat shabby cafeteria. On the upper left side of this building was a sign that read Training Building, standing out conspicuously. Even so, he saw Su Youngyan moving through the window on the second floor. Indu immediately took out his flashlight and shone it towards Su Youngyan, but Su Youngyan did not notice his actions at all. Or rather, in Su Youngyan's world, that building had no windows, so he naturally wouldn't notice someone outside shining a flashlight at the windows. This was not surprising, only he saw the real world, only he had completely escaped the identity of a false person. When he realized this, the unease in Indu's heart intensified. He quickly walked into the cafeteria, and unsurprisingly, the whole cafeteria had become extremely dilapidated. A foul smell of decay came from the food serving window, so pungent it was hard to bear. Indu stepped forward and could clearly see the operation counter was covered in dust and stains, obviously having not been cleaned for a long time. But these could not hide the recent signs of use on it. Well, it seemed that he could absolutely not eat in this cafeteria at noon. Just thinking that he had been dining here for the past 2 days made Indu feel a wave of nausea, his stomach involuntarily twitching slightly. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Indeed, sometimes seeing the world too clearly is not a good thing. Indu exited the cafeteria and turned to walk towards the teaching building. On the way, he saw the dilapidated playground and the students on it moving like zombies. These were no longer surprising. As he passed the playground, he heard the sound of the broadcast once more. But this time, what entered his ears was not music, but the 2 words repeated over and over: relax, advance, relax, advance. This monotonous and eerie sound echoed ceaselessly in Indu's mind. Indu's brain suddenly went blank for a second. Chapter 193, The False Student. At the moment his consciousness returned, Indu quickly walked into the teaching building, but the impact of the broadcast did not immediately fade. A minute after he entered the building, the voice of relax, advance finally cleared from his mind. Although Indu did not feel any other abnormalities at that moment, the blankness of his brain just now made him wary. Perhaps next time when passing by the playground, he should find something to use as earplugs. Indu walked into the slightly old teaching building, and the first thing that caught his eye was the staircase. However, compared to what he saw when he had the identity of a false person, the staircase seemed dimmer. Of course, the most important thing was that this staircase was covered in dried bloodstains. Layer upon layer, the stench made Indu extremely uncomfortable. Although he had suspected the appearance of the teaching building before entering, standing here made his footsteps stop involuntarily. He stopped not because of the scene before him, but because the stimulating smell made him feel a bit nauseous. Indu adapted for a moment before gripping the card machine and walking up the stairs. The scene upstairs was even bloodier. The originally yellow walls were mostly stained red, and the blood on the ground, although already dried, gave Indu a sticky feeling. Enduring various physical and psychological discomforts, Indu walked through the entire second floor. Although the facade of the teaching building had completely changed, the layout had not changed much. It was just that all classrooms had gained 2 more windows. Moreover, in all classrooms, except for their class, there were students sitting in most of the other classrooms to some degree. In the past 2 days, when Indu came up, he could see students reading in the classrooms. However, today, although everyone still had the same action of reading, their movements and gazes had clearly become somewhat stiff. Indu stood outside another classroom belonging to the C-level freshmen and observed for a while. After confirming that these people had mostly focused their attention on the books, he directly took the electric drill and walked into the classroom. As he entered the classroom, no one paid any attention to him. Seeing this, Indu mustered up the courage to approach someone. He slightly lowered his head and saw colorful organ drawings in the textbook. Without needing to look closely, it was evident that it was another great work focused on the study of the human body. However, the book was not his focus. He mainly wanted to study the situation of the faux people. From his own situation, the faux people should just have their eyes covered, adding a layer of beautiful filter to the scenes before them. But as he walked along, these faux people seemed one by one to be in a hypnotic trance, their behaviors and actions rigid and stiff as if they had been programmed. Indu tried to block the book with his hand, but the person didn't even blink, their gaze still seriously fixed on the book's position. It was as if they had the ability to see through his hand and gaze upon the textbook below. This strange scene gave Indu a brand new understanding of the hypnotic ability of this school. It seemed that, although it was only the 3rd day, the students in this class had been brainwashed to a large extent. Perhaps Su Yongyan's guess was correct. The school's hypnotic ability was sufficient to conclude a cycle in 3 or 4 days. If this were true, the talented individuals entering this copy, even if not dead, would likely become completely lost within it. Indu uninterestedly glanced at the similarly studying student in front of him before turning his attention to the closed window. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. In the eyes of the faux people, there should be no windows in the classroom. If he made them experience the existence of a window, would they instantly wake up? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it should be put into practice. Indu nimbly walked to the window. The classroom's windows seemed to have been fitted with security grills to prevent students from jumping out. However, they were all steel wires and not difficult to remove. Chapter 194, Toppling the Desk. Indu roughly cut open the security grill. The classroom window faced the playground, and from his position, he could see students exercising on the playground. From afar, it was hard to see the abnormality of those students. It only made one feel that the students of this school were full of vitality. After observing for a few seconds, he returned to the studying student he had just left. Although the other person had shown no reaction when he blocked their reading, that did not mean they would ignore him when he intended to inflict harm.
Aside from these special individuals, the student number ordering of others in the school was significant, so this guy's attack power couldn't be weaker than C208. Naturally, Indu would not choose to hit a stone with an egg. With this in mind, as he reached the student, Indu directly turned on the electric drill. As soon as the intimidation ability was unleashed, all movements of the students in the classroom completely stopped, their bodies frozen in a daze. In a safe state, Indu finally dared to drag the desk aside. It was then that he noticed the large patches of blood on the shirt of his selected target. Although the shirt had clearly been washed and the bloodstains had faded, it still reminded Indu of the brutal scene from yesterday. So, his current actions were not excessive, right? Indu thought to himself, already bringing the person to the window's edge. The physical quality of the faux people was inherently different from ordinary people. Maybe falling from the second floor wouldn't even hurt a bit. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. Indu stood by the window and gently released the student, whose eyes widened at the almost vertical angle toward the ground. After hearing a noise, he leaned toward the window and looked down. The person, along with the chair thrown out the window, was now lying face down on the ground, not far from the chair that had broken apart after the fall. From Indu's position, it was hard to see the expression of that student. But he could see the students on the playground ignoring this suddenly appearing student. If one person can't attract attention, then let's bring more. Indu thought this way and acted on it. In the classroom of the C-level freshmen, there were only 4 students left reading, and in an instant, they were sent to the playground by Indu. But clearly, the 4 suddenly appeared people did not make the brainwashed students notice anything unusual. Only the 4 students who were inexplicably attacked trembled as they crawled up from the ground and then looked up in the direction of Indu. This action of Indu clearly made them notice the existence of the window. Once they saw the window, it was equivalent to waking up from the school's brainwashing. The students also noticed the strange behavior of those around them and the bloodstains on their clothes, followed by a segment of unfamiliar memories. Yesterday, they had gruesomely and brutally dismembered 2 classmates. The terrifying memory caused one person to scream out loud. Finally, this successfully drew the attention of other students on the playground. But only for a second, the playground was filled with that eerie broadcast sound again. The voice managed to calm the students on the playground and also plunged the already awake 4 students back into confusion. No way, Indu suddenly woke up as he watched this scene. Usually, he wouldn't hear the broadcast in the classroom. Why was this sound now so clear and so close? Indu realized and hurriedly left the window. He turned around and immediately confirmed that the source of the sound was the broadcast in the classroom. This meant that the classroom's broadcast had also started to play the brainwashing music. This was not a good phenomenon. Could it be that his actions had alarmed the school? But until now, no teacher had shown up, right? Indu looked at the broadcast that was still making strange sounds, and his expression became a bit more serious. In fact, long before he prepared to throw out the students, Indu had already been ready to be hunted down by the school. Realizing that the feasibility of getting a B-level score in the small test on the 7th day was extremely low, he had already given up on continuing as a student to find the way to pass. If Su Youngyan hadn't replaced him to join the Juewu Society, he would definitely have done it himself. And even with Su Youngyan going to the Juewu Society, he still didn't intend to follow the normal path of being a student, as being a student meant a higher possibility of assimilation. Becoming a qualified pseudo-person was not his pursuit. Moreover, he realized something when he completely woke up today. Most of the rules he was following were set against the identity of a student. This meant that once he shed the identity of a student, his actions in the school would become much freer. Of course, this also meant he would give up the protection that the identity of a student brought. But none of these preparations included strengthening the school's assimilation capability. Vaguely, Indu always felt that the classroom broadcast starting to play the music was not caused by him. However, no matter what the reason was, what he should do now was to exit the classroom. Indu walked quickly toward the classroom door, and just as he approached the classroom door, he sensitively caught the sound of footsteps coming towards this classroom. The footsteps were hurried, indicating that the person should be arriving soon. There was only one door in the classroom, and if he went through it, Indu would inevitably be blocked by the other person. As for jumping out of the window, without professional training and lacking the extraordinary physique of a strange or pseudo-person, Indu wouldn't risk that unless absolutely necessary. So the only method left was to break through with tools. The electric drill had already been used for 6 minutes when he just tossed out those 4 students, and continuing to use the electric drill was not a good choice. Indu quickly switched the electric drill in his hand for a small desk lamp, preparing to escape the classroom with the light of the small lamp. 5 minutes is enough for him to run back to the dorm and enter the school's forbidden zone on the 1st floor. From all the information currently available, the forbidden zone in the school is undoubtedly a place that the school cannot control, and it is also the main activity area of the Juewu Society. At present, it seems that although the Juewu Society does not care about the students' lives or deaths, they will not take action to harm the students themselves. As a former student, it is safer for him to stay as a non-stick pan on the territory of the Juewu Society.
However, to stay on the Juewu Society's territory, he must find a way to avoid the mark of it in the Forbidden Zone. But if the people of the Juewu Society can operate there, even use it as a base, it proves there must be a way to guard against it. Perhaps he can block it using a door without being marked, otherwise, how could the people in 106 stay there unharmed? In just a few seconds, Indu had already planned his actions after entering the Forbidden Zone in his mind. At that moment, the people outside the classroom had just arrived at the classroom door. Indu picked up the desk lamp, ready to take the opportunity to break through, when he saw someone unexpected at the classroom door. Before Indu could inquire about the other person's intentions, the person spoke first. "Classmate, you have been targeted by the school, hurry and come with me."
Chapter 195, The School's Methods.
"Classmate, you have been targeted by the school, hurry and come with me." The person was not the teacher Indu thought, it was Chenrong. His face was filled with urgency, and he looked very worried about Indu's safety. Since the day he met Indu, he has shown that his stance is different from the school's. So he should not take action against Indu, who stands opposed to the school. Despite this assumption, Indu still tightened his grip on the desk lamp and cautiously asked, "Where to?" There was no need to ask why he was targeted by the school. From being marked as a bad student yesterday to today completely awakening and throwing classmates out of the window. If the school did not target him, that would indeed be bizarre. But still, something felt off. It's very reasonable for the school to target him, but right now, he doesn't seem to have violated any rules, right? How did he forget just now? Although he had awakened and freed himself from the school's control and had shed the identity of a puppet, he had not yet shed the identity of a student. According to the school's methods, they could completely treat him as consumable for tonight's teaching, or after deeming him a B-grade student, handle him in the way B-grade students were dealt with. But right now, he is not a B-grade student. As long as Teacher E has not assessed his remaining subjects as B-grade, then he is not a B-grade student. Of course, it's to a place where the school's teachers cannot trace you. Chenrong said, moving to grab Indu's hand. The more he thought, the more he felt something was wrong with Chenrong. Indu cautiously stepped back. Chenrong, however, seemed unaware of Indu's resistance and took 2 steps closer. "The security department is coming soon, hurry and come with me." Seeing Chenrong press in without taking action, Indu squinted and asked directly, "What reason will the school use to deal with me? I don't seem to have violated any rules, right?" Chenrong was taken aback, as if he didn't expect Indu to ask such a question. He stood in place, his movements becoming mechanical, his mouth moved but couldn't provide a reason. In Indu's eyes, he seemed like a robot that had suddenly encountered a program error. When he had this thought, Indu suddenly found that Chenrong in front of him had turned into a person with a standard smile, hollow eyes, and a blurred face. This is not Chenrong, but a puppet. A puppet successfully trained by the school, and he, as he thought just now, had become consumable for the school's training of puppets. The school cannot deal with him since he hasn't violated any rules, so they can only tempt him into making a mistake. As for why the puppet appeared as Chenrong in his eyes, perhaps it is because in his heart. The person who would say to him, "Classmate, you are already being watched by the school, hurry and come with me," can only be Chenrong. He could only be thankful that he was alert enough not to call the other party classmate Chen, otherwise, Chenrong would have been given away. Chenrong could stay at school as the student council president, and you could remain as a teacher, probably because the school had not yet discovered that they were members of the Juewu Society. Combining the words of this impostor earlier, the other party wouldn't want to label him as colluding with the Juewu Society, would they? Although he had not yet found the school's rules targeting the Juewu Society, the school couldn't possibly allow the Juewu Society to exist freely as a rival force. It's just that since these rules are related to the Juewu Society, they wouldn't let him, as an ordinary student, see them. Otherwise, wouldn't that be announcing the existence of the Juewu Society? Seeing that he had already lost the best opportunity to entice, the impostor stopped struggling and directly exited the classroom. After resolving the immediate crisis, Indu quickly walked out of the classroom. Although there was currently no danger of violating the rules, staying in the classroom posed a risk of being assimilated. Chapter 196, Su Yongyan joins the society. Su Yongyan took the opportunity before the cafeteria opened to walk into the cafeteria office. As he expected, there was no one in the cafeteria office before mealtime. There were stairs in the cafeteria office leading to the 2nd and 3rd floors. In fact, he had already explored this school quite a bit during the first week after entering this instance. After all, his talent was mutation, which allowed him to transform into the eerie. Without considering the possibility of being affected and turning into something eerie himself, he could fully utilize his talent to gain eerie privileges during the instance. This made survival and exploration in the instance world easier than for ordinary talent users. Of course, it was also this talent that separated him from Fanny, who also had a half-eerie body due to a blood exchange. The human mutation into the eerie is the opposite of the eerie mutation into a human. In other words, due to this talent, his body only had 2 states, so he wouldn't be affected by the blue blood within him and develop a half-eerie physique like Fanny. But because of this, he could hide the true progress of his eerie transformation. His eerie level far surpassed what he had discussed with Indu. In fact, after entering this instance, upon hearing the music from the playground, his eerie transformation stepped up another level. It put him on the brink of becoming fully eerie. Though he hadn't completely turned into a mindless eerie, each day he could only be human for 2 hours by relying on mutation. It wasn't until hearing about the purifying scriptures at the Juewu Society and snatching the earrings that could freeze his eerie transformation that he could become human again. Moreover, because of the experience of becoming eerie, he gained a new understanding of this ability called mutation. Su Yongyan raised his left hand, and his originally fair hand turned a sickly white. The nails grew sharply to 3 or 4 centimeters, sharp enough to gleam coldly. After preparing his weapon, he slowly walked up to the second floor of the cafeteria. Though this area, like the ground floor of the dormitory, was a school-restricted area, it was bright. As soon as he entered the second floor, he was enveloped in warm yellow light. This light came from a room at the end of the corridor. It was completely drawing people in that direction. Looking up, he saw a sign reading Chemistry Laboratory at the end of the corridor. Su Yongyan hesitated little and walked directly toward the chemistry laboratory. This floor's classroom doors, aside from the silver-white door at the corridor's end, were all glass doors. As Su Yongyan walked forward, he could catch glimpses of what looked like human shadows on those doors out of the corner of his eye. But he did not turn to observe closely, treating it as just his own reflection on the glass. He wasn't afraid, he simply had a principle of focusing solely on moving toward his goal. To check things, one only investigates what one is sure of. After all, in the world of strange tales governed by rules, seeing too much and knowing too much may not be a good thing. Su Yongyan took out the application form and card machine from his pocket with his right hand, then knocked on the door with the nails of his left hand. Clang! A sharp sound similar to metal clashing rang out. When he heard footsteps coming from inside the door, he quickly put down his left hand and hid it behind his back. After the door was opened, a strange middle-aged man appeared behind it. He wore a white lab coat, with a work badge clipped to his chest. Name, Sunji. Position, Food Safety Administrator. After getting the key information, Su Yongyan immediately handed over the application form and card machine. Teacher Sun, hello, I am here to apply for membership. He had a smile on his lips, full of confidence, as if he were sure of gaining membership. The warm yellow light shone on him, casting a layer of friendly color, making his confidence not appear overly flashy or sharp. Sunji carefully examined the person in front of him. To be honest, he hadn't seen such a vibrant student in a long time. Moreover, there was a familiarity in Su Yongyan that made him feel at ease. He was very sensitive to this feeling. This student could not possibly be from the school. After making a preliminary judgment about Su Yongyan, Sunji took the application form and card machine from his hands. After verifying the information, he straightforwardly stamped his seal and reminded him, next, go to the 3rd floor. Su Yongyan used to be the good student in the teacher's eyes, always knowing how to behave well. When he sensed Sun Yi's attitude towards him changed, reminiscent of those teachers who valued him in the past, he immediately restored his left hand to normal and accepted the application form and card machine with both hands. Okay, thank you, teacher. Chapter 197, Sudden Change. The layout of the 3rd floor looked the same as the 2nd floor from the outside, even the yellow lights were identical. However, there was one less room at the end of the corridor, and the yellow light shone on a white wall. Nevertheless, Su Yongyan still walked towards the corner of the corridor first. This time he made no preparations and walked much more easily than he did on the 2nd floor. As he moved forward, red words gradually appeared on the white wall. School Restricted Area Action Guidelines 8. It will not leave the school restricted area on its own, but sounds over 100 decibels will attract it. 9. School Restricted Area. The words appeared slowly. By the time Su Yongyan reached the wall, the second rule had just begun. Su Yongyan frowned as he looked at the wall in front of him. He hadn't seen this rule the last time he was here. It seemed that this rule only revealed itself to specific individuals. He waited in front of the wall for a while. Seeing that the rules wouldn't fully appear in a short time, he simply took a few steps back and went to the closest door to the wall. Music Club. Last time he was here, he heard the Bible that could purify pollution. But unfortunately, it was not a tool, but... Su Yongyan did not knock but pushed open the glass door and entered the music club's activity room. After entering, the space before his eyes had no one, but he could hear the sound of a piano. The intermittent piano sounds were difficult to form a melody, yet Su Yongyan sensed a hint of sadness from them. Su Yongyan walked towards the source of the music and turned the corner to unexpectedly see a person sitting by the piano on the performance stage. This person's hands were thin and pale after mutation, the hard nails, even if trimmed, still measured about a centimeter in length, and paired with stiff joints, they were far from suitable for playing piano. Yet it was this pair of hands that produced dissonant music, which made Su Yongyan feel a wave of relief. Su Yongyan knew that this meant that the pollution on him had been partially purified. To receive more purification, he quietly found a spot to sit down at the foot of the stage. The person on stage seemed to be deeply engrossed in playing, completely unaware of anyone's arrival. If there were others here, they might think this piano sound was just noise, but the two people present were completely absorbed in it. The consequence of being too absorbed was that the pianist became increasingly excited, and disregarding physical limits, began to play more difficult pieces. Faster movements and limbs that couldn't keep up followed, and the sound of nails scratching the piano resonated sharply, startling both of them, causing the performance to abruptly stop.
Su Youngyan stood up, his gaze focused on the person's hands.
At some point, the other person's hand had been scratched, blue blood staining the black and white keys. Looking at the pool of blood, it seemed like the bleeding had lasted for quite a while. The other person didn't care about the blood on the keys, calmly pulling out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away the blood on his hand, before turning to look at Su Youngyan standing in the audience. "What brings you here today?" When the other person turned his head to look, Su Youngyan realized that his eyes had lost all white, the black pupils consuming his eyes, making the gentle smile on his face appear even more eerie.
This discovery made Su Youngyan furrow his brow.
If Indu were here, he would likely have had the same expression. After all, standing on the stage was none other than the student council president of the school, Chenrong. Although Su Youngyan already knew about the other person's semi-eerie identity, Chenrong's appearance always resembled that of a friendly senior, never directly revealing his strange identity.
Of course, what made Su Youngyan frown was not this reason.
It was because he, having experienced eeriness, knew that Chenrong was clearly no longer in a semi-eerie state. But how could this be? Clearly, Chenrong had purification abilities. Even if he couldn't return to being an ordinary person, he shouldn't deepen into eeriness. This is.
Su Youngyan spoke in a deep voice, wanting to ask, but finally halted. He knew that even if he asked now, the other person might not give him an answer.
Thinking this, he simply took out the application form and card machine, waving them in front of him.
"Do you want to join the Juewu Society?"
Sure enough, Chenrong's attention was drawn as soon as he saw the items in his hand.
"What's got you thinking this way all of a sudden?" Chenrong's face lit up with joy.
Su Youngyan had never seen him so emotional. After all, his contact with Chenrong was limited, so it was normal not to have seen him like this before.
"Since I no longer have the possibility of leaving this school, why not join the Juewu Society?
At least it can ensure I won't be turned into a fake person." Su Youngyan casually pulled out an excuse, his gaze again shifting to Chenrong's hand. "And here I can also suppress the progress of becoming eerie. What's wrong with that?" This was actually something the other person had once persuaded him with.
"It's great that you can see it this way."
Chenrong stepped down from the stage, took the application form from Su Youngyan's hand, and stamped it directly, then handed it back.
Receiving the form back, Su Youngyan fell into deep thought as he looked at the two characters Indu on it.
Previously, when he was on the second floor, he hadn't changed the name on the application form to test whether the Juewu Society could discern a person's true name when checking the card machine and application form. But evidently, the purpose of the Juewu Society's check should have nothing to do with a person's true identity. Perhaps the focus of the check should be on students' degree of becoming fake people. Just now, he was captivated by Chenrong's music, then shocked by Chenrong's state, and for a moment forgot he hadn't changed the name on the application form. Chenrong knew him, so logically he wouldn't deliberately check and would notice the name's oddity. He had already thought of how to explain the name issue.
But Chenrong actually didn't notice this point. Something was very off. Chenrong was very off. Su Youngyan tightly clutched the application form. "President, where do I need to stamp this fourth seal?" Hearing Su Youngyan's voice, Chenrong finally pulled himself away from his joyful emotion. He gazed deeply at that application form, and suddenly pulled it away. "Chairman."
Su Youngyan didn't have time to stop him when Chenrong suddenly tore that application form apart.
"I forgot, starting today, you don't need an application form to join the Juewu Society. As long as you are willing to join." Chenrong extended his hand, "Then you can join the Juewu Society?" Question mark.
Su Youngyan looked at Chenrong's strange hand, alarm bells ringing in his mind.
The original application system of the Juewu Society was meant to protect it. How could it change so easily? It seemed that now, it wasn't just Chenrong who was off, the entire Juewu Society was off.
Su Youngyan extended his hand, transforming it into a strange hand before touching Chenrong's, and then grasped Chenrong's hand.
What had made the originally dormant Juewu Society suddenly go crazy? Chapter 198, Re-entering the Forbidden Zone.
Chenrong, now pulling in a new member, was clearly very happy, regardless of the harm his own hands could cause, and attempted to put his arm around Su Youngyan's shoulder.
Su Youngyan took 2 steps back. "No, I am quite fragile right now." Chenrong looked at Su Youngyan's transformed hand, tilted his head, and suggested, "Why not become like me?
Then you wouldn't have to worry so much." This was not something the old Chenrong would have said. Su Youngyan silently took a step back.
"Forget it, I think I'm fine the way I am now." "Really?"
Chenrong fixed his gaze on Su Youngyan, and just when Su Youngyan thought he was going to force it, he suddenly stopped. "Fine, since you don't like being strange, I won't force you. But to be honest, in this world, becoming strange isn't necessarily a bad thing, Chen Rong said blandly. This time, Su Yangyan only took a deep look at Chen Rong without responding. Chen Rong was the hope he found in this world to resist alienation. If he had received Chen Rong's invitation before meeting Yin Du, perhaps he would have truly given in and become strange, joining Chen Rong's camp. After all, transforming into something strange at this point wouldn't drag others down. But now, he had met Yin Du. At least until Yin Du left the dungeon, he could not become strange. After leaving the teaching building, Yin Du didn't hesitate much and directly rushed towards the student dormitory. His toolbox contained bottled water and instant noodles dug out from the storeroom. Even if he stopped going to the cafeteria, he wouldn't worry about food and drink. And with the loss of his student identity, he no longer had to pay attention to the rules in the student code. He could eat according to his own physiological needs. As soon as he entered the student dormitory, Yin Du noticed the gaze from the dorm supervisor. But he didn't have time to care, nor did he need to. Since the school was watching him, it was normal for the dorm supervisor to react. But as long as he didn't break any rules, the dorm supervisor couldn't do anything to him. In front of the dorm supervisor, Yin Du directly opened the fire exit and entered the corridor on the first floor. Once in the corridor, he took out his pre-prepared tools and quickly picked the door lock, then hid inside the room. His movements were extremely quick, the door was picked in just 2 seconds, and he made sure to slightly shift his position while doing it. After entering the old dorm room, he quickly distanced himself from the dorm door and listened quietly. However, that sound of footsteps still appeared and was coming towards him. It seemed he had guessed wrong, a single door could not block the strangeness lurking on the ceiling. There must be other rules he hadn't discovered that could lift this strange following state. But apparently, those rules weren't here. To avoid this strange mark, Yin Du left the narrow dorm room, walked quickly back to the corridor, and headed towards room 106. However, this time was different from the previous two. As he walked towards 106, he didn't see the runaway note. The person who usually held the note to scare off anyone who wandered into the school's forbidden area did not show up this time. This discovery sparked an idea in Yin Du's mind. He arrived at room 106 and tried to knock a few times. After a series of knocks, no one responded. Yin Du quickly pried the door open again. Room 106 was different from the other dormitories. Although the beds were old, they were kept extremely clean, and the warm yellow light on the door added a touch of coziness to the room. Many glowing star stickers adorned the ceiling. Since the room had its own light source, Yin Du decided to put away the flashlight. This time, the eerie feeling did not follow him into the room. Chapter 199 Welcome to Juwu High School. After confirming that the eerie presence had not entered the room, Yin Du began to search. The room was overall clean and tidy, but on the table in the middle sat a half-eaten snack, a book open halfway, and a glass next to it had completely cool tea. It seemed the person in this room had been called away suddenly. And it had been a while since they left. Knowing that the person might return at any moment, Yin Du hurried to speed up his search. The book on the table was just an ordinary essay collection and had no clues. Apart from this book, there were no other items with written information in the room, only half a pack of printer paper in the drawer, likely used by this person to frighten students who wandered into forbidden areas. After rummaging through the entire room, Yin Du found no clues at all. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. He frowned and stood in the center of the room, scanning it again. This room was just a student dormitory, with a very simple layout, and he could confirm that he had searched everywhere. Unless... Yin Du's gaze shifted to the floor. He remembered hearing a sound of something heavy being moved from this room while he was at the door, but apart from the beds, there were no other heavy items in this room, were there? Yin Du's eyes swept over the legs of the beds. Clearly, the legs of these beds were nailed down. Seeing this, Yin Du pulled out the flashlight again to check under the bed. He had previously taken a rough look under the bed using the room's light, but that only allowed him to confirm that there was nothing under the 4 beds. However, under the light of the flashlight, he could clearly see that under the bed of the person living there was a large area without dust. This was obviously strange. Who would spend their day cleaning under the bed? This situation indicated that either something had previously been placed there or someone visited this spot daily. Yin Du knocked on the clean area of the floor, and as he almost had to crawl under the bed, he finally heard a different sound from the floor tile near the corner. It was hollow underneath. Moreover, upon closer inspection, there were slight scratch marks on the edges of the tile. Yin Du had a rough idea of how the person in the room opened this tile. It was just a matter of prying the floor tile up with their hands. His nails couldn't manage that kind of force, but the greatest advantage of humans was their ability to use tools. Yin Du used a flat screwdriver to pry open the tile. The dormitory floor tiles were 60 by 60 centimeters standard sizes and quite heavy. Yin Du exerted effort to move the tile, and beneath it was an opening with a downward ladder on the wall. This downward passage had no light, but he could see a faint glow to the left at the bottom of the hole. Yin Du shone the flashlight down. This enclosed passage appeared to be about 5 meters long, and once inside, he could be cornered from both sides.
The best strategy was to go down with a lamp or a power drill. With the protection of the tools, he would at least have time to react and escape. Indu glanced at the structure of the passage, finally choosing to tie the lamp with a rope, then hang the rope on the first rung of the ladder. This way, he could simply lower the rope. The bedside lamp was able to hang over his head and move down with him. Just as everything was ready, Indu sensed that the environment around him suddenly darkened. What's going on? Indu had no time to think about the reason, and was forced to put away his flashlight and climb down the stairs by the sound of footsteps coming from above. After stepping down, he hurriedly turned on the lamp. The lamp's light illuminated the whole passage, making Indu's heart feel a little more at ease. Because of the rules, he didn't dare to look up, and could only carefully climb down under the lamp's protection. When he reached the bottom, the passage had an exit over a meter high, but the exit was not in the direction of the light source. Originally, because of the light source on the left at the bottom, Indu thought the exit was on the left, but when he came down, he realized the light source actually came from a piece of glass. Through the glass, he could clearly see the road outside, but because this piece of glass was very low, he had to lie down to see the full body of the person far away. This road seemed a bit familiar to him. Right, this position is in the same direction as the window on the 4th floor. From the outside road, this is not a basement, but a real first floor. Even though there was a new light source, Indu still did not dare to turn off the lamp. He had a vague feeling that the unknown thing had already found this passage when he climbed down. He needed to leave this place that could not escape from the mark quickly. Holding the lamp, Indu bent down and walked in the opposite direction of the light. This narrow passage was not long, he soon saw the exit. Only, there was an iron gate at the exit, and the lock on the iron gate was already broken. Now, it was only secured together with a soft lock, and a little light came in through the gap between the door and the frame into this dark passage. Indu stepped forward, and through this crack, he could clearly see a white wall with blood-red letters written on it. Welcome to School Restricted Zone 4 Juewu Middle School. It seemed that this gate separated the school restricted areas 1 and 4. Indu no longer hesitated, hurriedly took out his tools to pry open the soft lock. At this time, the footsteps that had followed him from the dormitory lingered on. What was more terrifying was that this passage was very low. Even if the other party lay above, it was inevitable to touch him when getting close. This kind of intimate contact made him start to sweat coldly even under the lamp's protection. The difficulty of this soft lock was higher than that of an ordinary door, but fortunately, his psychological quality was good and his skills were solid. Finally, just before the lamp began to flicker, he successfully pried open the soft lock. As soon as the soft lock was unlocked, Indu hurriedly opened the iron gate, ran out of the passage, and closed the iron gate behind him. After closing the iron gate, he realized he was now in a dormitory corridor. But unlike the dormitory corridor on the 1st floor, the facilities in this dormitory corridor were also very old, but it was kept very clean. The lights above the corridor were all on, the dormitory doors had obviously been repainted, and although the floor was dark gray, there was only a little dust. Overall, there were clear signs of human activity here. At that moment, Indu's lamp began to flicker. The 5-minute protection time was over. Indu put away the lamp and switched to holding a flashlight in one hand and a drill in the other. Although there were lights in the dormitory corridor, he was still worried about the possibility of those lights suddenly going out. After all, he had just encountered it once. At this moment, to his right, the layout indicated that it should be the same public restroom and hot water room as the upper floor. So the end on the left was undoubtedly the exit leading out of the dormitory corridor. At this time, the entire dormitory was deathly silent. Indu quickly walked towards the end of the passage. The fire door of the dormitory was right in front of him, but just as he was about to open the door, he stopped in his tracks. It's not so much fear, but rather that new rules are emerging on the fire door. School Forbidden Area Action Guidelines. 10. Welcome to Forbidden Area for Juewu Middle School, here. Chapter 200, The Rules of Juewu Middle School. School Forbidden Area Action Guidelines. 10. Welcome to Forbidden Area for Juewu Middle School. Please forget the rules of other places and follow the rules here to live well. After the single rule, no other text appeared on the fire door. After waiting for a while, Indu also noticed that the strange thing that had followed him down here did not come this time. In this place, it seems possible to escape its pursuit. But at the same time, this is a whole new map. The old rules no longer apply. He must find new rules. Indu hesitantly looked at the dormitory in the corridor. Originally, he wanted to quickly go out to see what kind of place this was, while also avoiding that strange thing. But now it seems that he should first find the rules that would let him survive. Indu turned back to look at the corridor. Then he walked towards the public restroom and the hot water room. The layout of the public restroom on this floor is the same as the one upstairs, and the hot water room is a separate room, and even the place where the rules are posted is exactly the same. Juewu Middle School Public Restroom Rules. 1. If you can't even clean a room, how can you clean the world? To jointly maintain the hygiene of the restroom, dormitories on this floor will take turns cleaning the restroom according to room number. No need to clean on Sundays.
2. The restroom stalls are also shower rooms, please check if the faucet is turned off after washing. 3. If there is any leak in the restroom facilities, please report it to the dorm manager in a timely manner. 4. There is a washing machine in the corner of the first floor restroom, but it has not been cleaned for years, please do not use it. Juewu Middle School Hot Water Room Rules. 1. The hot water room is open 24 hours, but please do not use it between midnight and 6 in the morning. 2. Please shut off the faucet after using it. If you find it leaking, please report it to the dorm manager immediately. 3. There are water cups in the hot water room, please wash them after using and return them to their original place. The rules above the restroom seem to be much more normal than those of Juewu Night School. After remembering the rules, In-do walked around the restroom and hot water room again. As stated in the rules, there indeed is a washing machine in the corner of the restroom, and these washing machines look somewhat old, but the inner drum is visibly clean. It seems that someone has definitely used these washing machines recently. And beside the washing machine on the wall, there is a dirty laundry slot. Judging by the direction of the pipes, this should be the outlet for the dirty laundry slot upstairs. As for the hot water room, there are only about 10 transparent glass cups, which seem to be shared by the whole floor. After finding no other clues in the public restroom, In-do returned to the corridor and then pried open the lock of dormitory 106. As soon as he opened the door to 106, his gaze was immediately drawn to the black curtains in front. These curtains are completely opaque, and there are no lights turned on in the room, the only light comes from the corridor. In-do directly turned on his flashlight and shone it into the room. When the room was illuminated, In-do was immediately shocked. He saw that sitting beside a table in the middle of the room were actually two people, both of whom were unmoving and maintaining a posture of looking down at a book. After calming down, In-do was able to confirm that these two figures by the table were actually mannequins. Aside from these two mannequins, there were also two more mannequins arranged to look like they were sleeping in the 4 lower bunks in the room. In-do did not dare to disturb the items in the dormitory and only took his flashlight to walk around the dormitory before finally stopping in front of the dorm door to close it again. As he suspected, there was indeed a rule posted behind the dormitory door. Juewu Middle School Dormitory Rules. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the dormitory manager will lock all room doors, and at 6 in the morning, the doors will reopen. During the time when the doors are locked, no lights can be turned on inside the room, and no sounds above 20 decibels can be made regardless of any noise heard. Each dormitory contains 4 dummies. After moving in, please stick your name on the back of the corresponding dummy. When sleeping at night, you must sleep in the corresponding upper or lower bunk with your dummy. When leaving the dormitory during the day, remember to move your dummy to the front of the table, posed as if reading a book. After leaving the dormitory during the day, make sure to lock the dormitory. Absolutely do not reveal the curtains. Finally seeing these strange rules again, In-do felt a strange sense of peace. Chapter 201 The Layout of 2 Schools. After reading the rules of the dormitory, In-do wandered around the dormitory for a while longer. However, there were no other rules in the dormitory. Lingering even a minute longer only allowed In-do to memorize the names of the 2 students living in room 106. Unable to find any other clues, In-do immediately exited the dormitory. Having already walked through the corridor, there was nothing worth lingering over, and In-do headed straight for the fire door. This fire door was just like the one upstairs, it could be opened with a push. What was disorienting was that the scene outside the fire door looked exactly like the Awakening Night School. Whether it was the gate, the stairs, or the dormitory manager's room, everything was made from the same mold. Only the dormitory door was closed at this time, so the scene outside the dormitory was not visible. In-do stepped forward to push the door open, but found that the dormitory door was locked. He was surprised for a moment, then quickly realized that this door should be locked due to the curfew. Speaking of which, the upstairs dormitory also had a curfew, but it was at night. During the day, it was actually open. This Juewu Middle School should be a normal middle school, so the curfew is during the day. Not knowing when this curfew would be lifted, but sitting here doing nothing was not In-do's character, he turned around to start examining the main door. Upon closer inspection, this door was actually an electromagnetic door. Opening this kind of door is simple, just cut off the power. And the wires are usually not hard to find, following the wires will likely lead to the circuit breaker. Having determined how to open the door, In-do began to search for the wires. But just as he found the location of the buried wires, a young lady suddenly emerged from the dormitory manager's room. Calling her a lady might not be quite right, as she looked quite young, barely in her 20s. "Student, what's going on? Why are you in the dormitory during class time?" The girl, who seemed to be the dormitory manager, put on a fierce expression. But having already seen some of society, In-do could tell that she was merely acting. Strangely, she didn't recognize that he wasn't a student of the school, did she? Since she didn't figure it out, In-do naturally didn't plan to clarify his identity. "I'm sorry, I..." Just as he was about to say teacher, In-do suddenly remembered the rule on the fire door.
That rule, which seemed to inform one of entering a new realm, actually contained an easily overlooked but necessary rule here: please forget the rules of other places and follow the rules here to live well. Abandoning everything about the Awakening Night School was the only way to survive at Ju Wu Middle School. Dormitory manager, I overslept. In-du lowered his head in shame. Seeing that the student in front of her already realized his mistake, the dormitory manager didn't make things difficult for In-du. She took out a form and handed it to him. Please register. In-du took the form, which only required his name and dormitory number. Not knowing what the consequences of being recorded would be, but whatever they might be, it seemed this outsider should not appear on it. In-du decisively wrote down the name of some random unlucky soul from room 106 and then returned the form to the dormitory manager. After receiving the form back, the dormitory manager held it up and stared at it for quite a while, bringing it about 10 centimeters away from her face. Just as In-du couldn't help but want to speak, she slowly opened her mouth and said, 106, Zhuang? Yes. In-du stood up straight and replied. No wonder the dorm supervisor didn't realize he was not a student of this school. Clearly, the dorm supervisor had a problem with her eyesight. So it's you. I remember you have never overslept, right? What happened today? In-du lowered his head and did not answer. Seeing his demeanor, the dorm supervisor indeed did not press further. Alright, I'm letting you out now, but be careful next time. The dorm supervisor said this while pulling out a remote from her drawer. After she pressed the remote, the dormitory door made a series of noises. Hurry up and go out. The dorm supervisor waved her hand impatiently. Seeing this, In-du naturally did not say anything more and quickly walked towards the door. As he opened the door, what shone on In-du was not sunlight, but light. A cold white light without a trace of warmth. In-du looked up at the light source. It was located 5 meters high, between the 2-story dormitory and the 2-story cafeteria. And the top of this space was a dark gray cement. Clearly, it was this ceiling that separated Awakening Night School and Ju Wu Middle School. And Awakening Night School was actually the sky castle built above Ju Wu Middle School. Once In-du confirmed the structural relationship between the two schools, he immediately caught on. The Awakening Night School, located on the 3rd floor, obviously would not have a school gate. The school gate could only be in Ju Wu Middle School. And the fact that the A-level students had never left school also had an answer. Because the Awakening Night School, which had not yet occupied the 1st and 2nd floors, could not possibly go outside. No. That doesn't explain why the B-level students would be a condition for passing. Forget it, there's no need to dwell on it if I can't figure it out. It's better to hurry up and find the school gate. With that thought, In-du grasped the electric drill and began his exploration of Ju Wu Middle School. But after just a few steps, In-du heard a piercing alarm sound. Not only that, but the light above his head also changed from white to red. Just as In-du thought this was because his status as an intruder had been discovered, a broadcast came on. Emergency broadcast, please evacuate from the 2nd floor, please evacuate from the 2nd floor. The voice was unfamiliar to In-du, but he vaguely felt that he had heard it somewhere. Before In-du could discern it, the ceiling seemed to collapse as it fell from above. The overwhelming pressure coming directly at him made In-du instinctively drop to the ground, but the ceiling stopped about 2 or 3 meters above the ground. Before In-du could react, he heard a scream coming from the direction of the cafeteria. Before In-du could discern it closely, the space and scene in front of him began to distort, and just as he was about to completely lose consciousness, In-du pressed the electric drill, forcing himself to stay awake. At this moment, he heard a strange tune playing on the broadcast. The more he listened, the heavier his head seemed to get, and even the electric drill could not fully block it. Once the set time for the electric drill passed, In-du finally could no longer hold on. All he could do was put away the electric drill. With a ringing sound, In-du opened his eyes. He picked up his school uniform at the bedside and changed, then climbed out of bed. After placing the dummy from the lower bunk at the table in the middle of the dormitory, he took the wash basin from under the bed and walked out of the dormitory. He was a freshman at Ju Wu Middle School. This school had not just been established, but there were exceptionally few students in his year, so he had no roommates. Walking through the quiet corridor, In-du entered the empty public restroom. He washed his face, drank some water, then returned to the dormitory. Everything was the same as usual. But In-du always felt that something was wrong. Chapter 202, Blockade. Unable to understand where the strange feeling came from, In-du could only proceed with his actions step by step. He left the dormitory and, using the light above his head, walked towards the cafeteria. It was too oppressive. In-du looked up at the ceiling. Although the school was in a whole new building, it still felt very strange. But it's not surprising. But why does he feel so oppressed? Is it because he has been alone all the way? Why does In-du seem strange? He looks as if he has been hypnotized. I suspect he doesn't even know his own name now. Doesn't that mean it's over?
I said Indu shouldn't take the risk to enter this basement. I have always said that Indu has been so reckless, something will surely go wrong. Hasn't he caused problems with his recklessness before? Honestly, he has just been lucky all along. Hey up there, can you stop talking nonsense? Do you think those endowed who haven't reached this basement are safe? I have a good news and a bad news to announce. Which one do you want to hear? Of course, the good news. I am really scared of Indu right now. I would rather hear the bad news. Bad news, Indu's perception has changed. He has forgotten that he is an endowed one trying to clear challenges. And, when one level is lost in Juewu High School, one level is added in Juewu Night School. In other words, these two schools are in a reciprocal relationship. Honestly, if Indu hadn't entered this basement, no one would have discovered this. So what now? Do all endowed ones have to fall into this? Did you forget that the country has hints? Countries that haven't used their hints can totally use them to awaken their endowed ones. By the way, what's the situation over there with Vanny? It's Vanny. Same here, she has returned to the dorm, but that Susho seems to be missing. I said Susho had a problem. When Indu entered the cafeteria, it was also empty, only the steamed buns were placed in the center on the windowsill, while the other windowsills were closed, and he could only see the old but very clean operation room inside through the glass. Looking at the familiar yet strange windowsill, Indu stopped in his tracks. For some reason, seeing this windowsill always gives him a nauseous feeling. Clearly, it seems he hasn't eaten for a long time, but at this moment, his stomach is churning, a wave of nausea rising in his chest. Indu covered his chest and carefully approached the windowsill. As he got closer, a dusty and stained operation table suddenly appeared in his mind. Moreover, it seemed that a putrid smell was invading his nostrils. Indu instinctively covered his nose. And with this stimulus, a memory was finally forcefully awakened. When he realized where he was and what he should do, Indu hurriedly checked the tools in his toolbox. The electric drill he used before fainting yesterday has now finished its cooling time. According to the timer on the card machine, it's now 7 in the morning. This means he has unknowingly passed the 3rd day. Now it is the 4th day since he entered this instance. After preparing the electric drill, Indu began to look for the rules in the cafeteria. However, after walking around, he found that this cafeteria had the same layout as the one upstairs, but he had no other discoveries. He tried knocking on the office door, but there was no response. When he tried to open it, he found that it was locked from the inside. Picking the lock was not difficult for him. However, when he pried it open and looked inside, he found only a wall behind the door. Based on the layout of the cafeteria he saw upstairs, entering the kitchen and operation room must go through this office. If this door is blocked, doesn't it mean the cafeteria is useless? Seeing this, Indu returned to the windowsill. To be honest, because of his experience upstairs, he wasn't very willing to eat the food from the cafeteria. Even if according to his previous analysis, this food was probably not produced by the cafeteria. He came back here with only one purpose. Indu moved the steamed buns off the windowsill, then placed both hands on the counter and prepared to enter. "Student, what are you doing?" A sharp shout stopped Indu's movements. Indu hurriedly turned around. Behind him was a middle-aged man in a white coat. Upon closer inspection, this was the person who worked as the food safety manager at the evening school. It seemed that the voice from yesterday's broadcast belonged to this man. Indu quickly climbed down and turned to face the man, holding an electric drill behind his back. He didn't know how to address the person in front of him, so he could only smile awkwardly. I just don't like steamed buns and want to see if there's anything else to eat in the kitchen." For some reason, it felt like ever since entering Juwu Middle School, he had been pretending to be foolish. However, the person in front of him, or rather the eerie presence, clearly wasn't so easy to fool. He crossed his arms and looked at Indu with intimidation. Indu was blocked between the person and the counter, looking down and saying nothing, quietly gathering strength in his hands. Fortunately, nothing terrible happened in the end. Sunji only scolded him a bit before urging Indu to take all the steamed buns and leave the cafeteria. During this time, no other students entered the cafeteria. All morning, from the dormitory to the cafeteria, Indu had been the only student. It was clear that yesterday's incident had a significant impact on Juwu Middle School. Indu walked out of the cafeteria, but he didn't expect that just as he stepped out, the cafeteria's roller shutter suddenly fell, sealing the entire place off. Seeing this scene, Indu was stunned. Immediately, he abandoned the idea of going to the teaching building and turned to run toward the dormitory building. All these changes were definitely related to what was happening upstairs. He wanted to go up and see what was happening. In fact, if he found the school gate and walked out now, he might be able to leave this instance. Even if he hadn't investigated many things here, even if there were many issues unresolved. But what did all this have to do with him as an outsider with talent? The goal of talent holders entering an instance was never to integrate or understand the instance, but to leave. Yet he couldn't just leave like that. It wasn't his nature to abandon his teammates before the most critical moment. Su Youngyan and Fan and I were still up there.
However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. By the time he reached the dormitory corridor, he couldn't find the route he took yesterday. The passage next to dormitory 106 had turned into a white wall. After knocking twice and confirming it was a real wall, Indu abandoned the idea of breaking through from here. This passage had been closed off, and with the cafeteria now locked down, the only possible connection to upstairs seemed to be the teaching building. Chapter 203, The Principal's Decision. Unexpectedly, he had to go back to the teaching building after all. He had no idea how to access the teaching building. Once he resolved to go to the teaching building, Indu stepped out of the dormitory again. It was at that moment he suddenly realized something. The dormitory manager, whom he had only briefly met yesterday, seemed to have disappeared. Indu quickly returned to the dormitory and ran to the dormitory manager's room to knock on the door, but sure enough, there was no response. Then, he pried open the dormitory manager's door and searched around inside. This dormitory manager's room was very clean, truly spotless. Apart from an office chair and a bare wall bed, there was nothing at all. It seemed that with yesterday's changes, Juwu Middle School had already reached its end. And that fainting and hypnosis had made him miss the best opportunity to return to Juwu Evening School. Stepping out of the dormitory, Indu walked around the completely sealed cafeteria and arrived at the teaching area. What caught his attention first was not just the one-story teaching building or the dilapidated track, but the school gate. The layout of Juwu Middle School was quite similar to Juwu Evening School, except that there was an additional green belt alongside the cafeteria wall and the playground railing. Then looking forward along the green belt, one could see the school gate. The school gate looked quite normal at first glance, but upon closer inspection, something was very wrong. Because near the gate, there was no security booth at all. It was only when getting closer that one could see a security booth behind the closed push and pull doors. And behind the security booth, there was a grating gate that completely sealed off the school. Without a doubt, to leave the school, one must open these two doors. The push and pull door was manageable, only about 1.5 meters high. It wouldn't be a problem to climb over it, but it was unknown if there was a switch beside the grating gate. Perhaps the switch was inside the security booth? Indu analyzed the door and then turned to look at the teaching building. When he hadn't seen the school gate, he would definitely have rushed to the teaching building to find clues to return to the upper floor. But now that the school gate was right in front of him, it seemed unreasonable not to investigate the exit clearly. After thinking for a moment, Indu gritted his teeth, grasped the push and pull door, and prepared to climb over. However, before he could move, another voice came from behind. "Classmate, what are you doing? Here we go again? Can't this place let him just climb over a wall in peace?" Indu dropped back down to the ground, took a deep breath, and then turned to look behind him. The one who called out to him this time was an old man with graying hair and a gentle smile. Even knowing that this school now was different from the previous instance and that there were no ordinary people, Indu still instinctively became respectful. "Classmate, what were you trying to do by prying at the door just now?" "I haven't seen a single classmate since I got up this morning. The whole school is terrifyingly quiet, and the cafeteria is closed. It's only been one night, but I'm so hungry now. It feels like I haven't eaten for a whole day, so I wanted to go out to look for food." Indu spoke half-truthfully. Everything he said was true, except for the lie about his purpose for leaving. He was indeed hungry, but he had food in his toolbox, so there was no need for him to climb over the school gate just to eat. The old man sighed deeply upon hearing his words, then took out a steamed bun wrapped in a plastic bag from his pocket. Upon seeing the bun in the old man's hand, Indu paused. He had a bowl of the same buns in his toolbox. This old man's bun was probably taken from the cafeteria too. The remaining two possibilities were that these buns were provided by this old man. Actually, it's not just about food. The fact that there's no one in this school is really unsettling. Indu shifted his gaze away from the bun and continued. When he mentioned that there was no one in the school, Indu secretly observed the old man's expression. He saw the old man's smile fade, and he sighed as he looked outside the door. "But, if you go out, how will you live?" As he spoke, he turned to look at the teaching building. "Here, at least you can survive a bit longer." Indu followed his gaze toward the teaching building. Is it better to choose to die awake or live in chaos? But are we really awake if we hide here? Indu sighed deeply while looking at the teaching building. Upon hearing Indu's words, the old man turned his head, his eyes narrowing, and the originally gentle person suddenly revealed a terrifying aura. "You." Sure enough, no matter how much he looked like a respectable old man, he was actually a half-monster entity. Once half-monsters experience emotional fluctuations, they cannot help but reveal their strange side. Indu chose to ignore the unsettling aspects, lowered his eyes and said, "When I woke up this morning, my memory did have problems, but this school is unnaturally quiet, so I quickly became aware. I was supposed to go to class yesterday, but I overslept, so when I disappeared on the second floor of the school, I was outside listening to my classmates scream." Indu struggled to make his voice hoarse. The old man sighed upon hearing this. "All the students, except for you, were in class on the second floor yesterday. When they occupied the second floor, I had already decided to give up resistance and officially hand over the first floor to them at 10 o'clock today.
but when I discovered that you were still alive, I changed my mind. I thought, maybe I should let Juawu High School operate a bit longer, hold on for a while more. Hearing the old man's words, Indu's gaze froze, and at that moment, he finally realized the reason the path to Juawu Night School was closed off.
Juawu Night School's goal was to consume Juawu High School, so they would definitely not voluntarily close the route to Juawu High School.
Moreover, all along, it had been Juawu High School that was in the shadows. This path existed to allow Juawu Night School students to come down. So, only when Juawu High School decided to completely separate from Juawu Night School would the path be entirely sealed. An unknown person, Xia Su, sealed off the dormitory's path, Sunji sealed off the cafeteria's path. What remained was this man, who seemed to be the principal, sealing off the path to the teaching building. And closing the path was only for him alone. Watching the old man walk towards the teaching building, Indu suddenly spoke, "Principal, after you leave, will I really be the only person left here?" The old man stopped, did not turn back, nor replied, only let out a deep sigh. In fact, for Indu now, the simplest way to pass through was to allow the principal to seal the last path, so he'd have plenty of time to open the school gate. Doing so would undoubtedly be the best choice for him and his country. Indu struggled within himself, but in the end, he secretly took out Mr. Bear. According to the principal's words, he was originally planning to hand over Juawu High School at 10 o'clock.
This meant he was confident he could protect Juawu High School until 10 or even longer.
So even if he didn't immediately seal the path, Juawu Night School wouldn't be able to invade and occupy here in the short term.
When Indu appeared, Indu immediately hid in the flower bed by the road. "Principal, take a walk around the school with me again. This is your hard work after all." With an earnest expression, Indu stepped forward. "And after today, it will really only be me left here, right?" Chapter 204, The Missing Su Youngyan. The principal was clearly moved by Indu.
Just right, he could take one last look at this school before leaving.
"Then principal, let's go take a walk in the dormitory first." Seeing his expression soften, Indu directly pulled him towards the dormitory.
Fortunately, this urgent action did not raise the principal's suspicion. Instead, it made him feel guilty for the student who would only be left here alone.
Watching the two people disappear around the corner, Indu hurriedly ran towards the teaching building.
Actually, it wasn't hard to guess where the path to Juawu Night School was in the teaching building. After all, in Juawu Night School, there was only one place on the first floor of the teaching building that was sealed off.
As soon as Indu entered the teaching building, he walked towards the glass door on the left. Like the upper floor, this one was also an exhibition room, activity work exhibition room.
Dust was faintly visible on the glass door, and inside were rows of yellow display boards. That said, the graduation project exhibition room in Juawu Night School also seemed to have a glass door, but what was inside again? Indu strained to recall, but it seemed that apart from the first day he noticed the environment of the teaching building, he completely forgot about that room later and never thought of exploring it. Therefore, the graduation project exhibition room only left him with a sense of existence. Indu carefully pried open the glass door with his tools, and as the glass door pushed open, dust surged forth. Clearly, no one had been here for a long time. If the path really was where he guessed, then the people of Juawu High School wouldn't use this path either.
In other words, this path was entirely a back route left by Juawu High School.
Indu held a flashlight in one hand and a power drill in the other as he walked into the exhibition room and closed the glass door behind him. This exhibition room was about the same size as the library, but the display boards were haphazardly placed, making the space feel like a maze. Fortunately, the area beneath these display boards was empty, allowing Indu, at his current height, to crawl right under them. He crouched low and carefully navigated his way between the display boards.
Because of various protective measures, the paths here were not hidden.
At the end of the room, a white wall separated a staircase leading upwards. Upon finding the staircase, Indu addressed the air in front of him. "If Vanny isn't in the dormitory, please give me a hint about his location." After speaking, he hurriedly ran up the stairs. He didn't know how long Mr. Bear could hold them back, so he had to get Su Youngyan and Vanny down before the passage was closed. The staircase didn't even have a door at the top. As Indu turned at the exit, he saw another exhibition hall filled with people. Although these people were all facing away from him, Indu still recognized them. After all, he had been chased by them fervently, escaping back to the dormitory just in time to avoid disaster. Indu instinctively hunched down, holding his breath, wanting to carefully slip past these people. But as soon as he took a step, everyone in the exhibition hall turned to look at him. Indu's heart raced, a shy smile forming on his face, and in the next second, he pressed the power drill down. Using the time bought by the drill, Indu quickly fled the exhibition hall. During this time, he seemed to see a piece of paper with rules written on it on the glass door, but he had no time to look at it. When leaving the exhibition hall, he didn't turn off the drill right away, because based on his previous experience, once these people locked onto a target, they wouldn't stop chasing. Even more frightening was that the pursued would seem to enter another world, unable to see anyone. Indu pulled out his card machine and ran quickly toward the dormitory. He didn't turn off the drill until he ran past the cafeteria passage. It must be said that the fact that the Awakening Night School only recognized the card machine was convenient for him. Even if he now revealed Indu's identity to Mr. Bear, it wouldn't affect his status as a student of Awakening Night School. When Indu entered the dormitory supervisor was still the same aunt sitting in the office, but this time, probably because of his height, she didn't notice his arrival. This could be considered a benefit of being short, although he was a bit tired from running due to his short legs. It was daytime now, and based on what he knew about Vanny and Su Youngyan, neither of them would likely be in class.
And since an incident occurred at Juawu High School yesterday, the Juawu Society probably wouldn't recruit new members anymore. Vanny and Su Youngyan might still be in their dormitory.
Of course, this was just Indu's guess. To ensure he didn't waste time because of a wrong guess, he specially requested a hint from the nation. No reply from the nation meant that Vanny was indeed in the dormitory. But when he went up to the 4th floor and found Vanny, Indu realized that his plan to bring people back had hit a snag. He hurriedly turned to room 406 after not seeing Su Youngyan and Vanny in room 404. This time he found Vanny but not Su Youngyan.
Vanny.
He was anxious to ask Vanny about Su Youngyan's whereabouts, only to find that Vanny looked at him with an unfamiliar and guarded expression.
I'm Indu. Although he had shrunk, shouldn't his appearance have changed that much? Indu?
Vanny's eyes flickered.
He remembered the name Indu, but weren't the school students only identified by numbers?
Could he be a teacher? That couldn't be, this kid looked only about 5 or 6 years old.
Where is Su Youngyan now?
At this point, Indu no longer paid attention to any oddities in Vanny's tone.
He now just wants to find Su Youngyan quickly and leave this place.
Even if Su Youngyan can only stay in this copy from now on, leaving the school to live in Juawu Middle School is still a better choice. Or he could leave both schools directly, having a larger range of activities wouldn't be a bad thing for him. Besides, he has other plans, he just needs to get Su Youngyan's consent.
Su Youngyan? Fan and I looked confused and then hugged his head.
It was only at this moment that Indu realized that the brainwashing from yesterday existed in both schools. Fan and I had already forgotten that he was a gifted person and that he would stay in the dormitory instead of studying, perhaps just a subconscious action, much like Su Youngyan did back in the day. But he was different from Su Youngyan, he was still a gifted person who had not cut off contact with the country. If being awakened without a reminder from the country could be seen as observing first, now at least 2 hours had passed since he woke up in the morning.
Fan and I had forgotten his identity and responsibility. Why did his country not remind him?
Unless, prior to this, his country had already used the reminder.
Fan and I, do you still remember your name? Fan and I, no, it's Vanny.
Fan and I looked at the sharp-eyed child in front of him, and vaguely, a man's figure appeared in his mind. But, Indu, I lost track of Su Youngyan. Clearly, I followed him up to the 3rd floor, but as soon as I stepped out of the stairs, I couldn't find him again. All that remained in his memory was a broken piece of music and the final earthquake.
Chapter 205 Fan needs information. Fan and I took a moment and then began to recount what happened yesterday.
After leaving the dormitory, he followed Su Youngyan closely but not too closely. On the 2nd floor, he stood at the staircase watching Su Youngyan go to the 2nd chapter. When Su Youngyan walked towards the stairs, he hid behind the fire door, watching Su Youngyan ascend to the large steps on the 3rd floor, and then he continued to follow him. In fact, he knew that Su Youngyan had already discovered him, but both of them tacitly agreed not to make a sound. His hiding was, after all, actually to avoid the people from Juawu Society.
Everything went smoothly in front.
However, when Su Youngyan turned at the staircase on the 3rd floor, and he rushed to catch up, he could no longer see Su Youngyan's figure. The 3rd floor only left behind a dark and deep passage. However, he remembered that the last time he came here, although there was no light on this 3rd floor, it wasn't this dark. Relying on his half-ghostly constitution, he could still see the condition of the corridor. This time, although he vaguely could see the corridor, he felt that the darkness in front was very terrifying, lacking the courage to step in. He guessed that this came from his instincts as a half-ghost. There must be some kind of terrifying anomaly ahead, causing him to feel fear just by gazing. Then, before he could decide whether to take a chance and enter the darkness to find Su Youngyan, the sound of a piano resonated through the corridor. The piano sound was not exactly beautiful, it could even be described as fragmented, but it soothed the fear in his heart and made him feel relaxed for a moment. Unknowingly, he immersed himself in the music, forgetting about finding Su Youngyan. After that, a violent tremor jolted him awake. When he reacted, he realized that the music had long since stopped, and the shaking 3rd floor was regaining brightness. Upon closer inspection, he found that the lights in the corridor were all turned on.
And then?
Then I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I just felt that I was the student C212 of the Awakening Night School, the one who disliked studying the most, so during the day, I didn't want to study in the classroom like other students or exercise on the playground.
Fan and I said.
If you hadn't come looking for me and I hadn't come across anything that triggered my memories, perhaps I would have remained in this copy in a daze.
Always be a student.
Indu shook his head. You left out a crucial factor in this description.
Yes, but don't you understand yet? Fan and I said with a bitter smile, the hints from our country were used up the moment I recognized you.
As Fan and I spoke, he suddenly squatted down. As for the content, I think you can probably guess without me saying. To be honest, I actually don't want to make a big deal about it. After all, it's not honorable to say that my teammates are fools. The key hints were not used to help him but to urge him to harm other gifted individuals, which was simply incomprehensible. However, as a gifted person deeply trapped in the world of bizarre rules, he could do nothing but curse inwardly. It was even hard for him to bring it up to his teammates. Honestly, you feel much better when you're smaller. I didn't expect I could talk to you about this so easily.
After finally expressing what was hidden in his heart, Fan and I let out a sigh of relief.
He had never thought of taking action against Imdu, but ever since receiving that message, he always felt a complicated emotion towards him.
Indeed.
Imdu shook his head helplessly. People from the outside can never truly understand the cruelty of the world of bizarre rules. Even though the bizarre rules had swallowed many places, the people in the cities that remained unoccupied still treated live broadcasts as entertainment. Moreover, in the hearts of those politicians, nothing matters more than their own interests. Fan and I added, if betraying humanity can get them the power and benefits they want, they would certainly do it 1,000 times. They knew all this would be broadcasted word for word, but upon sensing that they might never escape the world of bizarre rules, it seemed unnecessary to think about it any longer.
Thinking about it this way, the bizarre rules not letting people out could be seen as a form of alternative protection? Fan and I said with a bitter smile.
He was just an ordinary person outside, and his talent was not one that could enhance his attack or defense. If he had a conflict with someone powerful outside, it wouldn't be difficult to be secretly eliminated.
It just wants us to go mad, Indu said flatly. Though not allowing the gifted to go out did, to some extent, protect them from external disturbances.
But the main purpose was still to isolate them from the regular world, causing them to gradually become lost or distorted in the bizarre world.
I know, Fan and I said, getting up, so shouldn't we find him before someone goes mad?
He won't, he has held on for so long. Indu had faith in Su Yangyan. After all, before they arrived, he had already lasted for 3 weeks in this scenario. That was not something that could be accomplished solely with willpower.
Putting himself in Su Yangyan's position, he wouldn't even dare to guarantee that he could hold on.
Perhaps, at some moment, he would compromise and seek an easier way to live. Just like he always said, compared to living in chaos, he would rather die with clarity. But death was, in fact, a choice of escape. But you're right, we still need to find him quickly.
Since he went missing on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, let's check there first.
I don't think he is still on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria.
Why?
Now the whole building of the cafeteria belongs to the school's territory.
If he were to appear in the school's territory, wouldn't that prove he was still using a student's identity?
Fan and I recalled the chaotic memories in his mind. In that case, I should have seen him having breakfast in the cafeteria this morning. Although his memory had issues since he got up this morning, perhaps due to subconscious habits, he often took his time looking around and observing others while eating in the cafeteria. He spent most of his time during breakfast in the cafeteria.
During this time, Su Yangyan has not appeared. But I haven't seen him. Is the entire cafeteria now the school's territory?
Actually, this is not surprising. After all, Juawu High School is on the verge of surrender, so losing territory is completely normal. But Indu still asked instinctively.
Then, is the 1st floor of the dormitory also?
Yes. Before Indu could finish asking, Fan and I gave a clear answer. I should have thought of that, Indu sighed. If there was still a chance to fight back, Juawu High School would not have directly initiated the surrender or complete isolation plan. However, now, apart from School Forbidden Zone 4, all other forbidden zones have disappeared.
Where can Su Yangyan, who took the application to join the Juawu Society, hide now? Chapter 206, Reminder about passing the level. Indu pondered, you just said Su Yangyan disappeared on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria?
Yeah, Fan and I nodded. He had previously speculated that the 3rd floor above the cafeteria might be Chenrong's territory.
If this guess is correct, then Su Yangyan is most likely with Chenrong right now. Is the layout of the teaching building the same as before?
What is the extra floor used for?
Fan and I raised his hand to support his chin, trying hard to recall.
He had been brainwashed, and all information about the school had been forcefully input. After waking up, all memories felt a bit unreal.
After thinking for a few minutes, Fan and I said.
The 1st floor has a library, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors are classrooms, and the 5th floor is the office area. So it's just an additional floor of classrooms. Indu's expression relaxed a bit upon hearing this. The increase in classrooms merely means an increase in students, and if the office area hasn't changed, it will also be beneficial for his next actions.
Fan and I looked at Indu, who began preparing props after asking his question, and asked, "Are you planning to go to the teaching building now?" "Yes," Indu replied, pulling out a card camera to check. "It's already a little past 9, and he has less than an hour left." "I'll go with you," Fan and I said. The school now is far more dangerous for them than in the previous days, and Indu's props have time limits. Unlike him, the school's methods of taming students are numerous, pollution is just one of them. Until now, his resistance has only been consumed by about 1/3. In other words, he can still withstand 7 or 8 attacks without injury. "I never planned to act alone," Indu said. "The passage to Juewu High School is in the teaching building. If they find Su Yangyan there, they can leave directly. At this time, they must not act separately. We have less than an hour left to find Su Yangyan and leave this school. If we miss this time, we must prepare ourselves for staying here. According to my speculation, Su Yangyan is likely with Chen Rong now, so we need to go to the 4th, 5th floor student activity room." After the two confirmed their action plan, they did not delay and walked towards the teaching building. Just as they reached the playground, Indu suddenly felt the entire world quiet down, and a piece of text appeared before his eyes. "Ma Xiangja has successfully passed through the passage of the cafeteria to Juewu High School after receiving the prompt to wake up." He initially intended to see if leaving the school gate would count as passing, but he was declared a successful passer as soon as he entered Juewu High School. Subsequently, 2 more talented individuals from Europe also entered Juewu High School and passed successfully. From the current perspective, you have the following differences from them. 1. You are the only talent who entered Juewu High School before the mutation. 2. You are the only student who has been marked and expelled from the classroom by the teacher of the Awakening Night School. 3. You are currently the only talent who has entered the abandoned office and encountered those monsters. Indu quickly scanned the country's hints and felt a little uneasy upon seeing he was treated differently. But seeing his few unique qualities, he smiled in relief. In fact, if he thought carefully, it wasn't hard to guess why he was so special. The 3 messages that the country had given him, which were different from others, already held the answer. As long as he analyzed the core of the minimum pass condition, he could grasp the key to clearing the copy. Having a full set of B grades was a condition to become a B-level student of the Enlightenment Night School, and Su Yangyan had previously revealed that B-level students were the school's rejects. In other words, D-level students were not considered students of the school. Rejects would always be eliminated from the school, so becoming a B-level student was one of the ways to clear the game. Similarly, going to Juewu Middle School for students of the Enlightenment Night School also meant leaving the Enlightenment Night School, so that counted as clearing the game. However, he currently had an unexpected buff stacked on him. He was a student who had been half abandoned by the Enlightenment Night School, and according to the rules of the Forbidden Area, students abandoned by the Enlightenment Night School were under the protection of Juewu Middle School. In other words, although he had not officially joined Juewu Middle School, he already had the qualification to enroll there, making him a quasi-student of Juewu Middle School. Thus, entering Juewu Middle School did not allow him to escape the copy. And it wasn't difficult for him to actually escape. First, as a quasi-student or already recognized student of Juewu Middle School, all he had to do was exit through the school gate, which meant leaving both schools at once. Additionally, in this copy, the identity of a student was certified by a card machine. So, as long as he got another card machine from Su Yangyan now and found another student or teacher from the Enlightenment Night School to recertify his identity, he could pass through directly as a student of the Enlightenment Night School. "What are you laughing at?" Fan and I poked Indu. Indu shook his head. "I just realized I made my own passage more difficult. But this was unavoidable. After all, to explore the way to clear the game, one had to delve deeper into the copy, and the deeper one went, the more likely they were to get stuck." After a moment of reflection, Indu said to Fan and I, "Although I can't hear anything here, I guess as soon as we enter the playground, we will definitely hear the brainwashing song." Fan and I nodded in understanding. Indu originally intended for Fan and I to run ahead by himself, thinking that his short legs would slow him down. But he never expected that before he could say this, he was already picked up. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already standing on the floor of the teaching building. "Being semi-abandoned does have some benefits," Fan and I said softly after setting Indu down. "Indu. Forget it, now was not the time to waste." The two made their way up to the 5th floor. Just like the 4th floor earlier, the 5th floor, now serving as the office area, was also in darkness. Indu held a flashlight in one hand and grasped the corner of Fan Ni's shirt with the other. Although the 5th floor looked the same as the previous 4th floor, it inexplicably made him feel very uneasy. Suddenly recalling something, Indu pointed the flashlight towards the Student Affairs office. Earlier, whenever he shone the flashlight at the Student Affairs office, a standby state figure would appear inside. But this time, when the flashlight's light hit it, there was a wooden door blocking all visibility at the glass door of the Student Affairs office. "Indu," Fan and I suddenly spoke and forcefully pulled Indu behind him. Indu quickly directed the flashlight in the direction Fan and I was looking. Immediately, the scene before him left him stunned.
On the corridor leading to the student activity room, the originally white walls were now covered with many ghostly shadows. The shadows on the walls were making various terrified poses, and they weren't static, their movements changed from time to time. When Indu's gaze turned toward them, he suddenly felt his ears filled with terrified screams.
Fanny frowned and said softly, "This doesn't seem like the style of the Enlightenment Night School, does it?" Chapter 207, Crisis and Division in the Office Area. This doesn't seem like the style of the Enlightenment Night School, does it? Indeed, it does not.
The specialty of the Enlightenment Night School is the fake people, not the strange phenomena.
Currently, while fake people do engage in brainwashing control, their tactics lean more towards physical reality.
These dark methods that play with the mind seem more akin to the style of the strange. Indu shone his flashlight on the ghostly shadow on the wall, and under the light, the shadow appeared increasingly distorted.
Clearly, these exist in reality and are not mere illusions to scare.
As Indu delved into the truth of the shadow, Fanny suddenly spoke, "The rules, the student handbook has added rules about the office area." Indu looked up. Fanny was holding a card machine. Yes, with such a significant change in the school, it is normal for rules to change. He had actually forgotten such an important thing. "I found it, Learning Guide, C2, Article 5, the teacher's office area is on the 5th floor, but is only open from 18 to 2100 hours, strictly prohibited to enter the office area at other times."
Fanny held the card machine up in front of Indu.
Indu looked at the card machine in Fanny's hand, but after just a glance, he saw the machine's interface had already jumped back to the desktop, and he could only see the time above 9:23.
Is this the only rule? Indu frowned.
However, this rule already indicated the danger. Earlier, he had heard from Chun Rong about the office area's open times and dangers, and as long as he stayed under the light source, he would be safe. Now, it seemed the same. Just as Indu thought this, he suddenly noticed that the wall closest to them, which had no ghostly shadows, suddenly displayed a segment of red text.
Office Area Rules. 1. The office area is not open outside of 18 to 2100 hours. 2. During non-open hours, the staircase entrance to the office area is entry only. 3. If you mistakenly enter the office area during non-open hours, please ensure you are under a light source and quickly find the security department. 4. Remember, the security department has ways to escape the office area, but you only have 10 minutes to find the security department. The red text appeared and vanished within 10 seconds.
Indu and Fanny exchanged glances.
So what do we do now? Fanny looked at Indu.
Indu quickly repeated the rules in his mind a few times, then said, "The rules say we only have 10 minutes to find the security department, so we must first find the security department before looking for Su Yangyan.
If I remember correctly, the security department should be on the other side."
Fanny also reacted and then nodded as if he understood. "I get it. The 10 minutes mentioned in the rules is the time allowed to find the security department, not the time to enter the security department.
As long as we find the security department and mark it, we can leave to look for Su Yangyan."
Indu nodded, then turned to shine the flashlight toward the other end of the corridor. At this moment, the other side of the corridor appeared much more normal, but before Indu could move, Fanny took the lead and stepped forward. Under the flashlight's illumination, half of his shadow was cast on the ground. The spreading light allowed Indu, who was behind the flashlight, to also be illuminated, though his position appeared darker compared to being in front of the light. Unaccountably, Indu felt a sense of unease. It seemed there was something behind him that would swallow him whole once he removed the light. This unease prevented him from turning back, forcing him to closely follow Fanny.
Found it, security department.
Fanny stopped in front of a gray door, next to which was a sign reading Security Department.
Security. Indu frowned and asked Fanny, "Do you remember what door this was when we came here looking for the teacher last time?"
"I didn't notice, but it seems like it wasn't gray."
Fanny replied. "I remember. Last few times I came here, this should have been a glass door."
Indu reached out to touch the door and knocked on it. This gray door seems to be a carbon steel security door, much sturdier than the previous glass door.
"Oh no, my earlier guess might be wrong." "What?"
"The reason we were given 10 minutes to find the security office is not because we couldn't find it after 10 minutes, but rather because after 10 minutes, we will have no chance to find the security office." Indu said this while suddenly turning the flashlight behind him into the darkness. The shadow that had paused on the other side of the stairs had now spread close to them, as if it was coming along with them.
Hiss. Fan and I gasped in shock at the scene before him.
The reason for his strong reaction was that he suddenly realized he could actually see human faces within that shadow. Moreover, the face closest to him was one he had just seen in the cafeteria that morning. He stared at that face and suddenly noticed it was repeatedly screaming one word in terror: "Run."
"Run?" Fan and I frowned. "What's going on?"
In that moment, Indu had already started trying to open the security office door. "This door is locked."
Fan and I responded, realizing the implications.
The rules written were real, but the security office was not a place students could simply enter whenever they wanted.
So even if a student accidentally wandered into the office area and found the security office within the 10 minutes, they still couldn't get in. And after 10 minutes, the security office might vanish from before them, or perhaps something dangerous that they couldn't handle would appear in the corridor.
In short, once they entered the office area, it was basically a dead end. Of course, this only applied to ordinary people. Although the security office door was a security door, it was not impossible to force it open.
Upon hearing Indu say the door was locked, Fan and I immediately kicked the door open.
With a loud bang, he startled Indu, who had just taken out props.
What's happening? Is this Brother Ma taking over?
Indu looked up at Fan and I, only to find him serious, with a hint of fear hidden in his eyes.
What's wrong?
After they both entered the security office and closed the door, Indu asked.
Fan and I shook his head.
I don't know why, but I have an extremely uneasy feeling. He leaned against the door, blocking it tightly.
It feels like if I wait another second, something will swallow me whole. Indu, let's give up searching for Su Youngyan. Fan and I whispered.
Indu picked up the card machine. It was now 9:27. It had been 4 minutes since he saw the rules, and adding in the time before discovering the rules, they had spent about 6 or 7 minutes in the office area. If his earlier guess was wrong, and after 10 minutes what awaited them was a deadly crisis, then he only had 3 or 4 minutes left. With this little time, let alone finding Su Youngyan, he might not even have enough to get to the student activity room.
But should he just give up on Su Youngyan like that? Indu was unwilling. But what if he had double the time?
His fists tightened.
My desk lamp hasn't been used yet. With the lamp, maybe 5 minutes will be enough. Even if it's not enough, I can still come back. Chapter 208 Su Youngyan. No way. Fan and I gritted his teeth.
But he also knew this was not the time to argue with Indu and waste time. He reached out and took the desk lamp that Indu had just pulled out. I will go find Su Youngyan, you stay here and look for an exit. I have resistance abilities, my physique is not something you can compare to, I can hold out longer. Fan and I spoke without giving Indu a chance to respond, and by the time Indu realized what was happening, the security door had already closed, with Fan Ni's voice lingering in his ear before the door shut.
I won't sacrifice myself for Su Youngyan.
Looking at the door that was half closed again, Indu sighed.
He wouldn't sacrifice himself either. If he couldn't get out, Su Youngyan wouldn't be able to either. But Fan and I seemed afraid he would lose his mind searching for someone. He hadn't lost his mind.
So he did not immediately look for an exit, but instead checked the door that Fanny had kicked open. There must be a reason why the school intentionally replaced the glass door with a burglar-proof door in this updated version. When Fanny kicked the door, he bent the bolt. Without a lock to replace the broken bolt, he could only use tools to straighten it first. While fixing the door, Indao felt a bit puzzled. What exactly could a door that could not be blocked even by someone like Fanny stop? After repairing the door, Indao began to search the room for clues to escape the office area. The security office was small and had very few materials. Indao quickly flipped over a paper that had the rules for escape written on it. Office area, security office emergency procedures. 1. When you enter here, it means you have entered an area you should not be in. Please ensure the security office door is closed. 2. After hiding in the security office, no matter what happens outside, absolutely do not open the door. 3. The card reader is proof of the school's students. Reciting your student number in front of the card reader can help you stay awake and avoid being confused by this area. 4. When you are awake, you will see the escape door in the security office. If you cannot see the escape door, it indicates you are not in a waking state. Please continue to recite your student number in front of the card reader until you are awake. Awaking Dao looked at the rules with a serious expression. He then raised his head and surveyed the entire security office. In fact, he did not need to look again. Before he found this paper, he had nearly turned the office upside down. According to the rules, he was not awake right now? Yin Dao scoffed. After all, he knew that continuously reciting the card number in front of the card reader was the real action that would leave him unawake. But the rules must be correct. Only by becoming a waking student of the Awakening Night School could one see the escape door prepared by the school. Yin Dao took the paper and checked the security office again, confirming there were no other clues in the office before he moved to the door. At present, it seemed that there were only two choices after accidentally entering the office area: waiting to die or becoming a student of the Awakening Night School. Neither of these options did Yin Dao want to choose. Leaning against the door, Yin Dao looked around the security office while recalling the layout of this floor in his mind. If he hadn't remembered wrongly, the door of the security office was indeed the first office on the left side of the stairs, even though it was a bit far from the stairs. This meant there was a wall shared with the stairs. And from when he looked out from the warehouse, he could confirm that the back of the classroom building was a small hill, which directly separated the school from the hill. Looking at it this way, if he wanted to open an escape door in this office, he could only do so from the wall or floor shared with the stairs. Yin Dao first focused his gaze on the ground.
He wanted to try to find the escape door without being awake. Just as he had this thought, he suddenly heard Fanny's voice from outside the door. "Yin Dao, I found Su Yangyan, hurry and open the door." Yin Dao turned to look at the burglar-proof door, remaining unmoved. The rules had already stated that no matter what happened outside, he should not open the door. But if this was the extent of their means, it certainly wouldn't be enough to deceive anyone, right? "Yin Dao, hurry and open the door, those things are coming." "Yin Dao, hurry and open the door, they are coming." Ah!
Outside, the sounds were chaotic, mixed with Fanny and Su Yangyan's screams.
"Yin Dao, why don't you save me?"
Yin Dao stood at the door with his arms crossed, listening to the rising and falling screams outside, which eventually included curses. Unfortunately, none of this was enough to change Yin Dao's expression. He kept waiting, wanting to see what other means the unknown presence outside had. But after a while, he only waited for the last scream, and then everything fell silent. It was as if Fanny and Su Yangyan outside had been dealt with. Yin Dao picked up the emergency procedures once more and read through them again. For the first time, all he could do was wait. He had to admit that he was not someone good at waiting. At this moment, every minute felt incredibly long to him. He didn't know how long it had been when a knock at the door broke the silence. "Yin Du, it's me." That was Su Yangyan's voice. For some reason, Yin Du had a feeling, or rather, a voice inside him was telling him that it was Su Yangyan calling him from outside the door. Fan and I left the security office holding a desk lamp and ran toward the student activity room at the end of the corridor. Before he even saw the ghostly shadow on the wall, a sense of fear had already taken root in his heart. It was that fear that led him to notice the sudden appearance of the shadow. In that moment, he instinctively turned to look at Yin Du, only to find that he was completely unaware of it. He guessed that the reason he had a premonition that Yin Du did not was likely because it was a fear of a strange force that was even more powerful. At the end of this corridor, there was a powerful, eerie presence that instinctively terrified him. But now, he had to suppress the warnings from his subconscious, control his instinctive trembling, and move toward that dangerous place. As he reached the door, a piano tune filled his ears, a tune that was even more fragmented than the one he had heard earlier on the third floor of the cafeteria. "Chairman Shen, take a break, you've been playing that piece long enough." Su Yangyan's somewhat casual voice came from inside. "By the way, aren't those two outside about to close in? Don't you want to see this good show?" Fan and I tightened his grip on the desk lamp. Chapter 209, Su Yangyan's Self-Rescue. "Yin Du, it's me." Su Yangyan's voice rang out from outside. Because of the rules, Yin Du did not respond. Instead, he stood by the door with a power drill, ready to see what tricks the other side had left. But the next second, the words from the person outside startled him. "Don't open the door. Actually, I came to tell you, there's no need to look for me, you should leave this setting quickly." What was this? A retreat disguised as an advance? But compared to that, Yin Du was more inclined to believe that the person outside was indeed Su Yangyan. He cast his eyes downward and spoke, "Since you hope I won't look for you and will leave directly, why have you come to find me now?" A person had appeared, how could he just let go? Would Su Yangyan not understand this? "Because I thought, with your personality, you would definitely come looking for me, especially since I went to the third floor of the cafeteria for your plan before I got in trouble," Su Yangyan said. "As for why I'm here to find you now," he gave a bitter smile, "it's because I know you can't take me away, and my presence won't affect your actions." What did that mean? Yin Du couldn't help but step forward 2 paces, stopping just under 20 centimeters from the door. If this was what the rules referred to as confusion, then he had to admit, the other side succeeded. He really wanted to open the door now. Separated by a closed door, Yin Du let out a deep sigh and took 2 steps back. "Brother Su, did you see Fan and I on your way over?" Yin Du asked. "You're calling me that for the first time, it feels a bit strange." Su Yangyan answered, not addressing the question. Yin Du stared at the door, taking a deep breath to keep himself as rational as possible. To be honest, the person on the other side felt exactly like Su Yangyan to him even now. If it was a strange force or an imposter, then the other side must have read his mind to create this effect, right? Or perhaps this was merely an illusion based on his current psychology? But that couldn't be right. Why would he hope for Su Yangyan to tell him that he couldn't make it out? He had a fixation on Su Yangyan's outcome. Even if the other party was lost in the setting, he sincerely hoped the other could stay awake and fare well. This obsession is also his expectation for his own ending in the future. If there's any reason that makes him stay in the instance, he hopes he can have a dignified ending for himself. "I actually saw Fanny, it's just that he can't see me." The person outside took a few seconds and then said again. Although this answered Yin Du's question, it was more about his own situation. Yin Du knew that the other person was waiting for him to ask a question. From the very beginning of their chat, the other person had been waiting. "What is your current situation? Yin Du, do you know?" In this instance, besides the strange, semi-strange, false people, and humans, there's another kind of existence. Outside, Su Yongnian said, I don't know if you have seen a ghost shadow.
Ghost shadow. Indu frowned.
You could also say it's an existence like a ghost created by obsessions. At first glance, they look like humans, but upon closer inspection, you can find they are completely different from the surrounding colors, like they've been filtered in another way. They are driven only by the obsessions they had before death, protecting what they believe to be important and eliminating those they see as enemies. Listening to Su Yongnian's description, Indu immediately pictured those people crowding the exhibition hall.
So, were they there to protect what they deemed important in their hearts? No, it's not the time to think about this now, right? Indu brushed those shadows out of his mind and then asked, what do you mean by this? Are you saying that you are like a ghost shadow? A segment from Su Yongnian's obsession? Then what do you think? What do you think Su Yongnian's obsession is?
The person outside continued to love leaving hints.
Indu thought for a moment and then said, according to what you just said, you must not be Su Yongnian's obsession. Because Su Yongnian's obsession would never come to tell him to give up on him. Indu didn't say the latter part, he believed the person outside, if truly Su Yongnian, must understand what he meant.
In this instance, Su Yongnian had survived for weeks, and the obsession was simply to maintain himself to live on. It was precisely this obsession that allowed Su Yongnian, after several rounds of brainwashing, still remember how to avoid becoming a false person. And now, in the Awakening Night School, it was basic impossible for Su Yongnian to survive like before. If he didn't want to become a false person, he had to join the strange or semi-strange factions.
Hiding in areas that even the Awakening Night School wouldn't dare to easily enter, as a semi-strange identity. If Su Yongnian wanted to survive here as a semi-strange, he wouldn't come to see him.
Without seeing him, he would naturally leave.
And if he didn't want to stay here as a semi-strange, Su Yongnian wouldn't have said to ignore him. In short, what the person outside was doing wasn't driven by Su Yongnian's obsession at all. But if the person outside wasn't Su Yongnian's obsession, what was the meaning of coming specifically to say this to him?
From the conversation until now, Indu had already confirmed that the person outside talking to him was not the existence that confused him to open the door according to the rules. In fact, the other party didn't even show a hint of wanting him to open the door. But, if the other side could really see through his mind to this extent, he would admit defeat. Indu took out an electric drill and a little girl doll from his toolbox. He used the hand holding the doll to open the door, and the moment the door opened, he immediately started the electric drill. His gaze swept across many ghost shadows outside, finally aiming the doll at Su Yongnian, who was a few exposures lower than before.
When Su Yongnian's ghost shadow disappeared, he quickly closed the door again.
The moment the door closed, he hurriedly turned off the electric drill. The electric drill now counted down 1 second at a time. He couldn't afford to leave without it when he escaped back to Juowu Secondary School. After resolving the crisis in front of him, he raised the little girl's doll. The little doll can harbor a soul, and the little doll has 1 hour each day to turn into a real human body. Note, the little doll with a soul can gain the ability to resist attacks 5 times each day. After using all 5 resistances, it cannot turn into a real human body for the rest of the day. If the 5th resistance is used while in the human state, the human will revert back to the doll state.
Housed soul, Su Yongnian, 90%. 90%? What does that mean?
The little doll broke free from Indu's hand and jumped onto the nearby table, raising its head to say, it probably means my soul is in a defective state. Yesterday, after I found Shenrong, he invited me to join him. At that time, he had completely transformed into a weird being, but I didn't want to become one.
The doll version of Su Yongnian had a serious expression.
Just as he brought me to the 4th floor, I was attacked by those ghostly figures because I was carrying a camera, but since I'm half weird, I wasn't killed directly, I just lost a part of my obsession, which became a ghostly figure.
I think you should understand my obsession.
The moment I saw the obsession, I realized he was more fit to survive here than I was. All along, people thought that the ability of mutation allowed those with talents to turn into weird beings, but after encountering this new existence called pseudo-human, I discovered that actually, the ability of mutation allows those with talents to become any existence they have already recognized.
Fortunately, I didn't bet wrong.
After I turned into a ghostly figure, the obsession that had been separated naturally occupied my body. To survive, he and Shenrong hit it off perfectly, and now he has completely turned into a weird being. As for me, I originally planned to remind you not to care about me and just prepare to leave.
Leave? Where to? Those ghostly figures are actually very weak. Su Yongnian said with a smile. As long as they come into contact with liquid, the ghostly figures will dissolve.
There's a restroom on this floor, I originally planned to go there to end it all.
Hearing this, Indu probably understood.
From the moment Su Yongnian gave his body to the ghostly figure, he had already decided to die. It is not difficult to understand, he could see that this awareness night school had no living space left for Su Yongnian. How could Su Yongnian not see it himself? Fortunately, they did not head towards the worst ending.
Chapter 210, Another Su Yongnian. Speaking of which, isn't it almost time for those two outside to reel in their net? Aren't you going to check out this good show?
Confirming that Su Youngyan was indeed in the activity room, Fan and I prepared himself mentally and kicked the door of the activity room open. His actions had a time limit, and he really didn't have time to plan carefully. He just thought about directly using the desk lamp to escape with Su Youngyan when Chen Rong couldn't attack him. However, as soon as he entered the room and saw Su Youngyan's somewhat twisted face, he couldn't help but hesitate. It wasn't that Su Youngyan's face showed any obvious mutations, but rather his aura and expression made his face seem extremely terrifying. And his eyes were wide open, with the whites taking up most of the space, while his pupils shrank to almost nothing.
Fan and I instinctively swallowed hard. Every cell in his body was screaming for him to run away. Fan and I Su Youngyan called out to Fan and I with a sticky tone.
His voice was not like before.
If he hadn't seen Su Youngyan open his mouth, Fan and I wouldn't have realized that it was Su Youngyan speaking. Fan and I didn't know how to respond.
He cautiously moved back, preparing to leave through the door immediately.
This Su Youngyan, even if he could take him away, he didn't dare to.
But before he could reach the door behind him was suddenly slammed shut by a gust of wind.
Bang, sounded heavily on Fan Ni's heart.
In fact, he still had the desk lamp to save his life. His defensive talent could also withstand a few attacks, but rationality could not suppress fear, and his mind was filled with the sound of his accelerated heartbeat.
I smell you, your scent is the same as ours.
Suddenly, with no previous sound, Chen Rong appeared right in front of Fanny.
Just in time, we need someone here. Are you interested in joining us?
As Chen Rong's voice fell, Fanny felt a sharp pain in his hand, followed by a sudden pull in his bones, and his fingernails abruptly grew about 10 centimeters long. This was not the first time Fanny had witnessed his body's transformation, but it was the first time it was uncontrollable. It was as if his transformation was provoked by the words of the other. At that moment, Fanny realized he could no longer hold on to any false hope, thinking he could resist with his talent for a while.
He immediately turned on the lamp. It was at the instant the lamp lit up that Su Youngyan also came over.
Chairman Shen, if the other party is not willing, they will only interfere with our actions, there's no need to force it.
Fanny didn't expect Su Youngyan to speak up for him.
He looked up at this now completely bizarre person, feeling a mix of emotions inside. When he first met Su Youngyan, he was still living under the orders of his country, and now, upon seeing him again, Su Youngyan was still not a talent user, and Fanny had to be wary of him. It seemed he had never really gotten to know the person in front of him and never thought about how to coexist peacefully with him. He never expected that one day the bizarre Su Youngyan would speak for him.
That makes it difficult.
He has come all this way, if he doesn't join us, he can only. Chen Rong revealed a strange smile, sharp claws extending toward Fanny. But at the moment his claws entered the white light of the lamp, they surprisingly vanished. Chen Rong quickly pulled back his hand, the claws that had disappeared instantly reappearing, but he still looked at Fanny warily. Su Youngyan patted his shoulder, urging him to look at the indicator light on the lamp in Fanny's hand. These charging lamps have a time limit, they pose no real threat to them. Chen Rong understood his meaning, snorted coldly, and crossed his arms, preparing to see how this guy in front of him was going to escape the office area. Fanny didn't care at all about what the two were discussing. He quickly opened the activity room door and ran outside. When he got outside, he realized that the entire corridor was surrounded by those bizarre shadows. The shadows seemed motionless, but every time he glanced away and then returned, he found their movements were different than before. In fact, Fanny had the feeling that they were all watching him.
Fanny didn't dare stay any longer and hurriedly ran toward the security department.
But as he was running, he suddenly realized a problem. The doors of the rooms in this corridor seemed to have disappeared. Even the stairs were gone. Upon seeing this, Fanny stopped, turning back to look, and found that the door to the activity room had also vanished, leaving only a corridor filled with creeping shadows. It seemed that he was trapped in this dark corridor.
Perhaps this is what the rule meant by only 10 minutes to find the security department.
If he panicked too much and walked back and forth in this corridor a few times, he might even forget the original direction of the security department, at which point he would truly not be able to get out. Now, Fanny could only rely on his memory to walk toward the location of the security department. However, before he could take a few steps, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The other party smiled extremely distortedly, with sharp teeth visible between their lips.
Su.
Fanny was startled, and upon recognizing the person, he gritted his teeth and muttered the surname.
Su Youngyan tilted his head with a smile, his eyes twisted upward. He was looking at.
Fanny followed his gaze, and in Su Youngyan's eyes, it was still the wall occupied by shadows.
This position, could it be? What do you mean, what are you trying to do? Fanny looked at Su Youngyan before him with a face full of vigilance. Upon hearing Fanny's words, Su Youngyan's smile widened more and more.
He looked towards the shadow that suddenly appeared behind Fanny and said emotionlessly, "Don't struggle, you can't get out.
Just obediently become one of them."
As he spoke, he stepped forward and made a hand gesture towards Fanny, before finally walking towards the shadow behind her. Do you have a grudge against this guy?
Sort of, this guy doesn't like me, and naturally, I don't like him either. Is that why you don't want him to join us? Hee, I guess you know my reasons. Take it from me.
Yes, others. The voice in the back gradually faded away, and the lamp in Fanny's left hand began to flicker.
Fanny looked down at what was in her right hand and clenched it tightly. She silently thought, "Goodbye, Su Yongyan." Then, she forcefully charged toward the direction Su Yongyan had just indicated. Chapter 211, Gathering. Bang!
When the door was suddenly slammed open, Indu was shocked, but he quickly reacted and rushed forward to shut the door. From the rules, it was not hard to see that the dangerous presence, referred to by Su Yongyan as Ghost Shadow, could not open the security office's door by itself. However, those things occupied the entire office area just 10 minutes after they entered, and opening the security office door now would simply be an invitation for the entire office's Ghost Shadow. But, he was a step too slow. At the moment he closed the door, a grey hand was already halfway through the door. Indu pushed hard, pinching 4 fingers against the doorframe, but this pain-free entity continued to wedge itself in, and at that moment, more hands reached in through the crack of the door. Indu's original strength was just that of an ordinary person, now he felt like a child, with even less strength. Soon, the door was forced open wide, and a hand was nearly reaching Indu. Seeing this, the puppet version of Su Yongyan quickly delivered a flying kick to block the damage, but he exchanged 1 for 1, falling into the hands of the Ghost Shadow. Moreover, this move failed to stop the Ghost Shadows from continuing to push the door. All of this happened in less than a second. Fanny, who had just entered, didn't even have time to see the situation inside the security room and had to rush up to slam the door again. At the same time, her still recovering nails swiftly scratched at the hands reaching inside the door, while also pulling the puppet grabbed by the Ghost Shadow back. Finally, the door closed successfully, and Indu leaned against it, letting out a sigh of relief. Su Yongyan also entered dead mode, trying his best to pretend to be an ordinary puppet. Fanny looked at the puppet that had just been kicking and struggling but became still in her hands, thinking it was broken, and hastily shook it, even attempting a great recovery spell. Fortunately, Indu quickly waved his hand. No, it will break. Hearing Indu's shout, Fanny stopped her movements in time and cautiously placed the puppet on Indu's raised hand. After retrieving Su Yongyan, Indu carefully set him on his shoulder. Once free from Fanny's hand, Su Yongyan finally became active again, cautiously climbing onto Indu's clothes. "This puppet is a prop that comes with you when you shrink?" Fanny asked in surprise, looking at the puppet perched on Indu's shoulder. "No, shrinking has its own props, the puppet is a different prop," Indu said while picking up the little heart lamp that Fanny had dropped in a panic. "So what is this puppet's function?" "It seems to have no combat power at all. This puppet can collect others' souls." Indu did not hide this. Right now, inside is Su Yongyan. As he said this, Su Yongyan cooperatively gave Indu a hard slap. "What?" Fanny looked at the puppet with long hair in disbelief. No, this is not the most important thing. What matters is, if the soul in this puppet is Su Yongyan's, then who was it that just pointed him to the security department? Fanny voiced this question directly. "Oh, that would be me, I guess. Although my soul is flawed, it is a remnant driven by obsession, a spirit with a body." The one answering Fanny was Su Yongyan, who had moved to Indu's side. Fanny had a strange feeling that the other party was avoiding him. Su Yongyan ignored Fanny's gaze and continued, "Though the obsession is alive, people have things they may or may not do, he won't harm us. Alright, now is not the time to talk about this. Since everyone is here, let's leave." Indu interrupted Fanny, who wanted to say more. Half an hour had already passed since they came from Juewu Middle School. Juewu Middle School was not very big, and Mr. Xiong didn't know how long he could hold the principal. They had to hurry back. Thinking of this, Indu quickly pried Su Yongyan from around his neck and stuffed his card machine into Su Yongyan's arms. "Hurry, silently chant C207. Su Yongyan, being instructed, numbly complied. "What now?" After sincerely chanting it 10 times, Su Yongyan looked at Indu with confusion. "Look at this security department, is there anything that seems different from before?" Indu urged Su Yongyan to survey the entire security room. "No, there are no changes at all. There is still something, you all are much cuter than before, and you look much nicer," Fanny, watching the interaction, sincerely evaluated. Indu and Su Yongyan silently expressed their speechlessness toward this, then Indu took out the previous note and read it again. Perhaps it's because you are a puppet and cannot be recognized as a student by the Enlightenment Night School. Maybe we should turn you back into a real person and try again." While speaking, Indu carefully placed Su Yongyan, who was held in his hand, back on the ground. Soon, Su Yongyan transformed back into his human form. Apart from the long hair, his figure and appearance remained the same as before. He held the card machine and solemnly chanted the student number C207. He only chanted it 2 or 3 times when he felt a moment of confusion in his mind, and when he came to, a trace of bewilderment flashed in his eyes.
Then he scanned the entire security department and grabbed Indu. How did we come here?
No, we need to leave quickly, otherwise, it will be dangerous. Saying this, he pulled Indu toward the wall shared by the security department and the hallway. Fanny, who had been ignored, hurriedly followed. Then they saw Su Yongyan suddenly phase through the wall, and Indu was pulled along with him. Fanny was unsure if this phasing required Su Yongyan to take the lead to be effective. To ensure he could leave, he hastily reached out to grab Indu's other hand that hadn't passed through yet. Then, he also phased through the wall. Once through the wall, Indu took the lead again.
Fanny focused and discovered that Su Yongyan had become a puppet again, clinging to Indu's side. However, there was a downside to Indu leading. He was still just a child and could only step down the stairs one step at a time. Fanny quickly scooped up Indu and continued running down. Where to?
First floor, the exhibition hall across from the library, Indu replied.
Fanny nodded and jumped down to the first floor in a few hops.
Just then, a voice suddenly called from behind, "Classmate, wait a moment." Fanny didn't know who was calling him. He didn't even look back, directly running toward the exhibition hall.
"Classmate."
The voice behind suddenly changed direction, and Fanny looked up sharply. A person appeared in front of him. He wore an exaggerated smile, but his tone was very displeased. "The teacher called you. What kind of attitude is this?
Are you disrespecting the teacher?"
After saying this, the originally empty hall burst into many people, rushing toward the two of them.
Indu quickly took out the electric drill. "What's going on? There are still flashbacks in this fake person's class. Why haven't we seen this in the past 2 days?"
After joking a bit, he quickly reminded Fan and I, "Keep running, don't mind them, the passage is in the corner of the exhibit hall at the end." Fan and I listened obediently, and when they reached the front of the exhibit hall, he directly kicked with both feet, shattering the tempered glass, and then kicked again to break the shards apart. Then, he charged into the dark exhibit hall with Indu.
"What's with this thing again?" Fan and I couldn't help but complain.
They ran non-stop to the end, and Fan and I immediately saw the staircase leading down behind the wall. But at that moment, he stopped in his tracks because he saw a pair of eyes staring at him without any emotion from below the stairs. At that moment, the sound of Indu's electric drill paused for half a second, and after that half second, it only made a buzzing noise. Without the protection of the drill, all the ghostly shadows around instantly moved.
"Run." Chapter 212, Help from Su Yongyan. "Run."
Hearing Indu's words, Fan and I finally woke up from those eyes.
He held onto Indu and quickly ran down the stairs. As he ran, he was ready to block any knives with his body. However, when he passed by that person, the other party ignored him. Seeing this, Fan and I ran past the person, and when he entered another exhibit hall, he turned around to look. But at that moment, he heard the announcement of the clearance. "Congratulations, the talent holder from America has successfully cleared the Rule Horror Awakening Night School.
Successfully cleared plus 20 points, exploring the school's forbidden area 75% plus 15 points, storyline unlocked 50% plus 10 points, a total of 45 points.
Hearing the clearance announcement, Fan and I lost interest in the details below and looked down at Indu.
When many players clear the dungeon at the same time, an individual announcement is not made for each talent holder. This announcement only indicated that Indu had not cleared it. Indu seemed to have anticipated his situation, patted his hand to let him put it down, and then said, "For 17. At that moment, Indu's voice in Fan Ni's ears became somewhat unreal, but he could still catch the number. Fan and I understood that no matter what he said now, Indu couldn't hear him. He could only nod to show he heard the number. Then, he watched little Indu run towards another Indu. With no time to investigate, when Fan and I opened his eyes again, he was back in his own resting room. His body returned to its original form. He knew Indu was still in the dungeon, so he didn't rush to the conference room but took out the items Su Yongyan had given him earlier. It was 2 fragments of the same color but slightly different shapes.
As an old-hand talent holder, Fan and I naturally knew what this was.
At this moment, she remembered the clearance announcement from earlier, 45 points, which meant she did not get the puzzle piece for Awakening Night School. This wasn't worth worrying about. After all, as long as Indu could clear it, he would definitely get the puzzle piece. If Indu didn't clear it, even getting the puzzle piece would be useless. However, why did Su Yongyan have 2 different puzzle pieces? Logically, being trapped in Awakening Night School, he should not have been able to receive any rewards for clearing Awakening Night School. So he should only have the rewards for clearing Eternal Hospital.
After sending off Fan and I, Indu quickly ran towards Mr. Xiong.
"Hurry, I need to leave the school." "No need to rush, the principal has sealed the last passage, and no one will get in here again," Mr. Xiong said. Indu shook his head. "It seems safe inside the school, but outside there are still fakes."
"What do you mean?"
"Without the principal, this middle school has no guardian. Once those fakes realize this, they won't let this place go. But it will take them a long time to discover this." Mr. Xiong tilted his head and then leaned closer to Indu. "You just don't want to stay in a place like this for long." Indu did not deny it, just quietly walked towards the school gate. I just checked, the school gate doesn't need to be so destroyed. As long as you pass through this sliding gate, you can turn on the switch for the rolling door. Mr. Xiong said as he lifted Indu high to indicate that he should look at the switch on the wall. After confirming that Indu saw it, he added, "Let me directly carry you over."
Indu naturally had no objections.
He held tightly onto Mr. Xiong's hand while waiting to be carried over the sliding gate. Mr. Xiong stood on the ground, at that moment still resembling Indu, his deep eyes looking at Indu. Before he could feel Indu wanting to reclaim him, he spoke in a low voice, "Indu, in this world, the more you touch, the deeper you fall. You strive with all your might to completely escape, but such actions will only keep you trapped here forever. Every step you take leads you to." Before finishing his words, Mr. Xiong suddenly lost focus and then turned back into a doll. Indu hugged Mr. Xiong and checked him. On the surface, he looked fine, but his cooldown time was as high as 240 hours. According to Mr. Xiong's prop rules, cooldown time is related to the damage taken, meaning that what Mr. Xiong just said had violated some rule. Combining what Mr. Xiong said earlier, it seems not difficult to guess what rule it might be. Indu put away Mr. Xiong and then turned to jump down from the sliding gate. The switch box for the rolling door had no anti-theft function. You could easily pry it open with something that could fit into the gap. In fact, the school had already lost power, but this kind of electric rolling door generally has its own power source, so opening it a dozen times is not a problem. Indu pressed the switch, and before he even walked out, the announcement sounded. "Congratulations, Xia Country's gifted person has successfully passed the Rule Bazaar Talk Awakening Night School. Successfully passed plus 20 points. This time, Indu didn't wait much and was directly sent back to the lounge, feeling more like he was expelled rather than having cleared a challenge. He didn't hesitate and directly turned the sign on the table to 417. When he entered the conference room, he immediately saw Ma Xiangja lying on the round table. Ma Xiangja, who had been waiting impatiently in the conference room, raised his head. "Why so slow?" Indu didn't care about Ma Xiangja's attitude. He understood that Ma Xiangja's impatience was just hiding deeper worries. "Of course, it's for this." Indu took out a puzzle piece from the toolbox. With this piece added, only 2 puzzle pieces were left to complete the perfect world. Though he always felt that collecting all the puzzle pieces wouldn't allow them to escape this strange world, especially after Mr. Xiong's words, he felt even more certain that his guess was correct. But what could he do about it? Aside from collecting puzzle pieces, he couldn't think of anything else to do. Having something to do is better than muddling through level after level, right? Impressive, I didn't even get 40 points for this clearance, no rewards at all. Ma Xiangja looked at the puzzle. His words were a compliment but his demeanor seemed lackluster. This change in attitude was quite drastic, and Indu frowned. "There are only 2 pieces left to complete it. Why do you look unhappy? Did you come into contact with that student council president during the instance?" Ma Xiangja didn't answer Indu's question but threw out another question. Indu nodded. He had guessed that in that instance, aside from Su Yangyan, others should be fixed presences that appeared in all the live streams. Just as he had seen in all the live streams before entering the instance. Although the people in the instance had autonomous thoughts, he had compared the plots of different live streams before, and he always felt the existences in the instance were more like puppets created after being implanted with specific memories and behavior patterns. Or rather, aside from the bizarre beings that lack any rationality and just wander in the dark, the other existences in the instance were merely puppets walking through the plot. In the darkness lurked a truly monstrous figure, ready with a knife, with no intelligence, only able to follow rules and instincts. And Chen Rong was a role set in place. What is there about such a being that would make Ma Xiangja end up looking so deflated? That Chen Rong has the talent for purification. Ma Xiangja revealed his discovery while looking at Indu's puzzled eyes. Indu immediately realized the reason why Ma Xiangja was feeling downcast, and helplessly shook his head. "Brother Ma, it's common knowledge that those with talent can get lost in the instances, isn't it?" "I know, I've always known that those with talent might get lost." Ma Xiangja sighed. "What makes me uncomfortable is that I specifically asked before the nation's reminders were used up whether every instance has a Chen Rong. Needless to say, the answer was certainly yes." At this moment, Indu understood what Ma Xiangja meant. What frightened him was that after getting lost, one could even be transformed into a mass-produced existence, walking through a specific storyline. Just like turning from a living person into a specific NPC. Regarding this, Indu had long had his suspicions, so he had already prepared himself mentally. But he didn't know how to comfort Ma Xiangja. A heavy atmosphere suddenly filled the air. Fortunately, someone soon broke the silence. Hello. A blonde, blue-eyed beauty peeked her head out from the upstairs corridor. Ma Xiangja looked up at the newcomer, unsure, and said, "Who is this?" Indu remained silent for a few seconds at Fan Ni's new appearance, and only replied after hearing Ma Xiangja's question, "This is Fan Ni, a talent from America, newly joined into our group." Then he introduced to Fan Ni, "This is Ma Xiangja, a talent from Goryeo." At that moment, Fan Ni had already come downstairs. She reached out her hand to Ma Xiangja and said warmly, "Correction, my name is Vanny Tracy." Then she straightforwardly got to the point, I have two things for you. As she spoke, she took out two puzzle pieces from her pocket. These were handed to me by Su Yongyan, who stayed in the instance.
Chapter 213, The Secret of the Puzzle. Su Yongyan? Ma Xiangja was confused for a few seconds before his eyes widened in surprise. Isn't he from your country's last?
Yes, he got lost in the Awakening Night School, Indu said. He took the puzzle pieces from Vanny's hand. These two pieces were different from the ones he already had. Soon, he had the same question as Vanny. Why does he have two pieces of the puzzle?
Su Yongyan's talent wasn't a toolbox, so he should have had the puzzle pieces he obtained before entering the Awakening Night School.
Wait, why was he pondering this, when the main subject was right in his pocket? As the thought crossed Indu's mind, the small figure of Su Yongyan appeared in his grasp. Su Yongyan struggled forcefully. Feeling the strength in his palm, Indu quickly and carefully placed the toy he was holding on the table.
You almost crushed me.
After standing on the table, Su Yongyan quickly patted his body to make himself a bit softer. Although as a toy he didn't need to breathe, the feeling of suffocation and pressure when being squeezed by Indu felt very real, giving him the sensation that he might die at any moment.
How strange, shouldn't this count as death for him now?
Indu chuckled awkwardly. He hadn't expected that just a thought would cause Su Yongyan to be summoned out. Wishing to avoid further probing into the issue, he quickly tossed out the question he had just thought of, how come you have two pieces of the puzzle?
Indu spread the puzzle pieces he just got in front of Su Yongyan.
Ma Xiangja shifted his chair closer to Su Yongyan.
That's Jinrong, what are you doing? As Su Yongyan announced the answer, Ma Xiangja dismissed it with a single finger. Sitting on the table, Su Yongyan shot a very ferocious glare. So it really is alive, Ma Xiangja marveled.
Indu reached out to hold Ma Xiangja's shoulder to stop him from continuing to meddle with the toy version of Su Yongyan.
Chanrong?
Although there were speculations that Chunrong was transformed from some talent who was left in the replica world.
But why does such an existence have a puzzle piece on him?
Su Yongyan shifted back a bit to sit properly. Actually, after I met Jinrong and talked to him, I had a guess, Shay.
What?
Ma Xiangja tried to suppress his fidgety hands, focusing as much as he could on Su Yongyan's words. His nature was impatient, and he couldn't help but interrupt Su Yongyan as he spoke slowly.
Su Yongyan disdainfully turned to face Indu. Have you ever thought that every replica we participate in is actually composed of a main world and countless mirrored worlds? Hearing Su Yongyan's words, Indu's eyes twitched.
This was indeed something he had never thought about. But this guess was undoubtedly possible, or rather, only this could explain the countless identical replicas. And if the operational mode of the replicas was really as Su Yongyan said, distinguishing between the main and the mirrored, then the most likely candidate for the main world would undoubtedly be. Seeing Indu's expression, Su Yongyan posed a question. In this case, how do you think a talent is more likely to encounter that main world?
Ma Xiangja leaned back against the chair, tilting his head to look at Indu. Is this how you talk? Not giving the answer directly, always making it suspenseful. They are doing it for your good. Using your brain is good for your mind.
Finally, the quiet Vanny spoke up.
And the narrow-minded Su Yongyan then saw Vanny for the first time.
After spending time in a replica together, his relationship with Vanny had eased somewhat, especially with Ma Xiangja as a comparison.
Su Yongyan raised his hand to greet Vanny. Indeed, if you don't use your brain, it will rust. Saying this, he turned to Ma Xiangja. So, do you know the answer now? Unlike the question he posed to Indu, Su Yongyan was just trying to open the next topic with Indu.
But with Ma Xiangja, he was really asking.
Ma Xiangja turned his head away, pretending he didn't hear Su Yongyan's words. Su Yongyan, speechless, turned to Indu, as if inquiring about Ma Xiangja's presence there. Brother Ma just isn't familiar with the post-clearance Easter eggs, Indu laughed.
Ma Xiangja was used to not using his brain but wasn't foolish. Of course, comparing him to the other three present wouldn't do him any good. They were not of the same style.
Sure enough, with Indu's hint, Ma Xiangja immediately reacted. Oh, you mean, after clearing the level, you can choose whether or not to enter the replica?
Yes. That replica, there's no live broadcast, no copies, just this one. Su Yongyan sighed. Because of this, I was able to meet Jinrong. He was definitely a talent before, but I feel he is not a talent from our world. I was one of the early talents. Before I entered the replica, there were only 2 talents lost in the replica.
I can guarantee that Jinrong was not one of them. Indu nodded. The other 3 present were not greatly surprised by Su Yongyan's words. After the rules of the Strange Talk world appeared, people often discussed a few questions: whether there is a possibility of other worlds existing, and whether there were also worlds facing the invasion of the rules of the Strange Talk world before them, and what the endings of those invaded worlds were. No one could give a correct answer.
Their exploration up to now was only on the periphery of the world of Strange Talk. Thinking of this, Indu took out all the puzzle pieces in hand and carefully looked at them for a while. Just then, Su Yongyan continued. However, one strange thing is that he has 2 deep feelings for Juewu High School.
This aspect was something Su Yongyan had not figured out until now. Even when he helplessly chose to be lost in the replica, he never allowed his true feelings to integrate into the replica. Even if brainwashed, one would find ways to protect oneself. Of course, he knew that most of the lost ones were not like him. Some lost souls were truly deceived and remained in the copy to become a part of it. But those who chose to merge into the copy were definitely not strong-willed people, unable to last as long as Shenrong and resisting against half-quirky and pseudo-humans. Moreover, if Shenrong were really that type of person, Su Yongyan would have had no further contact with him after getting to know him. Indu, hearing Su Yongyan's words, couldn't help but recall that gentle-looking man. The gifted ones who are lost might be continuously brainwashed by the copy, ultimately forgetting their original world to start a new life in the world of rule-related tales. If that's the case, Su Yongyan's question would be answered. Indu expressed his thoughts aloud. Su Yongyan nodded and then shook his head. Your speculation is possible. Although I haven't talked to him about his situation before entering the copy, I can feel that the most important memory for him now is the time before Juwu High School turned into Juwu Night School. Brainwashing can indeed achieve such effects. But, I still feel this answer is incorrect. Why? Asked Ma Xiangja, who was listening on the side, confused. Su Yongyan pointed at Ma Xiangja. I can understand his words about not discovering issues during the brainwashing. A person like Shenrong would definitely notice something amiss in the early stages of brainwashing. Unless the brainwashing is not gradual, but rather directly infused into his mind. But if Juwu High School had such abilities, it wouldn't have transformed into Juwu Night School from the start. Or perhaps, the person who wanted to establish Juwu Night School is the one who possesses this ability. Then this method of brainwashing would manifest in the copy, and none of us present could have escaped. Su Yongyan was right. Indu sighed and, a few seconds later, said solemnly, I understand. What? The three of them looked at Indu in unison. The true meaning of this puzzle. Indu tightened his grip on the puzzle so hard that he felt pain. I can even guess how Shenrong stayed in the world of rule-related tales. Perhaps, he was not lost in the world of rule-related tales. Chapter 214, The Protection Period begins. It's the riddle master again. Ma Xiongja murmured with his arms crossed. The other two turned their gaze to the puzzle in Indu's hand. Su Yongyan looked for a while and then turned to the sphere where the puzzle was placed. You mean, Shenrong once collected all 5 puzzles? The puzzle is an invitation to formally enter the world of rule-related tales. Vanny said with a serious expression, her voice unusually low. A formal entry? Haven't we experienced enough in the world of rule-related tales already? Ma Xiongja complained. What upset him the most was that he originally thought completing the 5 puzzles would allow him to leave the world of rule-related tales. Now it seemed that leaving was completely hopeless. Indu patted Ma Xiongja's shoulder. Back then, we all entered as passers-by, and some worlds were merely reflections, not formally entering at all. Ma Xiongja bowed his head in silence, and after a while, he asked, so after formally entering, is there still a chance to leave the world of rule-related tales? According to Indu and Su Yongyan, it seemed that Shenrong had stayed in the world of rule-related tales after gathering all the puzzles. But was there another solution to this matter? The entire room fell into silence in an instant. No one could guarantee what the future would look like. Indu walked up to the sphere. Actually, I have another question. Since this puzzle has to be used in this room, then its invitation scope should be limited to this room. In other words, everyone in this room will enter the world of rule-related tales. What about the people outside this room? Will the invasion of strange tales in our world stop? Will other gifted ones be sent out? As he spoke, he placed the puzzle pieces one by one onto the sphere. Everyone present understood the meaning behind Indu's words. The puzzle was an invitation to enter the world of strange tales. Those not invited should naturally leave. The strange tales of their world would disappear, and all gifted ones could return to their original world. This possibility was quite high. After all, if collecting the puzzle had no benefits, no one would ever bother to finish it. Soon, they got their answer. As Indu placed the 4th piece, words appeared above the sphere. Collecting 5 puzzle pieces can unlock the perfect world. The collector of the puzzle will be invited to enter the perfect world, and their world will enter a protection period, during which it will not be invaded by the world of strange tales. After guessing for so long, there was an answer. Ma Xiongja said somewhat speechlessly. Indu was momentarily speechless, but he quickly adjusted his state and looked at Vanny and Ma Xiongja. Meanwhile, Su Yongyan, who had been sitting at the table, climbed onto Indu's shoulder. They didn't speak, but Vanny and Ma Xiongja understood their meaning. Actually, from the moment I was chosen, I prepared myself not to get out. Although I want to leave this hellish place, I am not used to being a coward. Vanny and Ma Xiongja spoke simultaneously. After hearing their responses, Su Yongyan raised a hand and patted Indu. Put me away first to avoid any mistakes. Although he had guessed how the two would react, Indu still sighed upon hearing their words.
Sometimes, he wished some people would be a bit selfish people always seem to do better.
Alright, Indu said.
But he did not put Su Yangyan away, nor did he place the last puzzle piece. Instead, he said, let's rest for 2 days before gathering. Though he understood that opening the perfect world sooner could save more people, at this moment, Indu chose to be a bit selfish. Vanny and Ma Xiangxia had no objections, but Vanny still cautiously approached to take away a puzzle piece. I'll bring the puzzle back in 2 days.
She smiled and winked, to prevent you from sneaking away. Ma Xiangxia also approached and took away a piece.
You all. Indu was momentarily choked. His original intention was to give them 2 days to reconsider, but now it seemed those 2 days were purely for resting. Watching the two leave the room, Indu helplessly put away the remaining 3 puzzle pieces.
Let's go, it's time to rest, I'm also a bit tired. Su Yangyan said. You've turned into a doll and you still feel tired?
I can still feel pain. 2 days later, all survivors who had not cleared Awakening Night School were sent out of the world of strange tales. Meanwhile, in all the live broadcast rooms where gifted ones from other realms were challenging the game, only one message remained. Congratulations to Indu from Xia Country, Vanny Tracy from America, and Ma Xiangxia from Korea for jointly unlocking the perfect world. Their respective worlds enter a protection period. Xia Country, America, and Korea will distribute resource rewards based on clearing conditions and contributions. If they die in the perfect world, the protection period will end.
This is an official announcement.
This message displayed for half an hour, and after half an hour, all live rooms disappeared directly, while the computer in Xia Country received a separate notification. Based on the clearing situation and contribution level of the gifted one Indu, your country will receive 85% of the resource rewards, which will be gradually redeemed within a year. The resource reward list is as follows. 1. Rare earth mineral reserves increase by 17 million tons. 2. Oil reserves increase by 1.615 billion tons.
There were many resources, dazzling a crowd of people.
This rule of strange tales is quite polite, and the rewards are quite high, but why do I feel a choking sense of marrying a daughter for honor?
Xia Country frowned.
The others in the Emergency Handling Bureau exchanged glances. The resources hidden beneath the ground are invisible and untouchable, but the visible farmland resources above the ground can be quickly realized. After the Rule Horror World exited, all the previously invaded cities were completely unsealed, and those who had turned into strange beings or dead during the invasion could never come back, but a small number of survivors did manage to survive. Many of those cities, where much was destroyed or where farmland originally existed, have turned into fertile soil as a reward. Additionally, there are fresh water resources underground. The remaining resources from these cities were all filled into the desert. 1 year after the Rule Horror World disappeared, the world seemed to regain its past peace and conflicts. The world commemorates the 2 days of the Rule Horror World's appearance and disappearance as memorial days to mourn the lives that were completely lost and to honor the contributions of the 3, Indu. But as the years passed, people gradually stopped talking about the Rule Horror events. Until one day, 14 years later, people's phones were once again occupied by a forcibly open live stream room.
Summer Country Talent User Indu, America Talent User. Chapter 215, Entering the Perfect World.
As expected, 2 days later, Fanny and Ma Xiangxia arrived at the conference room. The 3 arranged the jigsaw puzzles they had, and instantly the entire conference room transformed into a space with dozens of doors. At the same time, several pieces of paper fell in front of them.
Each piece of paper had one sentence written on it.
The 3 picked up the pieces of paper. This should be my first one. Congratulations, you have obtained the Perfect World Resident card. Please choose your entry passage independently.
Fanny said.
Then Ma Xiangxia added, when you pass through the Perfect World, you will return to your own world, and the original world will no longer be invaded by the Rule World. At least 2 people must enter the Perfect World together for a chance to pass.
Except reality is never perfect. Death is a new reincarnation. Do not perish. Rules must be followed. Violating the rules is full of temptation.
Believe in the existence of the soul, memories are deep within the soul. The 3 each read aloud the rules on their pieces of paper. There was no doubt, these were the rules.
Violating the rules is full of temptation, but the rules must be followed? Death is a new reincarnation, but don't die?
Fanny tried to piece together the rules she had just read. Standing beside her, Ma Xiangxia scoffed, these rules sound all mystical and are pretty much nonsense. Indu looked at the large door in front and then took the papers from both of them. It's normal not to know the meaning of these rules before you encounter that world. You don't have a toolbox, so I'll keep these papers, but you need to remember these rules. Clearly, memorizing rules was not Ma Xiangxia's strong suit. Fortunately, although these rules seemed mystical, there weren't many of them. 10 minutes later, the 3 finally walked toward one of the doors. However, as they approached the door, they found rules written on it too. Only one person can enter each door, the second entrant will die immediately. Seeing this, the 3 had no choice but to separate. Indu stood firm in front of his chosen door, watching Fani and Ma Xiongzhe walk towards other doors. Once they stood firm, he loudly counted down, 3, 2, 1.
At almost the same time, the three opened their doors and walked in.
When Indu opened the door, a strange and colorful passage appeared before him, with shadowy figures swirling inside it. It wasn't terrifying, but it gave a sense of dizziness. He tried to ignore the surroundings and moved steadily forward, gradually hearing calls in his ears, sounds filled with anticipation. Unconsciously, Indu was guided to walk forward, his head becoming heavier and heavier. Finally, just before losing consciousness, he seemed to see several faces.
Indu.
Indu was walking home with his backpack. His friend, classmate, and neighbor Dewey caught up from behind and patted him on the shoulder.
When he reached Indu, his originally loud voice became very low.
He looked around with a sly expression, ensuring no one was paying attention to them, and then whispered, "I found a fun place.
Do you want to go together?"
Indu, upon hearing this, did not respond but instead turned his backpack to the front and pulled out a tablet. He opened the tablet, and immediately 3 lines of text appeared.
Today's rules: 1. Pay attention in class. 2. Do not reject friends.
3. After school at 4 p.m., go home within half an hour. Dewey saw Indu's actions and quietly stood aside, knowing Indu was reading his rules for the day. In this world, a system sends rules to people every day, and only the person can see these rules.
Completing the rules each day grants order points. No one, except the individual, knows how many order points one can earn.
This is because the basic rules of the system include a confidentiality clause. Order points are important, so Indu does not want to violate the rules. But clearly, the second and third requirements conflict now. Indu did not find himself in a dilemma, he just smiled at Dewey and said, "I am very interested in the place you mentioned, but I just bought the latest game yesterday." As he spoke, he paused for a moment.
Sure enough, Dewey was immediately attracted by the game he mentioned. "What game?" "It's the one you talked about last time. Grand Theft Auto." Dewey answered excitedly.
Indu smiled and said, "Yes." While saying this, he unhesitatingly spent 400 order points to order a copy of Grand Theft Auto. According to delivery speed, this game would even arrive at his home before he did. In the system, order points have accumulated numbers and remaining numbers.
The accumulated number never decreases, while the remaining number is the everyday currency.
Indu earns 700 points daily by completing tasks, so spending 400 points to ensure task completion is not a loss.
Chapter 216, Undercurrents. Dewey followed Indu back home.
Every time he comes to Indu's house, he feels very excited. Because Indu's home is different from his big family, Indu has no siblings and lives only with his parents. In Dewey's home, he almost has no personal space and has to share toys with 4 siblings. But when he is at Indu's house, Indu is always generous in sharing toys and games with him.
Sometimes Dewey really wants to just stay at Indu's house forever. Is it really Grand Theft Auto? Can I play?
As soon as Dewey entered Indu's house, he saw the unopened Grand Theft Auto game disc on the table and excitedly picked it up to ask. To be honest, this is quite impolite behavior, but Indu calmly allowed it and let Dewey play in his room. As Dewey entered the room, Indu's mother came out, a disapproving look on her face.
"Yif, you know I don't like you playing with."
"Mom, at first, saying hello to him and making friends was a requirement of the rules, just like you have to send me to this school now,"
Indu said calmly.
He was educated from a young age to weigh the pros and cons of following rules versus breaking them. In his eyes, making friends with Dewey isn't hard, and he certainly would not refuse. As for why he still continued to be friends with Dewey even after that day, he naturally had his own reasons. "Oh, don't bring up that topic again. To be honest, even though your grades have always been good, I do regret it a bit.
Maybe I shouldn't have insisted on completing."
When Carol Lester mentioned this, her expression became troubled, and then she added, "But why do you never accept the transfer?"
She frowned, clearly dissatisfied. "I've already adapted to my current life.
If I transfer, I don't know what changes the rules might bring, and besides, Dewey is actually quite useful." Mentioning Dewey, a coldness filled Indu's eyes, showing no trace of the warmth he had when talking to Dewey earlier. Dewey can help him avoid breaking the rules, even complete some rules. Moreover, he has tried, and many of Dewey's rules are beneficial to him. Every time a rule is beneficial to him, it seems to be easier for Dewey to accomplish, making Dewey more obedient to him. So it's not entirely correct to say they are friends. Furthermore, it's not just Dewey, he doesn't have deep feelings for his parents either. For some reason, since he can remember, he has felt out of place with everything around him. Even though his parents treat him well, he still struggles to return the same feelings. Indu lowered his gaze to hide the complex emotions in his eyes. "You have your own plans, that's good, but I hope you can return to the convention in high school. With your scores, there will be no problem. I just hope this time the rules." Carol Lester fell silent once again. Although the basic rules do not mention that one cannot complain about the irrationality of the rules, many people refrain from discussing the rules due to confidentiality concerns. Although Carol Lester couldn't help but bring it up in her emotional moment, after years of conditioning, she always managed to hit the brakes at critical times.
Don't worry, Mother.
Indu wasn't concerned about what school he would attend in the future. Because he vaguely felt that as long as he consistently completed the rules every day, his future would be fine. However, knowing this should have given him confidence about his future, yet why did his heart feel so empty? Every time he saw the rules, a sense of panic would surge from deep within him. Indu waved his hand to Carol Lester, then walked into his room. When he entered the room, Dewey was already playing a game in front of the computer.
On the computer screen, Dewey's character was smashing a shop. How is it? Fun?
Indu asked as he sat beside Dewey.
It's amazing. Why don't the rules allow for some of this kind of fun? Dewey exclaimed excitedly.
When Dewey mentioned the rules, Indu naturally didn't respond to him.
As long as it's fun, that's good, at least it doesn't waste my points.
Indu casually picked up a book from the table and flipped through it. Even though he didn't like following the rules and felt a sense of emptiness from living by them every day, he was also not interested in this completely chaotic game. What truly piqued his interest was exploring others' rules. Though there were confidentiality rules in place, some people simply couldn't lie and act, and sometimes he could sense the disharmony in their actions. But he had never intentionally explored it before. Yet as he grew older day by day, the idea of exploration kept stirring his nerves. Moreover, life had presented him with a good specimen for experimentation. No, it should be said, a rule had gifted it to him.
Chapter 217, The Hand of Rules. Indu.
While Indu was reading, Dewey suddenly excitedly nudged his shoulder. Quick, look at this.
Indu followed Dewey's gaze to the computer screen.
At this time, the game interface on the computer had disappeared, leaving a black background with red words.
Welcome to Sin City. Do you want to truly experience the charm of Sin City? Welcome to the Wanton Bar. We will take you to experience a different world. Indu read out the content on the computer. Here, this is the place I wanted to take you today. Dewey pointed at the computer, excitedly saying, how about we go there? Wanton Bar. You originally said it was fun, is there something special about it?
Indu took the mouse and casually clicked, and the computer screen switched back to the game interface as if nothing had happened. I heard that you can break the basic 10 rules there. Dewey's excited voice gradually weakened under Indu's scrutinizing gaze. Actually, I don't really believe it, I just want to go take a look. In the end, helplessly, his gaze landed on the tablet placed by Indu on the table. Without needing to say it outright, Indu understood what he meant. Indu reached out and operated the computer interface, causing the character in the game to pick up a knife under his control and immediately stab a passerby. Fake blood splattered on the screen, and after a few seconds, it disappeared without a trace, leaving only an NPC lying on the ground. The basic rules were 10 in total, specifically the second rule among Dewey's so-called basic 10 rules: harm and kill are only allowed if permitted by the rules. Dewey's words and the words in the game were mutually confirming. Under Indu's serious expression, Dewey quietly said, actually, I have already given up. His completion rate for the daily tasks given by the system was always low. It usually took him 2 or 3 days to complete one, so after his earlier tentative inquiry to Indu was refused, he no longer fought for it. Indu did not pay attention to Dewey's excuse beside him. He always knew what kind of person Dewey was. Dewey's flaws were both his weapon to control Dewey and a weapon that could stab back at him. When using a person like Dewey, he naturally made preparations. Moreover, he was not angry because of Dewey's little schemes, on the contrary, he even felt some excitement. If it were someone else instead of Dewey luring him there, he might not have had the chance to know that this was a requirement from the rules. The rules wanted him to go to a place where he could violate the rules. How interesting. Indu stood up. Let's go check it out over there. Dewey was stunned for a few seconds before catching up to Indu's pace. Indu's departure could not hide from Carol in the living room. Although Carol was dissatisfied with Dewey, she did not show it clearly in front of him. She looked at Indu like every mother worried about her child and gently asked, Eve, are you going out? Yes, Mom, I still have things to finish. Indu wore a proper smile, making Carol realize this was not something he wanted to do himself. Then this must be a requirement of the rules. Carol did not ask further, simply reminding him to pay attention to safety and similar matters before smiling and watching Indu and Dewey leave. Indu, your mom is so gentle, totally different from my mom. As soon as they stepped outside, Dewey said enviously. Indu smiled and shifted the topic. Where is the one you bar? It's on the street near the school, very close. Dewey spoke as he naturally led the way. As he said, one you bar was not far, it took only about 20 minutes to reach from Indu's home. This was a newly opened bar, presenting a black exterior, surrounded by many light tubes. Although it wasn't dark yet, the bar was already lit up with colorful lights that made Indu dizzy.
So cool! Dewey exclaimed as he looked at the bar.
Indu didn't glance at him again and directly walked toward the bar's entrance.
Chapter 218. Do you want to try a magical blue pill?
For some reason, Indu always felt as if he should not enter the bar, always thinking that someone at the door should stop him. But the reality was he walked through the revolving door and entered directly, his eyes struggling to open under the flickering lights, his nose assaulted by the dizzying mix of alcohol and perfume, with sharp shouts ringing in his ears. Despite his desire to explore, at this moment, Indu was still deterred by the discomfort of his senses, turning to prepare to leave. But just as he turned around, he was stopped by a blonde woman who was a head taller than him. "Hey kid, since you're here, why not have a drink?" she said as one hand wrapped around his shoulder while the other shook a drink glass. "Sister has good things here."
"Mary, are you deceiving kids again?"
someone nearby teased upon seeing them. "Get lost, I truly have good stuff today, but you poor guy, look like you can't afford it." Indu ignored the woman who had him in a grip. He didn't care that it seemed like he was just joking with the woman, in fact, he was helping her spark his curiosity.
Because he suddenly realized something.
Although he had just walked in at the front, he was sure Dewey had followed him inside through the door.
However, Dewey, who should have been behind him, was now nowhere to be seen. When did he part ways with Dewey? The main door was less than 3 meters away. That little time shouldn't be enough for Dewey to go far.
Indu furrowed his brow and silently broke free from the woman's grasp.
"What's wrong, little one? Why are you suddenly in such a hurry?"
Indu glanced around the visible area, but the dark yet glaring bar was really not an easy place to find someone. In this situation, it was better to seek help from someone familiar with the environment. Of course, if he couldn't find Dewey or the cost of finding him was too high, Indu wouldn't mind sacrificing Dewey. "My friend is missing," Indu pretended to be anxious.
"A friend? Did he come in with you?" the woman asked curiously. Indu nodded.
"Don't worry, he might have gone to another hall," the woman said with a bright smile.
"This bar is divided into 4 halls. Based on order points and cumulative order points, after entering the revolving door, you will be assigned to different halls. Currently, we are in the red hall, which is the second to last hall."
It seemed this was one of the rules of the 10,000 Desires bar.
"Does everyone only enter the corresponding hall?" Indu asked curiously. "Of course not. You can choose to go down. For example, we who can enter the red hall can move down to the black hall."
"But we can't enter the upper 3rd and 4th halls," said the man who had just been chatting with the woman.
3rd and 4th?
The 3rd is the blue hall, and the 4th is the white hall. Those who have never been there cannot know the names of these halls, the woman smiled seductively, her tone very alluring. "Those are all great places.
Do you want to go, little one? In fact, besides meeting the order point requirements, there are other ways to get you up there.
Some people spend their whole lives trying to accumulate enough order points to meet the requirements for the blue and white halls, but if you get that good stuff I mentioned earlier, you can move freely among the 4 halls."
The woman inched closer.
Indu raised his eyebrows slightly, calmly looking at the woman who concealed the light and glare. "Since this thing is so powerful, the required order points must be quite high, right?"
"Of course.
But since it's your first time, and I really like you, I can give you a free chance." The woman's tone was very strange, her words inviting thoughts.
Indu tried to block out the discomfort in his heart. "Well, thank you, sister."
"You're welcome," the woman said, reaching up to cover Indu's mouth. A capsule was stuffed into his mouth. Indu used his tongue to push the capsule into the gap between his upper teeth and cheek. The capsule began to dissolve a bit upon contact with the saliva, thus gaining some stickiness and managing to hold temporarily. But over time, the capsule would still melt away. Indu knew he had to leave quickly. He didn't know the effects of the drug and didn't dare to perform carelessly, so he could only continue asking, after taking the medicine, "How do I go to the other halls?"
"It's very simple.
Just walk back into the revolving door, turn in a circle first, and after one rotation, the halls outside the revolving door will change. If that's not the hall you want to go to, just turn again." The woman patted Indu's shoulder. "Very simple, right?
Do you want to give it a try now?"
Of course, he wanted to go.
Indu quickly walked into the revolving door.
According to the woman's explanation, when there are multiple choices, what hall he sees after the turn is random. But since he hadn't swallowed the drug she had forced on him, after turning, he should only end up in the black hall where Dewey had entered. Indu hurriedly took the dissolving drug out of his mouth and hid it in his pocket while turning away from the bar hall. After hesitating, he ultimately chose not to leave the bar directly, instead continuing to turn around in a circle. As the lady had said, the hall outside the revolving door was no longer the flashy disco from before, but a dimly lit hall. At the revolving door, Indu heard no sounds, but as soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by a wave of cheers. "In this match, the victor is our masked man. Those who place successful bets can head to the prize booth to collect your rewards." Following the sounds, Indu walked forward, and only after turning around the wall of the hall did he realize the cheers were actually coming from downstairs. From his position, he can only see a redemption counter and catch a glimpse of the scene downstairs through the glass.
Guest, is this your first time here? Would you like to enter?
There are still 3 matches tonight, but you need at least 1 blue pill to enter. At the redemption counter, a man in a pink sequined outfit smiled and said.
Blue pill? Indu repeated. Yes, do you want a magical blue pill? The man said, shaking a blue capsule in a sealed bag.
Ignoring him, Indu reached into his pocket and pulled out the pill he had just put away.
Guest, you really can't be serious. A pill dug out from your mouth can't be traded.
The man shouted in a strange manner. Indu put the pill back in his pocket and walked in front of the man. How do I exchange for this pill?
The first pill only costs 100 orderly points. After the first, it's 800 per pill. The man replied.
But you don't have to rush to exchange for too many. You can place bets on the matches below. If you win, you can exchange 1 for 10, 1 for 100, or even 1 for 1,000.
It sounded like gambling, but can the pills won be exchanged back for orderly points here?
The man shook his head. No, but this stuff sells well. If you go to a higher hall, the better the hall, the higher the orderly points you can exchange for. Looking at it this way, that lady from before must have been reselling this pill. But why would a pill that only allows people to go to other halls have such a good market? Or is there something deeper about this pill? For example, could using it allow one to break the rules? Thinking deeply, going to other halls would violate the original rules of the Wanyu Bar, wouldn't it?
Chapter 219, The Function of the Pill.
While Indu was contemplating, Due walked up from downstairs, his face filled with sorrow. Seeing him like this, Indu didn't ask any questions, just urged, we should go back. His expression left no room for refusal, so Due could only follow him out the door.
Breaking the rules.
For some reason, when these 4 words appeared in his mind, he felt a wave of fear. He felt that breaking the rules would bring about some disaster. Clearly, failing to follow the daily rules would only result in losing orderly points or being penalized.
Only within the basic 10 rules might danger occur.
And this pill was clearly designed to break the fundamental 10 rules. After leaving the Wanyu Bar, Indu couldn't help but glance back at this conspicuous place in the night. He clenched the capsule tightly in his hand, rationally telling himself that before being well prepared, it was best not to explore this place lightly or try that forbidden pill.
After leaving the bar, Indu parted ways with Due, each heading home.
In fact, Due's home and Indu's home were not in the same direction. After all, Due's background couldn't possibly allow him into the community where Indu lived. Indu walked a few steps toward home when he suddenly felt a gaze upon him. Actually, this feeling had been there since he exited the bar, but it only intensified the further he got from it. When Indu returned home, his father, Kit Lester, was already there. He was dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking every bit an elite. Even with Indu, this 13-year-old child, he still looked quite young. Upon seeing Indu enter, he squinted his eyes, his expression not looking good, but he had no intention of asking anything. Indu acted as if he hadn't noticed Kit's condition, greeting his parents as usual. His mother, Carol, still wore a gentle smile in response, while Kit wore a cold expression. From the moment they were born, it had always been this way, and it remained so after all these years. A kind-hearted mother full of love for her children, a stern father who solely focused on providing the best for the family.
Template-like parents.
The atmosphere at home was never bad, but it was also never warm, just like the lamp in the living room that always emitted a warm white light. In such an atmosphere, a household servant brought the food to the dining table. Oh, and there was also the template-like servant. Indu had tested before, the rules for their household servant had at least 5 guidelines each day, and since accepting employment in their family's system, one of her daily rules became serving as a servant in his home. This rule specified her working hours, tasks, and even her attitude towards work each day. This is also why every time Indu saw her, she always had a smile, her attitude never changing no matter the circumstances. Sometimes Indu felt they were like machines controlled by rules, and now he seemed to have a choice to break free from this mechanical fate. Let's eat. Kit was the first to sit at the table, as Carol called out to the still-dazed Indu. In the end, the 3 of them finished a meal in this silent atmosphere, just like every day for over a decade. As soon as he returned to his room, Indu pulled out the medicine hidden in his pocket. He had a strange feeling that since he got this medicine, he inexplicably felt extremely uncomfortable with the existence of rules. He wanted to break through the rules and see his true self, unbound by any constraints, to witness the naked world beyond the rules.
Chapter 220, The Role of Order Points.
Not sure if yesterday's information shock was too great, Indu felt as if he had dreamt all night long. However, upon waking up, those emotionally stirring dreams were nothing but a vague memory, leaving him with an extremely exhausted body and mind. Due to the foundation laid by the rules in his childhood, Indu's daily routine was quite regular, so even though he felt he needed more rest, he could not go back to sleep. Indu tossed around in bed a few times before finally getting up. Today was a day off, so he didn't have to go to school. He picked up the tablet he had set aside last night, starting to look at today's rules as usual. Generally, on such a day off, his rules summed up to family activities, social participation, exercising, or learning some new skills. Each item could be broken down into several smaller rules. Very simple. He had asked Dewey, and Dewey's rules on day offs were either helping with household chores or doing odd jobs. In general, the rules on day offs were fewer than those when attending school. Dewey had also vaguely expressed that he preferred the life of a day off over school, because on his day off, he could earn order points more easily, and if he did odd jobs, the order points he earned would be higher than those at school. However, Indu had inquired, even Dewey's order points from odd jobs were far below what he usually earned. Today's rules. 1. Spend more than 2 hours with parents today. 2. Visit father's company for a day. 3. Go out with parents for dinner. But for Indu, the rules on a day off were not much different from when he was at school. As long as they involved needing participation from others, it was all hard to control. However, he could find ways to control his schoolmates. But the parents only need to hint at it. His parents would cooperate with him to complete all the rules. Indu brought the tablet to the dining room. At that moment, the servant had already prepared the Western breakfast and was setting the table. His parents had long been seated. Sometimes Indu also found it strange why there was a term like Western breakfast in his mind, and whether there was an Eastern breakfast. Indu pushed these thoughts aside, politely greeted his parents next to the dining table, and then sat down in his seat. "Father, can I visit your company today?" "Oh." Keith squinted his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Indu before landing on the tablet on the table, roughly guessing the reason for Indu's request. "Alright, you haven't been to the company yet, so it's good for you to go and learn. Is the company still running on a rest day?" Indu asked. "Everyone's rest days are different, especially for adults who are already working," Keith chuckled lightly. "You need to understand, for many people, their time value isn't high, and rules will lead them to where they should be, allowing them to exert their rightful value." As Keith said this, his eyes held a blatant disdain. Indu understood and nodded, then continued, "So father and mother, are you free tonight? Can we go out for dinner together?" "Of course." "Oh, Keith, you don't have plans tonight, do you?" "No, even if I did, I would make time for my family," Keith said. Of course, all of this was under the condition that the rules did not conflict. If there were conflicts in the household rules, naturally, his own rules would take precedence, as the orderly points he earned daily were the highest in the family. "Great." Indu showed appropriate excitement. "Alright, Eve, let's eat quickly, we need to leave by 8:30, Keith said, putting away unnecessary expressions and urging. "Yes, father." After finishing breakfast, Indu got into Keith's car. Their family had a driver, and without asking, it was understood that most likely every day he would have to fulfill the rule of being the driver. Over the years, he had also realized one thing: once the driver or servant had a proper job, the more orderly points they could earn, the less they dared to break the rules. And just last night, he saw another world. Thinking of this, Indu instinctively reached into his pocket. In the morning, he had taken out the capsule he received yesterday. Although he didn't think he would use it, he had a habit since childhood of wanting to keep useful tools with him. Sometimes he even felt like he had a collecting habit, wanting to keep useful stuff he came across. Unfortunately, most of the clothes his mother prepared for him were little formal dresses, and even his everyday wear was shirts, which were not suitable for holding things. While Indu was lost in thought, the car had already driven into the underground parking lot, and the sudden change in brightness brought him back to his senses. Keith glanced at Indu and then reached out to tidy up his clothes. "Okay, let's go up." Indu nodded and obediently followed closely behind his father. "This building is entirely owned by our company," Keith said, leading Indu toward one of the 3 elevators. From the outer packaging, this elevator looked the most luxurious and should be reserved for high floors. Upon entering the elevator, Indu saw the company rules. At the same time, Keith pressed the button for the 17th floor. "My office is on the 17th floor, Keith said. Indu nodded. Since childhood, he had known this company belonged to his father, but if his father's office could only be arranged on the 17th floor, then what was on the 18th floor? Microbase Company Basic Rules. Access to floors 1 to 16, elevator number 4 only goes to floors 16 to 18, for designated members only. 2. Entry to the company's 18th floor is restricted to those with invitations. 3. Company employees must work 8 hours a day and 40 hours a week, with specific work hours arranged as needed. 4. Employees must not violate higher management directives. Violations will be punished according to the severity, and in the most severe cases, the company may terminate employment unconditionally. Although there are only 4 rules, aside from the first 2, the other 2 clearly feel like the company's tyrannical regulations. Do you see these rules? Keith noticed Indu's gaze. He tilted his head and took a quick glance at the rules he hadn't examined closely for a long time.
You must remember, only by constantly moving upward will the rules that bind you decrease, even allowing everything to work for you. What does this mean?
Indu pondered for a moment, then raised his head to look at Keat. Father means, as long as you have enough order points, you can control.
We've arrived. Keat interrupted Indu's words.
Indu instinctively turned to look at the display screen, and at the moment he looked up, the number had just jumped to 16. But he also realized that, just now in his shock, he almost said what he should not have said. Indu lowered his head, appropriately showing a guilty expression of having done something wrong. But Keat didn't say much, just patted his shoulder and stepped out of the elevator after it beeped, ding.
Chapter 221, The So-Called Tools. Indu followed Keat out of the elevator. The 17th floor's office should belong exclusively to senior management. The entire decor matches the style of the elevator they took.
As Indu observed this floor, a woman dressed revealingly, with heavy makeup, swayed her way toward them. Even before she got close, Indu could already smell a strong fragrance. Indu frowned, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The woman approached them, her previously blank face suddenly adorned with a flattering smile. Boss, she called, then leaned towards Keat.
Keat ignored her and sidestepped away.
The woman, feeling unwelcome, could only stabilize herself and watch Keat leave. Throughout this, her gaze never lingered on Indu for a second.
It even gave Indu the feeling that she didn't even notice his existence.
Keat patted Indu's head to bring him back to his senses. This floor only has independent offices for senior management. Of course, everyone who comes here must adhere to the rules of this floor. As he spoke, he guided Indu to look at the wall nearby. At first, the wall only seemed to have some company spirit and slogans, but after staring for a few seconds, it transformed into rules. There were only two short rules. Microbase Company 17th Floor Code of Conduct. 1. All microbase company employees coming here must strictly adhere to etiquette according to their job level. Lower-level employees should take the initiative to greet their superiors. 2. Anyone who comes here must maintain silence about everything they witness here. The first rule is almost a repeat of the fourth rule in the elevator, while the second rule.
Does maintaining silence mean keeping everything that happens here a secret?
Before Indu could doubt further, he was called by Keat to move forward.
This is my office. If there's no problem, it will also be your office in the future. Keat took Indu to the front of the office. Are you ready, kid? For some reason, upon hearing Keat's question, Indu felt an uneasy panic. It was as if there were monsters lurking in this office. Shouldn't he feel excited? He was so lucky to be born into a family with high order points and recognized by his powerful father. It could be said that his future was worry-free. But why did he feel panic? Yif, what are you hesitating about? Noticing Indu's emotion, Keat's expression turned serious.
Indu also came back to his senses at this moment. He hurriedly collected his emotions and awkwardly walked forward.
Father, I just feared disappointing your expectations.
Hearing Indu's words, Kit put away his dissatisfied expression and merely warned in a serious tone, "Don't let me down." After speaking, he no longer gave Indu the chance to hesitate and directly opened the office door. When he saw the scene inside, Indu almost lost his composure again. No matter how mature he was still just a 13-year-old child and had never seen such a scene in an office. In the space of at least 50 square meters, there was a large screen occupying an entire wall in front, and on the right was a full-length window that provided a view of the outside scenery. Of course, neither of these two things was what caused Indu to nearly lose control.
What almost made Indu lose control was the image on the screen and the dozens of human sculptures standing on the left side of the office.
Called human sculptures, they actually looked no different from living people, they just didn't move and seemed to have no breath. The hollow eyes of all of them facing the door made Indu feel a chill in his heart. Not to mention, a horror movie was playing on the big screen. A woman was desperately running in a corridor filled with human sculptures, and in an instant, the corridor in front of her was surrounded by human sculptures. The woman didn't have time to scream, her body slowly tinged with a layer of white, becoming whiter than before. In the end, she transformed into the same kind of existence as those human sculptures, integrating with them.
Wait a moment.
So, it seems like the human sculptures he saw, whether on the screen or in the office now, seemed to have a somewhat pale skin tone. This realization instantly made Indu's face turn pale as well, but fortunately, he still remembered not to show fear in front of his father. He forced himself to endure the terror and continued watching the image on the screen. At this time, the screen smoothly transitioned to the next scene. It was a village. Probably because the sun was setting and there were no streetlights in the village, only a few houses had their doors lit, making the entire scene extremely dim. This time, nothing stimulating appeared immediately, but Indu inexplicably felt a sense of déjà vu.
He always thought he had been there. Do you see anything? Kit suddenly spoke up. Indu blinked, moving his gaze from the temporarily uninformative image to the statues in the office.
These statues were both male and female, and their ages varied. There was even a range of skin tones, but these skin tones were covered beneath the same shade of white skin. Without a doubt, these were all once living people, just like him. However, this was clearly not the answer Kit was looking for. Indu suppressed his discomfort, trying hard to appear composed and unruffled. His mind raced quickly, working hard to think of the answer Kit wanted. Clearly, this kind of thing that turned people into statues was very common for Kit. Moreover, he placed these statues in his own office. Even today, he brought his cherished son to visit. Thinking along these lines, are these father's trophies? Indu raised his head, pretending to be curious and in awe, but his attention was actually fully on Kit's expression, ready to adjust according to any change in his expression. Trophies? That's not a bad way to put it. Although he said that, there was a hint of sarcasm deep in Kit's eyes, and his expression was far from agreement. And when he shifted his gaze to those statues, it carried a sense of contempt. Then these are, Indu racked his brain, finally thinking of a word under Kit's disdainful gaze. Not human. The definition of not human not only implies that, in Kit's eyes, these statues, whether before or after they became statues, were not equals like him. It also says that in Kit's view, these people are so lowly. How can a lowly thing become a glorious trophy? These are tools. Let us gain more orderly points, tools that will allow us to stand at the top of this world. Kit was excited as he spoke and had already turned in circles to the floor-to-ceiling window on the right, looking out at the world below. In that moment, Indu caught a glimpse of a monster in the person he had known for 13 years. Chapter 222, Opening a New Instance Yonghui Convenience Store. Indu's unease didn't last long, as Kit quickly returned to his serious expression. And in the moment Kit turned his head, Indu appropriately displayed his admiration for him. Seeing Indu's expression, Kit's eyes showed a rare satisfaction. To be honest, this child was not born under his expectation. That was a task he had to complete while climbing up. In truth, for a long time, he and Carol had no rules in their tasks about how to handle this child, and he could have easily abandoned the child and let it fend for itself. It would have freed him from the trouble of assisting in the task and avoided future burdens. But 10 months of pregnancy made Carol weak as a mother, unable to harden her heart to abandon the child. Fortunately, this child was somewhat promising and didn't make him regret his earlier compromise. Father. Indu glanced at the statue in the office, mentally preparing himself before stepping into the room. He walked to Kit's side. What must I do to have so many tools like you? Don't worry, my child, it's much easier for you to have all this than it was for me. Kit said, clapping his hands. Immediately, the screen split in the middle, and dozens of people streamed out from the dark passage. They had blank expressions, completely unresponsive to the outside world. These are waste products that have been recycled after orderly points reached 0, you only need some orderly points to convert these waste products. But why haven't I seen them in the shop? Of course, it's because you haven't reached that level yet. Kit said indifferently. Different total amounts of orderly points allow visibility of different goods. You are very lucky to have me prepare all this for you, allowing you to see a higher level of the world ahead of time. And all you have to do is transform these waste products into tools you can use. At this point, the screen that had originally split into 2 parts had merged back together. This time, the upper part displayed a floor plan. To transform waste products into tools, you first need a place, and the place also requires orderly points to exchange. What is currently on the screen is the map of a place I have already purchased. You can directly choose one, and I will transfer it to you. After Kit finished speaking, Indu began to study the floor plan on the screen carefully. The map in front of him seemed to be the floor plan of a small supermarket. However, after a few seconds, the image flashed, and a more complex floor plan appeared. It seemed to be another store but with a more intricate layout, including 2 floors and a basement. At that moment, it was like purchasing his favorite house. Naturally, for a traditional thinker like Indu, the bigger, the better. Probably sensing Indu's thoughts, Kit reminded him, for the first time, it's better to start in a smaller place. Hearing Kit's words, Indu basically confirmed that the first map was not a coincidence, it was a place Kit had chosen for him in advance. Then I want that first place. Indu said obediently. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen returned to the first floor plan, and the next second, he found himself in a small supermarket after a moment of darkness. In the upper left corner of his vision was a line of semi-transparent text. Perfect World Instance Yonghui Convenience Store. Basic rules of the Perfect World Instance. The living can only eat beef, vegetables, and grains. During the performance, the living are protected by their identity, and related non-humans will always follow the identity constraints. Orderly point settlement standards. Conversion lost 1000/person. Conversion fallen 700/person. Scrap death 200/person. Consumables passing 200/person. Currently available items. 1. Non-human pseudoperson *3. 2. Non-human eerie *6. 3. Non-human strange object *2. The place will officially open 24 hours after activation. Please quickly establish the rules for the convenience store. Looking at the displayed words, Indu felt a tremor in his heart. Over the years, he had lived and grown under the constraints of rules and orderly points, adapting well to taking advantage of others, squeezing orderly points from them. It could even be said that he felt it was natural when he saw all this. If the people in this society truly relied on the daily basic rules to gain orderly points, then how could there be distinctions in levels? However, an inexplicable sense of déjà vu made Indu feel melancholy and panic. But soon, Jite's voice rang out, waking him up. You should have now seen the settlement standards for orderly points. Remember, do you have any thoughts? With his state returning, Indu naturally began to analyze. Loss looks like the highest settlement item for gaining orderly points, but it should also be the hardest. So when making rules, we should try to guide people towards the option of death as much as possible, aiming for a low profit and high volume. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Jite's satisfied laughter, but Jite quickly reminded him, but remember, the probability of your instance investment is related to the conversion rate. Only by reaching a 10% conversion rate can you ensure that the instance will not be eliminated, the program investment used. And a conversion rate of over 30% will increase the chances of your instance being used, while a rate over 50% can make your instance a bestseller. However, your place is small, maintaining a conversion rate over 10% with falls will be enough to break even. You don't need to bear too much pressure. This should also be the reason Jite had previously advised him to choose a small place, Indu thought silently in his heart. After Jite's voice faded away, Indu's gaze swept to the scene in front of him. He looked at what seemed to float in the air of the supermarket, almost able to take in the entire scene of the supermarket. Soon, he found several places where he could write rules. The limitations of small places are great, and people entering here have no much choice in identity. Correspondingly, the challengers' identities are also limited to convenience store staff. Once you draft the rules, you can exit this place. Next time, just select the place through the light screen to enter. Now, quickly establish the rules.